In the slums of the Tang dynasty, a supermarket suddenly appeared, selling not only various modern goods but also a large number of weapons and equipment, even including all the martial arts secrets from Jin Yang's novels. All of this is because you traveled through the Tang dynasty and awakened the divine-level supermarket system. The system's functions are simple. With only a system store and a lottery template, the system store can sell various modern items and some special items. Besides special items, as long as they are unlocked, other goods can be exchanged for free and unlimitedly from the system store. To unlock more items, you need to use silver to draw lots. The lowest ordinary draw requires 100 taels of silver, and the divine level unlock requires 100,000 taels of silver. Looking at the high unlock prices, Lin Shen couldn't help but smile bitterly. It is undoubtedly more difficult to earn 100 taels of silver in the Tang dynasty than to ascend to the heavens, but he must continue to run this supermarket well, or else he will be eliminated by the system. Last night, he stayed up all night to tidy up the shop, putting the 3 items from the newbie gift pack on the shelves. Today, he couldn't wait to open for business. Fortunately, in addition to those 3 items in the newbie gift pack, Lin Shen also received a special type of item, the ancestral dragon bloodline. This bloodline greatly enhanced his overall physical qualities. Last night, he tried it out and crushed a piece of cobblestone into powder with just one hand, which made him even more eager for the things in the system mall. He just didn't know when customers would come. As he was thinking this, the door of the shop suddenly opened, and 3 women walked in cautiously, marveling at the door. Lin Shen couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. People from the Tang dynasty really haven't seen much. It's just an ordinary titanium alloy door like this. What would the 3 guests like? Lin Shen stood up and softly asked the leading girl. Although Changdel tried to dress as simply as possible, the simple life that the emperor's daughter could think of was also the standard of an ordinary young lady. Lin Shen could tell at a glance that this was a rich girl from a wealthy family. A big customer. Seeing Lin Shen, Princess Changdel's eyes lit up involuntarily. Compared to other men of this era, Lin Shen was too handsome, but the clothes he wore were strange and ancient. Princess Changdel had never seen this style of clothing before. She cleared her throat lightly and adopted a graceful posture. What do you sell here? Lin Shen whispered. The shop just opened today, and we only have 3 items for now: matches, fish tofu, and solar-powered nightlights. The consecutive mention of 3 unfamiliar terms made Princess Changdel's head spin. She knew what fire was, but what were matches? Wood for starting a fire? She also knew tofu, but what was this fish tofu? Made from fish? And the solar-powered nightlight, the name itself was contradictory, leaving her even more confused and clueless. What are these things? Lin Shen stood up and took 3 things from the shelf next to him, placing them on the counter. These are the 3 things. Seeing their appearance, Princess Changdel still couldn't understand what these 3 things were for. A dry paper box, something that seemed to be a silver sachet, and a craft made of glass. Seeing Princess Changdel's puzzled expression, Lin Shen picked up a match and began to introduce it. This is a match. As the name suggests, it is something used to ignite fire. Princess Changdel frowned even deeper. A fire striker? Lin Shen shook his head, took out a match from the matchbox, gently rubbed it on the sandpaper, and with a whoosh, a flame appeared. Princess Changdel was startled. A flame? Does it produce fire just like that? This is much more convenient than a fire striker. There are still such convenient and magical things in the world. This thing, if used for everyday activities like lighting fires or lamps, there are 100 matches in a box, which can be used to ignite fire 100 times. Lin Shen continued to explain. Princess Changdel looked at this small box, somewhat incredulous. This is much more convenient than a fire striker. She took a deep breath, wanting to pat the counter, but upon closer inspection, she saw that the counter was made of pure and clear glass, making her hesitant to do so, afraid of damaging it. So she gently put her hand down and said firmly, "Whatever matches you have, I want them all." Upon hearing Princess Changdel's words, Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. She had such a grand demeanor, truly a daughter from a wealthy family, but he wondered which family she belonged to. There weren't many families in the Tang dynasty who dared to speak like this. Lin Shen chuckled lightly. These matches, 2 coins each. 2 coins? Princess Changdel was somewhat surprised, not because it was expensive, but because it was cheap. A regular matchstick would cost about the same, so this kind of craftsmanship should be more expensive. Even better. Then, please wrap up as many as you have for me. Shopkeeper. Princess Changdel smirked, her eyes shining. She could even imagine how much praise she would receive from her father, the emperor, after giving him these items. Lin Shen ignored her and continued, "Don't be fooled by the price. I have as many as you want. If you want 10,000, I can give you 10,000. If you want 1,000,000, I can give you 1,000,000. Are you sure you want them all?" Lin Shen looked at Princess Changdel with a sly smile. The number of 1,000,000 deeply shocked Princess Changdel's mind. The Tang dynasty had only a few million people, so this 1,000,000 could almost allow every household to use matches every day. I can't afford it. Princess Changle blushed uncontrollably. She couldn't even afford 100, let alone 1,000,000 or 10,000,000. She thought that having 3 or 4 of these exquisite items would already be very good. But who could have imagined that the quantity was so large? Princess Changle took the matches somewhat embarrassedly. Following Lin Shen's example, took one out, struck it lightly, and a flame suddenly shot up. I've never seen such exquisite things before. Lin Shen smiled faintly, but it's just a little gadget I casually came up with. Nothing worth mentioning. She didn't believe this nonsense at all. It was like a magical tool from a novel. If she couldn't use it herself, she would have thought this strange shopkeeper was a celestial being descending to earth. How else could he produce such good things? Princess Changle took a deep breath, gently placed the matches on the counter, pointed at the fish tofu and asked, "What is this?" Lin Shen said, "It's fish tofu, a kind of eating food." Food? In a bag made of silver? Princess Changle cast a deeply skeptical look. Lin Shen didn't explain. He just picked up the fish tofu and ripped the package from his teeth with a piercing sound. And a thick spicy aroma couldn't wait to burrow out of the bag. Red and oily. It just looks extremely appetizing. Even Princess Changle, who was accustomed to eating mountain delicacies, could not help but swallow hard. The smell is so much more savory than those stews in the palace. She was about to reach for it. Lin Shen bowed his head, and with a squeeze of his index finger and thumb, the fish tofu slipped into his mouth, cackling and biting with extreme flavor, and said vaguely, "This stuff isn't too expensive. A penny of silver per package." Princess Changle's outstretched hand, frozen in mid-air, a little embarrassed. She coughed softly, didn't move to retract her hand, and gave the maid behind her a look. "Give me a packet to taste." The maid obediently pulled out a silver ingot and placed it on the counter. Lin Shen hemmed and hawed and opened. He reached out with a sweep of his hand, collected the silver, and from a side shelf, fished out a packet of fish tofu and tossed it on the counter with a big grin. "Here, have a taste." Lin Shen was extremely confident in fish tofu. This kind of small snack from the latter days, added a variety of seasonings to create a small snack, is not the current Baron de Tang meals can be compared. Chili, message, these are the things that hit the taste buds the hardest, and even Li Shimin didn't have the pleasure of enjoying them. Princess Changle tried a few times somewhat clumsily, finally tearing open the package, following Lin Shen's earlier actions, gently squeezing, and the fish tofu slipped into her mouth. Well, this flavor, spicy and savory. I don't know how many times more delicious than the stew she ate in the palace. The texture of this one in particular is elastic. Fondly, he swallowed the contents of his mouth, looking at the package in her hand, and the red oil inside. Princess Changle swallowed hard again. I didn't resist sucking on it and taking a sip of the red oil inside. If this was placed in the largest Yunlai hotel in Chang'an City, 20 taels of silver per plate, there would be a large number of people who would pay money and want to eat it. But here, it's only $1 a pack? Lin Shen looked on in amusement. It's true that the gene for eating is engraved in the body of Chinese people. A flavorful snack like fish tofu is too tempting for this day and age. Princess Changle couldn't bring herself to drop the bag, looked pitifully at Lin Shen, and asked softly, "Boss, how much of this kind of food do you have in your store?" She didn't dare say another ridiculous thing about having as much as she wanted. "I've lost enough face just now." Lin Shen smiled slightly. "Same as matches. As long as you have the money, I have as much as you want." Princess Changle was just about to ask her maid to pull out all the money, and after buying a box of matches for her father, she bought all the rest for the fish and tofu, when her eyes swept, and her afterglow saw a small rounded glazed ball lying peacefully on the counter. It made her move. The face attracted Princess Changle's attention. Princess Changle's eyes flooded with light as she pointed at the solar-powered nightlight and asked, "What's this again?" Lin Shen graciously picked up this glass object and said softly, This is a solar-powered nightlight. A very practical thing." "Something practical?" Princess Changle was even more puzzled. Any way she looked at it, these little blaze things looked like decorations more than anything else. Lin Shen explained, "What are you guys using for lighting at night now?" Princess Changle tilted her head, think carefully for a while, a face of disgust, said, "Are using oil lamps, lit after a dirty room grease breath. Smoke flavor is also big, can be annoying." Lin Shen smiled and said, "Then you might as well try this solar night light of mine. For lighting at night, it's definitely too much better than an oil lamp." Princess Changle looked at the nightlight in Lin Shen's hand with a skeptical expression. "Are you sure this thing is for lighting?" Lin Shen smiled and didn't say anything, just gently flicked the switch above the nightlight. Whoa! A clear, bright yellow light instantly exploded from the nightlight. It's not quite to the extent of incandescent lighting though, but it's also much brighter and cleaner than the light coming from an oil lamp. Princess Changle's eyes were flashed and her entire body froze. This glazed vial, is it really a tool for lighting? Chapter 3 Li Shimen's Shock. Princess Changle subconsciously opened her mouth and asked, How does this thing emit light? I didn't see you light it. Lin Shan smiled mysteriously and shook his head. This is an exclusive recipe. It can't be leaked out easily. But with this thing, it has a downside. Princess Changle asked rhetorically. What shortcomings? Lin Shan replied back. Just like its name. During the daytime, it needs to bask under the sun, absorbing the sun's essence and storing energy, so that it can glow at night. Princess Changle's eyes went straight. This sounds too much like the fairy magic of a talkie novel. How much does this thing cost? Princess Changle asked with some exuberance. This kind of good-looking and practical thing was too much in line with her aesthetic as a princess. Lin Shan held up 2 fingers. Something like this is only 2 taels of silver. Princess Changle sighed in relief. 2 taels of silver. It's still within her range of acceptance. But Princess Changle was now torn. These things are too good. She reached out to her maid and asked, how much money do we have in our hands now? The maid opened the purse, counted in a low voice, and quickly returned. Gong. Miss, you still have 12 taels of silver. Princess Changle could not help but frown. I just hate that I'm so poor. After hesitating for a while, Princess Changle sighed. Bring me a box of matches, 2 lamps of this or whatever, and replace all the rest with fish and tofu for me. She simply took the purse and gently placed it on the counter. Not going to keep even a silver dollar or 2 for myself. Lin Shan smiled into a flower. No problem. Wait a moment. I'll load it for you. You are going to help me spread the word a lot. Casually pulling over a cloth bag. Within a few minutes, he had filled it and submitted it to Princess Changle. 12 taels of silver. It's been open for just 1 day, and it meets the 1/10 requirement for the primary draw. Even if you want a premium draw yourself, it's just around the corner. Princess Changle happily hugged these things and walked all the way to the imperial city, having long since left behind the fact that she was out to play. Lin Shan reclined back into the rocking chair behind the counter, humming a little tune. These goods themselves, the price is not set high. It's not that one is kind-hearted and doesn't want to make money. Just one thing he knows very well. Luxury goods are certainly not as lucrative as daily necessities. He's losing money. It's also unlikely that anyone in the Great Tang can come up with things like matches, fish tofu, and solar-powered nightlights besides himself. As long as he wanted to, even if he priced it at 100 taels of silver apiece. Then there were people who wanted it. But how many people can buy 100 taels of silver each? Even if 100 people bought it, it would only be 10,000 taels of silver. Sell more to make more money. Snacks like fish tofu, you just can't stop eating them. If it's too expensive, then you can't afford to eat it. Same goes for nightlights. Regular fixtures naturally last a long time, but this kind of nightlight does not have a long lifespan. Even if you hold it carefully, you can only use it for 3 to 4 months at the most. And if you are not more careful, this kind of glass product is fragile again. And this thing is still to use solar charging. Home if you do not have more than a few, and rainy days, then you can only go back to using smoky oil lamps. So if these things are sold too expensive, too few people can afford to use them. How much can that little spending money bring to Lin Shan? Let's take fish and tofu as an example. A penny a packet would be well within the acceptable range for those lords and nobles. And even for the common people in Chang'an City. Eat a dozen packs a day. A person a month, that is a couple of silver. Large and small honored at least tens of thousands of people. Even if half of the gluttony on his fish tofu, a month is also several tens of thousands of silver into the account. Several premium draws. Lin Shan was still able to rationalize these truths. Back to the imperial city. Princess Changle beautifully changed into her regular clothes, took the matches, and fish tofu, solar-powered nightlight on the rush to the Daming Palace. Li Shimin was being served by Empress Changsun, taking care of official business. Knock, knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded. Enter. Li Shimin was concise. Creaking, the door was pushed open, and Princess Changle walked in with a bounce. Father, I came to see you. Empress Changsun reached out and wrapped her hand around her at once, dotingly saying, how big of a girl. At your age I've already married your father. You're still like this, and it's time to curb your temperament. Princess Changle hugged Empress Changsun's arm and said, Mother, Changle knows. Li Shimin raised his head with a gentle smile. Little Changle, what are you looking for father for? Mentioning this, Princess Changle proudly raised her head and said in a loud voice, Father, I went out of the imperial city to play today and came across a store that can be interesting. Hearing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but slay his face. Going out to play again? Ah, did you bring any guards? Princess Changle's body stiffened and scrunched her neck. Bring it, father, don't worry, I'm fine and safe. Li Shimin sighed. This firstborn daughter of his is most like his nature. Young, active and idle. In a place like the imperial city, it was indeed a bit stifling to her nature. Girl, remember, must pay attention to your own safety. Save any accidents. Bring more forbidden guards. You must know, This outside world can be treacherous people's hearts. Li Shimin raised his hand and touched Princess Changle's head, said in a doting manner, since she can't control her, then protect her safety. Only Changle has this kind of treatment. Other princesses want to go out of the imperial city, which is not so simple. As a princess, you should act like one. Princess Changle nodded her head obediently. Understood, father. Li Shimin asked, what did you say about coming across a store that could be interesting? Princess Changle's voice was once again excited. I'm telling you, father, that store is interesting. Did you know that the door to that store is made of metal that doesn't show any signs of being poured? You can see inside from the outside. There's a table in the store that's made of crystal glaze. Li Shimin's eyes flooded with light, and with a sweep of his eyes, he landed on a side table. Spare an emperor like him can only afford crystal glazed glasses too, making doors out of metal. The ones in the imperial city were, and Li Shimin wasn't too envious. Something like using a glaze as a table was something he had only ever thought about in his dreams. Is there really anyone else in Datong who can afford to shell out that kind of money? It made him a little envious. He also wanted to enjoy this rare treasure of the world. Which store is it? Li Shimin asked curiously. Princess Changle frowned and shook her head. I don't know. It seems like it's not the store of those uncles and uncles' families. That boss is a bit odd. Not my Datong people's looks. Speaking my Datong words, but with short hair and wearing clothes that are not my Datongs. Li Shimin frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a nonconformist among the noble families of Chang'an City. Is it some kind of hidden family? That's what he was thinking. Princess Changle continued to gush. The things sold inside can be interesting too. Father, look. With that, she pulled out the matches. Green and oily, reflecting faint microwaves in the oil lamp's illumination. What is this thing? Having never seen this before, Li Shimin was a bit curious. Princess Changle was proud. This is called a match. Something for making fire. Much better than a fire discount. The owner says it will keep for as long as you want as long as it doesn't touch water and doesn't become damp. Princess Changle took one out with incomparable skill and lit the match. Orange flames popped out. Startling Li. To be able to start a fire so briskly, and not even see signs of flame before that? The bottom line is, as long as it doesn't touch water, it will last for a long time. Having marched and fought for so many years, Li Shimin thought of the strategic value of this thing almost instantly. If an army could have such a treasure, it's just so much easier to pick up the stove and cook. His own daughter had made a trip out of the imperial city and had managed to find such a treasure. Can really God bless Li Tang, is a great blessing. Changle put the matches on the table and held up the fish tofu again, tearing open the bag and holding it in front of Li Shimin's mouth. And this? Father, this stuff is delicious. Chapter 4 Li Shimin's decision. Li Shimin reached out and took it, but did not immediately open his mouth to eat. He is in a special position. Being the emperor of a country, he would not eat such exotic food without being tested. A middle-aged man approached from the shadows aside. Pulling out his knife, he cut off a small piece of fish tofu and stuffed it into his mouth. At that moment, the man's eyes went round. Li Shimin frowned. This stuff is poisonous? The man touched his stomach and there was no discomfort. After a few minutes, there were still no problems before he shook his head. Your Majesty, this is non-toxic. It's just that I've never eaten anything so delicious before. Yummy? Lu Ren was his personal bodyguard, so it could be said that whatever he had eaten, Lu Ren had also eaten. The mountains have been tasted. I can't believe I'm saying this. Never had anything so good? Li Shimin was a bit curious and opened his mouth to take a bite. The general feeling of an explosion in the mouth. He couldn't help but stare at the object in his hand with wide, stunned eyes. Princess Changle tore open another bag and handed it to Empress Changsun. Mother, you eat too. Empress Changsun also opened her mouth to eat it, getting into the same general state as Li Shimin. They want to eat it, but they can't afford to. This kind of detonation of taste buds in general taste. They have lived for so much of their lives, but they really haven't eaten. Looking at Li Shimin's posture of wanting to eat, but not daring to continue eating, living like the first time I ate fish tofu, Princess Changle could not help but cover her mouth and let out a laugh. Father, this thing can be a lot of it. I just don't have much silver. Just bought more than 80 packages. Empress Changsun keenly grasped the numbers in it and opened her mouth to ask. There's not much silver, and you can still buy more than 80 packs? What is this kind of delicious eating called and how much does it cost? Princess Changle obediently returned. The boss said that this kind of food is called fish tofu, and it's 1 penny silver per package. What a fish in tofu! Li Shimin laughed out loud and complimented. It has the freshness of fish and a texture that is even smoother than tofu. A rare find. Princess Changle said, if father likes it, send some people to buy it every day. The boss said that the things in his store are as many as he wants. Even if it's 1 million of them he can take them out. Hiss. Hearing these words, Li Shimin narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he swept his gaze and landed on the matches, tentatively asking, "What kind of matches are these, and how many do you need as well?" Changle nodded heavily. "Yes, and the price of such delicate contraptions is cheap, only 2 coins of silver. Surprisingly, it's not something precious." Li Shimin ate the rest of the fish and tofu in one bite, playing lovingly with the matches. He asked casually, "Where is that store?" Princess Changle returned. "It's in Taiping Fong. The store is very recognizable. The one with an unknown medal for the door is." Li Shimin nodded and gave a wink to the 1,000 bull guards beside him. The man nodded gently and walked out of the Eastern Palace without moving. Princess Changle picked up the last item and held it to Empress Changsun as if offering a treasure. "Mother, there's also this. It's something called a solar-powered nightlight, and it's a hard name to remember. It took me ages to get it down." Li Shimin glanced at it and didn't put too much stock in the thing. In its opinion, it was nothing more than some kind of artifact made of glaze, very pleasing to little girls. But for him, the emperor, matches held a greater place in his heart. Princess Changle was still explaining at length. "The boss said that this thing is a kind of lamp." Li Shimin issued the same question as Princess Changle had earlier. "Lamps?" Princess Changle nodded heavily. There was a snap. "Trigger the switch." The nightlight gave off a burst of clear yellow light, directly over the oil lamp on the side. Li Shimin drew himself to his feet. The god looked at the glazed product with a stunned expression. Surprisingly, it actually emits light. Li Shimin pursed his lips, and turned his head to look. The oil lamp on his own table suddenly felt that this fine craftsman burned out of the copper lamp. Not as good looking as before. Princess Changle didn't notice her father's dissimilarity and was still explaining excitedly. "The boss said that this kind of thing needs to suck the sun's essence during the daytime, so that it can glow at night." Listening to this kind of esoteric explanation gave Li Shimin a feeling of being out of this world. The current Li Shimin was not yet old enough to believe in ghosts and gods, especially something like this, sold very mercenary in a store. It struck him that it was more of a delicate object made by a strange man. He just doesn't know the principle. Li Shimin looked at the solar-powered nightlight on the table and asked softly, "How much does this thing cost?" 2 taels of silver. Princess Changle obediently quoted the price. Li Shimin followed up with, "And also as much as you want?" Princess Changle nodded heavily. Li Shimin frowned and stopped talking. The mind was more than sure that the store wouldn't be anything god-awful. What god is so mercenary? The heart was even more extremely curious about that store. Pure iron for the door and glazed glass for the table. And to come up with delicacies he's never eaten before. Elaborate creations he's never seen before. There was some more talk of family matters. Princess Changle then retired to her own chambers to enjoy the fish and tofu. She's just gone ahead. Lu Ren, the 1,000 bull guards, then returned from outside the palace. "Your Majesty." Lu Ren knelt on one knee and sang. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you find out anything?" Lu Ren frowned and asked with a puzzled expression, "Your Majesty, I went to ask the undesirable people in Chang'an City, and they said that before this, there had never been such a store in Taiping Fong. It's as if came out of nowhere overnight." Li Shimin's frown tightened. "Suddenly appearing overnight?" Lu Ren nodded heavily. "Yes, such a special store would definitely be on the minds of those undesirable people if it had appeared in the Taiping place before, but it wasn't until today, when I went to them, that they realized that it was a bit unusual for such a store to appear over here." Li Shimin waved his hand, thinking darkly, "In this case, I'll grant you 1,000 taels of silver to go over there, and all of it will go to buy some kind of solar-powered nightlight and matches." Li Shimin's voice was firm. "Let's see if he really just has that much goods. By the way, that fish and tofu also buy me some over." Chapter 5, Big Business. Lu Ren led the way. Taking the note that Li Shimin had written for him, he paid out 1,000 taels of silver at the House of the Interior. Holding the 60-pound box, he headed for the Rui supermarket. Lin Shen now had a bit of a headache. Ever since Princess Changle left, the store has had no customers coming back. It was the passers-by who were curious, but after a glance at the imposing iron gate, they were a little too timid to come in. This gave Lin Shen a bit of a headache. He hadn't really thought about it. Titanium doors are naturally imposing, but as soon as the average person sees this door, I don't think it's a place for ordinary people to set foot in. There is an invisible threshold. Lin Shen was thinking about how to solve this problem. Outside the door suddenly walked in a man dressed in brocade, sweating and panting with a box half the size of a man in his arms. Walking all the way from the imperial city, carrying more than 60 pounds on his back was also a great burden for him. It was Li Shimin's close guard, Lu Ren. Carefully, he pushed the door open and stepped in. "This guest, what is it you want to order?" Lin Shen got up from his chair and asked slowly. Lu Ren arched his hand. "The one who came today is my lord. I was ordered by her to come over and buy some more things. There's 1,000 taels of silver in this box." Lin Shen's eyes instantly lit up. All ready to be used to buy things? Lauren nodded. Yes. Lin Shen reached out to the bottom of the box, and Lu Ren only felt a lightness in his body. And this huge box was propped up by Lin Shen with one hand. His other hand wasn't idle as he reached down and opened the case and began to count it up. After having the ancestral dragon bloodline, Lin Shen didn't have much of a concept of weight. He acted very relaxed. Seeing this scene, Lu Ren's heart tightened. That's a 60-pound box, the weight of a calf. So easily. One-handed? Looks like a practiced man. Lu Ren slightly gripped the saber at his waist and tensed up a bit. Lin Shen didn't notice Lu Ren's small movements at all. He counted a few times in a coping manner. The system in his head gave a response to make sure that there were 1,000 taels of silver in this box, and he put the box down with satisfaction. Only then did he turn his head, and said softly to Lu Ren, "Say it, what kind of things do you want? I'm not lying about what I said to your lady. I have as much as I want here." Lu Ren stroked his chin, did some mental math, and said softly, "Give me 1,000 packs of fish tofu, and buy matches and solar-powered nightlights for the rest." He watched Lin Shen's expression with careful attention, but it was impossible to discern any emotion other than joy. Lin Shen nodded. "No problem, but I have to go to the back to get the goods, so wait a little." With that, he hugged a box of silver and, walking briskly to the back, the house behind the supermarket, of course, was not a warehouse, but an area where he lived on his own. It was just that he couldn't blatantly, in front of Lu Ren, go and extract these goods from the system mall. He just wanted to make money. He didn't want to be a godly man yet. It wasn't long before Lin Shen walked out of the house, holding several large boxes. "Here, what you asked for." It. Lin Shen gently placed it on the ground and reached out. 2,250 boxes of matches, 445 solar-powered nightlights, and 1,000 bags of fish tofu. Looking at such a large pile of things, Lu Ren's brain hurt a little. It took him over an hour to count them all, and there were no quantities missing. Lu Ren nodded and let out a light smile. "Thank you, boss." Lin Shen waved his hand. "Just come and patronize more in the future. Introduce me to more guests. You don't know. Once the passers-by see my door, then they don't dare to come in." Lu Ren snapped. "If it is not my family adults, let me come over. If I pass by, I do not dare to come in. Take the iron to do the door. Do not know what you do for a living." Lin Shen shook his head. "Hey, there's too much gold and precious stuff in the house, so you have to guard against flying thieves, don't you? Tell your friends and family to come and visit more often. We have a new batch of goods going on the shelves at the supermarket tomorrow, so stop by then." "New stuff?" Lu Ren froze and asked suspiciously. "Also odd objects like matches?" Lin Shen nodded. "Pretty much. I'm not thinking about it right now. There's a possibility that it's eaten as well, and it definitely won't taste any worse than fish tofu, or it could be household goods. It must be good anyway." Lu Ren's face grew cautious. "Yes, I will speak to my lord." When he finished, he squatted down, held the cardboard boxes, took a deep breath, and pulled hard. He let out a muffled yelp. His face was stifled and his arms were filled with a reddish blood color, but the box was just barely picked up by him. Together they weighed almost 400 pounds, an extremely heavy burden for him. Lu Ren tried to take a few steps forward. His feet stumbled and his center of gravity was unsteady. Lin Shen's eyes were quick, and he reached out to support these things with one hand, while the other hand was supporting Lu Ren. Lu Ren's pupils shrunk violently. Looking at Lin Shen's arm dragging something was full of incredulity. What he could only barely hold up seemed so light in the hands of the shopkeeper. "You can hold it up with one hand and it looks effortless? How physical and strong must you be, to be able to make it this far?" Lin Shen shook his head. "You're pushing it too hard on your own. Why don't you go back and call a few people over to help you first?" Lu Ren was a bit bashful and nodded. "Okay, boss, you wait a bit, I'll just go out and greet them." After that, he pushed the door straight out. Within a few moments, they let a couple of delinquents in, one in a box, and left the supermarket carrying the items. "Wait until they're completely gone." Lin Shen rubbed his hands together, his eyes glowing. 1,000 taels of silver for a big deal. I really didn't expect to make so much money on my first day of business. Is it saving up? Waiting for enough 10,000 taels for a premium lottery? Or do we start with an intermediate draw? Lin Shen was a little hesitant. He opened the system's lottery panel and began to think about how to spend the 1,000 taels of silver. For the primary draw, an item is randomly selected. The intermediate draw, which is a random selection of 3 items, doesn't seem as cost-effective as the primary items, but there is a certain chance of drawing something more precious and of a higher quality. The advanced draw, which is a random drawing of 5 items, has a greater chance of drawing something more valuable and of better quality than the intermediate draw. As for the general category of godly draws and special category draws, That wasn't something Lin Shen was considering right now. That all had to be 100,000 taels of silver to be extracted once. Lin Shen gritted his teeth. Then let's have an intermediate draw. It's not like money stays in your hand and produces babies. It's spent to bring in a bigger bang for the buck. Chapter 6 Lipstick, Soap and Knives. One-shot intermediate draw. The broad category of choice is naturally the department store merchandise category. Lin Shen was now very clear that before he had made a good relationship with the higher-ups of the Great Tang, there was absolutely no sales route for extracting military martial arts goods. Those things, only the Great Tang Empire can eat them. The common people, and even the honored ones, can only die if they try to eat it. With Lin Shen's choice settled, a pale golden screen appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! The lottery is starting. Please be patient with the host. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for unlocking items, normal quality items, soap, high quality items, chopper, lipstick, color of your choice. Hear the system prompt. There were also 3 icons flashing in front of them. Lin Shen had an unexpected surprise. It's amazing that the mid-level raffle can draw something this good. Soap and kitchen knives naturally go without saying, which are artifacts that crush this era. That lipstick is a killer. What era and what woman doesn't want to be more attractive? Not to mention the Great Tang, a time when women's style was extremely popular. Lipstick, the gold that will make all women mesmerized and crazy about it. Do not see those girls in later generations, who do not have a dozen lipstick in their hands, even if they do not use it, like a hamster grain, in the hands of several kinds of color. Something that really collects gold. Lin Shen hemmed and hawed, taking out a few lipsticks and setting them on the counter. With a big killer like that in place, not to mention high-level draws, even if it was a special draw or a god-level draw, he could go for it without any heartache, just as Lin Shen was dreaming of his fortune. Imperial City, East Palace. Li Shimin looked at these boxes laid out in front of him with a surprised face, looked at Lu Ren and the several panting, exhausted delinquents beside him, and asked in a shocked voice, did he really just take out these things with his hands? Lauren took a few breaths. Yes, although I'm not sure that there are millions of goods as the princess said, but at least 1,000 taels of silver he lifted with ease. And, Li Shimin raised his eyebrows and asked softly, and what? Lu Ren frowned. And that store owner. His strength is terrifying. All this stuff, it takes 5 of us to carry it back, and we're all exhausted. But that as, the owner of Rui Supermarket, only needs one hand to be able to pick up these several hundred pounds of goods, and it doesn't look like he's struggling at all. Li Shimin frowned deeply and didn't say anything. This kind of strength can be described as natural divine power. Even Qin Xiong and Chang Diajin, who followed him to fight the world, did not have such great strength. Lu Ren continued on. By the way, sire, that store owner also said that there will be new goods on the shelves of his supermarket tomorrow. New goods? Li Shimin's eyes flooded with light. Tomorrow you will go over for me and see what other exquisite objects will be available. Also, the identity of this shopkeeper, you must give me as soon as possible to find out clearly. I would like to see, just from where to come out of the character. Lu Ren nodded heavily. Look at the matches. Solar-powered nightlights and fish tofu all over the place. Li Shimin couldn't help but gulp. Oh no. It's into contemplating what to do with these things. Day 2. Lu Ren was waiting in front of the entrance of Rui Supermarket early in the morning. It wasn't until after the sun had risen and the entire street had begun to buzz with activity that the door to Rui Supermarket slowly opened. Boss, why did you sleep until now? Looking at the sleepy Lin Shen, Lu Ren's tone was somewhat helpless. He's never seen anyone who does business like this. The Datong people do business. That's all hard work, but all the stores are open when it's slightly light. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it early enough to miss the guests. Open the door one more time and there's a possibility of more money coming in. But look at Lin Shen's appearance. This is to sleep until the natural wake up. Sleep a big full. Lin Shen stretched a lazy waist. Sleep that is not still have to sleep enough. You come over so early for what? Lu Ren scratched his head. Didn't you say that there would be a few new goods on the shelves today? So my lord told me to come over early to see what kind of things they are. Your goods are all new and exciting. Lin Shen reached out and pointed to a shelf on the side. It's all up there. Go take a look yourself. Lu Ren padded over to take a look. On that shelf were 3 new items in addition to the 3 he had bought yesterday. At the head of it was a 4-square cardboard box with just a few Chinese characters simply printed on it. Soap, fresh mint flavor. This made Lu Ren a bit puzzled. Peppermint was something he knew. A chewy treat used for recreational purposes on weekdays. But now that he had fish tofu, he preferred it to the mint leaves that taxed his teeth after chewing too much. To pass the time during breaks, Lu Ren casually unwrapped the carton and took out the contents. It's a somewhat dry piece, but very delicate to the touch. Can't see what this thing actually does. Lu Ren held up the piece and beckoned to Lin Shen. Boss, what is this? Lin Shen raised his eyes and casually explained. That thing is called soap. It's used for cleaning. It's much better than soap horn, earth and wood ash or something like that. It washes clean and has a fragrance. But I'll tell you what, you're going to have to buy that one when you get it unsealed. 1 or 2 silvers a box. Hiss. Lu Ren sucked in a breath of cool air. 1 tael of silver for such a small thing? You're really losing out on your own hand. Lu Ren carefully put the soap aside. 1 or 2 silver things. That cannot be treasured to use. He reached out and picked up the kitchen knife that lay next to the soap. The entry is heavy. The smooth surface of the blade that could almost reflect the silhouette of a person. Nice snowflake pattern. It caught his eye. He was a connoisseur of playing with knives, and just by getting his hands on one, he knew how good or bad a knife was. This odd-looking sword was actually no worse than his saber in terms of quality. The sword he was holding was created by a famous craftsman from the Forge Bureau, although it is not as good as those famous swords and knives in the world, but it's also a great knife of top quality. Chapter 7, The Charm of Lipstick. Playing with the sword in his hand, Lu Ren couldn't help but sigh a little. This knife would be nice if it were a little thinner. It's so wide, it's not good to carry it around. Suddenly, Lu Ren heart a beat. Remembered this store before a few items of that are not limited. It would not be so good knife, will also not be limited. He took the knife, waved it at Lin Shen, and asked, Boss, how much is this knife? That knife? 5 taels of silver a hand. Lin Shen looked up and casually replied. Lu Ren had some difficulty breathing. A twitch of the heart was hard. His saber, however, cost him a full 300 can, or 300 taels of silver. You can buy 60 of these broadswords. If he had his own knife, much better than this broadsword, he would feel better in his heart. But there is not much difference in quality. That's a generous boss. Is this sword also as much as you want? Lu Ren asked, almost gritting his teeth. Lin Shen nodded. Right. Lu Ren asked again. Selling blades with such fanfare, aren't you afraid that the Ministry of Public Works will investigate you? The Tang dynasty did not have strict controls on weapons. The average scholarly family has its own organization for building blades, but all have a default unspoken rule that they will not sell their blades to the outside world, and keep the ones they build in their own homes for private use. Lin Shen looked at Lu Ren with a strange face, a little puzzled. This knife is used to cut vegetables and meat. It's just a usual household item. How is it a weapon blade? Lu Ren raised his eyebrows, his emotions a bit unmanageable. This knife is just for cooking? Lin Shen nodded his head rightfully. You've never cooked before. The kitchen knives used at home all look like this. If it's a weapon blade, using this kind of knife isn't just looking for death. Lauren took a deep breath and put the knife back on the shelf. Poverty limits one's imagination. That was all that was going through his brain right now. In his opinion, it was a shame that such good steel wasn't used to build weapons. However, in the eyes of the owner, these are just choppers? He glanced over and landed on the last item on the shelf. A tiny box. On the outside there was also a sample. A metallic cylinder. Lu Ren couldn't help but gulp. Boss, what's the last thing you have on this shelf? A kind of concealed weapon? Lin Shen shook his head. He also admired Lu Ren for this kind of pie-in-the-sky thinking. Opening his mouth, he explained, that's not a concealed weapon. It's something called lipstick, which you can understand as rouge, used by women. Hearing that it was not a concealed weapon, Lu Ren could not help but be a little disappointed. He's the straight man of steel, doesn't understand how attractive lipstick is to women. Li Shimon's orders were for him to bring back a copy of everything, so this is something that he's going to ask for a price on as well. But in Lu Ren's eyes, this kind of thing is not worth a few dollars. Just so small 1 or 2 silver hold up. Then how much does this thing cost? Lu Ren asked. Lin Shen hemmed and hawed. This is one of the most valuable things in my store. 100 taels of silver apiece. 102? The hand that Lu Ren had just touched over, directly retracted. He can't afford to pay for this if it breaks by accident. Lu Ren's eyes widened. Boss, why is your lipstick so expensive? I've never heard of such an expensive rouge being sold. Lin Shen smiled coldly. This thing of mine, can it be compared to ordinary rouge? 100 taels of silver. Then I'm still picking up a bargain to sell. This answer left Lu Ren a little dumbfounded. 100 taels of silver, or picking up a bargain to sell? Lu Ren went silent. He felt a huge shock to his worldview. Lin Shen waved at him. Come over here. Lu Ren walked up to the counter and looked at Lin Shen in disbelief. Lin Shen said softly, I know, you definitely don't have 100 taels of silver on you, and this is not a small amount, so I will smear a little on you, and you go back and let your family's adults take a look at it. Women are going to get this stuff and how attractive it is. With that, Lin Shen picked up a large red-colored lipstick and prepared to apply it towards the back of Lu Ren's hand. Frightened, Lu Ren directly fell back several steps, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Don't! I am a 7-foot man. How can I use a daughter's rouge? Lin Shen sighed. I'm not asking you to put it on your mouth. Just a little bit on your arm so that your lord can see the color. Lu Ren was justified in his death. It just wouldn't let rouge taint his straight man of steel body. Seeing his reluctance, Lin Shen could only sigh and leave it at that. Lu Ren took out 7 taels of silver ingots from his pocket and gently placed them on the counter. Boss, I'll take one of each of those soaps and kitchen knives, and bring them back to show my lord. Lin Shen nodded. No problem. Take it yourself. Lu Ren turned back while asking, by the way, I've been here twice and I forgot to ask the boss your name. Lin Shen lay down on the rattan chair and said slowly, free of your surname Lin. Lin Shen, just call me Boss Lin in the future. Listening to the accent, Boss Lin is not from Chang'an? Lu Ren asked seemingly carelessly. Lin Shen poked his head in. Came over to poke around? Lu Ren's body trembled slightly and he was busy shaking his head, casually asking, why is Boss Lin so sensitive? Lin Shen smiled shallowly. Don't inquire about so many things. My presence is only beneficial and harmless to Great Tang. By the way, go back and ask your lord to help me publicize it more. After a while this supermarket of mine will also launch a membership card. When the time comes, you adults will directly get a senior level. Lu Ren was a bit confused by this passage around. Membership card? What is that? Lin Shen said. It's when you buy something from me, the silver you spend is all credited to you as a credit. Save up a certain amount of credits and you can exchange it for some goodies from me. Lu Ren kept this passage deep in his heart and arched his hand at Lin Shen. Then on behalf of my family's lord, I would like to thank Boss Lin first. Lin Shen waved his hand. Help me publicize more publicity on the line. This has just opened. There are not many guests. Business is very cold. Lu Ren took his things and pushed the door open to go out. Just happened to be a couple of noble women passing by. They are all the inner circle of the lords of Chang'an, and today they have taken the time to come out and get together. Isn't that the 1,000 bull guards behind his majesty? How did they appear here? Look at his arms, as if he had come to purchase something for his majesty? Sister Sun, I see that he came out of this store. Why don't we go in and take a look? Sun followed the man's finger and saw the front of Rui Supermarket. Her husband is a military general. The sight of the imposing iron gate now brightened her eyes and she nodded. Let's go in and take a look then. A group of women, then, clustered toward the supermarket. Chapter 8, Crazy Women. Whoa, the women walked in clusters. I wonder if it's psychological. They always felt that it was even a little brighter in this store than it was outside. Seeing so many guests, or women coming in, Lin Shen's eyes glowed. He stood up from the rattan chair and greeted. Several guests inside please. What do you want some? A handsome young man. A few of the noble women smiled dementedly. The Tang dynasty had a very open culture, and women did not shy away from pointing fingers at men. Sun revealed a gentle smile. This little brother. I don't know what that 1,000 cowguards lord came over to buy just now. 1,000 cowguard? Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. The man who came to buy things for his own lord was 1,000 oxen guard. It's kind of fun, Lin Shen thought while not delaying his business. And when he saw this group of women, his eyes instantly lit up. Not that he had any interest in the young women. Rather, it's because they're women. Here comes the lipstick business. It's just an item from the small store. Lin Shen responded with a smile, saying that he picked up the lipstick on the table and waved it in front of the group of women's eyes. This thing called lipstick. Sleek metal casing. There's also a light scent. The shiny look instantly inspired this group of women to be possessive. Sun took a big step over and asked with some heat in his voice. Boss, what's the use of this thing? Lin Shen smiled and said, this is a kind of rouge I developed to apply on the mouth. Sun frowned and said softly, so it's just a kind of lipstick? It's not the same as the lipstick you're thinking of. Lin Shen smiled and shook his head, while softly explaining, the lipstick on my side is not vermilion sand or animal fat. It's safe and non-toxic, so if you're willing to give it up, there's no problem to eat it as a meal. Hearing Lin Shen say this, the group of women burst out into demented laughter. Lin Shen continued to explain, and this kind of lipstick of mine, the color is not like the general lipstick. There is only one color, jade red, spring plum red, acacia red, date red, even pink, purple, cyan and even black on the offside. I have whatever you need here. This large string of words came out of Lin Shen's mouth. The group of women, their hearts thumped. Lipstick is not at all new to their group of women. Who doesn't have a few boxes of rouge at home anymore? But this stuff, it's all 1,000 shades of big red. It's all stuff blended with vermilion. Use this for yourself and others. Naturally, that makes them unlikable. But this lipstick rekindles their love of rouge. So many colors. Can I try it? Sun stared straight at the lipstick in Lin Shen's hand and said such words in a ghostly manner. Lin Shen nodded. Of course, you give me your hand. Sun obediently put her hand out. Put. Lin Shan gently twisted, the lipstick poking out a tip that flicked across Sun's white wrist, leaving a faint red color. It's an aromatic leaf red different from the big red. There is a hint of pinkish red in the pail. The group of women chirped and murmured. It's really not big red. That's a pretty good color. Good stuff. It sets off Sister Sun's skin a lot whiter. I just don't know if it's really any other color. Try it and you won't know. Another woman walked out and looked at Lin Shan. Boss, can I try another color of lipstick, please? Lin Shan nodded. Of course. What color would you like? The woman wondered. Really any color? Lin Shan smiled and said, yes, we have all the colors you want here. The woman thinks for a moment and whispers, lipstick in the color of green lotus? As soon as her words were out of her mouth, the woman behind her snorted and laughed. Sister Du is so whimsical. I can't believe I'm using this color. Does it look like a demon? There shouldn't be this kind of color. It is said that it is difficult to mix this kind of color even if Danking Deo wants to mix it. Lin Shan shook his head and reached under the counter, actually extracting a green lotus color numbered lipstick from the system mall, while saying softly, please, ladies, don't doubt the professionalism of the small store. When I say that there are all the colors that you want, then there will definitely be. With that, a lipstick was taken out from underneath him and unscrewed to reveal a deep purple color. This startled Lin Shan. In the latter days, few people use lipsticks of different colors. This Mrs. Du has such a wild heart? Mrs. Du reached out her hand, revealing her wrist. Lin Shan lightly scratched on it. It then left a deep purple mark. Mrs. Du's face shook. It was exactly the purest green lotus color, with no impurities at all. She cupped her wrist and looked at it, loving it. Sun looked at the two lipsticks on the table and asked softly, boss, what is the price of a lipstick like this? Several of the other women gave curious and hot stares. They are desperate to know the price. This unheard of rouge is so fascinating to them. This very natural color is an effect that no rouge today could possibly have. They can't wait to own one if the price is right. Lin Shan revealed an innocent and harmless smile. Lipsticks like this are actually very cheap. The original price is 300 taels of silver. I've just opened my business now and I'm doing an event. A single one only costs 100 taels of silver. That is to say, what would have required you to shell out 300 taels of silver is now only 100 taels of silver. Hear that price. Many of the noble women looked embarrassed. 100 taels of silver. Their husband's salary for half a month is almost this. Even if the original price was 300 taels of silver, now it was only 100 taels. Just for such a rouge. No matter how excited his heart was, he didn't dare to pull out this silver. But for the truly top honchos like Sun and Mrs. Du, the price wasn't that expensive. Even, the original price was 300, but now it was only 100, and there was a feeling that if he bought this lipstick, he would earn 200 taels of silver. Sun gritted her teeth. I'll take one in this color. Lin Shan nodded. No problem. Take the favor of 100 taels of silver. Sun took a deep breath and said softly, I'll take this lipstick away for now. If you want to have time to make a trip towards the Duke of Lu's residence, naturally I'll give you the silver. Lord Lu? That's not just Qingbong. This small, gentle and mature-looking woman was actually the wife of the big and bold Chang Biaojin? It's still a little hard to imagine. However, even after bringing out Chang Baijin's name, Lin Shan still shook his head decisively and refused. Sorry, small business. One hand silver. One hand goods. Sun was a bit surprised. Do you know what Duke Lu is? And you can't trust his name? Lin Shan smiled and said, of course I know. Lu Zhou assassin. Lu Guo Gong Chang Biaojin. Sun couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Then you still can't trust him? Lin Shan smiled and said, Zuanfu is certainly a loud man, but his face can't yet break my rules. Want to spend money in my store? The most basic that to keep my rules. It wasn't the first time Sun had seen someone who didn't give Chang Biao face, but those before that were either old friends like Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong. Otherwise, it is Du Rui and Wei Zhang, who are not inferior to Chang Biaojin in status and position, and who are unselfish and unsympathetic with an iron face. In addition to this, even Li Shimen had to sell Chang Biaojin a thin face. Where did this young man get the nerve to say such a thing? Chapter 9, The Greatest Showman. The appeal of lipstick is just too great. Even if this person didn't give face to her Sagittarius, she wouldn't choose to roll her eyes. Since he wouldn't come to the door to get the silver, he had to go back and get it himself first. Mrs. Du also nodded. This green lotus color lipstick, but also trouble boss, you keep it for me. I am Du Rui's wife. This afternoon I will branch out to bring the silver. Lin Shan smiled and nodded in agreement. No problem. Sun and Mrs. Du opened their mouths. The rest of the group of women, also one after another. 3 people opened their mouths, each asking for a lipstick. 500 taels of silver in hand. Lin Shan was beaming with joy. Lipsticks are really lucrative, and it's only 5 of them. and they've put together half a mid-level draw. Write down the names of these people in turn and come up with a pre-order list. The group of women were satisfied and were on their way home to get their silver. Lin Shin wouldn't let them go. Come into your own store and want to leave without spending any money? Where's the beauty in that? Pre-order? Pre-ordering doesn't count as spending. It doesn't count as spending when you don't even have the silver in your hands. Not at all. Lin Shin said softly, don't be so anxious. Several ladies. I have a few things here that are very suitable for the ladies. Would you like to come and take a look? Hearing this, they chose to stay back. Lin Shin introduced them to the solar-powered nightlight, the soap, and the fish tofu. Have to say, these three things are extremely lethal to women. Everyone bought at least a month's supply. Soap is also made available at least 1 bar per hand. Like Sun, who was not poor in money, even bought 10 pieces in one breath. They didn't let go of food like fish and tofu. One person also bought at least 10 bags. Wait for the group of women to leave. Lin Shin smiled and counted the silver on the table. 128 taels. That's the kind of silver these women, without any preparation, contribute to themselves. Some truths have remained unchanged through the ages. Take for example, women's money is just going to be better than men's. A woman from a noble family is just as efficient as a woman from a noble family. Morning appointments. The silver was delivered in the afternoon, and 5 lipsticks were eagerly received home by the girls. Lin Shin did not choose the primary draw. After getting a taste of the mid-level sweepstakes, Lin Shin had already made up his mind that as long as he didn't turn into an African, then he would always follow through with the idea of having intermediate draws if he could, and advanced draws if he could. This afternoon, Li Shimin was a little quiet. Look at the 2 items on the table. He was filled with confusion. Soap, kitchen knives. It all gave him a strong sense of strangeness. A feeling of powerlessness beyond his control rose in his heart. The texture of the soap, some like grease, but after washing with water, it is extremely dry feeling. Not at all grease, that slippery touch. It was a material he had never seen before. The same goes for choppers. Cannot see the slightest trace of pouring out, as if born out of the general. All excellent stuff. The Ministry of Industry could not find even one craftsman who could make an object similar to it. Li Shimin sighed and said softly, haven't you found out the details of that store owner yet? The owner of Ruby Supermarket is named Lin. This was the news that Lu Ren had poked around. But there is no family named Lin in Detang. Li Shimin vaguely remembers. Sui has a right minister as Lin's surname, but that Lin's surname is very small. Just Xinghua, a small family, can't get this kind of delicate object. Lu Ren shook his head. I'm incompetent. I haven't found out yet. I've already let the 1,000 Bulls guards go to Xinghua, a round trip of 2 months, and then I'll be able to find out if this person is from the Xinghua Lin family. Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh again. It's hard on you guys. He reached down and picked up the cleaver, examining it for a long time. This knife, did he really say it was for use as a cleaver? Lu Ren nodded with an odd expression on his face. Li Shimin asked again, did he really say that the knife is also available in unlimited quantities? Lu Ren nodded again. That's what Boss Lin said. With his demeanor, he shouldn't be faking. Li Shimin went silent. When he was still Emperor Tang Taizong, fighting for his own father, he hadn't felt that there were so many things in the world that he didn't understand. When he ascends to the throne, he realized that the world was so strange. Arrange a group of people to keep an eye on that store day and night. Li Shimin waved his hand. If there is any movement, report it to me at the first opportunity. Lu Ren nodded. Understood. Li Shimin turned his head and picked up the kitchen knife. The surface of the knife vaguely reflected his bitter face, and there was a deep weariness in his tone. I really hope that you can be as beneficial and harmless to my great Tang as you say. The one who couldn't calm down, besides Li Shimin, was the pile of women who had bought lipstick. After Sun waited for lipstick to arrive home, she invited the wives of several of her fellow ministers to host a tea party. Sun was the last to appear, walking to the pavilion with the support of her own maid. Just take a seat. Chang Sun Wuji's wife, then frowned and asked, today's Sister Sun seems a bit different. Yes, it feels like Sister Sun is more feminine. Yuchi Gong's wife, surprised a voice. Fong Shenling's wife, also very surprised, said, surprisingly, it made even a woman like me have a touch of heart. How did you do it, Sister Sun? Sun didn't say anything, but soon they realized the source of this strange charm. It originated right from Sun's lips. The faintly rosy, natural color that set off Sun's charm all climbed up a knot. Sister, on your lips, are you using a new lipstick? Mrs. Fong looked at Sun and hesitantly opened her mouth to ask. Sun nodded, her face full of pride. Her small vanity had long been held high by the surprised, envious gazes of these few people. Of course, the color of this lipstick should be quite good, Sun said with feigned modesty. Lady Changsun nodded, more than good. This color sets off Sister Sun as if she were a fairy coming down to earth. Sun covered her mouth and laughed softly. It's not that exaggerated. And this color of lipstick? Where did sister buy it? Mrs. House asked a crucial question. Sun waved her hand. It was bought from a store called Rui Supermarket in Tapingfang. And this one lipstick isn't too expensive. Just 100 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver? The price really surprised them a bit. Even the best rouge store in Chang'an City, the most expensive box of rouge was only 10 taels of silver. This lipstick, it's 10 times the price. Sun looked at them and beckoned. The maid of honor, on the other side, then carefully came over holding the lipstick, the shiny casing, and the tip of Koho's lipstick poking out like a sharp horn, instantly drew the eyes of several other women. That's lipstick? Mrs. House's voice trembled a little. It wasn't quite the rouge she'd expected. To look a little better. Sun nodded, the original price but to 300 taels of silver. Just hit. Is the boss to sell my husband face? Only charged 100 taels of silver. She was going to say discount, but that seemed to be a bit of a loss of face. And in mid-sentence, she changed her tone a bit stiffly. It was just that a few of the others, with their attention on lipstick, hadn't noticed her slip of the tongue. Chapter 10, Selling Like Crazy. So well sold. The portions are so much more. 100 taels of silver. Does not seem to be very expensive. It's still within the range of acceptance. With their status, they were able to buy a few bottles at the drop of a hat. Sun covered her mouth and laughed softly. You guys are unaware that this stuff works on men. I just turned around in front of my husband, and he's a big old man with straight eyes. One kept asking me how I had suddenly become so good looking, and had to promise him that I would talk to him slowly about the reasons for this in the evening. It made the group of women stare round. This lipstick, is it even that attractive to men? The culture of the Great Tang is such that the status of women is not much lower than that of men. But the man is always the dominant one, the head of the family. That is, Chang Daojin is a bit special. Only married sons, this one daughter-in-law. Whether it's Mrs. Changsun or said Mrs. Fong, they all have a little one at home. As they get older, they are afraid of growing old. His own husband no longer wanted to be close to him and turned his head to hang out with the little ones. Now with this lipstick, seems like you wouldn't have to worry about that? Mrs. Fong spoke up again and asked, Sister, is this mouth grease only of this color? Sun shook her head, but it's more than that. The boss said that there are lipsticks of any color. It's the Du family's sister. Who wants a bottle of Qinglian color lipstick? The boss can take it out. Lipstick in green lotus color? Several women froze. This is just outside their perception. Can all these weird colors be made into lipsticks too? How on earth is this color, which is so difficult to blend out of a tannin, made into a lipstick? Enough about lipstick. Sun again proudly displayed the soap she had bought. Sisters, look at this. This is called soap. It's used to clean your body, and after you use it, your whole body smells good, like a natural body odor. Several women tried washing their hands with soap. Sure enough, it carries a light, refreshing scent. I'm afraid this stuff isn't cheap. Mrs. House held the soap, her mind active. That lipstick just now cost 100 taels of silver. A soap like this costs 200 taels of silver? She couldn't help but feel a little emotional as well. Sun is really willing to spend money on herself. Several hundred taels of silver were spent without batting an eye. Sun shook her head. A soap like this would only cost 1 or 2 silver pieces. A silver dollar or 2. They both looked at Sun in shock. Such a delicate soap, but only 1 or 2 silver dollars? This is even more shocking than the appearance of lipstick. There are more than just good things in that store. Sun pursed her lips and smiled with pride. She loved seeing that look so much. It gave her the mentality of a know-it-all looking at dirtbags in general. The heart can't be too comfortable. Instead of this being a tea party, might as well be a sales pitch. Sun later took out things like fish tofu and solar-powered nightlights. In exchange, naturally, are these women? Incomparably marveled at the look. Not to be outdone. After coming out from the Lu Guigong mansion, they rushed to Taiping Fan without stopping, wanting to take advantage of the curfew before the curfew, to buy these rare things, into their hands. But when they got there, Lin Shen had long since closed the door and gone back to the back room to sleep and rest. Early the next morning, Lin Shen had a hard time getting up early. When you go to bed early, you naturally get up early. After washing up and changing out of his pajamas, he had just walked to the front room, and through the window, he could see a dark group of people outside the house. This gave Lin Shen a big shock. Carefully opening the door, Lin Shen looked at the group of people outside the door and asked with a frown, "What do you want to do by waiting here so early in the morning?" A little girl dressed as a maid said softly, "I have come to do some errands by order of my lord." "Me too. Me too." There was an echo from the crowd. So many people are coming over to buy something? Word of mouth fermenting so quickly? Lin Shen was a bit surprised and waved his hand. "All right, line up one by one and take your time." This day was extremely busy for Lin Shen. Even if the word hasn't gotten out yet, However, there are quite a number of lords and nobles who are close to Chang Diaojin's family. The group of women couldn't get lonely when they heard about Sun. The bigger lineage can still afford to bite the bullet on lipstick. Smaller worldly families, for the time being, can't afford to spend 100 taels of silver on lipstick. But things like fish tofu and solar-powered nightlights, more or less, would like to have some at home. Lin Shin was busy from morning to night. It was only then that the 50 or so people were sent away. Even with the ancestral dragon bloodline, there was a slight feeling of back pain. The results, though, are remarkable. Sold over 30 lipsticks. Of course, it's not the big one. The best seller is fish tofu, a snack that every family has as many of as possible. Next is the solar-powered nightlight. Who would let go of this clean lighting tool to use that oil lamp that gives off a strange odor? Soap and matches, which are everyday items, are not sold in the same quantity. Counting all that silver from before, Lin Shin had a full 9,321 silver taels in his hand, and was only one step away from 10,000. Premium drawl. This was a small goal for Lin Shin. The word of mouth of Rui Supermarket began to ferment in the circle of honored people. Every woman is proud to own a lipstick. They also gradually began to take pride in being able to eat fish and tofu. Like this flavorful treat, it's unique in the entire city of Chang'an. Anyone who serves guests without a plate of fish and tofu will be labeled as poor or unseasoned. Even civilians, they are starting to hear these rumors. It's famous, although it could not be called a big fire. In the circle of honored nobles, the store, Rui Supermarket, had already become a paradise for them to shop. There are only 6 items, but each one is a gem. Lin Shin busy day after day exhausted, but looking at the hands gradually accumulated silver. Inner heart is also full of strong sense of satisfaction. 3 days later, Lin Shin lay on the bed and looked at the numbers displayed in the system panel. 15,497 pieces of silver. Except for the first day when sales had an explosive figure. Sales gradually stabilized over the 3 days. You can get about 2,000 in silver per day. This was quite a bit higher than what Lin Shin had imagined. A wave of premium raffle prizes is ready. Lin Shin rubbed his hands together and tapped the advanced draw button with a cautious face. Ding! In the middle of an advanced draw. Please be patient with the host. Lucky draw complete. Please host check for rewards. Chapter 11 Princess Changle and Princess Changyang. Over the top sweepstakes. The rewards of the advanced draw were soon unfolding before Lin Shin's eyes. Congratulations to the host for unlocking items, normal quality items, towel, water warmer, high quality items, cigar tongs, glass, self-heating rice, flavor of your choice. The unlockables are pretty moderate. Towels, water warmers, these are very basic everyday items. From the emperor down to the common people, the demand for them is not small. The high quality of the stuff left Lin Shin a little surprised and shocked. I was shocked that I had smoked the cigar tongs. Can this still be listed as a high quality item? But what's the use of asking for it yourself? There's no one in Datong who smokes cigars, but the remaining 2 things both surprised him. Not to mention things like glasses. It's been a while. The people who came and went to his store were careful, afraid of touching these delicate things. There was even a great longing in his eyes when he saw his glass counter. Lin Shin could tell that there was a deep desire for glassware hidden in their eyes. The appearance of glass cups, I think, can again cause the group of honored nobles in the city of Chang'an, and even the ordinary people's pursuit. Of course, the one that Lin Shin valued the most. It's self-heating rice. He's not a history buff, and knows that there's a huge problem at any time in history. Food shortages. Even in places like Chang'an City, there is still a group of people who can't get enough to eat. The advent of self-heating rice is an effective solution to this problem. This is the kind of stuff that would drive the Datsons crazy. However, Lin Shin wasn't prepared to take it out now. Just selling it as a commodity wouldn't bring out its full value. If one's memory is not wrong, there seems to be a plague of locusts in Datong this year. Come to the Tang dynasty. The emperor is still a 1,000-year-old emperor like Li Shimin. Lin Shin just didn't plan to, for the rest of his life, hold a supermarket, sell groceries, and be a mediocre richest man in the great Tang dynasty. The blood in his bones told him to be a great man. The self-heating rice came at a good time. Lin Shin planned to save this for the locust plague. When the people of the world have no food to eat, bring out the self-heating rice, charge the Great Tang some small fees, and win a chance to step into the imperial court in name only. Lin Shin didn't take out the self-heating rice. Just take the first 4 items and put them on the shelf. Towels are a penny silver each. Cigar tongs are $2 in silver. Warming jugs and glasses are slightly more expensive, costing 1 or 2 silver pieces each. Lin Shin wasn't afraid that too much glass would cause the glaze to depreciate. Datong doesn't have the process of refining transparent glass. As long as this process is not developed, then the glass he's holding, that's a rarity. There is no fear of others lowering their prices to compete with them. It didn't cost him anything. Anyone who tried to fight a price war with Lin Shin would only be putting himself in a position of death. After drawing his reward, Lin Shin yawned and shuffled off to sleep. It's been a busy few days for him. The next day, after opening the door to another wave of guests, it was finally time to get some refreshment. Lin Shin is resting on a wicker chair. Another person walked in. Princess Changle was still simply dressed, and in her hand was holding a little powdered girl who looked only a year or two younger than Princess Changle. She was Princess Changle's own sister, and her title was Princess Changyang. In the Imperial City, Princess Changyang has often heard her own sister talk about the opening of a novelty store in Taipingfang, called What Rui Supermarket. Changyang still remembered Changle's face when he was lying on her bed, talking about Rui Supermarket with a dandy look on his face. The boss looks good. Everything you buy is new. The boss speaks in such a soft voice. The food was delicious. Boss, mention the merchandise far less often than you mention the owner. Changyang was curious in her heart, but she was too timid to go out of the Imperial City by herself. So she pestered her sister Changle every day, asking her to take herself out to play. 4 days on end. Nagara was so pestered by her that she had no temper. Plus the fish and tofu had already been eaten, so she had no choice but to agree to bring her out. Supplement yourself with a few small snacks along the way. Today, he asked Empress Changsun for permission to bring a few plainclothes-dressed 1,000 bullguards out of the Imperial City and came straight to Rui Supermarket. Boss, I'm here again. Nagar gently tapped the counter and coldly grunted. Lin Shin slightly narrowed a slit in his eyes, glanced at him, and gently nodded. Coming what do you want to order today? It was the first customer in his own store, the girl from the rich family. Princess Changle cocked her head and said softly, I brought my sister here today. Is there anything new in the store? Lin Shin reached out and pointed. It's all on the shelves over there. See for yourself. Lipsticks and glasses instantly steal the eyes of Princess Rapunzel. One metalwork, one glazed, bright and shiny. Nagar picked up the lipstick and studied it for half a day by herself, not knowing what it was good for. Boss, what is this thing? After really not being able to figure it out, Princess Changle looked over blearily and asked softly. Lin Shin glanced over. That's lipstick. 100 taels of silver apiece. 100 taels. This figure made Princess Changle's heart tremble a little. She couldn't get the proceeds of her fiefdom yet, and with her monthly routine money, she couldn't afford such an expensive product. Nagar carefully put the lipstick bottle back in its place, then pointing to the glass cup on the shelf, he asked, Boss, what about this glazed cup? Princess Changle had never seen such a clean glazed cup. Even the one glazed cup used by her father, there were stars and impurities in it, and in some parts there were small white misty flakes, similar to fogging. The quality is better than what the emperor used. Instead of hiding them as heirlooms, such cups are sold on the shelves in a big way. Wouldn't it be a shame if this broke? Lin Shin softly replied back. That cup is 1 or 2 silver pieces apiece. If you take more, I can even give you a discount. 1 or 2. Princess Changle's brain was a bit down. A glazed cup of such good quality was only 1 or 2 silver pieces. Buy more and get a discount? What does that mean? Princess Changle's voice trembled a little. Boss, how many of these glazed cups do you want as well? Lin Shin pulled out a long tone. Nah. Changyang was looking on from the sidelines with his eyes glazed over. She's not very old, but it's clear as day whether or not any of these things are good. Like the soap, the glazed cup. It was a good thing that her father and mother didn't own. But here, it's just sitting on the shelf with a big grin on its face. And it's only a silver or 2. She could buy a dozen of them with her monthly routine money. Princess Nagara picked up a glass and some more fish tofu and slowly walked over to the counter. Looking at the counter with several lipsticks similarly placed, she was curious in her mind. Although the time she had been in contact with Lin Shin was very short, she was also clear about a pattern. The more expensive something is in this supermarket, the better it is too. Like this lipstick, can be sold for 100 taels of silver. I'm afraid it's an excellent one. Princess Changle didn't hold back and opened her mouth to ask, Boss, what does this lipstick do? Chapter 12, Assurance as a Sister. A kind of thing that girls use, similar to lipstick. The quality is much better than the lipstick you use, and there are many more color varieties. Lin Shin tilted his head, softly explaining, I remember that guard from your family didn't come to ask. Didn't he talk to you about the lipstick? A guard? Princess Changle quickly responded. What Lin Shin was talking about was the 1,000 bull guards that father sent to inquire about the news. The 1,000 bull guards are under the authority of their own father. She herself was nothing more than a princess, so how could the 1,000 bull guards possibly report back to her? Princess Changle cleared her throat. Ahem. Looks like I'll have to go back and punish him for not telling me something so crucial. Seeing her so outwardly strong, Lin Shin instantly became clear in his mind. He waved his hand, no longer testing the little girl, and said softly, I can give you a trial run. Princess Changle's eyes lit up. Really? How should I try it out? Lin Shen bristled. Let your sister come. I'll use it on her. Princess Changle's eyes widened. Why should my sister come? Can't I? Lin Shen said righteously. I still think your sister is a bit cuter. Princess Changle raised her hand and pinched her face. For the first time, I was skeptical about my looks. Is good looks worthless in the face of cuteness? Lin Shen had already turned to this little girl with a smile and asked softly, What's your name? Hello boss? Just call me Chang Yang, Princess Chang Yang said in a well-behaved manner. Lin Shen beckoned. Give me your hand. Chang Yang was good and obedient and put his hand out. Lin Shen casually picked up a lipstick and flicked it on Princess Chang Yang's wrist, leaving a light, faint red color. For a little girl like you, this light-colored lipstick suits you best, Lin Shen said with a smile. Shiroyo's eyes lit up. This color. It would be awesome to put on your mouth. Thank you boss. Chang Yang carefully retracted his hand and cupped his wrist, somewhat reluctant to put it down. Looking at this little powdered loli, a bad thought suddenly arose in Lin Shen's heart. Do you want lipstick? Lin Shen said in a light voice. Chang Yang nodded. But I don't have that much money, so I'm afraid I'll have to save up for a few months before I can come over and buy lipstick. Lin Shen continued. Your sister is the first customer in my store. I'll sell her face. As long as you call me a good brother. How about I give you one? Princess Changle gritted her teeth as she listened from the sidelines. Both said they were the first guests. How could you even give the opportunity for such a cheap good deed to Chang Yang? I'll also call you a good brother. How about you send me a lipstick too? Princess Changle was a bit red-eyed and timidly opened her mouth. Lin Shen looked at Princess Changle and pretended to have a difficult face. The heart is soothing. It sure feels great to molest a little girl. You should know that Lin is not a vegetarian. Princess Changle pampered herself and said, Good brother okay well. Lin Shen generously waved his hand and handed a lipstick to Princess Changle. Fine. Just for your good brother. I'll give you one. Princess Chang Yang originally had some hesitation, but when she saw the lipstick that Princess Changle was hugging with joy, it made her resolve immediately. Not to mention calling one good brother, even if it's 8 or 10 good brothers, that's what you can call. Anyway, the boss was good looking, so he wouldn't be at a disadvantage if he called him a good brother. It's lipstick. Princess Chang Yang took a deep breath and said timidly, Good brother. This delicate voice called Lin Shen's bones a bit tingly. Good. Then this lipstick is for you. Lin Shen generously handed the item over. Princess Chang Yang received it with some surprise. 100 taels of silver on a stick. And you're giving it to yourself just by calling out to your good brother? Thank you boss, Chang Yang said excitedly. Lin Shen shook his head and immediately corrected his mistake. From now on, all of you should be called good brother. Understand? Shiroyo hesitated for a moment, nodded, and rephrased, Thank you good brother. Lin Shen's heart was immensely satisfied. Little Lori really is the most well-behaved creature in all the land. Changle held the lipstick in her own hand and eyed the one in Princess Qingyang's hand again. It always seems like it's better in someone else's hands. It's only 100 taels of silver. Sure enough, go back today, and pester the father, to get their own fiefdom of those silver in the hands of. Get one of all the shades and go home and stock up, even if you can't use it. It's excellent to have in your home as decoration. The two of them picked out some more things, dropped more than 20 taels of silver, and left in a hurry. Just walked out the door of the supermarket. Princess Changle then said indignantly, Sister, this lipstick should be given to sister to use sometime. Princess Chang Yang decisively refused. Why? This was given to me by my good brother. That was given to you for my sake. Princess Changle justified herself, staring straight at the lipstick in Princess Qingyang's hand. If I wasn't your sister, the good brother wouldn't have given you the lipstick. Princess Chang Yang shook her head. Not at all. The good brother will definitely give me the lipstick. I see that the good brother is giving you the lipstick for my sake. Princess Changle was furious. On what grounds? Princess Chang Yang made a face. Because sister is a manly woman with no womanly flavor on her at all. Good brother wouldn't like a woman like you. Good brother obviously prefers a cute type like me. Princess Changle took a deep breath. Good you little ninny. There is so choreographed sister? Where am I not feminine? To beg for a fight isn't it? Princess Chang Yang hummed lightly. If you hit me, I'll tell my good brother that you're not cute at all. So he'll hate you and stop selling things to you. This threat made Princess Changle's hand movements give way, and she couldn't help but curry favor by saying, Sister, we're sisters. We don't have to do this. Seeing as I'm your sister, this lipstick is also for me to use for a while, and I'll share mine with you. And when I bring the proceeds of my fiefdom from my father, I'll give you one straight away then. Princess Chang Yang looked at Princess Changle suspiciously. Really? Princess Changle nodded heavily. Of course, sister promises. Only then did Princess Chang Yang agree somewhat reluctantly. Alright, then I'll lend you the occasional use. But sister must remember that you still owe me a lipstick. The 1,000 Bulgards on the side watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh. These two little grandparents. The Lee family is really hard to serve. It's getting to be night. Lin Shin opened the system panel and today's accounts fell into his eyes. The gain was 2,126 taels. Not much different from the other day. The customers remain the same as the lords. Slightly better than the last few days though. At least today there were 2 or 3 civilians that dared to push their way in and take a look around. Although the price dissuades them. But it's a good start. His business, it is expected, will not be long before it spreads to the common classes. Turning off the lights, Lin Shin went back to the back room to wash up and get ready for bed. The streets were silent. A few straggling men quietly appeared at the entrance of Rui supermarket with an excited look on their faces. Chapter 13, Hey, smash not bad, pissed off? The night is dark and windy. A good time to steal chickens and dogs. Third brother, I say we really go after this family? One of them spoke up, somewhat hesitantly. The man who was called third brother slapped him hard on the back of his head and said sternly, you don't think about it. How rich must the owner be if this store can take such a large piece of fine iron to make a door? If we do this job, everyone will get at least 400 or 500 taels of silver, maybe even thousands. We've earned all the silver in our lives. Another spoke up, frowning, that's what I'm afraid of. Third brother, but the fact that he can do that means he must have some connections behind him. Scholars, farmers and businessmen. It's a class that's been constant for thousands of years. Merchants are the lowest class of existence among the commoner classes. In the early Tang dynasty, there was even a rule that merchants were not allowed to take the imperial examinations. Can be in the typing square such as the foot of the imperial city to open store? More or less in those who have some connection with the world noble family. Especially when it's still possible to get something like lucite. A businessman doesn't have the social standing to use something this good. Chen San snorted and shook his head directly. What you can think of? I can't? I've been feeling out this store for the past few days. It has nothing to do with the great and small lords of our Chang'an city. Someone worriedly said. Third brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you. It's just that you're still able to find out about those noble lords? Chen San spat. What's the matter? Don't you trust your third brother? A few of the others looked hesitant. They are all hooligans and gangsters who hang out in the city. Barely not reduced to slavery, but there was a good layer of chasm with the scholarly class, not to mention with the high and mighty nobility. It would be a hell of a thing for his own third brother to know about the great nobles. Chen San gave a heavy cold snort. It was more or less a bit of a loss of face to be rebutted by one of his own men in such a way. So what if it belongs to those noble lords? Chen San looked at the iron door, the fire in his eyes sizzling. We've been squatting here for days, and we know that this store doesn't have a guard. Grab a fortune and go. A few hundred taels of silver can marry several of his mother's wives. If we can't stay in Chang'an, we'll go to Luoyang and Yangzhou. Not much better than being a punk in Chang'an? Marry several bridesmaids. This wonderful word made the group of punks yearn for it. They are the bottom of the social ladder who can't even afford to hang out at the hookah. When I was growing up, I only tasted women in my mouth. Chen San with them, gradually a little impatient, one by one in the daytime said so good. I just ask you, this thing to do or not to do? The few remaining men, with a clench of their teeth and a heartfelt nod of their heads, said heavily, bottoms up. Chen San sneered, just do it. The owner of this store is an idiot, thinking that putting up an iron door will be a defense against the likes of us. You see there are a couple of glazed windows above the house, and let me tell you, glazed things like that are brittle enough to break open with a light smash. We'll climb in through the window, and then we'll roll up the silver, and we'll leave straight away in the morning. The world is so big, and those noble lords will still want to find us? With that, he copied a rock from the side of the road, walked over to them in a furious manner. Clunk! The stone in his hand then smashed on the glass window, but don't say shattered. It just didn't even shake a few times. Chen San was a bit embarrassed. The front foot just said that the glass is brittle, but he's so smashed, but did not break the glass window. He coughed softly and forcefully explained. It's because I didn't exert much force just now. You guys get ready. When you go in later, take whatever is worth it. Clunk! With that, he raised the stone in his hand high again and slammed it against the glass window with all his strength. It still didn't smash. It didn't even manage to smash out a white spot, except on the glass window, leaving a little stone chip mark. Hiss! Chen San couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This glass is so hard, stones can't break it. Third brother, can it be smashed? Behind him, there was a man who couldn't bear to watch and spoke up. Why don't you let me give it a try? I more or less still have some strength. Chen San was a bit exasperated and stepped back, handing over the stone in his hand. Come on, you do it. The man was not polite and took the stone. He wasn't lying when he said he had strength. At 5'9", he was considered a top-notch head in the Great Tang dynasty. He was one of the few people in the group who still had a decent job. Working as a laborer at the docks, 1 or 2 taels of silver can be had in a month. An unusual person can only carry up 1, or at most 2, bags of rice, but he can carry up 4 or 5 bags. The strength of the force is evident. He gripped the stone and heaved it at the glass window. There was a loud clunk, like thunder. The entirety of the glass window couldn't help but tremble a few times under the immense force, but it still didn't break. It stuck firmly in the border, bisecting the supermarket and the world outside. In two, he was green in the face. With all his strength, he couldn't even smash a piece of glaze? You know, even if it's a piece of iron, then it should become bent. The man tried a few more times, and there was a clanging and clanking sound as the glass window trembled and looked like it might break at any moment, but in reality, it stayed firm, not a single crack produced, only to turn back and say sardonically, "Third brother, this thing can't be smashed." Chen San's face was gloomy as he looked at the transparent glass window. The heart is not willing, just one step away from rolling away thousands of taels of silver in this store by myself. It would be too humiliating to just leave. House. Lin Shen is sleeping soundly. Beside his ears, a system beep suddenly came. Ding, prompting the host, there is a group of petty thieves outside, trying to break into the supermarket to carry out robberies and thefts. Lin Shen was woken up and rubbed his eyes in a daze. Pull up the surveillance, I'll take a look. Swoosh, a ghostly green screen of light then bounced out, revealing itself before Lin Shen's eyes. The view from outside the supermarket is shown on it in real time. There was also a small sound coming through. He doesn't get to play on his cell phone or computer though, but things like monitoring come with the system. Not only can you monitor the picture, but also the sound. 4K HD picture, 360-degree surveillance without dead angle. It was a black tech product that he couldn't even quite understand. Outside the supermarket, 4 men have gathered and are discussing how to break a glass window. Hear that big quote. Lin Shen couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Trying to break the glass window. You really think that the glass in the supermarket is as fragile as the glaze used by the Great Tang? The glass in the supermarket is made of excellent quality tempered glass. Even a fully loaded truck crashing through may not be able to break this glass. Just a few people still want to break through this defense? The system had arranged titanium doors for the supermarket, so how could it leave such an obvious loophole as a glass window out? What a daydream. The system asked. What does the host want to do with them? Lin Shen thought about it. Definitely can't let them go. If he's harassed every night for 3 days, does he want to sleep? Chapter 14, It's useless to call me an ancestor. If only there were cell phones. Directly make a phone call to the police. Oh, Tang Dynasty's called the bad man. Cannot go out to the bad man, can call over the good. Lin Shen sighed and got up from the bed with difficulty, counting on not being able to get on the bad guys. You have to step up to the plate yourself. System, open the door, Lin Shen ordered as he dressed. These little s. He'll have to take care of it. Outside the supermarket, the group tossed and turned for a while longer and still couldn't break the glass window. Exhausted, one by one, they sat in front of the supermarket, spitting their tongues and panting like pugs. I say, third brother, let's retreat. A man spoke up, scratching his head. The undesirable people will be coming over on their nightly rounds later. If they see us, we'll have to take another beating. There is a curfew in Shangan. Unless there was a wedding, funeral or bad luck, or a serious illness to buy medicine and ask for a doctor. You could go out in the middle of the night and not suffer a penalty. Otherwise, it's still out on the street at this hour. They all have to go to the Chang'an magistrate's office for a boarding. Chen San frowned and sighed softly. Then let's spare him for today. Tomorrow night we'll come back to see how to break open this broken glazed window. Just as they were talking, a soft, urgent voice suddenly came from behind him. Click dash. Like a drop lock, they followed the sound and looked over, and the titanium alloy door, which had been closed tightly just a moment ago, opened on its own at this moment. A few of them looked at each other. What? What's going on? We didn't do anything. Why did the door open? Is this haunted? A man opened his mouth, his voice a little weak. Chen San was also a little scared in his heart, but the thought that the door was opened, and all that white silver, and himself were no longer an obstacle, it tickled him to no end. Looking at a few people who had just sworn that they would empty the supermarket of silver, there was now a strong sense of withdrawal on their faces. Chen San was ruthless in his heart. We are all young and strong lads. What demons and devils are we afraid of? If there really is a ghost, it's more like it's going to run when it sees us. A couple of the remaining people didn't say anything. Chen San continued. I don't think it could be a ghost. At the foot of this imperial city, with such a heavy dragon's chi, what kind of ghost can survive here? I guess it's just that we moved too much just now and shook down the bolt. So it's God's will that the door was opened at this time. This means that God wants to let the brothers have a good life. Speaking of which, The sense of panic brought on by the suspicion just now dissipated quite a bit. Yeah, this is the foot of heaven. Their majesties are still great generals who have been fighting for a long time. What kind of ghosts and monsters dare approach the imperial city? Then go in and take a look? They looked at each other, and after cheering each other on, they got up from the ground and carefully made their way to the supermarket. They had just gone into the supermarket before there was a snap. The whole room was suddenly as bright as day. Out of nowhere, light was born to illuminate every corner of the supermarket. What's going on? Is this haunted? Sango, what's wrong? The group of punks were a little alarmed. This was a situation that they had not seen or even heard of before. Chen-san took a deep breath and waved his hand. Don't panic. This could be a nightshade. I have heard that the night pearl produced in the East China Sea is as bright as day in the night. I guess it is this kind of thing. One man asked. Night pearl. I've heard it's worth a fortune. A hint of greed flashed in Chen-san's eyes, and he nodded heavily. Yes, this thing, the night pearl, is 10,000 taels of silver sold out and someone will buy it. Brothers, we must find it. We're rich. Just as they were hotly debating, Lin Shen yawned and walked out from the back room, squinted at them and said softly, "What's the hair? Making a scene in the middle of the night? Won't you let people sleep properly?" The voice caused all four men to stiffen slightly. It's amazing that there are still people in the supermarket, either a fellow of this store or the owner of the store. Chan-san, what should we do? Someone panicked, not knowing what to do. They'd done the chicken stealing thing before, but they'd never met the owner. Besides, it was only a small matter of a couple of silvers or two. It's a big business of several thousand taels of silver. Chen-san showed a vicious look on his face and said sternly through clenched teeth, "Are you the owner of this store?" Lin Shen nodded, looking at him with interest, and said softly, "Yes, I am. What can I do for you?" Chen-san continued to speak sternly, "Our brothers, recently a little tight. Want to ask brothers you borrow some silver to spend. If you are sensible, give us 1,000 or 800. Otherwise, don't blame the brother, I'm not polite." With that, he reached into his arms, pulling out a somewhat rusty dagger. Flair wiggled. Lin Shen looked at the rusty knife in his hand and couldn't help but be a little curious. "Are you threatening me?" Chen-san nodded. "What else? Come on, pull out the silver. Otherwise you have a life to make money and no life to spend it." Lin Shen wasn't scared at all. Don't tell me if such a short, rusty knife could poke a wound in a person. He strides towards this Chen-san. A hint of panic flashed in Chen-san's eyes. "What do you want? I have a knife in my hand. Stay back. I'm warning you. Hand over the silver, or you'll have no luck." Looking at him like this, Lin Shen could not help but snort. "I said that you were so wimpy. Don't learn people to rob homes? Will you use a knife?" He reached forward to snatch it. Chen-san yelled, and with a fierce heart, the knife in his hand stabbed out, but Lin Shen reacted quickly. With a raise of his hand, Zhang clamped down on Chen-san's wrist. With a tremendous amount of force, he immediately locked his arm, unable to advance even one more step. Chen-san showed a stunned look on his face. "You look so weak, but you have so much power?" Before he could react, Lin Shen's wrist flicked upwards, and his palm clamped down hard on Chen-san's throat. A huge force came, making Chen-san unable to breathe. In the blink of an eye, a yellow face was suffocatingly red. The man with the greatest strength on the side, with rounded eyes, exclaimed, "Let go of my third brother." With that, he rushed over, swung his fist round and smashed it towards Lin Shen's head. Slap! Lin Shen raised his other hand and grabbed the incoming fist. It's just a light flare, a tug backward. This Han Yu, like a tree branch, was plucked up by him and rose into the air. Knock! Lin Shen didn't hold back, avoiding the shelves and slamming them hard into the ground. This man was smashed 5 and 6, fell to the ground. Black eyes, could not stand up. The other two looked on, eyes glazed over. 100-pound man just grabbed it with one hand? It looks easier and simpler than catching a chicken. My God, is this still a power that humans can have? The two of them looked at each other. Their knees softened, and they decisively knelt down. "Grandpa, this grandpa spare your life." Lin Shen lightly glanced at them. "Grandfather? It's just useless to call me grandpa. Do you think I'm in your backyard, coming and going as I please?" Chapter 15, This gentleman is very generous. Hear that? The four men's hearts went half cold. Fight? They're not blind. One hand could have smashed the strongest one of them, on the ground, and he still can't get up. Lin Shen didn't think about killing anyone. Reaching out, he threw Chen-san, who was about to roll his eyes, onto the ground. Chen-san was dying and struggling, breathing in large gulps of air. "Say, who sent you guys here?" Lin Shen kicked over Chen-san, half crouched down, looked at them with cold eyes and asked softly, "How lucrative is your own business?" "One is well aware of it. 2,000 taels of silver a day. That's nearly 100,000 a month. To say it's a windfall would be an understatement. Lords are cannibals. This is true no matter what dynasty or country. Lin Shan was thinking that those punks didn't necessarily have the courage to lay hands on himself. On the contrary, those lords and nobles should be impatient to get their hands on themselves. Who wouldn't want to eat such a big piece of fat meat? Chen San's eyes were confused. What kind of question is that? No one asked us to come, he replied subconsciously. Lin Shan frowned. No one asked you to come. So what do you want to smash my store this late at night? Chen San shrunk his neck. I was listening to the Ho family's house guests. Said that you this business. Every day a few hundred taels of silver. Our brothers are looking for. Want to grab some silver from your store to spend. Lin Shan remained skeptical. Really? Chen San nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. What's your name? Lin Shan took a few steps back and reached out, ripping out the wicker chair behind the counter and laying down on it with a big grin. Chen San, is it true that no one instructed you? This master, you say this? This is not something honorable, or at the foot of the imperial city, except for us desperate and poor laborers. Who will do this kind of thing? Look at their looks, they don't look like they're faking. It's really not like someone assigned them. Which of the honchos will still be able to hold back and not turn on themselves? Lin Shan narrowed his eyes and played with his fingers. Those four people, kneeling in front of Lin Shan, were somewhat at a loss for words. What does this silence go on mean? If you want to kill me, just say so. Hanging on like that, in turn, made them even more terrified. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes and said softly, you guys, do you want to make some money? Of course I want to. Before Chen San could speak, someone on the side couldn't wait to speak. Lin Shan continued, then work for me. I won't pay you for the first month, just 3 meals a day. Think of it as your punishment for trying to smash my store and steal my silver tonight. Any comments? The four of them looked at each other. Is the punishment that light? Burglary is not an easy charge. Generally speaking, when a person is caught stealing, the government will sentence him or her to double the amount of money he or she has spent, which means to double the amount of money he or she has spent. On top of that, boarding and incarceration. If the amount of money is even larger, and the target of the theft is a nobleman, there are the most miserable punishments, such as exile and death. Just a free month of work. This should not be too easy for them. The four men nodded in unison. Lin Shan said softly, what you have to do is also very simple. Go to tea houses and restaurants to publicize the things in my supermarket. Try to woo me over. Any comments on that? By the way, talk to those cowpokes, and don't think any disrespectful thoughts about my store. Today I am in a good mood. Leave you a dog life, but anyone who dares to come back so, let him go to see what the king of hell looks like. Chen San and the others nodded in unison. Lin Shan nodded, that's fine. You guys just go back. Wait for tomorrow. Later I will ask. You all know how to read and write, right? For that matter. The four of them continued to shake their heads in unison. This master, see what you said. We are all under which know what words. Chen San gave a sarcastic smile and shook his head. Lin Shan frowned. Then you guys come over tomorrow and I'll talk to you about how to go about publicizing. He didn't know much about latter-day propaganda techniques, but according to the cat drawing tiger, even if it is some shallow things to take out, for now business is very barren of the big Tang market, is also extremely huge impact. Chen San and the few of them nodded heavily. Lin Shan waved his hand. Chen San and the four of them knowingly climbed up from the ground, poked their heads out, and then walked back in. Why are you guys back again? Lin Shan raised his eyebrows. He had just gotten up from the rattan chair, ready to turn off the lights and go back to the back room to continue sleeping. Chen San snapped. The undesirable people are patrolling over. We have to wait until they leave before we can leave, or else if we are caught by the undesirable people, we won't be able to curry any good fruit. Lin Shan nodded. Then you guys can wait here. Curfew. It is one of the most demanding jobs in the city of Chang'an. Inside each marketplace, there were dozens of people patrolling back and forth, just in case there were people who violated the curfew order. Pacific Place has always been a place where curfew orders are rarely violated. The foot of the imperial city routes is also the safest place, but today seems to be an exception. Cha Xiaoliang followed his usual inspection, and just as he walked down this alleyway, he saw an extremely dazzling white light, different from the light of the dim oil lamps that seeped out of the windows. This white light is as white as day. Curious, he walked over to take a look. It's coming from a store, Rui Supermarket. To the name, he was impressed. Not everyone in Pacific Place may have heard of this store, but in their bad crowd, this store, however, is extremely famous. You can't find a door made of metal in the whole of the Great Tang Dynasty. Not to mention, Thousand Cow Guard investigated this store. They are on tenterhooks every day for fear that something will happen to the store. See this light? Cha Xiaoliang's heart chilled. He busied himself with his lantern and walked over quickly. The door to the supermarket was open. poking his head inside. The owner, who was dressed in an odd costume, was lying peacefully in a rattan chair. One shakes and seems to be humming a little tune. There were 4 other men inside, well-behaved, standing side by side in the corner. Seeing them, Cha Xiaoliang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. These 4 people, they could all be his acquaintances. That Chen San has never read a book, but his mouth can talk a lot. He has always looked down on the honored nobles and the clansmen. And if he wasn't afraid of the private soldiers of the nobles, he would have even dared to swear at them in front of the nobles. And that big brother, Cha Xiaoliang, had never seen someone with that much strength. All of them bad guys had invited him and wanted him to become a bad guy too, but they were rejected by Chen San. I seem to have heard that they roam around the neighborhoods and do some thieving. How come you're in Pacific Place tonight? Or in this store? Rui Supermarket? Intuition told him he should check it out. This place smells like a case. Cha Xiaoliang walked straight in and arched his hand towards Lin Shen. Boss Lin, what happened to you? Chapter 16, look at this glass cup. Does it ring? Lin Shen didn't say anything and just glanced at Chen San and the others. Chen San instantly shrunk his neck, let out a sarcastic smile, and arched his hand towards Cha Xiaoliang. This lord, we were passing by Taiping Fong tonight, and we accidentally forgot about the curfew. Walking here, one of the brothers started spilling his drink again and accidentally alerted the boss. It's also the kindness of the owner who was willing to take us in and let us spend the night here. Cha Xiaoliang looked at Chen San incredulously. Since when was he so good-natured? It was impossible for Chen San to know such a reserved person, or else in the first half of his life, he wouldn't have lived such a stifling life. Looks like this Lin boss, to be able to subdue Chen San in such a short period of time was a truly remarkable tactic. Looking at Cha Xiaoliang's gaze, Chen San subconsciously touched his neck. The red handprint marks on it are still clearly visible. It's only when you come back from the brink of death that you realize how precious life is. He doesn't want to die. Cha Xiaoliang arched his hand towards Lin Shen. Boss Lin, do you want me to invite these people away? Lin Shen stood up and shook his head. Although these people's sudden visit at night is a bit disturbing, it's nothing much, and let them stay here. But it's you who are working so hard, and have to patrol the night hard. Cha Xiaoliang was a little flattered and said that he did not dare. With that, he excused himself and retired. Just tell Lin Shen to close up shop early. After all, it's a curfew. Chen San, a few of them, did not dare to stay longer, and when Cha Xiaoliang's figure disappeared in the alleyway, they also hurriedly bid farewell and left. When it was daylight the next day, after the curfew had been lifted, he arrived early in front of the Rui supermarket. Wait patiently for Lin Shen to open the door. After getting Lin Shen's orders, they began to maneuver. 2 days later, in a tea house in East City, there were quite a few tea drinkers coming and going, gathering together to gossip and talk about what was new in Chang'an City lately. Chen San walked in with his stuff in his pocket, strutting, a sweep of the eyes, sitting at a table in the center of the entire tea house. Dr. T, bring a pot of good tea here. Chen San put on a broad-brush demeanor, pulling out an ingot of broken silver from his pocket, snapping it, and gently tapping it on the table. The store mate yells out, "Okay, customer, this will come to." Dr. T turned around following the sound, carrying a copper boiling kettle in his hand and cupping a white porcelain-covered bowl in his other hand, and was about to place it in front of Chen San. Chen San looked at it, frowned, and waved his big hand. "No need, I have my own tea set here." With that, he dug into his arms. "Just take out a glass and carefully place it on the table." Dr. T took a look and couldn't hold back a breath. "Yo, this customer, your heart is really big. So rare things dare to take out? Just don't be afraid of bumps and bruises." Transparent and pure cups. Dr. T froze. He had never seen a cup like this in his entire living life. Dr. T's voice was not small, and people around him dropped their eyes. Upon seeing the cup, a strange color flashed in his eyes. "That's a crystal glass, right?" "Yes, that's right. It's the crystal cup. I always used to hear the book people talk about this thing, but I never thought that I would be able to see such a thing with my own eyes. I have been to His Majesty's 100 Families banquet and have seen the crystal cups used by His Majesty, and none of them are of such good quality. Which family's son is this? He's so generous. If I had such a cup, surely I would have to offer it up as a treasure. This master still dares to take it out and use it. If by any chance it falls, the silver for nothing will go." The sounds of discussion around them caused Chen San to raise his head, a compliment or an exclamation to satisfy his little vanity. "It's not. It's fine. If it falls, it falls." Chen San remembered what Lin Shen had said to him, and with a big wave of his hand, he said boldly, "Although this thing is worth a bit of silver, objects aren't meant to be used." That's an atmospheric statement. The shocked colors of the people around them became heavier. "I've seen a man with a lot of bravado, but I've never seen a man with this much bravado." That one eager murmur drew over more people, almost the entire tea house. turned their gazes over. How much silver would you say such a cup would be worth? 10,000 less. 10,000? Joke, 10,000 is afraid you can only see it for a glance. At least 10 million can. You say this master is the son of which family? I seek to think that I have heard of such a character before. If it's not the Changsun family, I'm afraid it's Li. Who else in Chang'an City could use such a good thing? Right about this time, a man suddenly stood up from the tea table next door and pointed at Chen San and said excitedly, Chen San. You're Chen San. Chen San turned his head back and took a look at an unfamiliar face. Not a previously arranged brother. He wondered a little in his mind, but nothing had changed in the way things were going, so he nodded and responded, yeah, it's me. What's up, Chen San? Why does this name sound so cheap? It is true that there is a Chang surname in the Great Tang, but the difference between Chen and Chang, that is too big. The Chen family name. Why don't I remember such an honorable family in Chang'an City? Which family's son is this? And from Luoyang or Yangzhou at that? It's possible. It's not like it hasn't happened before when a scholarly family from out of town comes to Chang'an to strut their stuff. The one who called out Chen San's name became even more agitated. How can you afford such a good cup? Did you not steal it from one of the honored families? Stealing? There's something serious about that word. All of them cast puzzled glances. There should be no one stupid enough to steal something so valuable and dare to take it out and use it so ostentatiously. The man pointed at Chen San and yelled, I can recognize this Chen San. Although he is not a slave or pariah, he is a bandit and a rogue, usually living by trickery. Can he have such a good one, baby? Bandits and hooligans. Potholes? The gazes of everyone looking at Chen San became a little off, and some had even begun to survey the streets, staring to see if there were any undesirable people passing by. Chen San's face was not good. Said with a cold voice, I say you can't insult people's innocence for nothing. This cup is what I spent real money to buy. A cloud of laughter erupted in the tea house. The man snorted and waved his hand. As far as you are concerned, you can afford this kind of thing, not to mention selling you. Even if I let you fall back 10 generations upwards and sell them all together, I can't afford to buy such a treasure. Chen San carelessly picked up the glass and shook it in front of their eyes. It's worth a bit of money, but not to the extent that I can't afford to buy it even if it's sold. With that, he let go of his hand and with a snap, the glass smashed to the floor, shattering into a cloud of glass slag. Listen, you guys, does this sound it loud? Chapter 17, Tingy Supermarket Explodes. Everyone watched as Chen San broke the glass, crisp as the sound of their hearts breaking, a treasure they value so highly. Surprisingly, it was destroyed by Chen San, with such a careless attitude. Chen San, what are you doing? How could you do such a thing? An old man, who was older, couldn't help but howl. Sin, you're sinning. Chen San's palms were sweating. He was nervous now, too. First time in my life I've done something like this. Still, he had to follow the script given by Lin Shen. He took a deep breath and made an innocent expression on his face. It's just a broken cup. Why such a big reaction? The moment he said this, he was greeted with a violent spat the next second. Just to break a glass. Do you know how valuable a crystal glass of such good quality must be? You're going to be punished by heaven for destroying something so delicate. How did my hall, Chang'an, produce such a scum as you? Chen San shrugged his shoulders and gently tapped the table. This thing is not as valuable as you guys think. You can guess how much silver I spent to buy it back? There was a moment of thought in the tea house. In no time at all, someone quoted a price. I'd say it's at least 10 million guilders, right? 10 million kanji, or 10 million taels of silver. The Tang dynasty's annual treasury revenue was only 30 million taels of silver. One mouthful from this man is the entire Great Tang. 1/3 of the year's income. Chen San looked at the man and arched his hand. This brother, do I look like someone who can shell out so much money to you? The man was dumbfounded. As I just said, Chen San is a landlubber. Not to mention 10 million taels of silver, minus the word 10,000. He can't afford it. A man urged. Just don't whet people's appetites and just say how much silver did this cup cost you? Chen San raised a finger. 10,000 taels of silver? Someone asked tentatively. Chen San shook his head. 100,000 taels of silver? Chen San still shook his head. Why is the price still getting higher and higher? Having said that I can't shell out that much silver. 1,000 taels? This guess still only made Chen San shake his head. Is it hard to believe that it's only 100 taels of silver? The person who said that surprised himself. So good quality of a cup. If only 100 taels of silver. That can really be a bit too cheap. You know, just any piece of glaze of decent quality would cost hundreds of taels of silver. Chen San sighed, shaking his head and sighing. You people, you really think too highly of me. Chen San, not to mention 100 taels of silver. Even if it's 10 taels of silver, I can't pull it out right now. The cup, only 1 or 2 silver pieces. 1 or 2 pieces of silver. The people in the tea house. With a look at the little cutie. Like look at Chen-san. 1 tael of silver can't even buy a glazed tile. And you want to buy such a nice transparent cup? Dreaming. You didn't steal it from someone's house. Drop a silver or 2 and say you bought the cup. Did you? Some people don't mince words about their suspicions. As soon as he said it, he caused the tea house to burst into demented laughter. Chen-san slammed the table and said at the top of his voice, I'm talking to you guys. You can say that I, Chen-san, don't have any money, but you just can't say that I, Chen-san, am not a good character. I'm the one who bought this cup. At the Rui supermarket in Taiping Place. 1 crystal cup for 1 or 2 silver. The boss but told me. This kind of cup, that is as many as he wants. With that, Chen-san dug into his arms again and once again took out a glass. Place it generously on the table and display it for all to see. Look guys, it's just a broken one. I have another one here. Now you should all believe my Chen-san's words. Everyone stared daggers at the cups on the table. Exactly the same. Someone's eyes glanced to the floor and the glass was still there. The glass that was just broken was not a hallucination. This glass, really, is the new one. Nothing beats the fact that it's happening right in front of you. There are a lot of rare things under the sky. But not someone like Chen-san can do that. Take it out one after another. Chen-san, is there really someone selling these crystal cups for 1 or 2 silver pieces each? Someone in the crowd asked. Chen-san nodded and said in an aggravated tone, yes, Taiping Fong Rui Supermarket. I tell you, that store is a true god. There's a lot of good stuff out there besides these crystal glasses. Have you ever seen soap that washes people white and smells good? That's a lot better than soap horn. Have you guys ever seen a kitchen knife that can blow through hair? Just in that Rui supermarket in Taiping Square. They're all for sale, and none of them are expensive. 1 item won't cost more than 10 taels of silver. No one realizes it's an advertisement. They were all drawn in deeply by the content in Chen-san's words. Soap, kitchen knives, and this glass. It all captivates them. Pacific Place Rui Supermarket, almost everyone in the tea house. Write down this address and remember this slightly odd store name. Such a scene did not only happen in this tea house. Pretty much the same scene took place at a restaurant in West City. The speed at which the common people spread the word can be much faster than the speed at which the nobles spread the word to each other. Don't take a day off. The East Market, West Market, and a few neighboring markets all know that there is such a Rui supermarket in Taiping Fong, which sells some rare and uncommon items. None of the prices are expensive yet. Even civilians can afford it. Those who have believed in it come straight over with silver in their pockets to buy something. There are those who don't believe in it and come over to take a look at it with a view. See the store door made entirely of seamless metal. Watching Lin Shen carry the glasses out box by box, handful after handful of kitchen knives, stacked on the counter, and the faintly spicy aroma from the fish tofu. All of this proves that what is rumored to be true is not false at all. The things in this store are really endless, like the kinds of novelty, excellent quality and low price. Rui supermarket is on fire. It went from a subtle circulation among the gentry to an instant influx among the common people, waiting to close for business. Lin Shen looked at the chart of accounts in front of him and smiled a little. Today's day's entry is more than 5,000 taels of silver. It's more than a full double of what it was before. And that's just a day of publicity. If the entire Chang'an city knew about the existence of his store, wouldn't he make a fortune? Lin Shen didn't continue the lottery. The market for these things in the store was not saturated yet, and there was still a great deal of capacity to take silver out of the pockets of the people of Chang'an. And there was no need to put on new goods to distract them from spending their money. He was going to save up enough 100,000 taels of silver to test the waters of a special lottery. What if we draw another one that's as powerful as the ancestral dragon bloodline? One must always dream a little. Any readers are reading it? Please collect. Please 5-star praise. Please urge more. The new book is very much in need of everyone's support. Chapter 18, Is This For Me to Wear Double Pills? Chen-san and his group went to publicize the effect. It was so much better than Lin Shen had expected. There could be nothing more impactful than a gang of hoodlums suddenly having access to treasures that none of the great families could afford. People are not immune to comparison. All these landlubbers could use something this good. What's to stop you from using the good stuff when you've worked so hard and conscientiously for it? Whether it's a glass, or a kitchen knife, or soap, even 100 silver bottles of lipstick opened up a new, wide world to the simple people of Datong. Chen-san and the others publicized it vigorously. Whenever they see others looking at them with envy and amazement, it always fills them with a sense of pride that is hard to express in words. Supermarket business just keeps getting better. Every day is busy, to the point of rest. Looking at the always increasing turnover, Lin Shen would always show an anti-smile out. In just half a month, Lin Shen had then saved enough for 100,000 taels of silver. Counting today's turnover, There was a total of 110,327 silver taels. Bathe and dress. Even lit a stick of incense. With the utmost devotion, Lin Shan pressed the special draw button on the system page. A turntable that was different and looked like it was filled with an air of luxury and nobility appeared in front of his eyes. In each compartment, there is something that looks extremely powerful. A long spear with a lingering precious light. A group of heroic souls in black chain mail. A giant white tiger with its head in the air. Unknown. It all looks like excellent stuff. Whichever one he could draw, Lin Shan felt that he would be satisfied. Kalala. The dial spun up, and Lin Shan's heart, as the pointer swayed, began to beat rapidly. A few moments later, the hands finally stopped. It landed on the long spear that was haunted by precious light. The system made a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a special class item, the purple smoke snake spear fire-pointed gun. Immediately, a long spear that was heavy in his hands fell into his hands. A wave of information also poured into Lin Shan's head at the same time. A huge surprise that instantly flooded Lin Shan's heart cavity. This weapon, it's not mortal. It is the legendary weapon of Neza, the great god of the three altars of the sea. I just don't know why this was drawn. Do you want yourself to wear a double pill head and pretend to be Naja? Lin Shan looked at the weapon in his hand with satisfaction. The body of the gun was 8 feet long. About as long as 5 or 6 Lin Shan, but it could be changed at will to fit Lin Shan's height and arm span. Lin Shan gripped the weapon and moved his mind. The gun split in two instantly. One had a flame-like head, vaguely resembling flames leaping, while the other had a serpentine spear-like blade. Lin Shan casually shook his gun, and a soughing air-breaking sound followed. The more he played with this thing, the more Lin Shan fell in love with it. Legend has it that the fire-tip gun is a treasure passed on to Neza by Tai Yizhenjin, the tip of which can spit out flames and contains infinite power within it, making it a divine weapon that can cut down demons and kill soldiers and generals, and whose power is not even inferior to that of the Xian Yuan sword. Just don't know whether or not such a divine weapon would still have its mythical power when it fell into one's hands. Lin Shan thought about it, but still didn't dare to try it out in the house. What if it's really like the legend that it can spit out flames and burn down your house? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Lin Shan slipped out the back door and found a place near the water that was deserted. Wave the fire-tipped gun in your hand. Huffing and puffing. A scorching flame, spewing from the tip of the gun. A fire dragon. Ferocious and fierce. Scorching the water. A thick milky white vapor. It really breathes fire. Lin Shan was unusually surprised. This is too much of a surprise. In the future, if you are fighting against someone, there are tens of paces between two people, and the opposite side is feeling safe. When you suddenly come with such a hand of flame, how unexpected. After trying to spray the flames several more times, the pool of water in front of him all lowered some water levels visible to the naked eye, and only then was Lin Shan satisfied, and his mind moved. The fire-tip gun was then received into the system space. Lin Shan walked back. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Chang'an City, Duke Lu's mansion. This is the residence of Ho Junji, one of the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingnan Pavilion. In the study, Ho Junji, who had just returned from the Ministry of War after a day of official business, looked at the few things on the table with a divine light flashing in his eyes. Rui Supermarket, not an unfamiliar name to them of the honored class. Soap, kitchen knives, lipstick. These were listed on Ho Junji's desk. Next to it was a plate, delicately plated, of fish tofu. For this food, Ho Junji is especially in love with it. I eat at least a dozen bags every day to satisfy my cravings. Ho Junji picked up a chopstick of fish tofu and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing slowly, he asked softly, "All checked out? What's behind that Rui Supermarket?" "Back to the Lord," reported the man. Face difficult, words stuck in the throat as if stammered and could not say. Ho Junji frowned. "If you have something to say, it's hard to believe that behind that store is someone I can't even afford to mess with." The whole of Datong. Ho Junji thought to himself that there was no one he couldn't afford to mess with yet, even if it is Li Shimin. Wei Zheng, that boy dared to break in the face of a dynasty full of civil and military officials. This credit of his own and Li Shimin's conquest of the world together is naturally able to do so. Granted, one is not really treated well by the civil and military officials, but he thought that was nothing more than the envy and cynicism of those who had no merit and no pay, and were envious and cynical of a great meritocracy like his own. After all, the Zuanwoman change, that is his own hand to facilitate. The man who reported it said softly, "My lord, we have investigated for so long, and we have not found out who is behind him." Ho Junji was a bit surprised. "Oh, which store doesn't have the support of the honored ones behind it?" The man who reported it nodded. "Yes, aside from His Excellency investigating him, we found out that Duke Lu, Duke Xing, Duke Kai, and all the other lords are all investigating that store. Even We have found traces of the 1,000 cowguards. Ho Junji raised his eyebrows. The Duke of Lu was Chang Biaojin, the Duke of Kai was Du Rushi, and the Duke of Xing was Fong Xinling. As for the 1,000 bull guards, those are His Majesty's men. That is to say, this Rui supermarket has no half-a-cent relationship with the entire honored class in Chang'an City. The man who reported it continued. We also found out that His Majesty seems to have sent someone to Xinhua, and it seems that this store, a small clan of scholars surnamed Lin on the Xinhua side. Ho Junji snorted. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be just a small and unimpressive scholarly clan. Daring to open such a store in Chang'an without saying a word is really courageous. It's a bit of a shame to leave such a good thing in their hands. Send a few people over to inform them that from now on, this store will take my surname. Chapter 19, Ho Junji's Gaze. 100,000 taels of silver was not a big amount of money to Ho Junji. The entire Ho family's industry could almost have this kind of revenue in a month, but that's an entire Ho family's estate. The Rui supermarket, on the other hand, was just a small store that had only been open for less than a month in the city of Chang'an. Not many people know about this store yet. If only there were a few more openings. In Chang'an workshops, in Yangzhou, in Luoyang, wouldn't you earn more silver for nothing? Looking down on businessmen is true, but it's not so stupidly sweet that you don't even want silver. Rui supermarket, which has no background in Chang'an City, is a piece of fat meat thrown on the street without an owner. Lords large and small, anyone who wants to come up and tear a bite out of them. Now Ho Junji is the first impatient, want to get down. Curfew has arrived. It is logical that families should squat in their homes and not go outside, but at the Duke of Lu's residence, a few private soldiers came out of the side door with lanterns and waving. The undesirable people patrolling to and fro saw it, and when they saw the words on the lantern, they all respectfully sang a greeting. They didn't return the salute, and went all the way straight to the square gate. Just arrived in front of the place, the resident Forbidden Army coldly shouted, "What kind of person? It's curfew now. The square gate is closed." A man stood out among the private soldiers, puffed out his chest, and said loudly, "We have been ordered by the Duke of Lubwa to go to Taipingfang to do some business, so please make it easier for us." "Brother, Duke of Lu, hear the name." The Forbidden Army's voice couldn't help but soften, "So it's a brother from the Duke of Lu's residence. Come on, open the gate of the workshop and let them through." He didn't hesitate. The private soldier just arrogantly raised his hand and arched towards them. "Thanks a lot." After saying that, he didn't say much and ran directly to the typing place. When they're gone, in the Forbidden Army, one person spoke. "This group of people is really arrogant. See curfews as empty words." The Forbidden Army was giving them so much face, and they could still feel the strong sense of arrogance in them. The soldier head who just opened his mouth to say that he would release them, directly shook his head and said softly, "They are the people of the Duke of Lu. If it were a few other dukes, I would definitely not release them. But this Duke of Lu is pompous and has a small heart. If you don't sell him a favor, you might not be able to get along in Chang'an tomorrow." The forbidden soldiers stopped talking and waited patiently at the door of the workshop. The private soldiers went out of the marketplace and went all the way straight to Taipingfang. At the entrance of Taipingfang, reporting the name of Duke Lu, the Forbidden Army still didn't dare to stop them and directly let them pass. A few steps, and not for long, they arrived at the entrance of Rui Supermarket. "This store is really generous. I had heard that the door was made from a whole piece of good iron. I didn't expect it to be true." A private soldier looked at the titanium alloy door and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Another private soldier spoke up, "Don't be envious. This is the store of my Duke Lu's residence. Maybe tomorrow our brothers and sisters will have the good fortune to guard this place. How else could you get a turn at such a beautiful job?" "All right, knock it off. I'll get the door." The one in charge, interrupting them, took a step forward, raised his hand and banged heavily on the door, yelling at the top of his voice, "Is there anyone in the house? Boss, wake up. We're waiting for you for something." In the supermarket, Lin Shin had just finished washing up and was about to read for a while before lying down to sleep. The noise gave him a bit of a headache. Hadn't he just sent Chen San's group off and asked them to warn the gangsters to leave him alone? How come only half a month had passed and someone was coming to his door again? It's been such a tiring day. Can you give yourself a break? Lin Shin reached out and waved. "System, pull up the surveillance." The light screen unfolded before his eyes. The people blocking the entrance to the supermarket were suddenly reflected in the eyes. He was dressed in standardized black clothes, and on the lantern in his hand, the word was written in ink, "Not a landlubber." Much like those who are the household servants and guards of the honored families, Lin Shin had been prepared for this for a long time. He knew that sooner or later the Lord would turn on him. Lin Shin changed into a new outfit, walked to the door of the supermarket, and opened the door. "Are you the owner of this store?" A private soldier, with extremely frivolous eyes, looked Lin Shin up and down. Not bad looking, just white and tender like a pussy. Lin Shan frowned and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you people? We were ordered by Lord Lu Guogong to come over and ask you for this store. If you are sensible, give it up with your hands, don't give your face and look for bitterness." Duke of Lu? The name rings a bell. Lin Shan asked again, "Who is Duke Lu?" The private soldier looked at Lin Shan with a wave of incredulity. "Lord Lu Guogong you don't even know. The red man in front of his majesty. The Minister of War. Ho Junji. Lord Ho Junji. So it's him." A flash of realization flashed through Lin Shan's heart. This man, he knew a bit about. It's not because Ho Junji is much of a competent person. It's just that his position in history is indeed somewhat special. Counting from the beginning of the Qin dynasty to the abdication of Xintong. In these thousands of years of history, Ho Junji is the only one. In the heyday of the dynasty, the male master of the prime of life, rose up to rebel and failed, and has not been killed the whole family of the minister of a different name. Wisdom is small, but it is big. These 5 short words were able to summarize Ho Junji as a person. Say he is stupid, but he followed behind Li Shimin, and even played an extremely critical role in the Zuan woman change. To say that he is smart, 70 years old, but also to follow Li Changqian behind the army to rebel. Seeing the dazed look in Lin Shan's eyes, the private soldier proudly puffed out his chest. Duke Lu said that this store will be surnamed Ho from now on, and if you're willing to work for Duke Lu willingly, this store will still be given to you to take care of. However, those sources of yours are the ones that have to be handed over. Lin Shan raised his eyebrows. Listen to this tone. Not only want to eat their own store, look at this situation, but also want to empty gloves, do not want to pay for anything, let himself follow his ass working for nothing? The arrogance of the great aristocracy of the feudal dynasty, towards the merchants, who were a pariah status, was manifested to the fullest extent. If it was a merchant of the great Tang, who happened upon such an opportunity, he might actually agree to it with a joyful smile. But Lin Shan was not from the great Tang and had not been poisoned by feudalism. Lin Shan snorted and waved his hand. "Go back and tell your master that you think quite beautifully, and open your mouth and want me to hand over the store for nothing?" And what a face! The private soldier's face changed. I had thought that by bringing out the name of the Duke of Lu, I would be able to take this store smoothly, but Lin Shan's reaction was too unexpected for them. To be able to climb the path of one of the top lords of the great Tang dynasty, it was surprising that he didn't take the initiative to do so, and even to insult his own lordship out of his mouth. Chapter 20, Ho? I think you're here to play the monkey. This answer from Lin Shan made the group of private soldiers very dissatisfied. In the face of Duke Lu's solicitation, the answer was even a refusal, and the tone made them uncomfortable. A private soldier, narrowing his eyes slightly, raised his lantern high, striking the light fully on Lin Shan's face. "So, you want to drink to your honor?" Lin Shan similarly narrowed his eyes, his hand going behind his back, ready to pull out his fire-tipped gun from the system space at any time. "What's the matter? Is this an attempt to make a move on me?" The private soldier nodded. "Give face. Brothers, entertain him. This Chang'an city is not a place where a small family like yours can gain a foothold, and it's a blessing for you that Duke Lu is willing to reward you for wanting to take this store. But if you don't want it, don't blame your brothers for getting rough." Instead, they didn't draw their swords. The one standing on the far right, not carrying a lantern, lunged towards Lin Shan. Unlike the hoodlums, they are private soldiers who are well fed, went to war and killed people. The fierce light in his eyes was as harsh as a knife. In the blink of an eye, the man pounced in front of Lin Shan, and with his hands raised, he tried to grab Lin Shan's arms. "He's fast." Lin Shan reacted faster. When he raised his foot to kick, he didn't use 10 points of force, only 4 or 5, but the power was still too great for this man to bear down. "Come straight." Again, they were bounced straight out. It drew an exaggerated arc in the air, and with a thud, it smashed heavily into the opposite wall, shaking down a large amount of dirt and debris. The private soldier, spurting out a large mouthful of blood, fell to the ground dead or alive. A few people remained, glancing at each other with a hint of depth flashing in their eyes. It's a tough one. It's not too hard a thing to kick someone's ass, probably kicked off this far. It would be a little hard to imagine. When they were in the military, they had seen people being kicked by horses with straight hooks, but they had only staggered back a few steps, not been kicked so far away. People with a lot of power are hard to deal with. There were a few miso sounds, and they didn't hesitate to draw the knives on their belts. Although Ho Junji didn't give them an order to kill Lin Shan, but a traitor of lowly nationality only, even if killed. Hold up a few plates. Chang'an County's county minister can still run to Wanyan County, the land under the eyes of the Duke of Lu, to kill them not? Without any hesitation, they swung the knives in their hands and slashed towards Lin Shan's head. Trying to kill yourself? Lin Shan narrowed his eyes slightly and put his hands behind his back. It looks like it's pulling something out. In fact, it was the fire-tip gun that was taken out of the system space. Hundreds of pounds of iron spear. A smooth swing brought up a wind whistling, meeting the long knives in their hands. With a clang, the tip of the gun and the blade of the sword collided, splashing a burst of fire. The tang knives held in the hands of those private soldiers were easily cut off by the tip of the gun. It's as fragile as if it were made of clay. How can mortal iron be compared to a divine weapon? The privateers, with stunned faces, the sword that had accompanied them in their campaign for years had broken. This is only the first sparring session. Even those legendary famous swords can't have this effect. For a soldier, being without a blade is the same as being without an arm. It was in this moment when they froze. Lin Shan kicked them one by one without mercy, directly kicking them to the ground. The twitching sensation coming from their stomachs caused the group of private soldiers from the Duke of Lu's residence to have some difficulty standing up. Lin Shan held his fire-tipped gun in his hand and looked at the group of people lying on the ground, a little out of his mind. After a moment, he scratched his head and said with some confusion, "How did it get solved so easily?" Lin Shan had long been prepared for a bitter fight, but I didn't expect that these guys would be so easy to solve. It's no different than beating up a gangster like Chen San and the others. It feels like the fire-tip guns don't even need to be brought out to take care of these guys. The group of privates lying on the ground had a strong urge to vomit blood. After beating your own group's feelings, surprisingly? Yes, you're good, but isn't it a bit much to say something like that now? Lin Shan couldn't help but feel something in his heart. The combination of the ancestral dragon bloodline and the fire-tip gun was really powerful. One does underestimate oneself a bit. Lin Shan didn't dwell much on such matters. Reaching back towards his back, he once again retrieved the fire-tip gun into system space. Lin Shan lowered his head and looked at the group of private soldiers, his eyes cold. It's a group of people who want to kill themselves. To be honest, Lin Shan didn't want to leave them alive. But in Datong, you still have to follow the rules of Datong. A brainless fool would kill this group of big-headed soldiers, giving Ho Junji a chance to blackmail himself for nothing. The real threat was Ho Junji, not this group of big-headed soldiers. But a lesson, nonetheless. Lin Shan took a step forward and raised his foot. A click. With a stone-cold scream of ow. A private soldier's right arm was then trampled off by Lin Shan and crushed into a ball of mush. A few other private soldiers, looking dumbfounded, were somewhat at a loss for words. It's said that you have to beat the dog. To do so, can be completely, do not give Ho Junji face. Ow, ow. A wailing sound rang out, one after another. They all ended up the same way, having their right arm mercilessly stomped off by Lin Shan. Lin Shan towered over them, looking down on them, his tone cold and unfeeling. Go back and tell that Ho guy that I'm not such a weakling with no knees. This Ruby supermarket is mine. Then it will always be mine. If you have any brilliant ideas, greet them and I'll take them all. But don't use this kind of unseemly tactics again. Surnamed Ho. I'd like to feel like monkeying around in front of me. The leader of the private soldiers covered his broken arm. His face was pale, his tone was poking grimly, and he said sternly, "My lord. That's one of the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingyue Pavilion. The minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs from the 3rd rank. Do you know what happens when you go against my lord?" Lin Shan snorted. This is the bottom line of your beck and call. It's really ridiculous. What about the Duke of Lu? And what about the Minister of War? It's the people who value this stuff who think it's bluffing. In my eyes. No. Lin Shan reached out and pointed at them, his tone becoming even more ferocious. If you didn't still want to sell the great Tang some face, do you think you people's lives could have stayed? Get lost and go back and relay my words, word for word, to your master. Don't ing bother me. Killing aura. The privates were a little speechless. The people one looks up to do nothing to threaten this man. This filled them, inwardly, with a strong sense of frustration. In this great Tang, there are really people who don't take Duke Lu seriously? And a businessman with a cheap nationality? They only felt that their worldview had been greatly impacted. Chapter 21 Templates. It's a good thing. The privateers fled in disgrace. Lin Shan looked at their distant backs and narrowed his eyes slightly. Ho Junji is it? I'm really looking forward to what kind of wonderful look will be on my face when we meet in the court later. He turned and looked up at the moon in the sky. Qingming has passed and the rain is approaching. It won't be long until summer is here. That plague of locusts in the 2nd year of Jean d'Arc was almost ready to break out as well. Lin Shan secretly sighed. It was finally time to officially announce his arrival to the Great Tang. The private soldiers knocked their way through the Fong Gate and fled back to the Duke of Lu's mansion. The forbidden soldiers who were watching the guards. It was not yet time to change shifts. They watched as the group went away in high spirits, but came back with a grimy look on their faces. It's very disconcerting. What's going on here? What else could it be? Bumping into someone I shouldn't have messed with. I don't see that I even broke my hand. Don't we care? Looking for death. Don't you think about it? In the whole Chang'an city, who else dares to be so disrespectful to the Duke of Lu and break the hands of his private soldiers? Let them, the noble lords, just settle it themselves. The forbidden soldiers just assumed they hadn't seen anything. After a few moments of small talk, he continued to wait peacefully in front of the workshop gate. Inside the Duke of Lu's residence, Ho Junji hadn't gone to bed yet and was looking at the sangha in his study. Knock, knock. There was a sharp knock on the door. Ho Junji raised his head, looked toward the door, and said softly, "Come in." Crunch. The door was pushed open, and a private soldier, whose arm had been briefly bandaged and immobilized, lumbered in. Ho Junji raised his eyebrows. "This injury on your body, what's going on?" "This is the private soldier he sent to the Rui supermarket to assert his sovereignty. How did you get mixed up like this?" The private soldier had no light on his face, and with a thud, he knelt down heavily. "My subordinate's work was unfavorable, and I failed to retrieve the Rui supermarket, so I ask your lordship to chastise him." Ho Junji frowned and waved his hand. "Leave the chastisement aside for now. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." The private soldier briefly described the situation. At the end, aggravated tone, gritted his teeth and said, "That Rui supermarket boss looks tall and thin, body not a few meat, but the strength of a very large, more than 100 pounds of weight. He kicked a foot can fly out of the distance of 10 feet. There's also a gun in his hand, made of pure steel. That weapon is so sharp that the knives we have in our hands are just like papier-mâché in front of that gun, and it's chopped off in just one go. A few of us were no match for him. We all had one of our right arms broken, and he asked me to give you a message." Ho Junji's face remained unchanged as he asked softly, "What words?" The private soldier hesitated for a moment and said in a small and quick voice, "He said that he hoped that you would not use such unseemly means, and said that he felt that you were a monkey. Monkeying around?" Ho Junji hasn't gotten a comment like that yet. It struck him as a bit of a novelty. A merchant with no background dares to say such words to me. Ho Junji narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table bit by bit. The private soldier hung his head and refused to say a word. "If Lin Shen is soft, or rather, put out some benefits for the Ho family to eat." Ho Junji might also suspect that there is a shadow of Chang'an lords behind Rui supermarket, but it is this move that makes Ho Junji sure that behind Rui supermarket, there is really no involvement of Chang'an lords and nobles. He's a loner, though bearing the name of the Duke of Lu. But the top tier of Hanchos in Datong were not happy to take him for a ride. Everyone is a credit to the Lingnan pavilion, but neither the civil officials like Du Rui and Fang Xianling, nor the military generals like Cheng Biaojin and Chang Sunwuji, say, "We're happy to play with him, but also will not, because of Rui supermarket, so a merchant traffics in the interests of, with him to tear the face." Only someone not in this circle would dare to be so ruthless. Ho Junji didn't have much of a look on his face, but he was furious in his heart. Only just exchanging hands, he had suffered such a big dumb loss. If he can pull that off, it is entirely possible to report to the capital magistrate of the capital prefecture, and carry out a few private soldiers with broken hands, and then arrest that insensitive boss, and take him to the county magistrate. But Ho Junji couldn't pull this face. It was simply too humiliating to deal with a mere merchant and have to appear in person. Even if he could use this tactic and actually eat the Rui supermarket, it would also become a huge joke in the honored circles of Chang'an City. Ho Junji snorted lightly. "Send some people to keep an eye on that store day and night. I'd like to see where he got those goods from, after getting to the bottom of it." Speaking here, Ho Junji lengthened his tone, and a cold light swept across his eyes. "Hijack his goods for me, and let him know that he can't get things done without a master on his head in this part of Chang'an City." The private soldier nodded heavily. "No." Ho Junji closed the book and waved his hand. "Stand down." The private soldier obeyed and retired. Transportation of goods is an important part of the process for people in business. This is a major reason why, for the most part, merchants and businessmen prefer to become vassals of the Lord. Not listening? Then you can't deliver and make any silver. Ho Junji is not afraid of Rui supermarket is not soft. As long as the blocking of his January and February goods, when the time to cry and want to send Rui supermarket to his hands, but also to see if he was happy that day. Ho Junji thought very nicely. It's also almost a catch-all. Unfortunately, he is unable to imagine that Lin Shen's supermarket does not need the transportation of goods. Another half-month passed. Rui supermarket's business was still booming, with 6,000 to 7,000 taels of silver coming in every day. Lin Shen had long ago gathered enough 100,000 taels of silver in his hand. It's just that it's been so busy that he couldn't draw a good day for the drawing. Business is good today. Lin Shen was finally able to take some free time, fist pumping for the raffle. This time, he still didn't intend to draw from the general major category and continued with the special category. Not to mention the fact that after a month of selling these things in the supermarket, the market still hasn't gotten saturated. Large orders are placed daily. Let's say you have these two special class items in your hands. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Fire Tip Gun. The combination of these two things is invincible. With such a great sweetness, of course Lin Shen wanted to taste more of it. 100,000 taels of silver thrown in. Special drawing launched. Still the same lavish carousel from last time. Slowly starting. After a few moments, the pointer stopped. The system let out a burst of prompts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the special class item. Supermarket Operation and Maintenance Personnel Template. 1 set. Can be used on 300 people. Supermarket O&M Staff Template? Lin Shen looked at the thing that appeared in his system package, which was like a chip, and his eyes couldn't help but jump a little. And to win this thing? Chapter 22 Signs of Locusts. But the message coming from the chip quickly made Lin Shen understand what this thing was for. This stuff, it's not for yourself. Instead, it's for his own men. In a nutshell, he can just empower a henchman with the knowledge and ability of how to go about running a supermarket. And it also guarantees that this person has 100% loyalty to himself. Of course, there are only 300 people in this quota. The quota may not seem like much, but it could definitely feed a megamart. Not to mention your own little store. Chen San and his group were just enough. At the thought of this, Lin Shen was satisfied. This is something that kind of pokes him in the heart. By using this thing against Chen San and the others, they can take a break from their busy lives, and they don't have to worry about Chen San and the others rolling up their sleeves, nor do they have to worry that they won't be able to maintain and operate a good supermarket. The Gospel of God. Being a boss is still about being a boss. Wouldn't it be better to leave things to the staff and enjoy your life comfortably? Wait for the night. Chen San and his group of people joyfully reported to Lin Shen about their work this day. Lin Shen listened to them and said nonchalantly, "Under me today. It's been a month since you've done something, right?" Chen San froze and pinched his fingers, but not having read a book, he couldn't do the math, so he had to nod his head stiffly. "It's probably been that long." Lin Shen let out a laugh. "You people aren't bad, and you do your work diligently. This is an excellent quality in the bones of the great Tang people, even for a gangster like Chen San. It was only because he came from a bad background that he could only support himself by stealing chickens and dogs. But there really needs to be a down-to-earth thing for him to do. He can also be serious and hardworking to get it done." Chen San scratched his head, slightly shy. Lin Shen softly continued, "This going forward, still continue to work under me?" Chen San didn't hesitate and directly nodded. "Of course there's no problem. Granted. I didn't get paid for my work this month." But Lin Shen never cut off their food or drink. 3 meals a day. How refreshing. You know that now in Chang'an City, except for those honored people, basically 2 meals a day. What a luxury to eat 3 meals a day. But a few of their brothers were able to enjoy this treatment. Those penny bags of snacks in the supermarket could be rewarded with a few bags if they could make Lin Shen happy. Chen San was looking out. As long as one was willing to follow Lin Shen and work for him in a down-to-earth manner, Lin Shen wouldn't treat the group of them poorly. How in the world can you meet such a nice guy? Chen San had never heard of it. It was those readers. Chen San didn't think they had such a good heart as Lin Shen. Lin Shen was satisfied with this answer. He gave a gentle wave. A system prompt came to his ears. Ding! Is it possible to use the Supermarket Operation and Maintenance Staff template on Chen San? Yes, Lin Shen murmured in his mind. For a moment, Chen San was a bit demented. A flood of memories, not his own, flooded into his mind. Lin Shen used this template in turn to those few juniors under Chen San. Chen San looked at Lin Shen with great surprise in his eyes. The change in himself was all too obvious. Suddenly he had a great interest in the numbers he hadn't been a fan of before. And what he couldn't comprehend, he could comprehend in a matter of moments. And literate. The ink spot that had been a square in his eyes a second before was now able to tell for himself what word the ink spot was and what it meant. "Boss, this is..." Chen San held back the excitement in his heart and asked very respectfully. "Open up spiritual wisdom to people. Divine means. Is his boss a god in the sky? Quite possibly. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to take out so many mundane and rare glasses." Lin Shen waved his hand. "Alright, just some small tactics. Just let yourselves know. Don't let other outsiders know." Chen San and the others nodded their heads busily. Lin Shen continued. "In the future, this supermarket will be left to you to take care of. If you run out of goods, go to the first house on the left-hand side of the back room. The goods of the supermarket are all in that house. Paying you 10 taels of silver a month for your labor isn't treating you poorly." Chen San and the others were all impassioned. "Liver and brain for your excellency." Lin Shen waved his hand and yawned, shooing them back. The matter of the supermarket, after handing it over to Chen San and a few of them, Lin Shen has absolutely nothing to do. No cell phones, no computers in this day and age. Those entertainments of the great Tang, he favored and couldn't look at them. After going out for a few strolls, there was nothing interesting about either the tea house or the tavern. He was even less likely to go to a place like the Hook. He can't stand the sight of those women of the world. Every day, I had to lie in a wicker chair behind the counter, occasionally flipping through a newly released novel, or else just stare at the ceiling. Today, Lin Shen was fuming as usual. A light tap on the glass interrupted his thoughts. Lin Shen looked up. It was Princess Changle, still dressed as a woman. Run out of snacks again? Lin Shen spat out a breathless sentence. This little girl, basically, comes in 2 or 3 days. You must buy more than 100 packages of fish tofu every time. I don't know how you can eat so many little snacks in just 2 or 3 days. You're not afraid of constipation if you eat too much spicy and oily stuff? Princess Changle's face reddened with some annoyance. There are too many younger siblings in the house, divided among them, and they won't be able to eat for a few days. Lin Shen nodded. So that's how it is, raising so many younger siblings. You've really worked hard. Princess Changle couldn't hear the flirtatious meaning in Lin Shen's words, and sighed with great bitterness and hatred. That's not true. I tell you, recently can worry me. My father, my family also gave me a manor. Wait for me to marry and crown before I am allowed to take the proceeds of the manor. But by the way, this has just entered the summer. My manor on the locusts. Listening to the tenants in the manor said, the locusts can be very powerful. How to pounce on the pounce cannot be dead, but also said that it is to invoke what locust god. Hearing this, Lin Shen instantly got energized and raised his eyes to look over. There's a locust plague? Princess Changle nodded. Yes, if there is a locust plague and the returns are bad, I 1T be able to get much silver and 1T be able to buy lipstick. Lin Shen shook his head inside. It's not a matter of being unable to afford lipstick. If it's really a plague of locusts, then it's a matter of whether a large number of people can eat. The locust plague broke out a bit earlier than he thought. I thought it would be after summer. It's only early spring. Princess Changle was a bit puzzled. Not really. I can't grow food in that manor. Aren't there still other manors? Lin Shen said softly. If there's a locust plague, it's not a matter of one manor or two manors. It's a matter of the entire Great Tang. When you go back today, have your guards at home check into what's going on in the nearby farms, and then tomorrow, you'll work hard to make a trip over here to talk to me about it in detail. Chapter 23 The Yellow Sky and Earth. Princess Changle looked at Lin Shen and cocked her head. You're concerned about this matter? Lin Shen nodded. Aha. Princess Changle thought carefully. Do you have time this afternoon? Lin Shen said. What are you asking for? Princess Changle said with a straight face. If you have time, you can join me this afternoon and go to that manor of mine to see the situation. I haven't been there once yet. Lin Shen thought for a second. Now the supermarket is handed over to Chen San and a few of them are responsible for. They have nothing to do. Go and take a look is also good. He nodded. That'll work too. Princess Changle's face burst into joy. Then I'll make some arrangements now, and I'll come back to you when it's afternoon. It's about that time. Chen San also prepared the things she wanted, put them in a cloth bag, and carried them over for her. Princess Changle joyfully took her things and went out. Having just eaten lunch, Lin Shen hadn't been lying on the rattan chair for long. Princess Changle then came to the door. There was also a little powdered girl in her hand, and she had brought Princess Chang Yang with her. Princess Chang Yang looked at Lin Shen and timidly greeted him. Hello good brother. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. You came over too? Princess Chang Yang nodded her head. Princess Changle said softly with some dissatisfaction. I didn't want to bring her here. It's just that as soon as she heard that I was going out of the city, she pestered me and had to follow me. Lin Shen said. Then bring it is. Not afraid. You have me to protect you. Princess Changle's heart warmed. Girls love to hear such secure words, although it is said that the 1,000 bull guards would accompany them together, and if they really encountered danger, those 1,000 bull guards would definitely be the ones to take action. So there was no need for the boss to take action, and it would be a real pity if they hurt such a good-looking face. Princess Changle reached out and pointed outside. The carriages are all ready. Let's get going. Princess Changle's fiefdom was Changle County, not at the foot of the walls of Chang'an. Instead, it's far away in Xuanzhou. However, she was the daughter of Li Shimen, and outside of Chang'an, she also had a small manor of over 100 households. The carriage stopped, and within half an hour, it came to the outside of this manor. Lin Shen drilled out of the carriage and saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be a little shocked. He had never seen such a down-and-out place. Although Chang'an City cannot be compared with the latter Yanjing and other international metropolis, but at least the house is regular and neat. The road is paved with stone slabs. Some remote alleys is filled with lush. But this Zhuangzi, the house can't even be called a house. It's just a few pieces of mud wall piled up together, able to keep out the rain, and not even necessarily able to keep out the wind. Hundreds of people one by one lying in front of their own door. Not quite skinny to the point of skin and bones, but can be seen to have obvious malnutrition. Without exception, eyes filled with a deep despair color. Lin Shen's face was a bit gloomy. The locust plague was worse than he thought. The sky is yellow and so is the earth. The sky, the fields, and even the trees and the exposed hay on the mud walls were crawling with thumb-sized locusts. Unlike these civilians in despair, they exuded a distinctive vitality, nibbling on anything edible. Princess Changle looked at this scene in shock. Ever since she was a child, she has been a brooder. Even when she followed her father and fought in the north and south, Li Shimen protected her well, never letting her see anything bad. Locust plague, yellow-faced civilians, these were never in her cognizance. The people she saw were always white, rosy-cheeked, and had a light in their eyes. This creature of despair could not be labeled human in Princess Changle's head. Really scary. Princess Changle shrunk her neck backward. Princess Chang Yang was even more pale, couldn't speak, and arched into Princess Changle's arms one by one. The locust plague, a devastating disaster, especially in such a dynasty. Li Shimen would rather have a few more earthly dragons turning over in Chang'an, fight a few more battles, and fight endlessly with the barbarians, than to encounter such a disaster at this time. Princess Changle looked at the scenery of the manor and hesitantly said, "Shall we go in and take a look?" Lin Shen was silent for a short while, then shook his head. "Go back. I've pretty much learned what I wanted to learn." Princess Changle nodded her head obediently and couldn't wait to pull Princess Changyang into the carriage. Lin Shen didn't rush up and turn back to look deeply at the manor. He suddenly had some understanding. More than 100 years later, Fan Zhongyan, why will be in Yeyang Tower, wrote, "The world's worries first, after the world's happiness and joy" of the ancient famous line. It also somewhat dawned on me why Mr. Yuan, the old man, had received so much praise. He can earn more than 100,000 taels of silver a month. People in Chang'an City, as long as they are willing to labor, 2 or 3 taels of silver a month is not a problem. But just across the city wall, people outside Chang'an could not get enough to eat. Can't even eat. Lin Shen climbed onto the carriage and sat across from Princess Changle, sighing softly. "When we go back later, you branch out a few people to come over, and I'll fetch some food for the farmers on your estate. When the time comes, let Chen-san follow, so that he can memorize the way. And in the future, I'll supply you with food from your manor." Supply of food. Hearing these words, Changle's eyes instantly lit up. Is it fish tofu? It was the one thing she had her heart set on eating right now. Lin Shen sighed and reached out to gently tap Princess Changle's head. "Thinking about this kind of stuff as much as you can. Can that fish and tofu thing fill you up? It's a food called self-heating rice. Quick and easy. I hear it's not fish tofu." Princess Changle puckered her lips and nodded. Okay, then I'll thank Boss Lin for the farmers on my estate. It's not free." Lin Shen shook his head and opened his mouth. He's not doing charity. Even if he is the one who doesn't need any success to be able to supply an unlimited amount of self-heating rice. Free supply. Unproductive behavior. It doesn't make the Great Tang better, it only ruins it. De Tang is destined to become a tiger, a beast, instead of becoming a pig to be fed. Princess Changle froze, a little aggrieved. "I now have not much money in my hand. Zhuangzi, you also saw that look, and cannot pull out much silver out." Lin Shen let out a light laugh. "I don't lack silver. With the supermarket, how much silver I can earn later. Your status is not low. This I can see. Talk to the elders of your family. I have a way to solve the locust plague. If you want to understand, come to me with the sincerity of the Great Tang." Princess Changle had some trouble hearing the words. What do you mean by De Tang's sincerity? Still, she was good enough to keep it in her mind, ready to go back and talk to her own father. Ask for 5-star praise. Everyone give a 5-star praise. The relationship between the ability to get recommendations. New books beg for support. Chapter 24, Self-Heating Rice is introduced. Lu Ren was recently transferred from Li Shimen's side. He is now in full charge, with the task of investigating and supervising the Rui supermarket. When Princess Changeling visited the supermarket, he'll be responsible for keeping Princess Changle safe. Therefore, the task of delivering self-heated rice to the Princess Changle farmhouse fell on his head. Lin Shen was carrying things in his heart and didn't jest much with Princess Changle and Princess Changyang. Once back at the supermarket, a box of self-heating rice and a jug of cold water were taken out of the back room. Princess Changyang had a curious look on her face and asked softly, "Good brother, what is that thing you're holding in your hand?" Lin Shen explained, "This is what I call self-heating rice." With that, he opened the self-heating rice and placed the heating pack in the bottom, pouring cold water over it before quickly placing the rice pack and vegetable pack in the sandwich. The flavors are of braised pork ribs, one of his personal favorites. In no time at all, the box gurgled with a sound of water and a thick vapor rose from it. This is a more convenient way to eat. It doesn't require you to know how to cook. Look, isn't there white steam coming out now? When these vapors disappear completely, this food is almost ready to eat. Just need to wait about a tea time. Lu Ren listened, his eyes glowing. He was in the army. Whatever it is, the first consideration is whether it can be used in the military. This is called self-heating rice eating. Unexpectedly fits well with the military. Eating is a very important thing when you're out marching to war. Who doesn't want a sizzling hot meal? If you were on a daily march, you would build a fire at night. But if you're in a hurry, how do you have time to get this? But the thing about self-heating rice is that it doesn't require a baseboard stove. Just get some random water over here and get yourself a mouthful of hot food. And it only takes a cup of tea to cook. This was a great boon to those of them who had to take a bite of hot food in the midst of a hasty march. This boss, how come he has all these goodies in his hands? Lu Ren listened from the side and opened his mouth to say, "Boss, then how come I haven't seen you selling this? Is it a very precious food?" Lin Shin shook his head. Something like self-heating rice is not precious at all. The reason why it's not for sale now is just that it's not time yet. Not yet? Lu Ren listened, a little puzzled. Just talking. Lin Shin estimated that it was about time and lifted the book covering the sea bowl. A milky white water vapor that had not been rejected cleanly rolled up. A white layer of rice. It was covered with a layer of chop suey wrapped in thick grease. The aroma is overflowing. It made everyone in the room swallow hard. Lin Shin stuck his chopsticks diagonally into the rice and reached out with a wave of his hand. That's the way to eat it. Remember to teach them about it when you guys deliver the self-heated rice over there. Try it. It tastes pretty good. Princess Changle was just about to pick up her chopsticks. Lu Ren was quick on his feet and grabbed the first step. Princess Changle rounded her eyes and looked at Lu Ren, just about to open her mouth to reprimand. Lu Ren said righteously and in a serious manner, "My lord, this novelty. I'll help you try to see if it's poisonous." Princess Changle was instantly speechless. She's a princess. Flow-wise, what Lu Ren did made sense. And she even had to praise Lu Ren for being so proactive and loyal. Pick up the chopsticks and skillfully pick up a chopstick of rice with a large piece of ribs. A light sprang up in his eyes. Fresh, salty and tangy. Not as punchy as the flavor of fish tofu, but compared to the bland foods you eat on a daily basis, this flavor throws them off by a long shot. Just slightly less flavorful. These white foods are not as flavorful as they look. But who in this era, other than Lin Shin, would pick and choose in this regard? In 3 or 2 bites, Lu Ren finished the rice. Still intent, he stuck out his tongue and licked up all that grease as well. It was clearly just as simple, and in Lin Shin's eyes, even somewhat humble, self-heated rice. Hard to be eaten by Lu Ren out of the 3 bowls but gained momentum. Princess Changle watched from the sidelines with her mouth watering, watching Lu Ren finish the food she had been longing for with tears rolling out of her eyes. Princess Qingyang's eyes twinkled as she walked behind the counter and tugged on Lin Shin's sleeve. "Good brother. I want to eat this too." Princess Changle looked at Princess Qingyang with surprise in her eyes. Wasn't it enough to call him good brother last time for the lipstick? Now for a morsel. It's so sweet and sappy. Don't forget your status. You are the princess of a country. The highest status and position of this dynasty. The highest group of women. Boss Lin is just an ordinary person. But, Princess Changle also wanted to be so sweet and pampered with Lin Shin. It's not about a mouthful of self-heating rice. Lin Shin raised his hand, touched Princess Qingyang's head, and said softly, "Okay, when the time comes, one person will give you a box, with a pack of each flavor." Princess Changle straightened up and spoke out loudly, "Boss, I want it too." Lin Shin raised his head, looked at Princess Changle, and said with a smile, "I'm going to support the farmers on your estate, and you're still reaching out to ask me for self-heated rice. Isn't that too much?" Princess Changle's heart was soft. Learning from Princess Qingyang, she pampered herself and said, "Boss, then let's say I shell out the silver to buy you a few bags. How much do you say?" Lin Shin generously waved his hand. "Alright, I'll send your sister a box. Naturally I won't leave you out in the cold. I'll send you a box too when the time comes." Princess Changle instantly cheered. These little girls are really easy to satisfy. Thinking so, he ruthlessly rubbed Princess Qingyang's head. A few more times. Princess Qingyang's face was red. How open the Tang dynasty is. The idea that men and women are not related to each other is still deeply rooted in every girl's heart. Growing up, not to mention men, even Li Shimen had never been so intimate with her. Just for some reason, Princess Qingyang's heart did not resist this feeling, but felt very comfortable. Lu Ren looked on in disbelief. This boss Lin is truly no mortal. It's even if you can take out so many goodies, it also allows the titular princess, Li Shimen's daughter, to willingly jerk him off. Envious. Boss Lin is truly a man of God. Lu Ren didn't dare to look at it more, and after receiving the self-heating rice, he hurriedly took Chen San and a few of them out of the city. Princess Changle and Princess Qingyang also did not stay in the supermarket. in the sun almost set in the mountains, also hurriedly left, back to the Imperial City to go. Imperial City, East Palace. Li Shimin looked over the Zhangs from all over the world. His face was gloomy, and he sighed heavily. Is this a punishment from heaven for me, Li Shimin? A plague of locusts arose everywhere. The disaster in Chang'an City was a bit worse than anywhere else. Chapter 25, Li Shimin's private visit. It was not without reason that Li Shimin felt so. He has been on the throne for just over a year. Just over a year ago, he shot his own brother with his own hands and coerced his own father to abdicate the throne to himself. In terms of reasoning, this behavior of his is not in accordance with the law of etiquette. Maybe this is a punishment from God? Empress Changsun stood by the side, not knowing how to comfort her husband, but just gently kneading his shoulders, as if she wanted to use this way to expel the pressure from Li Shimin. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Princess Changle poked her head in through the door. Empress Changsun frowned. Come in. As the eldest princess. How so, Harry? In the future to marry out the husband's family may want to say how you. Li Shimin waved his hand. There's no harm in it. Who dares to tell my Li Shimin's daughter what to do? Princess Changle walked in with a smile and said with a pout. Father, you're the best. Coming over today. What's the matter again? Li Shimin asked with a smile. Seeing this daughter of his, he couldn't help but feel better. Princess Changle said softly. Father, I went to Rui's supermarket again today. Curious? Li Shimin asked. What good stuff came out again? Princess Changle nodded. That's right. Today Boss Lin brought out another kind of food called self-heating rice. Saying that, she offered her treasure and picked up a box of braised beef-flavored self-heating rice, placing it on the table. The packaging in the system mall is all very simple. It's simply printed with the name of the flavor and doesn't have the fancy appearance of the latter. Li Shimin picked up the self-heating rice and became even more curious. How should I eat this? Princess Changle said with a smile. This thing can be interesting. Father, I tell you. Look at this as a heating pack. Let's take out the food packets and put them away. Put the heating pack in again. Pour water on it. And quickly put the food in this sandwich. By the time the water has finished steaming, this thing will be ready to eat. Li Shimin's eyes lit up. He, like Lu Ren, instantly thought of the strategic significance of this food. How much does this thing cost? Li Shimin was calculating in his mind. If this thing is not expensive, or even as long as it is the same as fish tofu, a penny a bag, and used to fight an emergency, it is an extremely cost-effective thing. Princess Changle shook her head. This thing? Boss Lin said it's not for sale right now. Li Shimin frowned. If it's not for sale, why did he take it out? Princess Changle explained. I spoke with Boss Lin about the locust plague today, and he was so concerned about it that he went with me to the manor outside the city in the afternoon. Well, after Boss Lin saw the scene there, he said to me on the way back that he wanted to provide food for the people on my manor, so he took out the self-heating rice. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow, his tone a bit complicated. Is he that kind? Princess Changle shook her head, a puzzled look on her face. Boss Lin and I said that these things are not free, but he didn't tell me what the payoff was. Just told me to go back and tell the adults at home that he has a way to be able to solve the locust plague. If you want to solve the locust plague, go to him with the sincerity of great Tang. With the sound of miso, Li Shimin stood up straight and looked at Changle with great gravity in his eyes. Did he really say that? Princess Changle shrunk her neck. Well, Boss Lin did say that. Li Shimin frowned, pacing back and forth. Princess Changle was still young and couldn't hear the meaning of these words, but he understands it well. These self-heating rices are a sign of goodwill. This Boss Lin, surely he wants more than silver. Otherwise, he would not have said something like the sincerity of Detang. What does he want? Li Shimin's mind moved, picking up the table, a long backlogged Zhengbiao. This was the information that the 1,000 bull guards had inquired about from Xinhua some time ago. It was just that the locust plague was so serious that he didn't have the time to bother with such side issues. Now it's time to take a good look at this Boss Lin and see what kind of god he is. The soprano was brief. Lin Shin was not a member of the Xinhua Lin family. Not only that, the people of the 1,000 bull guards, after months of time and careful scrutiny, could not even find any messages from Lin Shin before this, nor did they discover how that store, in fact, transported its goods, in the city of Chang'an, under the eyes of the great Tang, except for the Rui supermarket, which is put in the clear. They would never be able to find any other information. The 1,000 bull guards even dug up the ground near the Rui supermarket, just for fear that there were still unknown secret passages hidden underneath Chang'an City. Of course, they didn't discover the non-existent secret passage. Li Shimin sighed heavily and put down the zhang in his hand. Empress Changsun asked with concern. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Li Shimin shook his head. No information has been found out. This kid is like he popped out of a stone. Tomorrow I'm going to meet him in person. Empress Changsun was a bit puzzled. Your Majesty summoned him into the palace, and as long as the locust plague can be solved, whatever he wants will be granted to him. Li Shimin shook his head once again. This boss Lin is not that easy to deal with. I don't want to meet with him in the capacity of emperor so early. I would like to see what he wants from the Great Tang in terms of sincerity. Princess Changle didn't dare to interrupt, and after spilling the beans with Empress Changsun, she hurriedly retreated. Day 2. After the morning court, Li Shimin and Changsun Queen's wait, change into a civilian clothes, on the protection of 1,000 cattle guards, quietly leave the imperial city, to the Rui supermarket and go. In the Rui supermarket, Chen San rented a carriage and carried dozens of boxes of self-heating rice onto it, following yesterday's route to the manor outside the city. Yesterday just a few boxes were moved over, barely enough for a manor of people, a night's rations. If we go over there today, we have to prepare for them for a few more days. He's just left on the front foot. On the back foot, Li Shimin rushed to Rui's supermarket. Lin Shen raised his head and saw Li Shimin standing in front of the door, seriously and carefully scrutinizing this fan of craftsmanship not found in the Great Tang. This is not an ordinary person. Such thoughts sprang up in Lin Shen's head. Unlike the other Detang people, Lin Shen couldn't see a bit of constipation in him, and his attitude towards this titanium alloy door wasn't just one of admiration. He was also studying what kind of craftsmanship it was that could have forged such a door. Is it an adult from that little girl's family in Changle? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, thinking carefully. Li Shimin remembered business. Fondly leaving the titanium door, he walked over to the counter, arched his hand towards Lin Shen and saluted. Little friend is the owner of this store? Li Shimin looked at Lin Shen with much color in his eyes. He hadn't been that impressed before when he heard the 1,000 cowguards report and listened to his own daughter, but now see it with your own eyes. This boss Lin's temperament is really special. There's something transcendent about it. There was a total lack of the mercenary flavor of the unusual merchants. Chapter 26, Sincerity of the Great Tang. Lin Shen nodded his head graciously. Yes, I am. What is your honor's name? Just call me Erlang. Li Shimin didn't say his name, but only vaguely reported a title. Lin Shen nodded. Erlang? At home line 2 this is. Li Shimin smiled and responded. I was listening to the children at home yesterday, saying that you have a solution to the locust plague. Is this true or false? Of course it's true, Lin Shen said very decisively. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes, glanced back at the densely packed customers, and said softly, there are many people here, so why don't the two of us go out and find a place to sit down and have a good talk? Lin Shen nodded. That's exactly what I want. The two of them hit it off, left the supermarket, and sought out a tea house in the neighborhood. The tea house was empty. The people who used to come for tea, all clear away early. Even Dr. T and the store owner were nowhere to be seen, and there was only a group of large men in Rome armor, serving the two of them tea. Lin Shen couldn't help but let out a laugh. Erlang is quite a grand gesture. Li Shimin shook his head slightly. The matter is important. So this is good. He was a bit impatient about how to solve the locust plague, so he directly opened the door and asked, what is little friend's solution that can solve the locust plague? Lin Shen gently tapped on the table and turned to ask, do you know why the locust swarms will become a plague? Li Shimin sighed, those bugs, is to see what to eat? Even the bark of the tree are not clean. A bite of food will not leave people. The most painful thing in the world. Nothing more than starvation. When humans are hungry, they will break through the bottom line of morality and ethics, burn, kill and loot, and even do such a horrible thing as feeding on their children. A plague of locusts would cause such a scene. Lin Shen was not as frustrated as Li Shimin and asked, did Changle show you the self-heating rice yesterday? Li Shimin nodded. Lin Shen waved his hand, squinted his eyes, and said softly, that self-heating rice, I can come up with as much as I want. That kind of pasta, not only is it easy to handle, but it keeps for a long time. Li Shimin asked offhandedly, how long has it been? Lin Shen whispered back, at least half a year. 6 months. Li Shimin's eyes widened. The shelf life of the average grain is about that long. Lin Shen continued, and I have as much of this kind of thing as you want. I can even provide it to the whole world. Li Shimin frowned. Do you know how many people there are in Great Tang? Lin Shen shook his head. How many people were in Datong? He never cared about that aspect. I only vaguely remember that the city of Chang'an seemed to have a population of 1 million. If you look at the entire Tang dynasty, there are only 40 to 50 million people. Li Shimin was just about to open his mouth to rebuke. Lin Shen smiled and said, I don't need to know how many people there are in Great Tang. 10 million? Or even 10,000? I can afford it all. Li Shimin couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, looking at Lin Shen with a gaze filled with a strong look of consternation. Are you serious? It's not a small amount. A locust plague may die out in 3 or 4 months, but the grain that is eaten will not grow back. the land of Deton will be barren for at least a full year, even if it's just supplying Shangan. It also takes over 1 billion boxes of self-heating rice a year. Li Shimin frowned. He had never heard, as far as he could remember, of anyone hoarding food on such a large scale. Lin Shan nodded seriously. Li Shimin asked, "Where did you get so much grain from? Or what you really are?" Even he, the emperor, and the entire treasury that the Great Tang provided for, could not pull out so much grain in a single moment. Even if we give him another 10 years, Li Shimin was not sure that he could do such a thing. Lin Shan didn't answer him, but only said softly, "Before I answer this question of yours, shouldn't you show some sincerity, Jiro? Or should I say, Your Majesty?" At the time Li Shimin said Changle was his child, he then recognized Li Shimin. Princess Changle and Princess Changyang had never taken the initiative to talk to him about their identities though. But Lin Shan wasn't stupid. He asked Chen San to inquire about it. And the Qiu Bao who was escorting these two little girls was a member of the 1,000 Bull Guards, the army beside the emperor. Who else but a full-fledged royal family could enjoy this treatment? Then Li Shimin's identity, naturally, is self-evident. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows. "You recognize me?" Lin Shan nodded. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes, and there was some oppressive meaning in his tone. "Since you recognize me, you still have such an attitude?" Lin Shan shrugged. "Or what?" This attitude inexplicably made Li Shimin feel a little less comfortable in his heart. He's a 9-to-5, master of the sky. Even Wei Zhang, who dared to scold himself, was usually respectful in front of himself, but Lin Shan favored an equalizing stance. Doesn't really take him as an emperor seriously. Li Shimin said, "All the things in this world are mine. What if I order you to take out the self-heating rice quangning to save the world? If that's the case, I can't take it out." Lin Shan did not fear Li Shimin in the slightest, confronting his deep gaze. Li Shimin frowned. "Are you not afraid that I will forcefully take you down now?" Lin Shan had an indifferent face. "You could have tried." Li Shimin sighed and said softly, "I've been investigating you for a long time, and even made a trip to Xinghua, thinking that you would have some relationship with the Xinghua Lin family, but I haven't found out anything. I don't know anything about you except that you have a Rui supermarket on the surface. It's as if you popped out of a stone, appearing out of nowhere with treasures that Great Tang has never seen before. I don't know whether you are a blessing or a curse to Great Tang." To me, Lin Shan took a sip of tea and said softly, "If you're willing to live in peace, that's naturally a blessing. But if you put up the emperor's face to me, and come up with the king lets the minister die, the minister has to die thing, the result will not be easy to say." Li Shimin's pupils shrunk slightly. Saying this was undoubtedly provoking his dignity as a monarch, but Li Shimin was an emperor of the ages, and his pattern was far beyond that of an ordinary emperor. He didn't move to anger, but patiently listened to Lin Shan's next words. Lin Shan continued, "As for my identity, this branch of mine, it is a descendant of the Mo and Nong families who escaped from the Central Plains during the Warring States period. After thousands of years of surviving on an isolated island overseas with abundant supplies, I was the only one left of my clan, and not wanting to live out my life alone, I set sail and came to the Great Tang. I have more in my hands than you think. Don't think about investigating me. You are doomed to find out nothing." Lin Shan couldn't possibly say outright that he was a traveler, and Li Shimin wouldn't understand the concept. Solely pulling out the great skins of the ancients. Now there were almost no descendants of the Majia or Nongjia, and if Li Shimin wanted to check, he couldn't find out anything useful. Chapter 27, Boss, something's been taken. The heir to the Mahist and Nongist families? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Shimin's eyes, but that barely makes sense. With the means of the Mozi family and the Nong family, it is indeed possible to come up with these exquisite to the core. Knowing Lin Shan's heel, he is a member of the Inferno. It's a proper Han Chinese, a descendant of what was once the Seven Kingdoms. Li Shimin's heart relaxed quite a bit, and he went silent, and after a while, asked softly, "What exactly do you mean by the sincerity you want from Great Tang?" Lin Shan reached out, tapping on the table, his tone inexplicably light. "How much credit for supplying food to the world's victims? No deductions at all. And don't talk about seniority or birth. How much to give me how much?" The Chinese are very particular about the seniority thing. It's not that a substantial reward will be given for as much merit as there is. If you're too young, those credits will also build up and pave the way for the future. These, then, are known as credentials. Lin Shan said this lightly, but it's not easy to actually do it. How great is this credit for supplying food to the world? The name saint is not an exaggeration. It began in the Qin dynasty and continues to the present day in the Great Tang dynasty. What is the one thing that the Chinese have always sought? Is it sweeping the world? Is the world coming together? These do exist, but they are not the point. Throughout the dynasties, countless readers, officials, and emperors have pursued something, which is to let the people of the world have a mouthful of food. not to starve. Thousands of years of pursuit can now be realized for one man. Wealth naturally goes without saying. A prince is nothing less. Even build temples and shrines. Li Shimin gritted his teeth. If you can really give the world locust people, provide food, this credit I will allow. Lin Shan snapped his fingers. Deal. Later on, you then ask the military to come to the entrance of my supermarket, and I'll have the self-heated rice ready for you by then. Li Shimin nodded and looked deeply at Lin Shan. Very well, I hope you can do it. Humming a little song, Lin Shan left the tea house and returned to Rui supermarket. He was in a good mood now. The things in the system mall are not only free, but endless. It's the same as mixing into the top echelons of the Great Tang when you're empty-handed. And there's such a credit to be had, no matter how excessive he did later. Even if he punched Li Shimin and kicked Empress Changsun in the courtroom, it would not cause much damage to his reputation. It would even make the people wonder if Li Shimin and Empress Changsun had done something wrong. Otherwise, why would Lin Shan hit them? Li Shimin was well aware of this, but he had to oblige. Not only for the sake of the world's people, but also for the sake of his own ability to be on the throne. Sitting in peace, Lin Shan had just returned to Rui supermarket. He saw Chen San sitting in front of the supermarket with a swollen nose, looking blearily at Lin Shan. When she saw Lin Shan, she immediately jumped under him, hugged her thighs, and wailed and cried in pain. Lin Shan lightly kicked him away. Frowning, say what you have to say. What does this crying look like? Chen San wiped his eyes and sobbed. Boss, our stuff has been robbed. Robbed? Lin Shan raised an eyebrow. Chen San nodded. Yes, I just drove the carriage out of the city gates, and hadn't traveled far down the road when I was stopped by a group of people. Without saying a word, they beat the little man severely, and even the wagon and the self-heating rice in it were taken by that group. He also asked the little man to bring a message to you, boss. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, what's the word? Chen San swallowed a mouthful of water and said softly, that group of people said that it's a daydream to think of doing such a big business when they don't have any followers in Chang'an City. That's quite a coincidence. This kind of talk, Lin Shan had heard people talk about pretty much coming the other day. Yes, it's Ho Junji's private army. Think this group should be similar. Lin Shan didn't say anything. Chen San said in an aggrieved voice, boss, what should we do now? At this rate, there's definitely no way to get self-heated rice to the manor. Lin Shan waved his hand and said softly, then don't send it today for now. When tomorrow, these self-heating rice might just run back on their own long legs. Even your medical bills and convalescence will be covered. Chen San's face was full of doubts, looking at Lin Shan somewhat at a loss for words. He knew the magic of his own boss. A random reach can give them a lot of knowledge for no reason at all. But, all that food, and it came back on its own legs? What the hell is this? Lin Shan didn't explain, but just said softly, just rest, and talk to the brothers under your hand to move more self-heating rice out, as much as you can. There's a group of people that will be coming by later to pick up this batch of self-heating rice. Chen San was a bit hesitant. Boss, aren't you afraid you'll still be robbed? Lin Shan shook his head and snorted. Rob? I do hope he dares to come and grab it. It's like what Lin Shan said. Less than an hour. A large group of soldiers in military attire, arrayed in neat formation, pulled more than a dozen wagons. Chen San and the others helped on the side, and it took half a day to fill all of these 10 or so carriages with self-heating rice. A junior looked at the armor on those chowder heads with envy. What kind of people is the boss doing business with that he sends such fine soldiers? Chen San slapped his little brother on the head. Don't talk too much about the boss's business. Just concentrate on the boss. The little brother covered the back of his head, yelped in pain, hemmed and hawed, turned around and walked back to the supermarket, and continued to receive the customers. Duke Lu's mansion. The study. Ho Junji was holding a book and was looking at it attentively. A private soldier suddenly pushed the door and walked in, kneeling down on one knee and greeting Ho Junji. My lord, as you ordered, we just intercepted a shipment from Rui supermarket. Ho Junji nodded and casually complimented. Good job, and you said what I asked you to say to him? The privateer nodded, said so. There was some hesitation on his face, and he swallowed and came again. But, something happened just now at Rui supermarket. I feel the need to speak to His Excellency. Ho Junji said softly. Just say it straight. The private soldier said. Just now, we were at the entrance of Rui supermarket, and the spies who were monitoring that store came with information that a group of soldiers went to Rui supermarket to pick up a batch of goods. Looking at the military armor on his body and the blades he wears at his waist, he seems to be a golden guard. Ho Junji finally had some reaction, his eyes looking over, revealing a hint of surprise. Jingwei, are you sure it's them? The privateer nodded. The information should be true. Ho Junji frowned. King Guai. That's kinda weird. Chapter 28. The district's Jingui is not to be feared. The Golden Guards are no ordinary soldiers. Sort of a government soldier and forbidden army combined into one. Responsible for day and night inspections and alert duties in the Imperial City as well as Chang'an. The general area of responsibility is equivalent to that of a latter-day city manager. It's just a much higher status. Ho Junji asked softly. Do you know where they were headed? The private soldier returned. It was headed out of town. Outside the city? Not to the Imperial City. Ho Junji let out a light laugh. No harm done. That kid is also considered to know some of the honored ones. He should be the one invited by him for fear of being robbed down again by you guys. That's a little clever. Don't worry about him, you guys, and keep an eye on him. The Golden Guard is not something a merchant like him can mobilize. If he can invite once, can he invite others a second time? If you run into one of his own people making a delivery, then intercept it. The private soldier frowned and whispered, My lord, if he defects to others, such as Lu Guogong and them. Ho Junji waved his hand. I wish he would do that. These words Ho Junji said from the bottom of his heart. The lords of heaven are all one family. As long as Lin Shen was willing to compromise with the honored class, he could more or less eat a few bites of meat given his status. Such behavior as eating alone has always been looked down upon by the honored class. The private soldier nodded and was about to retreat. Ho Junji added, By the way, sent a person to go over. With that boy said properly. The privateer sang out. In the Rui supermarket, Lin Shen was lying on a wicker chair, looking at a book. Chen San had just returned from the medical center with several tails of heavy gauze wrapped around his body, and was still firm enough to serve the guests. He was waiting for the Ho family to come. With the Golden Guard making such a big commotion, the ordinary people of Chang'an City might not know what it meant, but he didn't believe that Ho Junji wasn't aware of it. Whether it is soft, or continue to be against themselves, Ho Junji always have to give an explanation. Toward the end of the night, when the supermarket was about to close for the night, the Ho family is here. It was a man in a brocade coat, dressed as a butler. Hello, Boss Lin. I am the chief official of the inner palace of the Duke of Lu's residence, and I was instructed by the Duke of Lu to give you a message. The chief official of the inner house is what the Tang dynasty called a butler. Lin Shen nodded slightly and didn't get up from the recliner, just gently waved his hand. Speak. The butler narrowed his eyes slightly. I am representing Duke Lu. Shouldn't your excellency get up and come back to talk to me again? Lin Shen frowned and waved his big hand. Love to say. Don't say. If you don't want to say it, Chen San. See off the guests. Chen San came around from one of the shelves, fist pumping, and headed for the butler. The butler's face sank. The district merchants are so arrogant. There is no etiquette. But that was something he didn't dare say. From Lin Shen's attitude, he could sense that as long as he put up a fight again, this merchant would absolutely dare to throw him out. The butler snorted coldly and said in a loud voice, Lord Lu Guogong, let me bring you a message. Merchants should behave like merchants, and lowly citizens should have the self-knowledge of lowly citizens. Today you are capable of inviting the Golden Guard, but how long can you do it? The Golden Guard can't protect you all the time. If you can't hire the Golden Guard anymore one day, it might still happen as it did today. As long as you are willing to defect to Lord Lu Guogong, you will be able to protect your business and expand the entire Chang'an, and even the entire Great Tang. Lin Shen snorted and waved his hand. I thought your lord could have some brains, but I didn't realize that he was really a monkey. The butler's face went cold as he scolded. Asshole, what are you talking about? Lin Shen snapped, closing down the book in his hand, and said in a cold voice, I say your lord is almost as good as a monkey, and a mere Duke of State dares to speak so loudly to me? The butler looked at Lin Shen with an absurd look. Do you know what the words Duke of State represent? There are no kings of different surnames in present-day Datong. Except, of course, for the kind of foreign kings with different surnames, who were countries attached to the Great Tang and had more independent regimes. The Duke of State is the top of the Great Tang honors. The feudal titles used in the Tang dynasty were basically the names of the vassal states during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. Among them, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei and Qin are the most honored. The Dukes of Lu were not considered to be the top group, but today's Great Tang did not have any dukes who were titled under the names of the Seven Kingdoms either. Ho Junji can be fully described as a one-man, 10,000 man. Lin Shen shook his head and let out a light laugh. You know it all. Would I not? Go back and tell your master that if he's willing to come over in person tonight and respectfully apologize to me for his sins and apologies, I'll still be able to get this over with. But if after today, Ho Junji cannot have that face, in the future cannot enter my house, cannot board my door, he and I are immortal enemies. The butler was so angry that his body trembled a little, and raised his hand to point at Lin Shen. Good. What a merchant's man. I'd like to see where you got the nerve to say such things. Lin Shen waved his hand. Chan San. See off the guests. The butler grunted heavily and whisked his sleeve away. Not many customers in the supermarket, but there are still a handful of them. They looked at Lin Shen with an incredulous look. It is not clear how a mere merchant can have the courage to say that he wants to go through thick and thin with the Duke of China. One by one, they all loosened their hands and made a bow towards Lin Shen, then bought nothing and left directly. Without these things sold in the Rui supermarket, it's nothing more than the quality of life going down a bit. But if you offend the Duke of Lu, that careful guy, it may even cost us our lives. No one would believe that Lin Shen could have the ability to go against a Duke of State. Crazy this is. Chen San was loyal to Lin Shen, but at this time, his body couldn't help but tremble a little, and his voice, as if it had been polished by a voice changer, was about to become electric. Old boss, is it the Duke of Lu who is robbing us of our goods this time? Lin Shen nodded. Chen San was about to cry out, "Boss, that's Duke Lu. His heart is very small, but I have heard that last time, there is an 8th grade official privately scolded him. The next day he was sent to Lingnan, that bird place. It won't do us any good to go against him." Lin Shen waved his hand and said softly, "I know in my heart that I'm not enough to do that kind of self-defeating thing. You guys just run the supermarket well. Today it is I who sold Li Shimen a face before giving Ho Junji a chance. Wait until later. If he wants to beg for peace, he won't have that chance." Chen San looked at Lin Shen in shock. The name of the emperor has always been taboo. In the Tang dynasty, eating carp was even a crime. Such a generous mention of the name of the current saint. If the Jinwei or bad people here, no wonder to pull the county yamen dozens of big boards. His own boss, he turned out to be such a wild man? Chapter 29, The World. Yes, that world. Chen San was trembling with fear. After checking back through the supermarket several times to make sure there were no outsiders but his own, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ouch, my lord. Chen San stroked his chest and said softly, "His Majesty's name can't be said so casually. If this were to be heard by other people, it's a safe bet that they would snitch on the Duke of Lu, and you would be at a disadvantage at that time. You really don't intend to make peace with Duke Lu?" Lin Shen shook his head. "I've already given him face, bullying me over and over again. Do you really think I'm made of dough, to be kneaded and pinched at his disposal? Don't worry about it, I know it in my heart." Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Chen San had to start packing up the goods on the shelves, ready to refuse customers. It's certainly not time to close. Tonight is destined to be busy. Taking advantage of the night, Li Shimen decided to carry as much self-heating rice as he could. The butler went all the way back to the Duke of Lu mansion. Repeat Lin Shen's words back in their original form. Ho Junji laughed back in anger, the pen in his hand resting on the pen holder, and heavily tapped the table. How absurd. Where is propriety? A mere merchant dares to say such words to me, a Duke of the Great Tang. Tomorrow, in my name, go to the Chang'an County Court and sue him. The laws of the Tang dynasty paid great attention to the protection of the hierarchical order of status. It looks like the Duke of the State. For your nationality, merchants and businessmen, although good people, but good people in the pariah status, the social status of the unusual farmers, artisans, are higher than the merchants out. With the name of disrupting the order of propriety, there will be no problem in going to the county office and suing. The butler led the way, bowing and retreating. Ho Junji sneered. Pulling a new piece of paper, he wrote down Lin Shen's name. District merchants, still want to fight with the state lord. Daydreaming. Ho Junji threw his pen and flew away like an arrow, landing a large ink dot on Lin Shen's Lin character, which blossomed out like a snowflake. Day 2. Before cinnabar time arrived, Ho Junji woke up early, waited on by his own boy, changed into a cumbersome court dress, and headed for the imperial city. Like him, he is a state duke from the first rank, and he is also a part-time minister of the Ministry of War. Every morning at court, it's mandatory homework. It's just that today's roll call is a little different than usual. Li Shimen was sitting on a chair, and there was a table in front of him with a list of kooky things on it. See the ministers arrive. Li Shimen coughed gently and began to talk about business. Today, I will first say one thing. Have you all heard of the Rui supermarket in Pacific Place? Hearing this name, Ho Junji's heart thumped, vaguely having a not-so-good premonition. Chang Bai-jin yelled in a loud voice. I've heard of it. The woman in my family sends almost 1,000 taels of silver inside in a month, just for a few bottles of water that smells good. It's a lot of work. If I hadn't spoiled her, how could I let her spend so much money? Du Rui snorted. If you're afraid of your wife, just say so. Fang Xianling stormed. You say this. I remember your wife also sent thousands of taels of silver? Du Rui's face stiffened. He was different from Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling has only one wife. He also had a few concubines, who were of low status and didn't dare to spend their money as lavishly as the main mother, but one of them was at least allotted a lipstick. A few women, yakking daily about which color is better and more feminine. The harem is harmonizing up. But the silver, that was spent like water. It's not just the two of them. In the court, from the first-ranking officials down to the fifth-ranking, one after the other spat out. Li Shimin listened from above, pinching his fingers. Nice guy. This group of fifth-grade officials in the imperial court, together, had at least given Rui Supermarket a huge amount of almost 150,000 taels of silver, which made him unable to help but smack his lips a little. Li Shimin gently knocked on the table. Alright, make a lot of noise. What's the custom? The civil and military officials were silenced. Li Shimin continued. The reason I brought this up today is also because this matter has something to do with that store. The plague of locusts is still on everyone's mind, isn't it? In the courtroom, the atmosphere was a bit dull. The matter of the locust plague is extremely significant, but few people want to volunteer to bring that up. It was a great honorary blow to Li Shimin. Many of the great families of the world who did not agree with Li Shimin spent the whole day attacking Li Shimin with this incident, want to portray him as a disloyal and unfilial generation. The so-called locust plague is the punishment given to the Great Tang by heaven. No one wants to touch Li Shimin. Li Shimin said, yesterday I went to see that Rui Supermarket boss. It is strange to say that I could not see a trace of the businessman's breath in him. The talk can be seen as a scholar. And his character is also very high and pure. He and I said that he is willing to provide free food for the people of the world. Hearing these words, everyone raised their heads and looked at Li Shimin in surprise. Feed the people of the world? Or is it free? Ho Junji's heart and liver trembled. This was never good news for him. Wei Zhang stepped forward and asked softly, Your Majesty, is this matter true? Li Shimin nodded. Naturally it is true. Yesterday I let the people from the Golden Guard go to Rui Supermarket to take some food and distribute it to the farms near Chang'an. That boss Lin, too, didn't push back. He gave as much as I asked for. Ho Junji had some blackness in front of his eyes. So that's what the Golden Guardian was all about. It wasn't that Lin Shan had invited any honored person. Instead, the emperor was invited, and it is still used. This reason of giving free food to the people of the world, standing on the moral high ground. Li Shimin didn't notice Ho Junji's dissimilarity and picked up the self-heated rice on the table and said to the ministers, the food provided by that boss Lin is this kind of pasta called self-heated rice. No need for a base cooker, just some cold water. I'm afraid the last thing my great Tang needs now is water. With that, he beckoned the eunuch to the side. It made him soak a packet of self-heating rice on the spot, in the unbelievable gazes of the ministers. In a short period of time, the box of unknown stuff was transformed into a fragrant and delicious meal. There's meat. There are dishes, lots of oil and water. The key thing is that the rice inside looks very soft and much better than corn. Du Rui's eyes lit up. This is the kind of food that would be perfect for disaster relief. Watching Li Shimin picking at the rice, he gulped and stepped forward to ask, Your Majesty, may I ask this boss Lin how much of this pasta he is willing to donate out? Li Shimin looked at Du Rui, took a deep breath, and said softly, as I said just now, he is willing to do it for the people of the world. The so-called people of the world are the people of the entire Great Tang. He can shell out as much as the entire Great Tang needs. The news, which smashed the courtroom, was a bit dizzying. They had previously thought that what Li Shimin had said about the world was a false word. I didn't realize it was the whole world. Chapter 30, I want to make him the king of Chu. Du Rui uttered a few words before digesting the news and stifled a sentence. Mr. Lin is highly righteous. Kuming is less than that. Wei Zhang frowned, stood out and asked, Your Majesty, how can he ensure that he can provide the grain needed by the entire Great Tang, which has a population of tens of millions, and a day's consumption is an astronomical figure? His is nothing more than a store in the district. Li Shimin sighed. He is an overseas founder, a descendant of the Mo and known families who fled due to the war during the Warring States period. These should be those of his forefathers. Accumulated things. I thought it was fake too, but I let 3,000 gold guards yesterday, with him to take these foods, 500 carriages back and forth 6 times. Carrying at least more than 30 million bags of self-heating rice. There is still no sign of finishing. Wei Zhang kept quiet. The facts are in front of their eyes. Except for Ho Junji, everyone had a look of extreme admiration on their faces. There are a lot of people who say save the people and save the world. But the people who can do that, that's so few. Even if this kind of pasta, its price was a penny a bag. These 30 million bags of self-heating rice were more than 300,000 taels of silver. What's more, the splashes of oil floating on it are more than enough proof that it won't be cheap. Speaking of this, Li Shimin's expression, somewhat relaxed and happy. Though the locust plague is great, it will not break the fortunes of our Great Tang. With the help of this foreigner, I am confident that none of the people of the world will die of hunger. The civil and military officials at the bottom also looked a lot more relaxed. There was an arch of congratulations. The Great Tang Flood. Your Majesty is blessed. Li Shimon's face had a reddish glow as he waved his hand. I'm talking to you about this matter because I want to discuss with you how to reward him. Not a single person spoke up. Mostly this credit is too big. Throughout history, no one has ever been able to do such a thing. No precedent ahead. No amount of reward was too much. But no one dared to speak up about exactly what the reward should be. Seeing no one speak, Li Shimon opened his mouth and said softly, "This kind of merit, no one in the past, for fear that the future generations also cannot be, and I want to seal him to be the King of Chu. How do you and others think? King of Chu." Everyone's mind was blown. A king with a different surname. This is considered the topmost status in the Great Tang. Sealing a king is one of the most prudent things to do in all dynasties, especially after Li Yuan appointed Luo Yi as the king of Yin, but eventually turned against the Great Tang. Li Shimon was extremely cautious about appointing kings, even the great meritocracy like Li Jing and Chang Daojin who accompanied him to fight for the world. In the end, he was only given the title of Duke of State. Moreover, the title of this king with a different surname is still Chu. Qi Chu Yan Zhaohan Qinwei. These were the 7 most honorable of the many titles of the feudal lord. Among them, the 2 titles Qin and Chu are the most honorable. After all, they are the 2 most powerful countries in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. Li Shimon was the king of Qin, so naturally the title of king of Qin could not be given to Lin Shan. So the next best thing to the king of Chu, the most honorable title under the emperor, was given to Lin Shan as a reward for such merit. Everyone is still speculating. Ho Junji was the first to step forward and righteously said, "Your Majesty, it is absolutely impossible. Lin Shan cannot become the king of Chu. If Lin Shan becomes king of Chu, he will really have no way of dealing with Rui Supermarket. Moreover, it was only yesterday that Lin Shan had said that he would be immortalized with him." There was a sense of urgency within Ho Junji. This has to be blocked. Seeing the person who stood out, Li Shimon was a bit surprised. He thought the first person to object would be Wei Zhang. "I didn't expect it to be Ho Junji." Li Shimon asked, "What's not to like?" Ho Junji said, "That Lin Shan is nothing but a merchant, a district of cheap nationality. Even if he can raise food for the people of the world, he should not enjoy this kind of greedy heaven's work. To be able to submit self-heated rice to our great Tang is an honor for his merchant son, and rewarding the county man would be an unparalleled reward. So please think twice, Your Majesty." Saying that, his words stuttered and intensified his tone. "Don't forget about Lu Buwei." Lu Buwei, in history, was the only person who ascended to the throne as a merchant. Power to the world. If he hadn't met Ying Zhang, the emperor of the ages, I'm afraid it's just a king of Qin who has a real name but no name. As it happens, Li Shimon was also the king of Qin. That's a bit of a solid statement. Du Rui stepped forward and said softly, "Duke Lu, you're afraid that you're measuring the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man." Ho Junji's face stiffened. The two of them were not on good terms, and at this time Du Ruhui naturally lost as much as he could. Du Rui said softly, "Your Majesty, I think the title of King of Chu is feasible." Li Shimon raised his eyebrows. "Oh, tell me properly." Du Rui said, "Lu Buwei once said that strange goods can live in a house. That is to say that good things should be hoarded, in order to wait for a high price to sell. This boss Lin has a lot of good things in his hands. All are strange goods that I have never had in the Great Tang Dynasty, not to mention a mere penny or two of silver. Even if it's 100 or 1,000 taels, there will be people who will buy it." But he did not do so, and also at this time, the heart of the whole world, willing to provide free food for the people of the world. I do not know if Duke Lu knows how much silver boss Lin will have to lose. Ho Junji tossed his sleeve. "I am neither a merchant nor a merchant, so how can I know?" Du Rui smiled and said, "At least 3 or 4 years of tax revenue for my Great Tang. If Duke Lu didn't have so much silver in his hands, would he be willing to take it out?" Ho Junji grunted lightly. He naturally couldn't afford to give it up. Du Rui turned his head, looked at these civil and military officials in the courtroom, and said in a loud voice, "All the gentlemen here, can any of them be willing to take out this silver?" Everyone was silent and didn't say anything. "Ask yourself, they can't afford to give it up." Fang Xianling stood out and said softly, "I thought that what Lord Shangshu said was very true, to be able to feed the people of the world. This is the work of Qi Tian. Boss Lin is worthy enough to be given the title of King of Chu." Li Shimon nodded and asked with a smile, "Does anyone else have any objections?" Wei Zhang stepped forward. "I object." Li Shimon asked, "And why does Wei Qing oppose it?" Wei Zhang straightened up. "I am a speech officer, and what His Majesty agrees with and the court agrees with, I am bound to oppose. The meaning in this statement, what it says is, I agree with you all, but my status compels me to stand against it." Li Shimon couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Since that's the case, then we'll make Lin Shan the King of Chu. A heavy sense of powerlessness arose in Ho Junji's heart. The big picture. It's useless for him to object anymore. He now regretted in his heart. If he had known that there was such a thing, he would have reconciled with Lin Shun last night. But who would have thought that a merchant's son, overnight, became a high-powered king of Chu in the Great Tang? Suddenly, Ho Junji's face changed. He wanted to get up. Last night, he ordered his housekeeper to go to the Chang'an County Court to sue. Chapter 31. The King of Chu has been arrested by the Ministry of Public Security. The dust settled on Lin Shun's being crowned King of Chu. In the courtroom, other things then began to be discussed. Ho Junji was anxious in his heart, and some cold sweat could not help but break out on his body. He only hoped that when he went back, the housekeeper had not yet gone to Chang'an County to complain. Otherwise, this matter could not be good. The fact that he sent his men to loot the King of Chu's goods alone is enough to make him eat a big pot. The sky is gradually flooding with light. The east and west cities are starting to come alive. Rui Supermarket, too, opened for business under Chen San's and their busy schedules. Lin Shun was still huffing and puffing in the back of the supermarket. Duke Lu's mansion. The housekeeper counted the time, arranged the big and small matters in the house, and headed directly to the Chang'an County office. Although the Duke of Lu's residence is in Wanyan County, but Rui's supermarket is in Longview County. Naturally, it's a little more convenient to go to the Chang'an County office, seeing that it was the housekeeper of the Duke of Lu's residence who visited. But the 7th-rank Chang'an magistrate personally went out to greet him. I don't know what is the purpose of Lord Chahan's visit. The Chang'an magistrate's attitude was respectful. The butler had an arrogant look on his face. I have come to sue on the orders of my lord. The magistrate of Chang'an looked a little surprised. The State of Lu Bulletin? There's something really ridiculous about this. In Chang'an City, besides those honored nobles, who else would dare to mess with Duke Lu? But if it is honored, and why come to sue? Above the court, their own solution is not good. Let him a District 7 Sesame officials, sandwiched in the middle of a bad person. Seeing the difficult look on the face of the magistrate of Chang'an, the housekeeper waved his hand and let out a light laugh. The county magistrate doesn't have to make things difficult. The person who messed with the state duke is not an honored person, but just the people of the district merchants. The magistrate of Chang'an was even more puzzled. Merchants? Pariahs? How dare you go against Duke Lu? The housekeeper said softly. Rui Supermarket? I don't know if the county magistrate has heard of it? The magistrate of Chang'an nodded. Naturally, I know. The steward continued. It is the owner of this store who said that he would not rest with my lord until he was dead, and that the following messed with his superiority. Should he be punished or not? Without any hesitation, the magistrate of Chang'an directly nodded his head. Naturally, you should be punished. The butler stopped talking, knowing that it was not a lord. The magistrate of Chang'an was full of energy and bellowed. Someone come. A couple of delinquents pushed their way in. The magistrate of Chang'an commanded. The boss of Rui Supermarket, not knowing the order of etiquette and law, disobeyed Lord Lu Guigong with his lowly body. You guys, go and take him down and bring him here. The undesirables sang out, hoofing it away. Cha Xiaoliang was one of these delinquents, and when he heard this order, he couldn't help but sigh. A merchant is still a merchant after all. Some ability to be safe from landlubbers, but not that ability to go against the lord. When they arrived at the Rui Supermarket, there weren't many customers in the store. Cha Xiaoliang arched his hand toward Chen San. Where is your boss now? Seeing the undesirable person, Chen San's face color was a bit white. My lord, he hasn't gotten up yet. The other delinquent, who was not as polite as Cha Xiaoliang, said impatiently, we have come by order of the county to apprehend your boss, so shout for him to get up quickly. Chen San's face turned even whiter, and his feet didn't move much. Whimpering, the delinquent on the side then drew his saber. Chen San had no choice but to turn around and walk to the back room, pushing Lin Shun who was still in bed. Boss. Lin Shun yawned and opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing that it was Chen San, he said softly, what's going on? Chen San's voice trembled a little. Boss, there are a few undesirable people outside the door, saying that they have come over to apprehend you. Lin Shun frowned. Come over to apprehend me? Chen San nodded. Yes, it should be the Duke Lu's residence that did the trick. What do you think? Saying that, Chen San showed a vicious face and made a hand knife-like chop forward. How about we brothers kill that undesirable person and you escape first? Boss? They were now loyal to Lin Shun and would rather give up their own lives to preserve him. Lin Shun waved his hand and let out a laugh. No need. Since they dared to come and arrest me, then why wouldn't I dare to go with them? I'm just afraid that they'll have to kneel down and beg me to leave at that time. Chen San stared blankly at his own boss, somewhat not quite understanding what this statement represented. Lin Shun didn't explain, just put on his clothes and walked to the outhouse. Those delinquents had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Cha Xiaoliang arched his hand to Lin Shun and apologized. I'm sorry, Boss Lin. the county magistrate's orders. There's no way for those of us to disobey them, so I'm sorry for the inconvenience of you coming with us. Lin Shen waved his hand graciously. No harm done. Cha Xiaoliang didn't expect this to go so well. Lin Shen was so emboldened. Even more so, he was certain in his heart that this boss Lin could never be just an ordinary merchant. Follow the delinquents to the county courthouse. In the public hall, the magistrate looked at Lin Shen standing at the foot of the hall and slapped the shocking wood. You are Lin Shen. Lin Shen nodded. The magistrate said in a cold voice, do you know your offense? Lin Shen asked. What is my offense? The magistrate said. Is it not a crime to be ignorant of etiquette and law, and to be disruptive below? Lin Shen snorted. It is he Ho Junji who is forcibly taking in front. I just don't want to be his dog. Nonsense. The butler stood beside the magistrate and loudly scolded. It's your good fortune that the Duke of State can take a fancy to your store. Where does a district merchant have the good fortune to occupy so many treasures? My lord, this boy is still so sharp-tongued and ill-mannered in the public hall. He should be punished. The magistrate thought deeply and nodded his head heavily. According to the Tang law, it should be 30 strokes of the cane. Come on man. There was a loud, startling snap. A couple of soap operators, with rattan canes in hand, approached with fists in their hands. The so-called caning is the beating of the buttocks with canes and planks. 30 strokes of the cane may not seem like a large number. However, if the soap recorder in charge of the punishment refuses to stay his hand, 30 canes can even kill a person. Soap Dragon walks in, reaches out and pushes, trying to pin Lin Shen to the ground. Lin Shen swung his hands around and directly broke away from the people who grabbed his arms, and the few tall soap operatives went limp on their feet and retreated. The magistrate's eyes widened. How dare you resist? The offense is aggravated by 50 strokes of the cane. The remaining few soap recorders have surrounded, but a few of them, how can they be Lin Shen's opponent? Only a few punches, a few feet of effort. This group is all lying on the ground. The magistrate's body went a little cold. What do you want to do? He didn't expect Lin Shen to be so capable. Under the hands of the soap record, 7 or 8 people together, but also not a match for him. Is it hard to be rebellious? The butler also froze at the scene, but the heart was very pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Shen to do something so irrational. Although the yamen is small, it represents the face of the great Tang. It's a great offense, even a capital offense, to disobey the laws of the Tang dynasty. No need to look for such a trumped-up reason as violating the superior. It is enough to hold Lin Shen in a tight grip. Lin Shen waved his hand and looked back at the sky. The morning court of the Great Tang is almost over. Wait for it. Chapter 32, Your Highness the King of Chu. Lin Shen walked forward to the hall, picked up the magistrate with one hand, and sat himself down on a chair with a big grin, his legs stretched out and resting on the table in front of him. I don't blame you for this. You can't disobey Duke Lu even if you're a 7th-rank magistrate. Not so much as to place a charge of disobeying the laws of Tang on my head. If you want to hire the Golden Guardian, I won't stop you, and go ahead. Lin Shen waved his hand with a big grin. The magistrate and the steward fled. Slap. Lin Shen reached out, grabbed the shocking wood on the tabletop, and slammed it into the butler's head. I only told the magistrate to leave. Not you. Get your ass back here. The butler held his head and walked back resentfully. The magistrate gritted his teeth. Arrogant. It was really too arrogant. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Having just stepped out of the public hall, the magistrate instructed the undesirable man at the side, quickly go and invite the people from the Golden Guard to come here. In the meantime, several eunuchs held an imperial decree in their hands and walked quickly to the entrance of Rui Supermarket. Chen San was busy with his body to greet him. Eunuchs, that's something exclusive to royalty. An elderly eunuch bowed respectfully towards Chen San. Is Lord Lin in? Chen San froze. Lord Lin? Is this addressing your boss? He is not a cutie. Seeing that the eunuch was so polite and holding something suspected to be an imperial decree in his hand, that small sense of uneasiness within dissipated completely. It should be a reward from the emperor to his own lord. Was it last night when the 1,000 cowguards came over to carry the self-eating rice? Thoughts were running through my mind. Chen San hurriedly shook his head and promptly replied, My lord has just been arrested over by the Chang'an County Court. The eunuch's face changed. The Chang'an Prefectural Court gave the arrest over? Chen San nodded. Yes, saying that it is a violation of Duke Lu's following. The eunuchs didn't dare to stay and headed directly to the Chang'an County office. The court meeting is over. Ho Junji rushed home without stopping, but he didn't find his housekeeper's figure, pulled a private soldier and asked in a cold voice, Where is the chief official of the inner government? The private soldier looked at Ho Junji's face and fearfully replied, Your Honor, Lord Changnan he went to the Chang'an County office. When did you go? About an hour ago. An hour ago. Ho Junji's eyes went black. Late. It's all too late. 1 hour was enough to get to the Chang'an County office. Enough for the bad guys to arrest Lin Shan. Even the caning had landed on Lin Shan's ass. Ho Junji turned around and ran towards the door, letting the coachman drive his horse, heading straight for the Chang'an County office. Chang'an County office. The magistrate of Chang'an was waiting anxiously at the door. He crossed his fingers and wondered when the talents of the Golden Guard would arrive to properly punish this murderer who did not know the sky and the earth. But the first group he waited for was not the Golden Guardians. Instead, it was a couple of eunuchs. Looking at the purple belt official uniform on his body, he was at least a 3rd or 4th grade officer. In the Tang dynasty, the highest eunuchs were only of the 3rd rank, and these were, among them, the highest-ranking eunuchs. The magistrate of Chang'an was busy bowing in greeting. What is the purpose of the visit of several adults? The eunuch at the head, with an anxious face, frowned and asked, Lord Lin Shan Lin, can you be in the county office? The magistrate of Chang'an had a beat in his heart. This respectful tone, a 3rd-ranked officer, calling Lin Shan a merchant a lord? He froze and forgot to speak. The eunuch's frown deepened as he chided. I'm asking you if Lord Lin Shan Lin can be here. It's that Rui's supermarket owner. The magistrate of Chang'an came back to his senses and nodded heavily. Yes, Lord Lin is in the court hall. The eunuch asked again. May you be half aggrieved. The magistrate of Chang'an shook his head like a rattle. It was only then that the eunuch breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it wasn't. Or else you'd be afraid that this life of yours would be gone. That's a bit of a serious statement. Just a little aggravation and you're going to lose your life? The magistrate of Chang'an was a bit overwhelmed. Following the eunuch, he headed for the hall. In the courtroom, the butler glared viciously at Lin Shan and said in a cold voice, Do you know what you're doing? Disobeying the laws of Tang is a capital offense. You are not able to save your life even if you know the Lord. Who do you think you are? You're just a lowly merchant from the district. Right about this time, the eunuch pushed the door in and was relieved to see Lin Shan sitting unharmed in the hall. The one at the head of the group respectfully arched his hand towards Lin Shan. Lord Lin, His Majesty has an order. Please also accept it. The butler's words caught in his throat. Taking orders? His Majesty's orders? Lin Shan stood up graciously and walked over to the eunuch. The eunuch unfolded the holy decree and recited it in a holy tone. The door ordered that Lin Shan's heart of benevolence and righteousness, the great sheltering of the world. The locust plague at the present time is willing to join hands to help the people of the world to gift the people of the world with food to solve the locust plague. After His Majesty's detailed discussion with the full of the officials in the court, he was sealed as a prince. The king's name, Chu. There is not much in the holy writ, but every word was like a sledgehammer on the hearts of the steward and the magistrate of Chang'an. King of Chu. Surprisingly, it's the king of Chu, especially the magistrate of Chang'an. His body was now chilled and cold sweat dyed his back. I can't believe I captured a king and even tried to cane him. Luckily, I didn't hit it up myself. Just now Lin Shan's action of repelling soap records now seemed where it was disobedient to the Tang law. It clearly saved his life. Lin Shan casually took the holy decree and nodded. It's done. Go back and thank him for me. The eunuch's face looked a little odd. It wasn't that he hadn't read holy orders to other princes of state, and those people were all thankful and eager to kiss their asses to the heavens, which is like Lin Shan, the hangdog attitude. The eunuch nodded somewhat stiffly. I will bring word to His Majesty. Lin Shan thought about it. According to the rules, one should have given these eunuchs some silver money as a reward. There is silver on yourself. But, silver is something. That's the lifeblood. It's something for the raffle. Giving silver to these eunuchs as a reward would be too extravagant. Lin Shan said softly, I've come out in a hurry here. Please stay and go back with me. There are some nice things at home. Please smile. The official was serious and bowed respectfully. Many thanks, Your Highness King Chu. The butler had long been unable to stand. The moment the imperial decree was read out, he collapsed to the ground as if he was paralyzed, staring at Lin Shan with lifeless eyes. Finally, I realized why Lin Shan was so grounded. Will not be afraid of Duke Lu. So it is. This young man who can't find out any identity background is actually the king of Chu. Done. It's completely over. Ho Junji won't die. He is the Duke of State. It is inevitable that he will be injured, but his life will certainly still be there. But he is just a lowly slave. And it is only through the light of Duke Lu that he is able to flaunt his power in front of the county magistrate. Compared to the high and mighty king of Chu, he was an ant. No, a mole cricket could still steal a life. And he didn't even have the slightest hope of doing so. The magistrate of Chang'an came forward and made a big salute towards Lin Shan, hating that he couldn't throw himself on the ground. Your Highness, King of Chu, please forgive me for the many offenses before. I'm begging for a 5-star review. I'm begging for a rush. There are only 11 comments in the comments section right now. Can I break 20 before midnight tonight? Can you break through 20 by midnight tonight? Chapter 33, oh, and then what? The magistrate of Chang'an has a low attitude. There was no trace of the temperament of the party when they slapped the shocking wood in the hall. Lin Shen looked at him, seemingly smiling, and said softly, "You're doing things according to the rules. And there's still Duke Lu pressing on you. I won't blame you for this." The magistrate of Chang'an gratefully said, "Thank you, Your Highness King Chu." Lin Shen stopped talking. The eunuch on the side did look deeply at this Chang'an magistrate. It's impossible for all the bad things to be done by Lin Shen alone. To curry favor with this newly crowned king of Chu, there are countless people scrambling to get out and be the bad guy. Lin Shen said that he wouldn't be bothered with him. But several of their eunuchs did not agree. The magistrate of Chang'an was still secretly lamenting in his heart that His Highness the King of Chu was really magnanimous, not realizing that his fate had already been sealed. Lin Shen was in front and had just walked to the entrance of the county office. A carriage came galloping in, stopping at the entrance of the county office with unparalleled precision. The owner of the carriage was obviously in a hurry, and with a lift of the curtain, he got out from inside, and with 3 steps, jumped directly from the carriage. The visitor was clearly Ho Junji. He was still wearing his court dress and had a panicked look about him. He was relieved to see Lin Shen walking out of the county office unharmed. His Highness the King of Chu is fine. Didn't get boarded. At least things haven't gone irreparably wrong. Ho Junji took small steps to walk in front of Lin Shen and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, King of Chu, I just got to see you today. You are really a talented person." Lin Shen frowned and asked, "You are?" Ho Junji did not raise his head and maintained his salute. "I am Duke of Lu." Ho Junji. Lin Shen snorted. "So you're the monkey." "Monkey?" The 3 eunuchs who stood behind Lin Shen had odd expressions on their faces. "His Highness, the King of Chu, has such a vicious mouth? It's just that he's only been crowned King of Chu today. Why does it look like there was an early conflict with Duke Lu?" Ho Junji's tone is more respectful. Previously, Junji's discipline was incompetent, allowing his men to provoke His Highness for no reason. And today he went home in a hurry to hear that his men had even come to the Chang'an County Yamen to sue, so he came in haste to apologize for his sins. "I wonder if Your Highness has time tonight to host a banquet for you at the Junji residence." Lin Shen didn't give him any face and directly tore the mask of disguise on Ho Junji's face, saying in a cold voice, "The skill of the Duke of Lu to open his eyes and talk nonsense is really powerful. Without your authorization, this group of people, who are nothing more than pariahs and who perform the work of slaves, would dare to come over and provoke me in your name?" Cold sweat welled up on Ho Junji's forehead. He was not expecting that Lin Shen would be so unconventional. "You stooped so low yourself, and you won't give any face?" Ho Junji said seriously and gravely. Junji is serious about wanting to make amends and apologize. "But please ask Your Highness, the King of Chu, to sell me a face." Lin Shen sighed softly, walked forward, and patted Ho Junji's shoulder. "It's not like I haven't given this face before. Yesterday, I told you, I look at Li Shi, on the face of His Majesty. As long as last night you will come and apologize to me, admit your fault, and make amends, I will not bother with you. But what did you do yesterday?" Lin Shen looked at Ho Junji with a smirk. "Yesterday, but the butler was sent to threaten to come." A cold sweat broke out behind Ho Junji's back. Lin Shen followed, then asked, "Do you know what the situation is like now?" Ho Junji didn't dare to say anything. He was a little leery of those 4 words. Lin Shen didn't have that many scruples and had an extremely bright smile on his face. Immortality. Ho Junji felt that this guy was a bit abnormal. Is it hard to believe that the heirs of the Nongjia and the Mozi family are all taught to be like this? Not so much. Ho Junji's face was ugly as he raised his head and said to Lin Shen, "You are the King of Chu. I am the Duke of State, and we are both the top honored dignitaries of the Great Tang. I'm afraid it's not very good to go to the point of no return." Lin Shen cocked his head at him. "Oh, and then what?" Ho Junji gritted his teeth and moved out the person he was most unwilling to move out. At least His Majesty certainly wouldn't want to see such a scene. There was infighting among the nobles, and Li Shimen couldn't wait to see it. If all the lords were holding hands and hearts, I guess Li Shimen would panic to death. But there was infighting and factions, so he was able to hold the throne and regulate these honchos. Available at an undying situation is not what Li Shimen wants to see either. That kind of fight would be extremely serious internal depletion for the Great Tang. Historically, countless evidences show that the ruin of a dynasty usually starts with the immortal fights between a few lords and nobles, which then affects the common people within the dynasty. Lin Shen remained the same. "Oh, and then what? No one can stop me yet from doing what I want to do. I've already sold His Majesty's face once, but you don't want it. Do you blame me for this?" Besides, he's worried about nothing more than internal conflict. "I'll go on and on with you, and by the way, I can also fill in those expenditures from the infighting. I have the money and the free time to go on and on with you." "No?" Ho Junji's face turned blue. A few eunuchs behind him also had odd faces. They had never really seen such a capricious prince. The struggle between the nobles has always been about profit before anything else. Maybe I'll kill your son this morning, tomorrow they'll be in-laws. Can we just say money talks? Ho Junji took a step backward and looked at Lin Shen with cold eyes. Your Highness, King of Chu, have you thought this through? Although you are the King of Chu, but empty title, but no real power. Are you sure you can fight me? That's not true. Prince of this title, seemingly as high as a grade, but as the new book of Tang said, although the king of the king, in fact, with the Pai district husband is not different. The same is true for a title like Duke of Lu. However, Ho Junji is not only the Duke of Lu, but also the Minister of the Ministry of War from the third rank, and has real power in his hands. Lin Shen, on the other hand, only had an empty title of prince, but no real power. This title allows Lin Shen to have the entire Chu land, now 2 states, as a fiefdom, and to recruit tens of thousands of private soldiers. But after all, Lin Shen hadn't formed his own army yet. Trying to build an army is not something that happens overnight, especially now that it's still a locust plague. Food shortages. Ho Junji was secretly ruthless. If Lin Shen really didn't give him face and still wanted to be immortal with him, then he must press Lin Shen to death in the meantime. Otherwise, when Lin Shen's private army recruitment was complete, then he would really have no hope of resisting at all. Lin Shen looked at him with a smile, a deep chill in his eyes, knife-like, causing some coldness to grow in Ho Junji's heart. Duke Lu really has a big mouth. Other than that, it's just that I can stand here and let you cut me, even if it kills me, without any responsibility. Don't you dare. Chapter 34, a new sweepstakes has arrived. Lin Shen stood in front of Ho Junji in a big way, a look of generosity. At this point, Ho Junji was asked, even if don't take any responsibility yourself. Ho Junji didn't dare to cut Lin Shen just like that, even without the title of King of Chu, just by providing food to the people of the world. Such a holy name, no one would dare to lay hands on Lin Shen, even Li Shimin. A very simple example. If the one standing here wasn't Lin Shen, it was Sun Ximiao, an old doctor without an official or a title. Ho Junji didn't dare to do it either. Such a thing as reputation among the people is something that even Li Shimin does not dare to touch. Ho Junji did not dare to speak. His face became more and more ironic, with the same feeling of seeing his wife cheating on him with 13 men. Lin Shen snorted. Goon. Ho Junji didn't dare to retort. Lin Shen directly bypassed Ho Junji and led the way towards Rui Supermarket. The few eunuchs next to him, after meaningfully greeting Ho Junji, followed Lin Shen out. Ho Junji stood at the entrance of the county office. The face clouded and cleared for a while. The horseman on the side didn't dare to speak. He had never seen someone who didn't give face to his lord so much. Go back to the mansion. Ho Junji waved his hand, cold and heavy. Lin Shen. This name, Ho Junji deeply memorized. Since he was a child, he had never really suffered such a big loss. The Rui Supermarket is not far from the county courthouse. A few steps away, Lin Shen instructed Chen San to pick up some things from the store for these eunuchs, even lipsticks, and gave one to each of them. These eunuchs followed the things, beautifully thanked, and went back to the imperial city to find Li Shimin to thank. Chen San looked at this scene. His head was still a bit confused. Boss, what happened? How? Things were going in a way he hadn't expected. That is the rescue you invited to get you out of the county court, but did not see when you know the eunuchs. Lin Shen bristled. It's not that I invited help. I just made a deal with His Majesty, mixed with the title of King of Chu. Chen San had a dazed look on his face. It turned out to be a mix of the King of Chu's. Halfway through his words, Chen San suddenly got stuck. The king? King? The moment he heard the title, Chen San subconsciously thought that it was some kind of county male or county son. While it was incredible that a merchant could mix up a knighthood, it wasn't an unacceptable piece of work with his own boss, who was able to pull out these Pokemon. But what the hell is a king? Is there a king with a different surname in Detang now? Isn't it always the emperor's son who can be crowned king? Can it be that your own boss is, in fact, a prince? Whatever strange and bizarre ideas popped up in Chen San's head, it was no wonder that he had made such a wild guess. This kind of reward could indeed be said to be unprecedented. The imperial decree is here. See for yourself. Lin Shen did not want to explain more. He just threw the imperial decree in his hand towards Chen San. Chen San's hands were busy, carefully catching the holy decree. Hands a little trembling to open this holy decree. The words on it made him a little dizzy. King of Chu. It's really the King of Chu. Chen San couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, filling his mouth with wind. Even if he was a civilian again, he knew that this was not normal. Except for the emperor's son. How could anyone come up and be directly crowned king? Chen San held the imperial decree and came up to Lin Shen, who was lying on a rattan chair, and carefully lowered his voice and said, Boss, you give me the bottom line. Are you the son of the current saint? Snap! Lin Shan raised his hand and knocked heavily on Chen San's brain. Chen San screamed in pain. Lin Shan spat. Nonsense! Li Shimin is not my father. He and I are considered equals. Equals, understand? Chen San nodded and whispered again. In that case, you are the son of the Taishang Emperor. Snap! Lin Shan slapped Chen San again. My last name is Lin. Their last name is Li. How is it a family? Use your pig brain to think about it. This is also an impossible thing. Chen San held the imperial decree, not daring to move. Being slapped a few times by Lin Shan didn't cause any unhappiness. Instead, he grinned so much that he was about to pump over. The king! This is the king's slap. In the entire city of Chang'an, is there any landlubber from a hooligan background who can hang out like this in front of the king? The best thing would be to be a bad marshal. And when you see the unusual Jin Wu Wei soldiers, you have to look at their faces. Chen San carefully rolled up the holy decree. Old, great, prince, you see where the holy decree should be put? He hesitated before settling on an appropriate title. Lin Shan waved his hand. Whatever, find a place to set it aside. Chen San said. Your Majesty, this is an imperial decree. Lin Shan was a bit puzzled, not knowing why Chen San would take this thing so seriously. What's wrong with the holy decree? Chen San's stomach was full of words, but he was a bit unable to say them. If it were him, this holy decree would be treasured, like a baby, but with all the treasures of his own king, it didn't seem like he needed to use an imperial decree to show off his status. Chen San sighed and said softly, then, Your Majesty, I'll leave it in your back room? Lin Shan nodded. This couldn't care less attitude really made Chen San a bit confused. Lin Shan was lying on a rattan chair, like a nobody, with a book in his hand, actually checking the finances for this period of time. The entire circle of lords and nobles in Chang'an, however, is in disarray. King of Chu, or a different king, for the first time in history, the first king of a different surname in the Great Tang Dynasty, or the title of Chu. In particular, the title was bestowed on a man of almost saintly accomplishments. Everyone knows what that means. Just don't go for a rebellion. This Lord Lin Shan, even if he pulls his voice every day, scolding Li Shimin in the court, the whole Great Tang cannot do anything to him, but also have to eat and drink good service. The entire circle of lords is even about to undergo a major reshuffle. Of course, let them right now. Their most worrying thing is not this sudden intrusion into the circle of honored master. Rather, it's what kind of congratulatory gift to send him. Money? Too cheesy not to mention. Lin Shan was not short of money. Rui Supermarket's income of hundreds of thousands of silver a month could be too much higher than the income of them. The state princes, county men and the like. Baby? What can be taken out in front of Lin Shan's treasure? The entire Tang dynasty cannot see a pure crystal cup. Rui Supermarket are boxes and boxes to take out. Unhappy, and smashing a few to hear the noise. That soap that performs hundreds of times better than soap nuts. Even more unheard of. What's the treasure that can compare to those things? There were also rumors that His Highness, the King of Chu, had a divine weapon in his hands, and that a blade of 100 guan was like paper folded in front of that weapon. They couldn't hold these blades in their hands either. Headache. I have the intention to flatter, but I feel that no matter what I send over, it won't be able to catch the eye of His Highness, the King of Chu. Can the number of hypes break 100? Begging to break 100. Chapter 35 Offerings by the Officials. The first person to figure out what to give as a gift was Li Jing. It wasn't even noon yet when his private soldiers arrived at the Rui Supermarket. Lin Shan was reclining on a rattan chair, pondering whether the silver should be spent or not. The silver-armored young general, holding a thin sheet of paper in his hand, rushed over. Chen San greeted him, thought it was a customer who came over to buy something. The silver-armored young general, his face full of smiles. Congratulations to your highness, King of Chu. I am here to offer congratulations to your highness, King of Chu, on the orders of Duke of Wei and Secretary of the Ministry of War, Li Jing, Lord Li, a horse farm outside Chang'an City with 2,000 horses. I still ask your highness the King of Chu to smile. Racecourse. This is not a generous offer. Chen San was taken aback, trembling as he took the land deed in the hands of the silver-armored young general. The silver-armored young general went to Lin Shan to greet him a few more times before leaving in a hurry. It wouldn't take long for this news to spread throughout Chang'an City. A door has been opened to countless lords. Yeah, this His Highness the King of Chu is a merchant. There were many rare and exotic treasures in his hands, but after all, he did not have the roots of the Lord. One by one, their minds began to come alive, and likewise to send to the stable. There are also those who send slaves and maidservants. Chang Biaojin, out of the most generous, directly outside Chang'an City, sent a summer estate. Chen San stood in front of the supermarket, ushering in wave after wave of people. He was almost numb now. In the first half of his life, the silver he had earned, He was afraid that he would not even be qualified to see one of these things. But now, one by one, they have to go through their hands, in favor of his own boss. He was pretty much indifferent to anything other than showing some interest in the horse farm. Li Shimon's congratulatory gift was the last to arrive. The congratulatory gift was simple and royal, 100,000 taels of silver, plus a mansion in the city of Chang'an. For Li Shimon's gift, Lin Shan said he was very satisfied, mainly for the 100,000 taels of silver, a divine draw, or a 10-shot premium draw. Lin Shan no longer hesitated this time, instructing Chen San and the others to organize the gifts sent by these lords today. He alone headed to the back room, closed the door, and began to prepare for the lottery. It doesn't matter if it's a one-shot godly draw, or a 10-shot premium draw. On this point, Lin Shan was a bit hesitant. This time, Lin Shan didn't want to draw from the daily necessities, but wanted to draw from the business and agriculture category. His purpose, to smoke an insecticide out, simply so supplying food, is not a solution. Locust plague a day is not removed, even if it can fill the stomach. For the people's heart is a huge blow. Divine draw, which unlocks 10 items at a time, can be 10 rounds of premium draws that unlock 50 items. It's just that the probability of drawing a premium item isn't as high as a godly raffle. Lin sighed deeply. Forget it, you can't look at yourself as a European. Save the godly raffle for next time. Premium draw. Lin Shan invested 10,000 taels of silver to unlock one advanced lottery access. The system quickly passed out a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking ordinary items, waterproof tape, insulating tape, and unlocking advanced items, POS, silicone-made prosthetic limbs, and prosthetic eyes. Seeing the batch of things drawn, Lin Shan's face darkened. Good stuff is good stuff, but what's the point of keying these things? None of it came in handy right away. Rather, they can be quite effective when you develop your own tech tree later on. Lin took a deep breath and started the second round of advanced draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking common items, 5-hole plugs, unprocessed artificial resins, and unprocessed plastic substances, and unlocking advanced items, fertilizers and edible food coloring. Luckily, at least something like fertilizer works. Third shot premium raffle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking common items, lubricant, light bulb, rust remover, and unlocking advanced items, dental fillings, stainless steel alloy. Lin Shan was silent and didn't say anything. Fingers are moved to start the fourth round of the lottery. The heart couldn't help but begin to rejoice. Luckily, he didn't choose a divine draw. The probability of trying to get a shot at something like insecticide in these messy, weird and strange things was just too low. Fourth round of the premium raffle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking common items, bleach, veterinary anesthetics, tractor tracks, mosquito coils, and developer fluid. Gotta! This one didn't even unlock premium items. Mosquito coils are a good thing though. Lin Shan began to get excited, getting closer and closer to the insecticide. But Lin Shan was obviously too happy too soon. The fifth round of the lottery still didn't win the insecticide. Asbestos, industrial grease, infrared sensors, plastic switches, repeaters. Silence. Lin Shan went silent. Still haven't drawn what I want. Asbestos, he remembered, was a good building material. Fireproof, insulating, thermal. But Lin Shan wasn't going to take this out. This stuff is so dangerous. It's carcinogenic. He remembers very clearly that long time ago, he had a relative who was dumping asbestos and ended up with asbestos lungs, and his whole body was also covered with dense, numbing little bumps. Owners have the system in hand. There's no need to let the great dawn grow and build on sickness and death. Sixth round raffle. A pleasant voice came from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking common class items, agricultural insecticide, nicotine type, road tires, veterinary prosthetics, and unlocking advanced items, scalpel, surgical suture, sheep's intestines. Lin Shan didn't react at first, until the second glance of the sweep. It took him a moment to notice the agricultural insecticide. What is this nicotine stuff though? He patiently looked at the instructions given by the system. The heart's surprise was even greater. This type of insecticide, which is somewhat harmful to humans, is minimally harmful and is generally not a problem as long as it is used in a regulated manner. The key thing is that this kind of insecticide has a huge killing power against locusts. With this pesticide, a single sprinkle into the field can kill a large swath of locusts. The whole 60,000 taels of silver. Lin Shan finally drew what he wanted. Lin Shan from the system space took out a bottle of pesticide, and he imagined that it was not quite the same. He had thought that this kind of nicotine pesticide would be solid, and the way to use it was to burn out the smoke. But the pesticide, in fact, remains liquid. The yellowish look reminded him of smoky water, which seemed to be the same color. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. Go out and look at the sky. It was almost evening, but there was still some time before curfew. He instructed Chen San, I'm going to make a trip to the Imperial City. If I'm not back by the time I get there, you guys just close the door directly. I'll go back through the back door. Chen San nodded. Lin Shen then hoofed it towards the Imperial City, waiting for Lin Shen to be out of sight. It took Chen San a moment to react. No, Your Majesty, the Minister of Mandarins has a carriage for you. There is no need for you to walk there yourself. Chapter 36, Delivering Goodies to Lier. The 1,000 bull guards dutifully stopped Lin Shen, but after Lin Shen showed the King of Chu belt plate that represented his identity, the 1,000 bull guards wouldn't have dared to stop it, even all the way, sending Lin Shen to the entrance of the Eastern Palace without even a single notification. There were only 2 people in the room, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. They were obviously not mentally prepared for Lin Shen's visit. Li Shimin coughed and asked softly, what is the purpose of King Chu's visit at this late hour? Lin Shen was familiar with himself, pulled a chair and sat down, waved his hand. Don't call Chu Wang. It's weirdly unaccustomed. You call me Shaolin or Lao Lin. Li Shimin's face looked a little odd. Empress Changsuan's face was equally odd. They really don't see people like that. Li Shimin, in particular, didn't expect this. When Lin Shen was in the tea house, and he said that he would give him the credit without any deduction at all, he thought that Lin Shen was a person who valued fame and fortune. But looking at the current situation, Lin Shen didn't seem to value the identity of the King of Chu very highly. Lin Shen pulled out the pesticide bottle from his arms and placed it on the table. He smiled. Didn't I just talk to you about the locust plague yesterday? So today I rummaged through my old ancestors' treasure trove, and it really did let me find out a good thing. Li Shimin looked at this milky white bottle on the table and was a bit puzzled. What is this good stuff? Lin Shen introduced. The scientific name of this stuff. Oh, that's the official name is nicotine pesticide. You can just call it insecticide. It does exactly what it says on the tin. It kills bugs effectively. Li Shimin's body shook. Including locusts? Lin Shen nodded. Yes, including the locusts. Li Shimin was a bit unable to sit still. Niso stood up and came around the table, his big face almost disliking the bottle, and asked curiously, how does this stuff work? Lin Shen went silent. How does it work? Didn't draw the pesticide spraying device out myself. I was so happy. I forgot about this. Li Shimin cast a curious glance over. Lin Shen waved his hand. Let me think about it. I don't have much exposure to this stuff. There are no pesticide spraying devices. Use a kettle instead? It spills out anyway. It's just that the spray from the water bottle is not destined to be as detailed as a professional device would come. Lin Shen said softly, just use the kettle. When you use it, though, remember to dilute it with water. For an unusual sprinkler, just pour in a capful or so of insecticide. Li Shimin froze. That simple? Lin Shen nodded. Yes, it's that simple. There are a few things to keep in mind, though. Li Shimin listened quietly. Lin Shen continued. This thing, it has a certain amount of toxicity. Li Shimin's face changed greatly, and he immediately turned away from the pesticide. As an emperor, he had always stayed away from poisonous things. Lin Shen waved his hand and said softly, there's no need to be so alarmed. As long as you don't drink it or soak your body in it for a long time, it won't be poisoned. Li Shimin was slightly relieved. And it's not very toxic. Even if you accidentally take a little bit by mistake, it won't be fatal. Wash your stomach first. That is, to vomit out what's in your stomach. Then drink some green bean soup, or honey water, both of which will ease the toxicity, and just recuperate for a few days. Hearing Lin Shen's explanation, Li Shimin's expression gradually softened as he sat back in his seat. This thing, too, is just like self-heating rice? How much do you want? Lin Shen shook his head. A look of disappointment just appeared on Li Shimin's face. Then he heard Lin Shen say, of course this stuff is as much as you want, but it can't be served for free like self-heated rice. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Lin Shen spread his hands. Of course I want money. It's a locust plague now, and I don't intend to ask for too much. I'm going to sell it for 10 won a bottle. 10 pence? Li Shimin was a bit surprised. This is cheap enough that almost any farmer can afford it. It's just that this thing is afraid to cost more than 10 cents to build. Lin Shen shrugged. Don't look at me. I'm a businessman, not a saint. Providing free self-heating rice is just for the identity of the Chu king, so as to save that when I do business in the future. Some people are bullying others and want to eat my store with empty gloves. Hearing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but cough a few times, having a few moments of embarrassment. He is also aware of Ho Junji's matter. At the entrance of the Chang'an County Yamen, the first time Ho Junji and Lin Shen erupted into conflict, he received this intelligence. Lin Shen continued, selling it for 10 won. I'm also just afraid that if it's more expensive, those farmers won't be able to afford it. And if it can't solve the locust plague, there's not much use in taking this thing out. Of course, if De Tang wants to buy it, this is a business I do. Li Shimin asked, what if I were to exchange it for a reward? Lin Shen gave Li Shimin an odd look. I'm now the king of Chu. What else can you take in exchange? Li Shimin's face stiffened. Yeah, now Lin Shen were already the king of Chu, the most respected person in the entire Great Tang besides the emperor. What else can you use as an insecticide? Is it hard to appoint a deputy emperor? It's not going to happen. Li Shimin wants to keep the imperial power firmly in the hands of the Li family. Li Shimin sighed. 10 won is 10 won, but after the locust plague passes, how many bottles of this stuff are you going to sell? Lin Shen shook his head. When the locust plague is over, I won't be selling this. Li Shimin was a bit surprised. Why? Such a good thing. Lin Shen waved his hand. You're the emperor. You're good at ruling the country and fighting wars, but you don't understand this stuff. This kind of insecticide is quite good. And it's only because of the locust plague right now that it can be taken out for emergency use. You don't think it only kills bugs, do you? Put it to you this way, this stuff is so lethal to bugs that butterflies, bees, and even some small animals that come in contact with this stuff are inevitably killed. A connoisseur of ecological destruction. Li Shimin frowned, his eyes full of doubt. Destroying the ecosystem? What does this mean? Lin Shen sighed with a helpless expression. If I tell you this, you won't understand it for a while. Just know that if this thing is used too much, I'm afraid this land won't be able to see any other creatures besides humans. Li Shimin was a little less comfortable with this attitude of Lin Shen. There was always a sense of being treated like a cutie by Lin Shen. The feeling of knowledge level crushing. This was the first time in his adult life that Li felt this way in front of a person. The last time, and that was when he was a young boy. It was the husband his father had hired for him that made him feel this way. The last paragraph, though, is pretty plain and simple. Can humans survive if you can't see any other creatures but humans? Chapter 37, His Highness King Chu is a saint. Li Shimin was a little worried. Then this year we use this thing. Lin Shen waved his hand. Don't worry, I took it out in my own heart. As long as the locust plague is solved, I will take this back. It won't make that much of an impact. Li Shimin nodded. He couldn't help but feel some emotion. Looking at Lin Shen with a somewhat complex expression. I thought that the locust plague was heaven's punishment for me, but now it seems that it should be a test. I am indeed the man of destiny, who can still meet a nobleman like you. Lin Shen's scalp went a little numb at this look from Li Shimin. Busy raising his hand, he said in a loud voice, stop. I'm not interested in men. Don't look at me with such eyes. It's quite phobic. Li Shimin's next words were stuck in his throat. Empress Changsun covered her mouth and laughed. It was the first time she had ever seen her husband so defeated. Li Shimin was also a bit aggravated in his heart. Originally, he wanted to say something nice and pull some strings with Lin Shen. I didn't realize it was such a reaction. You should know that if these words were given to other courtiers, they might have tears in their eyes and the two of them would have to hug each other and cry bitterly, showing the affection between the two of them. Lin Shen stood up and stretched. This will stay here. Arrange for yourself to do a test. And if you're sure you want to use it, send someone to my supermarket. Li Shimin nodded, and when Lin Shen was about to leave, he suddenly called him out. Chu, old Lin. The title, shouted at him, was a bit awkward. Lin Shen was natural enough to oblige, turning around and saying, what is it? Li Shimin took a deep breath. Have you ever thought about getting an official position in the court? Become an official? Lin Shen hastily shook his head. Don't. It's fine for me to be a Chu king right now. Li Shimin was a bit surprised. Isn't it good to be an official? Lin Shen bristled. Tired. I have to worry about this and that every day. I still have a supermarket. It's enough to keep me busy. Entered the court as an official. Pretty much the dream of any bookworm. Li Shimin looked deeply at Lin Shen. This is a strange one. First time I've seen it. Lin Shen asked. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back. Li Shimin waved his hand. Go. Lin Shen twisted away. Li Shimin looked at the door that wasn't brought up and was a bit out of breath. Guanyin maidservant. What do you think of this man? It's a weirdo. Empress Changsun frowned and walked over to close the door. Li Shimin nodded heavily. Yes, I'm the 9 to 5. The Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of the Great Tang. But this kid's attitude toward me. For a while, Li Shimin was somewhat unable to think of what kind of words to use to describe this relationship. Empress Changsun said, he is going about treating His Majesty as an equal. Li Shimin nodded. Right. The others respect me and fear me. And only this kid doesn't think of me as an emperor. Or maybe he just thinks of me as Li Shimin. And the emperor is just a kind of job for me? Is this the original manifestation of the parthenogenetic love of the Mahists? Empress Changsun said with a smile, rubbing Li Shimon's shoulders. This is good. With such a person in Detang, it's not as dead as it was before. Li Shimon sighed. I don't know if it's good or bad. By the way, send someone to try this later. Whether this insecticide is really effective. In the shadows aside, 1,000 cowguard came out, answered yes, then carefully picked up this bottle of insecticide, walked out of the house, not to an hour, then hurriedly returned. In his hand was also a small bowl containing a dozen dead locusts. Your Majesty, that insecticide really works. The voice of the 1,000 bull guards couldn't help but be a little excited. Li Shimon was a bit surprised. So soon? The 1,000 bull guards nodded. I followed His Highness the King of Chu's instructions and put the insecticide in a kettle and sprayed it on the locusts in the imperial garden. And those locusts seemed to loathe the scent and directly fled with their wings. But they didn't fly far before they fell dead in droves. Here are some locust corpses that I picked up, and I ask your Majesty to look at them. Li Shimon couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He was still skeptical of Lin Shen's words before. It was even thought that this kind of potion, the effect was not as good as Lin Shen said, but the facts were in front of him. In less than an hour, so many locusts died. If the entire Great Tang are sprayed with this pesticide, will not the entire Great Tang locust plague can be lifted? Li Shimon sighed. His heart a little tugged at his heart. Detang owes him another favor. Even if Lin Shen characterized the matter as a sale, but Li Shimon's heart knows very well, without this deal, the locust plague in Detang could only wait until winter, when these locusts died, for fear that it would be lifted. The city of Chang'an is not small, but the news that the owner of Rui Supermarket, who was rewarded by His Majesty, had become the King of Chu spread fast. Almost overnight, all the people of Chang'an knew the news. This serves as a great promotion for Rui Supermarkets. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of legend this man who was just a merchant, who had risen to the top of the world in one step overnight to become the King of Chu, was. Is it one more eye, or a few more arms and legs than everyone else? But when they came to the entrance of Rui Supermarket, only to find a wooden sign standing in front of the supermarket, there was a piece of red paper glued to it with a large string of words written densely on it. The crowd clustered around this board. What does this board say? Why are you asking me? I can't read. Is there a literate gentleman who can read for us what is written on this paper? The crowd clamored. Not long after, a man dressed as a scholar came out from the crowd, stood beside the wooden board, and arched his hand toward all of them. What this paper says is, His Highness, the King of Chu, has invented a potion that can effectively kill locusts within half an hour, and now he has specially brought out this potion in order to help the people of the world, and it's only 10 cents a bottle. Hearing messages like this, the crowd murmured, is there really a potion that kills locusts? And it's only 10 cents. This kind of miracle medicine is sold so cheaply? It's not supposed to be a scam. No way, that's His Highness the King of Chu. Do you know how he was made King of Chu? Why was it blocked? And do you know why? Of course, we are telling you that it is because His Highness, the King of Chu, was mindful of the fact that the people of the world had no food to eat during the locust plague, so he purposely took the food from his own home to provide relief to the people of the world. My third uncle's sworn brother's brother-in-law. He's already eating His Highness the King of Chu's grain, and I've heard that it's still carrying oil. No way. How much silver would that cost? So His Highness King Chu is a saint. Do you think a saint would lie to you about something like this? Chapter 38, Sun Simiao's visit. Sage, is what the people of Chang'an City are now saying about this His Highness, the King of Chu. No one thought the comment was over the top. Even now, some people have already begun to prepare for the establishment of a living shrine for His Highness the King of Chu. Seeing that it's the medicinal juice that His Highness the King of Chu has taken out, it's able to kill the locusts. No one doubts the veracity of this story any longer. One man looked at the square letters on the red paper and suddenly spoke up and asked, then why do you need the money? Flush. Almost everyone threw a look of disdain. If you go to a pharmacy now and grab a pair of medicines, they all have to cost half a taels or a couple of silver. How dare you think that 10 cents is still too expensive? But I've heard that His Highness, the King of Chu, took out those grains and had to fold in at least 30 million taels of silver. 10 cents is not even enough to cover the cost. I'm afraid. I do think that His Highness, the King of Chu, must have his intentions in collecting the money. The man who first raised the question of why do we need to collect money, was humiliated and red in the face, and slipped away from the crowd, not daring to stay any longer. No one saw anything wrong with collecting the money. A saint, doing something must be right even if they, the ascetics, don't understand it. The fact that there was a fee to be charged discouraged many townspeople who wanted to see what a novelty this was, even if it's only 10 cents. Wouldn't it smell good to buy a few hoe cakes and bring them back to your wife and kids? It's not like they need to kill locusts. On the contrary, many people from the farms, hearing the news, have been eager to drill into the supermarket. wanting to buy a bottle of insecticide, to bring back to exterminate the swarm of the all-damned locusts. Insecticides are bought and sold with much more caution than other things. Name, address, and even the purpose of the purchase, all of these need to be registered. After registration, there are further instructions on how to use. Supermarkets are understaffed. Lin Shan also supported more than 20 literate people from the Golden Guards. It takes even less of that curiosity out of those who bought it and wanted to see it. It's not unreasonable to be so cautious. Things like insecticides can totally be used as poisons. The news that Rui Supermarket had begun selling medicinal juices that could kill locusts had spread throughout Chang'an City in almost an instant, spreading even faster than the previous news of Lin Shan becoming the king of Chu. It even took less than half an hour to travel from the East Market to the West Market. A tea house in the West Market. An old man in Taoist robes was eating tea over hoe cakes, while a small Taoist boy waited blearily beside him. Clunk! The door to the tea house was suddenly slammed open. A delinquent, yelling up at the top of his voice, His Highness the King of Chu's Rui Supermarket is now selling medicinal juices that can effectively kill locusts for only 10 cents a bottle. According to His Highness the King of Chu, a single bottle of medicinal juice can kill locusts within the range of an acre of land. If everyone needs anything, they can go to His Highness the King of Chu's supermarket to buy. With a crash, the tea house was abuzz. A potion to kill locusts? This is something new. Now the way to exterminate locusts is simple and brutal. Either manual extermination. But with the signs of the locust plague in Datong nowadays, people are tired to death. And I am afraid that we can't finish killing the locusts. Either that or campfire booby traps. This worked somewhat, but it didn't do much in the face of the locust plague. The Dao-robed old man turned his head violently and stared at that undesirable person with a serious expression. The Taoist boy on the side timidly asked, Master, is there really a medicinal juice that can exterminate locusts? The Dao-robed old man hesitantly shook his head. I am not capable of researching that kind of thing, but that His Highness, the King of Chu, is so homely and generous that it is not too much to say that he is a saint in the world, and with his status, I think that he does not have to lie. The Taoist boy nodded his head as if he understood. The Dao-robed old man was no longer civilized, filling his stomach with hoe cakes in 3 or 2 bites, and gently patting the Dao child's head. Eat quickly, and later on, we'll go meet that His Highness, the King of Chu. The Taoist boy began to wolf down the food. The Rui Supermarket was busy today. There are more people buying pesticides than one would expect. The Taoist-robed old man and the Taoist boy lined up at the entrance for half an hour before walking to the store door. Seeing that it was an old man, Chen San quickly walked over and greeted him. Elderly man, are you here to buy insecticide as well? Sun Simiao's attitude was respectful as he bowed and saluted. I, Sun Simiao, have come to pay my respects to Your Highness the King of Chu. I wonder if Your Highness has the time now. Sun Simiao? This name made Chen San's head go down a bit. Are you really old god's son? Chen San looked at him, his voice a little hesitant. Sun Simiao nodded blandly. The old fairy doesn't dare to be. The old man is just an ordinary mountain village doctor. Chen San was stunned. It's really the same Sun Simiao who wrote the 1,000 golden prescriptions. The divine doctor who refused to be knighted by Li Shimen. By now the old gods who have lived for more than 80 years look like old people of 40 or 50 years old. And there is not much difference. Chen San turned towards him and bowed respectfully. Old goddess, wait a moment. His Highness is resting in the back room. I'll go inform him. Sun Silver nodded. Lin Shan was napping in the back room. Napping had always been his tradition. Chen San carefully woke him up and said softly, Your Majesty, old divine Dr. Sun seeks an audience. Lin Shan's head was still a bit confused, somewhat unresponsive. Old divine doctor. Who is it? Sun Simiao. Old God Sunday. Chen San increased his tone and repeated it again. Lin Shan instantly sobered up quite a bit and was busy beckoning. Quickly, invite him in. Chen San walked out. Lin Shan sat on the bed and narrowed his eyes slightly. In the entire Great Tang, one of the few people who could gain his respect, Sun Simiao was considered one of them. This old man, a gem of Chinese medicine. It can even be said that if Chinese medicine does not have this old man, I am afraid that there is not much difference with the ancient Western medicine. Not long after, Sun Simiao walked in, led by Chen San. Looking at the room, Sun Simiao was a little surprised. This is the residence of a king? The house is very exquisite. The furniture inside are all styles he has never seen. It looks like every piece is extraordinary. But isn't it a bit too plain for the princes who are all in high positions of power for the whole of the Great Tang? Lin Shan was now fully awake, looking at the rather mythical old man in front of him with a curious expression, and asked softly, You are old Mr. Sun Simiao? Sun Simiao nodded. Old husband Sun Simiao. Meet Your Highness the King of Chu. Lin Shan was a little less accustomed to it and waved his hand. Oh, it's fine. You just find a chair and sit down. What is it that you're looking for me for? Sun Si Miao nodded. When I was eating at the tea house today, I heard a bad man say that you, Your Highness the King of Chu, had come up with a medicinal juice capable of exterminating locusts. Is that true or false? Lin Shen said. Of course it's true. Saying that, he yelled outside. Chan San, bring in a bottle of insecticide. Snap snap. Chan San directly put down what he was doing, carrying the insecticide that the farmer had brought from the shelf, and trotted and slipped into the inner room. Chapter 39, Don't Die on Me. Plastic vials made of white glue. Looking at this thing, Sun Si Miao was a bit curious, fiddling with this small bottle back and forth, and after a moment gave a sarcastic laugh. Your Highness King Chu, how should I open this thing? Lin Shen casually took it, unscrewed the cap, and handed it over again. Odd way to open a bottle, but it's convenient. Sun Si Miao looked very serious, poking his nose into the mouth of the bottle. He took a long sniff, and extremely pungent, yet never before had he smelled it. He carefully poured out a little of the potion in the cap. This dark brown liquid also made him wonder what ingredients were in it. Thinking about, Sun Si Miao then prepared to bring the medicinal juice to his mouth. Lin Shen took a look and cold sweat came down. Stop. Wait. Don't drink it. That stuff is poisonous. He reached forward and grabbed, and a tremendous force locked Sun Si Miao's arm, preventing him from making any further movements. Sun Si Miao was not as flustered as Lin Shen, and gently smiled. Your Highness the King of Chu, don't panic. I just want to taste what this medicinal juice tastes like. Lin Shen stared at the bottle cap in Sun Si Miao's hand and said sternly, if there's anything you don't understand, ask me directly. I took this thing out. I understand everything about it. Don't be so deadly. This stuff will take off your skin even if you don't die when you drink it. You an old man, what are you messing around with? Sun Si Miao carefully poured the medicinal juice back into the bottle, with a thoughtful face. That's why His Highness, the King of Chu, asked them to register the pesticides when they bought them? Lin Shen nodded. Well, in case something does come out about poisoning people with pesticides, with such a list manual in place, it's going to be much simpler aspect to check. Sun Si Miao exclaimed. Your Highness the King of Chu is truly thoughtful. Lin Shen waved his hand. Generally speaking, Sun Si Miao frowned, thinking for a long time, before he opened his mouth and asked, Your Highness the King of Chu, I know that it may be a little inappropriate to ask this, but the old man's heart is very curious. I have been practicing medicine for so many years and have studied thousands of herbs, but I have not found any herb that might be effective in killing locusts. Can you ask about the recipe for this medicinal juice? Lin Shen went silent. Sun Si Miao was busy waving his hand. If it's inconvenient, I won't force Your Highness the King of Chu. Lin Shen shook his head and said softly, it's not that I don't want to give you the formula. It's just that this is something that you won't necessarily be able to understand even if you say it out loud, and it's very complicated. The little Taoist boy on the side, very unconvinced, said in a loud voice, my master is a divine doctor. Of all the doctors in the world, he is the most powerful, and there is nothing in the medical path that my master does not understand. Sun Si Miao gently patted the little Taoist boy's head, then whispered to Lin Shen, don't listen to my unintelligent disciple. I have been practicing medicine for many years, but I find that I am still small, and I'm afraid that I've only just entered the door of the medical path. The Taoist boy grunted from the sidelines and turned his face away. Lin Shen instead nodded his head cheerfully. You people are quite clear about yourself. Sun Si Miao froze. That's just a self-effacing statement on his part. How did you stomp on your nose and recognize it? Lin Shen raised his hand and stroked his chin, saying softly, Old Mr. Sun, let me ask you a question. What is the function of ginseng? Sun Si Miao said almost without thinking. Cure deficiency of yin and yang, weakness of lung qi, cure men and women. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said a paragraph of words that made you drowsy. When Sun Si Miao finished, Lin Shen asked again, then do you know why ginseng has such an effect? Sun Si Miao froze, somewhat unable to speak. The little Taoist boy didn't hear the meaning in Lin Shen's question, and said very unconvincingly from the sidelines, ginseng is born and raised on the earth, and is born with this effect. Lin Shen waved his hand and let out a light laugh. Then let me ask in another way, which part of the ginseng determines the ginseng to have such efficacy? The little Taoist boy stopped talking and with a stern face began to recall the medical books. Sun Si Miao stood up and bowed respectfully towards Lin Shen. Please also ask Your Highness the King of Chu for guidance. It was clear to him that he seemed to have come into contact with some unimaginable realm. Until then, he had never even thought about such a question. His intuition told him that what His Highness, the King of Chu, was about to say might turn the whole of Great Tang's medicine upside down. Sit, sit, sit. Lin Shen waved his hand. There's no need for that. Lin Shen said softly, this thing is complicated. If I told you, I wouldn't be able to finish it in 3 days and 3 nights. I'll just summarize it briefly. All the matter in this world is actually made up of one little particle after another. By arranging them in different ways and showing up differently, they form the matter that we see in our eyes. Take ginseng for example. It's just made up of a million little particles. And one of the important factors that determines that ginseng has such a medical effect is that it contains a substance called ginsenoside. Guess how much of this substance is in a ginseng? Sun Simiao furrowed his brows and began to digest what Lin Shen had said. The words are blunt, but deep. The words matter is made up of small particles alone were too much for him to digest. After a long time, Sun Simiao tried to return. Since ginseng can have such an effect, this ginsenoside substance, at least half of the weight? Lin Shen shook his head and raised 4 fingers. 40%? Sun Simiao asked again tentatively. Lin Shen still shook his head. It's only 4% weight. Hiss. Sun Simiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The thing that determines ginseng to have this kind of medical value is only 4% of a whole ginseng? Wouldn't that mean that the remaining 96% isn't that medically important? Lin Shen continued. There's a pretty good saying that talking about toxicity aside from dosage is a joke. There are some things that behave harmlessly until they reach a certain point. That's what happened to the bottle of insecticide you were holding. It's made by extracting a substance called nicotine and concentrating it into a bottle of juice like this. So it's not that I won't give you the formula, but even if I did, you wouldn't be able to extract the nicotine. Even if I give you the formula, you don't have the ability to extract the nicotine. Sunthorpe doesn't care much about insecticides anymore. The whole person is in a state of muddle. After all these years, I've been on the wrong medical path. After a long time, Sun Simiao sighed heavily, and the light in his entire eyes dimmed instantly. Lin Shen waved his hand with a big grin. Hey, look at you. You're not really on the wrong path, but it's true that you're only just entering the gates of medicine. It's still at the most basic level of utilization. Chapter 40, Your Highness King Chu, please be my teacher. Lin Shen's words, too, were not said to comfort Sun Simiao. Chinese medicine is, indeed, on the right path, though it is far from being comparable to modern medicine after the Industrial Revolution. But compared to Western medicine that only does bloodletting therapy, which is more like witchcraft, TCM has to be more like a medicine, or rather, more like pharmacology. Determine each herb, what kind of substance it contains, what kind of damage it does to the body, and what kind of tonic it provides. Behind every thin prescription, there may be several, if not dozens of lives paid for. It's just that the limitations of the times have left them to study the pharmacology from these flowers and plants. Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh a little. If only he could have a set of machines in his hands that were specialized in pharmacology, he could totally let Sun Simiao move in. Too bad it wasn't drawn. Sun Simiao was now doubting himself. Am I really on the right path? Lin Shen nodded. Of course that's correct. While your use of herbs is crude in my eyes, there is no doubt that this is the right path. All you lack is an opportunity to go deeper. Sun Simiao stopped talking and lowered his head, staring at his hands, thinking. Lin Shen also ignored him and carefully took the pesticide in Sun Simiao's hand and tightened the cap. He's not afraid of the toxicity of pesticides now that he's in shape, but it doesn't smell good. He didn't want to sleep in a house full of pesticide smells. The forehand just put the pesticide on the table. There was a thud. A loud voice then entered Lin Shen's ears. He was busy inclining his head to see that Sun Simiao was kneeling directly in front of him, and said in a loud voice, I also ask your highness, the king of Chu, to accept me as a disciple and teach me the true way of healing. Lin Shen waved his hand. Don't be like this. Get up and talk first. I don't know much about medicine. I've just heard old men in my lineage talk about these things before. I can only give you a general direction. So enough about worshipping. You can instead stay with me for now and I'll see if I can get some instruments and such out of the way sometime. Do your own research when the time comes. Sun Simiao climbed and sat up from the ground, his eyes full of sparkling light. Many thanks to your highness, king of Chu. It's hard to imagine an 80-something-year-old man with such a full appetite for knowledge in his eyes. Han's forefathers always did this. They are not resisting knowledge. It's just that when they can eat alone, all they ever think about is how they can eat better. Instead, they go to think about how to feed their friends and family. And when that is realized, they think about the people of their village, the people of their city, the people of the whole world. Lin Shen waved his hand. It's fine. Everything is for the betterment of the great Tang dynasty. Sun Simiao then stayed here in Lin Shen. The Chu king's residence is still being renovated. Lin Shen's requirements were so high that he even drew a simple layout map with his own hands, and the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works were working on it day and night. Sun Simiao could only stay at the tavern next door. Fortunately, this old gentleman does not have such strict requirements for the living environment, and his whole mind now falls on the study of pharmacology. There is even less concern for the outside world. The plague of locusts just seemed to die down. Duke Lu's mansion. Ho Junji looked at the intelligence in his hand with an ironic expression. Damn it! He hammered the table hard and tossed the paper in his hand aside, his eyes flashing a few sinister colors from time to time. The intelligence was all about Lin Shen, immortal or not. These 4 words that came out of Ho Junji's mouth were like a knife, ruthlessly stabbed in his heart, and he couldn't pull them out. For the past few nights, I've dreamed about Lin Shen every night. That gentle, bland smile. But this is undoubtedly a nightmare for Ho Junji. One must resolve this heart problem or one must not rest in peace. But Ho Junji couldn't find any reason to attack Lin Shen. See what the outside world is saying about Lin Shen. Sage, heavenly banishment, Chang'an City outward for 100 miles. This range of farms, there is a count one, have built Lin Shen's life shrine, day and night incense offerings, the heart of his good. It's more prestigious than Li Shimen. How do you get down to someone like that? I'm afraid that if he just picks a fight with Lin Shen today, tomorrow the gate of this Duke Lu's mansion of his will be poured with manure and smashed with rotten eggs by that group of people. The Ministry of Rights won't even bother with him if he wants to sue. Do you just have to wait to die? Ho Junji slumped helplessly in his chair, looking at the paper that hung on the table, unable to fall, thinking in despair. Right about this time. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. My lord, there is a visitor. The head official of the inner residence of the Duke of Lu's residence has been replaced with a new person. As for the previous one, he has long been imprisoned in the Delizy for falsely accusing His Highness the King of Chu. Ho Junji waved his hand and said softly, "Who is it?" The butler hesitantly said, "My lord." That guest didn't say his name, only his surname Zhang. Young? It's not a small last name. The entire Great Tang honored class. Also no one surnamed Zhang. Is it possible that it's the Zhang family from Xinjiang? Think about it. Ho Junji immediately sat upright and nodded heavily. Quickly, please, the butler answered and went out to lead that guest in. It was a middle-aged man, all dressed in brocade, slightly obese, and the whole person looked extremely arrogant. The butler knew his way around and didn't forget to close the door for them as he walked out. In the study, only the 2 of them were left. Ho Junji bowed toward the middle-aged man. May I ask who your honor is? The middle-aged man puffed out his chest. Xingyang Zhang clan, Zhang Qian. Ho Junji raised his eyebrows. Surprisingly, it's really this Zhang family. 7 sects and 5 surnames. It was the most notable of several great lineages during the Sui and Tang dynasties. Li Shimen, for example, was from the Longxi Li clan. Along with them, there was the Zhao County Li clan, a sort of subfamily of the present-day imperial family, the Boling Chui clan, the Qinghe Chui clan, the Fanyang Lu clan, the Taiyuan Wang clan, and the rest were the Xingyang Zhang clan. Zhang, of Xingyang, came from a great source. It was already a famous family during the Northern Wei dynasty, and at that time, there wasn't even any Li's yet. Ho Junji didn't dare to slow down. Although he was a duke of state, his roots were too shallow compared to these prestigious families that stood in the land of China and had passed through several dynasties. In a soft voice, he asked, "I wonder what Mr. Zhang Qian's visit is about." Zhang Qian squinted his eyes and said softly, "Naturally, I'm here for His Highness, the current king of Chu, Xingyang Zhang clan." Although in Xingyang, adjacent to the forest-deep Chu fiefdom, their roots, however, were rooted in that soil of Chu. Originally, those counties were regarded by the Zhang family as being in the bag. Now, but because Li Shimen a word, these counties have become Lin Shen's things. How can this not let them resent? Chapter 41, Buying a Shop. It's already in your mouth. It's even been eaten for hundreds of years. And it's obviously a difficult thing to want Zhang to spit it out now. If it was in the Sui dynasty, Zhang still had people who could speak in the court. But now it's embarrassing. The Great Tang has just opened its doors not many years ago. Young hadn't had time to lay out. Now they were in the Great Tang. And the one with the greatest official rank was only a mere 6th rank. The court can't say anything. In fact, Zhang only learned of this news with a dumbfounded look on her face after the entire people of Chang'an knew that Lin Shen had become the king of Chu. Since the Han dynasty, the matter of vassalage has been very prudent in all dynasties. Even those meritorious ministers who followed in the fight for the world were only given the title of Duke of State. That's why the Zhang family wasn't in a hurry at all and was prepared to lay out the layout slowly. Who would have thought that this is just the beginning? Nearly half of your own family's huge industry is going to be handed over to a brat who popped up out of nowhere? Who could take this on? Originally, I thought that there was no way to deal with such a guy whose reputation among the people was almost that of a saint. But once they inquired in Chang'an City, they really let them catch some information out. Ho Junji, the minister of the Ministry of War, the Duke of Lu, and this His Highness, the King of Chu, are in an undying situation. So today they came to my door. What they were plotting, no one else could know. Lin Shen also didn't know that Ho Junji wanted to do something to himself, and even if he did, He wouldn't take it seriously. Rui Supermarket. Lin Shen slumped on the counter and dozed off. The supermarket is doing better and better. Every day in front of the store, there is a big line. Even after the curfew was over, there were people who hurried out of their homes and squatted in front of the entrance, just waiting for the Rui Supermarket to open its doors. Lin Shen yawned, looking at Chen San and their busy figures, and thinking that he still had 296 templates for supermarket employees in his hands. He cocked his head and thought carefully for a while. This little supermarket of our own. It seems like it should expand. This palm-sized place. A time to receive not many customers. Outside also lined up so big a long line. This day to lose how much silver. And he had a few things in his hand that he could take out and sell. Looks like fertilizer, bleach, mosquito coils. All of these things can be taken out and sold. Anesthetics for veterinary use might also be considered. How much more silver can one earn out of this? Thinking about this, Lin Shen became excited. He got up in his wicker chair and headed straight out of the supermarket. Chan San. They have long seen the strange. Their own family prince has always been accustomed to do as he pleases. Cannot use common sense to consider. Just walked out the door of the supermarket. A wagon was seen, barred across the road and parked on the opposite side of the road. Seeing Lin Shen come out, Princess Chang Yang poked her head out and waved at him. Lin Shen walked over. The 1,000 ox guards next to the carriage did not dare to stop. This has now saved the life of the great Tang Chu Wang His Highness. After getting into the carriage, Lin Shen realized that there was another girl in the carriage. Princess Changle. Today it was no longer so simple to dress up, but wore a whole set of flashy palace clothes. Lin Shen was happy and said softly, "Finally not pretending to be a normal girl?" Princess Changle glared. "Did you find out a long time ago?" There was a slight blush of annoyance on her face. That was still what her father had told him. His own father was such a wise and magnificent person. And the first time he came into contact with Lin Shen, his identity was nailed. How could one's own untalented disguise escape Lin Shen's eyes? The man, who knew about it all along, just never pointed out. Lin Shen waved his hand. "I seek this is not your hobby. Besides that you will be the customer. I must not go along with you." Princess Changle snorted coldly. Lin Shen continued. "Say, you guys are here, why don't you go in?" Princess Changle sighed. "There are so many people in your store. I'm a grand princess. It's impossible for me to queue up with the plebeians. Every time I come over, I have the 1,000 bull guards go and purchase for me." Her eyes widened as she looked at Lin Shen. "There's a word that's tucked away in the back of my mind. Unsaid. Haven't seen you in a while." Princess Changle wanted to say this out loud, but she was too thin-skinned and didn't know what Lin Shen meant to her to say it. Eyes can't hide things. Lin Shen could naturally see it. He raised his hand and rubbed Princess Changle's head. "It's been a long time since I've seen you." Princess Changle's face was happy. And when she heard Lin Shen's words, she said softly, "Me too. It's been a long time since I've seen you." Only that just came out. It was then that Lin sighed deeply with a look of regret and, almost at the same time, said, "I thought I'd lost a big customer." Princess Changle's eyes widened a few points, staring blankly at Lin Shen, and the playful smile at the corner of his mouth. "Humph." Princess Changle grunted softly and lightly pounded her fist on Lin Shen's arm. Princess Changyan cocked her head and asked, "Good brother. I haven't seen you come out for a long time. What do you want to do today?" Lin Shen looked back at his own small supermarket, half paralyzed in the soft carriage. "My supermarket is too small to receive many customers a day. I plan to find a bigger store and open a branch, and a little new merchandise on the way." Princess Changle's eyes glowed again. "Is it some new snack?" Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. "Unsurprisingly, there should be. Depends on how much silver you have left in your hand after you buy the store. If you don't have much silver left, you'll have to move the raffle back a bit, and then go back to the department store items when you've saved up enough to do a wave." Princess Changle came over and asked softly, "Then can you reveal to me what kind of good thing it is? Is it self-heating rice? Those things are delicious. I tell you, I can't wait to eat this stuff every day. But you don't sell it, so I have to eat a portion of it when I have a craving." Lin Shen couldn't help but laugh and gently tap on Princess Changle's head. You're just a rice bucket." Princess Changle blew her nose and glared. "I'm a princess. How dare you call me a rice bucket? I'm still the king of Chulu. As an elder to teach you a lesson, and what's wrong with that?" Lin Shen shrugged his shoulders and moved out his identity. Princess Changle instantly wilted and snapped, humming softly. Lin Shen said, "Self-heating rice is still something I wouldn't consider selling right now. Let's wait for the locust plague and famine to pass. Well, without further ado, I've got to find out if there are any stores around here." Princess Changle had an odd expression on her face and glanced at Lin Shen. "You won't just go alone, right?" Lin Shen nodded. "Or what?" Princess Changle sighed. "You are the king of Chu." Chapter 42, You're no better than a commoner than a princess. Lin Shen somewhat didn't quite understand Princess Changle's logic. He was over to watch the store. What status did Princess Changle and he emphasize? Lin Shen asked suspiciously. What's wrong with King Chu? I seem to remember that there's no law in Great Tang that states that a king can't do business. Princess Changle shook her head. It's not about that. You're the king of Chu. Your Highness. The only one king with a different surname in Great Tang. You still need to go personally to see a store? Lin Shen shrugged. What else? Chen San and a few of them still have to worry about my supermarket. Where are the slaves? Princess Changle asked. Lin Shen thought for a moment. I've asked them to go and clean up that Chu Wangfu of mine. As you know, that house your father gave me is so big that I can't live in it without cleaning it up for a few days. Princess Changle gritted her teeth a bit. Then you can't go alone. It's beneath your dignity. Lin Shen raised his hand and gently bounced Princess Changle's brain. This mentality is not good at all. Princess Changle was puzzled. It was supposed to be. You're the king. How can you personally go and do this kind of triviality? Lin Shen lifted the curtains of the carriage and pointed outside. You say. What's the difference between you and those people outside? Princess Changle lifted her chest with a proud face. I am a princess. They are just commoners. Lin Shen asked again. And then what? I am high above. And they are just the lower tier. Princess Changle froze and said without thinking. Lin Shen waved his hand. I mean, besides the status of princess and commoner, what's the difference between you? There was some confusion in Princess Changle's eyes. She couldn't quite make sense of the words. Lin Shen lowered the curtains, took his hand back, and said softly, in fact, in my eyes, aside from being a bit better looking and cuter than them, you're not even close to these plebeians. At first, when she heard Lin Shen praise herself for being good looking and cute, Princess Changle's face blushed. But when she heard the latter part, she huffed and stood up, staring at Lin Shen. How am I no better than those commoners? Lin Shen said. Those plebeians can earn 2 taels of silver a month. Princess Changle retorted. I can have 20 taels of silver in my monthly routine money. And my manor, too, can pay me more than 50 taels of silver in taxes every month. Lin Shen snorted and waved his hand. The example money was given by your parents. The manor was also given by your parents. Throw away these things and throw you into Chang'an City. Can you earn back even 1 or 2 silver pieces a month? Princess Changle bristled with dissatisfaction. But I'm a princess. Why should I earn my own money? Lin Shen looked at her and asked again. Have you ever wondered why you're a princess? Princess Changle said. Because my father is the emperor of Great Tang. Lin Shen asked. Then why is he the emperor of the Great Tang? Princess Changle couldn't answer that question. Her little brain had never pondered this stuff before. Lin Shen smiled and said. That's also what your father, Li Shimen, the current son of heaven of the Great Tang, struggled so hard through his own hands bit by bit. You're just a princess because you have a good father. So you don't have to earn money with your own 2 hands. They just need to earn money with their own hands because they don't come from such a good background. Princess Changle's eyes twinkled. For the first time since she was born, she began to think about them. Princess Changle was a bit deflated. Then am I really no better than those commoners? Lin Shen lifted his hand and stroked her little head. For now, it does look like this in my eyes. Princess Changle became even more frustrated. Lin Shen smiled and said, I'm not saying this to you just to discourage you. Just wanted to make a point to you. Princess Changle raised her head and eyed Lin Shen. Lin Shen continued. Whether it's a princess, a prince, or even an emperor, he's just an identity, a position, and commoners, artisans, and soldiers, there's no difference between these identities, and there's no high or low. Princess Changle pouted and frowned. But half the time, she couldn't but anything. Lin Shen said, Are you trying to say why the world would worship your father? Princess Changle nodded. If there is no difference between high and low, why would they be so respectful to my father? Lin Shen shook his head and said softly, The reason why they respect your father is not because of his status as an emperor, but because of his existence as someone who can guide the Great Tang to better times. Just like those people out there. They respect me, and it's not because of my status as the king of Chu. Rather, it is because I can feed their bellies and be able to come up with something to kill the locusts. Princess Changle became puzzled. Then why do they honor me? Lin Shen stroked Princess Changle's head. The feel of his hand was so good that he couldn't stop a bit. Because you're Li Shimen's daughter. They think that you might have that ability to become the same character as your father. That's why they respect you. It's not a good thing to have that high mindset. You're just a commoner after all. Or even a commoner no better than a commoner. And I'll be very disappointed in you if you think that having a status like a princess puts you above the commoners. The 1,000 bull guards outside the carriage. Hearing these words, cold sweat fell. That said, it's too treasonous. It's almost as if the entire dynasty's program of discipline and etiquette is being turned upside down. But it was the king of Chu who said this. And they can only pretend they didn't hear anything. Princess Changle pondered. Princess Changyang also clutched her head in thought. The last sentence was the most damaging to both of them. In order not to turn out to be a disappointment to Lin Shan, they forced their little brains and began to take in all this complicated information. This idea from the future is not something that these backward-thinking ancients could understand. But this is a seed. Li Shimin is the emperor of the ages. His sons and daughters, too, are not simple people. Nowadays, the Great Tang is still very enlightened. This is a great opportunity for change. Lin Shan came to this Great Tang and never thought that he would have to integrate into this feudal society, become a laggardly ancient in feudal times. Even if it's just one person, he's going to raise his voice and try to change the times. Not to mention, he had a big killer like the supermarket system in his hands. He wanted to take Datong and evolve it even better. Of course, polygamy could be slightly considered to be kept that way. Lin Shan rubbed Princess Changle's head again. That's why it's no big deal for me, as a prince, to personally go and look at the store myself. Want to check it out with me? Chapter 43, Only the Great Tang Dynasty is a Human Being. Hear that? Princess Changle and the two of them nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Lin Shan was about to get down from the carriage. Princess Changle hurriedly said, "Just take this carriage of mine to go." Just after she finished speaking, she felt that there was something wrong with the sentence, and looking blearily at Lin Shan, she timidly said, "It should be okay." After all, Lin Shan's words were still seared into her head. This behavior, perhaps, would not be approved by Lin Shan? Lin Shan sat down with a big grin and nodded lightly. Of course it's possible. What you need to know is that you, the princess and the driver of the cart, are equal in personality to those of the 1,000 bull guards. It is not because they are inferior to you that they drive your wagons and sell their lives for you. It is simply that they take their pay and go and do what is within their duty. Princess Changle nodded in confusion. Even more puzzled by these things, there was something about Lin Shan's words that she couldn't quite understand. But the fact that her own words didn't make Lin Shan angry made her happy. Princess Changle asked, "Then where are you going to go?" Lin Shan thought for a moment. "Go to the West Market first. That side is closer to my supermarket." Princess Changle nodded. Princess Changyang poked out a head and gave a command to the 1,000 bull guards outside, and the carriage rolled to a start, heading towards the Western Market. The West and East Markets, the centers of economic activity within the city of Chang'an. Basically all the merchants, big and small, have a store in these two places. These two economic centers are under the strict control of the Great Tang. Whether it was the bad guys, or the Golden Guard, or even the Forbidden Army, they had deployed a large number of troops here. The department that governs this place is called the Board of Equalization. The highest officer, the city magistrate. From this we can see that the class of merchants and traders is not highly regarded in the Great Tang. The city magistrate who governs an entire large market is only an official of the 7th rank. It was only after Lin Shan and his group entered the western city that the city order received the news. Swish! A large cold sweat broke out on the entire person's head. His Highness the King of Chu and the two princesses came to the western market. It's amazing that he, the supreme officer of the western city, didn't know the news at all. If it's a princess, so be it. These princesses, after all, slip out of Chang'an from time to time, and they don't have much real power in their hands. But there's still His Highness the King of Chu in there. The city magistrate hurried over there, just in time to see the King of Chu docked in front of a restaurant, raising his hand and pointing. "I don't know what I'm saying to the two princesses." The city magistrate greeted him and bowed respectfully. "I don't know that His Highness the King of Chu has arrived. My humble servant has missed out on welcoming him. Please forgive me." "Your Excellency the King of Chu." Lin Shan waved his hand. "I just casually came over to take a look. May I ask who you are?" The city magistrate said. "I am the city magistrate of the Bureau of Equalization, responsible for supervising and maintaining the operation of the Western Market." Lin Shan nodded and looked at the city order with a slightly brighter gaze. He is looking for a suitable store himself. "Wouldn't it be easier if we had the help of the city magistrate?" Lin Shan said. "There is something I need to trouble you with. I wonder if the city magistrate has the time." The city magistrate nodded his head repeatedly. "Your Highness, the King of Chu, just say it straight." Lin Shan said. "I have a Rui supermarket. You should know this, right?" The city magistrate nodded, knowing the message well. "I even had the idea of persuading the store to move to the West Market, just before he put it into action. This Rui supermarket's boss jumped to become the entire Great Tang Chu King's Highness." Lin Shan continued on. "Recently there have been a lot of customers in the store, and my store is small, so I can't receive many customers at once. So I thought about seeing if I could find a suitable store in the West City to house my supermarket." The city magistrate asked, "What does Lord Chu require?" Lin Shan thought for a moment and said, "A small 2-story building with at least 3 rooms attached." The city magistrate opened his mouth, somewhat unresponsive. A small two-story building with 3 rooms attached? How big a store is Lord Chu trying to open? Even in the West City, stores with small two-story buildings were rare, let alone 3 in a row together. The city magistrate scratched his head for a moment and suddenly thought, in the West City, there were really stores that existed that met Lin Shen's requirements. The city magistrate arched his hand and said, Your Highness the King of Chu, please follow me. He led the way in front, and Lin Shen and his group followed him, walking around an alleyway to their destination, a patch of connected houses. At the very center, there were 4 small two-story buildings, and there were many merchants and guests coming and going, and the business of these 4 stores was exceptionally hot. Lin Shen frowned. These stores are occupied with people doing business. They're willing to sell to me? The city magistrate patted his ass and said, with the status of His Highness, the King of Chu, they will naturally surrender their hands and want to give up. Lin Shen waved his hand. If he was allowed to pit Li Shimen, or other honored nobles in Chang'an City, he would definitely be happy. After all, this group of nobles standing in the ruling class, no matter if they are active or not, their nature is to suck the blood of the people underneath them to be rich and powerful. To pit them, Lin Shen didn't have any psychological burden. But if you let yourself, against these ordinary people, this kind of thing, Lin Shen couldn't do it yet. If you do it, what's the difference between you and those nobles? Forget it, I can't do anything by force. Are there any other stores? Preferably the kind where no one is operating, or where business is dismal. Lin Shen sighed and said softly. The city magistrate's heart thumped. He said stiffly, Your Highness the King of Chu, you don't need to be so burdened. To be able to work for Your Highness the King of Chu is a great blessing for them, and the owners of these stores are not from the Great Tang. Hearing the first half of the sentence made Lin Shen frown straight away, but the last sentence swallowed back the words of reprimand he wanted to say. Lin Shen asked, These stores, none of them are stores of the Great Tang people? The city magistrate nodded. Yes, these stores, they are stores run by Persia, Turkic and also giant eaters. Lin Shen nodded and let out a cold smile. So it's not a Detang person. Then go and inform them that these stores will take my surname from now on. Tomorrow you come to my supermarket, a store to give them a branch of 200 taels of silver. It is not that I take advantage of them for nothing. The city magistrate beamed with joy and nodded heavily. Here, Princess Changle was puzzled and looked at Lin Shen in confusion. Good brother, didn't you just say that everyone is equal in terms of personality? But what Lin Shen is doing now is nothing like what he just said. Lin Shen raised his hand, rubbed Princess Changle's head, and said with a smile, All the things I said to you just now had a premise. This man, he has to be from the Great Tang. If they're not from the Great Tang, then there's no need to treat them too much like human beings. Understand? The city order lifted her head proudly from the sidelines. Chapter 44, Father, I think you're being unwise. Big Dawn. It is the center of the world today. Even the slavery of the Great Tang is not comparable to the people of Persia or Tubo, or any of these countries. Lin Shen turned back and looked deeply again. Take Princess Changle and leave with them, sending this great god away. The city order wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It's fortunate that His Highness the King of Chu came over to do this kind of thing. As for the Gentiles, counting on their good fortune, the store in their hands was able to be picked up by His Highness, the King of Chu. The city magistrate hummed a little tune as he walked towards the Equalization Bureau, ready to contact the Golden Guardian and the delinquents. That afternoon, a group of 100 or so Golden Guardians with a group of sword-wielding delinquents storm into these stores and drive away all the customers in the stores. A man who looked very different from the Great Tang people came over, looked at the leading general with a wintry smile, and said in dry Chinese, Several officials, what are you preparing to do? The Golden Guard had a stern face and did not give this Turk a good look. His Highness the King of Chu has taken a fancy to this store. Pack up your things and quickly make way for His Highness the King of Chu. The smile on the Turk's face froze. The Golden Guards dug into their arms and took out a bag of silver. Here are 200 taels of silver. His Highness the King of Chu gave you money to buy the store. If you want me to say, it is also His Highness the King of Chu who is kind and generous in his house. Still not quick to thank you for your grace. The Turk's hands trembled. Didn't take these silver at first, just gritted his teeth and said, My lord, this is too much. I've been trading in Datong for 3 years, and this store is my lifeblood, and now 200 taels of silver are going to rob it. Looking at the price of land in West City alone, a store like this would require at least 500 taels of silver to take it down. What's more, this store is in the center of the downtown area. Operating for several years in good business is too much. The price is only high but not low. The area of 200 taels of silver. I'm afraid that I can only afford to pay a fraction. The Golden Guardian narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes glowing with coldness. So, you're not willing to sell? Where the Bureau of Equalization is and which way the door opens. You should know. You know well where the Chang'an County office is. But since you are disobeying His Highness the King of Chu, the gates of the imperial city are also at your disposal. Every word from the Golden Guardian. The Turk's heart then proved hard. Money filled his head just now. It's only now that I remember what this place is. It's Big Don. It's Chahan. The one who wants this store is also not just any random person from the Great Tang Dynasty, but the current King of Chu, His Highness. His business is so big that he earns tens of thousands of taels of silver a year. But he's even a 7th grade official of the Great Tang. The city magistrate of the Western Market can't even deal with it. Not to mention, that high and mighty His Highness, the King of Chu. The cold sweat rolled off. The Turk did not speak. The Golden Guardian looked at him with a smirk and said softly, "Are you selling now or not?" The Turk gritted his teeth and agreed, "Sell. I'll sell. But I own all this stuff in the store. Those can't be sold." The Golden Guard snorted. "You're raggedy things. His Highness the King of Chu can't look at them either. He's got a lot of treasures in his hands. Barbarian goods still want to compare with His Highness the King of Chu?" The Turk didn't say anything, silently packed up his things, took those goods of his, and disappeared into the western city in a grayish manner. The other 3 stores next to them all ended up in a similar state. There were a lot of people gathered around to see what was going on. None, however, sympathized with these 4 men. There wasn't a single person, either, who felt that Lin Shan had done something wrong. The Golden Guard drove these people away, arched his hand towards the onlookers of the Great Tang Dynasty, and said softly, "Gentlemen, as you can see, from now on these 4 stores are all owned by His Highness, the King of Chu, and His Highness has said that before long, he's going to be opening an even bigger supermarket in the western city." The crowd clamored and made a noise. Is His Highness the King of Chu even still practicing merchantry? There are still people who treat His Highness the King of Chu as a merchant. What part of that lord looks like a merchant? That's just it. Something as expensive as a crystal cup. If it were in the hands of a merchant, it might have to be sold for a sky-high price, but now we can afford it even if we bite the bullet. Doing this kind of thing, Lord Chu Wang is afraid that he can't even earn much money. Just pitying us people. Just take it out. Fish and tofu, that kind of thing. If it wasn't for His Highness the King of Chu, would you have been able to eat something with this kind of flavor in your life? That's it. Everyone's focus was on Lin Shan's big supermarket. As for the Gentiles, who cares about them? Just as the West Market started to get rowdy, an uninvited guest is welcomed to a small mansion in Yangningfang. Chang'an. Zheng Qian hurriedly came here after leaving the Duke of Lu's residence. Zhang Renji couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw Zheng Qian. "Uncle Zheng, why are you here?" Zheng Qian looked at him with a cold smile. "Why can't I come?" Zheng Renji invited him into the study before asking cautiously, "Uncle Zheng, what is the reason for your visit this time?" Zheng Qian sat graciously on the main seat and said softly, "Home, preparing to lay hands on that His Highness, the King of Chu." Zheng Renji stared at Zheng Qian with wide eyes, somewhat at a loss for words. Zheng Qian hummed lightly, "What, do you have an opinion?" Zheng Renji nodded, with a cautious face, "Uncle Zheng, that His Highness, the King of Chu, is now in Chang'an City, like the sun, and his reputation is comparable to that of a saint. So let's do it to him. Now." Zheng Qian waved his hand. "The majority of my clan's foundation is in Chu. It's not like you don't know. While he has yet to gain a foothold in the Chu lands, he should be eradicated directly. If we don't do it now, do we have to wait until after he stabilizes himself and starts taking over the Chu land?" Zhang Renji frowned and said softly, "Uncle Zheng, I am now but the Ministry of Water-less secretary. The official is only 6 products. This matter I cannot get involved." Zheng Qian didn't say anything. It's not really young Inqi's fault. He was originally a Tongshire sheriff in the Sui dynasty, and was a companion to the crown prince. When the crown prince is out of the palace, he will be able to enter the court as an official in an honorable manner and make his way to the top. But who would have thought that the Sui dynasty would be overthrown overnight? De Tang became a new dynasty. It was already a great blessing that he, a remnant of the former dynasty, had not been executed by the Li family and was still a 6th-ranked official. Moving up the ladder was out of the question with his status. Zheng Qian thought for a long time, waved his hand, "This thing I am clear. The clan also did not expect this you alone to bring down the King of Chu. We have other arrangements. This is also an opportunity for you. Take advantage of this opportunity and maybe you'll go further." Zheng Renji looked at Zheng Qian and thought. On the one hand, he ordered the servants in the mansion to arrange for Zheng Qian to stay in the compartment. In the study, young Ngi is thinking. A stunningly beautiful-looking young girl, carrying a bowl of lotus seed soup, pushed her way in, looked at her father, and said softly, "Father, I think you're being unwise." Chapter 45, The Intelligent Girl Zhang Liwan. Young Ngi looked at his daughter and reached out to take the lotus seed soup, a little surprised. Why do you say that? This jewel is one of the proudest things in Zhang Renji's life. Lillian Chang. This daughter of his was born smart. although than his older brother, a few years after the study, but on the wisdom but long her brother a big cut, just a pity to have a daughter body, cannot enter the dynasty as an official. Otherwise, with her talent, it wouldn't take more than a few years for her to make a name for herself. Zhang Liwan stood on the side of a good boy, frowned, that Chu Wang His Highness, must not be an unusual person, if it is only the generation of merchants, and will not open the mouth of the king of a different name. Zhang Liwan's words made Zhang Renji frown. Zhang Liwan continued again. Father, it's easiest for a king with a different surname to mess up the world. Li has only just stabilized the world. Even if His Highness the King of Chu has such saintly feats and is appointed a Duke of State, if you want to make a king, making a county king is also possible. But on the contrary, Li did not press, directly gave a prince, or the King of Chu, is only under the present son of heaven's King of Qin. Father did not think about it? Young Inji sighed. But this is an order in the family. Zhang Liwan shook her head. Father is only a 6th rank official. He can't even enter the morning court, so how can he tell a prince what to do? Can't he? Zhang Renji looked up at his daughter. The sly look in her eyes was as bright as the stars. He instantly understood what his daughter meant. Nothing to do. Let it be. If their own family wants to deal with the King of Chu, then let them go to deal with. They do not make a sound. Focusing on their own water department of the young secretary, deal with the water department of public affairs is. If you don't get involved, you can't go wrong. Zhang Renji sighed. Good nui. Father knows. Zhang Liwan stopped talking and retreated obediently, just going out the door with a thoughtful look in his eyes. What kind of character is His Highness the King of Chu? I heard that just merchants, but can become the king of the great Tang Chu, but can make their own family. Want to take a shot at him? Really incredible a person. Too bad that supermarket is crowded. She didn't like to show her face, let alone stand in line outside for that long. It's really a pity that I can't see that His Highness the King of Chu in person once. Lin Shin didn't know that he had been missed by a girl. It was now sprawled out on the bed in the back room, yawning. Princess Changgul and Princess Changyang, the two little goblins, were also persuaded to go back under the attack of his fish tofu with self-heated rice. Today is kind of his lucky day, for stores of that size were picked up for only 800 taels of silver, which was several times less than the budget he had imagined. He even managed to get a couple rounds of premium draw. Lin Shin squinted his eyes and opened the system panel. He didn't have much silver in his hand right now, just under 200,000 taels. The last 6 rounds of the premium raffle, most of which were still non-vendable items, made his heart bleed a little. The broad category of business and industrial agriculture is not going to be touched, at least not until you can't make $1 million a month on your own. Department store merchandise category. Lin Shin fist pumped and stared at this big category. 10,000 taels of silver thrown in. Naturally, it's a premium draw. This is by far the most cost-effective type of draw for him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking common items, checkbook, ping pong ball, lighter fluid, oyster sauce squeeze nozzle, and unlocking advanced item, potato chips, flavor of your choice. See this round of draws. Lin Shin went a little silent. Could it be that he'd used up all his good fortune to run into those 4 stores for nothing today? What's all this smoking? You definitely can't take out the lighter fluid and sell it. They sell matches in the supermarkets now, so there's no room for lighter fluid, but it's a good material for fueling a fire. Keep it for now. It might be of some use. Table tennis. It's a good thing to expand on for future entertainment, but now don't have that energy to promote a sport that also has to stay in the mall. A checkbook would be a good thing to have. Consider taking it out and selling it later. As for this gas-guzzling squeeze nozzle, Lin Shin was powerless to spit. What's the point of him wanting it? Only potato chips were able to comfort Lin Shin, casually pulling out a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips from the system mall. Lin Shin came back for a second draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking common items, milk chocolate, eyeglass frames, nail polish, and unlocking advanced items, tungsten light bulbs, and pre-mixed wine, flavor of your choice. The first chip was not even swallowed. These things in the draw put Lin Shin in a state called mosaic. Milk chocolate and pre-mixed drinks are okay to understand, but what the heck are eyeglass frames, nail polish, and tungsten bulbs? Just the frames, not the lenses. How can you sell this stuff? What's the point of giving tungsten bulbs when there's no electricity now? To sell as a glass artifact? And that nail polish. This was one of the things that made Lin Shin the most powerless to spit. In the latter days, there is a big market for nail polish, but this is Datang. Black hair and black eyes are the proudest colors of the great Tang people. This colorful painting of the nails would not be accepted by the Datsons. Maybe he put them today, on the supermarket shelves. Tomorrow that group of old men in the Ministry of Rights will have the guts to refer to him in the court, saying that he, His Royal Highness the King of Chu, has gone mad. To come up with something so unorthodox. Lin Shan sighed heavily, closed the system panel. It was not bad to have 3 items on the shelves, within his expectations, just not a good day for a raffle. He'd have to calm down and find a suitable zodiac day to try and smoke another wave. The market isn't even saturated yet anyway. It's just as well to throw in those 3 things. Chips cost, like fish and tofu, a penny a bag. Milk chocolate stuff like this. Lin Shan hesitated, but priced it at $2 a pack. As for pre-mixed drinks, this is a low-proof, yet flavorful preparation. It's so much better than white wine, while the alcoholic may prefer white wine a bit more. For those who are readers, and women, this pre-mixed wine will obviously be more appealing to them. This time Lin Shan didn't have any hesitation and directly priced it at 2 taels of silver a bottle. Something like wine. Of course it has to be priced higher to be classy, to be able to sell it. Meanwhile, in the imperial city, Li Shimin listened to Princess Changle repeating what Lin Shan had said to him and got thoughtful. Yeah, this king of Chu is from the Mo and Nome 2 families, should also have some ideas about the rule of the country. They focus on the fact that he can take out these rare and exotic treasures, have forgotten about this identity of his. Chapter 46, I would like to ask for your advice. Li Shimin raised his hand and lightly tapped the table. The things that Princess Changle said, as the emperor, he was naturally cognizant of them, but these words, coaxing Princess Changle, this kind of yellow hair girl can still be, and can't convince him, this mature man who has seen the changes of society and times. A very interesting way of putting it. It's also very shallow and childish. Li Shimin didn't think that Lin Shan would be such a naive person, and someone who took self-heated rice and dared to ask him for all the credit couldn't be a naive person. Is this a new doctrine that the Mahists and the Nanjists, during their years of seclusion, have come up with? Li Shimin was a bit impatient and waved his hand, beckoning the 1,000 bull guards. Quickly go and invite His Highness King Chu into the palace, and say that I have some things that I want to ask him for advice. The 1,000 bulls guards had long since seen this and went straight out of the palace, inviting Lin Shan. Until the Eastern Palace, Lin Shan was still confused. I wonder what Li Shimin's business was in inviting him over at this fast approaching nighttime point. He pulled over a chair, sat with a big grin, and waved his hand. Old Li, what's the matter? Calling me over so late? Lao Li. This title almost made Li Shimin not take a breath. Such a grounding call he had never heard in his life. Even when he was fighting for his father, people called him His Highness the King of Qin, and no one close to him ever called him Old Li. But think of Lin Shan. Li Shimin didn't think too much of it, took a deep breath, and said in a good-natured manner, Old Lin, I invited you over because there are some things I want to ask you for advice. What you said to my daughter Changle today has me concerned. Lin Shan raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a surprised face. You wouldn't believe that talk, would you? Li Shimin exhaled. He realized that with Lin Shan, he couldn't maintain the majesty that an emperor should have for some reason. Solely waving his hand, he said bluntly, No, I just find this kind of talk interesting. I think it's the way of governing in your school of thought. Lin Shan was silent and didn't say anything. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes slightly. Can't we talk about it? Lin Shan shook his head. I was just afraid that you might not be able to accept it. Li Shimin said, Don't worry, I am able to accept it. Lin Shan nodded and threw out a question. Why do you think those dynasties before that were revolted and why did they fall? Li Shimin said softly, The emperor is dim and incompetent, and it's natural for the people to revolt if they can't live. Lin Shan shook his head. I mean the root cause. Li Shimin mused. Wasn't the emperor's mediocrity and incompetence, and the treacherous sycophants in the imperial court who recruited and cheated, the root cause of the destruction of the country? He thought for a long time. Is it a sergeant's layout? No, it can't be that. In the end, Li Shimin still shook his head. The only thing I can think of is the reason that the emperor is dim and incompetent. So I have always wanted to be a bright ruler, and I want the people of the world to eat their fill, as well as my children and grandchildren. All of them to be good emperors who can make the people of the world eat their fill. But in your school of thought, it seems that this is not the most fundamental cause of the destruction of the country? Lin Shan nodded inside. Old Li, honestly you're quite a capable one, to be able to think of this. Out of all the emperors in history, you're considered to be at the top of the heap. Li Shimin's face was happy, being praised as the ancient emperor of the 1,000 years, especially in the mouth of someone like Lin Shan, who had little respect for the emperor, made him even happier in his heart. But alas, you're still on a high horse. A very simple point that you haven't considered. Lin Shan's words caused Li Shimin's face to darken. Oh, what aspects have I not considered? Li Shimin asked. Lin Shan waved his hand and said softly, Actually, the reason for the destruction of the country is simple, class conflict. Li Shimin furrowed his brow as he mouthed this novel word, class conflict? What does this mean? Lin Shan looked at Li Shimin and said with a smile on his face, Are you planning to take on those great families of the world? Li Shimon's heart lurched. This was his inner thoughts, which no one else knew except Empress Changsun. This Lin Shen had only been in contact with him for how long, and he knew about this? Li Shimon raised his hand and touched his face. Am I acting that obvious? Lin Shen shook his head. No, but I can tell. He didn't banter with Li Shimon on this topic, but continued on that topic he just had. Actually, this is the manifestation of class conflict. You represent the royal class now. Those families of the world represent the scholarly class. Now that there is a conflict between you, then naturally you must begin to fight it out. And this is called class conflict. Li began to digest them. After a moment, he said softly, but if it's just a struggle between the imperial power and the great families, this won't lead to the destruction of the country. Lin Shen slapped his head, a mouthful of hateful tone. The whole society. It's not like there are only the two classes of royalty and the clergy. There are many other classes. The people are a class. The merchants are a class. The squires and landlords are a class. And the civil and military officials are a class. When so many classes are together and the contradictions between them are irreconcilable, they are bound to break out. And this outbreak of social order is a chaos. Naturally this dynasty will be overthrown. Li Shimon chewed on these words over and over again, and then associated them with what Lin Shen had said to Princess Changle in the morning. An idea grew in his mind. So your school believes that the solution to these conflicts is to eliminate these classes and make everyone in the world equal? Li Shimon hesitantly opened his mouth and said softly, this is somewhat similar to Confucianism's Pax Romana, but it's too idealized. Li Shimon deserves to be the emperor of the ages. From these few short words of Lin Shen, these things were realized. Lin Shen looked at Li Shimon with relief. Honestly, the fact that you can think of these things in just a short period of time means that you're not stupid and that there's still salvation. This is the ultimate goal. You have to realize that food is eaten one bite at a time and houses are built one step at a time. It's certainly not possible to take a step forward and just go ahead and move this out and use it. That would just create more conflict and cause more problems. Li Shimon couldn't help but blush a little. I am a genius. Never stupid. With that, Li Shimon stood up and respectfully made a student's salute toward Lin Shen. Please teach Master Lin. Lin Shen nodded and said softly, it's just to see that you're still saved. If there was another emperor, or someone else, I wouldn't be talking to you about this stuff. Chapter 47, sure enough, you're still saved. Li Shimon couldn't help his eyelids from jumping. He'd never seen anyone so stumped up. His own hall of 9 to 5, the son of heaven of the great Tang dynasty, all looked so respectful. Why does that sound so reluctant? Lin Shen waved his hand. Alright, sit down. There's no need to put on this face in front of me. Li Shimon gritted his teeth and sat back down. Looking at Lin Shen, have to admit it. Though the kid is indeed irritating, Kagome is also really good at what she does. Lin Shen said softly, before you solve this problem, you have to understand one thing, the class thing is not going to go away. Li Shimon nodded, spinning around and reacting. He looked at Lin Shen and exclaimed, isn't your school of thought about eliminating classes? Lin Shen looked at him with a strange look on his face. That was your own brainwave. Okay? I've never said anything like that before. How naive does one have to be to say something like that? Li Shimon's teeth clenched. He's the one who just said something like that. Lin Shen continued. It's just a matter of resolving class conflicts, not resolving classes. There's no way to get rid of the class thing. After understanding that there is no way to eliminate class, you have to realize that common interests and contradictions exist simultaneously between two different classes. Let me give you a simple example. I'm afraid you won't understand if it's too complicated. Li Shimon took a deep breath and told himself not to get angry. Lin Shen picked up the two pens on the table and demonstrated. Look, suppose I arrange for a few people to build the road now, and I appoint one of them as the captain. This is when class comes naturally. This captain is the supervisory, or ruling, class. The rest of these, that's the working class. What is the common interest between them? The ruling class wants the workers to work their asses off to get the roads fixed. The working class, their aim is also to get the roads fixed. But what is the conflict between them? Lin Shen didn't continue on, but looked at Li Shimon. Li Shimon held his cheeks red. He had never been a laborer and had never thought about these things. He could not make a clear answer. Lin Shen shook his head inside. It made Li feel like he was turning into a fool. Lin Shen explained. The conflict between them lies in the fact that the ruling class wants to gain more from this errand. And the workers, too, want the benefits that are due. But for this errand, I only gave them 100 taels of silver to do it. When the ruling class wants to get more, it takes it out of the pockets of the workers and it squeezes them. After the workers can't accept the oppression of the ruling class, they revolt, threaten, or even kill the last captain, and then elect another captain to redistribute the benefits. Listen to this big paragraph. Li Shimon came to a realization. The example Lin Shen gave was simple. but in it, he saw the rise and fall of a dynasty. Words, that's how the Sui dynasty seems to have fallen. Li Shimin scratched his chin, narrowed his eyes at the brush on the table, and said softly, but you can't guarantee that the captain who was re-elected will distribute the benefits fairly. Lin Shin nodded. That's right, that's why there's this whole dynasty change thing. Li Shimin was even more curious, being able to spell out the root cause of a dynasty's demise in such a simple and colloquial way. These were things that he had never even considered, had never thought about. His worldview, turned upside down. Li Shimin feels like he's vaguely grasping at something, but what exactly? He couldn't say. He was silent for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, so what is your school planning to do to solve this problem? Lin Shin narrowed his eyes and smiled brightly. It's very simple. Subtle. Li Shimin was a bit puzzled and looked over suspiciously. Lin Shin continued, my forefathers, after staying away from the world, they didn't give up the study of ideas. Once they realized that class conflict was the factor that led to the change of dynasties and the lack of peace in the world, they began to look at what they could do to make class conflict go away. Outlawing classes is an unrealistic thing, at best. It would make the classes between people less large, but that would require massive productivity to support. Now don't ask me what productivity is. I'll explain this stuff to you sometime. For now just listen to me honestly as I go on. Looking at Li Shimin's restlessness, and that little hand that was jumping up and down, Lin Shin knew that Li Shimin had developed a great interest in the word productivity. But he didn't want to explain this stuff just yet. With the level of production in the Great Tang, even if one knew the word productivity, it would not be of any use. Lin Shin continued, so my forefathers, they thought of a series of ways that could be solved. The first rule is to give everyone a way to be able to break rank. Li Shimin looked at Lin Shin curiously. Lin Shin smiled and said softly, in fact, the imperial examination system, invariably, is already doing this, giving people from the lower classes a hope to rise. By not letting the high class stay high class and the low class stay low class, class conflict won't erupt as quickly. Li Shimin thoughtfully, but not everyone in the world can read and write, and those who can read and write are generally just the great families of the world. Lin Shin narrowed his eyes, a light in his eyes. The second point is to promote economic development. Curious, Li Shimin asked, promoting economic development? Lin Shin nodded. Yes, it is to raise the status of merchants and traders, so that the common people can earn more wealth by doing business, so that their children can study and take part in the imperial examinations to change their class. Li Shimin frowned. It is a law of the Great Tang that the children of merchants cannot participate in the imperial examinations. It was the forefathers who, for the merchants and merchants, despised from the bottom of their hearts. I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate, Li Shimin said hesitantly, shaking his head. Lin Shin looked at Li Shimin with contempt, shook his head and said, I just praised you, and now you're like this. I know what you're afraid of. After merchants and businessmen get hold of too much of the society's wealth, it will indeed cause a certain impact on the society. The shock, however, is completely controllable. In Lin Shin's heart, he was actually somewhat emotional. The forefathers of the Han people were undoubtedly the most visionary of the lot. They realized early on that capitalism was a beast with fangs, knowing what a huge mess it would make, so they pressed the beast to death early on as a young tooth. This is evidenced by the fact that merchants are highly discriminated against. Chapter 48 Limitations of Time. But this is a cure for the symptoms. Not that the old-timers weren't smart enough. It comes down to those 6 words. Limitations of the times. Li Shimin furrowed his brows, his thinking gradually fitting in with his old ancestors, shaking his head and saying, if merchants and traders are implemented, then the country's wealth will surely pour into the hands of merchants and traders in large quantities. Lin Shin asked rhetorically, do you think this matter can be avoided? Li Shimin nodded with an affirmative face. As long as the current class order is maintained, there will naturally be no days when merchants and traders will be able to make a name for themselves. They are few in number, and even if there are so-called class conflicts, they are under the control of my Great Tang. This is the bottom line for Li Shimin. Merchants can make trouble even if they can. They have no social status or social resources. Send in troops to suppress it and all problems will be solved. Lin Shin shook his head. You think this matter can be avoided? Li Shimin vaguely felt that something was wrong. After a moment's careful thought, he nodded. Lin Shin sighed. The vision is still a bit too narrow. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow. He was an emperor, and he came to look at this matter from the whole world. How can such a vision be called narrow-minded? Lin Shin gently tapped the table and said, there's no way to avoid this matter. Even if you suppress it now, when the productive forces develop, that's when the merchants will explode. Li Shimin asked curiously, you've been talking about productivity since the beginning. What exactly is this productivity? Lin Shin said, let me think about how I can explain this to you in words you can understand. Li Shimin blushed a little. Lin Shin explained, You can take this thing and simply understand it as the ability to create the fruits of labor. Li Shimin nodded, pondering. I can understand that, but this thing is related to merchants? Lin Shen explained. If something appeared at this time who could increase productivity several times over, what do you think would go wrong? Li Shimin's thinking, obviously, is different from the average person. There can't be such a thing. Lin Shen reached out and pointed at himself. Look at me. Li Shimin slapped his head. He forgot about it. Obviously Lin Shen's existence is a good example. Thinking about this period of time, after Lin Shen appeared, the entire Great Tang changed. Li Shimin was a bit dazed for a moment. If it's the way you are, some of the items that were originally expensive will become inexpensive, and countless people will go to buy even cheaper things. Merchants will have more wealth in their hands. When he put that out there, Li Shimin was shocked to find out everything overlapped almost exactly with what Lin Shen had just said. It left him a little confused. For the first time in his life, he felt a hint of an extremely unfamiliar feeling towards the Great Tang that he was incomparably familiar with. Suddenly, Li Shimin was struck by an idea and said in a loud voice, what if I limit the creation of this kind of thing and just destroy it when I find it? Snap! Without hesitation, Lin Shen copied the book on the table and shone a hard blow at Li Shimin's head. Li Shimin was a bit confused by the beating. What's going on? How dare you hit yourself? Lin Shen stared viciously at Li Shimin and said without any good humor, just now I praised you for being smart. Now how come you came up with such a bad idea? Li Shimin rubbed his own brain. Now cannot care about anger. Hastily pursued, this will not be able to avoid the merchants to hold the wealth. How is it a bad idea? Lin Shen asked. Do you want the people of the world to have a full meal? Li Shimin nodded. Of course I want to. Lin Shen spread his hands. The prerequisite for wanting all the people of the world to have a full meal is the increase in productivity. Now that the Great Tang has only a population of tens of millions, the world's agriculture and mulberrying can barely feed them. What if the population gets bigger after you can? Can they be fed by the mere matter of agriculture and mulberrying? Li Shimin was silent and didn't say anything. Lin Shen said, pursuing a better life is everyone's instinct. Just like what I just said to you, there is no way to avoid this kind of thing. All you're trying to do is just block the time for it to appear. You have the ability to hold it all in your hands. Are you sure your children and grandchildren will be able to do the same as you? These words pierced Li Shimin's heart hard. He's not sure. Even, he could be sure that among his own children and grandchildren, there would not necessarily be characters as average as himself, but there would certainly be some dim-witted and incompetent emperors. After knowing that this trend develops and cannot be avoided, a deep sense of powerlessness hit his body. Li Shimin sat paralyzed in his chair, looked at Lin Shen, and said breathlessly, please also guide me. Master Lin. Lin Shen said softly, with the development of productivity, it is an inevitable thing for merchants and traders to have more and more social status. Blocking is better than sparing. Since there's no way for you to stop him in this matter, it's better to let nature take its course, or even take the initiative to guide the development of this matter, so that he can appear in the eyes of the Great Tang people more quickly. Curious, Li Shimin asked, what should I do then? Lin Shen let out a laugh and said softly, if you want to solve these things, first of all you have to be clear about one thing. You can't blindly widen the gap between classes, and you even have to take the initiative to narrow the gap between classes. And one of the most fundamental aspects of proactively closing the gap between classes is education. Confused, Li Shimin said, education? Lin Shen nodded. That's right, education. Even if those ordinary people, who have no way to participate in the imperial examinations, no way to be promoted and become rich, they must be made literate and know what it means to be a human being. The old ancestors are pretty much doing this for us, and you, the Emperor of the Ages, just need to carry this forward again. This is also the work of the ages. Li Shimin's eyes gradually light up. Lin Shen continued, I think it's entirely possible to set up a new department under the Ministry of Rights, specializing in the matter of teaching and educating people. Every county, every prefecture, and even every township shall establish a government academy. The gentleman who goes to teach is given an official position from the 9th rank. It's only about teaching and education. The rest is none of their business. In addition to this most basic reading and recognizing words, it is also perfectly possible to recruit some artisans and craftsmen and give them an official position from the 9th rank to teach the children knowledge. Light gradually flooded Li Shimin's eyes. Lin Shen opens a new window for him to see a world vastly different from the one he knew before. And now a ladder has been given to him so that he has a way to be able to walk into a new world. Li Shimin nodded, this is a good idea, but this is a big matter. And the 100 officials in the court are afraid that not many of them will agree with it. So at the court meeting tomorrow, please ask Master Lin for more help. Lin Shen frowned and looked at Li Shimin with some hesitation in his eyes. I have to go to court even if I'm just an idle king? Chapter 49, Happy to be beaten. Li Shimin said rightfully, Naturally, you are the king of Chu, ranked the same as a first-rank official, and all officials above the 5th rank are required to attend the court every day. Lin Shen had a headache. He doesn't want to get up at 4 or 5 o'clock every day. Doesn't he smell good when he sleeps until he wakes up naturally every day? Lin Shen said tentatively. Can I not go? Li Shimin directly shook his head and refused. I can't. At least not tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be ready to speak to those ministers at the court meeting about the academy. And if a living saint like you helps to speak up, the resistance won't be so great. Lin Shen sighed and nodded. Okay, just one day tomorrow. I tell you, I will not participate in any of the future pilgrimages. Li Shimin nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and asked again. Come on, let's go on. What should we do after running the academy? Lin Shen said. Then it is to begin to gradually raise the status of merchants and traders in society. At least not as it is now. Obviously a good nationality, but also be pointed at the nose and scolded as a lowly nationality. Li Shimin frowned. I'm afraid this matter is not difficult. Lin Shen shook his head and smiled mysteriously. No, this matter is actually very easy to do. Li Shimin froze. He felt that Lin Shen's appearance was specifically used to punch him in the face. What one felt was impossible and unrealistic always felt so simple in Lin Shen's mouth. Perhaps this is sainthood. Li Shimin gave a sigh of relief in his heart. Lin Shen continued. This matter can be completely put together with the matter of controlling the merchants. First of all, I have a layer of identity as a merchant in addition to the king of Chu, and on a certain level, I am perfectly capable of acting as an advocate for the merchants. So it is entirely through me that the merchants of the world will realize one thing, that the wealth they have earned is not theirs. Li Shimin eeped softly. He didn't ask much. Lin Shen also explained at the right time. Like officials who are good at governing the world, they are just a bit good at managing wealth. So they don't own all this wealth, but they are just looking after it for the people of the world for the time being. Li Shimin looked deeply at Lin Shen. Lin Shen directly glared back. Look at me for what? The little silver I earn is not enough for the people of the world to eat food for a month. It's always been me who's been upside down, okay? Li Shimin didn't dare to finish, but just listened to Lin Shen continue on. Lin Shen waved his hand. It's perfectly fine to take me out as an example. By the way, how much is the commercial tax in Ditang? Lin Shen hadn't been paying taxes for a while and didn't know much about it. The officials of the Great Tang, too, did not dare to collect taxes from him. Li Shimin returned. 30 taxes and 1. Lin Shen frowned and thought for a moment. Pretty much this will do, but you can add an extra tax for it. Let the merchants and traders give half of the net profit they make each year. That is, that which is taken out of the cost, to be used for various constructions. For example, building roads and schoolhouses, building river banks. Construction stage. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows. This statement was somewhat new. Just what is the point of doing this? Lin Shen smiled and explained. This is to be able to stop the merchants and traders from being able to hoard large amounts of assets in their hands. And the second point is also to alleviate class conflicts. Merchants taking their own money for good causes can also increase their reputation among the people. Li Shimin thought it over carefully. This approach, it seems, is a 2-for-1. No, it's totally a 3-for-1. Let the merchants spend the money they have in their hands. The merchants wouldn't be too resistant to such a thing. They were trying to gain some social status right now. And instead of worrying with trepidation that the money in their hands would not be raked over the coals by the honchos, this kind of doing practical things for the people of the township, on the contrary, makes them feel more at ease. The country doesn't need to worry about these things anymore, and it saves a ton of silver. After Li Shimin figured these things out, the gaze he looked at Lin Shen with was somewhat complicated. Exactly what kind of a person and what kind of school of thought, to be able to give birth to such a thought? Li Shimin nodded. This is a very good idea. I will also discuss it with all the ministers at the court meeting tomorrow. Lin Shen yawned and glanced toward the door. It had long since gotten dark. Alright, that's all for today. If you still have any questions, come over and ask me. Lin Shen stood up and stretched. You're still a bit limited by the times when it comes to looking at problems, but it's okay. Datan will definitely get better now that I'm here. Li Shimin didn't reply and just watched Lin Shen slowly leave. Not much longer. Empress Changsun then walked in with a bowl of lotus seed soup and placed it in front of Li Shimin. Your Majesty, have a little something to eat. Li Shimin looked at the empty chair opposite himself and sighed lightly. The Emperor, is really not qualified. Always thinking that I can do more than Qin Huang Hanwu. Now it seems that without King Chu, I am no better than Emperor Qin. No matter how bad Qin Shi Huang's reputation is in history, he was the one who started a new era. Li Shimin had thought that he was also a good emperor capable of ushering in a new era. But Lin Shen's words made him cognizant of a terrifying reality. What he had done before was still confined, to the box of an emperor. Empress Changsun was a bit curious. Your Majesty, What did King Chu say to you? Being together for an entire afternoon. Li Shimin let out a laugh. He's teaching me how to be a good emperor. Even I was stupid enough to get him. See this red mark on my forehead? Empress Changsun nodded. Li Shimin laughed out loud and scooped up a spoonful of lotus seed soup. He's the one who hit him. It really hurt. He didn't hold back at all. Empress Changsun looked at Li Shimin with an odd expression. She was wondering if her husband, had been struck dumb. What kind of person gets beaten up and is so happy about it? Li Shimin didn't explain much, and after eating the lotus seed soup, while his memory was still clear enough, he memorized the things Lin Shan said, one by one, on paper. Of these, the two that need to be brought up at tomorrow's court meeting, annotated with a vermilion pen. When he was done with that, the eunuch pushed the door in. Your Majesty, it's almost time for the court. Li Shimin was in a bit of a trance. It turned out that without realizing it, he had been doing official business all night. It was all worth it. Outside the palace gates, Lin Shan leaned against the carriage and dozed off. Being yelled at to get up in the morning is genuinely unpleasant. There were quite a few officials surrounding them, and they whispered and pointed at Lin Shan. Since the King of Chu has been appointed for so many days, it is the first time that we have seen him appear here. Chapter 50. Come on. Aren't you all talkative? Originally, everyone thought that the King of Chu would not attend the court again. Just an idle king after all. Still a merchant by trade. What else does he know about state affairs? No one took Lin Shan's appearance too seriously. Just think of it as coming over to brush your face. After all, even for a prince without real power, not showing up in front of the civil and military officials for so long is somewhat inappropriate. Soon, a eunuch led them into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Lin Shan's status was not low. Standing at the forefront of the 100 officials, it made him a little desperate. Sneaking into a corner and napping on your own doesn't seem doable. For the first half hour or so, it's all very boring Q&A. Officials from different departments report intelligence from different industries. Wei Zhang stood by, picking at them one by one, using harsh words to humiliate them. Lin Shan wasn't interested in this and listened drowsily. When all this is taken care of, Li Shimin sat in his chair, squinted his eyes, and said softly, I had a long talk with the King of Chu yesterday, and what the King of Chu said made me ashamed. I have thought about it, and I think that merchants are also an important part for a country. I want to improve the social status of merchants. What do you all think? These words made the entire courtroom boil. Flush. They all landed their gazes on Lin Shan. No wonder His Highness the King of Chu is here today. So that's what this is about. Lin Shan didn't say anything, still half dead and yawning. Wei Zhang was the first to step forward. I don't think it's a good idea. Li Shimin asked. What's wrong? Wei Zhang arched his hand and said, the world's merchants are all people who emphasize profit over righteousness. Lin Shan pretended to cough a few times on the side. Wei Zhang immediately put on a stern face and said in a serious manner, not all merchants and businessmen can do what His Highness the King of Chu does. With the heart of the world and the saints in the world. Lin Shan nodded contentedly. A full court of officials looked at Wei Zhang in dismay. Since when did you, a righteous old man, kiss people's asses like that? Wei Zhang's face did not move, and continued, I thought that I could not look at the world's merchants and businessmen in the light of His Highness the King of Chu. Your Majesty, think twice. I second the motion. I second the motion. Many people looked at Lin Shan cautiously, fearing that this His Highness King Chu would flip out on the spot. To their relief, Lin Shan didn't do that. Li Shimin smiled and said softly, I know you guys will say that, and I and King Chu are not little cuties, so I and King Chu discussed out a way. From this day forward, a new tax will be collected from the merchants of the world. Let them take half of their net profit each year to do what they can for the area, like building roads and schoolhouses. The words that came out of Li Shimin's mouth let the civil and military officials in the court into a kind of deep thinking. Bold. This proposal, it's just too bold. Open your mouth for half the net profit. I have to say, this is indeed a good one. But in the imperial court, which official doesn't have a few stores in his hands and a few merchants to earn silver for them? This offer is eating their flesh and blood. Ho Junji couldn't help it. Took the lead and stood out. I thought it was not good. The commercial tax is not low. 30 tax 1 is already the limit. If they let them take out half of the profit. He hadn't even finished his sentence. It was directly interrupted by Lin Shan. If those merchants are not convinced, let them come to me. Isn't it enough to give them a chance to be remembered by the gentry and the people? If not all merchants want to be a pariah for life, can't I, this king, be an example to the merchants of the world? It's just taking out half of it. What this king has paid for the people of the world is more than half. It is several times, or even dozens of times more. Lin Shan looked straight at Ho Junji with a chill in his eyes. Ho Junji is somewhat speechless. Arching his hand towards Lin Shan, he stood back again. The others were equally speechless. With Lin Shan here, then this matter, there was almost no room for negotiation, unless Lin Shen objects. But, this proposal was made by Lin Shen, so how could he possibly go against himself? Li Shimin smiled faintly towards Lin Shen and continued, since all of you have no opinions, then this matter will be decided and handed over to the Ministry of Households. Under the Ministry of the Household, there will be another department called the Ministry of Commerce, which will specialize in this matter. Xiao Yu stood out from among the 100 officials and sang out. Li Shimin continued, there is one more thing, again, that I have discussed with King Chu. I feel that the Confucius sage said that there is teaching without class is a great good. Want to set up a government school in every county, every township, so that all illiterate people in the world can be in the school to recognize the words to read. And under the Ministry of Rights, there shall be a department called the Ministry of Education. Unify all the teachers of the world's schools, have the degree of Shiozai. You can enter the school as a teacher, the official etc. from the 9th grade. You think how the secretary? The news came out. It triggered an even bigger outcry than the one just now. If we are talking about the matter of taxation of merchants and traders, it affects nothing more than some interests. This decision, then, can be said to affect the very foundation of a country, especially for them, the great families of the world. This is tantamount to cutting off their monopoly over the court. There are smart people like Wei Zhang, Du Rui, and Fang Shenling didn't come forward. They weren't the sons of any big families, and their families were very small. The impact of this decision-making coming up for them is not that great. However, a few other people from slightly larger families were a bit unable to sit still. A fourth-ranking official stood up and said loudly, Your Majesty, I don't think it's a good idea. It would cost a lot of money to set up a school in every county, prefecture, and township. Lin Shen said unhurriedly from the side, let those merchants donate half of their net profits to get the infrastructure, and this silver saved will just be used to implement this decision. Everyone dropped their eyes over at once, looking at Lin Shen, who was standing in a dangling posture according to the pillar. He looked back at Li Shimin, who had a smiling face. Wait here, so that's what all the talk about merchants was about in the first place. Who said that His Highness the King of Chu, who was born of a merchant, did not understand the affairs of state? It doesn't set them up plainly. Since you say it's a spendy thing, then I just saved you the money. Don't worry about not having enough money. Those who didn't agree with this decision looked at Lin Shen and cold sweat broke out. It's too hard. The roads are blocked, and they're sandwiched between great justice. This His Highness the King of Chu's tactics are truly terrifying. Above the courtroom, there was silence. Lin Shen smiled at them. You were quite capable of chattering a while ago, but now you've stopped talking. Chapter 51, Dead Man. This official from a worldly family was a bit bewildered. I don't know how to refute Lin Shen. Just at this time, another official of the family stood out, arched his hand toward Li Shimin and said, Your Majesty, I think it's not good. The government runs the school. It's a good thing to open up the people's minds, but is it not putting the cart before the horse to give official positions to those who teach? If everyone were to go to a school to teach for that one position, wouldn't there be no one available in the court? For all this, Lin Shen and Li Shimin had long been prepared. Li Shimin opened his mouth and said, I have been prepared for this. The official position of a teacher from the 9th rank is only an imaginary position, and no longer enjoys any privileges except for the monthly salary. If you want to join the dynasty as an official, you still need to go through the imperial examinations. This worldly official was, at once, speechless. Done. The points he countered were also completely countered by Li. Above the courtroom, those officials of the world's families are as if they were dead. They have not been able to refute this decision since the merchant thing sat one ring to rule them all. They have done nothing to prepare. Li Shimin, towering over them, looked at them and said softly, Secretaries, do you have any opinions? This decision was undoubtedly one of Li Shimin's favorites, suppressing the great families of the world. It was the one thing he wanted to do the most since he became emperor. He knew how terrifying the existence of a great family was to a dynasty. Lin Shen's offer, it almost allowed him to take the moral high ground and painlessly dissolve this thorn in his heart. And dissolve it. There were no comments. This is the work of 1,000 years, and as long as the financial problems can be solved, it is a flood of history that no one can stop. There was a long silence in the courtroom. Li Shimin gently nodded. Very well, then this matter will be left to the Ministry of Rights. Li Shaogong stepped forward and sang Noi. He was Li Shimin's cousin, so naturally he would not go against Li Shimin's wishes in this matter. Li Shimin waved his hand. Since there's nothing to do, let's retire from the court. With that, he twisted away, ready to return to the Eastern Palace and catch up on his sleep, full of civil and military officials. In addition to the officials from the Cold family, all the other people one by one are sad, standing in the Taiha temple, somewhat at a loss. They didn't even notice as Lin Shen swaggered away. Ho Junji was the second person to leave since Lin Shen left. The information from today's court meeting was so overwhelming that it was a bit too much for him to digest. This is absolutely huge bad news for him. He had just hugged the Zheng family's thigh himself. Just to the whole family to do so a trick to the bottom of the pay. The situation is not encouraging. Ho Junji returned to his mansion and hurriedly asked someone to invite Zheng Qian. In the study, Zheng Qian looked at Ho Junji, who had a sad face, and asked softly, "Why does Lord Guogong have this face?" Ho Junji reviewed what happened in the courtroom today with Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian's face also changed vigorously. Really? Ho Junji nodded. Yes, His Majesty and the King of Chu's tactics, thunder and lightning, simply did not leave anyone the opportunity to maneuver, and directly gave a pat on the back. Zheng Qian didn't say anything and his face was cloudy. This was bad news for the lineages, especially the big ones like them. It is precisely because they hold the resources for education that they can call themselves a family. It's the only way to hold the conversation most of the time. But if we let all those children from the humble family, each one of them can read, all can participate in the imperial examinations and compete with them, the world family can't have any advantage. Ho Junji asked, "What should we do?" Zheng Qian shook his head and sighed. Decisions that have already been finalized. I'm afraid that they can't be changed overnight. But His Majesty really said 3 times that these decisions were discussed by him together with the King of Chu. Ho Junji nodded. Zheng Qian squinted his eyes and said, "It seems that His Highness, the King of Chu, holds a not-so-small portion in this matter. I'm afraid this matter can't be delayed any longer. So let's get straight to work." Ho Junji was a bit hesitant. Really? Zheng Qian nodded his head, resolute and decisive. It has to be quick and easy. If the King of Chu isn't removed, you won't be at peace, I won't be at peace, and the entire world's scholars won't be at peace. Ho Junji stiffly responded. Alright, I'll send someone to do it. The sun, in the sky, soon veered to the west. By mid-afternoon, these decrees are then plastered all over Chang'an City. Li Shimin urged very much. He also wanted to be fast and furious, to finalize the news, so that the people of the world know. Let those worldly families do nothing to react. The royal list is out. It attracted countless spectators. What's it say this time? Yo, so many words. It should be a big deal. Is there any reader out there to help see what's written on it? Within a short time, a reader came forward and interpreted the contents of the royal list for everyone. After all was said and done, he also thought it was a bit ridiculous. How dare you ask the merchants to give up half of their profits to do something that should be done just for the Great Tang? The merchants are going to have a field day with this one. His Highness King Chu really proposed this with His Majesty, and His Majesty even agreed? A merchant dressed as a merchant squeezed out from the crowd and looked at the scholar with eyes full of heat. The reader looked back again and nodded seriously. That's what the royal list says. The merchant clapped his hands, raving, "Great, really great." The onlookers on the sidelines were instantly puzzled. What's going on? This is scared silly. Right, letting out half of the benefits out, but still so happy? The merchant who heard these words directly twisted around and turned back, saying seriously, "No, this is a great thing. His Highness King Chu is from a merchant family, so I knew he would speak for us merchants. You know what? From now on, I'm not a anymore. I'm someone who contributes to the Great Tang, and although I can't compare to a great saint like His Highness, the King of Chu, I can more or less be a small benefactor. Your Highness the King of Chu is 1,000 years old, truly worthy of being a great sage." The merchant stood with his head held high and his face glowing under the royal list. Those who can be merchants and businessmen are not simple, and most of them can see how favorable this policy is for them. They work for the lords and leave less than 2 or 3% of the benefits in their hands, but now just take out half, and a good reputation. This is heavenly. Except for those merchants from foreign countries, who were full of sadness. The merchants of Great Tang, on the contrary, were all smiling and happy, and the fuse that made all this happen. Lin Shen was catching up on his sleep in the back room. Chen San ran in through the door in a panic, carefully waking up Lin Shen. He opened his mouth and said, Your Highness, something bad has happened. Dead people. Chapter 52, His Highness the King of Chu's household servant killed him. Dead man. The news startled Lin Shen, sobering him up instantly. Where is the dead man? Lin Shen hurriedly asked. Could it be that those under your command are dead? But in Chang'an, who else dares to lay hands on their own people now? Chen San took a deep breath. Your Majesty, someone died in a farmhouse outside the city. Out-of-town farm? Lin Shen lifted his hand and knocked Chen San's head, saying softly, a dead man died in a farmhouse outside the city. Why did you run over to me in such a panic? There are bad people to look into it. Chen San gasped for a few breaths and continued. No, Your Majesty, the people from the Delizi personally came to check, and listening to them, It seems that our people killed someone. Lin Shen froze. Our people? You're not the only ones under my command. Who killed anyone? Chen San shook his head. Our brothers. During this period of time, every day is busy with the supermarket. Not even the time to go and drink flower wine, which still have time to do that kind of thing. Isn't it good to hang out behind the king? Lin Shen frowned. Chen San added. The people from the Delizy are outside right now, and they want to ask your highness to go over and cooperate with the investigation. Lin Shen nodded, getting up and dressing while saying to Chen San, alright, I'll accompany them. You guys take care of the supermarket, don't leave the business behind. Chen San nodded heavily. Your Majesty, don't worry, wait for Lin Shen to get dressed and go out. The people from the Delizy are waiting outside. Dai Huan met and bowed respectfully. My humble servant, the young secretary of the Delizy, has met his highness, the king of Chu. Lin Shen waved his hand. I've kept you waiting, so I'll come with you and see what's going on. Dai Huan did not move, but only said softly, please also ask these attendants of his highness the king of Chu to follow along and go to the Delizy. Lin Shen froze. I still need someone to watch the supermarket. Dai Huan had a serious face. Your highness, king of Chu, this is a matter of great importance, so I beg your pardon. His words, though polite, but it doesn't budge at all. Lin Shen nodded. Alright, Chen San, invite all the guests out and follow Lord Shaoqing to see what's going on. Supermarket customers are very knowledgeable. After all, whether it was the young secretary of the Delizy, or say, His Highness the King of Chu, both were people they couldn't afford to mess with. The group rode in a carriage and headed for the Delizy. Lin Shen opened his mouth and asked, what happened at the farmhouse outside the city that could make even the Delizy personally intervene to deal with it? The Delizy. The status is equivalent to the later generation of the Supreme Court, specifically responsible for the execution of prison cases. If only the farm happened to murder, generally are delivered to the local yamen to deal with. Dai Huan frowned. Your Highness really knows nothing? Lin Shen nodded. Well, after I came back from the court, I've been catching up on my sleep, and I'm not very clear about what's going on outside. Dai took a deep breath. That manor outside of the city, there was a poisoning case. The entire manor of more than 100 households were all poisoned. 7 dead so far, and over 100 more in comas. Lin Shen rounded his eyes and looked at Dai Huan incredulously. So many people have been poisoned? Dai nodded. Well, according to our preliminary investigation, the people who were poisoned were taking the insecticide sold in your Highness supermarket. Moreover, some say they saw with their own eyes that it was one of His Highness's household servants who poured insecticide into the village's drains and poisoned the people. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone else saw with their own eyes that it was my house servant? Dai nodded. Yes, and not just one person. There are 6 people testifying together, so I had no choice but to invite you. Your Highness the King of Chu. Lin Shen smiled slightly and stroked his chin. Kind of interesting. Nicotine-based insecticides are, indeed, harmful, but if it's not taken in large quantities, it's only nausea and dizziness at best. If the insecticide is just poured into the drains, I am afraid that it will not take more than half a day for it to be washed away by the running water, and it is unlikely that a large amount of it will be dissolved in the water, and it will be so toxic. 7 people even died. Is this someone setting themselves up? Trying to badmouth themselves? Dai just took a deep look at the rumored Saint His Highness, the King of Chu. It wasn't long before we arrived at the Delizy. The torture chamber was deeply overcast. There were 7 bodies on the floor. Next to them stood 6 warring farmhands with pale faces, looking like they too had been poisoned and were barely awake. The head book of the Delizy brought a chair to Lin Shen. He is the King of Chu, after all. Even if he is suspected, then he enjoys his due. Dai Huan sat in the hall, looked gravely at the 6 men, and said softly, you and others, say again quickly what you have seen. The 6 men looked at each other. One of them came out, arched his hand toward Dai Han, and directly knelt on the ground, crying mournfully, Qing Tian Daliang, you have to do something for me. Little man is just an honest and decent farmer. No one in the manor has ever had a conflict with His Highness the King of Chu. He sent someone to poison the water channels in my manor, and little man doesn't know why it happened. Lin Shen didn't say anything and just looked at the farmer with interest. Dai Huan waved his hand and said softly, His Highness the King of Chu's household servants have been brought in full force. Identify yourselves. Who poisoned your manor? The 6 men did not confer. Their eyes flicked over Chen San and the few of them, in unison, and with barely too much hesitation, they pointed at Chen San. It's him. I watched this kid sneak around and poison our gutters. That's him. Chen San was stunned. Never in a million years did they think that in their mouths they would be the one who poisoned them. Chen San was a bit aggrieved. Injustice, I've been busy for the king. How can I have time to go out of the manor and do this kind of thing? Dai Huan slapped a startled hand. Chen San and those farmers were suddenly quiet. Lin Shen opened his mouth and asked softly, "Can I ask, when did you guys see him poison?" The 6 men looked at each other and said in unison, "Last night." Lin Shen patiently continued to ask, "When was last night?" "It's about the hour of midnight." Dai Huan didn't interrupt, tentatively listening to Lin Shen's question. If there was any bias against it, he would not show any mercy. Lin Shen asked, "At the hour of midnight, all of you are still awake? And how did you all see him so late in the day?" The farmer in the lead's face remained unchanged and said softly, "Because His Highness the King of Chu's pesticide was able to kill the locusts. A few of my little men were greedy for a drink, so they gathered together to drink. By the time we came out of the house, there was a good moon in the sky, just in time to see his likeness. It's just that he was so focused on poisoning that he didn't notice us." Chapter 53. It's okay. I have the records here. We'll check it out. Was the moonlight good last night? Lin Shen didn't know that he slept late, except that when he woke up, there was indeed a curved moon hanging in the sky. Dai Huan didn't know either. He was busy with his official duties and did not have that leisure to enjoy the moon. But someone in Dato knows. Dai Han opened his mouth toward the Sea Chancellor at the side and commanded, "Go, send someone to the Sea Tian supervisor to fetch last night's celestial records." The Secretary of State sang out and respectfully retired. Those 6 people in front of the hall didn't have the slightest look of panic on their faces, as if they were prepared for everything. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the moon was really good last night, and he couldn't believe that the person who dared to take a shot at him at this time of night would be a cutie. That's how impatient he was to pluck a piece of flesh from himself. Lin Shen beckoned, summoning over the Secretary Minister to the side, and whispered to him to instruct him on a matter. The Secretary of State, after asking for Dai's permission and receiving an answer, hurriedly retired. "Go and maneuver this thing," that Lin Shen ordered. The 6 people in the hall looked at one of the ministers who had hurried out again with a confused face, somewhat puzzled. Soon, though, a few of them put this doubt behind them. Everything about their testimony can be said to be impeccable. Soon after, the Cito's dossier was brought back by the sentinel. On it, in black and yellow letters, in unmistakable clarity, it reads, "Last night, there was indeed a very bright and clear moon." This dossier did not come as a surprise to Dai and Lin Shen, but Dai did not immediately interrogate further, and was silent. Lin Shen slumped in his chair, yawning. The entire hall was filled with an air that made people sleepy. All the evidence available indicates that this incident was indeed done by Chen San, but the case was just put on hold. The 6 men in the hall grew a little uneasy. They came together, whispering and nibbling at their ears. Dai Huan also ignored them. "What's going on? All the evidence now proves we're telling the truth. So why hasn't the trial gone on? Could it be that this Lord Young Secretary is afraid of the King of Chu, so he is hesitant to pronounce judgment? Impossible. His Excellency said that this young secretary is the most iron-faced, not to mention His Highness the King of Chu, but he has scolded His Majesty in front of the civil and military officials. No harm done, just waiting a little longer. Now that the evidence is in, is the house all taken care of? Of course, the brothers are handy." Having said that, the 6 of them stopped gathering to bite their ears to save suspicion. The wait was long, until it was almost dark. Everyone in the hall, except for Dai Huan and Lin Shen, were waiting with some impatience. It was only then that 2 of the Golden Guardians came hurrying in from outside. "Your Highness King Chu, Lord Xiaocheng." The Golden Guards arched their hands and sang. Dai didn't say anything. Lin Shen asked softly, "Have you gotten to the bottom of what you were sent to investigate?" The Golden Guard nodded. "Back to Your Highness King Chu. It's all been checked out." Dai Huan beckoned. The snoozing Sea Chancellor on the side immediately woke up, picked up his brush, dipped it in some ink, and waited for the Golden Guardian to open his mouth and record what they said. On their estate, there were 47 people who purchased a total of 50 bottles of insecticide, but we only found 48 bottles of insecticide on their estate. 20 of these bottles remain unopened, leaving 28 bottles, less than half used at best. After a relentless search by his subordinates, the 3 bottles of insecticide were eventually found in a corner next to the aqueduct, which was empty. These 6 people, hearing these words, their bodies couldn't help but stiffen a bit. Lin Shen smiled and nodded, saying softly, "Good job." And then, he turned his head and looked at Dai Han. "My lord, I think there are still doubts about this matter. If it is my men who want to poison, why would they have to go to great lengths to go to a farmer's home to steal an insecticide?" Dai Huan nodded. "I also thought it was not good to poison someone and kill them. Naturally, the more hidden the better. If it's true that those men of yours, Your Highness the King of Chu, have done such a thing, privately storing a few bottles of insecticide is naturally the best." Saying that, his words lurched, his eyes sharpened, looking coldly at the 6 people under the hall, and said in a cold voice, What you and others saw was really His Highness the King of Chu's household servant, Chen San? The 6 men were no longer as calm as they had been earlier. However, they still bit out in unison. We saw it with our own eyes. It's His Highness the King of Chu's domestic servant Chen San. Dai Shuai narrowed his eyes slightly and said sternly, "You and others should know that false accusation is a serious crime in the Great Tang Law, especially if you falsely accuse a prince." The 6 men still didn't let up, biting the dust that it was Chen San who poisoned the farmhouse. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Go check if the 6 of them are from that manor. Someone in the manor should have awakened by now. Have them come over and identify them." The golden guards arched their hands, sang a no, and hastily retreated. The 6 people's faces changed abruptly, and they raised their heads to look at Lin Shen in consternation. Naturally, the 6 of them could not be native to this farm. Originally, this matter, they are intended to slowly planning. Get a few dead tonight. We'll get a few more dead tomorrow night. Long enough to kill off most of the entire manor, leaving only a few muddled cuties, and them the living. Not moving to drop something that proves the identity of the King of Chu. And then the matter was stirred up, to the Delizi, to the court, to the whole world. Even if it's fake, that makes it real. But Lin Shen and Li Shimen were too ruthless, barely gave them any time to react. In order to tarnish the reputation of the King of Chu, let these few decisions come down slower, and buy them some breathing room for the great families of the world. It can only be taken out in a hurry. This kind of vicious, unscrupulous, no lower limit approach, more or less should make this Chu King His Highness headache is right. But why? Now they have the feeling of falling into a trap. Lin Shen's eyes were deep as he looked at them and said softly, "This king knows that someone sent you guys over here to try to harm this king's reputation." He stood up slowly, his stocky frame pouring out a narrow shadow, made even more massive by the pull of the oil lamp. "But the king will not ask who sent you. Ho Junji? Or maybe it's one of those worldly families? Which of the great families of the Chu land came to be? This king will have people look into it, and this matter is also less related to them." The 6 men's bodies began to shake, and cold sweat beaded straight down. How is that possible? You can deduce these things just from this little hint? Even the masters behind them can determine which ones they are. This His Highness, the King of Chu. How could he be so terrifying? Right, like a demon king who could peer into the hearts of people. It created a strong wave of fear in them. Chapter 54, Your power is too ridiculous in my eyes. Dai didn't say anything. The Sea Chancellor on the side gritted his teeth, stared at the paperwork in his hands, and after a moment's hesitation, he still took Lin Shen's words and recorded them. Lin Shen looked at the 6 pitiful people on the ground and said with some pity, "This king doesn't like to play with intrigues and tricks, and he can't pull down this face to do this kind of lowly hook. Though that's something you can't relay. But this king will show your masters, with their own eyes, that it is the people who can speak in this world. It is the people who can make this world a better place. Not your worldly families who can read a few words in a few books, but who have not learned the truth in them, and then dare to move them out to tease people. The king will watch, with his own eyes, as they crumble and perish in the waves of the people, disappearing into the flood of history." 6 men fell to their knees, their heads slumped against the cold floor. Dai Huan coughed gently and tapped the shocking wood. "You and the other 6. What else do you want to say?" The 6 men were as good as dead, knowing that the ploy failed. It didn't land any blows to King Chu. Perhaps, with their manpower publicizing the news, the whole of Chang'an would know about it. But those of them who schemed were exposed too quickly. It doesn't work too well. Let's just hope those people believe the rumor. The one at the head raised his head high and said stiffly, "I plotted this matter. I'm just jealous of the King of Chu. Why is he able to sit on the throne even though he is from a merchant family? I am also a merchant, but I can only be treated as a pariah. On what grounds? Lao Zi is not convinced. So what I can't get, he doesn't have to get either. His Highness, the King of Chu, is afraid that he has lost his mind, and that those great families can look at you, a lowly citizen of merchant origin, and can't wait to harm you?" At the end of the day, he was still struggling, don't want to, and won't reveal their true identity and purpose. Lin Shen waved his hand and let out a light laugh. "If you really thought so, you wouldn't have called me His Highness the King of Chu." The face of the man who spoke changed. Lin Shen turned around and arched his hand towards Dai Huan. Dai Huan was busy getting up to return the greeting. "Lord Young Secretary, since it has been established that my household servants have been falsely accused, I will take them back with me." Dai Hanu bowed deeply and said with an apology, "Your Highness King of Chu, the state has a legal system, and I ask for Your Highness King of Chu's forgiveness for delaying his important event today." Lin Shen shook his head and said softly, "It's a good thing, a fortunate thing, for Datong to have an official like you. This king is not that careful, nor is he that visionless." Dai Huan exhaled a breath and looked up with a smile. "Thank you, Your Highness the King of Chu, for your magnanimity. Lin Shan turned around and led Chen San and the others out the door. He had just stepped out of the Dalizi, but was surprised by the scene outside, and was shocked. Outside the gates of the Dalizi, a large crowd was crowded. It's all the people of Chang'an City. They were still rejoicing that the locust plague had been controlled, still cheering that the great Tang had produced such a saint as Lin Shan, when they suddenly heard a rumor. It says that His Highness the King of Chu is not a saint. He sent his own men to poison a manor outside the city with over 100 families. 7 dead. Hundreds of people are unconscious. If it hadn't been discovered early, I'm afraid everyone in that manor would have died. Most people don't believe it. How could a man who could afford food for the whole world do something so ruthless, to the point of exhaustion? But the Rui supermarket is closed for the first time in history and is not open for business. It is said that people from the Dalizi went out and invited His Highness the King of Chu and his household servants. This caused the people in Chang'an City to panic. In this short period of time, the King of Chu had become a belief in their hearts, a light that pierced the darkness and poured into their hearts. If this light is tainted with a foul odor, all their faith will be broken along with it. They're very concerned about it. Even more than that, caring about the matter of being able to fill your stomach. They waited from day until night. Instead of decreasing, the number of people in front of the Dali temple is increasing. Now it was finally time for Lin Shan to come out. Hundreds of people yelled, "Your Highness King Chu! They said that you sent someone to poison a manor of people. Is this true or false? Why should you be invited to the daily? What's going on here?" There was a lot of talk and noise, making it difficult for Lin Shan to hear what these people were saying. But their claims, Lin Shan probably understood. Lin Shan waved his hand and the crowd quieted down. A pair of eyes, blinking, a gaze, mingled with pleading, pain. Lin Shan's heart clenched. These simple people of the great Tang dynasty, these people who, even though they were being oppressed by the great families of the world, were using their own hands to build this country diligently and tirelessly. Are they demanding? Just want to be fed. Want this country to have an enlightened emperor. Want someone like a saint who can lead them forward. Now that there are enlightened emperors, Li Shimon's vision is no longer limited by the times, and his private virtues are no longer flawed. He is still the emperor of the ages, the good emperor whose public virtues are flawless. Now the saints have it too. Even if Lin Shan was no longer selfish, but what he did was to save the people of the great Tang, the great saint who had never appeared in the whole history. Lin Shan or Li Shimon, their claims are all based on the premise that they can make a good life for the people of Datong. But those bull families, even for their own selfishness, can personally throw sewage in the hearts of this group of ordinary people? Want to destroy their faith, spiritual will. No wonder the man who wrote the poem When Autumn Comes on September 8th, all flowers will be killed when I blossom. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes and his heart was flooded with killing intent. Even against Ho Junji, he had never generated such a strong killing intent. Lin took a deep breath, looked at them, and said in a loud voice, "It seems you've all heard the rumor that this king sent a few household servants to poison an entire manor. Here the king tells you that it is false." The eyes of the crowd, one by one, flooded with hope. If it was this king's hand, do you think that this matter could spread throughout Chang'an City in just half a day's time? And that you could let all of Chang'an know about it? Some smart people responded. This is someone pushing the envelope. Wanted to make a big deal out of this and then sit on it, tarnishing the reputation of this saintly general king. Lin Shan continued. The 6 people in the Dalizi have been ambushed. Of course, just recognize that the 6 of them is cynical about this king, so they make such a thing. But this king knows very well that this matter is not that simple. Chapter 55, Go back and give your master a message. It's not that simple? The people pricked up their ears one by one. Now that they knew that this saintly king they believed in was not tainted, the fire of gossip within them blazed. Private matters like this one at the top. The neighborhood has always been a stopgap. You can make it all up on your own. Now this king, wanting to bring it to the surface, they were eager to do so. Lin Shan coldly swept his eyes over the crowd. I know that most of you are worried about me, so you've come over. But of course there's no shortage of scouts here from those who have laid hands on me. Go back and tell your masters that no matter what plots and tricks they use, this king will take them. The king knows that his presence cuts off your interests. But in order to give the people of the world a chance to live a clean life, this matter will continue to be done by this king. Not only this matter, but the king will also personally, bit by bit, gouge the grain out of your bowls and stuff it into the hands of the people. Get your asses back to your masters with a message. Go back and wash your neck and wait to die. If you think there's no way to live, this king gives you a chance to kill yourselves to leave a good name. This evil man this king will be. After saying this, Lin Shan waved his hand. Chen San and the few of them followed behind Lin Shan obediently and walked forward. The crowd made way. The eyes of the people are full of admiration. They've heard so many things about getting them fed that they've even got calluses on their ears. The number of people who might do it is too small. If it was another prince or princess who said such words, they wouldn't necessarily believe them. But it was Lin Shan who said this, and they believed it. Trust from the heart. Because Lin Shan really made it possible for the people of the world to be able to eat without starving to death during the locust plague. Not to mention, this kind of words to take food from the bowl of the great families of the world and distribute it to the people. Unheard of. They could feel that this was truly, a good king and great saint who wanted to work for the welfare of them. The people. Lin Shan walked through the crowd. The sizzling gazes made him rather uncomfortable, but he was enjoying the feeling. Just as he walked to the center of the crowd, a cold light suddenly flashed, and a silhouette leapt out from the crowd. In his hand, he held a short sword the length of a small arm and stabbed it towards Lin Shan's throat, eyes bloodshot. Under his breath, he shouted, "Death to the sycophant king!" Lin Shan's reaction was extremely fast. Almost at this instant when the cold light lit up in his eyes, his body instinctively made him reach out and grab the man's arm in an instant. There was a click. The hand didn't control the force and directly crushed his small arm bone. Rarely, the man still did not say a word. His face twitched so much that it was almost screwed together, but it did not affect the movement of the hand. The other hand, a pull out from behind him, another short dagger, towards Lin Shan's head to insert. Click it. This time Lin Shan didn't hold back. His reaction was extremely fast, still pinching this man's small arm and skimming his bones. But even so, it still didn't stop this person's determination to try to kill Lin Shan. Shoo! He opened his mouth and spat, and from his mouth a sleeve arrow shot out, close at hand, towards Lin Shan's face. He's fast. Lin Shan reacted faster. The ancestral dragon bloodline strengthened him in all directions. History will never find another person who can have his general power. Perhaps Li Yuanba from the Sui and Tang dynasties might be able to compete with him. With a casual tilt of his head, the sleeve arrow grazed his head and flew past, not hurting him in the slightest. The man's eyes were resigned. He had done this to such an extent, but he hadn't even been able to injure his highness, the king of Chu? Even if he could make this king reveal some panicked look, it would make his heart feel a lot better. But no. Lin Shan's face was as cold and unfeeling as frozen ice on the Ba River in winter, without any fluctuations. Who asked you to kill me? Lin Shan didn't let go of his hand, keeping this weird posture, and asked in a cold voice. He didn't say a word. Biting through the poison packet in his mouth, he lost his breath in the blink of an eye. Dead. His own mission was not accomplished, and he simply killed himself without giving the enemy any chance to interrogate him. It's the dead soldier. Did those big families do it again? Lin Shan coldly eyed and glanced back at the crowd, his eyes full of killing intent. The people were not afraid of this killing intent. They recoiled with fervor. The killing intent that gathered together was actually no weaker than Lin Shan. Who is it? Damn it! King Chu is such a good person that there are still people who want to kill him? That sounds sycophant king is really angry with me. Chu King's heart is thinking about the world. How is it a sycophant king? Let me know who wants to lay hands on the king of Chu, and I'll stop my trading and just take a pig killing knife and kill the door. And if I can kill a few, I'll kill a few. Public opinion is boiling. A few who were hiding in the corners of the people cheered with them, but their faces grew paler and paler. Lin Shan said in a cold voice, "Very well, you have completely and utterly angered me. I hope you have what it takes to bear my wrath for a little while longer." The Golden Guard, who was maintaining order on the side, broke out in a cold sweat, stabbing a king in the street. He is also the king who is known as a saint to the people and the court. What a nerve it must be. More to the point, of course, is that it's amazing they haven't traced these people. If it weren't for His Highness, the King of Chu's martial arts prowess, I'm afraid that he would have to be won over by such a meticulous assassin. The Golden Guardian was busy paving through the crowd and walked in. "Your Highness, are you alright?" Lin Shan shook his head and threw the man on the ground like garbage. "This king is fine. The body is here. Move it to the Delizy and see if the coroner can find out something." The general of the Golden Guard nodded. On the side, two of the Golden Guards carried the body inside with nimble hands and feet. The general knelt down on one knee and wailed. The last general did not do his job well and failed to check this person. Lin Shan interrupted. "You're not to blame for this. With your status and handicap, you're not qualified to be involved in this matter. The king knows who did it. The debt will fall on their heads twice over." The general of the Golden Guard didn't dare to speak. Lin Shan snorted lightly and turned back to look deeply at the crowd again, turning to lead Chen San and the others away. The news that His Highness, the King of Chu, had been assassinated instead of being falsely accused failed to spread through Chang'an City while the night was still young. Zhang Fu. Zhang Renji's entire face turned white as he listened to the news coming from his family's boy. Zhang Liwan's face, too, was green and white for a while, especially when he associated it with Zhang Qian's visit a few days ago and asked for a few pieces of information on the Great Tang Water Conservancy project from Zhang Renji's hands. and how could they not think of it? These few things? I'm afraid that it's not related to the lord who came from Zhang's main house. How can this be? After the boy left, Zhang Renji sat paralyzed in his chair, unable to lift his body. Chapter 56, Father, I'll go meet him. It's a deadly feud. In the future, either the Zhang family will become extinct or the king of Chu will die. Zhang Renji didn't think that the current Zhang family would be a match for the as-yet expanding Great Tang and the as-yet expanding His Highness the King of Chu. Nui, what do you think Daddy should do? Zhang Renji sighed for a while, suddenly looked up, looking at his daughter. He couldn't figure out any countermeasures, so he had to put his hopes on this smartest daughter. Zhang Liwan was much calmer than Zhang Renji. She looked at her father. That moment just now, let this father who was only in his 30s, instantly aged several years. Father, it depends on whether you're prepared to stand up for this family or His Highness the King of Chu. Zhang Liwan sighed. I'm afraid it's impossible to stay out of this now. Zhang Renji frowned and asked, what does the standing family say? And what does His Highness the King of Chu say? Zhang Liwan said softly, now that it's clear, this family has a better chance of winning. Zhang Renji let out a light eep, looking puzzled. This was different from what he had predicted, but he had felt that King Chu had a higher chance of winning. Zhang Liwan sighed. His Highness the King of Chu has offended more than just one Zhang family. What he discussed with His Majesty, that decree regarding merchants and traders, offended all the great families in the world. The great families of the world were originally clutching a group of merchants in their hands to be able to support them, or else only rely on the several hundred acres of good land, can feed thousands or tens of thousands of people. Now the two of them are opening their mouths and they're going to exploit half the profits, and they haven't been able to find any reason to say no, to push back. His Majesty is the Longxili clan. They can't be moved, but His Highness the King of Chu is only of merchant origin. What do you think they will do to His Highness the King of Chu? They don't need to strike at the Great Tang, or at His Majesty, they only need to strike at His Highness, the King of Chu. Young Inji lifted his hand and gently tapped the table. So we should stand, Benjamin? Zhang Liwan shook her head decisively, her words spoken firmly and decisively. No, we should stand for His Highness the King of Chu. Young Inji became puzzled again. Nui, didn't you just say that this family has a better chance of winning? Zhang Liwan frowned and looked up at the moon outside the window. It is because of this, that I am a little puzzled. Why would His Majesty agree to such a decree? Laying hands on the great families of the world is not a choice one should make as an emperor. Even Wei Jin is only proposing a 9-product center, and he does not dare to reach out and take away the interests of the big families of the world. This is too radical. Zhang Liwan walked over to the window with some hesitation in her expression. If it were an unusual person, even someone like His Majesty, who stood in opposition to the great families of the world, I would have made my father stand in the position of the house without hesitation. But this His Highness the King of Chu, daughter can't read it. I sent someone to check. He appeared in Chang'an out of nowhere. Rui supermarket was open for more than a month, and then he became His Royal Highness, the Chu King of the Great Tang. People like that are great heroes and cannot be thought of in terms of common sense. He has the confidence to stand against the great families of the world, and is bound to be confident that he can pull out this hard bone that is stabbing at the heart of the Great Tang. Zhang Renji said softly, then father should stand for His Highness the King of Chu? Zhang Liwan didn't say anything. She was thinking. After a long time, she turned around and nodded heavily. Yes, our clan should stand behind His Highness the King of Chu, but it shouldn't be up to father. Young Ngi questioned. Ha? Zhang Liwan's words were very indifferent and unfeeling. His Highness the King of Chu can go against the great families of the world, but father can't. If father seeks out His Highness the King of Chu tomorrow, the heads of our family will be hanging in the house before nightfall. Young Ngi couldn't help but shiver. Zhang Liwan said softly, tomorrow, my daughter will personally go to pay her respects to His Highness, the King of Chu, and have little Shelter come with me. The little Shelter in her mouth. It's her own brother. Also the youngest son of Young Inki. Young Shelter. This year is only 13 years old. Zhang Renji frowned and said, it's just fine for you to go. I'm most assured of Nui's work, but you're letting Sheltered child follow along. Why is that? Zhang Liwan's voice was resolute. Let little Shelter worship His Highness the King of Chu as her teacher. Said. She sighed. Nui was wrongly born in a daughter's body. Cannot share the worries of father, but instead have to drag the little Shelter. If I were in a male body, this kind of thing I will be good. Young Ngi shook his head and didn't say anything. He believed in his daughter. In fact, since the Sui dynasty destroyed the Tang dynasty, Li Shimen seized power and became emperor. He's still a 6th-ranking official in Li Tang, and most of him relies on his own daughter to make decisions. Young Ngi was sad. Zheng Qian was equally sad. He sat across from Ho Junji, looking at the spy report on the table, his entire brow twisted into a pimple. Ho Junji's brows, likewise, twisted into a lump. 2 handfuls of schemes, and not a single one of them succeeded. Zheng Qian looked at the contents of the yellow paper and black characters with some disbelief. His dead man. Several years of hard work and cultivation. There are dozens of killings. Not a single miss. Always clean. But this time it missed. Not only did it miss, but it didn't run away and was driven to suicide by poison. The stigmatization tactics didn't work either. Instead, it made Lin Shen's reputation in the city of Chang'an pull up another notch. Ho Junji asked, "What should we do now? Why don't I send someone tonight and burn his store?" Zheng Qian shook his head. "It's not a good idea. This kind of tactic is enough if you use it once. If it's used a second time, not to mention whether or not that little thief Lin Shen can endure it, he, Li Shimen, will be the first to be unable to endure it. He's the emperor. Still give him respect." Zheng Qian stood up, sighed, and arched his hand towards Ho Junji. "Brother Junji, I can't stay in this Chang'an city any longer, so I'm going to leave the city overnight tonight and rush back to my home." Ho Junji gritted his teeth and received in a cold voice, "So we're going to watch that kid Lin Shen now, wooing the city?" Zheng Qian said softly, "A little impatience is not enough to deal with him in Chang'an city, but he's the king of Chu, and sooner or later he's going to put his hand on the land. Our Zhang family, no, our lineage will be there waiting for him," said Zheng Qian Emil, and then continued, "You are the Duke of Lu, but also the Minister of War. He is the king of Chu. Sooner or later to recruit private soldiers is certainly to be through your hands? You do understand?" Ho Junji nodded and smiled sardonically. "If I can get him to recruit a good soldier, I'll rip his head off and use it as a wineglass for you." Zheng Qian waved his hand, didn't speak much, didn't hesitate, and directly left the Duke of Lu's mansion. Left in a hurry, and even just entrusted a letter to Zhang Renji, did not even board the door to personally say goodbye. In the Rui supermarket, Chen San trembled as he looked at Lin Shen sitting on the rattan chair, his body shaking a little. Chapter 57, This is my sincerity. It was the first time he had seen such an angry Lin Shen. Slate face. The whole person was like an abyss, emanating an aura that could devour a person's anger. "Chen San." After a long time, Lin Shen slowly spoke. Chen San shivered. "I am here." Lin Shen said softly, "Tomorrow I'll give you some silver to branch out. Go to the marketplace and buy me a cat. Long hair and short legs are best, and the character should be the most docile kind." Chen San was a bit puzzled, but he nodded his head and sang. Lin Shen continued, "By the way, send someone to keep an eye on our family's several stores. The construction plans have also been delivered to you. Urge them to open the facade quickly." Chen San nodded and answered once again. Those 2 things. The first item was Lin Shen's own needs. He lay back in the wicker chair, feeling empty in his hands the whole time. If you can't play with your cell phone, then just get a cat, and it's a great thing to have a cat to jerk off to. Another piece of. Lin Shen couldn't wait to get his hands on Shudi. Chang'an is his foundation. Open a supermarket in the West Market. Save some silver in your hand, and then open a supermarket in the East Market. I still have to go to the Ministry of War tomorrow and ask Li Jing for some soldiers. There had been little need for private soldiers. With his own force here, he couldn't find anyone in the entire Great Tang who could be a threat to him. But put your hand in Shudi. You can't fight all by yourself. After ordering these things, Lin Shen turned his head back to the back room and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up the next day and started to wash up, heard a commotion in the back room. Chen San walked in holding a fading golden Persian cat. "Your Majesty, the cat you wanted villain has already bought it back for you." Lin Shen probed and took a look. The cat was in pretty good shape. A proper Persian, with emerald eyes, and with the color of the fur on its body. It smelled like a little lion. Chen San added, "Your Highness, a girl with a 12 or 13-year-old child said she wanted to pay you a visit, and rushed over early in the morning and waited until now." Lin Shen froze. "Girl?" Chen San nodded. "Right, it's a girl who was born very pretty. Besides those 2 princesses, I've never seen such a pretty one. She said her last name was Zhang, the one from Xingyang in Shudi." Lin Shen frowned, grabbing a towel and wiping his face carelessly. He hadn't had a chance to inquire about the world's great families, but obviously, emphasizing the Zhang family name in the 2 places of Xingyang and Shudi, it was no surprise that it was the same lineage that had targeted him. "I just don't know what the point of sending a pretty woman over is. Is it possible that you're trying to pull a beauty trick? It's not necessary for a beauty to carry a child. It's not like you don't eat young women. Or are they trying to follow the example of Zhuge Liang and think of themselves as Sima Yi, sending a woman over to humiliate them?" Lin Shen reached out and took the cat, jerking it thoughtfully while walking to his bedside, thinking carefully for a while before saying softly, "Since she has the guts to come, then invite her in." Chen San nodded and took small steps out. Not a moment too soon. Zhang Liwan followed a small tail behind her and walked to the back room. Zheng Liwan respectfully bowed to Lin Shen. My daughter, Zhang Liwan, meet your highness, King of Chu. The name? Lin Shen frowned. He seemed to have heard of it, but it didn't leave much of an impression. He waved his hand and said in a cold voice, get up. You're a member of the Zhang family. If I guessed correctly, both of those yesterday should have come from your Zhang family. You have the nerve to come see me now? People in high places, unless they are straw men, have a sense of authority. Zhang Shade was so frightened that her body was shaking a little, hiding behind her own sister, not even daring to probe her head to look at Lin Shen. Zhang Liwan's face remained unchanged, and she said softly, that was done by my Zhang clan's own family, and has no connection with my Chang'an branch. Lin Shen didn't say anything, just raised an eyebrow. Zhang Liwan continued, my daughter's father is only a 6th-ranked minor official in the Ministry of Water. Where did he get that ability to take on His Highness the King of Chu? Lin Shen nodded. What are you looking for this king for? Zhang Liwan said, please apologize to the King of Chu, since you didn't do this and it has nothing to do with your father. What is your crime? Lin Shen asked knowingly. Zhang Liwan still kept her face unchanged and said with a big smile, assassinating a prince is already a capital offense, and trying to defame a saint is even more of a crime. If His Highness the King of Chu finds out about this matter, as soon as he has the chance, he will certainly not let Zheng live. Instead of waiting for death, it would be better to take the initiative to ask the king for a way out. Lin Shen laughed softly. You have a lot of confidence in this king. Zhang Liwan raised her head and looked at Lin Shen's face. Zheng won't be the only one to deal with His Highness the King of Chu. The power of the great families of the world is not the only ones who have entered the dynasty as officials. As she spoke, she observed the look on Lin Shen's face. Deep, indifferent, without a hint of fluctuation. On the contrary, not being able to see anything like this made Zheng Liwan's heart settle down more and more. Obviously, all the words he had said were nonsense to this Lord Chu King. He had it in his mind. It's not like you're going to be surprised by any of this stuff or force your way through it. The corner of Zhang Liwan's mouth slightly hooked up a smile, like a short-lived flower suddenly blossomed. But I believe that your highness, King of Chu, this thorn of the Shijie clan that is rooted in the body of the great Tang will definitely be pulled out by your highness, King of Chu. Lin Shen smiled and said, you know that even Li Shimen wouldn't dare to say something like that. Zhang Liwan proudly held her head high. His Majesty doesn't dare to say it, but my daughter dares to say it. Lin Shen shook his head. How do you expect me to believe you? A woman, with a child, pathetically begging me for mercy. How does it look like a self-preservation strategy of a great family of the world? If I don't go after you guys, sooner or later, Zhang will rise again. Zhang Liwan didn't say anything and raised her hand to gently pat Zhang Shade's head. Little brother, quickly bring out the stuff. Zhang Shade shivered and pulled out a letter from his pocket. Zhang Liwan took it and handed it to Lin Shen. Your Highness, King of Chu, this is a letter left to my father by that lord of my family, when he hurriedly left Chang'an last night. Lin Shen was not subtle and opened it with a big flourish. Not much on the letter. It is nothing more than instructing Zhang Renji to do something to give Lin Shen an eyeful, but also said that if there is anything you do not understand, you can go to the Duke of Lu's residence and ask Ho Junji for advice. Sure enough, there is this asshole thing. Lin Shen let out a light laugh. The contents of this letter were really not what he expected. Aren't you afraid that I'll take this to Li Shimen and ask him to send an army of 100,000 men to directly destroy you, Zhang? After reading it, Lin Shen rolled up the letter and casually threw it aside. Zhang Liwan shook her head. It would naturally be excellent if His Highness the King of Chu could do so, but your highness won't. Chapter 58, You're a smart man. Lin Shen looked at Zhang Liwan with great satisfaction. Indeed, like Zhang Liwan said, he would not give this letter to Li Shimen, because he knows it well. Even if this letter to Li Shimen will not kill Ho Junji, will only hide this hate in the heart, waiting for an opportunity, all vented on the body of the great families. Li Shimen was no compassionate, soft-hearted man, but he was unusually kind to his men. Even if Ho Junji accompanied his son to revel in the future and wanted his and the great Tang's life, Li Shimen only killed Ho Junji, but did not touch Ho Junji's family. Did not even remove Ho Junji from the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingnan Pavilion? Still want to leave him a good reputation in history. And, Lin Shen wouldn't have killed Ho Junji under false pretenses. Your own prey. Of course. Lin Shen looked at Zheng Liwan and said softly, you know, just this letter alone is not enough. This one letter is certainly not enough. People who go on trusting others through a letter, those are cuties. Zheng Liwan was no exception to Lin Shen's words, reaching out with a tug, pulling out the small child hidden behind herself and saying softly, Your Highness the King of Chu, this is my younger brother, the youngest male child of our branch of the Zheng clan. I want him to worship His Highness the King of Chu. Lin Shen couldn't help but let out a laugh. Reaching out and pointing at Zheng Liwan, he said softly, You're so smart that you don't want to suffer at all. Unable to let your brother be a complete and utter hostage, you came up with the excuse to worship me. If this branch of yours, in the future, is truly on this king's side, then it will take advantage of a great bargain. Zhang Liwan didn't say anything, but just gave a sarcastic laugh. All of her little thoughts were pointed out by Lin Shen. That's right. It's like what Lin Shen said. She couldn't afford to let her brother be an aggrieved hostage. At least get an apprenticeship. Being a disciple of the King of Chu was better than just being a hostage. With the things she had seen, this Chu King's Highness was homely and kind, and as long as he had this name on him, he would definitely treat his brother well. Lin Shen shook his head and said softly, this king won't be taking on any disciples for the time being, so get rid of that thought. Zhang Liwan was a little disappointed. Lin Shen said softly, but you truly want to reassure this king? Zhang Liwan nodded her head. Lin Shen smiled and shook his head, letting a child be a hostage. This king feels that there is something wrong with it. If you have the heart, then come work under this king. Zhang Liwan's complexion looked a little alarmed. I work for His Highness the King of Chu, but I'm just a daughter. Lin Shen raised his hand, interrupting her. You're smart, and your pattern is big, but put it on yourself. How come the pattern is so small? What's wrong with being a daughter? You're good, better than most men, and if they can do it, why can't you do it again? Zhang Liwan looked a little hesitant, but I am a woman after all. Lin Shen smiled and said, what's wrong with a woman? What you are asked to do is to rely on your wisdom, not on your body. Do you not have confidence in your own brain? Zhang Liwan hesitated for a long time and timidly nodded. Since your Highness King Chu looks up to me, then my daughter will have the audacity to work for you. Your Highness King Chu. Lin Shen nodded. Very well. In a few days, I will open a supermarket in the West City. When that time comes, you will first learn how to manage and run the supermarket by following behind Shin San. And when I find a suitable store in the East City and open another one, I will let you be the store manager. Zhang Liwan's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Shen let out a laugh. I'm at least a prince. Can I still cheat you? But you have to think clearly. When you become the king's shopkeeper, this unit of yours can be completely and utterly on the king's chariot. Zhang Liwan directly answered down. The Zhang clan of Chang'an is willing to serve at the disposal of His Highness the King of Chu. Lin Shen viciously jerked the cat a few more times and waved his hand. Stand down. Zhang Liwan took Shang's shelter, walked to the door and turned back reluctantly. Your Highness, are you really unwilling to accept my brother as a disciple? Lin Shen glared, and the cat in his arms followed with a vicious meow. Zhang Liwan knew that this proposal was completely out of the question. Sighing, he led his brother away. Wait until Zhang Liwan leaves. Only then did Lin Shen suddenly remember who this girl was. Lillian Chang. History said that it was a beauty whose looks were no less than Princess Changle, and now that I look at it, it is not a forgery. It was indeed beautifully born. Most of all, some people praised this girl. Smart and clever. A female Chow Chow general character. Lin Shen squinted his eyes and hugged the cat, a thoughtful face rising. Think about it for a moment. Lin Shen yelled towards the door. Chan San, you watch the store. I'll go to the Ministry of War. Hearing these words, Chan San even crawled and rolled in, looking at Lin Shen with a worried face. Your Highness, there were people who wanted to kill you last night. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go out at this time? If you need anything, greet me and I'll get it done for you. Lin Shen waved his hand. I'm going to the Ministry of War to pick out the military pawns. You can pick them for me? Chan San was instantly silent. Lin Shen stood up. The cat in his arms wriggled a bit and picked a comfortable position. Alright, the people who want to kill me with my skills are not even in this world yet. You worry about a hammer. Just worry about the supermarket. When that store opens in the West Market, the girl who approached me today will be shadowing you to learn how to run a supermarket. Chen San probed his head and saw that they were the only two people in the room, and whispered, Your Majesty, you don't use your move? With that he waved his hand. Let the girl just understand how to manage the supermarket not. Lin Shen raised his foot and gently kicked him. That girl is different from you guys. You guys are stupid. She's a smart person. Using this method, that's harming her. For the time being, let her manage the supermarket. And if she is willing to treat me wholeheartedly, there will be other arrangements later. You dumbasses are doomed to manage supermarkets for the rest of your lives. Chen San wasn't annoyed either. He just hemmed and hawed. To be able to manage a supermarket for the king for the rest of his life, that's a blessing for us villains. That girl was born good-looking and has a good background. If the king is willing to take her as a concubine, that would be that girl's blessing. Lin Shen didn't say anything, just raised his foot and kicked him again. Chen San giggled and went out to arrange the supermarket. Lin Shen hugged the cat and slipped out the back door. Taping Fang is at the foot of the Imperial City routes. From the Ministry of War is not too far away. In the street for a while, not a moment to the entrance of the Ministry of War. When the Jinwu guards at the door saw Lin Shan, they hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Your Highness King Chu. I don't know what the King of Chu came to the Ministry of War for this time? Chapter 59, Veteran Soldiers. Lin Shan looked at them and said softly, I've come over to report with Li Jing and prepare to recruit some private soldiers. The Golden Guardian blushed. Lin Shan raised an eyebrow. What's up? The Golden Guard said. Lord Shangshu is now gone to the Imperial City and is discussing important matters with His Majesty. Lin Shan waved his hand. No harm done. Is there someone who can manage? The Golden Guard nodded. Yes, Lord Squire is still at the Ministry of War. Lin Shan nodded. Take me to him. Without hesitation or notification, the Golden Guard led Lin Shan directly into the Ministry of War. Once inside, seeing the person sitting in the seat, Lin Shan narrowed his eyes slightly. Ho Junji. I didn't expect to see this person in this place. So you're the Minister of War of the Great Tang? Lin Shan let out a light laugh and sat down on a side chair, resting his cat on the table. The Golden Guard didn't dare to stay longer. He sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere and left early. Ho Junji narrowed his eyes and smiled equally brightly. Doesn't Your Highness the King of Chu know that the titular king is surprisingly so ignorant of my Tang dynasty? Lin Shan waved his hand. It's not like this king has an official position. Ho Junji said softly. Your Highness, the King of Chu, has come over today. What is it about? Lin Shan said. Some time ago, was busy with some other things. Now I finally have time. Register with the Ministry of War. This king is ready to recruit some private soldiers. Speaking of which, Ho Junji's eyes lit up. From a side of the paperwork, rummaging around, soon rummaging out a pamphlet he had prepared long ago, while saying softly, the whole of Great Tang is very much on board with the matter of His Highness, the King of Chu. Last night Lord Chu was assassinated, and in the courtroom today, His Majesty scolded us from the Ministry of War. Lord Shangshu has also repeatedly urged me to make arrangements for His Highness to have private soldiers. Here is the roster. Please read it. Your Highness. Lin Shan reached out and took it. After a brief glance through, he couldn't help but frown. Somewhat to his surprise. I thought that this matter was handled by Ho Junji, and with his nature, he would more or less give himself some trips. The old and the sick, these he was ready for. But it's not the old and infirm that are on this register. On the contrary, are some on the battlefield, through life and death to sharpen the veterans. Is young and strong age? This one of the oldest one, is only 31 years old. The booklet contains the names of 2,000 people. In other words, the Ministry of War filled him up with these 2,000 men in one breath. And all of them are still elite soldiers. Can someone from the Ministry of War be so kind? Let's just say that they didn't move much when they saw their Chu King's face. But can Ho Junji be so kind? He's running this thing himself, and he can still do it so beautifully. Not normal. Lin Shan had a handful of rubbing the cat's head. Ho Junji said in a skeptical voice. Why? Could it be that Your Highness is not satisfied with this list? If Your Highness is not satisfied, my humble servant will certainly maneuver to select another reliable list for Your Highness. Lin Shan waved his hand and let out a light laugh. No, I like this list. I just didn't realize that the Ministry of War was willing to come up with such a list. All of them are some of the best soldiers in 100 battles. And the Ministry of War is willing to give them up? Ho Junji said righteously. His Highness, the King of Chu, is a saint of the Great Tang, and His Majesty himself has said that your well-being is a matter of even greater prudence than his. That's why soldiers naturally pick the best. Lin Shan nodded, glanced at the address on the brochure, and said with a smile, then this king will smile, and go meet this group of elite soldiers tomorrow. Ho Junji arched his hand towards Lin Shan. He watched with his own eyes as Lin Shan picked up the cat and left the Ministry of War, waiting for the house to be left to him. Ho Junji couldn't help but sneer. What he said was not half adulterated. That's what His Majesty said, and that's what Li Jing said, and he did. But these soldiers who have been hand-picked by him, are the best soldiers who have been in the battlefield, but one by one, they are all guilty of crimes and have been cut out from the old army. Veteran soldier. Each one is a master of temper to the skies and disobedience. Not to say that he, Ho Junji, didn't have the ability to tame these soldiers. It was to strip off Li Jing's skin and replace it with another person's skin. And even with Li Jing's skill, it would be impossible to domesticate these people in just a short period of time. Conspiracy. Ho Junji's brain couldn't think of these things. It was Zheng Qian who gave him the idea last night. The goal wasn't to keep Lin Shan from having a private army either, but to delay the time when he could get a hold of the power. Give the great families of the world time, so that the King of Chu cannot kill them with one blow. As long as they can drag on, the great families of the world have absolute confidence that the King of Chu will be dragged to death. When that happens, it will be their victory. Outside of Chang'an, in a downtrodden barracks, a couple of soldiers were gathered around a campfire, hanging back and lying down. Did you hear? We're transferring out to be private soldiers for someone. Bah! A bunch of disgusting things. I'm not going to officer them when I'm eating food and being a soldier. But I have heard that we are to be private soldiers for the King of Chu. The King of Chu. As soon as the name was uttered, it left everyone around the campfire in a moment of silence. I admit that the king is a good man, but he's a merchant and a king, so he can know a hammer about military affairs. A man opened his mouth and sneered. Those of them have gone to war and experienced life and death battles, but it was abandoned by the great Tang, crawled out of a pile of corpses with his own pair of hands and survived until now. They have a strong distrust of Datang. There is a strong distrust of this court, to the extent that there is a great distrust of all bureaucrats. It would not matter if there were 1 or 2 such men in an army, but it's 2,000 people, almost all of them. Negative emotions, like dark clouds in the sky, rolled and accumulated on the heads of this group of people. They realized they were not an exception. The greater the discontent in the mind, even if Lin Shan carries the name of a saint, he can't suppress these people's hatred and dissatisfaction towards Datang. Day 2. Lin Shan purposely got up early in the morning and even had Chin San prepare a carriage for himself. He prepared a box of silver. If you want to tame soldiers, you have to be both powerful and kind. In time for the sky to fully lighten, to the address given in the booklet, a barracks belonging to him. Getting here, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. It was a far cry from the barracks he had imagined. The tents were all new, but a quick glance at them gave a feeling of disrepair. The sun is out now. No one was out to make breakfast either. Only the cook had gotten up early and was burning a big pot of rice. The master of the Ministry of War, who had followed him over from the side, could not help but look embarrassed. He bragged all the way. These guys are elite soldiers. Now this sight was a real loss of face for him. Chapter 60, Taming King Chu's Private Soldiers. The head of the Ministry of War arched his hand towards Lin Shan and said shamefully, "Let your highness, the King of Chu, be amused. This group of soldiers' oils have no one to teach them, so they are lazy. Now my humble servant will go and call them up to be inspected by your highness." Lin Shan nodded, his face unchanged. He himself is going to come to the review, not out of the blue, but with Ho Junji said, this day he will come. It's possible to be in this situation. There are no 2 possibilities. One is that Ho Junji did not inform the soldiers here. Either that, or this group of soldierly men were trying to give themselves a run for their money. Lin Shan couldn't help but let out a light laugh. He would have preferred the second possibility. This kind of person really has the guts to give himself a hard time. At least it proves the group aren't wimps. Domesticated. It can be a most fearsome and courageous wolf pack. Lin Shan was waiting in the schoolyard of the barracks. For a full half hour, the group of talents yawned and lazily walked out of the military tent and gathered in a disorganized mess on the schoolyard. No military look at all. The master of arms chortled from the sidelines, but he was only a civil official of the 6th rank, and his hectoring was hardly any threat to speak of to this group of soldier oilers. They bicker and laugh, gesturing at the master of arms. Rather, no one dares to be so transgressive to Lin Shan. After all, that is a prince. Lin Shan didn't say anything either, just looked at them with cold eyes. He's very patient. After waiting nearly half an hour, the schoolyard quieted down. This group of big-headed soldiers who hadn't read any books finally realized that this king was a bit different from the officer they perceived. If we were in the old military, if they were to look so hangdog, their chiefs would be jumping out of their skin with anger, like the master of the army, and would even cuss them out. But Lin Shan didn't make any moves, just looked at them quietly. It was this quiet that had them a little on edge. I wonder what kind of nature this lord is. Lin Shan looked at them and let out a light laugh. Finally quiet? If you don't want to talk, then be quiet and listen to me. First point number 1. From this day forward I am your general, and all 2,000 men here are subject to my orders. The second point is that I don't care what you were like earlier in your original unit, but when you're here with me, you have to abide by all my rules. This king is not afraid that you are some kind of waste, or some so-called soldier's oil. In the hands of this king, even if you are waste, this king has the ability to train you into a good piece of steel. No one in this group of soldiers spoke up. Lin Shan waved his hand. Shen San and a few others hitched hands, and they carried a box over. It clanged heavily on the dirt floor, giving birth to a dull sound. Lin Shan kicked open the lid of the box, revealing the white silver inside. The Great Tang looked very favorably on the military generals. Those who could call themselves officers could get about 100 taels a year in pay, counting things like cloth and food. But for these lowest-ranked pawns, can't enjoy it that well. The forbidden army of Chang'an City, the silver money, cloth, food and such things received in a year converted together, is only about 10 taels, unless they go to the battlefield and earn military merits. Otherwise, their income is only this poor 10 taels of silver. This group of big-headed soldiers, see all the brass, When have I ever seen so much white silver? Each one's eyes went wide, tiptoeing, peering into the box. Lin Shen said in a loud voice, "This king is not some petty person. You guys being this king's private soldiers is to sell your lives to this king. Since you have given your lives to this king will naturally treat you generously. Starting today, you will be fed 3 meals a day, and you will be given meat at every meal. As for rates, ordinary soldiers, 2 taels per month each, 5 taels, woodchuck, shu, 10 taels, centurion, 20 taels. In addition to this, if you are capable, feel free to come forward, and the king is prepared to set up 3 lieutenants among the 2,000 of you, who will be in charge of the small and large affairs of the 2,000 of you. This king will personally go to see his majesty and ask for an official title from the 9th rank for you. Rates, paid out by the king himself, 100 taels a month. This money is just chump change to Lin Shen. It was only about 40,000 taels of silver, and that little supermarket of his could earn it back in 2 days. When the big supermarket opens in West City, I'm afraid it's only half a day's turnover." The military ranks were in an uproar. This treatment was much better than the treatment they had seen. Those white flashes of silver proved that this king's words were not a lie. Is really willing to give them so many rates. The head of the Ministry of War was also looking at the silver in the box with an envious face. His monthly salary is only 20 taels of silver. You know he's a 6th ranking official, and in the army of His Highness the King of Chu, one only needs to be a centurion to get the same number of salaries as one's own. There was some impatience in the crowd. Whether it's the title of an officer from the 9th rank, or the salary of 100 taels of silver per month, this makes this group of big-headed soldiers greedy. Your Highness the King of Chu, what is considered capable? One leapt and shouted. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, silencing their voices. I'll answer that question later. Now I'm going to state a rule for you, and each and every one of you will prick up your ears and listen. From today on, keep quiet in the queue, and when you're not asked to speak, even if you're aggravated or want to talk, hold your tongue. If you want to talk, call out report and only talk if you're authorized to talk. Understand? The group of soldiers, face to face. What kind of wacky rules are these? They didn't have time to respond. Only a sparse, got it. Here, got it. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and asked again, got it? The soldiers were ready this time, and although their voices were still a bit sparse, they were much more in unison than earlier. Understood. Lin Shen only reluctantly nodded and continued. I will now give you an answer to that question just now. Anyone who can take 3 moves under me is qualified to be a lieutenant under me. This answer, it left the group of soldiers a little puzzled. Catch 3 moves under the king? What kind of request is this? Look at His Highness the King of Chu's thin skin and tender flesh. I'm afraid that he has never practiced martial arts. This group of veterans who have fought in the battlefield can't beat him? Lin Shen let out a light laugh. His smile was brilliant. If there are more than 3 of you who can catch 3 moves under me, as many as there are, the king will ask for a lieutenant back for you one by one. In the soldiers, there was an uproar. Even began to doubt. This Chu king is not guilty of losing heart madness. Everyone's comments I'm reading. Too many comments cannot reply one by one. Please understand. Please 5-star praise. By the way, point a catalyst. Chapter 61, Beyond the People, Beyond the Sky. The head of the Ministry of War listened to the cold sweat on the side and whispered to dissuade. Your Highness King Chu must not. They are all veterans who have been honed by the battlefield. Don't look at them like they don't care, but they have real skills under their hands. Lin Shen waved his hand, interrupting him. Don't worry, I know in my heart. The soldiers on the schoolyard, one by one, didn't say anything. They all remembered Lin Shen's orders from earlier. No talking without his permission. At this time, a man shouted, report. Lin Shen turned his gaze away and nodded. Speak, Your Highness King Chu, is everything you said true? The one who spoke was a burly man, 1 meter 8 tall, dark and lanky, with a narrow scar on his face. Lin Shen said, this king is 1,000 gold. Can he still lie to you? The burly man smiled. Then I would like to be the first to challenge the king. Lin Shen nodded and reached out. Then come over here. If you want to use a weapon, that's fine too. The burly man walked out from the army, scratching his head while saying softly, weapons are even better. I'm a rough man. My men are not accurate. If I hurt His Highness the King of Chu that would be bad. Lin Shen shook his head and didn't say anything. The head of the Ministry of Military Affairs straight-tugged Chen San's sleeve on the side and said anxiously, you quickly persuade the king. This kind of thing. Chen San interrupted him with a look of pride. Don't worry. My king is highly skilled in martial arts. Although this man is strong, he can't possibly be my king's opponent. The Master of War turned his head, glancing at the Hanyu with 2 Lin Shen thick, and then at the white Lin Shen. The physical disparity is here. I don't know where Chen San got the courage to say something like that. The The schoolyard, too, began to whisper. Hey, this Han looks a little familiar. He you don't know yet? Huda Bug of the mighty Tiger Battalion. It is said that their battalion was used as a backbreaker, and only he alone survived to kill 37 Turkic dogs and break out of the siege. If it wasn't for someone protecting him, I'm afraid he would have been beheaded as a proctor. Surprisingly, it's him? Your Highness King Chu is in danger now. Huda Bug is not someone to be dealt with. They were talking. Huda Bug then walked across to Lin Shin and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, King of Chu, it's better if you make the first move. Lin Shin shook his head. You're welcome, you first. Huda Bug nodded. Then I am offended. A fierce light came out of his eyes just as he finished his sentence. The whole person was just like his nickname, like a tiger descending from the mountain, pouncing towards Lin Shin. Lin Shin did not dodge, stood still, reached out and gently grabbed Huda Bug's wrist, followed by an upward fling. This big man, who was at least 200 pounds, was lifted up by his single hand. A whirl in the air. It fell on the heads of the soldiers in the schoolyard. It was also fortunate that there was someone in the pocket, and Huda Bug didn't fall straight to the ground. Not long after, he was dazed and placed on the ground, raising his head to look at Lin Shin, his eyes full of astonishment. Your Highness King Chu is so strong. I'm convinced that I'm not a match for His Highness the King of Chu. Shanxi's men have always been atmospheric. A loss is a loss. Huda Bug recognized it dryly. The soldiers, too, were astonished. They hadn't even thought that Lin Shin would be a match for Huda Bug, and it turned out to be one move? Crushingly, it threw out the huge bug? Hiss. The strong man that they had to have 2 or 3 people to lift. In the hands of His Highness the King of Chu, it was as light as a whip. Lin Shin nodded and swept a glance at the entire army, then said softly, Is there anyone else coming? No one's talking. Who big bugs are defeated so dry? If they went up there, they were afraid that they wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. Right about this time, another voice from the crowd said, Report. Lin Shin said, Speak. He looked up and saw that it was a man with a somewhat slim figure, a hawkish nose, triangular eyes, and his entire person looked unusually sinister. Your Highness King Chu, I would like to use a weapon. Is that all right? The slender man opened his mouth and said softly. Lin Shin nodded. Yes. The man smiled, stepping onto the stage, a tanged sword attached to his belt. A blackened cloth was wrapped around the hilt of the knife. The crowd clamored again. Hiss. To use a knife and not be afraid of hurting His Highness the King of Chu. It's really bold. Where's the school captain? If I wasn't afraid of angering His Highness the King of Chu, I'd want to try it with a sword too. Does anyone recognize this man? I know him. His last name is Song He. This is a ruthless man. Back then when he was on the warpath, he raised his sword and killed his own officer because he couldn't stand to see his officer bullying the innocent girls of the Turkic people. But then, remembering that he had killed the patriarch of a small Turkic tribe, the merits and demerits were balanced, and his life was not taken. Since then no military camp has dared to take this person. I did not expect that our Lord Chu King would take him. Hiss. Kill the officer with your own hands. This is something that these chowderheads, even if they were bullied, never thought about. Not to mention, the man survived the kill. In this way, this group of chowderheads were somewhat worried about Lin Shin. You say, what if in case we, the King of Chu, are also cut down by him? Not necessarily. His Highness the King of Chu has a lot of strength. You see no calluses on his hands. That is not used weapons. Blade fighting hand-to-hand combat. That is 2 different things. Song He slowly drew the sword in his own hand, stared at Lin Shin for a while, and said suspiciously, Your Highness, the King of Chu, is not prepared to use a weapon? Lin Shin shook his head and let out a light laugh. No need. You just come. Weapons? He just wanted to test the group of soldiers under his command. He didn't intend to take their lives. Fire-tip gun this thing out. It's not a good thing to ruin their knives. Song He narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, I will not be polite. With that, he stepped lightly with his feet, and with an extremely fast slash, he chopped towards Lin Shin's arm. There's no holding back. The technique used is that of killing on the battlefield. Either you die or I live. Lin Shin's reaction, still the same as the original, was simply to reach forward and pinch the back of the blade. River Song stumbled on his feet and almost fell. He looked incredulously at the fingers pinching his knife. What inhuman power is this? Just 2 fingers that could block his full force thrust? He hadn't had time to pull back his knife and react. One of Lin Shin's fingers then gently rested between his eyebrows. If it were a real battle, you'd be dead by now. A wave of false sweat broke out behind Song He's back. Nodding softly, he saw Lin Shin lower his hand before drawing back his knife. The moment his finger tapped on his brow, he literally had the feeling of dying in a trance. Your Highness's martial arts are extraordinary. I am not as good as you. Sung He let out a sigh of emotion and bowed with a decent arch. He spent half his life fighting on the battlefield. Self-confessed his own martial arts. Not inferior to any martial arts generals, but just do not have a way out. It is only now that I am acutely cognizant of. There are people outside of people. And there are people outside of people. Chapter 62. I'm going to start teaching you how to behave by folding the quilt. Song He walked down slowly. Lin Shen smiled as he looked at the group below and said softly, "Anyone else want to challenge me?" No one shouted a retort. They weren't little cuties, like Song He and Hu De Bug, such ruthless people. In front of Lin Shen, all of them were like little chickens, even if there were any of them who thought that they would not lose to these two people. In their hearts, they estimated that after going up in these two people's downfalls, there would not be any change. At this point, it's natural not to come out on top. 100 taels of silver is attractive, but you have to be able to take it. Now it seemed that they weren't competent enough in Lin Shen's eyes. After a long wait, no one said anything. Lin Shen nodded. Is there no one left? You people aren't bad. At least there's someone who dares to come out and challenge me. Not the kind of goons I thought you were. But I'll tell you very bluntly. You people, you're not even close to the soldiers I want. Even for that matter. Including the ability to kill. You are all highly unqualified in my eyes. When the king went to the Ministry of War, the ministry gave the king a pamphlet saying that these men would be the king's private soldiers from now on. And the king didn't pick them. Because it doesn't matter how good you were before in your old original unit, how out of your league you were, whether you were previously captains of the woods, sheriffs, or centurions. When you come to me, each and every one of you will first start from a big-headed soldier, and this king will personally teach you people how to be soldiers, instead of one and all of you bearing the name of soldier as a reckless person. The soldiers at the bottom didn't speak, but there was still some disdain in their hearts. They've been in the military for so many years, they still don't know how to be a soldier. They recognize that this Chu Wang Highness is very capable, but a merchant, born with natural strength, knows some martial arts, and dares to say that he can be a soldier? They don't believe it. Lin Shen said softly, the first thing this king will teach you is the rules. For the first month, nothing else but rules. With that, Lin Shen pulled out a bird whistle from his pocket and blew a beep. Memorize that voice for me. From now on, when you hear this voice, no matter what you're doing, whether you're saluting, eating, or sleeping, in the time it takes for 100 breaths, all of you have to stand on the schoolyard for me. Do you understand? The soldiers nodded, their voices scattered. Got it. Lin Shen frowned, his voice a few points louder. Give me a tidier, louder voice. Don't all act like pussies. Got it? Making comparisons to pussies is a bit humiliating to these hombres. In unison, they shouted at the top of their lungs. Got it. Lin Shen nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Chan San. Next you go teach them to fold the quilt. Folding the quilt? These three words came out of Lin Shen's mouth, leaving the group of chowderheads somewhat bewildered. It's easy to fold the quilt. Just fold it and put it on the bed. What's the point of teaching? Besides, the quilt is something that is not meant for sleeping, and they chubby took off their shoes and lay down on the bed and woke up and lifted the quilt. Stinking bedding. If it's good enough to sleep on, you want to fold it? Chen San led the order and carried down a quilt from the carriage, against the many chubby gazes. In front of them, tossing and turning for 10 minutes, he made this quilt, into the shape of a tofu block. Chubby's eyes went straight. Is that how you fold a quilt? Lin Shen walked forward, pointing to this bed quilt in his hand, and said softly, your quilts must also be folded like this, every day. If they are not folded neatly and perfunctorily, the king will not forgive you lightly. The chowderheads were all in a hurry. Let them kill people, that's no problem. Let them carry weights and run around Chang'an City. That's no problem. But a job as delicate as folding a quilt into tofu, too hard for them brown guys. Report! Someone in the crowd shouted. Lin Shen nodded. Speak, Your Highness King Chu. What's the point of folding the quilt like this? Quilts aren't just for sleeping. Lin Shen shook his head. You won't be able to understand even if I explain this to you now. So just do as ordered. Any objections? No one's talking. Lin Shen was right. They don't understand the point of folding a quilt. And with their illiterate IQs they probably won't hear the reasoning behind it. Listen and do as you're told. 2 taels of silver a month in pay. That's not for nothing. Lin Shen nodded. Very well. Besides the quilt having to be folded like this, there are some other rules. Lin Shen said a lot next. Things like the sheets should be flat and neat, with not a single wrinkle visible on them. Where to put your shoes. Fold your clothes into tofu blocks and put them somewhere. Include stools, weapons, and armor. Even on the side of the cooks. He asked for the daily ingredients to be listed neatly, and even had the intention of letting the group of cooks put the table in a neat and tidy manner. This is just the beginning. Next Lin Shen taught the group how to stand, how to walk, how to line up. Deadly rules have been laid down in every aspect. This made it hard for this group of chowderheads, but they didn't dare to resist His Highness the King of Chu's orders. 3 days later, news has come from Chang'an City that the supermarket in the western city has been renovated, and Lin Shan has left Shinsan behind and left him here to supervise this group of Qiubao. He's going back to Chang'an City to take a good look at his business. Duke Lu's mansion. Ho Junji held a book, and the private soldier in front of him knelt down on one knee. How is the group of private soldiers of His Highness the King of Chu drilled? Ho Junji asked carelessly. The private soldier returned. My lord, the villain sent people to see for a period of time, but the news that came, let the villain feel some absurdity. He racked his brain and thought for half a day before coming up with such an accurate word out of it. Ho Junji was instantly interested. Absurd. How so? The private soldier said. The brothers under my command found that the private soldiers under His Highness the King of Chu did not drill, and got up early every day, and after running a few laps around the barracks, they went to the schoolyard and stood. Ho Junji didn't say anything, but after half a day of not seeing the private soldier continue on, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what about back there? The privateer shook his head. Nope, just see them standing on the school field or else running. This news made Ho Junji a bit surprised. You mean, they just stood dry on the school grounds all day? These messages swirled around in Ho Junji's mind for a while, eventually forming such a sentence that popped out of his mouth. The private nodded. Yes, besides running, they've just been standing on the schoolyard for the past 2 days, not knowing what kind of stuff they're doing. Ho Junji had been in the army for so many years, but he had never heard of such an outrageous piece. Could it be that this is the practice method of the Mahist and Nanjis schools? Chapter 63, the whole Chang'an city is in an uproar. But just having people stand around makes a good soldier? There is nothing so ridiculous in the world. But has Lin Shan done fewer ridiculous things? This is a man who can't be looked at in a conventional way. Ho Junji stared at his private soldier and pondered for a long time. He waved his hand and said softly, you guys keep a close eye on them and see what tricks this Lin Shan kid is trying to pull. The private nodded and answered. This news of King Chu practicing his troops was of concern to not only Ho Junji, but the entire military generals of the Great Tang were concerned about this matter. They all wanted to know what kind of shrewd means of practicing military tactics this disciple of the legendary hidden school could come up with. But now this situation, it boggles their minds. Just as they were studying what kind of intentions Lin Shan had in doing this, Lin Shan had then taken a carriage and arrived at the entrance of his own supermarket in the West City. Most things in this world can be solved with silver. Even in the Great Tang, this rule still works. The workers, urged on by the silver, burst forth with great power. Coupled with the fact that these several stores already had some simple decoration, they only needed to follow Lin Shan's instructions, tear down the partition walls, and then follow the layout, placing the shelves in a regular and tidy manner. 4 stores. The doors to the 2 middle rooms were sealed. On the left was the entrance, and on the right was the exit, each guarded by 2 golden golem guards, and anyone entering or exiting was subjected to a search by the golden golem guards to prevent them from stealing anything. These few golden guardians were borrowed by Lin Shan. After his own private army was practiced, Lin Shan would replace these people with his own private army. Princess Changle was waiting in front of the supermarket early. Seeing Lin Shan's carriage coming, with a twist of his body, he got down from the carriage, and in addition to Princess Chang Yang, there was another little tail behind him. Li Shimon's family does have good genes. 3 daughters, all of whom are powdered and sculpted. This princess, unlike Princess Changle and Chang Yang, the first time Lin Shan saw her, he thought she was more like a girl like Zhengli Wan. Her face did not have the traces of those 2 princesses pampering, and she was wearing a very simple pale yellow dress, with only a jade hairpin, which tied up her hair. Standing with her 2 sisters, she looked like a girl from a commoner family. It is the children who are not favored by the emperor who are treated this way. But looking at the respectful attitude of the 1,000 bull guards on the side, and the intimacy of her 2 sisters, it wasn't that Li Shimon didn't like her, it was just that she chose to do it herself. Princess Changle took her 2 sisters and climbed into Lin Shan's carriage. Your family's supermarket, is it opening today? Princess Changle blinked her big eyes and asked softly. Lin Shan nodded, reached out to this unfamiliar princess next to him, and asked softly, yes, this princess is? Li Shu. Just call her Lanling, Princess Changle casually replied. Princess Lanling made a bow. Lanling has met His Highness, the King of Chu. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes and let out a light laugh. You know a lot more than your sister. Princess Changle glared, looked at Lin Shan, and said in an exasperated manner, why am I unintelligent? I am the eldest daughter. Lin Shan smiled and didn't say anything. Princess Changle was still staring at Lin Shan with an exasperated glare. Princess Chang Yang raised her hand, gently tugged on Lin Shan's sleeve, and opened her mouth to ask, Good brother. You said that this supermarket in the West City is opening, and that there will be some new things. What are they? Lin Shen raised his hand and rubbed Princess Qingyang's head. I'll take you in to take a look. Princess Changle was busy raising her hand. I'll go in and take a look as well. Princess Lanling hesitated for a moment and also spoke up. Your Highness King Chu, I also want to go and take a look. Lin Shen turned his head, looked at Princess Lanling with a smile or not, and said softly, if you call me a good brother, I'll take you there. Lanling looked at Lin Shen. Her cheeks colored red. So much for brother. A title like good brother was a bit too ambiguous. Princess Changle embraced Lanling's hand and said softly, just call a good brother. We both can be called so. Good brother. Do you think it's right? Lin Shen nodded solemnly with a straight face. Lanling couldn't resist his sister's ear-biting sass, and timidly called out, good brother. Lin Shen's heart was as clear as if he had drunk 3 big bowls of ice water in the middle of summer. Let's go. I'll take you guys to see what all the good stuff is. Lin Shen led them out of the carriage and walked directly inside the supermarket. Other than being able to see Chen San's few henchmen, busying themselves back and forth, also visible, some men and women. It's not open yet, so naturally they're not customers. Instead, they were salesmen recruited by Chen San and the others. Now that the supermarket didn't have much goods, the main duty of them was not to be responsible for guiding the customers to consume, but to be responsible for supervising that no customers stole food. As for Chen San's several brothers, they were in charge of cashiering. Seeing that it was Lin Shen personally coming over, a respectful greeting followed. Lin Shen waved his hand and ignored them. Taking these 3 little girls with him, he headed straight for the depths of the supermarket. It didn't take long to get to a shelf. There are 3 types of items laid out on it. A bag the size of a child's head. A block, like a mud brick, falls in squares. There's also the fish tofu that Princess Changle and a few of the girls are most familiar with. Princess Changle's eyes lit up. There are 2 new kinds of food on the shelves? Lin Shen nodded and casually picked up a packet of roasted meat-flavored chips, unwrapping it in front of them as a faint scent wafted out. Not as strong as fish tofu. Princess Changle sniffed hard and frowned. The new food is roasted meat? Lin Shen shook his head and passed the bag in front of Princess Changle. You guys try it. Princess Changeling reached out and took a chip out of the bag. Yellow and sprinkled with a layer of, I don't know what it was called, powder. It doesn't look very tasty. Princess Changle hesitated. Thinking of something like fish tofu, this kind of food smells so good. The flavor can't compare to fish tofu, but it can't be too far off, right? She put the chips in her mouth. There was a click. The sound is crisp. Bite off tiny pieces. The distinctive flavor of the chips exploded in Rapunzel's mouth. Not as strong a taste grabber as the fish tofu, but a tiny piece takes root on the tongue. This texture, in particular, gave Princess Changle an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in her heart. Click, click, click. 2 or 3 bites. Finished this piece. Hand movement did not stop. To the bag. Took out another piece. And small hamster-like. Nibble up food. The other 2 princesses, seeing Changle eating so favorably, reach out your guilty little hands to the chips too. Chapter 64. No one can resist sweets. There aren't many portions in a bag of chips, though it's best to split this dry stuff into several servings. But there are 3 princesses here. They were again eating snacks like potato chips for the first time. Click, click, click. It didn't take long for the 3 teenage girls to split the chips. The 3 looked fondly at the empty bags in their own small, greasy hands as they struggled internally for a long time. For the sake of royalty and the face of the maidens, they still hadn't bothered to instigate their own fingers. This made Lin Shen a little disappointed. This is the kind of black history that looks like it's not going to see the light of day. Princess Chang Yang took out her handkerchief, wiped her own little hands clean, tugged on Lin Shen's sleeve, and a pair of pitiful big eyes just stared straight at Lin Shen. Good brother. I still want to eat. Princess Changle and Princess Lanling nodded their heads in agreement. The little beast was like a small beast, looking blearily at Lin Shen. Lin Shen raised his hand, and gently tapped on Princess Qingyang's head. This is not expensive. Just like fish tofu, just a penny a bag. And don't think about eating more of it. It's high in oil and salt. Eating too much of it will not only give you mouth ulcers. That is, the inside of your mouth will rot. It will also make you gain weight. Mouth ulcers are not that threatening. But the words growing fat made the 3 girls prick up their ears. The Great Tang is known for its fatness, but this fatness actually refers to health, not obesity. The kind of chopstick legs in A4 waist of the latter days is malnutrition in the eyes of the Great Tang people. The 3 girls, looking at the chips, swallowed hard and struggled to take their eyes off the chip bag. Princess Lanling, pointing to the shelf next to the chips, asked softly, Good brother, what are the things on this shelf? Milk chocolate. Lin Shen casually picked up a piece and tore open the bag, revealing the appearance of the contents. Something the color of dirt in general. There are 4 basic types of chocolate. A type of chocolate called dark chocolate, which contains less than 12% milky substance, has a hard texture and a raw, bitter taste in the mouth, and very few people will enjoy eating it. One type of chocolate is called cocoa butter substitute chocolate, and this is the one that has the cocoa butter shaved off, which doesn't make you gain weight easily. A type of chocolate called white chocolate, which is exotically white on the outside from all chocolates, made simply from cocoa butter and milk, is very sweet and quite high in fat. The remaining kind is milk chocolate, the same kind that Lin Shin drew. Chocolate, in general, unless specifically labeled, is milk chocolate, one of the best chocolate snacks for the public taste. This thing is called chocolate, and it's also a kind of food. Lin Shin explained softly. Princess Changle and the 3 of them had a strong look of skepticism in their eyes, saying that potato chips are food. They recognize it. After all, it smells and looks like food, but this thing that has no scent, is the color of dirt, and even looks like a mud brick, is a food? Princess Changle was the first to throw out skepticism. Really? Lin Shin nodded. Can I still lie to you? Want to try? He casually broke off a piece and handed it to Princess Changle. Princess Changle carefully took it and put it under her nose in an effort to sniff it. It took her a moment to realize that the stuff wasn't unscented. It just doesn't taste as strong as fish and tofu or potato chips, and has an extremely mild milky flavor. Princess Changle carefully bit off a small piece. The heat in her mouth instantly melted the chocolate into a paste, and the silky texture teased Rapunzel's tongue with a silky smoothness. Sugar, the characteristic flavor of cocoa, exploded in Rapunzel's mouth, especially since she just ate chips, 2 diametrically opposed flavors that reflect the sweetness of the chocolate even more. Happiness, in Princess Changle's mind, only these 2 words popped up now. The sweets almost made her brain go blank for a moment. Lin Shin looked at her with a smile and asked softly, "How was it?" Princess Changle was still a bit lost in thought and subconsciously replied, "It's so delicious. I didn't think there could be such food. How much does this thing cost a piece?" Lin Shin returned, "This is a little more expensive than the fish and tofu they are. $2 a piece. Don't underestimate this stuff. Chocolate is packed with calories. That little piece of chocolate you ate was about the same as a whole bag of chips. You need to exercise more in the future or you'll get fat easily if you eat more of these." Fat. There's that pesky word again. Princess Changle viciously showed her teeth and grinned, snatching the chocolate from Lin Shin's hand and sharing it with her 2 sisters, while muttering up in dissatisfaction, "I'm not going to get fat. This princess exercises every day, and I know the 6 arts of the gentleman. No way. Why are you such a nasty person?" Saying these things out in front of us. Princess Changyang and Princess Lanling nodded their heads like chickens pecking at the side, responded softly. Lin Shin smiled at them and reached out to rub Princess Lanling's head. This hand, not as good as Princess Qingyang's. Of the little heads of these 3 princesses, it was still Princess Qingyang's head that was the best to rub. Princess Changyang asked vaguely as she ate the chocolate. "Good brother, other than these 2 things, is there anything else?" Lin Shin nodded and led the way forward. "Of course there's something else. Follow me." A few steps forward and around a corner, I saw a shelf with a row of glass bottles filled with various colored liquids. Princess Changle's eyes instantly lit up. "Good brother, what is this? Why is it so pretty?" Lin Shin shook his head and gently knocked Princess Changle on the head, softly saying, "A girl shouldn't be interested in this. This is wine." "Wine, ah." A little disappointed, Princess Changle stretched her voice and sighed softly. She doesn't like to drink and has no interest in the stuff. Lin Shin asked quietly, "Want to try?" Princess Changle was just about to refuse, but on second thought, although she has never drunk wine, but his father and those uncles and uncles, all like wine, this kind of thing like very much. Everything you can eat in the Lindsay supermarket tastes pretty good, so the flavor of this wine, it should be okay too? Princess Changle nodded hesitantly. "Well, then I'll give it a try." Lin Shin instructed the salesman on the side to bring over 3 glasses. Lin Shin opened a bottle of cyan, poured a shallow bottom in each of the 3 glasses, and handed them to the 3 girls. The 3 little girls took a careful sniff. None of that pungent booze flavor. Instead, it has a light apple fragrance. The girls then didn't hesitate any longer and finished off the bottom of their glasses in one gulp. Chapter 65, the favorite of the great Tang literati. The drink touched the tongue and had no pungent flavor. Instead, it has a soft texture. Apples are generated in their mouths. It slid into the stomach, and there was only a faint warmth to it. Something like a pre-mixed drink is really just a fruit juice with an added alcohol content. It's not a high degree. The alcohol content is around 8%. However, in this era of the great Tang, when there was no distillation technology, the degree of liquor was not that high, and even if it was a good liquor with hundreds of taels of silver, the degree of liquor was not much higher than that of pre-mixed liquor. Princess Changle and the girls smacked their lips, and a little bit of a love affair, eyes blearily looking at Lin Shin. Good brother, can I have some more? The wine tasted a lot better than I thought it would. They didn't even notice it themselves. Just one drink at the bottom of the glass gave their cheeks a big blush. Lin Shen shook his head and said softly, "This is wine after all. If you want to drink it, buy a few bottles for yourself and bring them back to drink. If you get drunk right here, are you all not going to take the princess's majesty?" Hear these words. It was only then that Princess Changle and the girls sighed in disappointment, killing the idea of continuing to drink. Wine like this should be very expensive, right? Princess Lanling inclined her head and glanced at the liquor lining the shelves. Using glaze as packaging is such a luxury. Princess Lanling uttered these words, and Changle and Changyang froze. Yeah, if this thing was too expensive, the princesses who couldn't get a fiefdom, didn't have the money to afford to drink this. Lin Shen smiled and said, "This thing is a bit more expensive than the others, but it's only 2 taels of silver." Two? Princess Changle and the girls looked at each other with some surprise in their gazes. That's not a cheap price, but it's a lot cheaper than they thought it would be, barely within their reach. Princess Changyang glanced fondly at the drink in Lin Shen's hand. She was the favorite premixed drink among these three. Good brother, is there anything else? Lin Shen smiled and nodded. Of course, but there's only this last new item. With that, he led the 3 princesses around a few shelves, almost to the exit by one of the shelves, and stopped dead in his tracks. On the shelves, there is a carton with 2 big words printed on it, mosquito coil. The last item turned out to be incense? But what's a mosquito coil? They have heard of ambergris, incense, but never have I heard of an incense with such an odd name. Could it be extracted from mosquitoes? But the spice extracted from that buzzing little bug? But that kind of stuff, will it have a fragrance? Seeing the doubt in their eyes, Lin Shen smiled and explained. This thing, it's not the kind of spice you're thinking of, but something for repelling insects. Order a plate of this stuff. It has an average flavor. Not great, but it repels away mosquitoes, and there's virtually no smoke. So people are in the house whether they're sleeping or running errands. The 3 little girls, their eyes instantly lit up. Really? Lin Shen nodded. Mosquitoes, in all times, are one of the most disturbing things to humans. Buzzing and disturbing, long and small, and it fights with it, may themselves tired down, are not necessarily able to kill the mosquito, especially in the imperial city. A few ponds in the west inner court. A summer, that is simply a paradise for mosquitoes. Black buzzing group, so that all the people in the imperial city are avoided. Again, there were few means of killing insects in the Tang dynasty. The most commonly used is to burn artemisia, rolling smoke, the mosquitoes in the house to smoke away. Of course, the consequences of doing so is that the house less than half a day cannot enter the people, but something like mosquito coils that don't make smoke and repel mosquitoes? It's simply not too good. Princess Changle asked, so how much does this thing cost? Lin Shen returned, the price is not too expensive. A box like this, just 2 coins of silver is enough. Order a plate in the house every day. A box of portions is enough for more than half a month. Cheap. It's simply too cheap. 2 coins of silver can be exchanged for half a month of not being bitten by mosquitoes. Not to mention her a princess. All the people in Chang'an City are happy to shell out this money out. After seeing all the new merchandise, the 3 princesses picked and chose, and each of them, after paying a steep price of more than 20 taels of silver, joyfully and smilingly left the supermarket with a pile full of things and returned to the imperial city to enjoy life. Lin Shen also worked non-stop to arrange for the opening. Supermarkets are a novelty for the people of Datong, both in terms of the way they shop and the items that are new on the shelves. All of them are firmly in their sights. West City. In a greenhouse, a few literati were gathered at a table, listening to the girl on stage singing a little song. Suddenly a man pushed his way in. Brother Wu, why are you here now? 3 forfeitures. We're waiting for a literary meeting, and you dare to be late. Brother Wu? The table, at once, flirted. Scholar Wu waved his hand in a big way. There's a reason why I'm late, and that's for a reason. What reason could there be? Could it be that he's being looked at by some young lady and can't get up from his soft feet in bed? With that statement, a roar of laughter went up from the table. The scholar surnamed Wu waved his hand. It's not that kind of thing. If there was such a beautiful thing, I wouldn't even come to this literary meeting. Seeing color and forgetting friends. Good brother Wu, so that's what you are. And what exactly is the reason for being so late? The scholar surnamed Wu smiled mysteriously, lifted the cloth bag in his hand, and gently placed it on the table. Today's His Highness, the King of Chu, the supermarket in the West City opens today. You all know this news, right? The literati at the table nodded in agreement. The scholar surnamed Wu added, today I went out early, so I was looking to go to that supermarket to see what all the fuss was about. And just as I arrived at the door, I heard His Highness, the King of Chu, and the 3 princesses together, and they seemed to be discussing a new kind of wine. Looking at the wine in the hands of the three princesses, I thought that it was good stuff. And when I thought that several of you were alcoholics, I waited until the opening and went inside to buy a few bottles of new wine to come over. I think it would be better to simply not have this literary meeting today and have a wine tasting party. The words of the scribe surnamed Wu made the group at the table instantly curious. New wine? If it can make Brother Wu think it's a good wine, then I'm afraid it looks extraordinary, right? What His Highness, the King of Chu, took out. How bad could it be? The scribe surnamed Wu didn't say anything, just took out 3 bottles of pre-mixed wine from the cloth bag and gently placed them on the table. Wine bottle made of glass. It made everyone at the table take a breath of air. It took a long time for one to speak slowly. This, Brother Wu broke the bank. This book is now very hot, everyone is clear. There are authors reported that I plagiarized Feilu's book, because that book is also written supermarkets, also written perfume, lighters, and so on a few commodities, said that I plagiarized, and now the site is temporarily blocking my book. The editor is reviewing my book. There is no plagiarism. I believe that the editor of the Tomato will give me a fair. If it is plagiarized, all readers you can report. Is it because they are all in the I'm sure Tomato's editor will give me justice? I just realized today that Feilu has that book. The plot is completely different from that book. Plagiarism. I can go out and be hit by a car and die. I also believe that all readers will be able to determine whether this book is plagiarized or imitation. Next Monday this book to give the results, when the editor should be lifted the shielding. I didn't plagiarize, didn't copy. I'm not ashamed of my conscience. Chapter 66, Testing the Waters with Military Martial Arts Classes. The glass bottle shimmered with an unusual light in the oil lamp. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of stuff deserves what kind of packaging? Such an exquisite glazed bottle, placed in the marketplace, at least worth 1,000 words, not to mention the liquor inside. A man looked at the pre-mixed wine. His voice could not help but go down a bit weakly. Brother Wu is really broke today. Such a bottle of wine. I'm afraid the price is not high. The scholar surnamed Wu shook his head. Guess how much a bottle of wine like this costs? The table went silent. Only after a long time did a person try to open his mouth. The glazed cups in the supermarket of His Highness the King of Chu. Although the price is cheap, but the wine wrapped in glaze, I am afraid that it is worth a lot of money. Otherwise wouldn't it be better to use porcelain? I'm guessing 100 taels of silver. With this opening, he guessed the price of the most expensive thing in a supermarket. The Wu scribe shook his head. Another man spoke up. Doesn't it cost 200 taels of silver? The Wu scribe still shook his head. A table of scribes, racking their brains about the price of the drinks. But no matter what kind of numbers were quoted, the end result was a shake of the head of the Wu literati. Brother Wu, just tell us straight. It's killing us in a hurry. The scholarly man surnamed Wu hemmed and hawed. To tell you the truth, a bottle of liquor like this only costs 2 taels of silver. 2 taels? This number somewhat scares them. Not expensive. Rather, it's cheap. Drinks like the one they were drinking now cost 5 taels of silver a pot. And the portion was about the same as a pre-mixed wine. How can it be so cheap? One man couldn't believe it. Could it be that the drinks don't taste good, so they're cheap? Another person questioned. The scholar surnamed Wu shook his head. I don't know, but as long as 2 taels of silver, I bought 3 bottles back. This day we'll have a wine tasting party. Have a good taste, don't you know? Yes, extremely, yes, extremely. Someone opened their mouth to cuddle. Someone also went and asked for a couple more clean wine goblets to come over. Wu, a scholar, opened a pink bottle and carefully poured liquor into the goblet. The wine goblet was small, but the drink poured into it was still pink in color. It's a bit interesting. The drink is clear, but the color is different from ordinary drinks. Powdered like a piece of jade. This color alone would be more than 2 taels of silver. Someone was commenting on the color of the drinks. Others have long been impatient, drinking it in one gulp. A curious aside asked, how does this drink taste? The man frowned. It doesn't have that sourness. It's good wine. It goes down warm. And it's not like those spirits that burn the heart and lungs. Hearing this review from him, a number of people also downed their drinks together. It's good wine. I didn't realize that His Highness the King of Chu was also well versed in brewing wine. And it's only 2 taels of silver. So in the future, when we're in the cultural society, we'll only need this kind of wine. These literati can't get enough of pre-mixed drinks. Such a scene took place in quite a few corners of Chang'an City. It's just that those who come from martial arts backgrounds don't think much of pre-mixed drinks. Duke Lu's mansion. Cheng Baijin looked at the empty bottle in his hand. A depressed face. Damn. This is the new wine of His Highness the King of Chu. Light out of a bird flavor. There is nothing to taste of wine. Sun blankly glanced at Cheng Biaojin from the side. I do think that this wine is good. With a gentle nature. Not as harmful to the body as the ones you usually drink. If you want to drink wine in the future, Then you can only drink wine from His Highness the King of Chu's house. Hearing these words, the depressed look on Chang Biao-jin's face increased. Gobble gobble gobble. Poured another bottle towards his mouth. I said that I don't like this kind of wine, but I don't hate its taste either. It's just that if the flavor of the wine could be a little heavier and the nature a little stronger, it would be more in line with Chang Biao-jin's nature. A man drinking booze and eating downers. Sun waited on the sidelines. Without realizing it, Chang Biao-jin poured 5 or 6 bottles of pre-mixed wine down his gullet. The head isn't as clear as it should be. It's dizzying to look at anything as if it's separated by a film. Chang Bite slammed the table. It startled Sun. What are you doing? It's like spilling alcohol. Chang Bite-jin face reddened up and said in a muffled voice. This wine is insidious. It doesn't taste like much wine, but when you drink it into your stomach, it's not much different from those spirits. It's only been a few bottles and I'm getting a little tipsy. Sun was a bit puzzled and looked at the light drink in her own glass. Really? Chang Biao-jin nodded, painful. Your Highness King Chu's winemaking really has a few tricks. Like this kind of wine, even if you get drunk, you won't have a headache when you get up the next day. Right, kind of. Gobble gobble gobble. Chang Biao-jin poured himself another bottle. Madam, you're right. In the future, our house will have more liquor from the Chu King's house. And when I set up a banquet in a few days, I'll invite Li Jing, Fang Xianling, and their group of birds to come over, and ruthlessly eat them a bit. Sun gently pushed Chang's hand, let out a pout, and was about to speak. Ahem. Uncontrollably, she coughed a few times, and her face flushed an unusual shade of red. Chang Biao-jin immediately asked with concern, Ma'am, are you alright? Sun gave him a blank look. It's not like I didn't get a doctor to look at it. Of course I'm fine. I'm just weak. Just pay some attention. Chang Bite-jin nodded reassuringly and drank again with a big grin. Even if you change to a bigger store in the west side, business at the Rui supermarket is still booming. For stores so large site cannot accommodate the customers to and fro, even in the crowded downtown of the West City, are lined up a big long line. This sight made Lin Shen happy. Wait until the night is over. Lin Shen opened the system panel and took a long overdue look at the turnover for the whole day today. A full 83,124 taels of silver. It's the turnover of that little storefront he had before. For 4 days. Until now, excluding the expenses of building the Chu King's mansion, military camps, and such, the silver he could use in his hands was more than 300,000 taels. 3 rounds of divine draw, or a special draw, the premium draw, moreover, can come with more than 30 rounds. With silver in his hand, Lin Shen had some itchy hands. Opened the system's lottery panel. The 4 major categories shimmered in front of him in a faint golden light. He has smoked all the categories of departmental goods, industry, commerce and agriculture, including special items. Only this military martial arts item he has not been extracted to try. It just so happens that he is now raising a group of private soldiers in his own hands. Why don't you try a few rounds of military martial arts today? Lin Shen knew very little about military martial arts items, but to be categorized on a big category, there shouldn't be too much good stuff in there, right? Lin Shen is stupid. Taking a deep breath, his mouth recited the 3 clear names several times. Suddenly raising his hand, he flicked it on the system panel. 10,000 taels of silver put in. Sweepstakes. Military martial arts class. Chapter 67. Are medicines originally munitions? Lin Shen is cautious, but the system gave a quick reply. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking common items, compressed dry food, standardized towels, standardized toothbrushes, standardized water bottles, and unlocking advanced items, standardized daggers. Seeing the hints given by the system, Lin Shen lapsed into silence. It's uniformly called standardized, so he almost didn't recognize the word here. Instead of continuing the draw, he reached out. A standardized dagger was taken out from the system space. Not quite what he expected from a military dagger. It's plain as day. It's only a foot long, coated in black paint, with a narrow blood groove and even a row of serrated teeth on the back. It's a big killer. Lin Shen played with it for a while and took out another kitchen knife from the system space. Madaka! Daggers and kitchen knives slashed at each other. The blades collided. The dagger phased, but a huge gash was chipped into the chopper. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. Good stuff. This standardized dagger had a bad name, but the quality of this one wasn't bad at all. Perhaps this was the fate of munitions, possessing a rather tough quality, but the name and appearance were often extremely plain and unassuming. Lin Shen suddenly felt confident about this lottery. Full of confidence. Second shot raffle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking ordinary items, standardized training underwear, standardized socks, standardized training short sleeves, and unlocking advanced items, standardized soldier shovels, amoxicillin capsules. As Lin Shen listened to the prompts in his ears, as well as the prompts that popped up on the system panel in front of him, his entire body was a bit puzzled. Amoxicillin is something he certainly knows about. It is an antibacterial and anti-inflammatory drug, especially in this day and age. Every capsule of amoxicillin can be considered a life-saving medicine. It's just, medicine this thing that you can draw in the military martial arts category? The system sensed Lin Shen's doubts, giving an explanation. The so-called munitions supplies refer to some items that will be used when marching to war, a war in which medicines will play a big role. That's why medicines are categorized as munitions supplies in this system. Lin Shen came to a realization. Then a rich light lit up in his eyes. Can draw medicine. This lifted his spirits, and with a wave of his hand, he started the third round of the lottery again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking ordinary items, standard training shorts, standard training cap, and standard backpack, and unlocking advanced items, penicillin and painkillers. That's good. Lin Shen is quite satisfied with this. Whether it is penicillin or painkillers, it is an extremely useful medicine when marching and fighting. Taking out a penicillin, and a copy of painkillers, and playing with them in his hands for a while, Lin Shen stuffed them back into the system space and continued his lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking normal items, standard ring headsword, standard lance, standard training top, and unlocking advanced items, bright light armor and energy bar. Seeing this lottery, Lin Shen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It's a bit of a shame when you don't win the medicine draw, but energy bars are a good thing too. It contains much more energy than chocolate, and is able to replenish the body's depleted energy well in the battlefield. Sort of a simple, portable military ration. The bright light armor, even more so, was somewhat unexpected by Lin Shen, but so it seems that he will not have to worry about the armor of his private soldiers in the future. Lin took a deep breath, getting ready for one last raffle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking ordinary items, standardized military quilts, standardized bailing ropes, standardized pillows, standardized training rubber shoes, and unlocking advanced items, Yunnan Baiyao. Seeing this drawing, only one special item came out. Lin Shen knew then that his good luck had pretty much run out, but to end up with a Yunnan Baiyao is indeed good news for him. Drilling that group of soldiers will inevitably result in bruises and injuries. Yunnan Baiyao is one such medicine, which is extremely powerful in activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis, relieving pain and swelling. It's not like you have to worry too much about drill injuries with something like this in place. Lin Shen waved his hand, closed the system before him, and lay down on the bed to take a deep breath. These are medicines that he could never take out and sell. After all, the Western market is not restricted to foreigners. Now Lin Shen has noticed that some Persian and Turkic savants' favorite thing to do is to buy some glasses, or pre-mixed wine in the supermarket. After you buy it, you don't use it, but keep it private. Take them, go back to their country, turn them around and sell them for a high price. But Lin Shen doesn't rebel against this behavior. Anyway, the money they earned in their own countries would end up back in their own or Datang's hands. As long as this world is still using the money of the Great Tang, all this money then still belonged to the Great Tang, or rather, to him, Lin Shen. After the raffle, Lin Shen didn't rush to sleep, but began to count his gains today. There's a lot of standardized equipment that you get from the raffle. Almost a full set of standardized training uniforms, with some short sleeves, shorts, and other things, all of which you could have a copy of for your own private soldiers. But the bright light armor, or a weapon or something like that, Lin Shen wasn't ready to give it to them right now. This group of private soldiers is still only nominally his soldiers. The heart has not been completely transformed. Lin Shen didn't feel comfortable handing these things over to them now. After planning out what could be given to them and what had to be saved to give them slowly, Lin Shen drifted off to sleep. Wait until the next day. Lin Shen dispatched a person to Chen San's side, asking them to count the body data of his 2,000 private soldiers, preparing to customize their training uniforms in the system mall according to this data. After doing that, Lin Shen then went out, found Sun Simiao, looked at Sun Simiao who was buried in his medical books, blinked, and said softly, "Old immortal Sun is still studying the art of healing?" Sun Simiao, whose entire being was wandering in the ocean of medical arts, was awakened by these words, dizzy to raise his head. A look as Lin Shen, panicked to stand up, towards him respectfully bowed, "Master Lin, I do not know it is you. The student has lost a long way to welcome. Please forgive me." Lin Shen was a bit helpless and waved his hand. "There's no need to call me Master Lin. I just have an eye that's a bit older than you. In terms of medical skills you're my senior." Sun Simiao shook his head gravely. "Master Lin has opened a new path for me, and for all physicians in the world. It is proper to call you Master Lin. I wonder if Master Lin came over here to instruct me?" Lin Shen sighed and said softly, "No, I just found some medicines in my master's mansion treasury." so I brought them over for you to study, to see if you can learn anything new. This book is unblocked. You can search for this book in the tomato-free novel app. The editor above has confirmed that this book is innocent. The author is willing to accept all supervision. This book will never plagiarize an imitation of any other book. But in the Great Tang go to open a supermarket, sell so many goods, and other books have a very small number of the same goods is very normal, cannot be avoided, but also please understand, the plot, the main line, the system will never be the same. Please understand that the plot, the main line, and the system will never be the same. Chapter 68, Sun Simiao's trembling hands. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Sun Simiao's entire body ejected from his chair as if he had been sprung up, his eyes staring at Lin Shen with extreme heat. He still remembered what Lin Shen had said to him. Insecticides are made by extracting a substance called nicotine. The medicine that could make Lin Shen take it out, more or less, should be similar to insecticide? It's all drugs extracted through techniques he hasn't mastered. Sun Simiao felt that if he could see the medicines with his own eyes, he might be able to find a way to be able to enter the new medical field. Lin Shen was taken aback by this enthusiasm from Sun Simiao. He waved his hand and said softly, "Sit down. There's no need to be so surprised. It's all very basic medicine." Saying that, Lin Shen pretended to reach into his arms, but in reality, he was taking out medicines from the system space. A clean white cardboard box, a glass vial with a clear liquid, and a brown translucent vial containing some small pills. It ended up being 2 vials, one large and one small, one red and one white. Sun Simiao seriously wondered how Lin Shen had managed to stuff these things into his arms, a pile that big. Soon, however, Sun Simiao's attention was drawn to the medicines. He frowned, looking at the pile on the table and frowned. "These are medicines?" Lin Shen nodded. Sun Simiao was silent and didn't say anything. These things were very different from what he perceived as medicine. His common medicines are either herbs or they are boiled down into a medicinal juice. The penicillin was the only thing in the pile that looked more like medicine to him. Sun Simiao observed for a while longer, shook his head, and said softly, "Old me is too clumsy to see what some of these things are used for, so please ask Master Lin to explain." Lin Shen picked up the carton and took it apart, revealing the medicines inside. A plate of capsules. This stuff, it's called amoxicillin. It's an anti-inflammatory. And if it's inflamed, that's what manifests itself in these symptoms of redness, swelling, heat, and pain. Amoxicillin is able to act as an excellent anti-inflammatory. This stuff can also be effective if dysentery develops. When Sun Simiao heard this, he became even more excited. "Really?" Lin Shen nodded. Yes, dysentery was a difficult disease in the Tang dynasty. It is almost always difficult to get effective treatment. The most obvious symptom is diarrhea. There are many later talks about how Li Shimin died, one of which is to say that Li Shimin died of dysentery. Let the emperor of a country are helpless to do anything about the disease. Now that a drug had appeared that was said to be effective against dysentery, it was inevitable that Sun Simiao would be excited. Sun Simiao, hands trembling, received amoxicillin, with an almost covetous eyes. Looking at this plate of small capsules, I did not think that Lin Master you that school of thought, but actually researched this kind of miracle medicine. Lin Shen smiled. It's just a very common kind of medicine. Sun Simiao shook his head. To you, it may be a common medicine, but to the people of my Great Tang, it is a divine medicine. I've seen too much over the years I've been practicing medicine, suffering from inflammation, lying in bed and wailing in pain, and there was nothing I could do but watch the dead. Seen too many people with dysentery, disfigured and dying in agony. With that, a line of cloudy tears fell from Sun Simiao's eyes. Sun Simiao is a real doctor. In his eyes, there was only the great cause of curing all the diseases of the world. Lin Shen secretly sighed. Luckily, the Great Tang has him. Otherwise Sun Simiao might, for the rest of his life, struggle with the pain of being unable to do anything about it for the rest of his life. Lin Shen softly consoled. Don't we have this kind of medicine now? Sun Simiao wiped his tears and arched his hand towards Lin Shen. Let Master Lin be amused. I can't help it somewhat at my age. I wonder how much Master Lin is prepared to price this divine medicine. Lin Shen shook his head, his voice resolute and decisive. I won't sell this kind of medicine. Sun Simiao looked at Lin Shen with surprise. Somewhat puzzled, this is something that benefits the people of my Great Tang. Why? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Shen. It's not that I'm small-minded, nor am I preparing for a curiosity. Do you know how great a power this medicine, in war, can exert? Sun Simiao was silent and didn't say anything. He was older and had seen a lot of war. He knew very well that, in war, it is often not so much the men who die during the engagement, but those who are wounded after the war is over, and their wounds are inflamed, red, swollen, and pus-filled. the entire body structure of the person collapses and then dies in agony. When Lin Shan said it before, he didn't associate it with war. Now after he reminded him of this, Sun Simiao finally reacted. If there had been such medicines in those previous wars, then after the wars, not so many people would have died. Lin sighed deeply. A box of amoxicillin like that will save at least 5 or 6 lives. With that, he picked up penicillin again and said softly, "This stuff is called penicillin, and it's meant to work like amoxicillin, only better. With it, any serious trauma can be saved, as long as you're not allergic to the stuff." Sun Simiao's eyes burned as he looked at the 2 items. Lin Shan gently tapped the table. "If I sell this kind of thing, Turkic, Persian, and Goryeo, they will definitely go out of their way to buy these things from me, and then watch them take my medicines and come to fight my Datang?" Lin Shan's gaze was resolute and flooded with a chill. "I'm not a qualified merchant. I can make concessions. I can make the meat I eat in my mouth less, but have to make sure that all these things I let out have to fall into the hands of the people of my great Tang. Those foreign nations, the day they don't recognize my Datang as their king, the day they don't recognize my Datang's words, doctrines, and rationale, the day they don't want to take these things that can determine the survival of a people out of my pocket." Sun Simiao opened his mouth. There was no way for him to refute what Lin Shan said. Just the people who suffer from the disease. Lin Shan looked sincerely at Sun Simiao and continued, "I brought these things for you to see for 2 purposes. The first purpose is that I want you to look into these things, and as soon as I get a chance, I'm going to help you out as much as I can with some of the medical stuff. The other purpose is that I hope you can open a medical center in Chang'an City. I allow you to use these medicines, to treat those patients, allow them to be in the medical center, to take these medicines, but absolutely not be able to take them out of the medical center, even if it's just a pill, a capsule. This is as far as I can take it." Chapter 69. Divine Dr. Sun is actually King Chu's disciple? Sun Simiao looked at Lin Shan with eyes of relief, admiration, and more complex emotions intertwined. "Master Lin is benevolent. I just don't know about these medicines. What is the price?" Sun Simiao asked softly as he made a respectful disciple salute towards Lin Shan. Lin Shan waved his hand. "I'll leave all of this to you. You're the owner of the medical center, aren't you?" Sun Simiao gave a start and nodded with a serious expression. Lin Shan set aside the amoxicillin and penicillin in his hand. Immediately afterward, he reached for the brown vial. "The name of this drug is painkiller, and it works just like its name, relieving some of the pain for a certain period of time." Sun Simiao's eyes lit up again. "Is there really such a marvelous effect?" Lin Shan nodded. Sun Simiao was a bit emotional. "How much less pain can you suffer this way?" Lin Shan put the painkillers down, then picked up Yunnan Baiyao. What he drew was not the powdered Yunnan Baiyao of the olden days, but an aerosol, both white and red bottles. Lin Shan opened his mouth and explained, "These 2 bottles are a medicine called Yunnan Baiyao. It is a kind of external medicine that the physicians in my school have improved according to a local recipe from Yunnan. The red bottle is the insurance fluid. The one in the white bottle is the medicinal fluid. It is a kind of medicine specialized in bruises and sprains. The red bottle is used first, probably waiting for 200 breaths of time, and then use the white bottle. The effect is better than gold sores and other things, but it's too much better." Sun Simiao's eyes straightened as he looked at the Yunnan Baiyao in Lin Shan's hand. These things come up, one after the other. They all shattered his inherent view of medicine. He had never thought that medicine could still look like this. Lin Shan put down the medicine in his hand and said softly, "I'll leave these things with you for now. You can use them for research or take them to cure people, but mark my words, these must never be sold, nor must anyone take these medicines out of your medical center. They must be taken in person. Got it?" Sun Simiao nodded cautiously. "Don't worry, Master Lin. I will definitely not fail Master Lin." Lin Shan waved his hand and didn't bother him anymore, leaving these things behind before leaving with his feet. Wait until Lin Shan left. Sun Simiao looked at the medicines on the table, and there was still a look of muddled disbelief in it. These things that don't look like medicine at all, are they really medicine? He didn't think Lin Shan would cheat him. Sun Simiao has lived for so many years and is a human being. He can see what a person is like by nature. Lin Shan's essence is the same as what he shows. Sun Simiao carefully put away these medicines, even though he believed in Lin Shan's words no matter how much he wanted to, but as a healer, he was bound to be very cautious. Without something proven, Sun Simiao would not just take it out and use it. Half a month later, Lin Shan's days gradually cleared up. The little things, basically, have been resolved. The training of the private soldiers began to take shape, and the Chu King's mansion was still under construction. But according to the news that came from there, the construction process had already passed the halfway mark. Another half a month to live in. Business at the West Market supermarket is still as red hot and bustling as ever, though it couldn't be like the first day of opening, with more than 80 000 pieces of silver, but it gradually stabilized at 60,000 taels of silver a day. As for the big events, it's nothing more than dealing with Ho Junji and that group of worldly families. But before his own private army is not well drilled, Lin Shen will not act rashly. Those guys, it is estimated that they are also planning how to take the initiative to deal with themselves. Sun Simiao had a busy time. Rented a store in Pacific Place, not far from Rui Supermarket. The sign for the medical center was only put up today. This has caused quite a stir in Chang'an City. This is the first divine doctor of the Great Tang. The lords, in particular, were more excited than the commoners. There is no one who doesn't pity their lives, especially those honored ones, who value their lives more than anything else. And with such a doctor as Sun Simiao, their lives, so to speak, are more than guaranteed. They have sent their own congratulatory gifts, or medical books, or silver, or a centennial portion of wild ginseng, yellow essence. Sun Simiao also did not shirk, greatly generous all to accept these things, just on his recent research has a great help. Li Jiao was one of Sun Simiao's few acquaintances in the Great Tang. His original name was Su Maogong, and he was one of the few military generals who could be compared to Li Jing. It was also the only nobleman who came to visit Sun Simiao in person. Old immortal Sun, you are not planning to travel the square world. How come you have settled in Chang'an? Li Jiao looked at Sun Simiao, a bit puzzled. If you want to work as a doctor in Chang'an, I'll help you inform His Majesty? Sun Simiao shook his head and refused. No need. Your Majesty's good intentions are appreciated by me, but for the court, I am still respectful. This matter should not be mentioned again. As for why they stayed in Chang'an, at the mention of this, Sun Simiao had a look of emotion on his face. He laughed and said softly, today's Chu King His Highness, in the medical one, also has an extremely high level. The old man thinks he is not as good as, and now put into the door of the Lin division, to restudy the medical path. Naturally, the closer to master the better. Hearing these words, Li Jiao was stunned and speechless. He never expected that Sun Simiao's stay in Chang'an would be such a reason. He thought even less of it. That young age has made. Will the whole of the Great Tang sky overturn Chu Wang His Highness? Even there is such a capacity. Subduing Sun Simiao in the art of healing. Able to let this Great Tang first god doctor, are willing to be his disciple. Li Jiao didn't stay at Sun Simiao's medical center for long. Quickly excused himself and left. At the same time, the news was brought to the whole of Chang'an. When the lords and nobles learned of this news, each of them looked odd, but they were also a bit thankful and carried a layer of respect in their hearts for Lin Shen. No one wanted to offend a good doctor. Only Ho Junji, with an iron color. If it was possible, he would hate to travel back several months and beat himself up so hard that he would give up the idea of targeting Rui Supermarket. Sun Simiao stayed in Chang'an. All the honchos benefit. Only him. It's the only one that doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. He didn't think that when he was sick, Lin Shen was able to save his own life regardless of his former enmity. And as Lin Shen's disciple Sun Simiao, it was even more unlikely that he would extend a helping hand to his master's enemy. The people of Chang'an were even more dumbfounded after hearing this news. A number of people, thinking that this was a rumor, made a special trip to Sun Simiao's medical center to seek confirmation. What I eventually got was an affirmative answer. The original, Sun Simiao, the Great Tang's #1 divine doctor, was actually the disciple of their beloved His Highness, the King of Chu? Chapter 70, accompany me to go out and have a look, please. This news, even faster than the news that Sun Simiao had opened a medical center in Chang'an City, spread. This is gossip. After all, this kind of news was obviously a bit more popular with the people of Chang'an City than the serious news. Li Shimin was one of the first to receive this news. After he had just learned that Sun Simiao had opened a hospital in Chang'an City, not more than half an hour later, a secret letter from Li Jiao shocked him so much that he dropped the spoon in his hand. Empress Changsun looked on strangely. Your Majesty, what news could scare you like this? Li Shimin looked odd. Do you know who Sun Simiao's master is? Empress Changsun frowned and thought for a while. Sun Old Fairy. Likes to ask people for advice the most, but never heard of him having any masters. Can it be that Sun Old Fairy this time in Chang'an City to open a medical hall? It is the meaning of his master? Li Shimin could not let go of the secret letter in his hand, nodded his head and said softly, almost. What this secret letter says is that Sun Simiao recognizes Lin Shen as his master in the medical path. Empress Changsun was a bit unresponsive. Li Shimin repeated it again. Empress Changsun hesitantly said, is it true? It's not like you don't know that person Li Jiao well. Li Shimin shook his head and sighed with emotion. If anyone else had passed on this secret letter, I might have suspected that they were joking with me, but I will not doubt his word. Empress Changsun's face became even more odd. It's hard to imagine. Li Shimin nodded. Yes, this His Highness, the King of Chu, has really given me such a great surprise time and time again. I haven't seen the King of Chu for a long time either, so let them prepare. I'm going to meet the King of Chu tomorrow after the court meeting. The 1,000 cowguards on the side nodded and responded, turning to leave the house and going forward to make arrangements. It is natural for the emperor to go out of the palace with all caution. Lin Shan is still living in that small supermarket of his, because the West Market supermarket is open. This small supermarket of his, temporarily did not open for business, but was prepared to wait until he lived in the Chu Wangfu, and then let Zheng Liwan come over to take over the business. Let her practice with a small supermarket first. When Li Shimin arrived at the entrance of Rui supermarket, he was greeted by a titanium door that was shut tightly, and cold and unforgiving. The 1,000 bulls guard moved forward, reaching out and pushing. The door was almost unmoving. Locked. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow. He had never expected that today's sudden desire to draw closer to Lin Shan would result in him being blocked by a gate. The 1,000 bull guards at the side, trembling with fear, whispered, "Your Majesty, the supermarket in the Western Market should be open for business. I'll go see if His Highness, the King of Chu, is there." Li nodded and twisted around to walk back to the wagon. The 1,000 cowguards ran furiously all the way to the supermarket in the West Market in no time. The one responsible for the management of this supermarket was one of Chen San's juniors, who was standing at the entrance of the supermarket, taking care of all matters, and if any problems arose, he was the first to step forward to mediate. Although these days, no one dared to cause trouble in His Highness the King of Chu's estate either. The 1,000 bull guard walked directly over, arched his hand toward him, and said softly, "Dare I ask if His Highness, the King of Chu, is here?" West Market Supermarket Management, seeing the 1,000 bulls guards, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. During this time, they had also been badgered with a range of knowledge that only the lords could understand. A quick glance recognized the man as one of His Majesty's own guards. The supermarket management had the same kind attitude and shook his head. "My king is not here. He should still be resting right now." The 1,000 bull guards' cold sweat came down as he lowered his voice and said softly, "Today, His Majesty paid a visit to His Highness, the King of Chu, and we've already gone to the Rui supermarket, where the door was closed." Supermarket management looked over with a strange face and explained, "You guys go from the back door? Now there is a West Market after this supermarket. My king does not like his life to be disturbed. Has temporarily closed that supermarket?" The 1,000 cowguard nodded. "Thanks a lot." After saying that, he didn't dare to stay even for a moment, and directly turned back towards Rui supermarket. Li Shimin looked at the sweating 1,000 bull guards and asked curiously, "What? Is King Chu not in that supermarket either?" The 1,000 bull guards respectfully said, "Your Majesty, my subordinate went to ask the steward of the West Market supermarket, and he said that we need to go through the back door." Li Shimin snorted coldly, "What a pain in the ass. Lead the way." They circled around the Rui supermarket, walked to the back door. Knock knock. The 1,000 bulls guard raised his hand and tapped on the door, and within a moment, Lin Shan came out and opened the door. On the face, there was Li Shimin standing in the doorway with a stinky look on his face. Lin Shan scratched his head. "Why do you have the time to come to my place today?" Li Shimin waved his hand without saying anything and walked straight in around Lin Shan. "It's really not easy for me to find you, the King of Chu, but why are you still living in this place?" Lin Shan rationalized, "The Chu Wang mansion hasn't been renovated yet. I can't live in a place that hasn't been renovated yet." Li Shimin was choked to the point of being somewhat unable to speak. Looking at Lin Shan, he said with some lack of humor, "I heard that Sun Simiu worshipped you as his teacher?" Speaking of this, Lin Shan sighed and looked sad. "He's just like you. It's not me taking the initiative to accept disciples. It's all stinky and shameless, wanting to be my disciple one after another." Li Shimin's face darkened a few more points. The 1,000 bull guards on the side lowered their heads deeply, just pretending that they hadn't heard anything. Lin Shan continued, "But Sun Simiu is much more shameless than you. You at least opened your mouth and didn't mention this matter after I rejected you once. Sun Simiu doesn't care if I rejected it or not. Opened his mouth and called me Master Lin. Master Lin's. It's kinda hard to get used to being called that by an old man who's well into his teens." Li Shimin looked at this face of Lin Shan and his hands were a bit stupid. Soon, however, he suppressed this agitation of his and asked softly, "So you should be fine now?" Lin Shan was alert. "What do you want?" Li Shimin turned his head and looked out of the room. "The two decisions that you and I discussed, the manor near Chang'an has been pretty much dealt with. I want you to go out with me to see." Lin Shan immediately refused. "I don't think it's appropriate. I have something going on right now. Extra busy." Li Shimin didn't say anything, but just looked at the bed behind Lin Shan. On a side table was a half-drunk bottle of pre-mixed wine, an unwrapped bag of potato chips, and some other scattered snacks, as well as the book half spread out and pressed against the bed. Li Shimin had good eyes and could see the names of the booklets very clearly. It's exactly the kind of novel that's popular in the neighborhood right now. Lin Shen followed Li Shimen's gaze and let out an embarrassed laugh. I'm studying the cultural activities of the Great Tang and am planning something new. Li Shimen sighed. Just accompany me for a while. As if I am begging you. Chapter 71, This is the life shrine we built for His Highness the King of Chu. At Li Shimen's words, Lin Shen was a bit unresponsive. What did he hear? Beg? This word, and the identity and image of Li Shimen, is really a world of difference. Lin Shen frowned and asked. I didn't hear it wrong. Li Shimen shook his head. You heard correctly. This decision, although it was said through my mouth, but the one who knows the most about these things is still you. If you don't accompany me to take a look, I'm not at ease. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, looked back fondly at the snacks and novels on the bed, and nodded. All right, then I'll reluctantly accompany you. Li Shimen gritted his teeth. It's really aggravating. He had truly never seen someone like Lin Shen. If he is in the courtroom, he puts out the word that he wants someone to accompany him, to see how the new policy is being implemented. The civil and military authorities will be absolutely abuzz. Each and every one of them was eager to get closer to him. The great Tang Emperor. Even if he couldn't win a step to heaven, it would be a great thing to make his position in His Majesty's heart a little heavier, which would be like Lin Shen. You said please yourself, and you're still acting like you don't want to. The two of them boarded a carriage and traveled all the way to a farmhouse outside of Chang'an City. The city and the outskirts of the city are two worlds. Stepping out of the Yanqing Gate was a ragged yellow avenue with little connection to the bustling world, where locusts were still plentiful, roaming the sky and thumping against the outside of the carriage. Lin Shen took a glance and said in confusion, Didn't I already buy insecticide? Why are there still so many locusts here? Li Shimen didn't say anything. He went silent. It's not quite the same as the zinger he received. The Jingzi clearly says that the locust plague has been effectively controlled. But here, the carriage galloped on and soon arrived outside the farmhouse. Li Shimen didn't let the carriage continue traveling towards the farmstead, but instead took Lin Shen off the carriage and walked deeper into the farmstead. Inside the farmhouse and outside the farmhouse are two worlds again. There are a lot fewer locusts here. There were only a handful of them, bouncing around the trees to the side, and it didn't take long for them to be held down and crushed to death by the man holding the trap net. This made Lin Shen and Li Shimen breathe a sigh of relief. The locust plague wasn't as bad as they thought it would be. The two of them strolled through the farmhouse. The scene here was far better than the last time Lin Shen had seen that farmhouse, and those looks of despair that had once clouded their eyes had long since disappeared. In its place, there is a hope for life. The heavens and the earth, too, were no longer dusky with locusts, but some greenness had sprung up. After the locust plague here was effectively controlled, the people here are starting a new round of planting. They couldn't afford to let their fields just lie fallow for a year. This is rooted deep in the blood of all the Tang people. The role of the hard-working factor. Li Shimen walked along with some pride on his face. These are the people of my great Tang, hard-working, and the world is afraid that we will never find another people like us. The look on Lin Shen's face, however, wasn't as good, but with all the grains they planted this year, I'm afraid they still can't afford to pay the Great Tang's agricultural tax. Li Shimen lurched, opened his mouth, somewhat deflated. I will reduce the rent. Lin Shen shook his head. Treating the symptoms doesn't cure the cause. Li Shimen turned his head, looked at Lin Shen, and asked suspiciously, Then what do you think should be done? Lin Shen smiled. Didn't I tell you? Let the capital come to earth as soon as possible. After the economy gets developed, you go ahead and exploit those merchants and merchants. This group of peasants. That's the foundation of my great Tang. Speaking of this topic, Li Shimen's mood became a bit heavy. As they were talking, the two walked to the center of this farmhouse. Next to the shrine, a new structure is being built in a big way. Grunts and grunts coming from a small tent next to this new building. Lin Shen was interested. This is the academy? Li Shimen shook his head. The reason why I brought you to this place is because the Zhangji said that the academy in this place has already been built. This should not be an academy. Lin Shen frowned and thought. Apart from the schoolhouse, he could no longer think of any new building to get in such a farmhouse. Li Shimen pushed Lin Shen and said softly, Let's just go over and ask. Lin Shen nodded. The two of them walked over to a man resting in the shade and asked softly, Dare I ask this gentleman what this is building? The burly man raised his head, and when he saw the dress of Lin Shen and Li Shimen, he busily stood up and said with a smile, The two of you are noblemen from Chang'an City, aren't you? Li Shimen nodded. The burly man continued, with a proud look on his face, That's the living shrine we're planning to build for the current king of Chu, His Highness. Li Shimen looked back at Lin Shen. Lin Shen had an odd look on his face as he looked at the tall building that vaguely looked like a few things. I heard that the farms in this neighborhood have long since built a life shrine for His Highness the King of Chu, and that your manor was built only recently? The strong man shook his head. Shaking fast, our Zhuangzi is the first batch to build a life shrine for His Highness the King of Chulu, but as you know, we're all mudbloods with little money in our hands, just roughing up a pile of mud. Didn't a merchant come to our manor recently, offering money to build a schoolhouse for our manor, and also offering money for the little children in our manor to go to school, and even the bundled tutor was given by him. That day he happened to see the life shrine we built for His Highness the King of Chu, and was furious on the spot, taking a stick and scolding us for not being good enough, saying how he got His Highness the King of Chu such a thing that defile one's identity. After beating and scolding him, he then went back to personally paying for it himself and asked us to build such a life shrine for His Highness the King of Chu. Speaking of this, the burly man puffed out his chest, and the pride on his face was on the verge of flying out. I can guarantee that this is definitely the only sangha in the nearby manor that looks this good. If His Highness the King of Chu knew about this, he wouldn't know how to praise us for this manor. Lin Shen didn't say anything. He just raised his head and looked at the half-finished building with a somewhat complicated mood. Li Shimin walked up to him and whispered, "I didn't expect you to have such a high reputation among the people. To have the people take the initiative to build a life shrine for you. This is a treatment that I don't even have." When he said this, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little sour. Lin Shen sighed and shook his head. "I'm only providing a way to come up with something. Their lives still have to depend on them. What they can live into is the result of their own efforts through their own hands." Chapter 72, If you don't let us build, I'll die for you. Lin Shen sighed and continued, "The people of Datong are just too simple. It's your pot too." Li Shimin looked at Lin Shen in surprise and asked, "Isn't simplicity a good thing?" Lin Shen nodded. "Of course it's good. It's just that I want them to think of themselves as their saviors, instead of pulling me out as their savior, like they're doing now." Li Shimin went silent. He realized he still couldn't read Lin Shen. He just never thought about it like that. The burly man on the side looked at these two nobles from Chang'an with some confusion. It was clearly a good thing to establish a life shrine for His Highness the King of Chu, but why is it that neither of these two, however, looks so happy? Right about this time, a man, somewhat rich, came out of the tent and yelled, "Guys, it's time to eat. After we eat, let's work harder while the sun isn't so heavy." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the two men standing next to the burly man. The merchants had never seen Li Shimin and had no idea what the current saint looked like, but he had seen Lin Shen with his own eyes, knowing that this man with the short hair was His Highness the King of Chu, who had saved this group of mudbloods and him, a merchant. He was busy walking in respectfully and fawningly saluted. "Villain son Yofu, meet your Highness, King of Chu." The burly man on the sidelines was taken aback, wide-eyed. He looked at Lin Shen. "This youngster is actually His Highness the King of Chu?" His face flushed a little and he followed the example of the merchant and made a bow to Lin Shen. Lin Shen glanced at the merchant and asked softly, "You recognize me?" The merchant's voice was a bit agitated. "In the entire city of Chang'an, is there any other great Tang merchant who doesn't recognize His Highness King Chu? You're the lord who saved our merchants." Lin Shen waved his hand and let out a light laugh. "It's good that you guys don't hate me in the future." The merchant was a bit puzzled, not knowing why His Highness the King of Chu would say such words. It was too late for them to love Lin Shen. Where would they hate him? Lin Shen raised his hand and pointed at the unfinished Shang shrine and said softly, "That's the Shang shrine you paid out of your pocket and were going to build for me?" The merchant nodded and held his head up with pride. The farmers who had come over to the side to watch were all proud of themselves. Lin Shen shook his head. "This building, you think about what other uses you can do in the future, but there is no need to build a life shrine for me." The merchant rose up in trepidation. "Could it be that you are not satisfied, Your Highness King Chu? I can pay out more silver and build it better." The farmers on the farm, too, were emboldened. Lin Shen was busy shaking his head, explaining, "No, I'm already satisfied that you guys have this intention, but I hope you can know that you can live a good life because of yourselves, not because of other people. I'm just an ordinary person. Marvelously, having a Chu King's name is just that. No different from you guys. Building me a life shrine is just too much of a compliment." The merchant was a little too embarrassed to speak. From the farmers on the side, an old man came out trembling with a withered face. "Your Highness the King of Chu, you can't say that. You are no ordinary man. You are a great saint. If you hadn't taken out the insecticide, how could we still see living things in the manor now? I'm afraid they would all have been gnawed by those goddamned locusts. If you hadn't provided food for us on the estate, I would have starved to death long ago." Saying that, the old man somewhat reluctantly straightened his own back and pointed toward the crowd. "That son's family, only her one woman and 5 children under the age of 14 remain. If it weren't for you, this family would have starved to death in the house. That's old man Lu. His son died and he's the only one pulling his 2 8-year-old grandchildren. If it wasn't for you, Your Highness the King of Chu, they would have starved to death as well." With the old man's words, the crowd gradually made some noises. If it weren't for you, my family would have starved to death. And even if we didn't starve, I'm afraid we'd have to sell the children in our hands to a dental firm in order to survive. Without you, there would be no hope at all for our manor to grow grain this year. It is. If you are not a saint, who else in heaven can be called a saint? Listening to their words, Lin Shen didn't feel happy. Turning back to glare viciously at Li Shimin, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "This is your detang." Li Shimin was silent. He also had mixed feelings. Lin Shen waved his hand, suppressed their voices, and said softly, "I just did some trivial little things. This life shrine is really not necessary. I order." As the king of Chu, he hadn't finished his sentence. The old man gripped the walking stick he was holding tightly and glared at Lin Shen. "Lord Chu Wang, if you make us do ungrateful things in our Zhuangzi today and don't let us build a life shrine for you, I'll die in front of you today with these old bones. Count me in. Your Highness King Chu, we know that you have a kind heart, but our heart to provide for you is also true. You can't keep us from doing this kind of thing just because you're high-minded." Li Shimin and the 1,000 bull guards on the side had long since looked dumbfounded. How have they ever seen anything like this? One tried to find a way to not want someone else to build a living shrine to him, and another wave of people, even if they use death as a threat, will establish this living shrine. The hearts of the people. That's the heart of the people. Li Shimin could not help but let out a sigh of emotion. When will he, the emperor, if he can do this, then it can be said to be a truly qualified emperor. The realm gap between him and Lin Shen was like the Milky Way in the sky. Lin Shen's scalp was a little numb, unable to resist these people. Sighed, okay, just go with you guys. Seeing Lin Shen lose his tongue, a huge cheer erupted from the crowd. They look like they've accomplished some great victory of unimaginable proportions. The merchant also raised his head high, turned his head, and waved his big hand. Today, our Zhuangzi's birth shrine is recognized by His Highness, the King of Chu. So you guys have to work hard to build this birth shrine beautifully and well. I'll get a few piglets from the city tonight, and we'll have a good meat dinner. The crowd gave another huge cheer when they heard these words. After saying this, the merchant said fawningly towards Lin Shen, "I wonder if your Highness, the King of Chu, could show your face and stay here for a bite tonight." Lin Shen was about to refuse. Beside him, Li Shimin spoke up and agreed for him. "Of course there's no problem. We're both planning to stay here tonight." The merchant gave Li Shimin a somewhat strange look. Without recognizing his words, he just eyed Lin Shen. Lin Shen glared back at Li Shimin, pointed at him, and nodded softly. "No problem. Me and this thing will stay here tonight." The 1,000 cow guard lowered his head and pretended he hadn't seen anything. The King of Chu, pointing at the current emperor, said he was a thing. Li Shimin still had a happy face and wasn't angry. It's a capital offense to kill a man for even talking about it. Chapter 73, They Won't Touch You Yet. Seeing that Lin Shen was willing to stay, the Hans on the manor rejoiced even more. After a few bites of food, he worked harder to build the sangha. Li Shimin was over here, eyeballing the labor for a while before he reluctantly stood up and said softly to Lin Shen, "Come on, let's go check out the academy over here." Lin Shen was somewhat helpless, following Li Shimin. He stood up from the shady ground, and now that it was nearly summer, the sun was still a bit stifling. The merchant on the side, who was carefully staring at the place with his afterglow, saw the two of them moving and directly greeted them, asking in a low voice, "Your Highness, the King of Chu, and this lord, where are they going?" Li Shimin laughed loudly. "Don't worry, the two of us aren't trying to run away. We just want to go to the academy to see what's going on." Relieved, the merchant raised himself and said, "I'll lead the two lords over." Li Shimin did not allow himself. The merchant led the way around a few potholed yellow roads to a corner of the property where there was a brand new wooden hut. On it hangs a painted plaque that reads Monk's School in 4 big letters. Under the plaque, there is a small line, writes who built the schoolhouse and at what time the building was completed. They had just approached the school, when they heard inside a burst of childish reading sounds. "Qiankuan covers the earth. The sun and moon are bright. The 4 seasons come and go, and the 8 knots welcome each other." This caused Li Shimin to faintly stare. Hasn't the paperwork from the court not come down yet? And why are there children reading in there now? Li Shimin questioned as he reached out and pointed toward the house. The court's order has been issued though. Most of the academies near Chang'an have already been built, and even those that haven't, completion is imminent. The teaching staff, however, has not yet been arranged. No matter how much Li Shimin urged, these teachers have to have, from the 9th grade of the official body, an influx of so many officials. The Ministry of Right side of the manpower is limited. The matter is handled very slowly. So these academies should be in a state of disuse. The merchant scratched his head on the side and said with a smile, "The schoolhouse has been built. If it is deserted here, I think it is too bad. So I invited a gentleman to come over and enlighten these children. It's not a lot of silver to spend every day anyway." and it's a good thing to get your child into school early. The merchant's face was sincere. Lin Shen sighed. Li Shimon's face glowed red, vaguely revealing a few proud looks. The merchant gushed, describing the academy from the sidelines. Li Shimon also listened attentively, opening his mouth from time to time to give a few pointers. In a short while, the merchant knowingly retired and stood guard at a distance. Li Shimon's face was light-hearted, looking at the academy, his eyes full of longing. In fact, the merchants are not as bad as we think. Look at them. They are also willing to put their hearts and minds into doing practical things for the people. Lin Shen shook his head. It's just an illusion. Li Shimon frowned. I see that the look on his face does not seem to be faking. It is a sincere desire to do something for the people. Look at the readers here in the academy and the childish. Can't it be used as empirical evidence? Lin Shen said softly. I have no doubt that he now truly wants to work for the Great Tang and for the people. Li Shimon was even more puzzled. Lin Shen frowned, and the look of worry on his face became heavier. You haven't seen these things. It's understandable that you don't understand and are not clear about how the capital will develop in the future. They're only doing it now because they've been oppressed so much. Sure, agriculture, industry and commerce. You should also have heard of merchants and merchants. Obviously good nationality, but has been considered by the people, by the honored nobles, and even by themselves as a kind of class of cheap nationality. Now that it's so hard to grasp the opportunity to be able to change secular attitudes, how can they not do it with all their heart? They're just weapons we've brought over to deal with the great families of the world, and we can't trust that the sword will only cut down the great families of the world and won't turn its head and chop at us. Li Shimon thoughtfully and nodded his head cheerfully, admitting his mistake. It was me who was too naive. You're right, said here. Li Shimon words a beat, suddenly asked, now the school have been repaired almost. Teaching teachers? The Ministry of Right side is also dealt with almost. Only dozens of days of hard work. Chang'an near the size of the manor, can be on the teaching. Our next step what to do. In the end, Li Shimon's purpose today was to ask Lin Shen for advice. Lin Shen rolled his eyes and looked behind him. It was a flat piece of ground, so he sat down with a big grin. What's the rush? It's still just the beginning. Now it's only the merchants in Chang'an who have repaired their academies. There are so many other places in the world, in addition to Chang'an, like Xingyang, Qinghe, Bowling, Zhao County, Taiyuan, Fanyang, including Longxi. These places must seize the opportunity to build schools. The teacher sent there must also be a great scholar. Li Shimon was slightly silent. The places that Lin Shen had mentioned in his mouth were not mentioned casually. These are the ancestral lands of the great families of the world. And Longxi, it is the ancestral land of Li Shimon. This is a good move, but I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to implement. Li Shimon sighed. You are moving the foundation of the great families. Lin Shen hemmed and hawed. You're the emperor. They won't touch you yet, but they wanted me dead dash. Since I can lend you an honorable hand to make some trouble for them, of course I'm going to will you to do it. Li Shimon was a bit helpless and let out a light laugh. I'm not very eager to completely tear my face off with those people right now, knowing that nearly half of my court are their people. Lin Shen shook his head. They can't completely turn their backs on you right now. Branch out to those people first. When the academy is run for a few more years, there will always be some outstanding scholars in the Cold family. Li Shimon looked back at the monk school academy again. The hope of the great Tang is planted there. I am now considered to be completely tied to you in a boat, Li Shimon said with a grudge. Lin Shen nodded non-committally. Right. There are a few more things to remind you of. Li Shimon immediately straightened up. You say. Lin Shen looked outside the manor. Eradicating locusts like this shouldn't just be left to the farmers either. Those insecticides of mine aren't too expensive. 10 a bottle. The Tang can afford to shell out this money. Seeing this manor, I just remembered that if the locust plague could have been eradicated a day earlier, perhaps the entire Great Tang would have planted another crop of grain this year. Li Shimon nodded gravely. At tomorrow's morning meeting, I will discuss this matter with the people from the Ministry of Revenue. Lin Shen continued. In addition to that, the matter of finding some artisans to be teachers at the academy, which I mentioned to you last time, should also be finalized sooner rather than later. Li Shimon looked embarrassed. Chapter 74, Another Lesson for Lier. Lin Shen looked over curiously. I don't know why Li Shimon showed such a lookout. That night, he also deliberately emphasized this aspect with Li Shimon. But the next day's morning meeting, Li Shimon merely talked about the construction of the academy without mentioning a word about the artisans. Mentioned it again today myself. And Li Shimon showed such an odd look. I don't know why you look so heavily on those strange skills. Li Shimon was a bit helpless and sighed softly. But those things, what's the use of learning them? Just a waste of those kids' time. Lin Shen froze. But he wasn't too surprised that Li Shimon would think this way. The Han Chinese place a high value on reading, especially when the chance to change your life's destiny lies in reading. that hasn't changed much since the beginning of time. Educational resources, in particular, have always been held by the big families, so even Li Shimin, his thinking, is still limited to the old ways. Lin Shan asked, do you really think those things are strange and useless? Li Shimin didn't answer right away. This was some of the experience he had found over the time he had spent with Lin Shan. When Lin Shan makes a point, can't be the first to agree or disagree. Finding your mindset is paramount. Li Shimin thought for a long time, did not feel that there is a problem with his own thinking, nodded, and said with a straight face, well, it is naturally good to have a craft, but since you have entered the academy, in the future it is necessary to run to the examination of merit. Then naturally, I don't have to learn these things anymore. Lin Shan snorted. How many officials can the Great Tang support? Li Shimin froze as he vaguely felt that something was starting to go wrong. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes and continued. In a state, there are only dozens of officials. Down to a county, there will be less than 10, and then to every township and every mile. How many people can there be? Even later, expand the reserve of officials, and set up some official positions in every township and mile. There are only 100,000 or so officials available to the Great Tang, but after the opening of the academy, do you know how many readers there can be in the world? Li Shimin's face sank, pinched his fingers and started counting. Just now I asked. There are nearly 100 children who can read in this one manner. If you look at the world, you're afraid there are 1,000,000 of them. Lin Shan squinted at Li Shimin. Can the Great Tang afford 1,000,000 officials? Li Shimin shook his head. Lin Shan continued. The purpose of the academies that I hope can be opened throughout the Great Tang is not so much to reserve officials for the Great Tang's imperial court, but simply that I want the people of the world to be able to read and write. The goal of reading is not to become an official, but to have your eyes opened. Li Shimin didn't speak, listening carefully to Lin Shan's words. Whenever he interacted with Lin Shan, he would always find shallow places in himself. Besides, are those strange techniques really useless? Lin Shan asked the question again. Li Shimin didn't shake his head or nod this time, but was waiting for Lin Shan to give an explanation. Lin Shan tried his best to say it in terms that Li Shimin could understand. This productivity thing? You should remember it, right? Li Shimin nodded. The unimportant chicanery you speak of is what determines productivity. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows. Didn't you tell me that capital, that is, those merchants and traders, are the key to determining productivity? Lin Shan gave him a blank look. If he didn't have the right thing in his hand, if it wasn't for the 1,000 bullguards and that merchant next to him, in front of outsiders, it is more or less necessary to give Li Shimin some face. Otherwise, Lin Shan really wanted to give Li Shimin that hit again. Capital is the key to determining productivity. But that big pile of coins and silver can determine productivity? Lin Shan sighed, his mouth full of hateful tone. Is the wealth of Great Tang still small? But has there been any change in the productivity of Great Tang compared to Sui, and Jin, or even to Han? Li Shimin frowned, deep in thought. The key to capital is in facilitating and catalyzing. Those oddities are the key to making a difference in productivity. Li Shimin got interested. How so? Lin Shan explained. Let me put it to you this way. I'm not going to ask you for specific values. I'll just assume that Datong can now make 5 million pounds of steel a year. How do you think we can double the production of steel making? Li Shimin frowned and said softly. Increase the manpower for steel making and mining. Lin Shan looked at Li Shimin and said with a smile. Is that all you can think of? Li Shimin asked rhetorically. Do you have a better idea? Lin Shan waved his hand and turned to an unfamiliar topic. Let me ask you a question. What do you think the difference between man and beast is? Li Shimin frowned and began to ponder. He didn't know why Lin Shan would suddenly ask such a question, but looking at Lin Shan's expression, he knew that this fumbling question was crucial, because we understand benevolence and righteousness, and no shame. Li Shimin pondered for a long time, and he said in a prudent and incomparable manner, that's why we put on our clothes and are not the same as wild beasts. Lin Shan shook his head. You're half right, but in our school, we believe that the biggest difference between man and beast is that man knows how to use tools. Only beasts without intelligence in their heads think the more men the better. Li Shimin was a bit mortified. What does that mean? Saying you're as dumb as an animal? But after a moment of exasperation, Li Shimin began to think. Lin Shan's words sounded ridiculous at first glance, but upon deeper reflection, it actually makes a lot of sense. The biggest difference between humans and beasts compared to each other, besides intelligence, is really that humans can use tools. Lin Shan smiled and continued. People felt that their walking was too slow and tiring, so they invented things like horse-drawn carriages, and they felt that bare hands were bad, so they invented things like swords and knives. It's the same with steel making. It's only 5 million pounds now. Just because the tools don't work, when we have a greater need, we should not be thinking of increasing our manpower. But we should be thinking of how we can improve our tools so that a furnace that could have practiced 5 million pounds can make 10 million pounds of steel. Li Shimin was a bit skeptical. Can this really be done? Lin Shen looked toward the academy and said with a light smile, "You all have so much confidence in those merchants. Why don't you have any confidence in the down-to-earth and hard-working people of Great Tang?" Li Shimin shook his head. "Because it seems like I've never heard of such a thing. By learning from history, we can learn from our mistakes." In history, at least as far as Li Shimin knew, nothing like this had happened. Chapter 75, Li Shimin's decision. Li Shimin could believe in the power of capital, because he did see the still developing, unstoppable power. But he couldn't believe it. The people who, in the midst of the war, could hardly play any role and could only barely keep from being displaced under the patronage of them, the honored ones, could do so. Aside from living a life of lethargy for the rest of his life, Li Shimin could see almost no other merit in them. Lin Shen's voice was firm. "Believe in me, and believe in the lovely people under your governance. On the borders of this great Tang, they can do anything." Li Shimin was silent and didn't say anything. He began to think seriously, from a civilian's point of view, about the matter. Lin Shen looked on in relief. He came to the Great Tang. At least he didn't just simply become a capitalist. At least Li Shimin's has started to change. From a person who was limited to the position of emperor, he began to look at his country with a vision beyond this era. Lin Shen vaguely seemed to see the shadow of that great kingdom in the future. Li Shimin was silent into the night. A sizzling bonfire burned in front of the sangha, and a large iron pot stood over it, the broth inside gurgling and tumbling with small bubbles, gulping milky water vapor. It was one of the liveliest nights ever in the history of this manor. It was one of their happiest nights. At this time, Li Shimin finally no longer silent. Big mouth meat, big bowl of wine. He seems to forget his own emperor identity, and the group of the lowest level in the Tang dynasty mud legs together. Taking advantage of the strength of the wine, Li Shimin also wanted to show off to the people on the farm those things he did when he was farming, in order to maintain the image of the holy name monarch. In the imperial city, their large family was opening a small acreage. Every year, during the spring plowing time, whether it was him, or Empress Changsun, or even those sons and daughters of his, they all had to do a few days of decent farming work. But what he was good at, after all, was just leading soldiers into battle and handling affairs of state. In this manner, even just a young child of 13 or 14 years old could be Li Shimin's teacher when it came to farming. The words that came out of Li Shimin's mouth became the fuse that ignited the farmer's laughter. "Haven't really seen a nobleman like you? But farming isn't how you farm. It's such a waste to get it like you did. Your land won't even survive." Li Shimin bashfully blushed, muttering something the farmers couldn't understand. It drew even more of a hearty laugh. The 1,000 bull guards watched helplessly from the sidelines. They had never seen this holy name's monarch so unbridled. Even the veterans who had followed Li Shimin on the road for the previous 10 years or so. What they were accustomed to seeing before was also just a wise and powerful His Highness, the King of Qin, now the wise and mighty emperor of the Great Tang dynasty. Lin Shen just found a corner and sat quietly. He didn't really like this overly lively environment, and wasn't too interested in the boiled meat with hardly any spices. The wine from the manor was a bit sour, but it was still to his liking. He just watched it all quietly. He saw that there was a seed that was quietly planted in the heart of Li Shimin. Just as Lin Shen accompanied Li Shimin on this manor, he was waving around recklessly. In Chang'an City, the Du mansion was brightly lit, up and down. "It's all going to be a mess." Du Rui, the pillar of the Du family and the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Great Tang dynasty, suddenly fell ill. He wasn't really in good shape to begin with. These days of busy official business finally dragged down his body, so that he is bedridden and difficult to get up. The whole person neat visible dry down. Already had a cough, more and more serious. Today, the boy from the Du mansion, after realizing that his master had fainted, only then did he find a few handkerchiefs stuffed in Du Rui's arms, stained with blood. It's amazing that they were unaware of this all along. The Du family is not like those big families, especially after Du Rui, who followed Li Shimin and almost tore his face off with his own kinsman. The current Du family was almost solely relying on Du Rui alone to fully support it. His 2 children, one still has some good fortune, and now, although it is only a 7th-ranked secretary of the Central Committee, the future is bright. But that's the future after all, and it hasn't been realized yet. He can't support the Du family. As for the other kid, all he does all day is muddle through. Mrs. Du frowned and looked at the doctor of the house, her face full of coldness. "How come you haven't found out the cause of the disease?" Du house doctor, covered in cold sweat, hand on Du Rui's wrist, back and forth touched several times, hesitantly shaking his head. If Lord Shanshu is still awake, the villain is more than likely still able to find out. But now that Lord Shanshu is fainting, I don't dare to assert it for a moment. Mrs. Du gritted her teeth and cursed. Waste. The physician didn't dare to say anything, not even a breath of air. Mrs. Du stood beside the bed, her heart burning with anxiety. If the cause of the disease could not even be determined, how could it be cured? Is it possible that you can only watch your husband, just like that, pass out? The physician watched from the sidelines and suddenly whispered, Madam, don't be anxious. My medical skills are limited and I can't see the cause of Lord Shangshu's illness. But there is one person in the city of Chang'an who can save Lord Shangshu. A light instantly lit up in Mrs. Du's eyes and she turned her head to stare viciously at the physician. Who? Speak quickly. Sun Si Miao. Old God's son. The physician was a bit uncomfortable being stared at by Mrs. Du with such a look and moved back slightly, saying softly, Yeah. Mrs. Du tapped herself lightly on the head. In her haste, she had forgotten about this great immortal. The first divine doctor of the great Tang dynasty is in this city of Chang'an. Mrs. Du waved her hand towards the door and rushed to the private soldiers in the mansion, commanding, Quickly go and have an invitation to Sun Si Miao, the old immortal son. Private soldiers do not dare to delay, directly told a yes, quickly left the Du house, towards Sun Si Miao's medical center Mercedes-Benz and go. Even if there is a curfew, cannot stop his footsteps. Sun Si Miao's name is extremely important in the hearts of the people of Great Tang. Empress Changsun had a difficult labor back then, and it was Sun Si Miao who saved her life. Now this illness of my own husband, it looks like it's very serious. But it shouldn't be worth mentioning to that old fairy, right? Mrs. Du looked up at the vast starry sky and prayed with her heart. At this time, she suddenly remembered that rumor in the streets. Sun Si Miao is the disciple of that king of Chu, His Highness, and it is because of the king of Chu that Sun Si Miao stayed in Chang'an City. Mrs. Du couldn't help but be a little thankful. Fortunately, he was not Ho Junji and had not crossed paths with that king of Chu. Also fortunate that the city of Chang'an out of the king of Chu such a figure. Otherwise their husband this disease, afraid that can only so have been delayed. Chapter 76 I can't, but my master can. Sun Si Miao came quickly. He was even wearing only a thin centerfold and hurried over with a medicine chest. Mrs. Du was waiting in front of the door of the room, and when she saw Sun Si Miao she rushed to welcome her. Old fairy son, please save my husband. You can ask for the diagnosis fee. How much we can give? Sun Si Miao waved his hand. The matter of consultation fee is good to talk about. Just give some randomly. First go and take a look at Lord Shanshu's illness. The healer's heart. Mrs. Du led Sun Si Miao in. Du Ru she was lying on the bed. The whole man was thin as skin and bones, with large bones withered and large flesh sunken down. The exposed skin is even more sticky with a layer of sweat. Sun Si Miao frowned and sat down at the head of the bed, reaching out to Du Ru Hui's body, and his frown tightened. There was no sound for a long time. Mrs. Du was a bit unable to resist and asked cautiously, Old fairy son, what kind of disease is my husband suffering from? Sun Si Miao looked extremely serious, turned his head to look at Mrs. Du, and asked softly, Dare I ask Mrs. Shangshu? Recently, besides Lord Shangshu in the residence, can there be anyone else who has the symptoms of irritable heat in the hands and feet, night sweats, coughing and even coughing up blood? The physician on the side, hearing these words, his entire face turned white. Mrs. Du didn't know anything about medicine and didn't yet know what was implied in these words. She shook her head. There is no such sickness in the mansion, and this sickness of my husband was only known to us today after he fell unconscious. Old immortal son, just tell me straight, what kind of disease does my husband have? Sun Si Miao sighed softly. It's corpse propulsion. It's already at an advanced stage. If I had let the old Tao meet it a few years earlier, I would still be able to save Lord Shangshu, but now even if it's the old Tao, I'm afraid that there's nothing I can do to return to heaven. Corpse resistance. When these two words came out of Sun Si Miao's mouth, Mrs. Du felt as if her body had been drained of strength and she almost fell to the ground. She had never thought that her husband, was suffering from this kind of disease. Corpse resistance. It is an ancient name for consumption. In the Tang dynasty, it was a terminal illness. Sun Si Miao sighed and said softly, These days, just ask your wife and everyone in the house to try to avoid Lord Shangshu. Corpse resistance is extremely contagious. Even after the death of Lord Shangshu, it can still be transmitted until there is no one left to infect. Mrs. Du's eyes turned red. Old divine, you are the first divine doctor of the Great Tang. Is there really no way for you to save my husband? The Great Tang needs him. The Du family needs him. I need him too. Sun Si Miao shook his head. I can only open some prescriptions, as far as possible for the Shangshu adults, to slow down some days, but if you want to completely solve this disease, speaking here, Sun Si Miao suddenly gave a start. He glanced back at Du Ruhui, who was still unconscious. Suddenly, he remembered those drugs Lin Shen had given him. It wasn't that he thought penicillin or amoxicillin or anything like that would work against consumption. Rather, he He felt that if there was still one person in the entire Great Tang who could save Du Rui, it could only be him. Sun Simiao said softly, although the old Tao doesn't have that ability to bring back Lord Shangshu. This but caused a bright flash of light to flood Mrs. Du's eyes. It was as if she had caught some kind of hope. But what? Mrs. Du pursued. Sun Simiao received in a soft voice, Madam, you also know, I worshipped His Highness the King of Chu as a teacher. His school of thought and the medical arts together with the specialization. The old Taoist is ashamed to be inferior. The old Taoist can't. But my master might have a way to get Lord Shangshu back. Mrs. Du's voice trembled a little. Really? Sun Simiao shook his head. I'm not sure. I can only say that there is hope. Mrs. Du couldn't care less about this and directly greeted outside. Quickly go and invite His Highness the King of Chu over. The private soldier answered. He left the mansion in a hurry and ran back in a short time. Just not Lin Shen. Looking at the shapeless private soldier, Mrs. Du froze. Where is His Highness King Chu? Is he not willing to save my husband? The private soldier shook his head and said softly, Ma'am, His Highness the King of Chu is not in the city right now. We received a message from the Golden Guards that His Highness the King of Chu went out of the city with His Majesty today, and has yet to return. Going out of town with His Majesty? Favoritism is today. Mrs. Du bit her lip, and with a fierce determination, she waved her hand and said, Do you know where they went? The private soldier shook his head. The 1,000 bull guards did not explicitly say so with my subordinates, but they know that it is Lord Shangshu who is seriously ill, and they have already dispatched people to retrieve His Majesty and His Highness the King of Chu. Mrs. Du nodded her head worriedly, full of haggard looks. The Zhuangzi outside Chang'an. Li Shimin was discussing aloud with the farmers whether he should take a strong-bodied woman as his wife or a good-looking one, even to the point of bickering to the point of sharp heads and white faces. Just at this time, 1,000 bull guards quietly appeared at Li Shimin's side, pressed against his ear, and whispered. Li Shimin's face changed vigorously. Lin Shen frowned. Although he hadn't heard that news, he could tell by looking at Li Shimin's face that what came from the 1,000 bull guards wasn't good news. I'm afraid, but the second year of Zhangwan, other than the locust plague, there doesn't seem to be much going on. Can make Li Shimin's face become so ugly? Could it be that those big families, and in private did something? The appearance of 1,000 bull guards. Let the atmosphere of the shoji cool down. Those farmers who were drunk finally recognized one thing. This man who had just argued with them, as if he had blended into them, was a nobleman from Chang'an City, an existence that they, the peasants, should look up to. Li Shimin ignored it, the huge disconnect that arose in this instant, and instead walked quickly to Lin Shen's side and said softly, We have to go back to the city now. Lin Shen asked, Look at your face. Is something big happening? Li Shimin nodded, a face of pity. My minister of the Ministry of Revenue. My humorous, Du Rui fell ill just now, and I have never known that his body has been bad to this extent. Lin sighed deeply. He vaguely recalled. This Du Rui, who was with Fang Xianling and had the reputation of being Fang's plan and Du's decision, seemed to be a short-lived ghost who would die in the first few years of the Jingwan Emperor's reign, and now it seems to be the time to do so? Lin Shen comforted. There's no need to worry so much. Sun Simiao is still in Chang'an City. If he's there, Du Rui won't have any problems. Li Shimin just nodded gently and didn't say anything else. They traveled at a fast pace, breaking through several square gates until they reached the entrance of the Du mansion. Seeing the old man in the doorway wearing a thin Chinese coat, it was Sun Simiao. Lin Shen's feet lurched, vaguely feeling that something wasn't right. He hasn't figured out whether to keep going forward or back up. Sun Simiao then greeted him with a look of relief. Master Lin, you're finally here. Chapter 77 Raffle Draw. Lin Shen's head was as big as a bucket, the moment he saw Sun Simiao, especially when those words popped out of Sun Simiao's mouth. Lin Shen knew what was going on. It was nothing more than Du Ruhui's illness, so serious that even Sun Simiao couldn't save him. And Sun Simiao, but he took himself, a man who knew nothing about medicine, but only some modern medical terrain, as a savior. It's called something. Lin took a deep breath and looked at Sun Simiao expressionlessly. Lord Shangshu's illness is very serious? Sun Simiao nodded. Yes, Lin, sure. It's already in the late stage of corpse propulsion and resistance. Simiao has no way to do anything. All he can do is to try his best to slow down for Lord Shangshu for some more days. I wonder if Master Lin has any solutions? Corpse resistance. Lin Shen was not unfamiliar with this name, knowing that it was a Tang dynasty alias for the condition known as consumption. He didn't say anything, just followed Sun Simiao into the inner courtyard and to the house. Seeing that Du Ruhui lying on the hospital bed, skinny to the bone, his heart couldn't help but pump a little. A frail old man afflicted with a disease that makes him almost inhuman. Mrs. Du looked at Lin Shen pleadingly. Your Highness, King of Chu, old fairy son said that you have a way to be able to save my husband's life. and I also implore you to lend a helping hand to save my husband. Lin Shen remained silent, just frowning. There was a thud. Mrs. Du was so dry that she directly knelt down in front of Lin Shen, and in an even more humble tone, she whispered, "Please also ask Lord Chu to save my husband." Lin Shen was startled, raised his hand to help Mrs. Du up, and said softly, "It's not that I don't want to save your husband. I'm not going to lie to you. In my school, there are indeed ancestors who have researched and developed a special medicine to deal with consumption, which is the corpse propulsion in your mouth, but I don't know if I brought it out." Lin Shen didn't have any medicine that could cure consumption in his hands right now. If you want to save Du Rushi, then you have to go to the lottery. But the lottery is random. Lin Shen is not sure that he can draw the special medicine for consumption. The chance is too small. He dared not give Mrs. Du hope or a firm assurance. Hearing these words from Lin Shen, Li Shimin shook his clothes, respectfully made a big bow to Lin Shen, and said softly, "I also ask for Master Lin's help. Du Ruhui is like my hand and foot. He is a member of my great Tang." The imperial examinations were jointly promoted and maintained by him and Fong Xinling. What Li Shimin said punctuated the point. Lin Shen could understand what he meant. Du Rui was firmly on Li Shimin's side and wanted to crack down on the big families. Lin Shen sighed. "I'll go back to the supermarket and rummage around." With that, he turned his head to look at the haggard-looking Mrs. Du and said comfortingly, "I'm not sure if I brought out that medicine, but if I did, Lord Shanshu's condition must have been able to be saved." Mrs. Du's eyes lit up with strong hope. Lin Shen didn't stay in this place for much longer and directly rode the carriage, returning to the supermarket. Left alone in the house, he lay down on his bed, chanted softly, and opened the system panel. It clearly showed the silver in his hand. Not counting the change, there were 1,270,000 taels. The performance of the West Market supermarket in the past half-month since it opened has been horrible to this extent. Didn't wallow in such boring, tedious numbers for too long. Lin Shen directly started the lottery. Li Shimin and Mrs. Du both begged him to this extent, and he was not the kind of heartless person who was unsympathetic. Sooner or later it's going to be a raffle anyway, letting them owe themselves a favor and pave the way for the future. This kind of thing Lin Shen was naturally happy to do. Premium Drawl. Military Martial Arts Class. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking ordinary items, Military Boxing Study Manual, Standardized Matza, and Banlanjan Punch, and for unlocking advanced items, Military Theory Book, Sea Power Theory, and Vitamin Container Tablets. A treatise on sea power is a great book. In fact, Lin Shen was more thirsty for such military theory books. He didn't want his private soldiers to merely only fight for their lives on the battlefield. He preferred that the soldiers under his command be familiar with all manner of warfare and become a nightmare in the minds of all his enemies. Slate punch and vitamin lozenges are also very helpful in the training of your own private soldiers, but those weren't the things he wanted right now. Continue with the advanced draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the general class items, Standardized Kaishan Knife, Standardized Longbow, Takedown Fist Study Manual, Standardized Rattan Shield, and Disposable Syringe. Lin Shen raised his eyebrows. "I can't believe I didn't even win a special category item in the lottery this time. This disposable syringe is a good one though, so that penicillin injections won't be a problem. Nothing came up that I wanted." Lin Shen continued to draw down. Still a premium draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking ordinary class items, Standardized Small Yellow Pots, Cold Spirit Granules, Watermelon Cream Tablets, and unlocking advanced class items, Military Theory Book Guerrilla Warfare, and Medical Theory Book Pharmacology. 2 more vital books. Guerrilla warfare naturally goes without saying. As for medical theory books, it is the lack of this era. If you want modern medicine in the soil of the Great Tang to take root, these books is the most suitable fertilizer. It was just that after 3 advanced draws in a row, he didn't even see the shadow of what he wanted, which made Lin Shen a little anxious. Glancing at the 1,240,000 taels of silver on the system panel, Lin Shen gritted his teeth, directly with a big hand. Divine Sweepstakes. Other than the special category draws, he had never tried, in the other 3 general major categories, to be so extravagant as to use 100,000 taels of silver for 1 draw. The golden turntable slowly unfolded in front of Lin Shen. The aura of a god-level draw, all of them, was vastly different from that of a high-level draw. A few moments later, beside Lin Shen's ears, a cold and merciless mechanical beep sounded. A line of data followed, spread out before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the common class item, Cough-Suppressing Chuanbei Pei Loquat Du. Unlocking the advanced class item, Military Theory Books. The Study of Sudden Attack. Introduction to Strategy. Introduction to Combat Theory. Medical Theory Books. Probability of General Medicine, Medical Microbiology, Obstetrics and Gynecology, Sedative, and unlocking the God class item, sulfadiazine suspension, prednisone tablets. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Here we go. The medicine he had been waiting for finally arrived after sacrificing a divine draw. Prednisone tablets are a potent treatment for leukemia, and for the time being he won't be able to use them. And the sulfadiazine mixture was his main goal for this draw. It has the effect of inhibiting the spread of Mycobacterium tuberculosis. It is a potent medicine for a condition like consumption. Chapter 78, Your Husband is Saved. Lin Shen got up and washed his face. Instead of continuing the raffle, he hurriedly left the house, boarded the carriage prepared by the 1,000 bull guards, and once again returned to the Du mansion. Li Shimin hasn't returned to the palace yet, still at Du Rushi's bedside, accompanying this favorite of his. Mrs. Du hadn't been able to close her eyes either, and they waited. By the time Lin Shen returned to the Du mansion once more, the moon was about to set. Li Shimin slumped in his chair, a strong look of fatigue on his face. Mrs. Du's heart trembled with fear as she looked at Lin Shen and asked softly, Your Highness, King Chu, have you found medicine that can save my husband's life? Lin Shen nodded gently and smiled slightly. Fortunately, I did bring that medicine with me when I came out. Was saying, he took a small brown vial from his arms and set it on a side table. Mrs. Du exclaimed in surprise, This is the medicine that can save my husband's life? There was just a faint suspicion in her eyes. This delicate and small bottle was very different from what she perceived as medicine. It looks more like an ornament. Lin Shen nodded. Yes, the name of this stuff is a bit complicated. It's called sulfadiazine suspension. It's a kind of antibiotic. Give it to your Sagittarius twice a day, and each time you only need to take one capful. You can't have more or less. And this medicine, to be taken for a long period of time, about half a year to a year. Lord Shangchu's illness will be resolved. But consumption is, after all, a serious disease. So if there's anything you want to pay attention to, just ask Sun Simiao. 6 months to a year. This is not a short time, but it was possible to cure consumption completely. And this seemingly long period of time could be accepted as a matter of course. Mrs. Du was still a little hesitant. Something like this out of the norm. She wasn't brave enough to use. Lin Shen didn't express any emotions out in response to this behavior of hers. Sun Simiao said softly, The medicines that Master Lin takes out are all so different. A few days ago, Master Lin handed me a batch of new medicines. The effect is very good. Mrs. Du, you can rest assured that you can use it. After seeing Sun Simiao, the first divine doctor of the great Tang dynasty, stand up and back up, Mrs. Du finally made up her mind and personally served Du Rui herself to drink a capful of the medicinal juice. The effects of the special drug are remarkable. Having just eaten it not even to the time of a tea, Du Rui's breathing gradually stabilized. Sun Simiao reached out, felt the pulse, and nodded towards Madame Du. Lord Shangchu's pulse is stable now, and it looks like his condition has stabilized. The medicine took effect, and Mrs. Du's heart, which had been tense, finally calmed down. A wave of dizziness hit her head in an instant, causing her to stagger and hold onto the handrail next to the bed before she could barely stand. Ma'am, you haven't slept all night. You should rest for a while now. Sun Simiao smiled gently and arched his hand toward Madame Du, saying that he had instructed some more details with Madame Du about getting along with consumptive patients. After saying that, he excused himself and left. Spare him the good health. Are about to be early in the morning, have not yet slept. His body and bones are also a little unable to hold up. Li Shimin and Lin Shen didn't stay in Du Fu for much longer. It's been a night of soldiering here, and it's time to leave the group some time to clean up. The curfew is not yet over. There was less than an hour before the court meeting. Li Shimin wasn't going to sleep. The two of them, just walking quietly on the empty street, at the end of Vermilion Bird Street, was the Imperial City? Li Shimin suddenly spoke up. Mrs. Du didn't dare to use your medicine, and given your nature, you didn't even get angry with her? In his perception, Lin Shen was not a good-tempered person. This was a master who even dared to beat himself. Lin Shen shook his head. She's not like you. She's just the wife of the Duke of State. It's only natural for her to have some resistance to something like this that's beyond her time. Saying that, Lin Shen gave a beat and said with a smile, It's like an ant questioning a tiger's claws being able to tear through flesh and blood. Would the tiger get angry just because the ant questioned it? The analogy made Li Shimin's footsteps lurch. Looking at the lanky figure, a head taller than himself, he sighed softly. Is that how you see us in your eyes? Li Shimin had always felt that there was a layer of separation between himself and Lin Shen. It's like the kind of mortal gap that is set in the novels. He thought that it was merely because Lin Shen was from a hidden school of thought and didn't have a clear perception of the world, which led to such a layer of separation between the two of them. But Lin Shen's words just now made him suddenly wake up. This disconnect comes from the superior looking down on the inferior. Lin Shen shook his head and said softly, It's not that I want to do this. It's just that I've seen bigger, more beautiful, and better worlds. which naturally puts me on a higher plane. Li Shimin became alarmed. In this world, could there be a better country than Great Tang? Lin Shan still shook his head. No, Datang is the strongest country in the world now, but compared to the one described in our school of thought, it's still too far off. Li Shimin walked quickly to Lin Shan's side and looked at him seriously. So all those opinions you've been giving to me are all about wanting Great Tang to become that country? This speculation made Li Shimin's face change a bit. He wants to crack down on the worldly families, wary of merchants. The purpose of all this was partly to make the Great Tang a better place, and partly, for the imperial power in their own hands, which no one was willing to share. At least Li Shimin doesn't want to. He didn't want to see that after he and Lin Shan had joined forces to put down the great families of the world, after they had pinched the power of the merchants and merchants like this in their hands to death, Lin Shan and that school of his then became a new lineage again. Li Shimin's questioning could even be said to be to the extent of executing the heart. Instead of Chow Chow, that kind of character may even be this time to arrange the knife and axe hand. Just waiting for the drop of the marquia sound, Lin Shan glanced at Li Shimin and said in a cold voice, "Put away that vile little mind of yours. I'm not interested in imperial power, or taking charge of the world at all. In my school, I am the only one left, and I will not get involved in your court. The sights I want to see. It's just that all the people in the world can be fed and they can afford to eat whatever they want. Instead of life being a big mountain of weight bearing down on them, they can start enjoying life. The whole world, everywhere, is planted with the Dawn flag, and by accomplishing this, Datang will still be the same Datang, and the world will still be under your surname Li." Chapter 79, The Readers Come to Make a Difference. Lin Shan's voice was not loud when he spoke these words, but in Li Shimin's ears it was like a yellow bell, shaking his ears buzzing. He just had that moment, stuck in the mindset of what an old-school emperor should be again. It always seemed that everyone, like him, would have a deep obsession with the throne. His cheeks were blushing now, and a look of shame grew in his heart. Lin Shan is not a verbal saint. He was true to his word. He had paid a huge benefit and had done so much for the whole of the Great Tang. Instead, he himself used that despicable thought to consider Lin Shan's behavior. Li Shimin even felt that he was too much of a villain. To inflict such speculation on Lin Shan is all a huge insult to him. Li Shimin sighed, glanced at the imperial city that was close at hand, and said softly, "It's me who speculated too much about you. I believe you are a saint. The self-proclaimed name he uses is me." So now, he was communicating with Lin Shan as the son of the Great Tang dynasty, not as Li Shimin. Sensing this change, Lin Shan casually raised his hand and arched. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Shimin sighed. He was always a little helpless against this kind of indifference. "Look at the time. It's almost time for the morning meeting later. You're awake anyway. Do you want to come and join in?" Lin Shan waved his hand without any hesitation. "Don't. Forget it. I don't think so." Outright rejection of the trifecta. "It's been a busy night with no sleep, and unlike you, I need to get some rest and relaxation. This whole enabling Smiths thing is a lot harder than the merchant thing, so go get your own headache." Li Shimin's little mind could not be hidden from Lin Shan. Hearing these words, he sighed softly. "I knew it. You're handing over a big problem to me." Lin Shan yawned, waved his hand, and said softly, "But I can offer you a thought." "What thoughts?" Li Shimin immediately got serious, not looking sleepy in any way. Lin Shan said, "Allowing merchants to go around and build infrastructure is naturally much faster than building it personally in the states and counties of the Great Tang, and it will definitely require the use of a large number of artisans. You can try to start with that. It's just right to let you, and all the officials of the entire Great Tang, witness with your own eyes, the terrible power of capital. Even for you, having heard the things I've told you, your knowledge of capital is still too shallow." Li Shimin nodded thoughtfully. Is one's knowledge of capital still too shallow? To this statement, Li Shimin was looking forward. He was eager to see what kind of astounding greatness could be born out of the capital that could make Lin Shan tirelessly and repeatedly say such words. Lin Shan waved his hand and turned toward his mini-mart, dip into bed and huff and puff. Just as he was sleeping, a violent discussion erupted in the courtroom, where even Zhang Liang, the Minister of Works, fought with Fang Xianling on the spot. Fang Xianling was just a man of letters. Where would he be a match for Zhang Liang? Beaten up by Zhang Liang, the pilgrimage lasted until noon. When it finally ended, then an unthinkable decree was issued. Everywhere the government-run school, from today onwards, will recruit able craftsmen, carpenters, blacksmiths, farmers, physicians, etc., into the school as a teacher, with the same study of the teacher of the teaching of the scriptures, have to be from the ninth grade official body, the royal list, except for the name of Li Shimin. Names such as Minister of Works, Wei Zhang, and Li Jing also appear. The most critical, there is also a line of small print listed, indicating that this policy, still proposed from His Highness the King of Chu, after the deliberation of the 100 officials in the court, decided to implement. The people of Chang'an City, gathered around this royal list, were all dumbfounded, even the illiterate ones, after hearing the readers deciphering the contents of the royal list, stared at the piece of paper as if they could make out a flower from it. What does this, His Majesty the Emperor mean? We craftsmen can become officials, but I've heard that there's just an official name and no powers. But that's still official. A scholar standing in the crowd, looking at the words on the royal list, his face red with anger, yelled, "Ridiculous! Ridiculous! This King Chu is a demon, trying to mess with the foundation of my great Tang. This is the greatest insult to us readers. The previous opening of the academy gave them, the children of the humble family, an official status from the 9th grade, making them overjoyed. This policy, however, allows the mudbloods to have the same status as them. Could it be that in the court of the great Tang, they, the scholars, have the same weight as those mudbloods? How is that possible? Readers just get high and mighty." He cursed several times in a row, hated to tear down that royal list on the spot, just one side standing, eyeing the golden guards, so that he did not dare to go to make this kind of thing. He cursed so much, and there were many who agreed. The civilians on the sidelines, who don't dare to make a heavy mouthful of these readers, just whisper and talk about it with extreme fervor. Duke Lu's mansion. In the study, Ho Junji swept away the previous gloomy look, and the joy in the corner of his eyes could not be covered. He looked at the letter he had already written aside and let out a cold laugh. "Good little Lin Shen. I was wondering how to deal with you, but I didn't think you'd seek your own death. It's not even enough to go against the great families of the world, but even want to go against all the readers in the world. Is it that you don't want to die fast enough? I'll give you a ride today." Ho Junji yelled at the door. A private soldier came in quickly. Ho Junji folded the letter, sealed it with wax oil, and repeatedly instructed, "This letter should be sent to me in Xingyan with a fast horse, so that the people of the Zhang family can see it as soon as possible." The private soldier answered and quickly retreated. When Lin Shen woke up, the sky had already dimmed, and he slept this sleep straight into the afternoon. From the system mall, extracting those basic medical theory books and tucking them in his arms, Lin Shen opened the door and prepared to walk towards Sun Ximiao's medical center. But when the door was opened, it was the door of a grand group of people to give a big jump. They were all dressed in their robes, literate and well-mannered, and scholarly. With a serious face, after seeing Lin Shen walk out from the door, this group of people simultaneously bowed towards Lin Shen and said in unison, "Greetings to your highness, King of Chu." Lin Shen waved his hand and said softly, "What are you guys doing? Why are you blocking my doorway?" A man stood out from the crowd and respectfully said, "Your highness, King Chu, our group of people came here just to ask your highness for an explanation. Account for it?" Lin Shen was puzzled. He didn't seem to have done anything to apologize to the readers. The man continued, "Why did his highness, the King of Chu, propose that those craftsmen be admitted to the academy as teachers, and still have the same treatment as we, the scholars?" Chapter 80, "You're no better than craftsmen to me." This bookish man looked determined as he spoke these words. It's like he's suffered some sort of untold abuse. Lin Shen glanced at him in surprise and said softly, "Is this the reason you guys are blocking me at my door?" He nodded. The group of readers behind him also nodded solemnly. Lin Shen was somewhat less able to understand this kind of thinking, but after seeing these people, he knew that it was a normal reaction that people in this day and age had. If it's in the West, you talk to a slave owner or a commoner, and talk about how slaves should eat at the table like commoners, and it will end badly, even if you are a king's lord, and you will be hanged by the aristocracy and put on a blazing fire to be burned. Those barbarians would not be willing to open the door to reason like the great Tang people. Lin Shen frowned and asked softly, "You guys don't think it's right?" "Why?" The scholar, with a straight face, replied, "We're readers. They're just craftsmen. How can they be our equals?" Lin Shen nodded, narrowed his eyes, and let out a sharp question. "Are you looking down on those craftsmen?" Someone in the crowd nodded, but some people who think they're smart don't nod their heads right away. They were pondering whether Lin Shen had some deeper meaning in mind when he asked such a question. This is not a difficult question to answer. Soon, someone in the crowd said, "It's not that we look down on craftsmen. It's just that what they know are just some lowly crafts. How can they be compared to a great road like reading?" Lin Shen sneered. "So, what you guys look down on are those crafts?" This time there were no objections. They all nodded in unison. Looking at them, Lin Shen snorted and asked in a cold voice, "Where did you get the courage to look down on these crafts?" Lin Shen's words caused all of these readers to stare in disbelief. Reading is a noble thing. Craft is a low thing. Hasn't that been the case since the beginning of time? Lin Shen waved his hand with some impatience and asked in a loud voice, "You look down on those so-called lowly crafts, but do you know that it is these lowly crafts that forge the current great Tang?" A farmer, Who cultivates an acre of land? Can feed as many as 20 readers like yourselves with the corn he produces in a year? A blacksmith who creates a sword that will allow a single soldier of my Great Tang to stand on the battlefield and kill an enemy who has violated my Great Tang's borders. A garment maker who can weave the clothes you are wearing. Despise these lowly crafts? Meh. Lin Shen's words did not touch these readers, and their faces remained puzzled. They understand the truth in those words. It's just that the data in it isn't as well understood as Lin Shen's. But what does any of this have to do with the fact that those crafts are lowly? A man asked in a whisper, his voice full of discontent. Lin Shen glanced over, his gaze as sharp as a knife, causing the man to shrink his neck, not daring to meet his eyes. These are the contributions those crafts have made to the Great Tang. Lin Shen's tone became even more impatient. You guys are making such a scene here. Let me ask you, what contribution can you make to the Great Tang outright now? The crowd was silent. It was a while before someone spoke. We are all going to be generals and ministers in the future, and become the humorists of the Great Tang. Before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Lin Shen. I'm not asking about the uncertain future. I'm asking about the present. Right now, what can you do for the Great Tang? Successive accents are emphasized. Silence this crowd of readers. They contemplated down and began to retrieve the first half of their lives in their memories, realizing that they hadn't seemed to do anything more than bumble around reading books and attending poetry and literature clubs. Someone spoke up slowly, we have poetry and articles written. Lin Shen still interrupted them without mercy. Any contribution to the Great Tang? It will give the people an extra mouthful of food? Or will it make their lives a little more comfortable? The group of readers were too sardonic to speak. Poetry and articles on this artistic level could only satisfy their souls, and could not inject any material fresh blood into the huge country of Datong. Lin Shen's gaze towards them brought on more of a disappointed look. He wished, instead, that someone would come forward at this time and talk to him about how reading and literacy was in itself a good thing for the Great Tang. But no. The 100 or so people stood so quietly in front of him, unable to break out in half a word. Lin Shen pointed at them, his voice a little tired. In my heart, you so-called readers are not even comparable to craftsmen. There are only 2 phases of the Great Tang. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries together are only 100 in number. Can all of you, these 100 or so people, become ministers of the Great Tang and officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries? You can't, and even the vast majority of you can only bear the name of a scholar for the rest of your lives, and can't contribute anything at all to Great Tang. Who are you to look down on the crafts that are contributing to the Great Tang? Bah! Is there still a bit of bookish propriety? Lin Shen's chorus of questions and accusations made this group of readers even more unable to speak. They've never thought about it from such a brief and understandable perspective. Some of them remained puzzled, just by looking at such an angry, disappointed to the core face of Lin Shen. They didn't dare to open their mouths to retort. Some of them are clueless and are starting to really do some thinking. And some of them too, completely understanding Lin Shen's words. The shameful color on their faces was very intense. Respectfully bowing towards Lin Shen, he spoke softly, many thanks to your highness, King Chu, for pointing out the way. But these people are in the minority. It's less than 0.1% of the group. Lin Shen didn't pay any more attention to them and walked through the crowd in an icy and merciless manner. The group of readers looked imposing, but they shied away from Lin Shen's approach. No one dared to stand in his way. They watched Lin Shen walk away and turn a corner before his figure completely disappeared from their eyes. Lin Shen was disappointed. He hoped that these people would be even a little bit tougher, holding on to what they thought. Nor would I like to see such a scene. Soft foot-like. Lin Shen sighed and ignored them. And it was fortunate that the current Great Tang couldn't count on those kinds of people and wouldn't bother using them. I really hope that those worldly families will make a different initiative out of these readers. He himself has given them such a good chance. If they couldn't even catch this, Lin Shen could only express his pity. Chapter 81. Open the door. Open the door. Lin Shen didn't think much about it. These are just insignificant stumbling blocks on the way forward. The sooner it breaks out, the sooner it can be resolved and the smoother the path will go. What is old and decaying is eventually going to be broken and reinvented. He didn't pay much attention to them. There's a saying that's hard to hear, but it's pertinent to these people. If a scholar rebels, he won't be able to do it in 3 years. Lin Shen made his way to Sun Simiao's medical center. He had more important things to do right now. The business of the medical center is very good. There are a lot of patients to and from the hospital, and you can often see some big-bellied merchants and nobles. Even if they are not sick, nothing uncomfortable, they have to look for Sun Simiao to see. With this old god's approval, it was as if their bodies would be really healthy. Seeing Lin Shen walk in, Sun Simiao was busy getting up to welcome him. Master Lin, why did you have the time to come over? Lin Shen smiled, suddenly remembered there's something else. The business of the medical center looks good. Sun Simiao sighed softly. The business of the medical center is good. It's just that those new medicines given to me by Master Lin, the implementation of them is somewhat not so smooth. This medical center of mine has also received a few patients with dysentery in recent days. And whenever I say I'm going to bring out a new medicine, even if I say it's free of charge, they turn it down fast. Rather than take the broths that have average, if not nearly as effective, effects, they would rather use the newer medicines. Sun Ximiao spoke of this with a sad face. Lin Shan wasn't too surprised by this. It was a normal thing for these things that were beyond the limitations of the times to not be accepted for a while, but when they realized it was a good thing, they will instinctively start to really smell, just as they did when they were confronted with the Rui supermarket. Lin Shan said softly, "There's no rush. Take your time. When Du Rui's illness gets better, the people of Chang'an City should know the goodness of these new medicines." What Master Lin said even. It's the old Taoist me who was too hasty. Sun Ximiao scoffed to himself. Lin Shan led Sun Ximiao toward the back room while saying softly, "Last night when I was looking for medicine for Du Shangshu, I also turned up some good stuff. Thought it must be useful to you, so I brought it to you." Good stuff? Sun Ximiao's spirit was shaken. The good things that Lin Shan said in his mouth, he had already seen them. Those new medicines that were beyond the norm. The quality was far better than imagined. He wondered what kind of medicines would be brought out this time. Sun Ximiao looked at Lin Shan expectantly. Lin Shan dug into his arms, but what was taken out was not some new drug, but a couple of wire-bound books. It's the system that's been processed to make these things work and not look so far outside of this era. These are. Sun Ximiao vaguely had some guesses, but still asked expectantly. Lin Shan smiled and said, "These are the medical books in my school." Medical books. A true legacy. Sun Ximiao's hands trembled as he picked up one of the books as if on a pilgrimage. On it were written a few bucketfuls of words. Introduction to Family Medicine. It was a brand new term he had never heard of. Sun Ximiao opened a glance. The content of the above is not what the profound and obscure medical knowledge, but some very simple, very shallow, for the doctor this industry description. Medical ethics. This is a concept that Sun Ximiao put forward a long time ago, and when teaching his disciples, he always repeated these two words, hanging on his lips. He thought that he had described the duties of the profession of doctor very clearly, but after seeing this book, he realized that the so-called medical ethics that he had brought up were just a very crude phrase printed in this book. There are even several thousand words that follow, all devoted to specific explanations of the creation, practice, and even subtle categorization of these two words. Sun Ximiao tremblingly put down this book in his hand, picked up another book, pretty much the same wire-bound book, only a few points thicker, with the name, Pharmacology, printed on the spine. Introduction, Pharmacodynamics, Pharmacokinetics. These brand new terms were exposed to Sun Ximiao, breaking the thinking he had been doing all this time. Hard. Those rough summaries don't even come close to the table of contents of this book. Sun Ximiao lowered his head, looked at the heavy books on the table, and couldn't help but burst into old tears. If you hear the Tao, you can die at night. Lin Shan smiled and shook his head. You can't die yet. These are just the tip of the iceberg of my school. Summarized medicine, and I will continue to rummage around and bring you any new medical books. You have to live as long as you can. Learn and study all that is in these medical books, and then spread that knowledge. Sun Ximiao looked at these books on the table, did not resist at all. This suddenly fell on his head the responsibility. In fact, he has been committed to the development and dissemination of medical books. These things only made him feel that his body, which was originally a bit old, was suddenly infused with a brand new vigor, and was tens of years younger in general. Sun Ximiao nodded heavily. Master Lin, don't worry, I'll definitely get this done. Lin Shan was very pleased. You can also screen in Chang'an City. Anyone you feel that their minds aren't confined to the old system of medicine can come and learn these new things. The medicine you now have is partly right, but partly wrong. It is up to you to recognize, develop, and progress, taking root in the original fertile soil. Sun Ximiao looked serious. We will definitely not fail Master Lin. Lin Shan shook his head. It's not about failing me. It's about not failing the entire Great Tang. Sun Ximiao was slightly stunned, looking at Lin Shan's eyes. It seemed as if there were stars shining in them. Just as Lin Shan and Sun Ximiao were pushing for a fundamental qualitative change in the medical arts of the Great Tang, Duke Lu's mansion, Ho Junji looked at his private soldiers with a cold face, reporting what had just happened in front of Lin Shan's Rui supermarket. It is clear that the event was not organized spontaneously by the readers. Rather, Ho Junji is pushing behind the scenes, trying to cause Lin Shan some trouble. It's just that in the end, it didn't turn out as well as he'd hoped. They're really a bunch of losers, Ho Junji muttered inside lightly. Such a good opportunity, but to be backed out by that Lin Shan brat in just a few words? The private soldier was too silent to speak. Ho Junji sighed. the letter has been sent out? The private soldier nodded. After your command, my lord. Our men immediately left Chang'an, and according to their footsteps, they should be out of the Chang'an territory by now. Ho Junji nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 82 Goodies from a Special Lottery. Lin Shen gave the medical book to Sun Simiao and didn't stay in the medical center for much longer, leaving plenty of time for Sun Simiao to study and research. Go back to your own little supermarket. Lin Shen lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling in some deep thought. Perhaps, before long, it would be the hardest battle he had fought since he had descended to the Great Tang. A snake that has had its head chopped off can still bite. The power possessed by these worldly families that had not yet died, though they exuded an aura of decay, was still extremely terrifying. One should be a little more prepared. Lin Shen casually opened the system panel. Yesterday's depletion to 1,114,000 taels of silver is now replenished back to 1,200,000 taels. Lin Shen hesitated and reached out to tap on the screen. Move your finger to special category drawing. He only had 3 special class items in his hand right now. One is the ancestral dragon bloodline that has already been integrated into his body, and the other is the mythical weapon fire-pointed gun, which are great enhancements to his personal force. Another one is the supermarket management template. It took him away from his own heavy official duties. I don't know what I'll get for myself in this special category drawing. Lin Shen didn't hesitate for too long and moved his fingers. 100,000 taels of silver were put in and the roulette wheel spun. Soon the carousel stops. The system mechanically gave back a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the special class item, the Great Qin Heroic Soul, 30,000. Looking at the soul body icon that appeared in the system mall, which was slightly blood red in color, Lin Shen froze. He was a little less able to understand this thing he had drawn. The Great Qin army, perhaps, was an extremely powerful army that had ever existed in this land, and they swept through the 6 kingdoms and unified the world under the leadership of Qin Shi Huang. But they are now reduced to shovelfuls of dirt. Draw their souls yourself. Do you want yourself on the battlefield? With a wave of your hand. To summon 30,000 ghost soldiers. Soldiers crossing the border in general. To inflict a double blow on the enemy's mind and body? Lin Shen couldn't help but be amused by the thought. He clicked on the explanation of this item. Silence soon followed. This item is not what he thought, but something like a supermarket management template. It exists for the use of the soldiers under his command. As long as a soldier is willing to be loyal to himself, he can use this item on them. Let them carry on the will of the great Qin warriors who have conquered this land. Inherit these ancient arts of war, not simply replacing their personalities, but simply subjecting them to a layer of baptism from 1,000 years ago to make the weak stronger and the strong stronger. It can make soldiers who have not been baptized in battle become like veterans of 100 battles, and it doesn't need to be, with human lives to be piled up out of it. It's a good thing. It is also an inheritance buried deep in the blood of the Han Chinese. Lin Shen exhaled a breath. The special lottery. It really did surprise him again and again. He treasured this reward. Then move on to the special big category draws. The turntable spun again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the special class item, the Rui Beast Qilin. This prompt made Lin Shen froze again. What did you win this time, Karen? It turns out that the special category raffle can also draw live animals? I just don't know if it's a real unicorn or a fake one. It is important to realize that, in the minds of the people of the Great Tang Dynasty, the creature called the unicorn is actually just a giraffe, a strange beast from a foreign land. Lin Shen opened the system mall and there was a brand new icon inside. Lion's head, antlers, tiger's eyes, elk's body, dragon's scales, cow's tail. It was the mythical beast, the unicorn. Lin Shen's mind moved. A tall, red unicorn appeared right in front of him in the house, a circle larger than an unusual steed. Some clouds with a faint golden glow were draped over his feet. Snort the Qilin snorted and lowered its head, rubbing against Lin Shen affectionately. The Persian cat lying on the bed beside him was startled, and with a wail, he climbed onto the wall with his teeth and claws open, and after a few bounces, he landed on Lin Shen's shoulder, poking out a tiny head and observing the behemoth that had suddenly appeared. It's not afraid of the unicorn. It was just a thing that appeared out of nowhere and spooked it a bit. The Persian cat's gaze, attracted to the unicorn, lifted its head and stared curiously at the small creature accompanying his master. Lin Shen didn't pay attention to the interaction between the two little creatures, and instead raised his hand, jerking the mane near the Qilin's head. Being able to draw this auspicious divine beast was unexpected, but this seems a good opportunity to strike a blow against the world's great families? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes. He wasn't prepared to immediately let this divine beast appear in the eyes of the Datang people. With a thought, it was taken back into the system space again. It's like when it was self-heating rice. A good thing always has to come at an appropriate time to have its maximum effect. The Persian cat blinked, still wondering how the big, gentle guy had suddenly disappeared. Lin Shan raised his head and looked out the window. The heart prayed. The more ferocious the attacks of those great families of the world come, the better, and the more the waves of attacks against him are seen by the world, the better. All of these things will eventually be forged into a sword. A sharp sword that will personally decapitate the heads of the great families of the world. Just as Lin Shan was about to continue the lottery, the door to the back room was knocked on. Lin Shan's hand moved and walked over to open the door. Outside was an old man who saw him and respectfully saluted. Little man pays his respects to His Highness the King of Chu. Lin Shan waved his hand and questioned. And you are? The old man said softly. I am the chief official of the inner house of Du Shangshu's residence. Lord Shangshu is still bedridden and is not fit to get up. And Madam is taking care of Lord Shangshu for a while and can't get out of the house. Then he sent the little man over. And I beg your pardon for the ill-conceivedness of His Highness the King of Chu. Lin Shan waved his hand. There's no harm in it. Shangshu is sick. It's only right to recuperate. I wonder what the Du Fu was asking you to come here for. The old man replied back. Madam sent the little man over to bring you a copy of the diagnosis. With that, he took out a few pieces of paper from his arms, respectfully ending them in his hands and handing them over to Lin Shan. Lin Shan casually took it and realized that these papers were all land deeds. The old man said softly, Madam knows that His Highness the King of Chu is a merchant starting out, so she specially asked me to send the 4 stores in the East Market. The layout is the same as the layout of His Highness the King of Chu's supermarket in the West Market, which is generally the same. Lin Shan didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. Your lady has a heart. The supermarkets in the West Market have stabilized. He was preparing to open another branch in the East City. And these stores, they were kind of the icing on the cake. The old man's face was unchanged. It's good that His Highness the King of Chu likes it. And Lord Shangshu also asked me to bring you a word. 83. Results of the training of private soldiers. Lin Shan raised an eyebrow. What words? The old man looked serious. Lord Shangshu said that as long as His Highness the King of Chu is still one day for the sake of the entire Great Tang, then the Du Mansion will still be one day firmly standing behind His Highness the King of Chu. Lin Shan looked at the old man with some surprise. It's tabula rasa. He was trying to enlist Du Rui on his side, but he didn't expect Du Rui's attitude to be so resolute. It was almost as if the fate of the entire Du family hung in Lin Shan's hands. Seeing Lin Shan's gaze, the old man lowered his head and bowed respectfully. My lord said that His Highness the King of Chu is a sage, and this sage saved his life, so he is willing to believe in this sage. Lin Shan nodded and said softly, okay, I know. The old man added, the words my lord has entrusted me to bring have already been brought, so I won't bother your highness the King of Chu. Lin Shan waved his hand and the old man respectfully retreated. Wait until this one leaves. Lin Shankai looked at the land deed in his hand and sighed softly. This Du Ruhue, he's really bold. He glanced up at the sky. It was getting a little late. I'd rather not today. He didn't have the heart to draw a prize now, so he just went outside to find a meal and waited until tomorrow, then went to the campsite of his own private soldiers to take a look. And in the meantime, he used the Qin army's heroic soul. Outside Chang'an, the King of Chu's private army camp, a group of people dressed and groomed extremely strangely were still continuing their training in formation. For them, this has been the oddest time they've spent in a long time. The training of the formation was not difficult for them, just a bit boring. They're not sure why they're standing like that. It's not clear why you would want to cut your hair short. It's not clear why it's important for everyone to agree on the same steps they take when they walk. It's also not clear why everything has to be reported before it can be done. But they don't resent such days. 3 meals a day, all with meat, were days they could only dream of before. If the cooks are too tired from training to cook, they can even eat a kind of food called self-heating rice, which is steaming hot and full of oil. Even got to wear new clothes. The snug, comfortable fabric is a stark contrast to the abrasive, coarse fabrics previously worn. I'm afraid that nobles in Chang'an City may not be able to afford to wear this kind of material, but His Highness, the King of Chu, was just so generous, sending them 2 pieces each. Let them wear it with confidence. If it's worn out, you can still get a new set. To say that the most headache for them, or reading and literacy. I don't know what that rumored saint like His Majesty the King of Chu thinks. They are all good as long as they can go into battle and kill people, preferring to seek out a few gentlemen in the city of Chang'an. Every day, after training, there were hours of classes to teach them, the big-headed soldiers, to read and write. How could they have the disposition to do such a thing? But if you don't do it, you face penalties, locked into a small dark room, not to mention that every day to eat only poured a little broth corn, which in the past would have been excellent food, but compared with the outside of the big fish and meat, no doubt a lot of shabby. More critically, every man who was put in a small dark room was met with unmerciful ridicule from the entire barracks. Lu's face, They had to drag their tired bodies after their daily training and force themselves to follow the gentleman, to become literate and to read. It's just a short half a month. It was as if this barracks had been transformed. Chan San, who had watched all of this with his eyes, didn't know where this change had occurred. The Chauhans experiencing this change are not sure where this change is occurring. They can only be sure of one thing: they do change and they enjoy it. That night, training was over, and even the most tedious of studies had passed. These chowderheads finally had one of the few times of the day when they could relax a little. Chen San walked over with a serious face, looked at them, and said softly, looking at this person who represented His Highness the King of Chu. The chupacabras fell silent and stared at him seriously. I have news for you all. Tomorrow, His Highness King Chu will come here for an inspection. Chen San opened his mouth and said softly, I hope that you guys will be able to bring out your best tomorrow and bring out the results of this half-month's training. Don't let His Highness the King of Chu down. Understand? 2,000 people said in unison. Understood. There wasn't a murmur. It was like these 2,000 people were using the same mouth. The next morning, just as they continued their daily boring formation training, a sharp whistle, piercing through the air, resounded over the entire barracks. With a crash, the soldiers scattered all over the barracks reacted immediately, and in a short time, they were assembled on the school grounds, standing in neat rows. Lin Shen stood on the parade stand and looked at the group of soldiers with a bit of emotion in his heart. The group finally had some semblance of what he remembered. The army with the great battle power. Although they weren't yet, they still had some distance to go. But these were always some seeds. Lin Shen didn't say anything and just waved his hand towards them. Is it possible to use the Qin army's soul on the target? In his ears, a voice that only he could hear came. Lin Shen murmured in his mind. Yes. A faint light, flowing out of his palm like rain, fell on the 2,000 men. No ray of light was repulsed. These 2,000 people, all of them absorbed the Qin army's heroic souls perfectly. A faint aura was born in each of these 2,000 people. Thousands of years of inheritance have brought them some changes that they themselves do not notice. The group of soldiers didn't notice. But Chen San keenly saw this not-so-huge change. Another one of those godlike tactics? Chen San looked at Lin Shen in awe. His own king's methods were still this powerful. It seems that your training during this period of time has been very fruitful. The successful transformation of 2,000 people pleased Lin Shen. But there's still a great distance from my goal. The 2,000 men were unmoved, and their gazes looked determined. I've seen you all grow, and I want you to keep growing, to become a sharp blade in my hands, the sharpest blade in the whole of Datong, in the whole of the world. Can you do it? 2,000 men, in one voice, hissed it out with all their might. Yes, yes, yes. The sound went straight up and leapt into the clouds, and it seemed that the entire sky shook a little for it. Not far away, a few soldiers who were watching the place were startled by the loud hissing and stared daggers at the soldiers on the schoolyard. Obviously they've been watching the whole time. When? This group of soldiers, to have such a change? Chapter 84, King Chu is a demon. The few soldiers watching the place looked at each other. They looked progressively more serious. All of them were veterans and naturally knew how powerful a force a military unit with this kind of aura would be. They are watching with their own eyes. And the only training this group gets every day is standing in line, walking, and running. But these simple, boring trainings in their eyes, why would this army produce such a great wave of cohesion? They quickly wrote down the information, sent one person, and passed it on to the city of Chang'an. This bizarre change must be taken seriously. 1 hour later, this news then reached Ho Junji. 2,000 people in unison. But it's like one person? Ho Junji frowned, looking at the words on the intelligence, secretly alarmed. He certainly knew that if there was an army that could do this, the fighting would be that much more formidable. What surprised him even more? It only took half a month for Lin Shen to get to this point. He didn't even have to be present in the barracks himself, thousands of miles away maneuvering through it all, to do this. And Ho Junji still can't figure out how Lin Shen did it. The men under his command watched the barracks day and night. All the training, all the activities, he was well aware of them. Is it possible to do all of this simply by having them stand and run? Ho Junji frowned and thought. This kind of powerful means of practicing his army was naturally something he desperately wanted. Ho Junji put this intelligence aside and squinted his eyes. Lin Shen, Lin Shen, I didn't expect you to actually have any special means of practicing. When the world's great families liquidate you, if you are willing to willingly teach me this method, I would be willing to save your life. Ho Junji hummed a little song and muttered. Just as Ho Junji was secretly pleased with himself, his letter was received by the Zheng family in Xinjiang. This letter, indeed, made the entire huge Zheng family run fast. Zheng's ancestral hall. Several elders of this family gathered together, studied the letter. Zheng Wei, the former Shangqing Duke of Sui, has now abdicated back to the Zheng family and taken over the position of Grand Elder of the Zheng family. The content on this letter is really a bit unbelievable. Zheng Wei looked at the letter on the table, and there were still a few moments of a look of disbelief in his voice. The old man sitting next to Zhang Wei spoke up. A country's national policy should not be faked. Is Li Tang out of his mind? Did he forget that they are also from a big family? After sitting on the throne, you really don't know how thick the sky is? That kid Li Shimin even did the thing of killing his brother and forcing his father to do it. Doing this kind of thing, naturally, is not a surprise. In the room, a cynicism arose. Anyone who can sit here is smart. It is natural to see that there is something deeper behind this state policy. It is still a huge blow to the big families. Let reading this thing become not so high, not the only noble thing in the world. Then the status of the big families, naturally, will slowly become lower. Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes and gently tapped the table beside him. What do you all think? What should my Zhang family do? The king of Chu is dim-witted, and has disorganized the rights and laws of the great Tang. I heard that the king of Chu has short hair and the dress of a foreigner. I don't think he will even be a person from my Datong. Maybe he is a pawn raised by a foreign country that wants to mess up my Datong. Since he came to my Datong, the sky has been plagued with locusts, and this is heaven's warning to my Datong. The elders of the Zhang clan were talking to each other, and they decided on the crime that would fall on Linshan. Public opinion may not force an emperor to die, but fall on any other, and it's a big hill to climb. The solar-powered nightlight in the Sangha is lit up until late at night before it goes down. A reply was sent to Chang'an overnight. The Zhang family was already beginning to be impatient, wanting to take advantage of this matter to take advantage of Linshan, the king of Chu. 10 days later, a manor house outside Chang'an was building a road when a stone statue was suddenly unearthed in the mud. There were no carved-out features, faceless people in general. However, the extremely odd dress of short hair, short sleeves, and long pants was very similar to His Highness, the current king of Chu. Zhuangzi just thought it was a blessing from heaven. The stone statue was enshrined in Linshan's life shrine. Odd things happened with this. The next day, when people went to worship the stone statue, they found that on the chest of the statue, a fresh carving mark appeared, and on the chest was carved a large Chu character. After another night, the stone statue had an extra pair of eyes, only they were different from a human's. Its pupils were vertically striped like a beast's, instead of being round. In another day, a nose appeared under the eye, sharp and evil. Every day that passes there are more changes on the stone statue. Mouths with sharp teeth, twisted ears. The people in the manor were so disturbed by this change that they sent a few stout men to stand guard in front of the birth shrine, to see what kind of people had come up with this kind of ghostly trick. But after a night's vigil, there was no movement in the Sangha. Didn't see anyone either. When it was daytime and the people from the manor came over to take a look, the stone statue didn't seem to have changed in any way. Just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, a line of blood tears suddenly rolled out from the eyes of the stone statue. Cannot stop the general. Not long after the blood spread over the entire offering table, dripping down to the ground. This ominous sign is not just happening in this manner. Something similar happened in several estates near Chang'an. The stone man shedding blood and tears, the miserable voice yelling Chu land is dead. Chu land is dead at night. The bamboo in blossom. And in numbers, a sudden surge of locusts. Uneasiness and trepidation instantly invaded the large and small manors near Chang'an city. At the same time, a kind of rumor gradually spread in these manor houses, and spread like the sky. Today's His Highness the King of Chu is not a member of the Great Tang. Rather, he's a demon. He's the incarnation of a demon, taking on the appearance of a Great Tang man, wanting to plague the entire Great Tang and turn the world into a hell on earth. Only a demon can take those seemingly precious things. Those are his demonic techniques to confuse people. The food he contributes is made from human flesh and blood. Not many people believe that, but those ominous signs were growing stronger in those estates. The city of Chang'an, too, began to be assailed by these rumors, and the word began to spread in the streets. Lin Shan hugged his cat and half paralyzed on the bed, watching with great interest the various types of rumors from the neighborhood that the bad guys had collected for themselves. There is the claim that one is a demon incarnate. There are those who say they are locust gods. There are even people who say that he eats 3 children a day, and that the recent loss of children in the city of Chang'an was all done by him in secret. Chapter 85, Despicable and Childish Tactics. These gossips, almost exhausting the imagination of the age, described Lin Shan as a monster with a loathsome face. But the appearance of these things did not make Lin Shan feel angry. In fact, tactics like these are not uncommon throughout history. Whether it is Chen Shang Wu Guan uprising, fish belly hiding books, learning fox calling, or Lu Bang beheading the white snake. When someone wants to manipulate public opinion for their own ulterior motives, there's always this magical thing that happens or is bandied about. Despicable and childish tactics. But it's enough to fool the ordinary people who can't read. haven't read, and don't even have a clear idea of the world. This tactic certainly couldn't kill Lin Shan. The purpose of the great families of the world being able to use such cheap tactics wasn't just thinking that they could kill Lin Shan with such simple means. Lin Shan is a hard man to deal with. In the eyes of those big families, even Li Shimen would not be as difficult to deal with as Lin Shan, because of reputation and word of mouth. Lin Shan was a saint in the hearts of the Tang people. The people of Chang'an, in particular, were extremely convinced of this, and those closer to Chang'an were even more agreeable to this view. This is no less than the reputation of sage Confucius. In fact, after the fermentation of time, Lin Shan's reputation in history is absolutely equal to the Confucius sage, or even far better. What the great families of the world wanted wasn't just as simple as killing a Lin Shan either. They want to step on the bones of this so-called saint, so that all the people will spit on him and abuse him, so that all the forces that want to take action against their big families will realize one thing in this land. The big families are still the masters of the world. Then the first thing they have to do is insult the name. Let Lin Shan's reputation and fame among the people not be so high, even let the people go to loathe him and hate him. It made them feel that everything Lin Shan did was not in their favor, and even if it seemed like a good thing, they would go on to wonder if Lin Shan had any other bad intentions. Wait for this time. If they made another move to kill Lin Shan, the people wouldn't hold a grudge against them, the great families. Instead, they would applaud, and they would feel that the great families had stood up to execute justice again. Seeing this news, in addition to Lin Shan, and the entire honored class of the Great Tang, this kind of rumor can fool the people, but not them. It was just the appearance of such things that tightened their nerves. The great families of the world are finally going to war with His Highness, the King of Chu. They didn't want to get involved in this, just want to watch from the wall. However, although this incident did not have any great impact on Lin Shan's psychology, it did have some negative effects on the business of Lin Shan's supermarket. Business at the supermarket is nowhere near as good as it was before the rumors. Most of the civilians, even those who didn't believe that rumor, they stayed as far away from Lin Shan's supermarket as possible. Just in case, is this rumor true? Lin Shan casually opened the system panel. See today's earnings report. Revenue has plummeted from 60,000 taels of silver per day in the past to only a little more than 30,000 incoming today. Much of it was contributed by the foreign merchants of the Turk and Persia. These Gentiles were real businessmen. Even if Lin Shan was really a so-called demon, as long as they could earn silver, this group of foreigners dared to do business with Lin Shan in a big way. A few are from the House of Lords. This loss made Lin Shan uncomfortable. The world's greatest families. He would take each of these losses, write them down, and make them up from these worldly families. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes and was calculating how to trip up these great families. The young family. Zhang Renji looked at this piece of information in his hand and frowned. The family has already begun to target His Highness the King of Chu now? What a ruthless tactic. I don't know how His Highness the King of Chu will respond to this. Nui, what do you have? His words came to a screeching halt in mid-sentence. Suddenly remembered that his smart and clever daughter, long ago did not stay at home, but went to the supermarket in the western city of His Highness the King of Chu, instead learning how to manage the supermarket. Young Ngi sighed. It was really a bit uncomfortable not having my daughter around and not having someone to discuss things with, but now that it's getting late, it's time for your own daughter to go home from work. The word off duty was taught to him by Zhang Liwan, a fresh word that came out of the mouth of His Highness the King of Chu, so he learned it and used it directly. Zhang Liwan returned home with a heavy look of sorrow on her face. She had thought that the rumors she had heard during this period of time were just spread by certain people who were cynical about Lin Shan, and wouldn't cause much of an impact, but the business of the supermarket these days is declining day by day. She was not a little cutie. She could see that the business of the supermarket, indeed, had been affected by those rumors, and the customers coming and going rarely saw civilians. But strangely enough, the entire supermarket, except for her, didn't look very nervous about the whole thing, still doing what they're supposed to do every day. Aren't they worried that these rumors have had such a huge impact on business? Aren't they afraid that these rumors will destroy Lin Shan as the King of Chu? Zhang Liwan had just arrived home when Zhang Renji dragged her to the study. He pointed to a secret letter on the table and said softly, "Read this first." Zhang Liwan picked up the secret letter and couldn't help but frown when she only saw the first word. This is a letter sent to young Ngi from Young's own family. It said roughly that Zhang Renji should cooperate with the actions of this family and arrange for the people from the water ministry to clean up the aqueducts near Chang'an in the last few days. From those drains, a bunch of dead carp will be salvaged, and I guarantee that on the scales of these dead carp, there must be words like King of Chu, Demon Born, Death to the Great Tang. But where are they in the aqueduct? It's clear that he wants young Ngi to move this. The bottom line is that the letter was carefully written. Even if it is delivered to the court, It can only be treated as an ordinary whistleblowing letter. It wasn't to be taken as evidence that the worldly families had framed Lin Shan. After reading it, Zhang Liwan was flabbergasted for a moment and said softly, "During this period of time, the rumors in the city, they were all moved by the Benjamin side?" Zhang Renji nodded, "Well, and I have heard that there are some so-called ominous signs in dozens of manors, large and small, near Chang'an City. The king of Chu is afraid that he will be crushed to death by the people's hearts. Nui, what do you think daddy should do? Continue to stand on the side of His Highness the King of Chu, or..." At this time, Zhang Renji began to hesitate a little again. Chapter 86, What do you think, Your Highness? Zhang Liwan was also a bit hesitant. The means of the great families of the world came with a great deal of vigor, and almost in an instant, all public opinion was spread out and made ready for the attack. Lin Shan was like an island under siege in the sea. Beyond the island are raging waves that could, at any moment, swallow the island and sink it to the bottom of the sea. If the situation had fallen on her own, she couldn't see any hope of breaking the ice, unless one takes the initiative to compromise with the great families of the world, expecting them to look at the identity of the great Tang prince and treat oneself with high regard, and then hibernate and lie in wait for the chance to strike back someday. She didn't have much contact with Lin Shan, knowing that Lin Shan is not of this compromising nature. But look at those few employees of Rui Supermarket. They look like they have not been disturbed in any way. To think that Lin Shan hasn't even paid much attention to supermarket earnings in the past few days? Zhang Liwan suddenly felt that Lin Shan seemed to have had a solution in mind for a long time. It deterred her from making up her mind. Zhang Liwan grasped the secret letter in her hand, tucked it into her bosom, and said softly, "Father, I'm going to go see His Highness, the King of Chu, and after I've seen him, we'll discuss what to do about this matter. If His Highness the King of Chu is really hopeless, I am just a woman, and at that time, Father, you will directly abandon me, and Benji won't do anything too much to me." Zhang Liwan was now a bit thankful in her heart. It was fortunate that Lin Shan hadn't accepted her brother as a disciple in the first place. Otherwise, at this time, if they, the Chang'an unit, wanted to get out, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy. Her idea was actually quite simple. If the King of Chu was truly powerless to resist the great families of the world, then let her father carry out the schemes of this family. As for her, as long as he is labeled as trapped in love, the family will not feel that Young Yanqi is out of their control. Regarding his own daughter's thoughts, Zhang Renji was also well aware of it and had an intolerant look on his face. Wanted to say something, but in the end it didn't come out. Zhang Liwan ignored this and hurried out the door. He soon reached the back door of Rui Supermarket, knocked gently on the door, and in a short while, the door was opened from the inside. Lin Shan looked at this little girl outside the door and was also a bit surprised. "Why did you come over at this time?" Lin Shan narrowed his eyes and made way for a passage where Zhang Liwan could come in. Zhang Liwan let out a laugh and slowly walked in while saying softly, "Recently in Chang'an City, many rumors have been spreading out. Can Your Highness the King of Chu know about this matter?" Lin Shan nodded. "It's all directed at me, so how could I not know?" Zhang Liwan looked at Lin Shan, trying to figure out something from this face of his. Isn't His Highness the King of Chu worried at all? These rumors, but let your store. Recently business is a drop. Even the reputation, with it, has been damaged. Lin Shan waved his hand. "No harm done. Something that only fools would do. Let them spread the word. But it's a bit surprising that you came to ask me about it." Zhang Liwan was a bit surprised. The calm look on Lin Shan's face wasn't fake at all. Is he really winning? Or does he not realize that it is actually the big families behind this? Thinking that it is just some ridiculous lies passed around among the commoners that will subside in a few days? My daughter was expressing concern. How did she make His Highness the King of Chu surprised? Zhang Liwan shook her head. Lin Shan laughed softly. "Outside so aggressive. If it is not this king in the outside, there are still some saint in the residual power. I'm afraid that those civilians have long burned my store." "You're a smart man. Shouldn't you be showing your loyalty to your own family at this time and pulling out before it's too late?" Zhang Liwan was shocked in her heart. In his heart, he secretly screamed. Sure enough, Lin Shan knew about this rumor, and behind it, it was actually the great families of the world that moved. So then, in that case, the fact that he's still so calm is a sign that he's confident that he can get out of this predicament, and even fight back against the world's great families? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Liwan's mind. Home, forest deep, the scales, which had been wavering, are settling at this very moment. Zhang Liwan took a deep breath. My daughter's heart has always been toward His Highness the King of Chu, and the Chang'an Zhang clan's heart has always been toward His Highness the King of Chu. I thought that His Highness the King of Chu was unaware that this matter was a means for the great families of the world to put their hearts out, so wanted to come over and give a reminder. Can this king not know? Lin Shan shook his head and gave a contemptuous laugh. He didn't point out those little schemes in Zhang Liwan's heart. Just take her words as true. Zhang Liwan lowered her head and said softly, "It is my youngest daughter's eyes that are low." Lin Shen waved his hand. "Alright, there's no need to talk about these crooked things. Let's get straight to the point. Zhang's original family side. What kind of orders have been sent to you?" Zhang Liwan took out the letterhead from her bosom and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took it, opened the letter which still had a warm breath, and after reading it, he couldn't help but laugh. This Zheng family, getting these lowly things is really a bit of a tactic. Carp because it harmonizes with Li. It hit the surname of the royal family of the Great Tang, so the people of the Great Tang are not allowed to eat carp openly and honestly, and the market is not allowed to sell carp. This move is not only putting the people to death, it's also killing Li Shimon's heart. Zhang Liwan gave an awkward compensatory smile. "Your Highness King Chu, what should my daughter's father do?" Lin Shen glanced at her, placed the letter in his hand, and said softly, "Do it." Zhang Liwan let out a shocked cry of dismay and looked at Lin Shen incredulously. "Do it? What does this mean? Is it for her father, to follow the letter?" Lin Shen smiled and said, "I can't wait for them to make a big deal out of this as much as possible, but for you to come and ventilate the matter, it's considered that you have a heart. I will inform Li Shimon about this matter, and when the time comes, I will have some of the Golden Guardians quietly cooperate with your father. Make as much noise as you can." Zhang Liwan nodded. Yes. Hearing Lin Shen's words, her heart was greatly relieved. Since Lin Shen let her do this, there must be a sharp weapon in his hand that can fight back. She raised her head and looked at Lin Shen. It was as if a light was shining on this man. Obviously nothing specific was said at all, and yet it somehow gave her a huge surge of confidence. A real man, perhaps? Zhang Liwan's thoughts were in turmoil. Lin Shen, on the other hand, continued. "In the future, when you write to your own family, be bolder, don't always use such specious words. This kind of thing can't hold a card. After this incident, I think the people on the side of your own family will also be assured of your branch. Keep all those letters for me. They will be useful to the king when the time comes to liquidate. My little daughter knows." Zhang Liwan nodded again. She didn't linger much longer at the supermarket and left in a hurry. Chapter 87, Li Shimon's face is green. The letter provided by Zhang Liwan gave Lin Shen some surprises. But, this matter still needs to be ventilated with Li Shimon. After all, he was the emperor and more or less wanted some face. Taking advantage of the fact that the night hadn't completely fallen, Lin Shen headed directly towards the imperial city. Li Shimon is in the East Palace, looking at the Zhangzhou at hand, frowning tightly, and Empress Changsun is also at the side, uneasily looking at the words on the Zhangzhou. Just at that moment, 1,000 bull guards knocked on the door. "Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Chu seeks an audience." Li Shimon's eyes flooded with light and he waved his big hand. "Quickly let him in." The 1,000 bull guards nodded and respectfully retreated. Empress Changsun looked at Li Shimon, a little puzzled. "Your Majesty, with the rumors circulating outside, why are you so happy when His Highness, the King of Chu, meets you?" Li Shimon waved his hand. "You are unaware that all along, I have suffered under him. Now he took the initiative to come to see over. Is nothing more than this matter he cannot deal with. Want to use my power. As long as I can see him in front of me, not to say lowly, at least he came to beg for me. My heart is very comfortable. You know, I'm going to give him a good shake later." Empress Changsun couldn't help but let out a light laugh as well. "I can see that." Li Shimon had been holding this anger in his heart for a long time, and now he finally had the chance to counteract it back. That got him a little excited. Lin Shen strutted in. Li Shimon made a stern face and coughed gently. "Your Highness, King of Chu, what is the purpose of your visit at this late hour?" Lin Shen glanced at Li Shimon in surprise. "I don't know what's gotten into him today, putting up such a front." He ignored this gesture from Li Shimon and just took out the letter that Zhang Liwan had given him and threw it in front of Li Shimon. "You should read this letter first." The dismount didn't hold. This made Li Shimon a little embarrassed, but nothing changed on his face as he reached for the letter and read it. This look made his face darken. "Assholes, how dare they do this?" Li Shimon slammed the table, his eyes full of rage. He hadn't thought that those great families would be so bold as to be this bold. How dare they use him, the emperor, as a pawn in their hands? Lin Shen shrugged. "I thought your imagination would be better. It's not at all surprising that they would dare to do this," Li Shimon said with a dark face. "Are you asking me to use this letter as an excuse to send troops to kill them?" Lin Shen glanced at Li Shimon in surprise. "Are you angry and confused?" Li Shimon took a deep breath and nodded. "It was me who was impulsive. It was an unrealistic thing to send out troops directly to kill the great families of the world. Not to mention that the letter is not directly usable as evidence. Even if you make do, you can barely use the letter as evidence. It can only be done to one young family as well. But just the death of a single Zheng family would not overthrow the entire class of the Shihua family. In fact, it would give the Shihua family a rather good excuse instead. they can let public opinion fester even more. Let the people of the whole world be more convinced that Lin Shan, the king of Chu, is the demon that plagues the great Tang, and he, Li Shimen, is the emperor who was bewitched by the demon. Too passive. This power grasped in the hands of the great families of the world made Li Shimen feel a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. Do you have any ideas? Li Shimen sighed and carefully placed the letter on the table. Lin Shan didn't answer, but threw out a question. Do you know who gave me this letter? Li Shimen frowned. It wasn't captured by your private army? Lin Shan shook his head and said softly. This was given to me by the Zhang family in Chang'an. They have already defected to me. Li Shimen's frown loosened a bit as he said softly. You do have some skills, to the extent that you have unknowingly enlisted them. Lin Shan waved his hand. They were the ones who took the initiative to find me. Rather a smart man to see who's going to be standing at the end of the line. Hearing Lin Shan's words, Li Shimen froze. So, you have a solution? Lin Shan nodded, of course, but it's not good to take it out and use it now. Those people from the great families have not yet come out from behind the curtain. Even if it's resolved, we can't let them suffer too much. So I'm going to keep this up so they can't help but come out from behind. And then I'm going to go after them then. Li Shimen's brows locked up once again. Do you really have a way to be able to fix them? Lin Shan narrowed his eyes and nodded. Of course, with this move taken out, no matter what kind of gossip, it's impossible for it to pose any threat to me anymore. Li Shimen was puzzled. Are you sure? Lin Shan nodded heavily. What kind of approach? Li Shimen asked again. Lin Shan shook his head with a mysterious expression. You'll know when the time comes. Li Shimen was a bit helpless. Alright, you're a smart man. I trust you. But what did you mean by that line about wanting to make a big deal out of it? Lin Shan let out an "oh." Well, it's literally just that. I intend to have the Chang and Zhang family follow the instructions on this letter, so I've come over to talk to you about it. By the way, I'm asking you if I can borrow a few soldiers from you. The private soldiers on my side are now being watched by Ho Junji and the people of the world's great families, so it's not good to get these things brightly. Li Shimen sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at Lin Shan, his teeth suddenly ached a little. Should I say you have courage, or should I say you lack heart? Carp this thing, and you really let him get it that way? The carp symbolizes Li, and it could be argued that in some ways, that's a symbol of royalty. Now that he, the royal master, has been allowed to personally do something that insults a royal symbol, Li Shimen's heart felt a little bad. Lin Shan waved his hand graciously. Relax. What does the carp have to do with your Li family? It's all done to combat the great families of the world. I'm just afraid that you're petty and stingy. That's why I'm here to talk to you. Li Shimen gritted his teeth. By the way, ask me to order people? Lin Shan nodded. There's that one aspect of it too. The main thing is that you want to make a big deal out of it, and the more symbols like this, the better. Li Shimen sighed, raised his hand and rubbed his head. I found that the more I talk to you, the easier it is for me to get angry and sick. Okay, I'll allow this matter. I can put this debt on the heads of the great families of the world, so I can make up for it when the time comes. Lin Shan nodded his head, a cold light in his eyes. Definitely. My supermarket has lost nearly half of its daily income in the past few days, and I can plan to get all of this money back from those families of the world. By the way, if you still have some clean hands around you, go and check to see those manor houses outside Chang'an City. Who are the people who have their hands on them? And all of them are given to remember. Li Shimen said softly. I've been doing this for a long time. Chapter 88, we're all worried about you. Lin Shan talked to Li Shimen some more about the layout. Empress Changsun couldn't help but yawn as she listened on the sidelines before Lin Shan took his leave under Li Shimen's fond gaze. Just pushed the door open and stepped out of the house. 3 tiny heads poked out from behind a pillar just off to the side. Changle, Chang Yang and also Lanling. They looked at Lin Shan with worried faces. Why are you 3 here? Seeing them, Lin Shan was a bit surprised. Lanling tugged Princess Changle and the girls out and waved at Lin Shan, leading him aside. He was afraid that this small action of his would be discovered by Li Shimen. Princess Changle's eyes were red. Good brother, we heard those rumors. Don't take it to heart. You are a good man. A great man. Though he knew Nagar was trying to comfort himself by saying that, but inexplicably receiving a good guy card still gave Lin Shan a ludicrous undertone in his heart. He raised his hand and touched Changle's head. Don't worry. I didn't take those rumors to heart. Princess Changle's eyes reddened a bit more. Actually, Chang Yang and I have been wanting to go see you for the past few days, but Lanling has been stopping us from going. With that she glared at Lanling. Say what it is. If we go to you now it will make things worse for you. Princess Chang Yang was also looking at Lin Shan pitifully from the side. She wasn't much of a talker, so she could only nod her head and echo Princess Changle's words. When Princess Lanling saw Lin Shan in this state, she was slightly relieved. Can you see Chu? But before she could say King Chu, she saw Lin Shan's gaze and changed her words. Continuing, The good brother is still in such good spirits. So Lanling is relieved. It's not that Lanling doesn't care about his good brother. You should know that well enough. Lin Shen smiled, raising his hand to touch Lanling's little head. Good boy. No offense. You're very smart. You did the right thing in this matter. Not taking the risk of coming to me was a great decision. Princess Changgul and Princess Changyang. More doubts bubbled up in their eyes, and a hint of sourness. They were so worried about Lin Shen that they didn't even get compliments. In favor of this Lanling who stopped them from going to their good brother was praised. It left them a little empty inside. Lin Shen keenly noticed the change in their moods and busily complimented. You two are great too. The heart I've felt. But in this case, it's still important to listen to Lanling. Hearing the compliments from Lin Shen, the sour taste in their bodies washed away slightly. Princess Changgul asked suspiciously, why would us going to you make your situation worse? Lin Shen let out a light laugh. Those rumors outside someone is deliberately trying to frame your good brother. If you guys look for me, there will be yet another new rumor outside. Say that I, a demon, have compulsion to be able to make all the princesses of the Great Tang become the playthings of a demon like me. So you don't see that not only have you not come to me of your own accord, but your father has not come to me of his own accord, and neither has anyone else. Princess Changgul spat lightly and raised her pink fist to gently hammer on Lin Shen's arm. What playthings? What kind of nonsense are you saying? Lin Shen shrugged innocently. If rumors are spread outside, they will only become more and more exaggerated. Lanling locked her brows and asked softly, good brother, did you come to my father to discuss how to solve those problems outside? Lanling has worked out an idea in the last few days. I don't know. Lin Shen laughed, shook his head, reached out and grabbed Lanling's face. Good boy. I already have a solution. I came to your father to discuss how to bring out the person behind the scenes who said bad things about your brother. Otherwise it's just going to be settled. And your good brother is going to be at a big disadvantage. Lanling's cheeks flushed and she nodded. You guys don't have to worry about me so much. Remember that your good brother's methods are very powerful. Lin Shen looked at them and couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. These little girls, though, are a bit arrogant, but at this time, the heart can still hold him. So much really let him have a taste of satisfaction. Princess Changyang asked timidly from the side, that good brother when this matter can be resolved we want to go to find a good brother to play. Princess Changyang, who hadn't been speaking, brought up the question that the three little girls were most concerned about in their hearts. Lin Shen cocked his head and thought for a moment. About half a month to a month. I can't give them too much time. Lin Shen estimated in his heart and said softly, this time is enough to make those people in the back reveal themselves. Half a month to a month. Three little girls, their faces dotting with disappointment. Although this period of time is not too long, but thinking about not having a way to go to Lin Shen for so long gives them a feeling of torment. Lin Shen reached out again, touched their heads one by one, and after calming them down for a while, he left the imperial city and returned to the supermarket. They were a little reluctant though, but not far away was the house where their father and mother were, and they didn't dare to make too much of it. Empress Changsun, lying in front of the window, looked at her three daughters who were on the verge of crying out, and sighed softly, Your Majesty, those three good girls of yours are going to be abducted by the King of Chu. Speaking of this, Li Shimin had a headache. He's got that in spades. Say this in a couple years. He didn't know what happened, but his three daughters? They suddenly showed such a great dependence on Lin Shen, even to the extent that he, as a father, was jealous. Empress Changsun smiled on the side and didn't say anything. Li Shimin dwelled on it for a while, so he took a big gulp of tea and continued to deal with his business. In the dark, the massive steel behemoth that is Detang is up and running. Zhang Fu. Zhang Liwan went home with a tired face. This is considered to be the most road she has ever traveled in her life. Zhang Renji was standing in the courtyard, and when he saw his daughter come back, he came over with a nervous face and opened his mouth to ask, Nuan Nuan, how was it? What kind of situation is it on His Highness the King of Chu's side? Zhang Liwan also could not care about etiquette, directly on the side of the stone bench to sit down, raised his hand and rubbed his feet. This matter Chu Wang Your Highness has long been clear that it is the side of this family behind the promotion of. Even he already has a solution. He just doesn't want to take it out right now, wanting to lure the Zhang family out of their position behind the scenes and then ruthlessly slaughter them. Young Ngi froze. The result was somewhat beyond his imagination. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. In other words, we continue to stand on the side of His Highness, the King of Chu? Chapter 89. I've never done anything so ridiculous in my life. Zhang Liwan nodded. Yes, we will continue to stand on the side of His Highness, the King of Chu. Zhang Renji frowned, but now it seems that the chances of His Highness the King of Chu's victory are too low, and the side of this family has sent such a mission that we are blatantly against. Why don't you let your eldest brother escape back to his home family and show them his heart? By doing so, he's kind of betting on both sides. If His Highness the King of Chu wins, their Chang and Zhang clan lineage is considered to be honored and rich, and they can also go through this line of the King of Chu and beg him for mercy, sparing their eldest son's life. If my family wins, young Ngi reckons he's definitely dead, but his eldest son is over there and can still save his sister and brother. It wasn't a very bad decision to do so. Zhang Liwan shook her head. No need. His Highness, the King of Chu, said for us to just do as this house commands and make as big a fuss about this as we can. Zhang Renji's face turned odd as he looked at his daughter. His Highness the King of Chu really said that? Zhang Liwan nodded. Young Inqi is a bit puzzled. This is the kind of rumor that should be ruthlessly suppressed. But looking at Lin Shen's approach, how did it have a flavor of pushing the envelope here? Zhang Liwan smiled and spoke up. Father, you do just that. His Highness, the King of Chu, is not small in his ambitions. He is trying to lure the Zhang family out. The words just came out. Knock knock. Then there came a knock on the door. The concierge, who was on the side, hurriedly got up and went to open the door. Zhang Renji and Zhang Liwan were right in front of them at the moment, so they were able to see clearly who the visiting guests were. A tight armor was draped over his body. It's from the military. And looking at his dress, it seems that he is also the 1,000 bull guards beside the current Holy Emperor. The concierge bowed respectfully. This military master. Who are you? The 1,000 bulls guard arched his hand and said with a smile. I am Chao Sun, the chief judge of the 1,000 bulls guards middle army, and I have come to visit Lord Zhang Renji Zhang by order of His Majesty. Chief Judge, Zhang Renji, who was in the front yard, thumped in his heart when he heard these two words. Although the chief judge is not a specific official position, but can hang on to these two words, but also only 1,000 cattle guards and the great general is qualified to call Chief Judge. Zhang Renji boldly greeted him and bowed respectfully. My humble servant Zhang Renji has met the Lord General. I don't know what the General's late-night visit is about. Chao Sun waved his hand. It's inconvenient here with so many people and ears. Let's go in and talk. Young Ngi nodded and signaled the concierge to open the door. Sam Chow stepped in. The people who came did not know him alone. Followed by 20 or 30 soldiers, carrying 3 bamboo and wooden baskets covered with black cloth, though tightly covered. But there was also a strong odor of fish that couldn't wait to leap into the noses of everyone in the yard. When all the men of the 1,000 bull guards had come in, the concierge closed the door behind him and carefully cowered in his house, not daring to show his face. For a while, in the front yard, only the 1,000 bull guards were left, along with Zhang Renji and Zhang Liwan. Smelling this fishy odor, Zhang Liwan's heart settled and she knew roughly what was going on. Young Ngi's heart was in turmoil. A moment ago he was discussing something forbidden with his daughter. To be approached by His Majesty's personal guards right now made his heart a little weak and his body a little weak. My lord, what are you doing? Young Ngi asked as he cautiously opened his mouth once again. Chao Shin said softly, I have been ordered by His Majesty to help you fulfill His Highness the King of Chu's order. With that, he waved his big hand, signaling his own soldiers to rip the black cloth away. Reveal the contents of the bamboo basket. All 3 bamboo baskets were the same, full of carp, some dead, some still struggling breathlessly. Young Ngi froze, his brain still a bit unresponsive. Chao Shin continued, His Majesty has spoken with me, and I, along with these 20 or so brothers behind me, will be at the beck and call of Lord Zhang for the rest of the day. What exactly do you want these fish for? His Majesty didn't speak to a certain person personally, he just told a certain person to prepare himself mentally. Chao Shin had an odd look on his face. Before he came, Li Shimen said to him that no matter how ridiculous it seems, he must do it, and again. Make sure you are prepared enough. Just preparing so many carp, it just doesn't seem like anything serious. Young Ngi didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Liwan stood up holding the table and said softly, General, these soldiers you brought are all literate? Senator Chao nodded. Naturally, His Majesty specifically asked me to select literate ones to bring out. Zhang Liwan let out a laugh. That's good. Then I'll ask the general, and all of you, to carve words on these carp next. Engraving? This matter surprised Chao Sun somewhat. He couldn't help but think of the rumors that had been circulating in Chang'an City recently. Could it be that His Majesty is also trying to strike back in such a way? But you don't have to be prepared for this kind of thing. What's with that odd look on His Majesty's face? But he didn't think about these things in detail. What words are carved on the carp? Chao Shin drew his short sword at his waist with a bang and asked with interest. Zhang Liwan took a deep breath and said softly, One side is engraved with Demon King Chu and the other side is engraved with Heavenly Tao Punishment. These 8 big words, as soon as they were uttered, the whole range of the courtyard fell silent. There was only the sound of snapping and carp leaping. Ha! Chao Shin looked at Zhang Liwan with an odd expression of puzzlement. Are you sure you want to carve these 8 characters? Zhang Liwan nodded. Chao Shun looked a little complicated. Looking at the 3 baskets of carp, he sighed softly. He sort of understood why Li Shimin would be such an odd strand before his departure. Why did Li Shimin have to tell him again and again to be prepared? Ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. I've never done anything so ridiculous in my life. Chao Shun sighed and tightened his grip on the dagger. This startled young Ngi, fearing that this general would rise up and stab himself. Is it really just these 8 words? Chao Shun was not sure and asked again. Zhang Liwan nodded her head again. That's right. It's engraved with these 8 words. If you're not sure, you can ask His Highness the King of Chu, or ask His Majesty. Zhang Liwan has said so. Chao Shun could only sigh heavily again. Okay, since this is the order of His Majesty and the King of Chu, then I have no choice but to do it. Brothers, get to work. As he yelled, more than 20 soldiers, all with complicated faces, drew their short swords, grabbed the carp, and began to carve words on them. Young Ngi had an odd look on his face. He hadn't seen such a scene either. A group of big men carving on a fish has a demonic flavor in any case. Chapter 90, Fish. So many dead fish. If this doesn't have Li Shimin's approval, Chao Shun could not have done this kind of thing. Where to say, this is a big crime of killing the head. 3 baskets, nearly 300 carp, were finally processed one by one before dawn. Chao Shun sighed lightly as he looked at the sticky liquid that covered his hands. I didn't realize that after he became chief judge, he would have to do this kind of dirty work. Lord Zhang, we've taken care of these things. What should we do next? Chao Shun rubbed his hands on his armor and said softly as he arched his hand towards Zhang Renji. Zhang Renji didn't say anything, but just turned back and looked at his daughter. He was now full of mush and couldn't make up his mind. Zhang Liwan stepped forward and said with a smile, Father, have there been any projects in the Ministry of Water recently? Zhang Renji thought for a little while. There is. Recently the ditches in the city are clogged. A lot of places silt buildup is very serious. The Ministry of Water is preparing to give these places a cleanup. Zhang Liwan nodded and said softly, please also work hard and put these carp into the aqueduct. Chao Shun answered down. To be seen? Zhang Liwan shook her head. There's no need for anyone to see them. These carp have to be discovered by my father, or by the people of Chang'an City. Chao Shun nodded thoughtfully. No problem. He turned his head and barked a command to the soldier beside him. While the night was still dark, they slid the black cloth over the bamboo basket and lifted their feet to the outside of the room. Chao Shun followed them, and when he was about to go out the door, he turned around and looked at Zhang Liwan. His brows locked up. This girl, do you know what His Majesty and His Highness the King of Chu mean by this? He had been hiding his curiosity all night, and by this time, he finally couldn't hide it any longer. Zhang Liwan said softly, if His Majesty and King Chu had wanted you to know about this matter, they would have told you about it a long time ago. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Chao Shun smiled awkwardly. It's not that I'm stupid in the head and can't figure out this matter. Zhang Liwan's face grew cold. It won't be long before you know. Seeing that this weak little girl, so oily and saltless, was unable to inquire any news, Chao Shun sighed, arched his hand and left decisively. Zhang Renji looked at the wreckage that filled the yard and pondered. Nui, later I will go to the Ministry of Water and send someone to dig out these carp? Zhang Liwan shook her head. No, wait for 2 or 3 days. Zhang Renji froze. Why do we still have to wait for 2 or 3 days? Zhang Liwan narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the east. 300 carp. Not a small project. If these things are found too early, those people in this family may notice something. Father, when you go to do this, you also pay more attention to not gutting all these fish right away. Give it out slowly, in batches, over several days. Zhang Renji nodded his head with a serious expression. My father will definitely make this matter look beautiful. Zhang Liwan laughed softly, yawned, and went back to her room to sleep. She has been accompanied to this point in time. Her body has long been unable to bear. If she has not been pinching herself to refresh herself, I am afraid that she has long fallen asleep. The hands and feet of the 1,000 cowguards were clean, and no one else knew about it except these people who had long been informed about it. 3 days later, Zhou Laosher woke up from his nap and looked at the empty house. He couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy to get a wife these days, and he's almost 30 and still a bachelor. There aren't many good women in town who would look at him. He lived so long that he knew no trade and had to sell water for a living. Suddenly, he thought of before in the tea house, listening to those readers said words, said what Chu Wang His Highness treason. Want to let the craftsman also into the academy as a teacher. Zhou Laosher didn't know why those readers looked furious when they brought this up. He did think the state policy was a good one. If only there had been a schoolhouse when he was a child to teach him these crafts, he would have been able to get himself a good mother-in-law. But, the people of the city said that the king of Chu was a demon, a monster that plagued the great Tang. Zhou Laosher didn't feel like it. He did think that the king of Chu had brought all the blessings after he came to the great Tang. During this time, His business selling water was much better, and those who bought crystal glasses for their homes, one by one, were eager to serve the glasses with good water. They didn't have the time or the strength to go to the cleanest aqueducts to fetch water, so they had to buy the cleanest water in Chang'an City from him at 3 cents a barrel. Zhou Laoshi carried a bucket of water and wobbled toward the aqueduct. He was about to fetch water when his hand lurched. Surprisingly, there are fish in the aqueduct. That's nothing new. There are always little fish and shrimp and things like that are born in the gutters. Usually, if he has time, he still fishes some back to have a good time. But not today. What was in the aqueduct was a large fish, at least as big as 2 of his palms, like the carp that was now the most taboo fish in the Great Tang, and there seemed to be something wrong with the fish's scales, as if something had been born on them. Zhou Laoshi's heart thumped. He carefully fished the carp out and fixed his eyes on it. There are words on the fish scales, 4 words on the front and back. It's just that he can't read, so he doesn't know what each of the 8 words represents. Hit what water? Zhou Laoshi instantly left his camp behind, put the carp in a bucket and hurried to a tea house. It's the middle of the afternoon, and there are people going back and forth for tea. Zhou Laoshi scanned the room and his eyes landed on a table of readers drinking tea, and he cautiously moved over. The words hadn't even come out of his mouth. The reader at the table then waved his hand impatiently. Go, 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 don't buy water today. Zhou Laoshi shook his head and clumsily defended. A few nobles. I didn't come here to sell water. I just stumbled upon something fishy and wanted to let a few nobles help me take a look. The reader was instantly interested. Something fishy? What kind of fishy thing have you stumbled upon? Zhou Laoshi strained to gently drop the bucket in front of the reader and said in a low voice. I just went to the aqueduct to fetch water, and I saw such a large carp born in the aqueduct. I am a little curious, so I fished up and took a look, and found that the body of this carp seems to be born with words, and I am not literate. As long as I ask your help to palm the eyes to see this fish on the body of whether or not it is. Readers just think it's funny. Where would any word be on a fish? It was probably some special pattern that made this old man mistake it for writing, Zhou Laoshi said as he grabbed the carp and displayed it in front of several readers. The reader swept a careless glance. His body suddenly froze, his eyes stagnant, gradually turning into a look of unbelief out. Chapter 91, He really is a demon. It's really text on the back of the fish. One stroke. One neatly written word. Zhou Laoshi looked at the readers who went silent and showed a puzzled look. Several noblemen. Is what's on this carp text or not? One of the readers spoke slowly. We can't see it if you're holding onto it like that, so put it on the table and let us have a good look. A few other readers helped, removing the tea set from the table and leaving it blank. Zhou Laoshi obediently put the carp on the table. The tea drinkers eating tea around them were also attracted by this anomaly and put their eyes in. A few readers, looking closely at the carp, after double-checking, the pattern on this carp is really a D-Tang script with 4 characters on each side. Just the right amount to form a passable paragraph. The air around them sank, and Zhou Laoshi asked uneasily. Several nobles. Is that writing on this carp? A reader nodded cautiously. That's right. What's on this carp is indeed writing. Zhou Laoshi asked again. Then what does this text say? The reader smacked his lips, a little hesitant, gritted his teeth and still said it. There are 4 words on the back of the fish on both the front and back, which reads, Demon Chu King, Heavenly Tao Punishment. Demon King Chu, the Heavenly Tao punishes. These words made the whole atmosphere in the tea house even more bizarre. Zhou Laoshi was a bit surprised. How could such evil words be carved on the back of a carp? The people in the tea house looked at the carp on the table, which would still occasionally jump a few times, with complicated expressions. There have long been rumors in Chang'an that the king of Chu is a demon, and the rumor mill is buzzing. It is said that the men are outside the city, out of a lot of ominous signs. These literate decent people in the city are still a bit disbelieving, but now this ominous signs even appeared in Chang'an City? Appeared before their eyes? Is the king of Chu really a demon? This brain was unstoppably generated in their heads. Suddenly, an old man opened his mouth and yelled at the top of his lungs. This is a warning from heaven to Great Tang. Carp is Li, which means the current saint. The king of Chu is a demon. If we don't get rid of this demon, then the heavens will give us a punishment for the Great Tang. A punishment to be given to our majesty. The plague of locusts is a sign. After that king of Chu came to our Great Tang, a plague of locusts was born. A disaster brought about by him. The old man's words opened a new door. Under the conspiracy theory, all those good things Lin Shan did were ignored by them, and instead they began to discuss how many disasters Lin Shan had brought about since he came to the Great Tang. Zhou Laoshi stared at the carp, a little mesmerized. Before he still believed that the king of Chu will not be a demon, but this by his hands to arrest up the carp, is to break his inner thoughts. The carp is spreading all over the city of Chang'an. When they hadn't fully digested the news, another huge announcement comes in and smashes them over the head. Officials from the Ministry of Water, while cleaning a field of drains, dug up 30 dead carp in the silt. And on their scales were carved the same words as the carp that Zhou Laoshi had caught earlier. Demon King Chu. The heavenly Tao punishes. Chang'an City was in an uproar. This treacherous development made them even more convinced of the truth of those rumors. But these carp don't mean the end of the matter. They mean a beginning. There are those who don't believe this, who feel around in the gutters near their homes. It's also really letting a lot of people catch live, or dead, carp. They may have had scales coming off their backs, making those words look incomplete, but it was barely recognizable. Still, in those 8 big words, Demon King Chu, the heavenly Tao will punish you. Before they were also crowned saint name of the King of Chu. In an instant, became a demon. Some bold young people, but also gathered together, began to protest in front of the Rui supermarket. It's just that the sound doesn't come in, especially after Lin Shan could turn on the soundproofing effect of the supermarket. It would be difficult for the sounds of the outside world to have any effect on him anymore. He naturally knew the news of the carp. It was still something he had asked Thousand Niu Wei and Zhang Liwan to do. I just don't know if this bait can pull the Zhang family out from behind the curtain. Zhang of Xingyang. In the ancestral hall, the elders of the Zhang family converged again. Zhang Wei looked at the letterhead that Zhang Renji had sent him, and his face couldn't help but look a little pleased. That kid in Chang'an is still loyal. Still working faithfully for my Zhang family. Count him as smart for not being the second Du Rui. One of the elders sneered and gently tapped the table. How's what he was instructed to do? Zhang Wei nodded. It's perfect. He's an official of the Ministry of Water, so no one will know if he tinkers with it a little. And he's also smart enough to release a batch of carp down there every day. Let the Water Ministry or those civilians in Chang'an City be able to discover new ominous signs every day. Now that the people in Chang'an City are in a state of panic, no one believes that King of Chu is a saint anymore. They all decide that this King of Chu is a demon. Things went on just as they had predicted. It even went better than they thought it would. No one suspected anymore that young Ngi had turned back to Lin Shan. By doing such a thing, it already proved that he was completely on the opposite side of the fence from the royal family and Lin Shan. That King Chu didn't realize anything? An elder frowned, vaguely feeling that something wasn't quite right in his heart. Things have gotten to this point, and he still hasn't reacted half-heartedly? Zhang Wei sneered. What can a man from a merchant family do? This kid, Zhang Renji, has already arranged for his daughter to be in the King of Chu's supermarket, saying that when the King of Chu found out about this, he was so annoyed and furious that he dropped dozens of crystal glasses in a row. Even went to the sage at night, wanting Great Tang to send out an army to suppress that group of civilians who would only bite their ears, only to be bluntly rejected by Li Shimin. One of the elders laughed out loud after hearing this. What a naive one. Still thought he would react. Now it's nothing but a trapped beast. Do we step right up next? The question brought silence to the shrine. Zhang Wei shook his head. Be careful with everything. Maybe the Chu King still has some underhanded means. Zhang Renji's daughter has already lurked around the Chu King. Let her monitor it first. After we're sure that Chu King can only wait for death, we'll step in and kill this demon to save the people of Great Tang. I'll write back tonight. Ho Junji has been watching the show for so long. It's time for him to step in and arrange for them to do something more. Just this firewood. That's not enough. When he said this, Zhang Wei was murderous. Chapter 92, My house is going to be built. The Zhang family is spirited. They are confident. After all, everything on the situation had fallen in their favor. And it was only out of the family's customary prudence and steadiness that they had not chosen to step in immediately, but they know it in their hearts, even if they, at this time, came forward in a big way and killed that King of Chu under the banner of acting on behalf of heaven. In exchange for at most some scolding from Li Shimin. The big deal is to push out the one who killed Lin Shan and let Li Shimin dispose of him, giving this ambitious emperor a face. They, the Zhang family, would hardly lose anything. Instead, his reputation among the people will be enhanced. Compared to the Chang family's elation, the entire city of Chang'an has been shrouded in an evil atmosphere lately. New carp are being discovered every day. Every day, the news that the King of Chu was a demon was repeated in their ears several times. With this kind of brainwashing, even some of the lesser gentry, who have even begun to believe the rumor, would prefer to stop enjoying the freshness of fish and tofu, the texture of potato chips, and the sweet taste of pre-mixed wine. Chang'an pilgrimage. The civil and military officials all looked at one man in surprise. Forest Deep. This His Highness, the King of Chu, who had not come to even one of the court meetings since the last time he and His Majesty had gone head-to-head and set a national policy of elevating the status of merchants and traders, especially since he's been in the middle of the stormy waves of people's opinion lately. Everyone was sure of one thing. I'm afraid today's court meeting won't be as stable as before. I wonder what this His Highness the King of Chu will toss up again. Can it be that he is trying to persuade His Majesty and the military generals to send troops to threaten those great families? A number of people shuddered as they thought of this layer. Others, with some other ideas, however, their perceptions were all the same. This His Highness the King of Chu was definitely here to cause trouble. Soon, the 100 officials crowded up to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The very first remains a dull and boring duet between the monarch and the minister. Lin Shen listened drowsily from the sidelines. After a long time, just when Lin Shen was about to fall asleep, Li Shimen finally sort of talked about him. Recently, I have heard that the gossip about King Chu in Chang'an City seems to be spreading more and more widely. Li Shimen frowned and said in a cold voice. None of the 100 officials in the court dared to speak, and carving on the carp's back. What a treachery! Li Shimen chided. There may be people in this court who believe in ghosts and gods, but this kind of trickery can be hidden from ordinary people and small honored people, but not from this group of old foxes. They could all see that it wasn't any so-called heavenly wrath or ominous sign, but someone deliberately faked the appearance of divine punishment to tarnish Lin Shen's reputation. No one dared to second that. Only Lin Shen nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. That's right. The person who dared to give this order is definitely brain dead. He needs to be given a good hammering to sober him up before he can do so. When Li Shimen heard this, he gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Shen without moving. This incident was at his behest. It's not like you're cursing yourself. Li Shimen ate a dumb loss. The mood is even worse. Coldly asked, can find out exactly who is in Chang'an City's so wanton rumor. Daihan walked out from the queue of 100 officials and arched his hand towards Li Shimen. Your Majesty, the Dalizi hasn't found out yet. Li Shimen glared. How many days has it been? Are the Dalizi a bunch of rice buckets? Surprisingly, they can't even investigate this matter. Daihan hardened his head and said softly, Your Majesty, rest your anger. The Dalizi works diligently day and night and does not dare to have a hint of slackness. It is just that the person who put out this rumor is very cunning and has not revealed any horse's foot to. Li Shimen lamented in his heart. Dai is a capable person. But this matter Gingwei, 1,000 cattle guards in response to the outside. The Dalizi people again smart. Also cannot think of this. They naturally cannot be found out. Li Shimen sighed, put on a stern face, and looked at Lin Shen. King Chu, you haven't come to the morning court for many days, and you came here today especially for the rumor matter? Above the great hall, everyone perked up and strained their ears. Here comes the main event. I don't know what kind of a drama my own Majesty and His Highness, the King of Chu, will direct themselves out of this time. Lin Shen shook his head. No. Li Shimen was a bit surprised. Oh, then what is King Chu here for? Lin Shen scratched his head, turned to look at the civil and military officials, and said softly, there is still a week left. This king's residence will be renovated, and moving to a new home is a big happy event. There are quite a few unlucky things in this period of time, so I want to wash away the bad luck with this happy event, but writing invitations one by one is too tiring for me, so I came over to participate in the court meeting today. It's a good time to take this opportunity to invite all of the Great Tang's brawny ministers, as well as His Majesty, to join us for my king's housewarming banquet. In the courtroom, there was a hint of silence. Li Shimen was surprised. It wasn't a pretense. He was genuinely surprised, because today he also didn't know what Lin Shen was attending the court meeting for. He thought that Lin Shen was going to take this opportunity to make a good splash in the court, forcing more people to stand on the same side as him and deal with the great families together. But who would have thought it would turn out to be this thing? Everyone was looking at Lin Shen with odd faces, including Ho Junji. He has typed 1,000 words in his mind on how to refute Lin Shen's draft, but Lin Shen did not mention the rumor thing. But on such a serious occasion, inviting his own group to attend his housewarming banquet? Just as someone opens his mouth and prepares to ask, Lin Shen suddenly said again, Ho Junji, forget it. I didn't invite you. I and you are immortal hatred. Just now that invitation, you just listen to it. Don't take it to heart. Ho Junji blushed. That's a couple of things. Even if you invited me, I wouldn't go, okay? As for singling yourself out and naming yourself as such, Li Shimen raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Shen, taking a deep breath. Is that all you have to say? Lin Shen nodded. Yes. Please also give this king face. The more people at the housewarming banquet, the more lively it will naturally be. When popularity is high, it might wash away this bad luck. Li Jiao on the side was a bit impatient and opened his mouth to ask, Your Highness King Chu, for those rumors, are you not worried at all? Ho Junji keenly realized that on Lin Shen's face, there was a flash of intense hostility. This was something that Lin Shen deliberately acted out just to show Ho Junji, or someone like Ho Junji's. However, soon after, Lin Shen revealed a bright smile. It's all stuff passed around by some illiterate people, and after the culprits are caught, this kind of unfounded stuff will naturally dissipate. The king is generous enough not to take it personally. Ho Junji snorted. Generosity? I wonder whose face was responsible for that sinister aura just now. Chapter 93, King Chu panics. Lin Shan invited these people with great generosity. There was no fear at all that his original purpose would be seen by Ho Junji, or the people of the worldly families in the imperial court. Of course, it probably wouldn't have occurred to anyone that Lin Shan's sudden invitation to the civil and military officials to attend his housewarming banquet was aimed at building a sufficiently large stage for such a solemn event as burying the great families of the world. Those who are smart enough to brainstorm a suitable reason for their current move. Ho Junji looked at Lin Shan, pondering. He didn't believe for a second that Lin Shan cared as little as he said he did. Such public opinion, if it was put on him, I am afraid that he would have become anxious as an ant on a hot pan by now. Just as Lin Shan predicted, he began to automatically brainstorm suitable reasons for this unusual behavior of Lin Shan. It's not just him. Everyone else has begun to think about it as well. This weird atmosphere in the courtroom continued. Almost telepathically, these men reached a unification of ideas. Lin Shan did this to force them to take sides, forcing them to choose whether to be on his side or the side of the great families of the world. He wanted to show himself, or rather the muscles of the great Tang, to the people of the great families. Nowadays, most of the people in the courtroom are not from big families. Most of them had similar ideas as Li Shimin, i.e., to suppress the power of the big families and give the children of the humble family a channel and space for upward promotion. Obviously, this His Highness, the King of Chu, didn't care about this matter at all like he said. In fact, it's a form of defiance on his part. Still a bit passive though. But this is undoubtedly trying to warn the people of the great families of the world. See how there are still so many officials of real power in Detang who are on my side. Stop early. What they had guessed out was 100,000 miles away from what Lin Shan wanted to accomplish. This idea, however, is not at all contradictory to reality. Instead, they are justified. After this group of smart people brainstormed this point, Du Rui was the first to step forward and arched his hand toward Lin Shan. Since His Highness, the King of Chu, has so graciously invited me, then Du is the first to attend. Fang Xianling followed suit. The two of them are steadfast, suppressing factions of the world's great families. Chang Diaojin, Li Jing, Zhang Liang, and these people, too, took a stand. 7 words were spoken. And soon, in this courtroom, people at the level of the Duke of State, with the exception of a few people like Ho Junji who were close to the great families of the world, everyone else said that they would go to Lin Shan's housewarming banquet. Although the people of the great families did not express their agreement, they did not reject it at first. Li Shimin coughed softly. Since Your Highness Chu Wang is so intentional, then I will also attend on time. Lin Shan pretended to arch his hand and bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, fellow colleagues. When the matter, let us just say the dust had settled, they expected Lin Shan to say something next, but to their surprise, after seeing that most of the people had agreed, Lin Shan put his hands behind his back and stood back in line with his mouth closed. Didn't have anything to say. The civil and military officials were stunned again as they looked at Lin Shan in surprise. Just say such a painless thing and stop talking? Although this is indeed a good countermeasure, I am afraid it is a bit too naive to try to make the great families of the world compromise just by using this kind of demonstration, isn't it? What does His Highness the King of Chu really think? And His Majesty? A few days ago he was still looking grumpy, but today the King of Chu appeared and pacified him after only making such a painless invitation? They waited a while longer. In the end, Lin Shan really opened his mouth and stopped mentioning the rumors that were spreading like wildfire outside. It was also determined that Li Shimin would no longer mention the matter. The pilgrimage ended in such an eerie silence. Ho Junji returned home at the first opportunity, wrote what happened today on a letter, and sent a fast horse to send it to Zhang's people in Xinjiang. His intuition told him that this information was very useful for the current situation. One day later, when the letter was placed on Zhang Wei's desk, his eyes twinkled so brightly that they could have released light. Soon, the elders of the Zhang clan converged in the Sang shrine. The letter, passing through their hands, was circulated one by one. One of the elders laughed. It seems that this His Highness, the King of Chu, is truly at his wit's end. To come up with such an unreliable method, just relying on the court to pressure us is not taking us too seriously, is it? A few people sneered and mocked disdain for this news from Ho Junji. They are the big families of the world. The existence of the so-called dynasty is even longer than the circulation. They are attached to the huge body of the dynasty parasite. Old dynasties fall, they don't die. A new dynasty stands, and they will not die. They are not afraid of this seemingly cold threat. One of the elders spoke up. Since this His Highness the King of Chu has set up such a stage for us, it would really be a bit of a shame if we didn't take advantage of it. Zhang Wei nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect this person to be such a jerk. I wonder who in the clan would like to make a trip forward to Chang'an. Silence fell in the shrine. This thing, it's a mixed bag. The good thing is to be able to show his face in front of the people of the world. And maybe he will go down in history as a saint or a great scholar who kills demons and removes devils. That branch of their family would become the face of the Zheng family in the Great Tang. But the bad thing is that it will be remembered by Li Shimin and those who are against the worldly families in the courtroom. Maybe your own life will have to be accounted for in it, with a life to exchange in the history books of the name, in exchange for their own this branch. In this dynasty of the Great Tang dynasty period of eminence, they are all thinking about whether or not this kind of deal is worth it. In my branch, the eldest son is still young, so I'll forget about it. An elder was the first to speak, shaking his head and sighing. My son is 28 years old and has no children at his knees, so forget it. Another elder, on the other hand, spoke up, let me go. Everyone casts a glance over. He was Zheng Qian's father, Zhang Yi, the oldest of the many elders in the shrine. My eldest son is 39 this year. My second son is 35. And my eldest grandson is also 15 years old. He has passed the Montessori school and is learning the scriptures. Zhang Yi smiled and said, this branch of my family has also been dormant for many years. It's time to come out and see the world. Zhang Wei nodded. Good. Since elder brother is willing to step up to the plate, then I'll trouble you, elder brother. Zhang Yi waved his hand and stood up on his crutches with a general youthful vigor. Chapter 94 Lin Shen's Arrangement. The Shire is huge, but they're not bloated. Decisions are made quickly, especially since Lin Shen only gave them a week. Counting Ho Junji's letter, the time left for them was even shorter, and that afternoon Zhang Yi left Xingyang and headed for Chang'an. Chang'an and Xingyang are not far away, traveling day and night. In 3 days' time, Zhang Yi arrived at Chang'an. His arrival startled young Ngi. This former Zhang clan spokesman, who had been sitting in his own house and had barely shown his face in the former sway, had taken the initiative to leave Xingyang and come to Chang'an. Does this mean that this family has finally decided to go all the way? They're ready to rip the forest deep? Young Ngi didn't dare to ask more. Even if he asked, he knew that Zhang Yi wouldn't reveal anything to a fringe character in the family like him. After Zhang Yi came to Zhang Renji's home, he also just stayed quietly and didn't seem to bother arranging anything. Day 2. Zheng Liwan quietly slipped to Rui's supermarket and found Lin Shen. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Shen did not look surprised at all. Your own family has arrived in Chang'an? Zheng Liwan nodded her head discreetly. She looked at Lin Shen's expression and was a bit puzzled. Your Highness, King of Chu, you don't seem to be surprised at all? Lin Shen smiled and said, I would be surprised if someone from your own family didn't come. That would disappoint me. I've handed them the knife, set the stage for them to attack me, and all it takes is for them to come along and take the knife and kill me on a big, beautifully constructed stage. If they don't even have this kind of courage, such a great family of the world is better to kill themselves. Let me take action, just dirty my hands. Zheng Liwan was somewhat enlightened as she frowned and asked, then what should we do? Lin Shen shook his head. Just serve that old man from your own family well. Don't let him become suspicious of you, and make it smooth for him to pick up the knife. Zhang Liwan nodded heavily. She didn't dare to linger much longer and just left. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and dispatched a man to invite Sun Simiao over. Sun Simiao's attitude was respectful. Master Lin, is there something you called me over for? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and asked, how is the business of the medical center these days? Sun Simiao sighed and shook his head. Business is still the same as usual. It's just that once those rumors came out, even more no one dared to use those new medicines you gave me. Master Lin. And there are always people coming over to persuade me to cut ties with Master Lin, making so much noise that the old Taoist has a headache. Lin Shen couldn't help but snort. It's still true. Lin Shen smiled and spoke. You don't believe those rumors? Sun Simiao shook his head. The old Taoist has lived for more than 70 years, and I can often hear rumors of some kind of demon or devil, but I haven't stumbled upon a single one in all the years I've been cultivating in the deep mountains. I don't believe in all this god and goddess stuff. Sun Simiao's answer was pertinent. When he was younger, he believed in these things, but as he got older, he became more and more uncomfortable with these gods and goddesses. By the way, Master Lin, what are you going to do about this rumor? Sun Simiao locked his brows and asked worriedly. Old Tao always feels that there's something wrong with these rumors, like someone is manipulating them behind the scenes. Lin Shen nodded his head greatly. Indeed, someone is manipulating. Sun Simiao squinted his eyes, and after a little thought, he figured out this aspect. The Sher clan? He has lived for so many years. It is a radish has long become the essence. Not to mention, he was already very smart. Lin Shen nodded again. Yes, that's them. Sun Simiao muttered. That would be troublesome. Lin Shen shook his head and said, it's not troublesome at all. In fact, this matter is almost resolved. I called you over because there's something I want to do at your medical center. Sun Simiao asked suspiciously. What is it? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes glowing with coldness. Now that everything is set up, all that's missing is a fire to set the fuse on. I intend to light this fire in your medical center. Sun Simiao was stunned and looked at Lin Shen with some confusion. But with Lin Shen's words, a look of dawning realization gradually appeared on his face. When he left, he was followed by one of Lin Shen's men. On the Duke of Lu's mansion, Chang Biaojin's dark face, now flesh without blood red, was miserably white. His wife, Sun, was now lying breathlessly in bed. Dysentery. This disease, which was almost terminal in the Great Tang, now fell on his wife's head. A deep sense of powerlessness arose in the man whose strength could carry him. Chang Biaojin held his lady's hand, gritted his teeth, and said in a firm tone, "Madam, it will be fine. I've already sent someone to invite old God Sunday. With him you will be cured. No, there's still His Highness the King of Chu. Look at Du Rui, that screwed up thing. Corpse propulsion. That kind of disease can let His Highness the King of Chu's wonderful hands back to life. You are much better than him. Will definitely be fine." However, the house servant he sent over was just one person coming back, and was not followed by the old sun deity that Chang Biaojin had been thinking about. What's going on? Chang Biting Jin gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that Sun was bedridden, he would have ripped his throat out and hissed in rage right now. The house servant trembled and said softly, "Da, my lord. Sun Lao Shenxian said that he can cure dysentery, but only in his medical center. So ask the lady to come over. Cures dysentery." Chang Biaojin almost only heard these 4 words, and a great surprise hit him. As for the rule that you can only go to a medical center to be cured, it didn't make Chang Biao uncomfortable. Isn't it normal for an old god who can save lives to have such rules? He froze for a while before reacting, stood up with a sound of miso, and said in a loud voice, "What are you still waiting for? Quickly prepare the carriage. Go to old deity Sun's medical center." The house servants got busy. Within a short time, a carriage was ready, and Sun was carefully carried inside, traveling at a gentle pace, towards the medical center, across Jubilee Street. It's a quick trip. There were quite a few people at the medical center. The comings and goings are all patients. When Sun was moved into the medical center, Chang Biaojin howled with his broken voice, "Are you there, old fairy Sun? I've brought my wife here to ask you to cure her." Sun Simiao frowned, holding a carton, walking out from the inner room, looking at Chang Biaojin, his face dissatisfied, whispering, "What are you shouting for? Here are all the patients needing quiet rest. Any more noise and get the hell out of here." Being rebuked by Sun Simiao like this, Chang Biaojin wasn't angry at all, but just bowed his waist and apologized. "Although your wife has dysentery, it's not a problem. She'll be fine after taking this medicine." Sun Simiao raised the carton in his hand and said in an indifferent tone. Chapter 95. Old Immortal Sun is also in the company of demons. Chang Biaojin stared blankly at the carton in Sun Simiao's hand, somewhat puzzled. "Is this medicine? Looks distinctly like a cardboard box." Seemingly seeing the doubt in Chang Biaojin's eyes, Sun Simiao opened his mouth and patiently explained. "This medicine is called amoxicillin, a new medicine given to me by my master, King Chu. Not the main cure for dysentery, but it also works much better than those formulas. After taking this medicine, your wife's illness will be under control, and as long as she pays attention to her diet during this period, your wife's illness will be cured in 4 or 5 days' time." Chang Biaojin's eyes glowed as he respectfully took the medicine from Sun Simiao's hand. "Many thanks to old fairy Sun." At that moment, a startled voice rang out from the side. "Your Excellency, you can't take this medicine." Chang Bite moved his gaze over to the man who had spoken. It was a man with a somewhat yellow face, looking at the medicine in Chang Biaojin's hand, shocked and afraid, as if he was looking at some unimaginable flood beast. "Why can't we eat it?" Chang Bite frowned and opened his mouth to ask. This man, who didn't seem to be afraid of Chang Biaojin's appearance at all, said with a straight face, "That's a demon's medicine, a devil's medicine. Even if it can save the life of the Duchess of State, it will still suck out her soul." His words drew a lot of agreement from the people in the medical center. Yeah, since King Chu was a demon, the medicine he took out must also be a demon's medicine. It's harmful medicine. That's right, this weird stuff doesn't look like proper medicine in any way. Maybe if you eat that thing, you'll be devoured by the demon and become a new demon. Someone takes the lead and does this evil. Then someone dared to take this courage and open his mouth to respond. Demons? Chang Biao looked at them and only felt a wave of absurdity. All of them? The reason they didn't want to let themselves use this medicine to save their lady was just this? Sun Simiao frowned and scolded in a cold voice. Has this medicine ever harmed your lives? The man who spoke at the very beginning spoke up. It's not like we're little cuties. How could we possibly take medicine given by a demon? Sun Simiao said coldly again. But this medicine has saved the life of Duke Kai. Sun Simiao's words made some people start to loosen up. They simply believe that anything that can save a life is good. But the man was not relenting and looked at Sun Simiao, saying with an astonished expression, "You even took this medicine to Lord Kai Guogong to use it. Perhaps Lord Kaigwa Gong would have turned into a demon by now. No, you're not old God's son. You've turned into a demon. The moment these words were spoken, the entire medical center burst into an uproar. Everyone hadn't expected that someone would use such words to accuse Sun Ximiao. But this comment, it seems to make some sense. The man stood up, pointed at Sun Ximiao's nose, and cursed, "You've long been compelled by that demon, King Chu. Right. Otherwise why would old deity Sun, that great Tang's #1 divine doctor, worship a yellow-haired kid as his teacher?" His words seemed to cause the entire medical center to snap out of it. Yeah, they hadn't felt anything before, but now that he thought about it, a first divine doctor of the great Tang dynasty, worshipping a young man as a teacher in the art of healing, how could he look at it? There was a strong sense of incongruity. The expression compelled explains it perfectly. Apart from Sun Ximiao being compelled, nowadays, they can't think of any other more perfect saying to explain this matter. Prejudice in the heart of man is a great mountain. When they thought Lin Shan was a demon, this argument, then, is extraordinarily reasonable. Sun Ximiao didn't even get angry, just looked at them indifferently and didn't say anything. Chang Biao also ignored them. The look on his own wife's face was a few moments more painful. This caused him to unwrap the carton in his hand, ready to remove the capsules and feed his lady amoxicillin. But he hadn't completely unpacked the carton. Slap! The medicine was taken out of his hand. Lord Guogong, you can't give this medicine to your wife. This is the seed of evil, something used to compel people. It was the man who accused Sun Ximiao of being under the spell of evil. On the bed, Sun grunted softly in even more pain. This made Cheng Biao's face darken and he looked at the man viciously. "Give me back my medicine." The man shook his head firmly. "Impossible. Your Excellency, you can't have this medicine. I can't watch that demon scourge my great Tang any longer." How could Cheng Bite's nature possibly say more to this man? Splintered hand swung forward. It hit the man in the chest, causing him to stagger, taking several steps backward and hitting the table before stopping. Cheng Bite stepped forward and snatched the medicine from the man's hand with another chop. The ones in the medical center watched the scene in dismay. Cheng Bite Jean looked around to make sure that no one else would come over to grab his medicine, and only then did he carefully break off the capsule and feed it down to his own lady with the water. The man who was beaten, holding his own chest, pointed at Cheng Biao Jin and said with a trembling voice, "So Lord Lu Guigong was also compelled by a demon. I'm afraid that the entire court of Great Tang is now under the spell of demons. They all listen only to that demon." This statement caused a huge panic. The crowd was surging. They were fleeing the place as if they were fleeing a demon's lair. In no time, only Cheng Biaojin and his wife were left in the entire medical center. Sun Ximiao, as well as the man who spoke out in the first place. Amoxicillin is not a specific remedy for dysentery, but the anti-inflammatory and antiseptic effects are still somewhat minimally effective in suppressing dysentery. After taking the medicine, Sun's face obviously looked a lot better than earlier. Cheng Baijin breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head, and looked coldly at the man in front of him. The man who had branded both himself and Sun Ximiao as demons and almost killed his wife. The man rubbed his chest and said softly, "Lord Guogong's hand is really heavy. If not for the fact that I've followed the training for a while, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold up this punch." Cheng Baijin hadn't had time to chortle. That man then raised his hand, bowed to Cheng Biaojin, and respectfully said, "I also ask for the pardon of Lord Guogong. I am a servant of His Highness the King of Chu's household, and the reason why I said that just now was also on the orders of His Highness the King of Chu." Cheng Baijin froze, a bit unresponsive, looked to Sunsmoke. This old goddess didn't have a trace of surprise on his face, and it was obvious that he was informed about this matter. Cheng Biaojin was even more bewildered. What the hell? His Highness's servant, on the king's orders, is here to spread the absurd rumor that the king is a demon, capable of bewitching people, and has even bewitched Sun Ximiao and himself? What is this odd operation? Chapter 96, You're a demon, you deserve to die. Facing Cheng Biao's doubts, the man didn't explain to Cheng Biao. Sun Ximiao likewise did not explain to Cheng Biaojin, including Sun Ximiao. None of them were sure what Lin Shan's purpose was in doing this. But what happened in the medical center, an event seen by only a dozen or so people, did have an extremely huge impact. Rumors are breeding. It's festering at a very fast pace. It was overwhelming, spreading to every corner of Chang'an City. The King of Chu is a demon. He has the means to compel people. Old God's son has been compelled, and so has Duke Lu. I'm afraid all the officials in the entire Great Tang have been compelled by him. Such news reached the ears of every Chang'an citizen. At the same time, there is another argument that is gradually gaining ground. We will resist. The Great Tang is the Great Tang of each of us, and we cannot let the Great Tang become the land of demons. Have you heard? This demon is going to feast the civil and military officials at the Chu King's residence of his in 3 days. That's a good opportunity. Let's go and rebel against him at that time. As soon as this statement was circulated, it immediately drew the approval of the Chang'an people. They're going to use their rebellion to take back the Great Tang. The Great Tang must never belong to the demons. Public opinion, after all this time of fermentation, was finally ignited by this fire in the medical center. Rolling waves, leaping and ready to roll over towards Linshan, the Zheng family in Chang'an. Zheng Yi looked at the secret letter sent to him by Ho Junji, and his entire body was overjoyed. He didn't even think that this matter could turn into the kind of situation that it is now. It seemed that without the Zheng family even having to step in, the raging public opinion would be able to devour Linshan, the high and mighty king of Chu. But Zheng Yi was clear. The more this happened, the more he should step in as the Chang family's spokesperson. Let the people of the world all see their Zheng family for the people. For the sake of the people of the world to throw their heads and shed blood of the holy side. This is a good opportunity to hold the throat of the Great Tang. Young Ngi watched from the sidelines, his cold sweat coming down. How is this situation getting more and more unfavorable to the king of Chu? In his heart, he was somewhat glad that the Zhang family had not yet found out about his branch's defection to the king of Chu. Wait until Zheng Liwan returns home. Zhang Renji then couldn't wait to call his daughter to his study. Nui, in this situation now, do we still want to defect under King Chu? Zhang Renji frowned and asked cautiously. Zhang Liwan nodded. Of course. Zhang Renji worried, but now are such a situation. The people outside are dying to hand-tear His Highness the King of Chu. Zhang Liwan looked at her father with a smile and said softly, Father, don't worry. The reason why we are in such a situation now is because of His Highness, the King of Chu's personal guidance. Zhang Renji was shocked and his voice couldn't help but rise a few points. What did you say? Zhang Liwan smiled and said, You heard correctly. His Highness the King of Chu did this on purpose. In order to allow that nose of mine to show up on his own initiative under the Zhang family's banner without any qualms. Zhang Renji frowned and lowered his voice back down again. But what's the purpose of doing this? It's too dangerous. Even if we can get rid of the Zhangs, public opinion has all developed like this. Zhang Liwan interrupted Zhang Renji's words and said softly, Father, put more trust in His Highness, the King of Chu. His means are much stronger than my daughter's. Besides, you've always worked faithfully for our family. So even if His Highness the King of Chu fails, it won't have any effect on our Chang'an Zhang clan branch. Will it? Hearing these words of concern for the interests, young Ngi was much relieved, but the frown remains tight. He didn't know where this inexplicable confidence his daughter had in Linshan came from. This current situation made him less and less confident in Linshan. This sudden, earth-shattering change in public opinion made the lords who originally still had some confidence in Linshan, one by one, begin to hesitate. They were thinking about whether or not to attend Linshan's housewarming banquet. Someone went to test Li Shimon's mouth to see if the present-day Great Tang Emperor had given up on Linshan. If Li Shimon even gave up, even if he showed a little bit of hesitation, then they, the small nobles, would give up decisively and throw themselves into the arms of the big families. But Li Shimon was adamant. Du Rui, Fang Xianling and these people were equally resolute. 3 days later, Linshan's housewarming banquet was held as scheduled, and there were many guests coming and going. The great officials above the 5th rank, except Ho Junji, all without exception rushed to the Chu Wangfu, including those of the worldly families. These people from the great families had always been at odds with Linshan. Certainly Linshan is said only Ho Junji is not welcome, but this kind of demonstration, the big families should be extremely resistant to is. Take the initiative to go to the appointment some not normal. This made some smart people detect a hint of a storm coming. The party has just begun. Chen San then walked in and said in a loud voice in front of all the civil and military officials in the hall, My lord, there is a gathering of people outside the residence who are protesting loudly. This kind of thing that should be said in private is put out in the open in a big way. Some people didn't understand, thinking that this was Chen San panicking and forgetting that he should have told Linshan about it first. There were also people who noticed that Chen San and Linshan's faces were calm, which caused some other thoughts to come out of their hearts. Li Shimon set aside his chopsticks and turned his head to look at Linshan. Linshan's face was calm, and there was even a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Oh yeah? Are you here to congratulate me on my new home? Everyone at the party had odd looks on their faces. Is it a little too confident in yourself? Don't forget the rumors going around out there. It's here to things up. Linshan stood up and waved his hand. Please also go out with this king to see what kind of blessings this group of people will send to this king. Li Shimon nodded. Good. I do want to take a look. Du Rui, Fang Xianling and the others followed suit. Hundreds of officials clustered toward the gate. Outside the Chu King's mansion, the people formed a human wave, surging, densely packed heads, so that people with intensive phobia to see, for fear of fainting on the spot. Down with the demons. Return my great Tang. Down with the demons. Return my great Tang. They saw Lin Shan come out of the door and raised their arms and shouted. Each one of them was filled with righteous indignation, hatred bubbling in their eyes, wishing to eat Lin Shan on the spot. Lin Shan just smiled and looked at them, not looking flustered at all. Zhang Yi, who was in the crowd, looked at Lin Shan in front of the Chu King's residence and couldn't help but frown. Lin Shan's performance was too unexpected, too subdued, but it came to this, and the arrow had to be sent. Zhang Yi walked out from the crowd with steady steps and stood in front of Lin Shan. The first thing that was done was not to lash out at Lin Shan, but to wave his hand towards the chanting people, signaling them to be quiet. Chapter 97, Look, it's the unicorn. Effective feedback on Yang Yi's behavior. The crowd quickly quieted down, and they all looked expectantly at this well-mannered old man. At this old man who was willing to take the initiative to come forward and stand in front of Lin Shan. Wait until the last murmur has disappeared as well. Zhang Yi turned around and slowly saluted towards Lin Shan, then raised his head condescendingly and said softly, Old me, Zhang Yi of the Zhang clan of Xingyang, I have met His Highness the King of Chu. Lin Shan nodded, couldn't help it. Finally showing up? Li Shimen, who was standing on the side, narrowed his eyes at Zhang Yi. The young family's old, the culprit in all this public opinion. Zhang Yi let out a laugh. Why finally a say? I Xingyang Zhang after knowing this matter, the people of the world hard to miss very much. Specially let the old man to come to investigate this matter. I thought there would be no surprises in this matter. But the reaction of the Great Tang is so disappointing, that His Majesty has been protecting this demon. That's why I'm going to stand up, in the name of the Zhang clan of Xingyang, on behalf of the people of the world, and petition for the people. I also ask your Majesty to execute this demon. Zhang Yi spoke with great righteousness, all righteousness. He bowed deeply towards Li Shimen. The people standing behind him couldn't help but feel their bodies heat up. In their hearts, Zhang Yi's figure couldn't help but stand tall. One man led the way, following Zhang Yi's example and bending toward Li Shimen. Please, Your Majesty, execute the demon. The crowd reacted. In unison, they made the same gesture of bowing and shouted in unison. Please, Your Majesty, execute the demon. Li Shimen's face turned blue, looking at Zhang Yi. The killing intent in his eyes was not even concealed. This is using public opinion to blackmail him as the emperor. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at Lin Shan as well as Li Shimen with a gentle smile on his face, exuding a victorious face. Lin Shan looked at Zhang Yi with cold eyes. You know, those ominous signs can be faked. Zhang Yi lowered his voice so that only Lin Shan and Li Shimen could hear his next words. Does it still matter if it's a forgery? Now that that group of people are convinced you're a demon, that's enough. Lin Shan shook his head and smiled brightly. Don't you think that the execution of your Zhang family's scheming is a little too smooth? Zhang Yi froze. What do you mean? Lin Shan didn't say anything, just reached out and pointed behind Zhang Yi. Look over there. Zhang Yi looked back. Behind him there was only a dense crowd, and after the crowd there was an empty street. He was about to turn back. A magical creature bursts into the street. A lion with a dragon's tail, a head with two horns, and a foot on an auspicious cloud comes. Behind him, there were also some tigers, wolves, foxes, horses and other beasts, forming a vast army of beasts in the street, rushing towards the side. Zhang Yi's eyes showed horror. The group of people who were causing trouble couldn't help but look back at the wave of wild beasts, dumbfounded, especially when their eyes landed on the Rue beast at the very front. It made them extraordinarily excited. Karen, it's almost identical to the unicorn described in the Shua Wen Jie and the Book of Rites. They had only heard of this magical creature in various miscellaneous writings and talks, but it was the first time they had seen it in person. The unicorn, a mythical beast believed in by the Han Chinese. It is a benevolent favor and a symbol of good fortune. The Han people have focused almost all of the best aspects of the legend on the mythical creature of the unicorn. Legend has it that the same sage Kong during the spring and autumn and warring states periods was born when a unicorn came to the Kong family and spit out a jade book. The people couldn't help but look forward to it. Even this legendary creature appeared. Was it sent from heaven to kill that demon? Hundreds of people watched with bated breath. The Qilin came running, carefully leaping over the crowd, and ran to Lin Shan, but meekly lowered its head, intimately licked Lin Shan, and with its big head, arched over Lin Shan, in a general pampering. Hiss. Almost everyone sucked in a cold breath, especially Yan Yi. A hint of despair gradually grew in his eyes. The Qilin was a symbol of benevolence and righteousness, and this symbol of benevolence and righteousness, at this moment, was showing an extremely intimate look to Lin Shanpeng. What did this represent? This means Lin Shan is not a demon. Rather, he possesses a high enough moral character to draw the unicorn to him. The rumors that had been circulating in the city of Chang'an for almost a month were not broken. Hundreds of people look at each other, all a bit at a loss. On the front foot, they are still saying that Lin Shan is a demon. and they want to ask His Majesty to kill the demon and change the Great Tang to a clear and bright future. But in the twinkling of an eye, the demon in their mouths was identified with the unicorn. But what's with all the rumors that have been spreading around before? What about those carp found in the aqueducts in Chang'an? Zheng Yi took a deep breath. The unicorn's appearance caught him a bit off guard. But that didn't mean that they, the Zheng family, had lost and there was still a chance to remedy the situation. Relying on his own mouth, he can still struggle a bit more before those rumors are completely crushed now. He was about to speak. In the crowd, Zhang Renji suddenly pushed his way out of the crowd, took 2 or 3 steps to Lin Shen and Li Shimen, and with a thud, he directly knelt down. My humble servant, Zhang Renji of the Water Ministry, hereby apologizes to the King of Chu and His Majesty. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Renji in surprise, especially when you hear the words that follow. A chill in the heart. Done. It's completely over. Li Shimen didn't say anything. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, looked at Zhang Renji, and asked softly, "What is your offense?" Zhang Renji hung his head low, almost on the ground, and shouted in a voice that could be heard by everyone, "I am a descendant of the Zhang clan of Xingyang, and someone from my clan gave me a secret letter some time ago asking me to put carp engraved with the words Demon of the King of Chu in the drains of Chang'an City." In a moment of confusion, my humble servant did just that. Now that I've seen the Skyfall Qilin get close to the King of Chu, I've suddenly awakened to the fact that I've done something I shouldn't have. Blindly listening to the words of the adults in my clan and slandering a saint like His Highness the King of Chu. I deserve to die. The crowd was in an uproar, staring intently at Zhang Renji, who was kneeling in front of the Chu King's residence. So all those carp in the aqueduct were done by the Young family? He's an officer of the Ministry of Water? No wonder all this time. You can keep hearing that the Ministry of Water is digging up dozens of carp here today, and another dozens tomorrow in another place. So there's a hand behind all this? Someone is deliberately trying to frame the King of Chu. Since the ominous signs in Chang'an City were all done by someone on purpose, what about those ominous signs in the manor outside the city? Did someone do it on purpose to frame the King of Chu? Taking a living saint who could attract a unicorn and slandering him as a demon. The people were restless. Chapter 98. We must listen to the words of the Tang Code. Among the people, there are still some who stubbornly believe that Lin Shen is evil. These rumors, after all, had planted roots in their hearts, sprouting and growing with the events of the last few days. But the unicorn that circled the forest depths could not be faked, alone the auspicious clouds beside its feet, and the beasts that came along with the unicorn, just outside the crowd. This group of beasts that should have been ferocious were now coiled up one by one in an extremely well-behaved manner. The wolves were all as docile as domestic dogs. All signs point to the fact that the King of Chu is not evil. Coupled with the words that Zhang Renji had just jumped out and said, it further corroborated Lin Shen's innocence. He was an innocent, falsely accused man. The people's anger towards Lin Shen suddenly had nowhere to go, and it was impossible for them to be angry at such a person who had silently endured curses for so long. But the anger was bottled up inside them, to spread out. Wouldn't it be a shame if you couldn't stab someone after sharpening a knife for so long? They end up locking their eyes on young Ngi and young Yi. So it's you old pikers who set up His Highness the King of Chu. Xingyang Zhang clan. I remember your name. Kill such people who spread rumors. Go to hell. How hard they had cursed Lin Shen before. It now fell on Zhang Yi and Zhang Renji's heads tenfold, 100-fold. Zhang Yi felt his body getting colder and colder as his blood was frozen and no longer flowed through his body. There was also a flash of blackness before his eyes. The people were abuzz. If it weren't for the fact that the distance between Lin Shen and Zhang Yi was only 2 or 3 steps, if it were not for the fact that Li Shimen, today's great Tang Emperor, is standing right next to Lin Shen, they were now itching to go up and tear these two apart with their own hands. The people were amazed. Li Shimen and the others were even more surprised. Looking at the Qilin beside Lin Shen, they were dumbstruck, especially Li Shimen, whose eyes showed a strong envy. Being an emperor, what you want most is fame. He would also like to be like Lin Shen. A Qilin rushed over to recognize the master. Instead of receiving a vague report, said a certain place surprised Qilin, but after the so-called Qilin to carry over, it is just a boar with a bit of a protruding forehead. How did such a good thing fall on Lin Shen's head? Li Shimen knew it by this time. Why was Lin Shen so victorious and didn't care at all about the gossip outside? There's even been an effort to make a big deal out of it. It turns out that there is such an undercard in hand. How are you going to handle this? Li Shimen stretched out his hand and carefully touched the Qilin. His tone still had a few moments of envy. Take advantage of this public opinion and just kill the Zhang family? Zhang Yi, whose face was ashen, shivered. Done. It's all over. The Zhang family didn't have no means left to turn the tide. Lin Shen shook his head and looked at Zhang Yi. The color in his eyes was indifferent. To kill them with a direct action would be too cheap. If you want to make a move against a great family of the lineage, you have to leave at least some of them with a dog's life. Li Shimen was a little puzzled. Lin Shan ignored him and just walked around Zhang Yi, walked to the people and waved his hand. Kirin followed him timidly, cocking her head in curiosity at the vast crowd. The crowd grew quiet. Lin Shan said in a loud voice, "You've been deceived, and I know you're all angry, but that's no reason for you to be able to dispose of others as you please." The people were bewildered, somewhat not quite understanding Lin Shan's passage. They've all been lied to like this, and they can't just dispose of this deceitful liar at will? Lin Shan let out a laugh. "This land under our feet is called Great Tang. I am the king of Chu, ranked the same as a first grade official, but I am still a subject of the Great Tang." Saying this, Lin Shan reached out and turned his hand, pointing at Li Shimen, continuing, "He is the emperor of the Great Tang, but he is likewise a subject of the Great Tang." Li Shimen froze. He was just about to open his mouth to retort that he was the master of the Great Tang, but the words to his mouth, hard swallowed back. He could feel that the next words of Lin Shan, "may be on the entire Great Tang," are produced out of a huge change. Lin Shan reached out again and pointed to the crowd. "There are merchants, commoners, and scholars among you. You are also the people of the Great Tang." Then, his finger finally landed on Zhang Yi. "He's a member of the Xingyang Zhang clan, a deceitful liar and a sinner, but he's also a citizen of the Great Tang. It is precisely because he is a citizen of the Great Tang that the one who comes to decide whether he is guilty or not is not us, who are also citizens of the Great Tang, but the laws of the Tang." Li Shimen and the court full of officials froze. The group of people standing in front of Lin Shan were similarly stunned. This statement is a bit of a novelty. Some of it is beyond their worldview. They had, before, always thought that the Hanchos were able to decide on the lives of the common people, but now it sounds, everything has to be according to the law of Tang? Li Shimen, Fang Xianling, and Du Rui quickly reacted. They looked deeply at Lin Shan's back, and they couldn't help but marvel a little in their hearts. Lin Shan has been laying out for so long, not just to lure the young family out, but likewise for this? Not only kills, but executes. The great families of the world had always been non-compliant with the laws of Tang, or rather, they would never bother to comply with any dynasty's laws in any dynasty. They only follow the admonitions of their own family. They live like a small country, the famous kind, just because of the huge power of the big families, and the ability to manipulate public opinion. Each court to the big families, in fact, is the attitude of turning a blind eye, close a blind eye. As long as there is peace and quiet, they will not interfere with the worldly families. Li Shimen was bent on change, but there was nothing he could do. This unspoken rule, which has been passed down for almost 1,000 years, cannot be easily changed overnight. But what he couldn't do, Lin Shan did. No matter how big the public opinion was, no matter how big Zhang's ambitions and schemes were, they were just like the sun monkey, being played by Lin Shan, and also from Yung's body, grabbing the tail that can whip the pain of all the great families of the world. As long as Zhang was punished in accordance with the laws of the Tang dynasty, then the unspoken rules that had previously made Li Shimen scornful would naturally not hold true. What a smart person one would have to be to come up with such a brilliant plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Shan didn't know that in this fleeting moment, such thoughts flashed through Li Shimen's and several of their minds. He continued to address the people. "But this matter has become too big, and my great Tang court will certainly give an explanation to the people of the world. Today we will interrogate this Xingyang Zhang man. In a few days, there will be a public trial, which will be announced separately, so that we can all witness together how anyone who disobeys the laws of my great Tang will be punished by the laws of Tang." Chapter 99, I'll give you a chance. Lin Shan's words still had a not-so-weak pacifying effect. The people are upset, but moving out such impeccable words left them with no way to refute them, so they could only leave the place wrathfully after cursing Zhang Yi and the others fiercely again. The crowd gradually dispersed. The Kirin hissed, and the beasts that followed him retreated and fled towards the city. Lin Shan's Persian cat ran out of the mansion, peeled up and climbed onto the unicorn's body, and in a dignified manner, lay on the unicorn's head. Lord Miao had an air of disdain no matter who he was in front of. These little tidbits, no one cares. Lin Shan lowered his head, looked at Zhang Yi with a smile, and said softly, "This old gentleman, inside please?" Zhang Yi nodded stiffly and followed Lin Shan as they walked into the lobby. The table was still hot, but no one had the heart to eat again. They were all curious as to how exactly Lin Shan wanted to resolve this matter. Lin Shan sat on the first seat, and Li Shimen sat beside him. The civil and military officials also took their seats. Even Chen San and Zhang Renji were given a small bench and hid in the corner to sit down. Zhang Yi was the only one standing. All of this was arranged by His Highness the King of Chu? Zhang Yi looked deeply at Lin Shan. Even now, he became a prisoner. He couldn't believe it. The original victory they thought they had, but it had always been an illusion created for them by Lin Shan. Lin Shan nodded. "Otherwise you think these things would have gone so smoothly?" Zhang Yi exhaled and arched his hand towards Lin Shan. Your Highness, the King of Chu, is skillful in his methods. I admire you. This time it's me, Zhang, who has lost. I wonder what exactly His Highness the King of Chu wants to do with us. Lin Shan smiled. As I said, according to the laws of Tang, a look of surprise swept across Zhang Yi's eyes. Something like the law. In the eyes of them, the great families of the world, was only a tool used to restrain the commoners, and for them, those existences that had already transcended the commoner class. The law was only a tool, not a yoke to bind them. This behavior of Lin Shan was turning this tool into a shackle. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and asked softly, how exactly? Lin Shan said, hand over the mastermind, as well as all those who have spread rumors about me, and cooperate with the Delizi in the public trial. Confess your sins and all your crimes in front of all the people of my great Tang. That's a pretty light sentence, but Zhang Yi knew very well that it was a kind of torture. This was a more painful kind of punishment than having their Zhang clan killed in full. Punishment. If Zhang dies out now, they still have a history of being a great family. At least it looks like they died with a bang. But if we follow Lin Shan to do so, just to destroy Zhang's hundreds of years, hard work down the reputation. Hard work down the reputation. They will lose their status as the 5 surnames in 7 clans. Will always live in the scorn of the people, always living with verbal abuse, bullying and pain. Zhang Yi sighed. He'd rather have Zhang's entire family killed, but he knew very well that not every member of the young family would like to have such an outcome. It was also clear that even among the elders, there were very few who would agree with his idea. Even if you live like a filthy thing in the mud, you are still alive, aren't you? This matter is important. I need to discuss. With the elders in Zhang's same clan, he was silent for a long time and slowly opened his mouth, holding back this sentence. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Shan banging on the table. I'm not discussing with you, but rather informing you. Lin Shan half raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Yi mercilessly. His tone was also very cold. You think you're qualified to discuss with me now? Zhang Yi froze and his face held a red color. In all his years of living, when had he ever been so aggrieved? But he had no way to refute Lin Shan's words. The only reason he was still alive until now was because Lin Shan was willing to grant him such a chance to live. Otherwise, in the moment just now when the unicorn revealed itself, in the moment young Inqi fell, he had then been torn to pieces by the swarming people. Zhang Yi gave a hard laugh and arched his hand in greeting. I know. Lin Shan nodded, turned his head to Dai Huan, and said softly, Lord Dai, I'll leave it all to the Delizi. Dai Han stood up, arched his hand and said, don't worry, Your Highness the King of Chu. The Delizi will definitely deal with this matter in strict accordance with the laws of the Tang. Lin Shan stopped talking. Not long after, a few Jinwu guards came in and escorted Zhang Yi out of the Chu King's mansion, heading towards the Delizi prison. The party only grew lively. It seemed as if nothing had just happened, that it was just a usual and unexceptional housewarming party. Li Shimin and Lin Shan walked to the courtyard again. He looked at the Qilin playing with the Persian cat with an envious face. Is this really the mythical beast Qilin? Lin Shan nodded. Where did you get this kind of Rue beast? Li Shimin turned his head and looked at Lin Shan with a longing face. He wanted to get one too. As long as he can be recognized by the genuine Kirin, then his position as emperor will be more legitimate, and the biggest stain on his body, Zuanwaman change, will no longer be a stain. The emperor of 1,000 years. No, Li Shimin wanted to be the first emperor of all time. Wanted to be the ultimate emperor who had never been seen before or since. Lin Shan said softly, when I was a child playing on the beach, a falling thunder suddenly struck a palm tree on the side, splitting it in two, and it was in the heart of that palm tree. When it opens its eyes, I'm the first thing it sees, so it's also only intimate with me. So to say where it came from, I'm not really sure. This kind of almost fairy strange story, Lin Shan made up his own do not believe, but Li Shimin believed. Just like when Confucius was born, there was a unicorn spitting out jade books. For a saint like Lin Shan, it was justifiable to have met such auspicious events in his childhood. Li Shimin was even more envious. You are truly blessed. I have never encountered such a thing. Lin Shan smiled and didn't say anything. The public opinion in Chang'an City has been turned upside down in just one day. After all, nearly the entire population of Chang'an had seen the scene of the Qilin descending from the sky and recognizing the King of Chu. Lin Shan built a stage that could accommodate all the people of Chang'an, so that he could have more witnesses to this auspicious event, and what he saw with his own eyes was undoubtedly the right thing to do. Those rumors that were spread before, one by one, were not broken. West City, in a tea house, a few people who had just returned from the Chu King's mansion were sitting inside drinking tea. One frowned without a word. Suddenly a man opened his mouth, his tone unusually sorrowful. We have actually wronged His Highness the King of Chu for so long. Chapter 100 Public Trial. His words made the atmosphere in the tea house even more somber. Everyone here? No. All the people of the entire Chang'an city now had complicated hearts. Just because of some rumors, they then misunderstood that the king of Chu, who had made so many contributions for the people of the world, was a demon and insulted him for so long. Another person sighed. You said that His Highness King Chu, how come he didn't come out to refute it? It would be good if he punished a few people who spread rumors. The other looked up and glared at him. That's why His Highness, the King of Chu, is a saint and not you. How? Someone raised a doubt. In his opinion, Lin Shan should have ruthlessly caught those who spread the rumors when they first started spreading and disciplined them. If you do that, maybe these rumors won't spread. The reason why His Highness, the King of Chu, has been holding back so much is because he found out that someone was behind these rumors, which is why he didn't make a move against those commoners. The common people are innocent, and His Highness, the King of Chu, is such a kind-hearted saint that even though those people spoke ill of him, how could he be willing to take action against them? I'd rather suffer a little myself than the people. A man was so indignant that he almost used all the imagination in his brain to make Lin Shan a saint who tasted gall with a lowly wage. The words were instantly recognized as soon as they were spoken. That's right. His Highness the King of Chu is such a saint. But this statement made them feel even more guilty inside. They caused so much harm to His Highness the King of Chu, but His Highness the King of Chu did not pursue their faults at all. What a nice one. What a good king. If it were any other lord, I'm afraid that he would have been unable to resist laying his hands on those of them who had no power or influence. We want to compensate His Highness the King of Chu. One mumbled. Compensated how? Silence went on in the tea house. No one opened their mouths to speak. None of them knew how they could go about making amends to a king in their position. Since we don't have the means to do something for His Highness the King of Chu, why don't we just go to His Highness the King of Chu's supermarket more often and buy some more things? As compensation for His Highness the King of Chu? After a long time, a man spoke timidly. Right. We'll just go shopping at His Highness the King of Chu's supermarket. Exactly. Why didn't I think of such a good idea? Go, now. This was the only thing they could think of that they could do for His Highness the King of Chu. The West Market supermarket had one of its hottest days of business. It's even going to be hotter than the first day it opened for business. The guilt that the people of Datong felt towards Lin Shan was collectively transformed into a powerful desire to shop. They had already been suppressed for a long time because of the rumors and had not touched these goodies brought by Lin Shan. And some of the radical ones had even destroyed everything in their homes that had anything to do with Lin Shan. Now it's just time to find a fix for the family. Wait until it's into the night market. After the supermarkets close, Lin Shan opened the system panel, and the accounts listed the income statistics for this day. 230,000 taels of silver, almost nearly 4 times his turnover for the day before the rumors. Lin Shan was so happy he could hardly keep his mouth shut. It's not the norm, but it won't last long. At least until half a month after the public trial. When the rumor mill thing dies down, this outburst of shopping lust will taper off. The losses from the previous period would not only be filled back, but would also allow Lin Shan to earn more. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The small Rui supermarket in Taipingfang reopened for business again. Only that the person managing the store was no longer Lin Shan, but had been replaced by a young and beautiful girl. After a long period of study, Li Wancheng finally got a rough idea of how to manage a supermarket. She is now practicing with the Rui supermarket. After she was able to skillfully manage Rui supermarket, then it would also be the time for Lin Shan to open another branch in the East City. Again, the public trial that Chang'an City had been waiting for so long was also on this day, officially opened. It's right on Jubilee Street. The Golden Guards have improvised a stage. Lin Shan and Li Shimen acted as spectators, and the presiding judge was Dai Huan, the junior secretary of the Dilizi. There were nearly 100 shackled Zhang clan members standing on the high platform. Their faces were heavy, and one by one they hung their heads down in shame, some even raising their hands to cover their faces, not daring to see anyone. At the head of the group was Zhang Yi. In addition to him, the Zhang family also paid nearly 30 of the backbone of the Zhang family, including Zhang Qian, Zhang Yi's eldest son. This was almost 70% of the middle and upper level clansmen of the Zhang family. Hundreds of people gathered around. It was the first time they had seen this novel mode of interrogation. In public, each of them, as the people, is a participant and a witness. Dai Huan slapped the shocking wood, lowered his head, and looked at the script Lin Shan had written for him. The court is now declared in session. Chang'an Dilizi. Today's public trial of the case of the honor dispute between the Zhang clan of Xingyang and the king of the Chu of the Great Tang dynasty. Lin Shan. Now verify the identity of the parties. Xingyang Zhang clan talking head Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi raised his head and arched his hand breathlessly. The old man is here. Dai Huan swept his eyes and lowered his head again to continue reading. Great Tang Chu King Lin Shan. Lin Shan smiled and said softly, "This king is here." Dai continued to read on. Below this official will interrogate the various details of this case one by one. If you question what this official has said, please open your mouth to refute it and present your own evidence, stating the source of the evidence and the content of the proof. You two understand? Zhang Yi and Lin Shen nodded and said in unison, "Understood." Dai Han nodded, looked coldly at Zhang Yi, and asked softly, "Is it true or false that the Xingyang Zheng clan used all kinds of fabricated and false objects with the name of ominous signs to insult His Highness the King of Chu's reputation?" Zhang Yi was a bit hesitant, but in public, he could only nod with difficulty. It's true, there was an uproar among the people, even though all the previous events had completely proved Lin Shen's innocence, but now the person who framed Lin Shen admitted his crime in person. This gives the senses of the people of Datong, or something not quite the same. Dai asked again, "In Shirley Zhuang, you and others forged a stone statue and fabricated a rumor within 5 days. Is this matter true or false?" Zhang Yi nodded again. "It's true." Dai continued to ask, "In Zaya Jiazwang, you wait for forged bamboo to blossom." This public trial was more torturous than Zhang Yi had imagined. He thought he was just going through the motions, pronouncing in front of the people how he was going to end up. But I didn't expect it to be like this, picking apart all the ugly things they've done in public. Chapter 101, Zhang's downfall. Every single thing, taken individually, is questioned. Be sure to get an affirmative reply from Young Yi. Not only that, after determining that all the ominous signs on all the nearby manors were made by Zhang's people, Dai doesn't seem to be satisfied with just that. Again, he began to ask how Zhang's modus operandi was, not sparing a single detail. Zhang Yi had never thought that a public trial turned out to be such a thing. It's not just about knocking him, Young, into the darkness, and all the filthy things they had done were to be laid out before the people, and their sinful side was to be dissected with unparalleled clarity. Let all the people, with their own eyes, see and hear with their own ears. He, a member of the Zhang family, word for word, recounted the sins and ugliness of their Zhang family. Or he was not speaking in detail, Dai would interrupt him to make him speak in more detail. Those ugliest parts, Dai would even make him repeat them a few more times. Zhang Yi had never been so desperate in his heart as he was now. If anything, before, he still had a fluke in his heart, thinking that the Zhang family might have some hope of turning things around. Then now he just can't see any hope of flipping. The Young family is finished. If it had died once and for all, it might not have happened. After all, no one is going to criticize someone who is already dead. But the Young family didn't die. They were nailed to the pillar of sin once and for all. I'm afraid that the entire world surnamed Zhang will be incomparably disgusted with their own this family name. After Dai Huan inquired about these things, he said softly, "Where is Zhang Renji?" Zhang Renji stepped out from the crowd. He was the only one of these Zhang family members who wasn't wearing a yoke. "Your humble servant is here." Dai asked. "Zhang asked you to put in forged carp in the Chang'an aqueduct. Is this true or false?" Young Ngi returned. "It's true." Dai asked again, "Is there any proof?" Young Ngi nodded. "Naturally." Saying this, he took out from his bosom a few letters and papers, and handed them to the Jinwu guards on the side, presenting them to the table. Dai Huan simply swept through. These several letterheads have actually been read by him in the past few days, and asking so now is just for show. Snap! Dai Hanu slapped the shocking wood, coldly grunted and rebuked. "According to the laws of the Tang, the Delizi makes the following punishments for you and others. The Xingyang Zheng clan will compensate King Chu Linshan for the severe blow to his Rui supermarket business during the spread of the rumor, which was strictly calculated according to the Ministry of Households. The Xingyang Zheng clan will be liable to King Linshan of Chu for economic damages, moral damages, and other damages totaling 1,387,622 silver taels. The masterminds led by Zhang Yi, Zhang Qian, and others shall be sentenced to death, with Zhang Gongcheng, Zheng, and other accessories to the conspiracy, sentenced to exile in Hainan." Zhang Renji reported meritorious, merits and demerits. According to the Delizi, with the Ministry of Rights together to discuss, depreciate the Ministry of Water 6 officials Zhang Renji, for the Ministry of Households, 7th grade secretary of the Department of. Zhang Renji's face was so happy that he didn't dare to be too arrogant. He was busy lowering his head and covering his mouth for fear that he would burst out laughing, though it went from being a 6th ranking official to a 7th ranking official. But from the Ministry of Water, a subordinate part of the Ministry of Public Works, he was transferred to the Ministry of Household and became a division chief. All the officials understand that this is actually an explicit devaluation and a secret promotion. And I am afraid that within a few days, this 7th grade secretary of department will be promoted a few more grades, and become a 5th grade or 4th grade officer, which will not come as a surprise to anyone. Hearing Dai's pronouncement, the people were abuzz. Qing Tian Daliang, worthy of being an official of the Great Tang. This sentence is too fair. Bah! This kind of scum who only uses plots and tricks should have been damned a long time ago. All of this is strictly in accordance with the Tang law to execute the sentence. No matter what people, in this matter, cannot find out any place to nitpick. Zhang Wei stood in the crowd and looked blankly at the people who were dancing around him. It's been a week and he still hasn't reacted. They're clearly that much better. Have even put a knife to Lin Shen's neck. How is it that all of a sudden it gets flipped? Even the Zhang clan of Xingyang was forced into this life is better than death situation, only able to languish in day-to-day misery. More than 1 million taels of silver compensation. This hurt Zhang and Xingyang. Of course, they have to face more than just these things. According to the Tang law, there were large tracts of land in their family to be recovered, large tracts of stores to be recovered, and the foundations they had laid out in the Chu land evaporated almost overnight. De Tan's aggressive stance was not all that Xingyang Zhang had to face. The public opinion of the people. That's the stuff that kills. Before they Zhang, how high and mighty they are. In Xingyang they are the Earth Emperor. Countless people want to flatter them, want to become their family servants, under them, but now it's all gone. Before Zhang Yi left Xingyang, Zhang's reputation had completely collapsed in Xingyang. At Zhang's front door, a large amount of feces is thrown every day. It's cleaned up today, and it won't take 2 hours for someone else to fill it up again, even if they sent someone to guard the door. The people of Xingyang, who are not at all afraid of them, just so openly and honestly threw feces on their door. Zhang's girl, too, seems to have become a hot potato. The ones that aren't married are left aside for now. Those who were married had been repudiated 7 times in this short week, and they all could only cry and cry, clutching their baggage, and ducking back to their mother's house in disgrace. The rest of the book is written simply. 2. I just think that a woman from a disgusting family like the Zhangs of Xingyang is not worthy of those of them who are righteous. What Zhang Wei could not accept was the change in the attitude of the same families, the same 7 clans and 5 surnames, towards their Xingyang Zhang clan. Every one of them hated Zhang's death. Zhang's loss had put all the great families in an extremely passive situation. The Great Tang finally had an honorable reason to be able to cleanse all the great families of the world, in accordance with the laws of the Tang, in the simplest way possible. Yang was the one who lost the most money. A few others, however, didn't fare so well down the road. All the lineages, including the Longxili clan, have shed at least a layer of skin. Some of the families whose roots are in the land even have to face the situation of having no food to eat as this year passes, or even having to go down to the land and plant the fields themselves. They were knocked off their high pedestal. The consequence of all this is that Xingyang Zhang, they didn't manage to kill King Lin Shen of Chu as stated in the plan, but instead allowed him to seize the opportunity to deliver an extremely fatal blow to the Zhang clan of Xingyang, and to the entire lineage, just as he was out of his mind. The execution has begun on the high platform. He watched as the oldest elder of his clan had his head chopped off by the executioner without mercy. It was as dismal as the Xingyang Zhang clan, cut off from life. Chapter 102, The Terrified Ho Junji. 36 people died in Shangan today. 36 people with the surname Zheng. Their heads and bones were placed on this elevated platform on Vermilion Bird Street, to be exposed to the wind and sun, and to serve as a warning to the people of Chang'an City. And of course the more critical, it is still a wake-up call for the great families of the world, as well as certain misbehaving lords and nobles. With so many people dead, the atmosphere in Chang'an was celebratory. On this day, Rui Supermarket's business was still booming, and Lin Shen's earnings even reached a peak, with a single day's revenue exceeding 300,000 taels of silver, a full 323,457 taels and 8 cents. One of the biggies trafficked is pre-mixed drinks. Tonight's Chang'an City was destined to be a non-drunken night, and almost everyone was celebrating in such a way that Their Highness, the King of Chu, was still the same saint that he had been. Celebrate that His Highness, the King of Chu, has been cleared of the stigma, and celebrate that these people behind the scenes deserved what they got. There are just some people who are not happy about it. Those sons and daughters of the great families of the world, naturally, need not be mentioned. They won't even be able to sleep tonight. Slamming their eyes shut was 30 or so blood-spewing heads, beating back and forth in their dream world. They always felt that this downfall might be their downfall in the future. Ho Junji couldn't sleep either. In fact, ever since that day when Lin Shen flipped the game by unexpected means, Ho Junji had never had a good night's sleep, and until today, it was at a peak. With him to discuss how to deal with Lin Shen, Xingyang Zhang fell. As soon as Ho Junji closed his eyes, those 30-odd heads would also appear in his head. It's just different from the dream of the worldly family. The 30 or so heads he dreamed of all uniformly had his face. In his dream, those 30 or so heads, they were all his heads, and the man who cut off so many heads was no other than Lin Shen, who rode a qilin and held a machete in his hand. Ho Junji awoke with a start and raised his hand to touch his neck. The head is still there. Ho Junji sat paralyzed on the bed and looked up at the window. The The sky was dusky, as if it was going to rain, and he couldn't see the moon or the stars. What to do? Lin Shen's prestige now, both among the people and in the court, has reached a high level. If he wanted to get himself killed at this time, I'm afraid it would be an easy task. Ho Junji frowned. He could hardly see in himself. Now, any way out? Begging Lin Shen for peace? No, that's one thing that's not going to happen. If begging for peace had worked, back when he had first begged for peace from Lin Shen's, this matter would have been able to be resolved, and it wouldn't have caused him to be so painfully entangled now. Li Shimen. Suddenly in Ho Junji's mind, this three-character name flashed. Yeah, if he couldn't deal with Lin Shen himself, then it was simply better to find himself a helper. Who is the thickest thigh in the whole Great Tang? It's Li Shimen, the master of the entire Datang. An unstoppable thought arose in Ho Junji's head, which caused him to stop preparing for sleep and instead shoot his horse toward the imperial city. He wants to report Lin Shen's intent to commit treason. For any emperor, the word treason would be terrifying, especially someone like Lin Shen. He is among the people. There is an incomparably high reputation. Even the Li Shimen are much higher out. This is a prerequisite for rebellion. The hearts and minds of the people. If he said that, even if Li Shimen didn't believe it, he was afraid that he would develop a deep scorn for Lin Shen. Ho Junji went off in high spirits. But when he came back, there was an extremely visible footprint on his face. 43 yards of big feet, from Li Shimen's relentless assists. His idea didn't get even the slightest bit of approval from Li Shimen. It's not at all reliable for Ho Junji to say such things. In fact, this wasn't the first time Ho Junji had done this kind of thing. Ho Junji was a man who loved to fight, but his military skills were not good enough, and had pestered Li Shimen to find him a master. So Li Shimen asked Li Jing to teach Ho Junji the art of war. But within a few days of work, Ho Junji submitted a report to Li Shimen, saying that Li Jing he wants to conspire against him, because every time Li Jing teaches the art of war, when it comes to the essentials, Li Jing just skips over them and never goes into detail about this aspect. Li Shimen heard. The first reaction is suspicion. Called Li Jing over. In Li Jing all kinds of appeasement. Li Shimen only dispelled doubts. Facts also proved that Ho Junji's suspicions were farts. This was the second time that Li Shimen decided to stop believing Ho Junji's words. In his heart, Lin Shen was a saint. A saint like him could not have plotted a rebellion unless he himself became a dim king. And if Lin Shen was interested in power, he wouldn't have stayed away from the court meetings. Much less just hang on to the title of a prince all the time and not ask Li Shimen for a position. Ho Junji lay on his bed at home and became even more worried. Lin Shen, on the other hand, was lying on his back, shaking his head and looking at the silver on the system panel. It's been a couple of days. He gets a wave of explosive growth in his little coffers, including Xingyang Zhang's pots and pans, to give him more than 1,000,000 taels of silver compensation. He is now in the hands of the silver. The first number has broken through to the 4,118,000 taels of silver. It set his wrathful soul on fire. Although things had never been beyond Lin Shen's grasp, his pressure during this period of time was, indeed, not small, and it was just the right time to use the lottery as a way to relieve his inner tedium. Lin Shen flicked a point and switched to the lottery panel. He wasn't going to smoke 3 regular big categories, whether it was medical books, military books, or say, everyday items sold in supermarkets. He still had enough of these stocks on hand, and Sun Xinyo hadn't even completely chewed down a medical book by now. There is no hurry at all in these matters. So this raffle, it's a special class raffle. Lin Shen was looking forward to what he would draw this time. Every time a special class is drawn, it brings him a huge surprise. Hopefully this one will be a useful enough surprise as well. Lin Shen's finger gently clicked and the roulette wheel rotated. Not long after the pointer stopped and landed on an icon that made Lin Shen a little surprised. At the same time, the system's beeps, too, came into the ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a special class item, the NS handheld game console. And win this? Lin Shen's perception was once again shattered. And with a thought, he turned to the system mall and extracted this limited to one console. A game console with a black screen and red and blue handles on either side fell into his palm at once. Press the power. The screen flickers and gradually the picture appears. It was really the same console he had perceived. Chapter 103, Highly Intelligent Humanoid Butler. Lin Shen was never expecting that he would be able to draw this in the special lottery. What's the point of this thing? Not practical at all. At that moment, Lin Shen manipulated the buttons and casually clicked on a game, and the stereo immediately issued a crackling sound of special effects. The system produced a console that still didn't have a way to connect to the internet across millennia of years, but it was almost complete with games that far exceeded the oversized capacity of this console itself, and a charge that never runs out. This is a great thing to use to pass the time. Lin Shen was having so much fun that he even threw the idea of a raffle to the back of his mind. It had been too long since he had been exposed to modernization, which made Lin Shan slightly more than happy. After playing for about half an hour or so, Lin Shan turned off the power, then carefully placed it aside and opened the system panel once more. Get ready for another special drawing. Game consoles are great, but you can't get too addicted to them. The golden carousel reappeared in front of Lin Shan's eyes, and after the pointer turned, it landed on a black silhouette of a human figure. Lin Shan froze. Confusion came out of his eyes. What is this? Could it be something like the supermarket management module that I won in the previous draw? But it doesn't look like it. Lin Shan casually glanced over. His eyes landed on the game console on the side, and his heart stuttered. Today's systematic draw is very unorthodox. With things like game consoles out there, it's hard to beat the idea that this black silhouette could be some kind of 1:1 large simulated human interactive silicone doll? Don't! If this was really the thing, Lin Shan would cast some shadows over the lottery for at least a month. However, an icy and merciless beep soon reached his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the highly intelligent humanoid butler robot in the lottery. Not a silicone doll. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. This highly intelligent robot, though, is kind of interesting, without roots. This was one of the biggest problems Lin Shan faced in Datong. He doesn't have many people under him that he can use. Chen San and his group, barely. This was still because they were implanted with a supermarket management template. Otherwise they could only barely be a domestic servant in the Chu King's residence. Lillian Zhang. This girl, she should be able to be counted. But after all, she had only been with Lin Shan for about a month, and Lin Shan was still in the process of examining whether she was loyal or not. All that's left is the 2,000 private soldiers in hand. It looks like there's a lot of people, but none of them could be arranged in the Chu King's residence. There were quite a few slaves in the Chu King's residence, a total of 100 or 200 people up and down, just to serve him alone. But how many of those 100 or 200 were planted by others? Lin Shan was well aware of this. His appearance had brought incomparably strong vitality to the Great Tang, and now he was still on the same side as Li Shimin and the entire court of the Great Tang, not because he conquered those people himself. Rather, it was because their interests, now, were the same, both for the elimination of the class of the Shijiatsi, and both for a better life for the people of the Great Tang. But what about when the great families of the world are completely unable to fight back? Li Shimin is no fool. He was an emperor for the ages, arguably the one with the greatest audacity and pattern in the entire history of feudal dynasties. The change of Zuanwoman has only passed less than 2 years of time. Li Jianqing's bones are not yet cold. The arrow shot on him, at any time may be pulled out by Li Shimin, hard-nailed on his own body. Lin Shan hated that. He also hoped that he would be able to join hands with Li Shimin in peace and quiet, and be able to harmoniously become the manipulator of the chariot of Great Tang, sweeping the world and conquering the world. Huns, Turks, Tubans, and that's just the beginning. Lin Shan's goal was the entire planet, on the Great Barrier Reef, in the Rockies, on the Seine, even in the North and South Poles, places where people and life are hardly seen. The Tang flag is planted, but human nature is like that. Lin Shan's appearance had already threatened Li Shimin's reputation and his throne to a great extent, even though Li Shimin knew that Lin Shan could not and would not become emperor. But sooner or later, Li Shimin will go after Lin Shan. No, it's not sooner or later, it's already done. Lin Shan turned his head and looked at the far side of the courtyard, at the busy household servants. There was no difference in the look on their faces. They may be from Li Shimin, from the worldly family. They weren't entirely sincere about themselves as the king of Chu. The Chu King's mansion could not be let out, nor could it become a probe for others to monitor themselves. Lin Shan squinted his eyes and looked at the fact that no one was watching him outside. He flicked on the system mall and extracted this intelligent robot. It's not like one just popped up. Instead, it turned into a mist of blue misty light and landed on Lin Shan's hand. Ding! Please select the intelligent housekeeper's home. British, 2, Smart Minimalist, 3, Ancient Chinese, 4, Gothic. In all, there are 18 personality options. Even at the end, there is a personality customization service. Lin Shan did not try to be original, but chose the ancient Chinese style. Blue misty fog of light, then flew out of Lin Shan's palm, slowly fell to the ground. Mechanical probes surged out of the fog of light, constructed steel skeletons, filled with red and white muscles, laid on the skin, and transformed into clothes. Not long after, a man in his 40s or 50s who looked like an old butler appeared in front of Lin Shan. Old slave has met the family master. A blue light lit up in the butler's eyes, and the entire person was energized as if he were human. Bowing respectfully towards Lin Shan, I also implore the family master to give me a name. Original sound and flavor of ancient Chinese style. Lin Shan looked at him, thought a little, and said softly, from now on, I'll call you Linda. Linda nodded. Thank you master for the name. Lin Shen continued. From now on, this royal residence of mine will be under your care. Be careful to guard against people who shouldn't come in, and if you find anything, feel free to give me the list. Here, Lin Di answered down, a slight stream of data flowing imperceptibly through his eyes. Lin Shen led him out of the house, called all the household servants of the Chu King's house over, and introduced them to the steward who would be in charge of the entire Chu King's house's internal affairs, both large and small. In the future, some people have some disappointment in their eyes. I thought that the Chu Wangfu did not have an internal chief official, Chen San those few people, and did not have the ability to manage a king's residence. It is certain that they will have to select a person from among them, but I didn't expect one to fall from the sky. Sure enough, this His Highness the King of Chu is no cutie pie. No one would have a problem with it, even if they would be under the command of Li Shimin, the world's great families, and the various princes of the state. Their explicit status was a pariah status. Trying to play tricks with a king right now would be a death wish. After Lin Shen arranged these things, an invitation to worship, handed to the door. Chapter 104, Li Chengqian. You have a hole in your head, don't you? When Lin Shen saw this invitation to worship, he was a bit surprised. It's mostly this guy who dropped off the buy. It is not those state eunuchs, county man and county sons of Chang'an. Rather, it's someone who shouldn't be throwing themselves a buy. Today's crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, Li Chengqian. This man who was only a year older than Princess Changle. Everyone in the entire Great Tang can throw him obeisance. Even Hou Junji, who has a life and death grudge against himself, can. And the Zhang family, who has been remedied by him and is worse than death, struggling to drown itself in pain, can also. Only Li Chengqian could not. He's the crown prince. He himself was again the most prestigious person in the entire Great Tang. The identity is too special. Lin Shen looked at this obeisance. His face was cloudy and uncertain. And the ultimate end of Li Chengqian in history was to be killed for conspiracy. And the comments in the history books said that Li Chengqian was not a little cute. But this obeisance made Lin Shen feel that this Li Chengqian was just a little cutie. Lin Di stood behind Lin Shen and asked softly, Master, is His Highness the Crown Prince invited in? Lin Shen nodded. Invite him in. Lin Di answered and went out to invite Li Chengqian in. A spirited young man walked in. And now he is still far from the latter days. By the Tang court. By Li Shimon's delay in the establishment of the reserves tossed by the sinister appearance. Your Highness King of Chu. It's better to see than to hear 100 times. Truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Li Chengqian had just walked into the study and arched his hand towards Lin Shen with a self-congratulatory look. Before Lin Shen could say anything, he sat down in the chair next to him. Flimsy. This was Lin Shen's first reaction upon seeing Li Chengqian. It's not that Li Chengqian's nature is like this. It's just that as the crown prince, no matter where he goes, even people like Fang Xianling and Du Rui will relax some of their standards for him as a small child while looking at Li Shimon's face. Lin Shen frowned slightly. The crown prince has something to say directly. His voice was icy. Li Chengqian was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had encountered someone with such an icy attitude towards him, but he still had a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, Since your Highness the King of Chu is so refreshing, then I'll be straightforward. I'm here to act as a lobbyist for Duke Lu and Hou Junji. Squire Yu. Another unexpected thing. Lin Shen was a bit surprised. You came to visit me just for this matter? Li Chengqian nodded his head greatly. Waiting for the minister is my Datong humorous. Your Highness the King of Chu, you are my Datong saint. This prince does not want to see two to my Datong all have hefty merits and virtues of the people. Fight a you die I live. I also learned that the conflict between the two of you is only because Squire Ho wanted to buy your supermarket and you didn't sell it. This kind of thing, for His Highness the King of Chu to still keep it in mind. Isn't that a bit too petty? When Lin Shen heard these words, he almost didn't get angry and laugh. Just because Hou Junji wants to buy his own store? Is that a buy? That's open robbery. Using his status as a Duke of State to bully himself into giving him the supermarket for nothing. He didn't sell it himself, and even had his own private soldiers from his house, pretending to be robbers, come to loot his goods, even to the point of participating in Young's public opinion campaign against himself. What Hou Junji had done to himself, but if a different person had come over, his current end would have been dead and buried, and it wouldn't even be any better than Zhang's current end. He himself is not willing to forgive Hou Junji, and did not even take advantage of the matter of the world's great families to Hou Junji. This is all for the sake of Li Shimin. The result is that Li Chengqian so too stingy? Li Chengqian didn't seem to notice the strange look on Lin Shen's face, but continued to continue on his own. Why don't your Highness, the King of Chu, look at my face? How about reconciling with Squire Ho on this? Lin Shen didn't say anything and looked as if he was thinking. Li Chengqian's face showed joy, and he couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. His own father had not even dealt with the matter. If he had resolved it with this outburst, He did not know how his father would have to praise himself. He has been the crown prince for so many years, and is finally doing what a crown prince should do. Father will be relieved to hand over the great Tang to himself, right? Just as he was reveling in his own small inner joy, Lin Shan suddenly raised his head, looked at Li Chengqian, and let out a light laugh. If Li Shimin knew that you had done this kind of thing, I'm afraid that he would have been so angry with you that he would have spit out blood. Li Chengqian froze and looked at Lin Shan somewhat at a loss for words. Not to mention the fact that you didn't even understand the original cause of these things, but simply listened to Ho Junji's one-sided words. And not to mention how foolish a decision it was for you, a prince of the dynasty, to touch a Chu king like me, the most popular in the entire Great Tang. It's just that you're so willing to give Ho Junji a gun to use. I think you're really not qualified enough to be the crown prince. Pig brain. No, even a pig that has learned from Li Shimin for so many years couldn't do something as stupid as what you've done. Lin Shan's tone was indifferent. There were not many words, but every word, like a knife, ruthlessly stabbed Li Chengqian's heart. Especially the last few sentences of insults made Li Chengqian's entire face red and swollen. When has he ever been scolded like that? The crown prince, in Lin Shan's mouth, was even worse than a pig? Even if he was the most prestigious saint in the entire Great Tang, scolding him like this as a royal prince was too rampant. Li Chengqian opened his mouth, still wanting to argue something, but Lin Shan didn't give him a chance at all, and with a wave of his hand, he directly shouted at the door, "Send the guests away." Linda walked in through the door, arching his hand towards Li Chengqian. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please." Li Chengqian didn't have the slightest intention to get up. He just looked at Lin Shan with cold eyes. He was very angry in his heart right now. Only his reason told him that making a cultured appearance at this time was the right choice. "Your Highness King of Chu, it's a bit inappropriate for you to say that about me, isn't it?" Li Chengqian took a deep breath and said softly, "I am, after all, the Crown Prince of the Great Tang." Lin Shan snorted. "Don't say you're just a prince now, even if it's your father. If Li Shimin does something so brainless, I'm not only going to scold him, I'm going to beat him up. I didn't beat you up, just for your sake, and for the sake of your sister who was Nagar and the others. Show off what? The entire Great Tang has half a cent to do with you?" Lin Shan once again waved his hand. "Get lost." Li Chengqian's words made Lin Shan have no patience at all, and he didn't even want to use the strength to make a face. Lin De sensed Lin Shan's anger. He pulled with one hand, holding the material of Li Chengqian's back, and directly lifted him up. Li Chengqian glanced at Lin De in surprise. This old man, who looked to be at least in his 50s, could be so strong? Chapter 105, Ho Junji's Last Struggle. Frustration. Since his birth, it was the first time that Li Chengqian had tasted such a strong sense of frustration. Lin Shan didn't give him any good face at all. Even if he was scolded, he was asked to leave in such a coercive manner. Lin De carried him all the way out of the study and around the corridor. It was as if Lin Shan hadn't left him any face. Lin De, a highly intelligent humanoid butler robot, didn't give Li Chengqian any face either. Opened the door of the Chu King's residence in a big way. Like a piece of trash, he threw Li Chengqian out the door. A 17-year-old young man, like a ball, rolled several times on the ground, not at all like the prince's graceful and noble appearance. Lin De towered over Li Chengqian, and after glancing at him with an indifferent and unfeeling look, he signaled the other household servants to heavily close the gate. The 1,000 bull guards who accompanied Li Chengqian on the side looked at each other. They didn't follow it in, not knowing exactly what happened, but they were watching this crown prince of the Great Tang, now the noblest person in the whole of the Great Tang besides Li Shimin and Lin Shan, being thrown out in such a sorry state. But it's just that they still don't dare to lay hands on the Chu King's house. That's Lin Shan. That's a saint. They knew too well however just how powerful Lin Shan's methods were. Li Chengqian takes some losses. Then, the 1,000 bull guards just pretended that they hadn't seen this incident and helped Li Chengqian up with expressionless faces and even a little bit of a smile. A man opened his mouth and asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you alright?" Li Chengqian gritted his teeth and nodded, doing his best to make his face not look so grim. Go to the Imperial City." He turned back and took a deep look at the Chu King's mansion. This mansion, in the Great Tang, has a unique style. From his mouth, he held those 4 words viciously. He's going to sue. Li Chengqian really don't understand. Obviously they are so pulling down their faces. Obviously so want to persuade, and the two of them, they are in Ho Junji's house. They are treated so highly. But in the Chu King's house, they are in such a sorry state. Since his good intentions were not understood by Lin Shan, then he had no choice but to go to the only person in the entire Great Tang who could overpower Lin Shan. Ever since Li Chengqian became an adult, he rarely came back to the Imperial City, especially this year. The Great Tang was plagued with disasters, and he hadn't even come to the Imperial City once. Unlike Lin Shan, even as the Crown Prince, Li Changqian did not have any privileges, and even because of this status, he had greater limitations in the imperial city, and still needed to be passed from one layer to another. Qianer is actually coming to visit me? Li Shimin furrowed his brows, listening to the news coming in layer by layer, and couldn't help but ponder. Empress Changsun raised her hand and rubbed Li Shimin's shoulder. You, don't think so much. We haven't seen Qianer for a long time. Maybe he just misses us. Li Shimin shook his head and didn't say anything. Knowing the son is like knowing the father. Li Changqian is a kind of child. Li Shimin knows very well. This is a man with a surplus of intelligence, but not much emotional intelligence. If he wasn't the emperor himself, this face of Li Changqian might have been smoked long ago. With Li Shimin's permission, not long after, Li Changqian walked in. His wretched appearance startled both Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. All dirty, and there were even a few scrapes on his face. Walking even with a limp. This is a trace that Li Changqian intentionally kept, and he just wants to be miserable in front of his own father. Empress Changsun busily walked over, raised her hand, gently patted the dust on Li Changqian's body, and asked anxiously and worriedly on one side, "What's going on? Why are you like this?" Compared to Empress Changsun, who acted like a mother, Li Shimin was more like an emperor, and his face did not show any expression that a father should have. Just coldly asked, "What's going on?" Li Changqian first bowed respectfully to his father and mother, then said softly, "Father, this is what His Highness King Chu got." King of Chu, Lin Shun? Hearing this name made Li Shimin freeze. He had never thought that the culprit for his prince being in such a sorry state would be Lin Shun. Li Shimin furrowed his brows and slatted his face. "You went to find His Highness King Chu?" Sudden color change. Let Li Changqian heart produce out some not too subtle ideas. Yes, the child is for the grudge between His Highness King Chu and servant Ho. He carefully looked at Li Shimin's face, opened his mouth on one side, and gave a truthful account of what happened to him in King Chu's residence. There was also no need to add to it, in Li Changqian's opinion. What had happened to him was enough to slap the royal family in the face. For the sake of royal majesty, no matter what, one's father should have properly reprimanded the Chu king who didn't know the heights of heaven. Listening to Li Changqian's words, Li Shimin's face became more and more ugly. Even Empress Changsuan's face was stretched as long as a horse's face. Both of them had lost their good looks towards Li Changqian. However, this bad face, it didn't make Li Changqian realize that the true malice was directed at him, and he was still full of joy thinking that it was Lin Shun's hand reaching too far and making his father angry. When Li Changqian finished, he looked at Li Shimin with bated breath, expecting his father to give an order to avenge himself. But Li Shimin just sighed. King Chu is still that King Chu, and it's fortunate that he did so, or else I might have to strip you of your status as a crown prince. He still just threw you out for my sake. If it was me in that situation with the King of Chu, I would absolutely have to break one of your legs and throw it out for you. Li Changqian froze, directly stunned, dumbfounded, looking at Li Shimin, somewhat less able to understand. What's going on here? He was sent by Lin Shun to throw himself out of the Chu king's mansion, but it was still a good thing that he was able to preserve his identity as the crown prince? If his own father was the King of Chu, would he have been more ruthless in his actions? What kind of logic is this? You really haven't realized what you've done? Empress Changsun looked at this child of hers worriedly and asked gently. Li Changqian shook his head. He still couldn't figure it out. He was clearly well-intentioned, wanting to make peace between the two brachycephalic ministers of the Great Tang, but why was his own father's face so icy cold? Li Shimin remained silent. Empress Changsun sighed. I don't know whether Qianer you did it on purpose or without intention. What you're doing now, that's forming a party. Tie the party together. Hear these 4 words. Li Changqian's face was scared white. The body began to tremble a little. For him, the crown prince, those 4 words are the single biggest offense. Chapter 106, I won't protect him, especially in front of Li Shimin. Those 4 words are just extra heavy. Li Shimin's winning of the world was not so honorable. He is a qualified example of gangsterism. Zuanwaman change is his party camping made the biggest achievement. And this achievement, to bring him is the death of Li Jiancheng, is Li Yuan to give him the throne. Also fortunately, the boundaries of Great Tang were fought down by him. Although there was a plague of locusts this year, there was also a saintly Lin Shin and a real Qilin, which made his reputation gradually solidify. He didn't want his children to be like him. For one thing, he didn't want his throne to be threatened. This second, also do not want to let the imperial family of the Great Tang dynasty back a disobedient name. He was forming a party and using such dishonorable means to ascend to the throne. He didn't want his son, too, to use one of these tactics. This will give the world a delusion that they, the royal family of the Great Tang dynasty, the noble Li family name, can only use such immoral means to sit on the throne, and then produce a kind of the Great Tang dynasty royal family. Our immoral point of view, that's the biggest blow to the Great Tang. He could have voluntarily relinquished the throne to Li Chengqian when he felt that Li Chengqian had the ability to be the emperor and he was still physically fit enough to support him as the emperor. But he couldn't accept that Li Chengqian had privately formed a party and wanted to usurp the throne. Li Shimin was disappointed now, but not at his worst. Li Chengqian dared to appear in front of him, and dared to brightly put this matter out, at least to prove that in this matter, Li Chengqian did not have the idea of party camping. Li Chengqian shivered and said softly, "Father, I didn't think of it that way. It was servant Ho, not that Ho Junji fellow who took the initiative to come to me. Last night, he took the initiative to come to me. He said that he and His Highness the King of Chu had a little misunderstanding, and that his father's day-to-day business was so complicated that he couldn't bear to leave it to his father to settle the matter, and so he approached me. He also said that if my son could solve this matter, he would absolutely impress my father." Li Chengqian only reacted now. It wasn't for nothing that Lin Shen called him as stupid as a pig. He was blinded by Ho Junji's viewpoint of being impressed by his father, and he did not consider the level of party affiliation. Li Shimin sighed softly. "If you are not the crown prince and you can get this matter resolved, it will indeed impress me, but you are the crown prince. Besides, I have always known about this matter, but I have never taken the initiative, because I know that the King of Chu will definitely give me the most appropriate explanation. The King of Chu will settle this matter beautifully without harming the great Tang, and may even leave Ho Junji alive for my sake. He was a saint, but saints have tempers, too." Li Shimin stood up and looked at the table case, the many folders sent by the Ministry of War. Thinking that last night Ho Junji had gone to his son after requesting him to no avail, the look in his eyes grew cold. "Go back. I'll punish you for a month not to go out of the crown prince's residence or meet with anyone. Any objections?" Li Chengqian lost his head and nodded. "My son has no objections." Li Shimin waved his hand. "Stand down." Li Chengqian left disoriented. Li Shimin gently tapped on the table and suddenly couldn't help but let out a light laugh. "Ho Junji, Ho Junji, I really didn't expect that you would do this. I'm really disappointed." Empress Changsun walked behind Li Shimin, gently helped him press his temples. "Your Majesty." He is also panicked. After all, the Chu King's current reputation is also clear to you. He's a drowning man right now, trying to cling to everything. Li Shimin shook his head and spoke with some breathlessness. "Isn't it clear to him that I've been protecting him all along? If it weren't for me, he would have died an unknown number of times. There is nothing in the public trial in favor of him. Ho Junji, can't he see what's going on?" said Li Shimin all heavy sigh. "He never should have reached his hand to Chinner, should not have reached my Li family's head. This is his own way of giving himself a dead end, and I can't protect him." Empress Changsun didn't say anything, but only soothed Li Shimin more gently. "Ho Junji, this person's heart is small. The ability is not big, but he after all followed Li Shimin all the way over. Is the Zuan woman incident one of the few firm support for Li Shimin's person? Even if it's a dog, people have feelings. Li Shimin doesn't want to part with this old comrade. All along, Li Shimin has been protecting this person. Instead of downgrading Ho Junji's official position, he has been deepening his voice in the Ministry of War. Even leave all of Lin Shen's selection of private soldiers to Ho Junji." This was a point that Li Shimin had been silently expressing with Lin Shen. He, Li Shimin, wants to preserve Ho Junji, but he no longer give up. Ho Junji's this means, finally, is to break the bottom line of his heart. Is the last straw that crushed Ho Junji his own? He was silent for a long time. Pull over a blank sheet of paper and start composing words. Relegate Ho Junji, Minister of the Ministry of War, to the position of assassin of Xinzhou. Transfer him away from Chang'an. Deliver all official duties within 7 days, and take up his post at once. Li Shimin couldn't make a big deal out of it and say to Lin Shen, "I'm not going to protect Ho Junji anymore." This was a signal he released to Lin Shen. "You can lay your hands on Ho Junji. I won't be able to protect him anymore, and I won't be able to protect him." Ho Junji was blissfully unaware that Li Shimin had already given him up. He's still struggling, like a fish in boiling water. He was now throwing down his so-called face, struggling with almost all his strength in order to be able to live. Duke Lu's mansion. Ho Junji was entertaining a few people. Li Jing, Du Rushi, Fang Xianling, Li Jiao, Chang Biaojin. These high-ranking officials who have the power under one person and over 10,000 people in the court of the Great Tang. They sat at the table, all looking at Ho Junji with incomparable surprise. For so many years, it was the first time they showed such a fawning, compensating smile out on Ho Junji's face. "Fellow colleagues, Junji invited you to the banquet this time, but actually there is a small matter that he would like to ask for your help." Ho Junji held his drink and added a lot of emphasis on the word small matter. Du Rui and a few of their smart people's faces remained unchanged. As soon as Ho Junji opened his mouth, they knew what this small matter was, but there are unintelligent ones. Like a Chang bite, he asked with a tug on his voice. What's the smallest thing? Just tell me straight away. I'm not really used to you being like this. More than uncomfortable. It simply gave everyone here thick goosebumps. Chapter 107. Chang Bai-jin's words were straightforward, not giving Ho Junji any face at all. If placed in the usual, Ho Junji was afraid to be able to throw a glass of wine on Chang Bai-jin's face, but now he resisted the impulse, and the compensatory smile on his face was even more intense. As you all know, His Highness the King of Chu and I have some minor conflicts. Ho Junji took a deep breath and said softly, this time, I invited all of you colleagues to come here, but I also want you to help me put in a few good words in front of His Highness the King of Chu, and no matter what I let Junji do, I only hope that His Highness the King of Chu will be willing to forgive me. Everyone looked at Ho Junji in surprise. These words took them by surprise. Is this still the same Ho Junji, who was boasting of his favors and achievements, and is rude and unchecked? This is more than just not wanting the Duke's face. Even the dignity and face of being a human being was thrown down just to stay alive. Du Rui slowly opened his mouth. We and His Highness, the King of Chu, have only met a few times, so if we want to put in a good word for His Excellency, the Duke of Lu, I'm afraid that it's a bit out of our reach. Fang Xianling nodded in agreement. Li Jiao, Li Jing and the others, although they did not say anything, were also in agreement. Chang Bai-jin gave himself a mouthful of wine. Sneered, I'm looking for you literary people speak strange. Pondering half a day is not to benefit. Said it is greatly. Then he turned his head to Ho Junji and said with a big grin, say, how much can you give us for asking us to do these things? Ho Junji's face stiffened. In his heart, he cursed Chang Bai-jin. This mud-legged man spoke without any face at all. A few other people at the table looked embarrassed, but they didn't make any rebuttal to Chang Biao's words. Obviously, what Chang said so bluntly is what they intended. Ho Junji squeezed out a smile and cleared his throat. Gentlemen, Junji has asked His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to go forward as a lobbyist. He hadn't finished his sentence. Du Rui's face suddenly changed. With a sound of miso, he violently stood up, looked at Ho Junji, and said in a cold voice, I'm sorry, I can't help with this favor. Fang Xianling's face also changed greatly, directly stood up, without saying a word more, and followed Du Rui to leave. Li Jing and Li Jiao didn't react as quickly as these two capable men, but they quickly figured out the key to it as well, and similarly stood up when Du Rui and Fang Xianling were about to walk out of the room. Without a word, he left toward the door. Zhang Liang and Chai Xiao also left right behind. In just half a sentence, a large portion of the people at this table were gone. Chang Bai's entire body was dumbfounded. He looked at Du Rui's back as they left and yelled at the top of his voice, why are you guys leaving now? The payment for this gadget hasn't been said yet. Tang Jian stood up and gently patted Chang Bai-jin's shoulder. Lord Lu Guogong, let's go. This person is hopeless. Chang Biao was at a loss. Yu Shinan, who had a very low presence on the side, also stood up and sighed. I only thought that you weren't smart, Ho Junji, but I didn't think that you would be stupid to this extent. There's no one else in the world who can save you. With that, he also patted Ho Junji's shoulder and turned to leave the table. Chang Biao-jin wanted to not understand this aspect of things, but he is clear that whether it is Du Rui and Fang Xianling or not, or Tang Jian and Yu Shinan or not, they are all the world's first-class smart people. All these smart people are starting to say that Ho Junji is not saved. That would really prove that Ho Junji is not saved. Chang Bai stopped talking about the payment and turned to follow them out. Ho Junji's heart was burning with anxiety. Looking at the empty table and the distant backs of those people, he clenched his teeth and fiercely followed them out. Don't go. Gentlemen, let's talk this over again. Lord Lu Guogong, don't you want payment? We can talk. What do you think of 100,000 taels of silver? Chang Bai didn't say anything, stifling his head and following a few smart people. Ho Junji didn't give up at all, but just continued in a loud voice. I still have 12 more stores in the East City. If you want them, these 12 stores, you can take them all. Still no one responded to him. Ho Junji followed behind and begged bitterly. If it wasn't for the hasty pace of these people, he would have even wanted to give this group of people a five-body salute. As long as they can persuade them back, can make them open their mouths, and plead for themselves in front of His Highness the King of Chu, to save this old life of theirs, but no one paid any attention to him. Only Du Rui turned back and gave him an icy cold look, and that look made Ho Junji's entire heart cold. It was the usual look of a dead man's eyes. Just as they were walking to the gate of the Duke of Lu mansion, a eunuch came face to face. Seeing this group of people who were almost the entire word of the court, he couldn't help but stare. I didn't realize that all the eunuchs were also in this place. The eunuch bowed respectfully towards them and said softly, the miscellaneous family is here by order of the emperor to announce the decree for Lord Lu Guogong. Among other things, there are some orders for your lords, and since all of you are here, the mongrels will speak directly. They stood in droves. Ho Junji looked at the eunuch. His entire complexion. He didn't know whether the appearance of a eunuch with Li Shimon's orders at this time was a good thing or a bad thing. But he got the prince to step in himself. That should be a good thing. The official eunuch looked at the group of adults, thought for a moment, and said softly, although His Majesty entrusted me to issue the order to Lord Lu Guigong first, but since Lord Li Xingshu is here, Lord Du and Lord Fong are all here, then the mongrels will speak first, of the latter matter. With that, the eunuch cleared his throat and spoke as Li Shimon. I have cut Ho Junji's position as Minister of War. You and others should have no opinion on that, right? Li Jing's face was unchanged. He was the Secretary of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Logically speaking, this kind of personnel transfer should be agreed by him first, then the Ministry of Ceremony should discuss it, and after the confirmation of the ministry, it could only be formally enacted down. This overstepping did not upset Li Jing, who arched his hand and said softly, I have no opinion. Du Rui and Fang Xinling similarly arched their hands and answered, I have no opinion. Ho Junji's face was ashen. He never expected. The person who had shattered his last hope would be His Majesty, the one he had followed through birth and death for so many years. The eunuch nodded, then looked at Ho Junji, opened the holy decree, and read aloud. The gate decrees that today, Ho Junji, the Minister of the Ministry of War, is to be relegated to the position of assassin of Xinzhou, transferred away from Chang'an, and delivered of all his official duties within 7 days, and to take up his post at once. Ho Junji's body went cold and stiffened in place. The eunuch coughed softly and said to Ho Junji, Lord Ho, receive the decree. Until the eunuch repeatedly prompted several times, Ho Junji reacted, hands trembling, received the imperial decree, said softly, I Ho Junji, receive the decree. Chapter 108, The Last Counterattack. When he uttered these 6 words, Ho Junji aged almost visibly. Even if you take the holy orders over, he tried several times with all his strength, veins popping out on his forehead, and he couldn't straighten his back. This imperial decree, written in extremely short words, completely and utterly crushed Ho Junji's last breath. After the eunuch handed him the imperial decree, he didn't say a word and turned around to leave in an icy and merciless manner. Chang Bite had an odd look on his face. Even if he was slow, he could see what was going on. Where is Xinzhou? That's on the Chu ground. If it is an ordinary idle king, surely it can't help Xinzhou assassin. But is Lin Shan an ordinary prince? With this saint reputation alone, he can almost painlessly kill any official of the great Tang dynasty. And it is fortunate that Lin Shan has done everything within the rules for so long. Otherwise, there was no need for Ho Junji to plead. They, all of them, would have already joined together to deal with Lin Shan. Li Shimon's cultivation of Ho Junji was something they had seen in their eyes. Turkestan is divided into East and West. Now the East Turkestan domestic strife. They are very clear that the Great Tang is about to fight with the East Turkestan. As the commander-in-chief, when the natural is Li Jing. Nowadays, Li Jing is the Minister of War. When Li Jing receives his military post and rises up to crush the Eastern Turkestan, this position of Secretary of the Ministry of War will fall to Ho Junji. But now the future Secretary of the Ministry of War, but was transferred out of the Ministry of War, and even sent, and he has a life and death enmity under the prince. What does that mean? Chang Bite, the fool, understood it all. There was just something curious in his mind right now. Looking around the room, not a single person expressed surprise at this holy decree. But it's clear that no one knew about this news before. There was no discussion in the courtroom. Besides, if they had known that there was such an order, they certainly wouldn't have come to agree to Ho Junji's invitation. Old Du, how did you know about this news? Chang Baijin tugged on Du Rui's sleeve and asked in a low voice while following them away from the Duke of Lu mansion, outside of the Duke of Lu's residence. It was a lively place with Cheng Gaojin's voice adding to it. But all this hilarity belongs to the great Tang lords. It has nothing to do with him. Ho Junji no longer cared for this man who wandered outside the circle of the honored and pretended to be superior but was in fact inferior. By the time they left, there wasn't even the last hint of noise that wasn't his. Ho Junji finally reacted. With trembling hands, he opened the holy decree and, like a man who had never read a book, read its contents voraciously, recognizing every word with a single stroke. With the most unrealistic thoughts, he tried to find even half a word that Li Shimon was saving him from this short line of text, but he couldn't find it. There was a thud. Ho Junji fell to his knees, a man who had experienced countless storms and bloodshed. At this moment he could not help but burst into old tears. Your Majesty, even you have given up on the old minister? He kowtowed fiercely in the direction of the imperial city, but no one gave him a response. The head is broken and bleeding. Ho Junji also gradually heart deaf. He slowly stood up. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Lord Lu Guogong, When it comes down to it, you actually still have a chance of survival. A silver lining? His Majesty has given up on him. Where's the silver lining? Hojunji scoffed to himself and turned his head to look at the person who had uttered those words. It was a very young man. No more than 30. Hojunji knows him. Is the Ministry of War Book Order official? Surname Chui. Bowling's Chui. How to live. Hojunji spoke slowly, his voice so hoarse that he startled himself. The young man laughed and looked up at the plaque of the Duke of Lu's mansion. His Majesty can't save you. The court of Great Tang can't save you. And there's still one person who can save you. Hojunji sneered. Your Chui family? Now that you yourselves are on the verge of being unable to protect yourselves, you want to save me? The young man shook his head. Our Chui family can't save you either. In fact, you know very well that even if His Majesty opens his mouth, as long as that Lord Chu King wants to, he can kill you. It's only because he's been taking care of His Majesty's face that King Chu hasn't been able to kill you. Hojunji stared at him dead in the face. His Majesty can't, the Great Tang can't, and you sure Hua families can't either. Who can save me? The young man reached forward and pointed at Hojunji. Hojunji froze and glanced down at his chest. You mean I can save myself? The young man nodded and said softly in an almost compelling voice. Squire Ho, don't forget your identity. You're a general, following His Majesty in the south and the north, and you've killed an unknown number of people, and now you're killing another king of Chu. So what's that worth? Hojunji was silent and didn't say anything, only clenching his fists. The young man continued. As long as the king of Chu dies, your life will be saved. His Majesty is a person who is extremely mindful of old feelings. Although it is impossible for you to become an official again, even the title on your body will be stripped away, and you may even have to sit in jail for a few years. But as long as the king of Chu dies, His Majesty will surely save your life. It was you who pushed His Majesty to the throne with your own hands. His Majesty couldn't possibly make a move to kill you. His words were like throwing a stone into Hojunji's already dead heart. Splashing a ripple, a divine color began to flash in Hojunji's eyes. The young man stopped talking and didn't even stay in this place. He didn't continue to persuade Hojunji and turned around to leave, never dragging his feet. Chu King's mansion. Lin Shen was toying with the plumber's body. He hadn't touched the game in a long time and his skills had dropped off badly. Switching from Little Red Riding Hood to Little Green Riding Hood to Little Pink Mushroom, Lindy interrupted Lin Shen's joylessness. Master, His Majesty the Great Tang has paid a visit, and the person is currently in the study. Lin Shen froze and paused the game, setting the console aside. Li Shimin himself came over, which was one thing he didn't expect, especially now that it's getting late and it won't be long until curfew. To leave the palace at this point in time, happening to Li Shimin, was a rare event. Why did you come over? Lin Shen looked at Li Shimin and asked with some confusion. Li Shimin smiled and let out a light laugh. I can't come? With that, he gave a beat and sat down on a chair. I came to tell you that Hojunji has been relegated by me to the position of assassin of Xianzhou. Lin Shen looked at Li Shimin suspiciously. You can spare it? Li Shimin sighed. He has asked Xianer to come to you, and with your wisdom, you should be able to realize that he has touched something he shouldn't have. Lin Shen shook his head. Once Shang fell, he was already desperate. The color in Li Shimin's eyes flickered, and there seemed to be some pity, and after a long time, he said softly, when and how are you going to do it to him? Chapter 109 Audacity. Li Shimin was concerned about this. How Hojunji touched the taboo again. After all, was once a brother who was born and died with him, and is now also a loyal subject under him. Now he's going to die. Li Shimin wanted to know how he would die, and even he came over this time to plead with Lin Shen to give Hojunji a nice death. Make a move? Lin Shen smiled. I won't make a move on him. Li Shimin froze. You won't make a move on Hojunji? You're letting him off the hook? Li Shimin asked tentatively after a little thought. Lin Shen shook his head. How can that be? I told you, he and I have a life and death grudge. Li Shimin got puzzled. He couldn't figure it out for a moment. Not to Hojunji, and will not let him go. Lin Shen said softly, whether Hojunji is in Chang'an or in Xianzhou, or even not in Chu, in Detang, or even in any place outside of Detang, he'll see it with his eyes, and I'll drive the Rui supermarket to him. Let him know that in this life you will not be able to escape my watchful eye and my palm. I will not touch the laws of the Great Tang, but I will try to do everything I can to stay within the bounds of what is allowed by the laws of the Tang. Let him think I can take his life anytime I want. Let him live in pain, in fear, so that whether he opens his eyes, or closes them, he can feel the knife I've put on his neck. Let him one day finally not be able to stand the oppression of it all and end his own life. A scum like him is not worth dirtying my hands with. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Li Shimin couldn't help but shiver. Crazy. Brutal. Such words popped up in his head. He could not imagine that Lin Shen, who had the name of saint, would be so vicious when he took revenge on a person. How long will Ho Junji live? How long will he suffer? Just like Zhang now. But Ho Junji can be much happier than Zhang. He was the only one who suffered this pain, and Young was all that was left of the clan. Li Shimin took a deep breath. His tone was a bit despondent. Good. At least the world will not feel that he is being punished by the saints, and he can still fall into a good reputation. Lin Shen snorted, but did not refute Li Shimin's words. Ho Junji still wants to make a name for himself in history? It's not possible. He would. In the days that followed, write everything Ho Junji had done into the talking books and novels, into the wild history, and would even tell the historians to nail Ho Junji's pillar of shame into the official history. While alive, Ho Junji couldn't escape his torture. Same after death. Li Shimin looked at the clean and dry table and suddenly spoke. Aren't you afraid of Ho Junji's counterattack? Although his skills aren't as great as Li Jing's, he's still good at leading troops. If he's willing to lead a few hundred men to kill the Chu King's residents, the Golden Guard won't be able to stop him. Lin Shen let out a contemptuous laugh. You've been with Ho Junji for so many years. Aren't you still clear about what kind of person he is? In this situation now, Li Jing dares, Qin Xiong dares, and literati like Fang Xinling and Du Rui, they also dare, and even if Zhang has the ability, they likewise dare. The first person who took a swing at me was Young's man, but Ho Junji, does he dare? Li Shimin went silent. Yes, Ho Junji was the only one among so many people under him who didn't dare to do such a thing. He is too narrow in his boldness and temperament. But, Li Shimin seemed to want to struggle a little more. Lin Shen directly interrupted him, raising his hand and gently tapping the table. I know what you want to say. It's nothing more than those worldly families stepping in to persuade. But even if the people of the great families of the world can talk Ho Junji down, can make Ho Junji willingly become a knife in their hands, let alone a few hundred people, even if it's a few thousand, what do I, Lin Shen, have to fear? Boldness covers the clouds. Li Shimin looked a little stunned for a moment. It was the first time he had seen this extraordinarily different aura from Lin Shen. Previously, when he spent time with Lin Shen was either lazing around or squinting his eyes, fox-like and hiding in the shadows, just like Fang Xinling, Du Rui and the rest of them. No, it was an even more sinister feeling than them. Either that or they are saintly and radiantly great. There is even the occasional mercenary deviousness of the merchant. Li Shimin felt that he could accept Lin Shen acting any way he wanted in front of him. Only magnificent. Li Shimin had never thought about it, and now he sees it. Outside the mansion, a shouting and killing sound suddenly rang out. Lin De pushed the door and walked in, his expression indifferent, not seeing any panic at all. He bowed respectfully towards Lin Shen. Master, Ho Junji's private soldiers outside the residence have already killed over 100 golden guards are blocking the way, but their momentum is already faint. At most half a moment, Ho Junji will be able to kill his way into the mansion. Li Shimin froze, his face instantly cold, his brows locked, although he just kept saying, but that was the last thing he wanted to see. Even if what Lin Shen had just said was cruel and horrible, Ho Junji at least had the possibility of leaving a good reputation. But now that Ho Junji is doing this, it's treason. Whether or not he has that opportunity and ability to kill Lin Shen, he is on the opposite side of the Great Tang. Even if he is the emperor, he cannot save the reputation of Ho Junji after his death. Hearing Lin Da's report, Lin Shen couldn't help but let out a light laugh and turned his head to look at Li Shimin. He really did it. I'm wondering how on earth the world's great families persuaded him to be able to do out this kind of thing. Willingly, with his own reputation. Li Shimin's face was as black as carbon, and after taking a deep breath, he said softly, how long can the people in your household chew Wangfu? The capital is an important place. At most a quarter of an hour, the 1,000 bull guards will arrive. Besides, I'm still here. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Lin Shen shook his head. Just sit here. I'll be back afterward. Linda stayed in the house. Lin Shen twisted towards the house, and when he exited the room and went to the corridor, he saw that no one was around. The long-dusted fire-tipped gun appeared in his hand. Blow the whistle. The Qilin then darted out of the backyard and stopped in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen mounted the Qilin, narrowed his eyes, and headed out of the Chu King's mansion. He looked up at the sky. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Li Shimin frowned and stood up somewhat uneasily, wanting to walk outside the house, and before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by Lin De. Your Majesty, it's dangerous outside. It's better for you to stay here. It's enough to have a slave girl to settle things over there. Lin Da's face was cold, without a trace of respect for the emperor. The few thousand bull guards that stood behind Li Shimin did not utter a rebuke to Lin De either. They also felt that Li Shimin as the emperor should stay in a safe place. Chapter 110, He's not a saint. He's a devil. Looking at Lin De who was standing in front of him, as well as the few nervous-looking 1,000 bull guards behind him, Li Shimin sighed heavily and turned back to sit down. Ever since he became emperor, he could no longer enjoy the kind of tension and excitement he felt on the battlefield. It's a shame. Outside the Chu King's residence, Ho Junji, who was wearing lockjaw armor, looked at the vermilion door with a stern face. He looked a little complicated. Pain, struggle, and a hint of relief. He knew exactly what it meant for him to do so. He was made into a knife in the hands of the big families through their obsession to survive. If he could kill Lin Shan, the great families of the world would profit the most. If he can't kill Lin Shan, the one who will take the blame will be Ho Junji. And it has nothing to do with those stupid white sweet families. Ho Junji didn't want to do it, but he had to. If Lin Shan doesn't die, he'll definitely die. Lin Shan died, and he understood that Li Shimin would not necessarily spare his life. But at the same time, there was a possibility that Li Shimin would spare his life for old time's sake. As the young man surnamed Shui had said, as unlikely as this is, it exists. It's better than the Lin Shan is not dead. He obediently transferred to the assassin of Xianzhou of that desperate road. The private soldiers under his command fought with the Golden Guard. The Golden Guardians are already on the verge of a rout. He was dominating in numbers, and he was equally dominating in the strength of his pawns. But Ho Junji couldn't be happy. There wasn't much time left for him. He is the minister of the Ministry of War, and knows how tightly the Great Tang has deployed its troops in the capital city. And in a quarter of an hour or even half a quarter of an hour, the 1,000 bull guards will come over. He had to fight for the chance to kill Lin Shan in this limited time. Right about this time, the vermilion red door of the Chu King's residence opened. A man and a rider walked slowly out of it. Lin Shan, who was dressed in white, carrying a gun in his hand and without any semblance of armor on his body, just walked out of the mansion brightly. Forest deep. It was the target that Ho Junji had dreamed of and wanted to kill. I had thought that he would cower in the Chu King's mansion, carefully praying that they would not attack the Chu King's mansion before the 1,000 bull guards and the forbidden army arrived. I didn't expect to show up of my own accord. With a wave of his lance in his hand, Ho Junji pointed at Lin Shan and shouted, "Kill the man riding the qilin." His eyes were already crimson, and his hatred for Lin Shan was now even more unconcealed. Lin Shan didn't say anything. He just drove the qilin and pounced towards Ho Junji's private soldiers. Ho Junji has some tricks up his sleeve to lead his troops. The private soldiers under him did have some courage, gripping their lances in their hands and lunging towards Lin Shan, two attacking the qilin and two stabbing at Lin Shan with their lances. Clunk! But none of their attacks worked. With a swing of the fire-tipped spear in Lin Shan's hand, he chopped off all four of those people's lances, and then with a flick of his wrist, the tip of the spear went through a person's throat, picking him up high in the air. Boo! Lin Shan casually flung his hand, and the corpse slammed heavily into the crowd of privateers, staggering and hitting several people. This is just the beginning. Before the group of private soldiers could react, the gun in Lin Shan's hand had already decapitated another person. More ferocious, the fire-tipped spear made like a hammer in Lin Shan's hands, smashing the man's head like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering down on all the nearby private soldiers. This is a formidable opponent. With just two people dead, a hint of fear grew in their hearts. Ho Junji gritted his teeth and glared viciously at Lin Shan. He was aware that Lin Shan had some martial arts skills, but I really didn't expect it to be this strong. A long spear was actually used with the power of a hammer. Don't be afraid. He's only one person. Kill him, Ho Junji bellowed, his tone getting colder and colder. The private soldiers bellowed and killed Lin Shan with a single blow. They galvanized the last ounce of courage within themselves. Lin Shan could only praise their courage. However, this kind of morale thing wasn't able to significantly make up for the gap in strength between them and Lin Shan. One man, one gun, one horse, killed among the privateers. No one could last a shot in his hand, couldn't even take a kick from Kirin. With every strike Lin Shan made, he took one life, sometimes two, three. When he casually threw out a shot, he hung the four private soldiers, as if they were sugar gourds on a string, on his fire-tipped gun, and raised them high in the air, viciously smashing them against Ho Junji. The group of privateers had finally exhausted the last ounce of courage within them. The people of Chang'an City say that this His Highness King Chu is a saint. Ugh, what a saint! It's clearly a demon. How had they ever met such an opponent? Killing as if they were slaughtering chickens. No, far easier than that. They can be too clear. Even if they put 800 chickens in front of them, they cannot be as easy as Lin Shan to kill them. Devil! Hangman! How long has it been? Can it be a quarter of an hour? No, not even half a moment. They alone were already more than 100 dead. 100 corpses that either retained their human form or were simply mush, laying before them, the smell of blood stimulating their brains. That majestic Lin Shan, who didn't even have many bloodstains on his body, made the rest of them step back. They didn't dare to engage Lin Shan again. It was useless for Ho Junji to roar hysterically from behind any longer as they threw down the weapons in their hands. Some even started to take off the armor they were wearing while running away. Wanted to escape this place as best as he could, with all the strength he had left. Ho Junji looked at Lin Shin not far away in despair. A man. Just one man routed 800 of his best soldiers. How in heaven's name can anyone do that? Escape. Stay out of danger. It's the body's instinct. Ho Junji himself didn't even react. Even his brain didn't make such a decision. His body had already given the order in advance. His hands were strung together, and the horse under his crotch turned around and ran away. Toward the outside of Chang'an. Toward where he can live. Lin Shin didn't pursue. He just coldly watched Ho Junji flee. He shook his fire-tipped spear, and bloodstains dripped down the shaft and from the tip. He was sneering in his mind. Run. Use all your strength, and what you have learned in the Ministry of War, to escape from a city that is already a prison for you. Don't let yourself down. Must escape. Just use your life as a stepping stone to get yourself on the court and get what you deserve in name only once more. He patted the Chilin's head, and the Chilin hissed and took a noble step, turning around and walking towards the interior of the Chu King's residence. The 1,000 bull guards, who had arrived late, looked at the place in dismay as it was strewn with corpses. Chapter 111, Against the Grain. Li Shimin waited anxiously in his study. Suddenly, he couldn't hear the shouting outside. No more movement at all. This surprised him a bit. According to his impression, the 1,000 bull guards shouldn't have rushed over so quickly, and even if they did, they wouldn't have been able to settle the matter so quickly. Ho Junji's private army, that was placed in the 1,000 bulls guards, could also be called the existence of elite soldiers. This doubt of his was soon solved. Lin Shin came back from outside. He was wearing a white robe today, and the blood stains that stained it, even if they weren't much, all looked very solid. Have the matters outside been resolved? Li Shimin was silent, looking at Lin Shin, who had vaguely thought about why there were no shouts of murder outside. Lin Shin nodded his head, his expression cold. Well, it's solved. Li Shimin froze, even though he had prepared himself mentally just now. Hearing Lin Shin admit it in person now still gave him a certain amount of shock. How was it resolved? Li Shimin questioned. Lin Shin waved his hand. His tone was indifferent, as if he was describing an extremely light matter. Went out and killed more than 100 of them, and escaped on his own. Killed over 100. Li Shimin pinched his fingers and counted. From the time he left the house until now, the marquee time was not even there. If he had a cup of tea in front of him at the moment, it would definitely still be hot. To kill so many people in such a short time? Scary. In all his years of campaigning, he had never met or heard of such a battle. Li Shimin took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation within himself, and turned to ask, "Where is Ho Junji?" Lin Shin returned. Ran away. Li Shimin froze again. He ran away? Lin Shin nodded. Well, he fled under the cover of his private soldiers, but I didn't chase him when he was inside Chang'an City. Li Shimin looked a little complicated. This time he was silent for a long time, slowly nodded. Also, let me personally do it. Perhaps it will be better. Li Shimin then stayed in the Chu King's mansion, and Lin Shin sat on the sidelines to accompany him, playing a game console to pass the time. Both of them are waiting. Li Shimin is waiting for the 1,000 bull guards to catch Ho Junji in front of him. Lin Shin, on the other hand, was waiting for news of Ho Junji's escape from Chang'an City. Tonight in Chang'an City, it was not destined to be a peaceful night. Li Jing and the others had just been lying on their beds when they were flipped over and awakened by the news, and they listened to the reports from their own private soldiers, or from the Jingwei or 1,000 ox guards. One was stunned. That goon Ho Junji. How dare he organize his men's private soldiers to storm the Chu King's residence? Even killed more than 24 gold guards. If the king of Chu is not a great power, a man and a rider alone to kill more than 100 people. I'm afraid that Ho Junji is about to storm the Chu King's residence successfully, and is going to put Lin Shin's head hanging on the tip of his gun. What frightened them the most? At this time, Li Shimin was in King Chu's residence. If we let Ho Junji shock Chu Wanfu succeed, according to his current unconscious nature, I'm afraid that Li Shimin will be in danger of his life. One by one, they got up from their beds and then rushed to the Chu King's mansion as fast as they could. There's something eerily scary about the atmosphere here. Li Shimin, who was not half threatened, but only suffered from an undeserved disaster, had an iron color. The Chu King who had killed more than 100 people but couldn't see half of the ferociousness and was still fiddling with a strange and weird thing in his hand. There was also the old man standing behind the king of Chu, the old god. After they rushed over, none of them said a single word more than greetings, and under Lin Da's arrangement, each of them threw a stool and sat quietly. It was also fortunate that this was a mansion built to the specifications of a king. The study was large enough, otherwise it wouldn't even be able to accommodate these dozens of important members of the court. They're all waiting for Ho Junji to be captured by the 1,000 bulls guards and then verbally attack him. No one was expecting it. Li Shimin had only won the kingdom for 2 years, And the Great Tang had only been established for 11 years before this happened. Even if they all knew in their hearts that Ho Junji was targeting only Lin Shan. But the thing is that Ho Junji, a man who once contributed to the founding of the Great Tang, now stands on the opposite side of the enemy of the Great Tang. It wasn't until late at night that the 1,000 bull guards arrived late. As soon as Chao Xin, the chief judge of the Chinese army, entered the study, he knelt on one knee in front of Li Shimin and said with extreme shame, "The last general is guilty. The 1,000 bull guards have already arrested all of Ho Junji's remnants. Only failed to catch Ho Junji. According to the eyes outside the city, he has fled Chang'an City." Li Shimin was not too surprised by this result. Ho Junji is the Minister of War. The public opinion map of Chang'an City can almost be said to have been measured and drawn by his own hand. The city's large and small alleys, the dark passages between the marketplace, and even the weak spots where the Golden Guard and the Forbidden Army patrol. Ho Junji is more than clear. Being able to escape from Chang'an City was not a surprise. Chao Shun was terrified, waiting for Li Shimin's reprimand. But Li Shimin didn't open his mouth. He just slowly got up, glanced at Lin Shan, who was still toying with the body of the red-hatted plumber, and then glanced again at a group of slatternly-faced military generals and civil officials, and heaved a sigh. "I'm fine. The king of Chu was so valiant and invincible that I didn't even get a shock. Tonight hard work all the love ministers, early to go back to sleep. I also want to go back to the palace to sleep. What is the matter? Wait until the morning court tomorrow." After saying this, Li Shimin did not have any lingering feelings and left peacefully under the attentive protection of the 1,000 bull guards. The others, too, after bidding farewell to Lin Shan, similarly left the Chu king's mansion. The next day's court meeting, Lin Shan appeared in the queue, and no one was surprised by this. As the protagonist of such a big event last night, it would be an unbelievable thing if Lin Shan didn't show up here. The routine counterpoint didn't happen. Li Shimin just looked at the group of officials underneath in silence, and the thick melanin under his eyelids had told everyone that obviously Li Shimin wasn't as relaxed as he said he was yesterday. He was up all night. Chao Xin was the first to speak up. He was reporting the intelligence observed by the 1,000 bull guards. Last night Ho Junji fled Chang'an, straight to the south, into Dueling County. The end of the general rate is preparing to enter the county to arrest Ho Junji. There has been assembled 5,000 soldiers. The end of the general in the hands of only more than 20 people, did not dare to act rashly. In just one night, 5,000 soldiers were assembled. This news made Li Shimin's face even more gloomy. He suddenly thought of the words that Li Jing had said to him when Ho Junji had falsely accused him of plotting against him earlier. Li Jing said at that time that Ho Junji had the intention of plotting a rebellion. Li Shimin is still not convinced. When Ho Junji dared to write his troops to storm the Chu king's mansion and tried to kill Lin Shan, Li Shimin still didn't believe that Ho Junji's heart was against him. Until now, to be able to gather 5,000 soldiers and horses in one night. There is no one in the court who has this kind of ability. Chapter 112, I'll kill him myself. It's not that every single person here is not as capable as Ho Junji. Rather, it's because they have no counter-intentions. It was a normal thing for them to have thousands or tens of thousands of private soldiers in their hands as state princes. But holding military power in your hands will obviously cause suspicion of Li Shimin. In order to reassure Li Shimin and to make his own life comfortable, these private soldiers were raised sporadically and idly on weekdays. Give them a few days and they can get these privateers together. But not in one night. It's spread too thin. And it takes some time to get here from all over. Especially like Ho Junji. He fled from Chang'an in haste, without having given any orders before. What does that mean? It means that these 5,000 soldiers and horses are what Ho Junji has been preparing in Dueling County. And he has such a dark hand before this matter. To say that he has no counter-intentions, Li Shimin was now the first to disbelieve. Listening to Senator Chao's report, the serious faces of the 100 officials in the courtroom became even more serious. Li Shimin gritted his teeth, his voice shaking. Good. Very good. I've always trusted him so much. I didn't think he'd be able to do something like this. The feeling of being betrayed by someone you trust is enough to drive a person insane. Li Jing. Li Shimin chirped softly. Li Jing walked out from the court column. I am here. Li Shimin continued. I'll let you lead. Just before Li Shimin finished his words, Lin Shan stood out from the court column, walked to Li Jing's side, raised his head, and looked at Li Shimin indifferently. I thought that I should be allowed to go in this matter. Li Shimin didn't say anything and looked at Lin Shan with cold eyes. Indeed, leaving this matter to Lin Shan was one of the best options. After all, Ho Junji's goal was to kill Lin Shan. Now let Lin Shan do this avenger himself, in name only. But, Li Shimin didn't want to. Lin Shan's threat was more massive than any other person in the court. If it is not because Ho Junji has already pulled the banner of anti-Tang, he can even allow Ho Junji in Dueling County to have troops to stand on their own. He does not want to let Lin Shan touch any real power. Li Shimin took a deep breath. I know it's best for you to be in charge of this matter, but you don't have any soldiers under you. Lin Shin interrupted him once more. I have 2,000 private soldiers under my command. They have been training for about a month, and they have begun to show results. At this moment, it is a good time to see the results. 2,000 private soldiers? Li Shimin went silent. This team that had been so obscure in Lin Shin's hands that Li Shimin had almost forgotten that such 2,000 men existed. At this moment, it was the best reason for Lin Shin to execute this operation. Li Shimin was thinking, what other reason could there be to reject Lin Shin? Just playing a Ho Junji. Lin Shin had troops in his hands and the most legitimate reason to send out troops. There's no way to say no. Li Shimin looked a little difficult. He reluctantly opened his mouth and said, since the king of Chu has the heart, then this matter will be handed over to the king of Chu to be responsible for it. Ho Junji, since he is against the Tang, then you will be the minister of war. Do you have any comments, my dear ministers? This is the point that gave Li Shimin the biggest headache. Lin Shin to crusade against Ho Junji must not play the name of king of Chu, because nominally Ho Junji is anti-Tang, so Lin Shin's army has to play the banner of Tang. But if you want Lin Shin to play the banner of the great Tang, just a title of king of Chu is not enough. You have to give Lin Shin so that his private soldiers into the name of the official soldiers. This name is the real power, the official position. The king of Chu is already in the same position as the first grade, and wants to be worthy of the king of Chu, the king of the official position. The first or second rank is empty but not an official position with no real power. Although the fifth or sixth rank was not small, it was somewhat dwarfed by the throne that was the king of Chu. The only thing worthy of Lin Shin was a third or fourth grade official position. And as it happens, Ho Junji's rebellion left the Ministry of War empty of a fourth-ranking official position worthy of Lin Shin, the Minister of War. This becomes the only, and most appropriate, option. Saying these words took a lot of strength from Li Shimin. He now eyed Du Rui, looked at Fang Xianling, and looked at Wei Zhang. Though these guys, always singing against himself, made him uncomfortable, but at this time, he was too eager to hope that these three people jumped out, shouting objection, and then he pretended to insist a few times, and under their bitter pressure, retracted the order. But no, after Du Rui had been saved by Lin Shin, he would not stand against Lin Shin again unless Lin Shin turned against Tang. As for Fang Xianling and Wei Zhang, although they were also reluctant to let Lin Shin, a saint, come into contact with real power, a person like Lin Shin would feel very threatened no matter who he was. But unlike Li Shimin, who was thinking about how his authority should not be threatened by Lin Shin, they were thinking more about the balance in the court. Lin Shin is going to crusade against Ho Junji, the traitor who wants to kill himself. The name is right. They do not have any reason to oppose. Lin Shin entered the court, had real power and such a great reputation, and was better able to put an end to Li Shimin's tendency to dominate the court. What's more, Lin Shin has no connection with any of the so-called factions in the entire court, and his entry is a C-pin. Both imperial and official power can be suppressed. From the point of view of the balance of the dynasty, Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling likewise had no reason to oppose it, especially what Lin Shin had done before, whether it's generously providing free food for the people of the world, or did the deadly feud with Yang end up being settled with the Tang dynasty law. This is more proof that Lin Shin is not the kind of person who will expand when he has power, but will become a benchmark. From these three perspectives, Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling only reinforced the idea of letting Lin Shin hold real power in the court. Wei Zhang stepped forward and said softly, I have no opinion. Fang Xianling similarly said, neither do I. Du Rui did the same, I have none either. These three great gods among the civil officials all said they had no opinion, and other officials from the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Mandarins also said they had no opinion. There was a faint hint of despair in Li Shimin's eyes. He was doing his best to stop it, and he still couldn't stop it. Since all of you have no opinion, then His Highness, the King of Chu, will serve as the Minister of War? The main crusade against Ho Junji, Lin Shin, the beast, had intruded into the Great Tang Court with a name and an unstoppable posture. Lin Shin's face remained unchanged as he arched his hand in thanks. Thank you, Your Majesty. Last night, he let Ho Junji get away for the purpose of this. It could be said that Ho Junji was a pawn that he had utilized to the extreme. The next step is to raise the butcher knife and give him a moment of pain. Chapter 113, The Unpromising Lin Shin. No one had expected that Lin Shin would step into the court in such a way. They all knew that this Lord Chu, sooner or later, would put his hand on the court, an heir to a hidden school of thought, a young man in his early 20s, still full of vigor. It's impossible to live like an old man, keeping a supermarket and living peacefully as a salty king. It's just that they didn't expect it to be so soon, and in this way, in their conception, Lin Shin's entry into the imperial court would perhaps be the Ministry of Households, or perhaps the Ministry of Rights, and wanting to realize his policy of ruling the country. Becoming the Prime Minister would certainly be his aim. But the Ministry of War? It's not really in their vision. But Lin Shen actively chose to take such a path, so they naturally had no problem with it. Aside from Li Shimin, not too many people were disgusted by this choice of Lin Shen. Even they felt that Lin Shen was infuriated by Ho Junji. After all, he was a young man. A momentary impulse was inevitable. It's just that when you join the Ministry of War, you're branded as a military general from then on. It will be hard to get out of the military and become a civil official again. The Prime Minister, on the other hand, has always been a civil official only. For the civil officials, not having some threat as big as Lin Shen was a great thing that made it easy for them. Li Shimin sighed heavily in his heart, and still forced a happy look on his face. It's a done deal, it can't be changed. Then he had to laugh about it. At least he and Lin Shen were still in the honeymoon period and their relationship couldn't be strained. Xu Wang has this mind. I am very pleased. Do you need me to provide you with some help? Li Shimin was very concerned and asked. Ho Junji followed me around for so many years. Big skills no, but the experience in fighting is old. Is a good hand. Lin Shen shook his head and smiled. Thank you for your majesty's kindness. But no need. Li Shimin is still concerned about asked. Ho Junji under the hands of more than 5,000 soldiers. This number is only more than less. Your hands but 2,000 private soldiers. Want me to let Li Jing or Qin Xiong they lend you a little bit of soldiers? Lin Shen opened his mouth and refused. No, 2,000 soldiers and horses are already enough. Li Shimin looked deeply at Lin Shen and said softly. Since King Chu is so confident, then I will wait for your good news. Lin Shen smiled and nodded. Oil and salt. Li Shimin was truly surprised that Lin Shen would be so old-fashioned. To say that Lin Shen has in his head how he has never heard of. Ahead of the curve. Effective strategies for governing the country. Li Shimin can accept that the accumulation of hundreds of years of a hermit school of thought molded Lin Shen such a person, is not strange. Available at. It was hard for Li Shimin to imagine what that hidden school of thought had taught Lin Shen. Can this young man, with such a keen sense of smell? Li Shimin had many considerations. Great Tang will inevitably win when he fights Ho Junji. Just the way of victory. Li Shimin hoped to be a great victory. A sound victory. So that those who still harbor in their hearts disobedience to him, the Emperor of the Ages, have a good look at what kind of fate is to really do this kind of disobedience. So he doesn't want to see the slightest bit of procrastination, let alone failure. He recognized that Lin Shen was a very capable person. One man fighting 800 men alone, able to kill 100 men in an instant and beat the rest into submission. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the best martial art in the world throughout the ages. But the thing about war is that one man never decides where it's going. Of course, him wanting to help Lin Shen so earnestly was not as simple as simply wanting Great Tang to win. Another purpose is to empty Lin Shen, so that Lin Shen just empty a Ministry of War minister title. Even if Lin Shen wins as skipper, in his army, there was Li Jing, or a famous general like Qin Xiong who had long been famous, and no one would think that it would be due to Lin Shen. This position of Minister of War, for a while, Lin Shen is not stable. Checks and balances. It's a means of checks and balances for the king, but Lin Shen refused decisively, which showed that Lin Shen could see what he, Li Shimin, was holding. Also good. Losing is losing. Although it did not develop according to the most perfect script written in Li Shimin's mind, but when the time comes, the loss is more just Lin Shen, and it does not have a great impact on Great Tang and his Li Shimin's prestige. Yes, in terms of this upcoming battle alone, Li Shimin did not feel that Lin Shen would be Ho Junji's opponent. It's not only Li Shimin who feels this way. Almost everyone in the courtroom felt the same way, but none of them opened their mouths to persuade Lin Shen. They were all happy to see Lin Shen suffer. The current Lin Shen was too prestigious and his persona was too perfect. What could be better then? A man of letters with a near-perfect reputation is stuck in the Ministry of War as a military general who can't even win a battle, something more perfect? Between Ho Junji winning, and Lin Shen's reputation being damaged, Li Shimin chose the latter. The entire court of the Great Tang also chose the latter. The matter was settled by a slap on the wrist. The court meeting finally began its normal flow, dialoguing and dealing with those trivial and tedious matters. Lin Shen dozed off as he listened. Today's court meeting was much more swift, and it was over before Lin Shen had even finished dozing off. Lin Shen walked towards his home. Before even leaving the gates of the imperial city, Du Rui walked over to Lin Shen and whispered, "Your Highness, King of Chu, you shouldn't have interfered in this matter." Lin Shen inclined his head and gave Du Rui a surprised look. "You would even say such things to me?" Du Rui froze for a moment. "I am now in the capacity of Du Rui, not as an official of the Great Tang, position as a Datang official, especially a civil official." Du Ruashi was not supposed to open his mouth to remind Lin Shen. This is a very immature and childish display, but as a human being, Du Ruhui felt the need to do so. After all, it was Lin Shan who saved this life of his. Lin Shan waved his hand and let out a laugh. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't something I wasn't sure of. But you do have a heart. Du Rushi nodded heavily and didn't say anything. Lin Shan continued to walk outside of the imperial city. Returning to his Chu Wang mansion, Li Jing and a few of them were still gathered together. King Chu has really been too impulsive this time. Li Jing shook his head inside as he looked at Lin Shan, who walked away alone. Rather, it's a shame to see such a finished man. Do you think he's done? The query was thrown out, and there was a roar of laughter. But when the time comes, we still have to keep an eye on things and not let Ho Junji have the chance to take advantage of the chaos to kill His Highness the King of Chu. You don't have to worry about that. His Highness the King of Chu's personal force is extraordinary, and there's definitely no problem in preserving his life. It's just a shame about the 2,000 private soldiers. Chapter 114 Lin Shan's Soldier. The court was not favorable to Lin Shan, but their nerves weren't on edge. A Ho Junji in the district. In the Great Tang Dynasty, he could casually pull out 4 or 5 characters who could easily finish him off. They were now curious as to what exactly Lin Shan had trained the 2,000 private soldiers he had in his hands to be like. The people in the Ministry of War knew very well that Ho Junji hadn't had any good intentions in arranging private soldiers for Lin Shan, and had given him some not-so-obedient veterans. Don't let the veterans give up when it's time to go to war. In the end, Lin Shan was the only one who fought 5,000 soldiers alone. That would be really funny. Even the group of dishonest people in the Ministry of War secretly opened a handicap, betting on a war. What is the final result of Lin Shan? When Li Shimin found out about this, he severely reprimanded the group, and then silently bet 100 taels of silver on the option of Lin Shan's great defeat. This matter has already become one of the biggest gossips in Chang'an City in recent times. Lin Shan didn't know anything about it. It was all done on the sly. After speaking with the Ministry of War and Li Shimin, Lin Shan prepared his private army to be mobilized into Chang'an City that afternoon, and then traveled south to prepare for the crusade against Ho Junji in Duling County. This move drew even more attention from these officials. Li Shimin all took time out of his busy schedule. They gathered in a tea house on Vermilion Bird Street, leaning against the window, looking at the bustling streets with curious faces, waiting until that time when this Lin Shan's private army stepped into Chang'an City. Lin Shan was also in the tea house. He didn't lead it himself. He couldn't be clearer in his mind about what kind of soldiers he could drill with this set of practicing techniques. In the tea house, these civil and military officials left behind their unsmiling appearance in the courtroom. Take advantage of the hard-to-find breaks and kibitz to your heart's content. They don't expect much from Lin Shan. As long as these 2,000 people were able to wear Tang armor and come to Chang'an City as Lin Shan said, they would be able to give Lin Shan a passing grade, or even an excellent grade, in their hearts, to bring the soldier's oil into a serviceable soldier. Not something that can be solved with money, in such a short period of time. In addition to Li Jing, Li Jiao can be called the god of soldiers, generals. Other people do not have 10% certainty that they will be able to train the soldiers, including Li Shimin. If he didn't have this layer of emperor vest, he didn't have confidence that he had enough means to train that group of people well. At first, he defaulted and let Ho Junji set up the vest for Lin Shan. Now, coincidentally, it came in handy for the most appropriate use in Li Shimin's heart. Li Shimin even laughed and joked, "King Chu, if those soldiers of yours hadn't come over, it would have been a real loss of face." Lin Shan just smiled and didn't say anything. Right about this time, from the other end of Jubilee Street, a fresh splash of green emerges. Knock, knock, knock. Extremely rhythmic, large and heavy footsteps were heard by everyone in the tea house. They stopped chatting, poked their heads in, and looked out the window. Looking at the smear of green that ran in this direction, one's face became extremely serious. 2,000 men, 8 in a row, 250 columns in all, a huge procession like a long dragon. But the sudden intrusion of these 2,000 people on Jubilee Street did not seem at all disorganized. These 2,000 people are like 2,000 doppelgangers of one person. They are on the same page, simultaneously raising his right foot and simultaneously dropping his left foot. A loud, shuddering sound that made the hearts of everyone in the tea house tremble slightly came out. Clearly a new army. The aura, however, twisted into a rope, and there was a flavor of fighting out of the blood and rain. Wait until they get closer. It was only then that the people in the tea house noticed what made this army different from any other army in Great Tang. They were wearing extremely loose clothes, densely intersected with different color dots, and at the first glance, they would even feel a little messy. But the people in the tea house wouldn't think so. They could see at a glance how much of an advantage this kind of clothing would have if they were to fight in a terrain like woodlands and plains, almost able to blend in with the environment. It's just that they still find it a bit of a shame. The material of this kind of clothes is fabric, cannot prevent the sharpness of cold weapons at all. If it can be iron armor, or even rattan armor or soft armor. It will make it more practical. This was one of the things that made Lin Shan feel sorry for him. Training uniforms in this era. Only when training, can only wear cold weapon era, in the time of battle, or to change into the bright light armor. However, wait until later when he pulls firearms, or an industrial assembly line to make them. Out of the system. A training suit can come in real handy. Of course, that's not all these people in the tea house noticed. The group of soldiers was well armed. On their backs was a lance, and at their waists they wore ring-handled knives and a dagger, which, likewise, was bound to their right foot, almost fully armed, even if they were only viewed from a distance. Looking at the materials used for these weapons, they were far beyond the weapons of the Great Tang compartmentalized army, and even far beyond the weapons of the Forbidden Army. 2,000 men ran past in silence. There was nothing left but the sound of footsteps, and their majestic appearance. The people in the tea house looked dumbfounded, and it was only after this army disappeared from their view and not even the sound of their footsteps remained that they came back to their senses one by one. It's hard to imagine that this group of men were, not so long ago, soldiers who listened to proclamations and didn't listen. Elite, the real elite. The entire Great Tang could not find a second army that could rival it. Li Jing was now looking at Lin Shan with a cautious expression. How to see if a general is qualified or not. It's not about how many military books he's read, how many kinds of formations he can use, how many plots and tricks he can come up with. Rather, it is the means by which he leads his troops. Ask yourself. Li Jing felt that his own means of leading troops could be said to be the first in the Great Tang. Even in the past so long history, Li Jing dared to confidently say that his own ability was the most top of the bunch. But now he admitted that his own means of leading troops were no match for Lin Shan. How long has it been since Lin Shan took over these soldiers? Just such a sea change. Li Jing was capable and able to subdue this group of soldier oilers, but he knew very well that he couldn't do what he had done to condition that group of people in such a short period of time. No, don't say such a short time. Even if you give yourself 1, 2 or even 3 or 5 years. In all his years of fighting, he had led more than a handful of armies. None of them, however, can boast such a spirit. Li Jing let out a self-deprecating bitter smile, picked up his teacup, and poured it down his throat fiercely. Number 115, did you bring this out? Li Jing wasn't the only one who thought this way. That's what almost everyone thinks. It's just that the only one whose frustration is this great is Li Jing. What kind of army is considered good? There are only 4 words. The order is forbidden. If you order it, you do it. If you forbid it, you don't do it. That's a good army. Li Jing and the others had thought that the army in their hands was the best army in the whole world, because those most elite soldiers of the Great Tang would be able to do what they were told. This, they felt, was the limit. But today, the limit they had in mind was broken. 2,000 people with 1 foot and 1 movement. If it weren't for the differences in height, looks, and physique, they would have even thought that these 2,000 people were carved out of the same mold. That's the limit of the order. Compared to this army of Lin Shan's, those so-called elite soldiers in their hands were as loose as ducks, especially when you think about how long this army, in Lin Shan's hands, has only been whacked. This powerful to terrifying bandwagon. The shock brought to them just doubled several times and slammed into their hearts, making their souls start to tremble slightly just like their bodies. This is the army you brought out? Li Shimon's voice shook a little. The gaze that looked at Lin Shan carried a strong scornful look. Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, how was it? Li Shimon subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. It's horrible. Li Jing nodded approvingly. From the enemy's point of view, such an army is really terrible. The enemies that they had faced before, no matter how ferocious and imposing they were always people. But a private soldier under Lin Shan is a piece of steel, a sharp blade. In such a short period of time, you were able to practice such an army. Li Shimon locked his brows. His tone was not concealed, and he said in a very complicated manner, really, I have underestimated your ability to train an army. Lin Shan humbly said, in the school, some of the philosophers summarized things. I didn't learn them all. I just took some of the things that I still remembered and picked them up and used them. Li Shimon asked, your school still teaches you these things? He's testing. Now he didn't dare to believe all the things Lin Shan had told him before. He didn't believe that a school that was studying the art of war would be that innocent. Lin Shan didn't get witty with him and directly picked it apart. You don't have to worry so much. I told you that this Datang is yours and will always be surnamedly in the future. That school of mine knows not only a variety of things, but all of them. Even the study of why people eat and defecate. Let alone the business of leading soldiers? Li Shimon was caught off guard. The Great Tang courtiers who were quietly listening to these two on the sidelines were all a bit caught off guard. None of the water drinkers choked. There was a coughing fit in the tea house. What a nerve! Such words are bold enough to be put on the table. Li Shimon coughed softly, as if he had forgotten all about what had just happened in the blink of an eye, and asked softly, "I'm afraid it's not easy to train such an elite, is it? Are you so willing to put them out to fight? Or 2,000 against 5,000? Lin Shen said, "The army is trained to prepare for war. They are already veterans of hundreds of battles. It's just that the military discipline needs some refining. It's been enough time too. Now it's time to see the results." Li Shimin was now a little worried. Although Lin Shen and Hou Junji still had a big gap in terms of troop strength, such an elite army surprisingly gave Li Shimin a feeling that Lin Shen could win. The last thing he wanted to see right now was Lin Shen getting the victory. The civil and military officials of the Great Tang were aghast as they discussed this army of Lin Shen's in whispers. The people of Chang'an City, too, were in an uproar. Such a special, unfamiliar army, intruding forcefully into Chang'an City, brought another ripple to their newly calmed lives. Duling County. Hou Junji sat in the county court hall with an old face, looking at the dozen or so corpses that were laid out in the lobby, already slightly stinking, and couldn't help but sigh. These guys who died. It's the county magistrate and the magistrate of Duling County, and their families. Last night, when Hou Junji had just fled into Duling County, he drew the sword in his own hand and did this without any hesitation, and before the county soldiers could react. Similarly, he also mobilized the soldiers he had secretly deployed in Duling County and killed all these county soldiers. It had occurred to Hou Junji that one day he might be on the opposite side of the Great Tang. If it wasn't for the fact that he had this idea, he wouldn't have been able to, with such boldness, secretly deploy so many soldiers under Li Shimin's nose, in Duling County, which was less than half a day's journey away from Chang'an, without the knowledge of almost everyone. But he didn't expect that his confrontation with Datang would come so quickly. He looked a little cloudy, frowning. His fiefdom was in Luguagong, which was in Shanxi, and the distance from Chang'an was not far, but not close either. The bulk of his men are there. The first thing you want to do to stay alive is to be able to escape Chang'an. But can 5,000 soldiers and horses escape from Chang'an? There was some despair in Hou Junji's heart. He only prayed for one thing now, hoping that the general sent out by Chang'an to crush himself was not Li Jing, not Li Jiao, preferably some juniors. If that kid, Lin Shen, could take the initiative to ask for his life on a whim, that would be the best direction for Hou Junji's heart. He admitted that he was no match for those famous generals of Li Jing, but wouldn't it still be easy to deal with young people? Just as he was somewhat lost in thought, his private soldiers hurriedly ran in from outside, yelling, "Report! The army from Chang'an is almost at the bottom of Duling City. It's too fast. It's not even a day's worth of time." Hou Junji took a deep breath and asked in a cold voice, "How many people have come, and who is the leader?" The private soldier hesitated for a moment and said stiffly, "There are only about 2,000 soldiers and horses coming, and the leader is a young man riding a unicorn, which seems to be His Highness the King of Chu." 2,000? His Highness the King of Chu? Hearing these words, Hou Junji froze. However, he soon reacted and threw himself up to the sky and laughed wildly. "Ha ha 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 ha. Heaven will not stop me, Hou Junji. Good. I didn't expect this little Lin Shen child to be so capricious. Here he comes, with still only his lazy 2,000 private soldiers. Yes, great. Go, raise the troops and prepare to meet the battle out of the city." Hou Junji stood up from his chair and miso, red-faced, as if this victory was already in his hands. Chapter 116 Unstoppable Elite. What kind of soldiers does Lin Shen have? Those are all Hou Junji's, one by one, carefully selected. Hou Junji dared to beat his chest and pack his bags with any person. He was definitely the most knowledgeable person in the world about the army under Lin Shen. The private soldier did not immediately leave to spread Hou Junji's order, but opened his mouth and whispered, "My lord, think twice. We watched from a distance from the city walls. The Chu King's private soldiers seem to be wearing bright light armor." These words caused Hou Junji's laughter to come to a halt. Hou Junji looked at the private soldiers in dismay. "What do you mean? Those 2,000 private soldiers are wearing bright light armor?" The private soldier nodded. "My subordinate saw it with his own eyes and will not fake it." Hou Junji couldn't help but frown. There are quite a few types of Datang armor, but what most of the army wore was nothing more than cloth back armor and fuzzy silk armor. Even with Hou Junji's years of plotting and laying out, these 5,000 men under his command wore nothing more than leather armor, and a few of them were still wooden armor. Not to mention the soldiers. It was those lieutenants and military generals under his command. Not everyone could wear the bright light armor. Trying to build a pair of bright light armor, it takes more than 40 craftsmen, working day and night for more than 200 days. 2,000 bright light armor. Hou Junji even doubted that Datang had such a large number of bright light armor. The crushing advantage in armor caused Hou Junji to hesitate for a moment. Soon, however, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. "No matter, the order is as usual." The private soldier nodded, answered, and exited the county office. Is the oppression of 2,000 bright armor great? It's huge. However, if they were to be replaced by any person that Ho Junji was familiar with, probably Ho Junji would not choose to open the city gates wide and fight a frontal siege battle. It will take advantage of the hold and play a defensive game. But this man leading the troops was Lin Shan. The soldiers under him are all soldiers who listen to declarations but not tunes. All these factors together made Ho Junji finalize his determination to fight Lin Shan head-on. He needs a win more than Big Dawn. He wanted to tell the people under the sky that he, Ho Junji, was not defenseless. Maybe you can also take this opportunity to defeat Lin Shan, directly occupy the land and claim the king, and Li's share of the territory of the Great Tang. Ho Junji's heart, which had been cold for a long time, began to burn, and he could feel that his heart was beating vigorously and his blood was flowing hotly. He walked to the back room and wore his cumbersome leather armor as he was waited on by his own close guards. It wasn't that he didn't want to wear the bright light armor, but it was more than 20 pounds of iron armor, and with his current frail frame, he couldn't afford to hold up that heavy armor, so he had to opt for close-fitting leather armor. The soldiers were at the city. Ho Junji didn't panic at all. Slowly and methodically rode his own horse, took a lance, and headed out of the city. Lin Shan's army, long ago stopped outside the moat and camped on the spot. Generously, on this flat soil, a patch of tents, made of coarse cloth, was planted. Ho Junji took a look and couldn't help but laugh. He was even more certain now that this Lin Shan didn't know how to fight at all. What kind of camping is that? It is also true that a yellow-haired boy who has not been on the battlefield, even if he has read a few books on military affairs, it is only on paper. To have this courage, to bring 2,000 people, to impact his more than 5,000 soldiers and horses, is already a very praiseworthy thing. Without realizing it, Ho Junji then took on a condescending, pointing posture. He strangled his horse forward and carefully approached Lin Shan's position, escorted by his own soldiers. It came to a stop with about 100 meters to go. He didn't dare to get too close, fearing that Lin Shan would pick him off his horse at the drop of a hat. Lin Shan had obviously noticed Ho Junji's movements as well. He slapped the unicorn to meet him. Seeing Lin Shan and the qilin on his crotch, Ho Junji couldn't help but remember that Lin Shan, who was like a god of killing last night. The fear that was branded in his heart surged up again. It made him shiver. Ho Junji took a deep breath and suppressed this restlessness within himself. Looking at Lin Shan, he said disdainfully, "I didn't think that the Great Tang would send you over." Lin Shan indifferently responded, "I took the initiative." Ho Junji sneered, "I admit that you are a very powerful character. Playing tricks I cannot compare to you, but on leading troops to fight, you are too confident." "Yes?" Lin Shan was not slow, letting out a statement of general doubt come out. Ho Junji strangled his horse and took a few steps backward, remaining as far out of an extremely safe range as possible with Lin Shan at all times. "I thought I was going to die. I just wanted to struggle one last time before I died. I didn't think you'd hand-deliver this opportunity." Ho Junji narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes glowing with a cold light. "I will use your life to properly solemnize this great opportunity." With that he reached out and waved his hand. The personal guards beside him were the ones who raised the red flag in their hands high and waved it in the air. In the city of Dueling County, the military bugle sounded. Rumble. The gates of the city opened, and more than 5,000 soldiers under his command, shouting slogans, rushed out like a wave. However, with a distance of more than 500 meters, it wouldn't take long for them to pounce on Lin Shan's position and inflict a fatal attack on this young army. Lin Shan didn't say anything. A soldier behind him similarly blew his horn. With a crash, the soldiers who were still repairing their tents originally assembled with a speed that Ho Junji could not understand. They drew the lances behind them and formed a conical formation. Before any of the soldiers under Ho Junji could charge through the 500 meters or so over, the formation had already been assembled. Unlike Ho Junji's army, which was bustling with activity, the soldiers under Lin Shan seemed unusually silent, with only a few men at the head issuing orders. They pushed forward. It was really like an awl. The lance in his hand transformed into the sharpest awl-tip, and Ho Junji's army clashed together. And then, by the private soldiers under Lin Shan, a gaping hole was torn open without mercy, and the awl pierced hard into this military unit. A hint of panic arose in the heart of Ho Junji, who was supervising the battle from the side. He reached out and pointed toward Lin Shan, yelling up in a loud voice, "Don't get involved in a battle with them. They only have 2,000 men and women. Fight toward that king of Chu. As long as we kill him, we'll be victorious this time." Ho Junji's soldiers are well trained. At least the simple order is forbidden is done. Soon, 1,000 soldiers and horses split from the battlefield and pounced towards Lin Shan. Yes, a full 1,000 soldiers and horses, just to deal with such a person as Lin Shan. In Ho Junji's eyes, Lin Shan was the biggest threat on this battlefield. Those 2,000 are insufficient. Even with the armor advantage, 2 can always take on 1, right? 4,000 against 2,000 is a sure win inning any way you look at it. But Ho Junji wants more than victory and to kill Lin Shan. Chapter 117 Death of Ho Junji. 1,000 men came rushing toward him with great vigor. Lin Shan didn't panic at all. He even took the initiative to shoot Kirin to meet him, his fire-tipped spear running through the rattan armor shield in the first man's hand and poking a fist-sized bloody hole in the head of the one hiding behind it. But a siege of 1,000 people is not as simple as a huckleberry saving grandpa. In Chang'an City, Ho Junji could only call on infantry, but after leaving Chang'an City, Ho Junji has a big killer on the battlefield in his hands. Crossbowman. This kind of killer who hides among the soldiers and suddenly launches an attack when the opponent's commander is not paying attention. Just as Lin Shan picked off several people one after another. Shoo! A slight vibration of air-breaking sound, muffled by hissing and wailing, shot over towards his head from the battlefield, from an almost imperceptible direction behind Lin Shan. If it was hit, the head of this noble Tang prince would explode like a firecracker. The eyes of the man who shot this crossbow were incredibly expectant, but just at the moment when the crossbow was about to hit, Lin Shan, as if he had eyes behind his head, backhanded the back of his hand and held the tail of the arrow in the nick of time. Let the sharp, three-pronged tip of the arrow rest in front of the back of his head. Surprising catch. You can catch that? Crossbowman's eyes show a strong look of disbelief. Just before he could break out of his shocked demeanor, Lin Shan didn't even turn around. He just casually threw his hand back, and this arrow returned the way it came, viciously nailing the head of the crossbow soldier who shot this arrow. At the same time, his other hand waved his fire-tipped spear, again cutting leaks and killing several people. The two armies fought for just less than half an hour. The battlefield took on a lopsided appearance. Slaughter. It was a bloody massacre. The side that fell apart. It's Ho Junji, the one with twice as many soldiers and horses. He didn't flee this time. His face was ashen as he looked at his men who had fled, and his face was ashen as he looked at Lin Shan, whose body was stained with blood and whose fierce aura was overwhelming. Not struggling this time? The Qilin slowly approached, and Lin Shan cocked his head, looking coldly at Ho Junji. Ho Junji was almost lying on his horse's back, shaking his head heavily. No more escaping. I can't escape either. Lord Chu King, please give me a pain in the ass. Lin Shan gripped the fire-pointed gun tightly, with unparalleled precision. A gun ruthlessly stabbed Ho Junji's throat, picking the flag as it were, raising Ho Junji's corpse high, yelling, "The thief general has already been awarded his head. Don't resist, and surrender quickly." This statement, more than anything else, is a complete and utter end to this scribbling war. Ho Junji is dead. This group of soldiers who had only coalesced together because of Ho Junji were even more devoid of resistance, as they one by one lowered the weapons in their hands and waited for Lin Shan's private soldiers to dispose of them. Chang'an City. In that tea house on Vermilion Bird Street, Li Shimin had long since returned to the palace and dealt with political affairs, but the officials who stayed here after the court meeting have not yet left. They have been talking about it. Do you think that His Highness, the King of Chu, can defeat Ho Junji? Fong Xinling frowned, looking at the location where Lin Shan had just taken his seat, somewhat puzzled. He's a civilian, slightly aware of some of the marching and fighting, but certainly not as proficient as Li Jing and the others, and could not see what the outcome of this war would be. Li Jing was silent and didn't say anything. Li Jiao slowly opened his mouth. His Highness the King of Chu is likely to win. The soldiers under him are too tough, far from those soldiers under Ho Junji. Wei Zhang frowned. In that case, Your Highness, the King of Chu's reputation will be taken to another level. Hearing this, Qin Xiong shook his head. That's not necessarily true. I also feel that His Highness the King of Chu will win. It's just that the manner of this victory, I'm afraid it'll be a miserable one. A bad win? The military generals nodded their heads, recognizing Qin Xiong's words. A few of the civilian officials were thoughtful, but most of them were people who didn't know anything about the military, and they somewhat didn't quite understand what Qin Xiong meant. Li Jing opened his mouth and explained. Ho Junji's troop strength is twice that of the King of Chu's, and also has the advantage of defending the city. Generally speaking, if you are attacking the city, you need to have siege equipment such as ladders, stone throwers, battering rams, and so on. But His Highness the King of Chu didn't bring these things with him in his army when he went out. Even if he did, there are more men defending the city than attacking it. And even if I were to take over the attack, there is only one way I could do it. Surrounded but not attacked. Ho Junji is now a great Tang rebel, and his fiefdom is in Lugua, which doesn't border Dueling County, which means that Ho Junji has limited grain and grass in his hands. As long as the siege is not attacked, it will take as little as 2 or 3 months, or as much as half a year, and when the city runs out of food and grass, it will naturally win. A victory available in this manner would not be half as effective in growing the reputation of His Highness, the King of Chu. I'm afraid. The civil officials came to a realization. So, I've been taught. Not bad for a military god. If that's the case, even if His Highness the King of Chu wins, we can barely accept it. Just as they were so talking, a golden guard hurriedly ran in, knelt on one knee, and yelled in a loud voice, "Report! Glad tidings! His Highness, the King of Chu, broke Ho Junji's army just now, killing the bandit Ho Junji on the spot, quelling the rebellion, and taking back Dueling County." There was a momentary silence in the tea house. Everyone looked at each other incredulously, especially Li Jing and Qin Xiong. A few of them were just now mouthing that Lin Shen would win badly. People who can only surround but not attack. Now an old face swelled red. The smack in the face came too soon. It was just that they couldn't even produce a look of embarrassment in their hearts before it was replaced by strong emotions of shock and absurdity. How long has it been? It wasn't even completely dark yet. From the time Lin Shen set out to leave Chang'an until now. There could be 3 hours? Are you sure? Li Jing stood up, wide-eyed, and looked at this golden guard. The golden guards nodded heavily. Okay, have received the Dueling County beacon. Really? Surprisingly true. It's not that they can't accept this outcome. It's just too soon, especially for the people of Datong. This day, they had a magical feeling. It was only in the morning that I heard that Ho Junji had attacked the Chu King's residence with the intention of plotting a rebellion. They haven't even had a chance to open their mouths to criticize or insult. In the evening, the news came that Ho Junji's rebel army had been pacified by the King of Chu, and the leader of the thieves, Ho Junji, had been killed on the spot by the King of Chu. There are even some hard workers who have had a busy day and are only ready to pass the time with a few bowls of mash in the evening. A second ago, when he heard about Ho Junji, he was pouring turbid wine there, and the first sound of his broken voice hadn't even been spit out of his mouth yet. The next person, then lightly, said the news that the rebellion had been pacified and Ho Junji had died. What's this called? Shouldn't there be a few more revolts and revenge plays like this one? How come it ended so hastily before they even got their melon? Chapter 118 Spreading of Public Opinion. The melon came too soon. It took everyone in Chang'an City a bit by surprise. Apart from Lin Shen, none of them had thought of, nor were they prepared for, such a great victory. Especially after Lin Shen returned victorious and the specific battle report spread throughout Chang'an City. It caused an uproar. With 2,000 soldiers and horses, he fought with more than 5,000 soldiers and horses of Ho Junji. A strong victory was won, with only 11 killed in battle and more than 20 wounded. As for Ho Junji's army, a full 1,000 people died. More than a big win. It's simply complete. There have been many battles in history in which fewer battles were won, but there were many objective factors that contributed to those battles being won. Like the Battle of Guandu at the end of the Han Dynasty. The key to Cao Cao's victory lies in the surprise attack on Wuchao, which burned the Yuan Shao army's provisions, and the fact that Zhang He and Gao Dan voluntarily surrendered to Cao Cao, causing the Yuan Shao army to be shaken and internally divided, which allowed Cao Cao to take the victory. The Battle of Red Cliff, which took place some years later, was likewise typical of the victory of the few over the many, but the key to victory lies in Pang Tong's iron rope with the boat. Xu Guoliang borrowed the east wind. Huang Gai pretended to surrender. It's not just those two battles. This is true of most of history's victories with less. Either it's borrowing from the sky or it's a conspiracy. Like Lin Shen, who, in a dignified manner, defeated the enemy head-on, winning the battle with less, and with battle losses that were still so terribly low. Even though Ho Junji was hastily forming an army, there was a great crushing from the equipment, but the numerical disadvantage is put there. The vast majority of cases, fighting a war is really about disparity in numbers. With about the same number of troops, it is the time to fight for the quality of soldiers and tactics. But Lin Shen fight Ho Junji, in more than double the force disadvantage, did not choose those false head things, but chose to fight hard power. What those lords and nobles in Chang'an City think, let's not talk about it for the time being. The common folk are hilarious. They've never cared about a war as much as they do today. It's really legendary. In a tavern in Pinkham Place, unlike greenhouses and hookahs, this is a place for those commoners to use for recreation. Business used to be always very flat. No one wants to waste a few pennies on a bowl of sour mash here. But since the tavern introduced pre-mixed drinks from Rui Supermarket, business has gone from strength to strength. On a civilian's income, they can afford pre-mixed drinks when they bite the bullet, but folding in most, or all, of a month's income is obviously a big loss. But now being able to have a bowl of pre-mixed liquor right here and there for a few pennies, even if it's watered down with sugar, that's still much better than mash. Civilian families not far from Pingkangfang. In the meantime, more or less developed, the habit of coming to have a drink in the evening. When one drinks too much wine, One's mouth is not idle. A man with a flushed face gently hammered the table and yelled at the top of his lungs. What do you guys say about this Ho Junji? How come he's so desperate to try to take a shot at His Highness, the King of Chu? His Highness the King of Chu is such a good person. Hiccup dash. Why is it so plagued with so many people trying to get at him? This statement drew a lot of agreement. A fine thought. Indeed. His Highness, the King of Chu, has been plagued with many misfortunes ever since he showed his face in the Great Tang. Obviously so good a great saint. In favor of that what Zheng family framed, forged out so many ridiculous ominous signs. If not the heavens cannot stand to see. It really descended with auspiciousness, so that His Highness, the Honorable King of Chu, was recognized by the Qilin. Maybe that young family's machinations are about to succeed. It's hard for this to go away. The King of Chu didn't even get to spend a few days properly in his new house. Ho Junji, this happened on the hoof. If this had happened to them, they would have questioned their lives and how they were so ill-fated. The other man picked up the wine, sipped a small mouthful. That's not true. Haven't you heard that some time ago when that what Zheng family stigmatized His Highness the King of Chu, that Ho Junji had a sneaky helping hand behind the scenes? But you know, don't you, that this Ho Junji fought with His Majesty, for the sake of His Majesty's face. His Highness the King of Chu didn't lay a hand on this person. But who knew that this person wouldn't know better and see that His Highness the King of Chu hadn't been killed by the Zheng family? Why don't we just do nothing and try to kill His Highness, the King of Chu, by ourselves? The civilians who were drinking on the sidelines listened with rapt attention and realization. So it is. I didn't expect this Ho Junji to be such a non-thing. He still has a hand in what happened some time ago. He really deserves to die. Your Highness Chu did a great job. This Ho Junji has been following His Majesty. How could he have such hatred for His Highness the King of Chu? One person threw out the question. An answer was quickly given. But it's just eye candy. This matter is not a secret. That Ho Junji has always been eyeing that supermarket of His Highness the King of Chu. And when His Highness the King of Chu was not yet His Highness the King of Chu, he had sent a few people to threaten His Highness the King of Chu. Wanted to use empty gloves to snatch His Highness Chu's store. But His Highness Chu was such a noble person. Even though at that time His Highness Chu was only a commoner and Ho Junji was the Duke of the Great Tang, His Highness Chu didn't compromise. Since that time, this Ho Junji has hated His Highness the King of Chu. Hiss. Hearing such a big piece of gossip, the people in the tavern couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect Ho Junji to be so not something. The Duke of the State is so shameless that he wants to rob the commoners. It's too embarrassing for Datong. Good kill. A Hanyu slammed the table heavily and shouted. Others chimed in. The man who spoke of these grudges was even treated to several bowls of watery wine. Chu King's mansion. Lin Shan sat in his study and looked at Chen San, who was standing in front of his desk, and asked softly, "How is the spread of public opinion going?" Chen San respectfully replied back, "My lord, for all the large and small markets, I have planted at least 3 people into them, so by the time tomorrow rolls around, the whole of Chang'an will know what you want Chang'an to know." My lord. Lin Shan nodded absently. The grudge between him and Ho Junji, apart from the topmost lords of the Great Tang, how could those commoners know about it? This was deliberately leaked out by Lin Shan. As early as when he left Chang'an City and rose up to crusade against Ho Junji, he had ordered it down with Chen San. When he returned victorious, he would publicize the conflict between him and Ho Junji well in Chang'an City. People in this day and age know that public opinion works well. How could he not be aware of it? Number 119, the first perfect man of the ancient world. Nor was his purpose in doing so to completely nail Ho Junji to the pillar of shame. When Ho Junji attacked himself, completely put down his identity as a subject of the Great Tang, he has been nailed to the pillar of shame. There was no need for Lin Shan to manipulate public opinion any further to determine the course of this matter. In reality, Lin Shan's purpose for doing this was to make the people of Chang'an City shift the focus of this matter from a Great Tang traitor to the fact that this was a conflict between him and Ho Junji. Lin Shan has no shortage of fame, but he was sorely lacking the prestige of being a military general. It's a fitting opportunity, publicizing that this matter was a conflict between him and Ho Junji. Then the focus would fall on how Lin Shan took revenge, and would proclaim what a sound victory he had won with 2,000 over 5,000. This battle will be remembered fondly by the people of Datong. It became the first jewel in Lin Shan's path towards becoming a military general. It was like what Lin Shan had envisioned, and public opinion did go, indeed, in the direction he expected it to go. The tavern. After the crowd had cursed Ho Junji for a while with righteous indignation, a man suddenly spoke up. It's fortunate that His Highness the King of Chu is the one person who is truly capable, or else if he lets this group of sinister villains have their way, that would be a real aggravation. That's not true. Seriously, it's hard to imagine that there would even be someone like His Highness, the King of Chu, in Great Tang, to be able to do business of that magnitude, and to govern a country. and now to lead an army in a war. Hey! Or to win a war like this. Why don't we say that His Highness, the King of Chu, is the first perfect man of the ages? The first perfect man of the ages. That's a high rating. No gold is perfect and no one is perfect. Even for those who have earned the name of saints in history, it is almost impossible for the people to evaluate them as perfect. A perfect man is a higher evaluation than a saint, and it was thought that this would be a jewel placed in a number of words to spur the world on. But now the people, however, were willing to give such a pearl to Lin Shan, just as Lin Shan was once again held high. Day 2. Ho Junji's house was raided. The Duke of Lu's residence was stripped bare. Any people in Chang'an City who didn't have any work in their hands were all blocking the entrance of the Duke of Lu's mansion with the mindset of eating melons, watching a rare treasure being carried out from the Duke Lu's mansion and placed on the carriage. In the hearts of the people who had gathered around, there was a feeling of extreme euphoria. The crowd erupted into an even louder cheer until the last item was moved out. The 1,000 Bulls Guard departed, but the crowd hasn't dispersed. A bold one, holding a bamboo pole in his hand, picked off the plaque on the Duke of Lu's residence. The people then surrounded it, almost with all their strength, stepping on the dead thing, in their hearts, as if this was trampling on Ho Junji, as if they were taking it out on Lin Shan. They were in a soothing mood, but Li Shimin was not in a good mood. Looking at the sangha that the 1,000 bull guards had sent to him, Li Shimin's eyebrows wrinkled into a ball, and in the center of his eyebrows, he balled a small pimple out. Lin Shan's victory was a bit unexpected. To be able to cause such a stir among the people was even more unexpected. The reputation is growing. Even Li Shimin, who was sitting high above the imperial city, had heard rumors that King Chu was not weaker than Li Jing in military affairs. Furious, Li Shimin smashed 3 glasses on the spot. De Tong has nothing to lose, but nothing to gain either. Instead, the one who benefited the most in this matter was Lin Shan. Li Shimin has even thought that Lin Shan will take advantage of this, deeply rooted in the courtroom above. But a third thing happened that he didn't expect. After killing Ho Junji, except in the mouths of the people, one could still hear snowflakes of praise for Lin Shan. Lin Shan had almost no presence in the courtroom, dotting in and out of work on time every day, nor rely on their own King of Chu identity, with another Minister of War to seize the right to speak, but instead, the posture is very low, and follow the various predecessors behind the learning. This gave Li Shimin an even greater sense of powerlessness in his heart. He wanted to knock Lin Shan around a bit, but he couldn't even find a suitable opportunity. The days passed like this. Half a month later, Chu Wangfu, in the study, Lin Shan looked at the poised girl standing in front of him, as well as the less conspicuous Chen San on the side. Slowly, he lowered his head. In front of his eyes, there was only a green screen of light that only he could see flowing, and the line of numbers on it was exactly the flowing water of the 2 supermarkets under him during this period of time. Public opinion boiled over, adding to his reputation among the people. Business at the West Market supermarket is far more brisk than it was before these events broke out. After the outbursts of more than 200, 000 or 100, 000 taels of silver per day some days ago, it has now stabilized at 80, 000 taels of silver per day. As for that Rui supermarket in Pacific Place, just a bit of a surprise for Lin Shan. Unlike Chen San and those others, Zhang Liwan was not implanted with a supermarket management template by Lin Shan. She just followed behind Chen San and a few of them, learning how to manage a supermarket for a period of time. Rui supermarket was given to Zhang Liwan to take care of, and Lin Shan did have the meaning of examining and teaching in mind, but didn't get my hopes up. After all, after having a supermarket as big as the West City, even if Rui supermarket's decoration was no matter how novel, not many people would choose the Rui supermarket in Taipingfang, which was much farther away. But Li Wanchang made a great score. Even for such a small store, there were more than 10,000, nearly 20,000 taels of silver in the books every day, worthy of being a first-rate intelligent man of the Great Tang. After scrutinizing the accounts for a while, Lin Shan smiled and said, "You guys have been doing a great job lately. The supermarket's business is getting better and better under your management." Zhang Liwan and Chen San hurriedly said they didn't dare and respectfully thanked them. Lin Shan continued, "This time, I called you all here because I have 2 things to command." Zhang Liwan and Chen San immediately stood boarded up. First thing, Zhang Liwan, you are very talented in managing a supermarket. Chen San has already praised you more than once in front of this king. Saying that, Lin Shan gave a slight beat and looked at her with praise. It's almost the right time now. This king is ready to open another branch in East City. This time, you'll be the manager of the East Market supermarket. How's that? Zhang Liwan's face was joyful as she nodded heavily. Thank you, Your Highness, for your love. Lin Shan casually pulled out his hand into the belly of the table and took out a few land deeds. These are the stores in the East City. In terms of decoration, you should consult more with Chen San. Just follow the specifications of the one in the West City. These land deeds are the payment due Ru Hui gave him earlier. It's coming in handy right now. Chapter 120 Membership Card System. Zhang Liwan walked forward and carefully collected these land deeds. Lin Shin continued. The second thing is that I'm going to get a membership card system. Membership card system? Zhang Liwan looked at Lin Shin blankly. The combination of these words was an extremely unfamiliar word to her, and for a moment, she was unable to comprehend the implications of these words. Instead, Chan San, who had injected the supermarket management template, got thoughtful. He's no stranger to membership cards. There's a part of that knowledge instilled in the supermarket management template that's dedicated to saying this stuff. For a supermarket, membership cards are a crucial part of the marketing strategy. It's just that Rui Supermarket doesn't need this kind of thing. They sell things that belong to the monopoly status in Datang, whether in terms of quality, quantity or price, have played a kind of crushing domination over the original market in Datang, so there's no need to use marketing to expand the market. Chen San thought about getting a membership card, but Lin Shin didn't mention it, and he didn't dare to take the initiative to ask. Looking at Zhang Liwan's face, Lin Shin smiled and opened his mouth to explain. A membership card is actually an identification card, a means of promotion. Simply put, you shop in my supermarket, the silver you spend can be in accordance with a certain proportion, converted into points. The higher the points, the higher the level of membership. Every holiday season, we give these members little gifts. There is also a kind of membership card, which is a rechargeable card. For example, let's say you spend 5,000 taels of silver to run a card with me, and if you have any expenses in the future, you don't have to pay out any silver. Just take out this card, and from this card, you will deduct the amount of silver that you have spent away. Lin Shin explained while thinking. The membership card system, which is almost played out in the later world, was transported to the Great Tang. Chen San's face remained unchanged. He had long had these things in his knowledge system. As Zhang Liwan listened, her eyes gradually brightened. After gradually learning how to manage a supermarket, she could clearly realize how much profit this membership card that came out of Lin Shin's mouth would bring to the supermarket. It would at least boost turnover upwards by another half. Especially things like rechargeable cards. It's simply a must-have kind of thing for those wealthy families. Silver is not portable. A couple of silvers, that's a solid 1 or 2 pounds. It was fine for the commoners, but it was inconvenient for the honchos. Every time he came over to buy something, he had to pull a cart and bring a dozen pounds of silver with him to be able to buy all the things that supplied the whole family. Not to mention, those lipsticks the ladies had their hearts set on. 100 taels of silver for one. And there's also the issue of greed in the midst of it all. No one can guarantee that the people under them are just completely clean, and that from a few hundred taels of silver, a few taels of silver will be deducted, and no one will notice. After all, not everyone was like Lin Shin, who had a huge system to do his accounts. The advent of rechargeable cards solves this problem perfectly. In the future, out of shopping will no longer be bulky to carry so much silver. Only need to bring a thin card can be. The same also do not need to be afraid of their own people, covetousness of their own silver. 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Liwan nodded her head in agreement, keeping these things in mind on one side. After saying these things, Lin Shin continued to hold the game console and start his unfinished adventures. He was indeed a bit of a rookie when it came to his talent in gaming. Livered for over half a month and still haven't gotten through it. Zhang Liwan and Chen San, on the other hand, retreated to start preparing for the new branch. And the membership card. The city of Chang'an just calmed down and quieted down. The officials of the Ministry of War, worried for a while, fearing that this reputation of the first Chu Wang adults will use his identity of the Ministry of War, the new official, to take 3 fires. But Lin Shin didn't do that, until half a month had passed now. What Lin Shin had done was still learning from Li Jing. The imaginary fire did not burn. Instead, it's the Rui Supermarket, which has made some new moves. Over in the East City, several stores were being renovated with great fanfare, saying that they were branches of Rui Supermarket in the East City. The store manager of this branch is said to be a woman. This kind of rarity naturally attracted the attention of the melon-eating masses in Chang'an City. In addition to this, Rui Supermarket has a new membership card system. It sent a huge ripple throughout Chang'an City. The lords, in particular, were so excited that they were on the verge of tears. Rui Supermarket is good for everything. Just one bad thing. You can't keep score. Silver carrying after all is not convenient. The lords and nobles out of the spending will always choose the way of bookkeeping every end of the month, and then sent a few people out, the accounts to close. But Rui Supermarket won't give the honchos that face, especially after Lin Shin became the king of Chu. There was no one who had the guts to mention this matter. And now, finally, they don't have to bear such pain anymore. although the way Rui Supermarket chose to do it was to pre-deposit. It requires the lords to deposit their silver in advance in the Rui Supermarket. If it is a general merchant, dare in front of these nobles mention this kind of seemingly absurd ideas out. The nobles have long been a big mouth whip past, but Rui Supermarket is different. With Lin Shan's status as a saintly prince as a guarantee, the nobles did not worry that Lin Shan would swallow their silver. The very day the membership card was launched, in Chen San's report, just 70,000 people got memberships, recharge card, but also for more than 100, which recharged the smallest amount of that recharge card. Inside are a full 5,000 taels of silver. Lin Shan looked at the system's accounts panel and couldn't help but be happy. On this day, his income amounted to more than 1,300,000 taels of silver. Just as Lin Shan was beaming with joy, Xingyang, the main residence of the Zhang clan, which was already somewhat dilapidated, welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Some of them are named Cui, some are named Li, some are named Wang, and some are named Lu. They are all representatives of the 7 clans and the 5 surnames. Except for Longshili, no one came over, and they didn't give notice. 6 of the 7 clans and 5 surnames converged on the land of Zhang in Xingyang. Has the Xingyang Zhang clan fallen to this level? An old man from the Lu family, looking at the Zhang clan mansion in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched a little. When was it that the most illustrious families of the Great Tang were treated like this? Zhang's front door was splashed with fecal water that smelled strongly of feces. On one side of the fence, it was smeared with dog's blood with all sorts of unpleasant, cursing words. Chapter 121, The Conspiracy of the Great Families. From 80-year-olds to 5-year-olds, curse hard and spit when you pass by. They could not feel any life on this building. A pool of stagnant water. A member of the Cui clan, who came with him, opened his mouth and asked, "It's really too much of a bully. What a prominent family the Zhang clan is, to be insulted like this." When he said this, he gritted his teeth and there was a vague blood-red color in his eyes. It's no wonder he's like this. What happens to Zhang today will most likely be what happens to them. The great families of the world. This king of Chu's methods are truly vicious. The people of the Zhao County Li clan were likewise gnashing their teeth, their bodies unable to hold back the trembling, although they had long heard of Zhang's defeat. However, he was still glad that Zhang was not completely dead, and there were still some seeds left, so he would certainly be able to rise again in the future. But now come over and see for yourself. The East Mountain? That's one thing that's not going to happen. Not to mention recreating the past glory. After another 100 years, it would be a great fortune not to be cursed by people pointing at their backbones. None of them dared to go up and knock on the door, fearful that this move of theirs would be discovered by the people of Xingyang and would be poured on them. Even, they didn't dare to get too close to Zhang. Just wait in a tea house half a block away. Not long after, an old man in rough clothes walked to the entrance of the tea house, and didn't come in, just arched his hand and said in a loud voice, "Several guests, please go with the old man." His voice was numb, as was the look in his eyes. The 5 families looked at each other. They were a little surprised that the person in front of them, who was on the verge of death, would be a member of the Zhang clan. They walked out of the tea house and were about to follow this elderly Zhang family member. Elder Zhang suddenly turned around and spoke to the 5 of them. "By the way, stay away from me later." "Farther? What kind of talk is this?" They had some doubts in their minds, but Elder Zhang wasn't going to open his mouth to explain this thing. There was no choice but for the 5 of them to do as they were told. Just a few steps ahead. Slap. I don't know from where, but a rotten egg flew out, ruthlessly hitting Zhang's old man's head, and the fishy liquid, down the back of his head, landed on his clothes. The old man was not at all surprised by this. His expression was unchanged, and he made no resistance, apparently having long been used to this sort of thing. The road to Zhang's main residence wasn't long, but the 5 people who followed behind Zhang's old man had frightened hearts and a strong look of fear in their eyes. If, in the past, someone had told them that one day they, the people of the great families of the world, would be subjected to this kind of treatment, there was absolutely no way they would believe it. But offhand, it's happening right now in front of them. Rotten eggs are pretty good. Fecal water, muddy water. These are the means by which the people are attacking this old man. They finally realized why he'd warned himself to stay away from him. This short walk down, Zhang's old man has been drowned by fecal water through and through. From head to toe, are flooded with a salacious stench. Elder Zhang led them to the back door. It was a little cleaner than the gate, but only a little. Still wrapped in foul-smelling fecal water. The walls, again, were covered with curses and unpleasant words. The old man arched his hand towards the 5 of them and said softly, "Several honored guests, please forgive the old man's inconvenience. You and the others should go in on your own." It was also true that he was no longer fit to do the catching in his present filthy state. The 5 of them pushed open the back door and stepped inside. The scene in the yard was not promising either. The garden has not been taken care of for a long time. Look, close to the fence, we're splashed with a lot of manure. Apparently those people in Xinjiang has not been satisfied. In the gate, the fence splashed manure. They were even the ones who invented the simple stone thrower, in order to let all the young clan members who were hiding in the mansion enjoy the full of love they put in the dung water. The 5 men walked in silence deeper into the mansion. It was only when they got to such a safe place that someone came out again, cautiously glancing up at the sky and leading the 5 of them to a study. Zheng Wei was sitting in his study, flipping through the Analects of Confucius, with the same numb face and a gray look in his eyes. You guys are finally here. Zheng Wei's voice was a bit hoarse as he looked at the 5 of them and waved his hand. Have a seat. Zheng can't take out any good things to entertain you now, so please forgive me if there's something wrong with the etiquette. The 5 of them shook their heads. If it was in the past, they might have had to take this kind of thing and taunt Zheng a bit. But now, the taunting words simply wouldn't come out. The man from the Bowling Chui clan spoke slowly. Now Zheng is just letting those people bully him? Zheng Wei raised his eyelids, looked at him, and said indifferently, or what? Doesn't the county office care about this? Bowling Chui's man frowned and said, this kind of insulting thing. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zheng Wei. He snorted and said coldly, do you know what Zheng is like now? Where else are we qualified and able to have the county office do our work for us? Lu's man spoke with some surprise. Could it be that the county magistrate of Xinjiang is not a member of the Zheng clan? Zheng Wei shook his head. It used to be, but not after His Highness the King of Chu executed the hearts of my Zheng clan. A few others sighed. Zheng Wei closed the Analects, looked at the 5 of them, and opened his mouth to ask. The letterhead didn't make it clear enough. So I wonder what you few have come to visit. What is the reason for your visit? They didn't open their mouths immediately, and as their gazes flowed, 4 of them, one after another, landed their gazes on a middle-aged man, Xinghua Chui, currently, among the 7 clans and 5 surnames, one of the highest status lineage families. We came here this time to ask Zheng to regroup and be able to join us in dealing with that Chu king. The man from the Xinghua Chui clan slowly spoke, looking at Zheng Wei with a serious face. After a long silence, he still spoke thus. Now Zheng has certainly fallen into this state. Probably can't exert any power in this case, but they still had to pull Young up. As long as we can defeat the king of Chu, we can put Zheng back on his feet. It was only then that they, the great families of the world, could rise up again, and perhaps even come a step closer to standing on the head of the great Tang. Zheng Wei's face did not have a little wave. He just froze and looked at the man. After a long time, slowly sighed. Now Zheng, it's good to be alive. Painful, but good to be alive now. This is a matter that Zheng doesn't want to get involved in. Chapter 122, A Way to Break the Fish's Net. Zheng Wei's answer was somewhat unexpected to these people. They never expected it. This is how Young Wei reacts to something like revenge. They looked at Zheng Wei in surprise. The man in charge of Zheng today. How long has it been? The high and mighty Young has been worn down to such a heartless state? Zheng Wei let out a bitter smile, shook his head, and looked out the window. When you all came, you also saw what happened to Zheng and Xingyang now, right? The 5 of them nodded with serious faces. Now that Zheng had such a situation, it gave them a feeling of a rabbit dying. None of them are cuties. It's clear. Now the great families of the world were already completely on the opposite side of the fence from the great Tang, and that king of Chu. If they don't manage to win, what happens to Young today is what happens to them tomorrow. To keep his family from becoming so miserable, that's why they joined together after a long time. Speaking of this, Zheng Wei's face finally had a complex change of color. Pain, struggle, and the tears could not stop falling. The current Zheng can be even more down and out than what you see. Every day Zheng's people go out and are greeted with feces and water. Every day, there are also people who come over to talk about my Zheng. The daughters that I, Zheng, married off were considered to be good if they could come back with a letter of repudiation, and quite a few of them didn't even have a chance to come back, and were directly dipped in a pigsty. That's not all. My Zheng's ancestral graves were all stripped and thwarted by those people. The 5 of them, the more they listened, the more frightened they became. This kind of attitude, either way, could be said to be tragic, and it seemed that Zheng seemed to be tormented by this kind of punishment every single day. Zheng Wei sighed. This is the king of Chu's punishment for us Zhengs. In the beginning, he gave us Zheng 2 paths. One is to resist to the end and all die, and one is the path we Zheng choose today. Although they suffer this pain every day, it's good to be alive. And one day, they might forget what Zheng once did. Maybe there will be a day when Young's people will be able to live in this land like a normal person. The man from the Xinghua Chui clan, frowning, gently tapped the table. It's precisely because of this that we're rebelling against King Chu's atrocities, isn't it? As long as we let him die completely, we, the great families, we'll be able to continue to survive. Won't we? Zhang Wei shook his head and snorted. Give up the idea of the so-called great families. You guys haven't crossed paths with His Highness the King of Chu. You're not sure what kind of a person he is. We know all too well how terrifying this His Highness, the King of Chu, is. Even if all 5 of your families were to join together, it would be impossible for you to be his opponent. You know what's scary? The remaining 5 families stared at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei slowly closed his eyes, his voice incomparably agonized. The most frightening thing is that it was clearly His Highness the King of Chu who caused us to have such a situation now. But on the contrary, I Zhang's up and down also want to thank Your Highness the King of Chu for lifting up your hand. Will still feel that this matter is my Zhang's blame and self-destruction. Creepy. These few words made the 5 of them have a feeling of pain like a thorn in their backs. Xinghe Cui asked again, is Zhang really unwilling to join forces with us and deal with that King of Chu together? Zhang Wei nodded dryly. Yes, but don't worry. I won't tell the King of Chu about this either. It's just that I don't really see it as a good move. It's just speeding up your demise. This answer of Zhang's was unexpected by all 5 of their families. They didn't think the Zhang clan, one of the 7 clans and 5 surnames, would be destroyed by Lin Xin to such an extent. The 5 of them didn't linger much and simply excused themselves. Not long after, in the tea house where a few of them stayed just now, the 5 men took their seats, all with somewhat ugly faces. Bah! I thought how ballsy the people of the Zhang family were, that they were trying to lie in wait, but I didn't realize that they were actually meddlesome. Lu's man opened his mouth and cursed viciously. The man from the Qinghe Chui clan opened his mouth and said softly, there's no harm in it. It won't have much of an impact on us. We didn't expect Zhang to provide us with much help in the first place. The man from the Zhao County Li clan frowned, but as you all have heard, that King Chu is not shallow in his tactics, and he was able to torture Zhang to this state. Can any of us do that? The remaining 4 shivered and shook their heads. Destroying Zhang. If they had a fish out of water mentality, they might actually be able to do this. But, like Lin Xin, he not only did not lose anything, but his fame went up a level, and most crucially, he could also make Zhang bear this kind of pain without being cynical about him. Such tactics are devilishly terrifying. I thought Zhang would be a capable helper, but it's a pity. Lu's man sighed softly. Forget it, no more about him. You and the others tell us what we should do to be able to deal with King Chu. The room fell into silence as soon as the question was thrown out. Lin Xin can't be easy to deal with. The reputation was perfect, and the blow in public opinion, which Zhang had already used, didn't manage to get Lin Xin killed. If it were to happen again, the people wouldn't be foolish enough to believe that. With Zhang's incident in front of them, even if it was true that ominous signs were falling from the heavens, they would only suspect that it was in the context of someone deliberately framing Lin Xin. From the court, Lin Xin was a 4th-ranked minister, and their arrangement in the courtroom would not necessarily be a threat to Lin Xin, and might even be self-defeating. The person from the Taiyuan Wang clan slowly opened his mouth and said, Prestige and the court, we are afraid that we will not be able to lay our hands on him, but all of you must not forget about the identity of this His Highness, the King of Chu. Identity? The remaining 4 frowned. Lu's man hesitantly said, you mean as a merchant? Taiyuan Wang clan's man slowly nodded, that's right. My Wang clan's branch in Chang'an but said with us, for some reason, this Chu King's Highness, for his men's Rui supermarket, extraordinarily valued. Unsurprisingly, this supermarket is where his roots are. Since we can't find a gap where we can directly attack him for a while now, why don't we go towards this Rui supermarket? What do you all think? Going after Rui supermarket? The 4 remaining men fell silent again, and after a few moments, some nodded slowly, others hesitated. How do you want to do it? The man from the Zhao County Li clan opened his mouth and asked. Taiyuan Wang's man narrowed his eyes slightly. Around but division. Internal traders? We have mastered his that supermarket's source of goods, or production methods. That is not the biggest blow to him? Chapter 123. If not really at all, Taiyuan Wang would not have chosen to propose such an idea. It's not so much a matter of being shameless. Life and death struggle, only to save life. Face such things, are irrelevant. Li Shimin also killed his brother with his own hands in order to win the throne. There were very few like Lin Xin, who could care about winning and fame at the same time. They just don't want to be associated with the word business. Even at this moment, they still felt that the word merchant would tarnish their noble status. And if they didn't have no way to attack Lin Xin from other aspects, they really didn't want to do so. There was a long silence in the room. It's heartwarming, but it's a little tough to make that decision. After a long time, Lu's one sighed softly. It'll have to do for now. The others nodded reluctantly agreeing. Who are we going to recruit? Qinghe Chui clan's man frowned and opened his mouth to ask with some doubts. As far as I know, that His Highness the King of Chu doesn't have many people under his command. and those who can be kept by his side are afraid that they are all his beloved ones. So if we turn our heads and tell the king of Chu, then what should we do? Lu's man's words were strong, then let him know. In addition to the people of the Taiyuan Wan clan, the other three, all of them showed a puzzled look and looked at this old gentleman of the Lu clan in surprise, not knowing why he would say such words. Lu let out a cold laugh and opened her mouth to explain. If we do this, are we afraid that King Chu will know? Some nodded, some were silent, some shook their heads. The Taiyuan Wang clan couldn't help but speak. Why should we be afraid? The three remaining men froze slightly. Taiyuan Wang continued. That Chu King has now made a rule for himself that whatever he does must be within the rules of the Tang law. Have we violated Tang law by going to pull the strings of his men? Since we haven't violated the Tang law, why should we be afraid? If he can't help himself and tries to use his status as king of Chu against us outside of the Tang law, he's the one who will suffer. It dawned on the other three. But when a person is a perfect man or a saint in the hearts of others, his every word and deed will be monitored by countless people. As long as they do something that is not in line with the image of the perfect man and saint in their hearts, the backlash of public opinion will be like a tsunami that will completely engulf the person. Lin Shen's hands are going to be tied when he targets them, but they don't have to. They can tear down their faces, even if public opinion accuses them at that time. Launching some scapegoats, they can dissolve these public opinions. Most of them. Lu gently tapped the table. Not only are we not afraid of King Chu knowing about this, we have to let King Chu know about this, even if none of his men can be persuaded by us. But will he dare to believe it? As soon as the questioning mind gets up for life, then he's finished, at least with that supermarket of his. Lu's and Wang's resolute and decisive attitude gradually excited them all. A pompous grin showed on his face. For them, there was nothing happier than seeing Lin Shen in pain. When the last layer of shade is torn off, these worldly families then began to act. This was an extremely busy time for Lin Shen. In addition to learning how to be a qualified military general from Li Jing at the Ministry of War, there were many other things he had to worry about, such as the opening of the East Market supermarket, and about the group of privateers under his command. There's no such thing as an undead war. Even if Lin Shen was providing the best equipment possible, using the best training methods, and the daily meals were the best, you couldn't find a second army in the entire Great Tang that could serve 3 meals a day and still have meat out of every meal. But that battle with Ho Junji still left a few people dead. Lin Shen had no way to bring the dead back to life. He could only be as kind as possible to the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives for him. The dead soldiers, Lin Shen gave their families, each family 1,000 taels of silver. In addition, also let Lin De record good, every year to branch 50 taels of silver to these families. At the very least, make sure that the families of this group are able to feed and clothe themselves for the rest of their lives. But what made Lin Shen a little surprised was, when he was done with his political affairs one day and didn't really feel like playing the game, he opened the system mall and prepared to take stock of what he had in his hands. As it turned out, there were some small changes to the numbers in the column of the Great Qin Lion's heroic soul. What was originally a round number of 28,000 has now become 28,011. Lin Shen thought at first that these heroic souls would get to grow with time, but upon closer examination, wasn't this growth of 11 the number of soldiers that died in the battle between him and Ho Junji? After asking the system, Lin Shen came to a realization. These souls are not expendable, but rather the souls used on them are recycled when the soldier whose souls are being used is sacrificed. In other words, when Lin Shen really started recruiting soldiers in the future, he would have a whole 30,000 loyal and valiant elites under his command, combined with those weapons in his hands. These 30,000 soldiers would be one of the toughest armies in the entire Great Tang, in the entire world. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to touch his chin, remembering that next year was the war with the Eastern Turkestan. One could then find a legitimate reason for a wave of expansion of one's private army. Very good. Lin Shen was satisfied and collapsed on the bed, casually pulling his hand to the side and taking the game console out once again. This good news gave him a lot more motivation to even play the game. Meanwhile, the West Market supermarket was getting ready to pack up and close the doors to the supermarket after a busy day. Ma Laojiu looked contentedly at the copper coins and silver filled behind the cash register. Then leave. Just as he had just locked the door of the supermarket, a man with a face full of pleats suddenly came to his side, arched his hand, and said respectfully, "Are you the store manager of this Western Market supermarket?" Ma Laojiu narrowed his eyes and looked at the man, nodding gently, "Yes, I am. What is it that your excellency is looking for? Let's make a deal. If you want to buy something, wait for tomorrow's opening and come back. Don't think about what to use the rebate or something. It's useless." Folded face laughed a few times in embarrassment. "You are overly concerned. How could I be such a person? I came here this time because I have an important matter that I want to discuss with you." "Important thing? Ma Laojiu narrowed his eyes in thought, hesitated for a moment and nodded. Just say it. The pleated face pointed to the nearby tea house. There are many people here. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Chapter 124. Pleated face and Ma Laojiu stayed in the tea house for almost half an hour. By the time Ma Laojiu came out of the tea house, his face was as dark as the night sky. He didn't come home. Instead, they were heading straight for the Chu King's residence. He felt that it was very necessary for him to report to Lin Shan about this news he had received today. A quarter of an hour later, in the study of the Chu King's residence, Lin Shan hung back on the bed and couch, playing the game while speaking softly and asking, "Did that person really say that?" Ma Laojiu nodded heavily and gritted his teeth. "That's right. He claimed to be from the Qinghe Chui clan and wanted to rope me into work for the Qinghe Chui clan from now on, and offered me a high price of 10,000 taels a year, wanting me to be masculine to His Highness the King of Chu. Even he has already said that he would be able to steal the goods from your supermarket and sell them back to the Qinghe Chui clan if he could." Lin Shan said carelessly, "What kind of idea do you have?" Ma Laojiu was instantly terrified. "Subordinate has always been loyal to your excellency and does not dare to have any dissent." Lin Shan didn't doubt this. But anyone who has been planted with a supermarket management template is full of loyalty to him, not to mention the painless temptation of Qinghe Chui. Even if they were to take the throne to tempt them, they wouldn't betray Lin Shan. Lin Shan was about to say something. The screen went black, and the cute little pink mushroom died under one of his wrong operations, and the game over icon popped up. Lin Shan sighed, put the game console aside, and looked at Ma Laojiu. "No, I'm asking you, are you going to settle this matter?" Ma Laojiu's silence went on. "I suddenly flooded with a seeping chill. I am a rough man. To be valued by the adults gave me the knowledge that I cannot get in this life. But I only know how to manage a supermarket for His Excellency. Nothing else. All I know is that the villain must be loyal to the Lord. And if any of the villain's other brothers have any dissent against the Lord, the villain will skin that person with his own hands. If your Excellency doesn't trust the villain, you can skin the villain right now, and the villain won't have any problem with it." Lin Shan raised his hand and gently patted his head, slightly helpless. It wasn't the answer he wanted. Ma Laojiu looked at Lin Shan, somewhat puzzled. Lin Shan waved his hand and didn't speak with him. It is not difficult to understand that the purpose of the great families of the world in doing so is actually Sima Zhao's intention. It was nothing more than wanting to attack one's own supermarket, with a view to this tactic being effective, and any slight loss of one's own right now would be a great encouragement to those worldly families. Just a shame. No matter how those great families carried out their layouts, I'm afraid they wouldn't have thought that these people were Lin Shan's die-hard loyalists, the kind whose loyalty was unbreakable. Lin Shan was silent for a long time before he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Besides being an insider, did they say anything about what they were going to do after pulling in your group?" Ma Laojiu returned. "They did say that they hoped that I would be able to supply the Lord's goods and then hand them over to the Chui family, and that they would support me in setting up another business." Lin Shan instantly became interested. Another doorway? Is this preparation for a trade war with him and Daton? Or use his own stuff to fight with himself? This group of worldly families are really smart brain. If it wasn't for Ma Laojiu's group of people, who were all loyal to themselves, if it wasn't for their own source of goods, which were extracted from inside the system space, it's a dirty trick that will really work quite well. It might just be an extremely fatal blow to yourself. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes and began to think about how to deal with this move of the Shihua family. Is it to show those worldly families how loyal their men are to them and how unbreakable their relationship is? No. This idea had just popped up in Lin Shan's head before he rejected it. It is certainly possible to make the schemes of the world's great families a basket case, but not the option that maximizes benefits. Lin Shan reached out, tapped the table, and got up thoughtfully. Instead, it is better to let the conspiracies of the great families of the world not succeed. Ma Laojiu, these people who are loyal to themselves, they can be released. Let them defect into the arms of the great families of the world and then lay eggs on borrowed chickens. Let those worldly families pay for him to build a supermarket. It's not cheap to build a supermarket. Don't look at the fact that he has opened a supermarket in both the East and West markets respectively, and spends very little, only a few 100,000 taels of silver, and that's by chance. The one in the West market, a foreigner's store, he naturally didn't have to pay much for. The land deed of that supermarket in the East City was even given to him by the Du family to pay for the reward for healing Du Rushi. So the only thing he paid for was the cost of the renovation. But that cost him hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. And if the land deed needed to be purchased from the Detang people, that number, at least, would have to be doubled tenfold. Lin Shan was asking for more than simply opening 2 supermarkets in Chang'an City. He was trying to make Rui Supermarket open throughout the entire Great Tang, not to have one in every manor, but at least every county and county should have 1 or 2 such Rui supermarkets. Lin Shan for the time being calculated. If he wants to do this point, then the cost of silver, at least 100 million. With his current income, he would have to go without food for at least 2 or 3 years before he could do that. Lin Shan could also afford to wait, but now that the great families of the world had taken the initiative to pop up, how could Lin Shan not seize this opportunity? Peeled the skin of this group of big families. They cannot do in the whole of the Great Tang to open all the Rui supermarket, but in the territory to which they belong to open all the Rui supermarket. This group of big families, cut the meat, or barely able to do. This would save Lin Shan at least tens of millions of silver, several hundred rounds of special draws. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Shan's face as he turned his head and said to Ma Laojiu, since Chui's family is so eager, just promise them. Ma Laojiu froze and looked at Lin Shan. The look on his face became even more puzzled. Lin Shan waved his hand and said carelessly, from today onwards, you are a member of the Chui family, and from now on, you will be under the support of the Chui family. Listen to their orders, and run Rui supermarket well in that Watsit Chui family's territory. In the words run a good business, Lin Shan added some emphasis. Ma Laojiu couldn't understand Lin Shan's meaning, but he had already reached the point of foolish loyalty to Lin Shan, and he unconditionally obeyed Lin Shan's orders. Since Lin Shan asked him to do this, then from today onwards, at least on the surface, he is Chui's man. Nay, my lord, I'll be lurking in the Chui and keeping an eye on their movements. Chapter 125, Defection and Penglai Travelers. It wasn't long after Ma Laojiu left, one after another, a few more people came, including Chen San. The 4 of them, all of them were approached by the great families of the world and promised all sorts of things in the hope that they would defect to the great families of the world. They did these things in a big way, not at all afraid of what would happen if Lin Shan knew. Cocky as hell. Lin Shan's decision was also decisive. Since this group of people were so arrogant, then Lin Shan simply sent them an even greater arrogance. Except for Chen San. The remaining 3, without a single exception, Lin Shan had arranged for them to join the great families of the world. Ma Laojiu defected to the Qinghe Chui clan. The man with the stoutest figure defected to the Fanyan Lu clan. The remaining 1, on the other hand, fell to the Taiyuan Wan clan. Day 2. In a tea house in the city of Chang'an, these 5 families got together. The man from the Qinghe Chui clan, with a surprised look on his face. Gentlemen, do you know that my men went to persuade that Ma Laojiu? And it actually did have an effect. Oh, your people also had an effect? The Taiyuan Wang clan's man raised his eyebrows. My people went to persuade and pulled that person in as well. The person from the Fanyan Lu clan didn't have any surprise on his face, but instead frowned. On my side. Likewise, I'm pulling that person together. All 3 made it? It made the atmosphere at the table a little silent. It's not that this outcome was bad. It just went too well. It went so well that they, all of them, were a little disbelieving. The 3 of them inclined their heads to look at the one from the Li clan of Zhao County. This middle-aged man, slightly ashamed, lowered his head. His tone was very light. We Lis didn't pull it together successfully. That Chen San has a very hard mouth, and is bent towards the king of Chu. This result made the 4 people left at the table. All of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's the normal outcome. Fanyan Lu's people, some puzzled, said. In addition to Zhang S, that little wild seed we did not contact, close to a total of 4 people. We can even say talk over 3. This is also 2. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. That's too high a percentage. His Highness the King of Chu is a saint no matter how you put it. And such a saint is so unpopular among his men? Some of it is illogical. The man from the Taiyuan Wang clan shook his head. Brother Lu is too careful. Could these people possibly be traitors? A few of the others raised their eyes to this man of Wang's and pricked up their ears to hear his insight. The man from the Taiyuan Wang clan shook his head and said, if King Chu has any more guts, he dares to take out his own source of goods as a wager. This is his bottom card. To pay such a valuable thing in order to place undercover agents in a few of our great families? And when we pull these people over, they won't even have access to the core of what we have in the family. And they'll be set up in such a way that they'll just continue to go and run the supermarket, sending them over as undercover agents. Not only will they not be able to spy on us, but they'll also have to have a huge impact on his own business. Can that Chu king be so stupid as to do that? To really not trust them. Let them come in later and question them well as to where the source of the goods is, and see if they say anything, and if they don't, it's proof that these people are up to no good. If it's said, doesn't that prove that these people genuinely want to betray the Chu king? I have to say, this is a statement that makes extreme sense. Fan Yang Lu nodded. Brother Wang is right. Suspecting people is not a good idea. Using people is not a good idea. Since the King of Chu has no reason to expose his bottom card, it can only mean that King of Chu is privately afraid that he is not a person with a good reputation. The people of the Zhao County Li clan lowered their heads in even more shame. They have 7 clans and 5 surnames. and excluding the Zhang clan, there are only 4 surnames left here. They had 4 surnames and were each responsible for persuading one person. As a result, in the end, only he, Zhao County Li clan, no gain at all, can only watch the other 3 families, ruthlessly biting off a piece of meat from Linshan. It made him so envious. The man from the Qinghe Chui clan beckoned outward. Ma Laojiu walked in response. Junior Ma Laojiu, I have met several lords. Ma Laojiu respectfully moved towards these few people, arching his hand and bowing with a humble attitude. Qinghe Chui's man, in a condescending tone, questioned, do you know where Rui Supermarket's source of goods comes from? Ma Laojiu nodded heavily. I am in charge of the Western Market Supermarkets camp, so naturally I know this. The 5 people at the table looked at Ma Laojiu with interest. Ma Laojiu cleared his throat and recited in an expressionless, serious manner as per the instructions Lin Shan had given them last night. Every month, at a hidden natural pier on the Ba River, a group of mysterious guests will come over, and His Highness, the King of Chu's goods are purchased from the hands of those mysterious guests. Mystery guest? At the mention of this, all 5 people at the table couldn't help but frown. Is this so-called mysterious guest the hidden school behind His Highness King Chu? The person from the Taiyuan wine clan opened his mouth eagerly and asked. Ma Laojiu shook his head decisively. No, I once inquired with them. They just say they are traveling merchants out of Penglai, and as long as they can get their hands on silver, they can do business with them. Hearing Ma Laojiu's words, several people at the table, their eyes immediately glowed. Really? The man from the Qinghe Chui clan couldn't help but ask with some excitement. Ma Laojiu nodded heavily. I don't dare to fake it. The man from Fanyang Lu stood up and wandered around the room. Do you know the price of those goods? How much is it? Mentioning this, Ma Laojiu had a hostile look on his face. None of the 5 men knew why there was such a sudden change in their faces. Ma Laojiu spat and said viciously. Speaking of which, that His Highness the King of Chu is indeed a saint. Like that snack fish tofu sold at Rui Supermarket. He sells it for 100 wenzi, but it costs 90 wenzi to buy it from Penglai traveling merchants. It's only making 10 cents or so. Like that crystal cup, the traveling merchant there is selling it for $9.09. His Highness the King of Chu took it over and sold it, but only to make a profit of 10 cents. When we brothers follow him, it's because we all want to eat and drink, but even if he's a saint himself, he wants us brothers to follow along. Look at the household servants of other state princes. They can have at least 100 taels of silver in their accounts a year, right? But we've been following him for so long, and we haven't even saved 10 taels of silver in our hands. I've really had enough of him. Ma Laojiu cursed, in his own heart of hostility, all spread out. But not only did the 5 people in the room not get angry, the heart hanging in their chests, instead, fell. Chapter 126 Recruitment. They were all worried whether the defection of people like Ma Laojiu had ulterior motives, but now listen to what Ma Laojiu said. Not to say I'm completely convinced, but at least not as skeptical as I was before. The world is bustling with interest. Like Lin Shan, those idealized saints are ultimately a minority. Most people live. That is to figure out a mouthful of rice to eat, and live a comfortable human life. These words of Ma Laojiu were obviously more convincing than the previous conjecture of Taiyuan Wang. After venting his hostility over this meal, Ma Laojiu took a deep breath and arched his hand towards the 5 people on the table. Let a few lords be amused. I have long been dissatisfied with that Lord Chu Wang. Qinghe Chui waved her hand and said with a smile, don't worry about it. That King of Chu is not approachable, but we won't be like that. If we can eat meat, naturally you guys are also able to eat meat. Ma Laojiu gave a simple laugh. Qinghe Chui waved her hand, so Ma Laojiu respectfully excused himself and retreated. The faces of the 5 people at the table were suddenly serious. What do you guys say? How much of this Ma Laojiu's words can be trusted? After Ma Laojiu left, the Taiyuan wine clan suddenly tightened the smile on his face and asked in a cold voice. The man from the Zhao County Li clan raised his hand and gently tapped the table. His words shouldn't be false. That Penglai traveling merchant thing. Just need to wait until next month. We follow him to make a trip. We will know whether it is true or not. If it is false, he spread this lie, but also too easy to uncover. But that price, Qinghe Chui frowned, slightly dissatisfied on her face, is really a bit too outrageous. Fan Yang Lu sighed. It's a bit outrageous, but it's indeed something that His Highness, the King of Chu, could do, isn't it? The table went silent. They didn't see anything wrong with that statement. Indeed, in their eyes, Lin Shan was indeed the one who could make a profit of only 10 cents. But if the profit is so low, how are we supposed to compete with him? The man from the Bowling Chui clan frowned with a disgruntled expression. His price is already close to the limit. The man from the Fanyan Lu clan narrowed his eyes slightly and bit out. We're not doing business with him, but we're going to fight that King of Chu to the death. Merchants and merchants are nothing but trails. Those profits are not to be desired. And since he only wants 10 pennies profit, then we will not want a penny profit. He's a penny silver. We'll take 90. He's a tael of silver. We'll take 900 cents. The man from the Taiyuan wine clan weakly added from the side. It's 990 cents. Fan Yanlu waved his big hand and shook his head. That's not important. What's important is that we must go about it this way to be able to ruthlessly bite a piece of meat off the king of Chu. They nodded their heads. That's right. Their purpose was not to do business, but to strike at the king of Chu. In that case, there's no need to care about the benefits. They so agreed. Just as they were plotting well in the tea house, Ma Laojiu knocked on the door and walked in. And to the few people in the room, he opened his mouth and said softly, "Several lords, I have a good news to tell you." Good news? Qing Huchui smiled and nodded. What good news? Ma Laojiu arched his hand and said, after the villain and the other two brothers left Rui Supermarket, the supermarket's manpower was a bit run down. There's also Chen San and Zhang Liwan who stayed with the king of Chu, but they barely managed to maintain operations. But for a long time, the two of them won't be able to hold out. That's why His Highness, the king of Chu, posted a notice at the entrance of each of the two supermarkets today, that he's going to go on a recruitment spree in Chang'an City to recruit talents to use in managing that supermarket of his. The 5 people around the table looked at each other, and they all saw a strong surprise in each other's eyes. This is indeed good news. Good. Very good. Fan Yang Lu couldn't even help but applaud. This is indeed good news. It's too useful for us. Ma Laojiu smiled coyly. It would naturally be the best if I could help a few adults, the 5 families, who had planned to return to their homes today. But the sudden arrival of such good news has undoubtedly disrupted their rhythm. Without waiting for Ma Laojiu to leave, the 5 of them couldn't wait to discuss it. It seems that the departure of the 3 of them has really caused the Chu King quite a bit of trouble. The Taiyuan wine clan couldn't help but laugh out loud. As the one who came up with this scheme, his heart was now filled with pride. He hates to be in Xingyang now. Standing in front of Zhang Wei, he tugged on Zhang Wei's beard and made him look at the scene. See? What your Zhang family didn't do. I did. I've now got that king of Chu, His Highness, getting burnt out and doing whatever it takes. The man from the Bowling Chui clan smiled and nodded his head in response. Brother Wang is a great talent. I wonder what we should do now. Send people to cause trouble and sabotage the king of Chu's recruitment of talents? The Fan Yan Lu's man shook his head. No, this would be a violation of the laws of Tang. And it's a reason for His Highness the King of Chu to send us to his door so that he can come and clean us up. Since His Highness the King of Chu wants to recruit talents, then we'll just send them to him. Won't that be enough? What we, the great families, lack the most is not talent? Hearing these words, the 5 people couldn't help but laugh freely. That's right. With so many years of heritage in their lineage, the last thing they lacked was talent. If Lin Shen did this, wasn't he being honorable in letting them plant undercover agents in? The man from the Fan Yan Lu clan slowly stood up and arched his hand towards the remaining 4 people. I'll go back and make arrangements first. This time, we must pick some resourceful ones out. Let that king of Chu ruthlessly reuse the people we sent there. The other 4 nodded their heads, one after the other, and left the tea house with a smile on their faces, leaving only Ma Laojiu behind. After the 5 of them had all completely left, he gradually gathered up the fawning smile on his face and couldn't help but spit heavily. Using this stance to face these enemies of his own lord genuinely made him feel very uncomfortable. Enduring humiliation and lying in wait, Ma Laojiu took a deep breath and recited these words over and over again in his own mind, before piling up his fawning fake smile anew, leaving the tea house and following Qinghe Chui clanspeople, heading towards their residence in Chang'an City. Pacific Place, Rui Supermarket. Lin Shen visited this system-molded store after a long time, slumping over the counter in boredom like before. The recruitment was not done on a whim, nor was it a setup for those of the worldly families. Lin Shen did need a group of talents to manage supermarkets. If there was no such thing as a worldly family, pretty much all this time, he would have been recruiting. Chapter 127. King Chu was really too careful. The world's great families have plotted against him, simply for him to take this part of his plan and bring it forward. He now also merely wanted to first spread out the framework of Rui Supermarket in Shanxi around this Chang'an City. 300 supermarket management templates are definitely more than enough. Moreover, these 300 people who were loyal to themselves could be divided into portions, so that after working for them for some time, they could not stand their own weight and defected to the great families. It's good to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Shen wants to recruit people to manage his supermarket. This news not only excited those from the great families, likewise, it made the entire city of Chang'an boil. Those who hadn't read the books were so chagrined when they learned the news that they wanted to crack their brains and shove those books hard into their heads. For readers, this is more of an excellent opportunity. The readers of the Great Tang have the stink of pretentiousness. They would rather live in poverty themselves than serve those they despise. It's not like the imperial examinations are that good. This led to the fact that there was a large number of idle readers in the Great Tang. If the average merchant, or the king, this group of readers still won't put it in perspective. But when the name behind this merchant and prince identity was Lin Shan, these readers were eager to work under Lin Shan. Work for the saints. It's a great thing to say to honor your ancestors. After learning this, the readers then got restless. They bathed and purified themselves, put on their best clothes and headed for the Rui supermarket in Taiping Place. There wasn't any scholar who didn't want to be under Lin Shan. Bai Yuantong is one of them. He was the first reader to arrive at the Rui supermarket. I had thought that Lin Shan's examination would be like the imperial examinations, in a big room, giving them a proposition and letting them write a thesis around it. The Han's test is, for the most part, just that, a test. But to his surprise, Lin Shan did not choose to do so, but chose a way called interview. Bai Yuantong walked into the Rui supermarket under the leadership of the Golden Guards. There was only one lamplit inside, and the light was somewhat dim and dull. Bai Yuantong boldly walked to the counter and looked at the lazy Lin Shan with a pious face. Student Bai Yuantong, meet Lord Chu Wang. Lin Shan waved his hand. No need to be so formal. Let's just talk casually. Is your name Bai Yuantong? Bai Yuantong nodded. Lin Shan didn't speak again, but narrowed his eyes and looked at him seriously. A system beep immediately came beside his ear. Ding! Is it possible to use the supermarket operation and maintenance staff template on Bai Yuantong? Lin Shan murmured in his mind. Yes. The system voice came again. Ding! The target meets the requirements for use. Loyalty exists to the host. Supermarket operation and maintenance personnel template installation in progress. Installation complete. Bai Yuantong was about to open his mouth to ask a question when his brain suddenly hurt slightly. A wave of memories that were not his own instantly flooded into his mind. The management, operation, and maintenance of the supermarket, including how to do the accounting and how to do the financial report, all of which he had not learned before, were listed in his brain with incomparable clarity. Bai Yuantong looked at Lin Shan with a stunned expression. Open the spirit. One can learn this knowledge on one's own, and that necessarily cannot be a sudden enlightenment on one's own. Then, this was all done by His Highness the King of Chu before him? My lord, is this the knowledge you have imparted to me? Bai Yuantong asked carefully. The original image of Lin Shan was unusually great in his mind. Now all of a sudden, and witnessing with his own eyes that Lin Shan possessed the mysterious and miraculous means of a god, Lin Shan's image in his heart became tens of times greater. Lin Shan smiled and nodded. This king sees that you and I are destined to be together, so he's imparting you with some trivial knowledge. Otherwise, how can you help me manage the supermarket in the future? Bai Yuantong was overjoyed. How could he not hear the words? He himself was passing Lin Shan's examination and had officially become the Chu king's vassal. Though once he walked in the door, he did nothing but give his name. But it was this trust, which did not need to be explicitly stated in words, that made Bai Yuantong even more moved. From now on, the student will be your excellency's vassal, living and dying for your excellency, Bai Yuantong said loudly, his words falling into place. Lin Shan waved his hand. I believe you, but you have to remember that this matter of me transmitting knowledge to you must never be told to anyone else. Bai Yuantong deeply arched his hand and bowed. Student understands. Lin Shan nodded his head and said, all right, you can step back for now and call for another person to come in. Bai Yuantong answered and exited the supermarket. That's right. Lin Shan's means of selecting talents is to use the supermarket management template to try them out one by one. This template works well, but it does have some limitations. The supermarket management template can only be installed in a person who has some prior loyalty to himself. It has about the same limitations as the Ying soul of the Lion of Great Qin. Even with this limitation, Lin Shan wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to collect many usable people. His own reputation, now in Chang'an, especially in the hearts of those readers, was an existence that broke through the heavens, and such things as loyalty had been subconsciously rooted in their heads. Starting with Bai Yuantong, there were 17 people in a row, all of whom had successfully bound the supermarket management template, until 18. In Lin Shan's ears, a cold and merciless beep sounded. Ding! The target does not meet the criteria for use. The binding has failed. Please ask the host to change the target. Failure to use? This caused Lin Shan to freeze. He immediately slammed his face, pointed at the door and said in a cold voice, you don't meet our supermarket's hiring standards. Please go back. The man was confused. I don't know why Lin Shan, who had been so pleasant just a moment ago, suddenly turned so icy cold in his face. He didn't dare to disobey Lin Shan, so he could only walk out of the supermarket with a gray head. He is not a native scholar of Chang'an City, but is from the Li clan of Zhao County, and he is the Li clan of Zhao County, one of the undercover agents that he wants to plant in Lin Shan's supermarket. Without even speaking a few words to Linshan, he was viciously rejected. This made him extremely apprehensive. Could it be that his identity had been discovered by Linshan, and that was why he had become so icy and simply vetoed him? But how was one's identity revealed? Accent? But your own accent is the perfect Chang'an accent. With a gloomy face, the man walked towards the Zhao County Li's residence in Chang'an City. He needed to report this matter to the people above as soon as possible. Chapter 128. Surprisingly, I couldn't get in. Recruiting 296 people wasn't that painful a task for Linshan. He didn't need to ask too many things, and no need to find out what these people are up to. Not to mention checking that these people know how to run a supermarket. Pick up some decent-looking people and just wave a supermarket management template over them. People who don't have even the most basic loyalty to themselves are naturally weeded out. And those who are able to successfully implant the template, then both loyalty and knowledge will be most assuredly secured. Just one afternoon, Linshan then recruited all the manpower, pretended, and then found a room, called Chen San over, and wanted to give this group of people a lesson. Linshan was relaxed, but it was not good news for those of the great families of the world. As the evening approached, the five of them gathered in haste, a serious face and a somber atmosphere in the room. The man from the Qinghe clan spoke slowly. None of the people I sent were recruited by the king of Chu. What about you? My side too. Me too. Likewise. The man from the Fanyan Lu clan was the last to speak up, his face extremely ugly. I'm the same way. Of the 13 people I sent, not one was recruited by the king of Chu. Final aggregate a discussion. The five of them together had sent over 70 people, and not only had none of them been recruited by Linshan, and all of them had just entered the house and were driven out by Linshan's cold face before they had even taken their seats. And that's scary. Bowling Chui was shocked and skeptical. This king of Chu was aware of the people they sent over. Which ones exactly? Fan Yang Lu's face darkened as she slowly nodded. It looks like it, but how did he know? It's those three. Zhao County Li reached out and wiped the table. A slight chill swept across her eyes. The Taiyuan Wine clan's man shook his head. It can't be them. We only hurriedly decided on the candidate yesterday, let alone whether they have that ability to inquire. Even if they did, Brother Li, you haven't recruited anyone under the Chu King's command, so how could your news be learned by the three of them? Qinghe clan's man opened his mouth and said coldly, yesterday, I went back and was still a bit uneasy about that Ma Laozhou, and purposely dispatched a few people to keep an eye on him. He hasn't been out of the house since he got back. It couldn't have been him who passed on the information. The atmosphere in the room, once again, went silent. Those people we sent out, if we look into it carefully, it is possible to find out that they are connected to us. Taiyuan Wang raised her hand, gently tapping the table. Thoughtfully, he is the king of Chu, although he has no roots in Datong. But don't forget, he's on the same side as His Majesty now, so if His Majesty is willing to step in and help him, it's a normal thing for us people to be exposed in his eyes. Qinghe frowned. Also, now what do we do? No one has planted anyone in there. It's just a little too passive for us. Taiyuan Wang laughed softly and said softly, no, it's not passive at all. On the contrary, we're in a big advantageous situation. The people of the Qinghe clan looked at him suspiciously. The other three got up thoughtfully. Taiyuan Wang explained, that little son of King Chu has panicked. Otherwise he wouldn't have recruited so many people at once. He's afraid of our tactics. The three people we pulled away clearly shook his foundation. Or else he could have slowly cultivated his available talents instead of recruiting like this, with great fanfare. And to top it off, he singled out all of us. Speaking here, the Taiyuan Wang clan aggravated his tone some. With an air of triumph, the king of Chu is in fear of our lineage. That's why he's going to do the utmost possible to pick out our people. Don't forget what he did when he faced Young. That man, the king of Chu, is an extremely conceited person. If he had the ability to deal with us, he would have put our people in there in a big way. Just like he did with Young, he'll be pushing behind the scenes to make things bigger. If he does release it, that's when we should panic. But he's not. He's afraid of us. This supermarket thing is his weakness. Qinghe slowly nodded her head with a face of realization. The Taiyuan Wang clan sneered and continued. Since we were able to rope in 3, then surely we can rope in more. If he's got the skills, he'll keep recruiting, and the people he's going through the trouble of cultivating now will be the knives we stick in him later. The other 4 men at the table chimed in. The dull atmosphere of the very beginning was swept away, and they raised their glasses and drank a toast to the not-so-distant victories of the future. The great families of the world, with the harvests they had gained in Chang'an City, except for the Li clan of Zhao County, which was slightly disappointed, all returned to their own families with satisfaction. Linshan really did look like he was a bit burnt out. Every day, after returning from work at the Ministry of War, he would go to the supermarket for a couple of rounds and then go to the training location until he stayed until curfew. When the scouts of the world's great families sent these news back, they all thought that this was an instinctive move made subconsciously under Lin Shen's worry. They can't think of. Lin Shen was just pretending. He knew that those of the worldly families would be concerned about his behavior, and every day when he went over, he only made a trip to the back room. The 300 men in the front room chatted idly and mingled here for 2 hours. Instead, he headed for the bed and played a game to pass the time. Rui Supermarket's business did not suffer any impact because of this incident. Before Lin Shen's reputation was damaged, the supermarkets in Lin Shen's hands were the favorite places for the people of the entire Great Tang. In the meantime, Clearwater County, Chui Mingan, the leader of the Qinghe Chui clan, looked at Ma Laojiu and the pamphlet he had just handed over with an embarrassed face. His face was uncertain, and he raised his hand to knock on the table. Surprisingly, it takes so much silver. Chui Mingan spoke slowly, gritting his teeth. Does it really take this much to open a so-called supermarket? Ma Laojiu nodded his head as a matter of course. That's right. If Chui has a store in her hands, then she can still save the money for the deed to the store. But the cost of the renovation can't be reduced at all. You don't look at that Rui supermarket in Chang'an City. The decoration seems to be very simple, but in fact, every bit of it is very well thought out. Even the order in which the goods are placed, that's all been studied. The king of Chu once said this thing to the little people. What is called psychology or something? The little people's brain is stupid. I can't remember all the names, but this thing, in the king of Chu's their school of thought, it is also a discipline that is specialized in someone's research. Chapter 129, The Flesh-Slicing Worldly Families. Choi Min Kan had a dark face. Learning. It's amazing that selling something can be taken as learning. It gave him a feeling of absurdity within. But Rui Supermarket's monthly income of nearly 100,000 taels of silver could not be faked. If Trace started a supermarket with the intention of making money, Chui Mingan now do not have to be so entangled. Just order a few shelves. To the house a swing. Something to a put. In Qinghe County, operating in the small supermarket belonging to the family on the line. But their purpose is not to make money. Rather, it was to combat Lin Shen's Rui supermarket. Then, at least in the quality of the supermarket, to be able to compete with Rui supermarket, or else by what with Lin Shen competition, and how to make Rui supermarket. In the price of the competition, the head of the loss of blood. As Chui Mingan thought of this, he took another dark look at the booklet given by Ma Laojiu. Look at the top line of text. Before that, no matter how he picked his head, he could not have imagined that the expenses of opening a supermarket would be so big. For side-by-side, two-story stores notwithstanding, it's the renovation that surprisingly requires several 100,000 taels of silver. Chui Mingan frowned. His hands moved, and asked softly, is it okay to open this store a little smaller? There are only those goods in the supermarket altogether. There are too many places that are empty. Isn't that a bit too wasteful? Ma Laojiu showed a difficult face and opened his mouth to explain. At first, I felt the same way, but then I followed the king of Chu when he went to Ba River to pick up the goods. The Panglai traveling merchant has mentioned that when a certain amount of spending is filled on their side, the Panglai traveling merchant will raise the customer level and then bring out some new goods. Chui Mingan was a bit puzzled. Why not bring it out all at once, favoring the conditions to be met before bringing out a new shipment? Ma Laojiu spoke up and said, I asked the king of Chu this way, and he said that Panglai was coming out of the sea, and that every additional cargo they brought with them would be increasing the danger of part of the voyage for them. So it's important to make sure that this customer is able to afford that part of the danger before they do it. Chui Mingan nodded thoughtfully. Leaving so many free positions means that the hands of Panglai's traveling merchants do have so many types of goods? Ma Laojiu nodded. That's right. According to them, they have a total of nearly 10,000 kinds of goods in their hands. Daily necessities, food and drinks, and all sorts of cherished materials that are not found in Datang. The king of Chu's supermarket was also expanded this big by listening to those Panglai traveling merchants. Nearly 10,000 items. Chui Mingan was slightly stunned. This is a huge and somewhat scary amount, but in that case, the need for 4 whole stores, top and bottom, for a supermarket becomes a justifiable thing. Chui Mingan sighed heavily and lowered his head again, looking at the words on the booklet that made up a huge string of numbers, making him a little dizzy for a moment. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of Chui's large family to open dozens of supermarkets in the vicinity of Qinghe County. But now, looking at it like this, the budget Chui had prepared, he could only open one? What is all this called? You can't save money on renovations, and you can't save money on the store in the same way. If it was before Zhang's matter broke out, it would have been extremely easy for Chui to take out these several stores. At that time, Qinghe nominally belonged to the territory of the Great Tang, but in reality, the ruling power of Qinghe was in the hands of Chui. But as soon as Zhang's affair broke out, Before the precedent was set, the Great Tang had an excuse to dispose of their lineage in accordance with the laws of the Tang. Young has been done this way. How can you big families be an exception? Qinghe Chui's end was far less tragic than Zhang's. If the people here had any conflicts or problems, their first reaction would still be to look for Qinghe Chui to deal with them, instead of asking for help from the Qinghe County office. But those stores that did not belong to the Qinghe Chui clan and the land that did not belong to the Qinghe Chui clan were taken back by the Qinghe County office. Chui Mingan could still clearly remember how that Qinghe County magistrate, who had always been oppressed by their Qinghe Chui clan, had been so spirited that day, holding a copy of the Tang laws, and walking up to Chui, up to him, word by word. Those things that belonged to the Qinghe Chui clan were all taken back. On that day, their Chui's property, at least, shrunk by a third. Chui Mingan sighed, picked up a pen, reached out and ticked on the booklet. Just open a supermarket in Qinghe first, see how it goes. If it goes well, then open a few more. Ma Laojiu respectfully responded. Such a thing, except in the Zhao County Li clan, did not happen. The other three families, such a situation occurred. The budget exceeded the imagination by too much, but they end up making the same choice, preferring to spend more money rather than put down the quality of the supermarket, together with the deeds. For the big families, 1,000,000 taels of silver was an extremely large expense. While it is true that the total budget they had for the opening of the supermarkets before that was that much, those silvers were for dozens of supermarkets to prepare. But now, dozens of them have become one directly. This makes those big families the heart-hidden pain. But in order to target Lin Shin, they felt that it was worth it for them to do so. The families of the world acted. They started buying stores and renovating supermarkets. At the time of the date, follow Ma Laojiu's and their instructions and go to the Ba River, trading with the Panglai traveling merchants disguised as private soldiers under Lin Shin's command. According to the price of 9.9% discount, the great families of the world spent almost 1,000,000 taels of silver again to purchase some of the goods from Lin Shin. Can't do much with things like cups, soap and lipstick, but things like fish tofu and potato chips, Lin Shin is picking up the ones he extracted before, but for various reasons, didn't sell in time, almost expired and leaking to the worldly family. The great families of the world didn't notice the little tampering Lin Shin had secretly done. They were all jubilant and went home with them. By the way, it also confirms one thing, that these Ponzi travelers really do exist. Half a month later, the people of Qinghe County suddenly found that in the most central location of the county, a new supermarket. Look at that look. And the people who came back from Chang'an has been hanging on the mouth of the Rui supermarket is very similar. They dragged the man who had been to Chang'an and wanted to ask his opinion. The man looked dazedly at the extremely familiar building and muttered under his breath, "My God, is this His Highness the King of Chu opening Rui supermarket to our Qinghe?" Someone next to me couldn't resist the curiosity and asked, "Is it really Rui supermarket?" The man nodded your head heavily. "That's not true. I've been to His Highness the King of Chu's supermarket 3 times in Chang'an. How could I not know what Rui supermarket manager looks like?" Chapter 130, The Dilemma of the Great Families. Just as they were having a lively discussion, the door to this supermarket suddenly opened. An aged man came out of it. The discussion in the crowd came to an abrupt halt as they looked at the old man with some surprise. People in Qinghe are no strangers to this old man. He was Chui's old butler and often represented Chui in contact with the common people of Qinghe. Isn't Rui supermarket the property of His Highness the King of Chu? Why would Chui's people be in this place? The eyes of the people were filled with doubt, and they desperately wanted to get to the bottom of this. Chui's old butler arched his hand towards the group of commoners and said in a loud voice, "All the commoners of Qinghe, today is the day my Chui's supermarket opens. In the future, we, the people of Qinghe, can also enjoy the convenience of supermarkets." The old steward's words brought the people to a boil. Most of them may not be able to go to Chang'an in their whole life. Whenever they hear those who come back from Chang'an talking about Rui supermarket, how and what rare treasures they have, some envy will involuntarily show in their eyes. Coupled with Lin Shin's reputation, Rui supermarket has become in their hearts a holy place in Chang'an City. Now that there was finally an opportunity to have access to this holy place, how could one not be excited? In the crowd, someone opened his mouth and asked, "Is the Chui family working with His Highness, the King of Chu? It was able to open a supermarket to our Qinghe. Long live the Chui family. It's still us Qinghe people who are capable of convincing His Highness the King of Chu." However, just as they were cheering, Chui's old butler slowly opened his mouth. "Thank you for the love of the people of Qinghe, but Chui's supermarket is our Chui's property, and has no relationship with the current Chu King's Highness." The cheers from the crowd of people came to an abrupt end. They looked blankly at Chui's old housekeeper. After hesitating for a long time, a man slowly opened his mouth and asked, Are the things sold in that supermarket the same as the things sold in His Highness, the King of Chu's supermarket? People who couldn't read didn't see anything wrong with the whole thing. They are only concerned about the so-called Chui's supermarket, and Rui's supermarket will not be the same place. Chui's old housekeeper smiled and said, "Don't worry, since I, Chui, am going to run this supermarket, it's natural to do it to the best of my ability. Anything that's in Rui's supermarket, I have in Chui's supermarket too, and the prices are even cheaper than Rui's supermarket. Things in Rui's supermarket that cost a penny of silver, here in Chui's supermarket, it's only 90 cents. The crowd was in an uproar. Not only is it the same as Rui's supermarket, but it's even a little cheaper? It's only 10 cents though, but 10 cents is enough to buy food for an adult for a day. The people were abuzz, and they praised Chui's good deeds even more loudly. Only those who had read, or were older, or simply lived by a trade, could not help but frown. They're very uncomfortable with this approach from Trey. The craftsmen, in particular, had their eyebrows tangled in a fight. They're too sensitive about this kind of thing. If you look at this kind of thing from a different standpoint, then isn't Chui stealing from others' crafts and then setting up her own separate business, stealing other people's rice bowls to eat, and not paying any tuition at all? Between craftsmen, this is the most taboo thing. For those who read, there is a more subtle sense of disgust. Even though Lin Shen proposed to increase the opinions of the merchant society, the class view of scholar, farmer, industrialist and businessman was rooted in their hearts, which could not be reversed overnight, but might take decades or even centuries. They were now able to talk peacefully with the merchants. For one thing, His Highness the King of Chu also has a layer of merchants on his body. This second, is that these merchants are really attentive to build the foundation, some infrastructure, so that their living environment can be improved. In their eyes, the King of Chu practiced merchantry in order to make money and then continue to serve the people of the world. But what about Trey? Even though the Chui family is the largest local family in Xinghe, it is also the family with the largest good reputation. However, these readers did not think that Chui would be able to be like the King of Chu, who, after getting the silver, would generously use it to save the people of Great Tang. You know that during the locust plague, Chui only pretended to donate a few stones of grain. This made those readers, inside, suddenly came out a feeling of being betrayed. Trey's people, obviously, didn't realize it. They were full of smiles as they looked at the entrance to the supermarket. The crowded people, in the tea house across from the supermarket. A few of Chui's elders were sitting on the highest floor, overlooking the scene in front of the supermarket from above. It seems like that kid from the Taiyuan Wang clan really does have something. Chui Min laughed dryly, sipped his tea, and said softly, "This trick is indeed powerful. It's just a bit too costly in silver. Wait until we crush the King of Chu, then raise the price back up, and we'll earn back all the silver we spent now." The other elder, although there were also a few looks of flesh pain on his face, nevertheless he still spoke with a pretense of lightness. "I wonder what kind of look will be on the face of that King of Chu, after knowing that we have opened a supermarket here." Another elder laughed out loud and said smugly, "It's a pity that I'm old, or else I definitely want to go to Chang'an to have a good look." Chui Mingon greatly waved his hand. "This is not a good thing to say. My Chui's in Chang'an City, but there is a skillful artist in painting and calligraphy. When the time comes, let him keep a close eye on it, and draw his look for you, so that you can take a good look at it." At the tea table, there was a roar of laughter. Such a scene, not only in Xinghe, also happened in Bowling, happened in Taiyuan, happened in Fanyang. In just a week's time, 4 Rui supermarkets, identical to those in Chang'an City, were opened outside of Chang'an in the Great Tang Dynasty. This news, catalyzed by the great families of the world, quickly reached Chang'an. The people of Chang'an were informed of this news. There wasn't the kind of excitement that the great families of the world had imagined. Their first reaction, instead, was bewilderment. Those people from the great families of the world have opened supermarkets on their own turf, and the prices are still cheaper than what His Highness the King of Chu is holding? But instead of the Rui supermarket sign, it's their own clan's name? What is this? Steal a lesson and then start a new business? The people of Chang'an City, after all, are still more knowledgeable than the people of Xinghe. They did not feel happy, and even vaguely angry. Chapter 131, the so-called one no, two no's. In the very beginning, when they learned of this news, they thought it was because Lin Shen was cooperating with those few worldly families to open the Rui supermarket outside of Chang'an. At first, they were happy for the people of places like Xinghe and Bowling, who were also finally able to enjoy these novelties that Lin Shen had brought to the Great Tang. Available at. The truth doesn't seem to be what they think it is. Chang'an Uli Inn. A few merchants who had come from Xinghe were sitting in the lobby to eat. Suddenly, a scholar came over from the side with a jug of wine in his hand. "Several brothers and sisters, can we sit together? The reader is sincere. Those few merchants were a bit flattered. This was the first time a scholar had accosted someone like them. The man in the main seat stood up in a panic to make way for this seat. "This gentleman, please." The reader sat down graciously, placed the wine pot on the table, and said softly, listening to the accents of a few of you, "Are you from Qingha?" The head merchant nodded. "That's right." The reader himself poured them drinks, causing the merchants to become a bit terrified. "I heard that Qingha also opened a Rui supermarket?" After pouring the drinks, the reader asked in a seemingly careless manner. The merchant nodded, then shook his head. "Yes and no." Reader raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what does that mean?" The merchant deliberated on the words and said softly, "Qingha did open a supermarket, but it wasn't His Highness the King of Chu's Rui supermarket. It was opened by Chui's supermarket." The reader nodded thoughtfully. "That means hang a sheep's head and sell a dog's meat?" The merchant shook his head. "Not really. I've been to His Highness the King of Chu's Rui supermarket, and I've also been into Chui's supermarket to see it. And I can say that Chui's Qingha supermarket is a complete copy of His Highness the King of Chu's Rui supermarket. Not only that, I don't know exactly how Chui's people did it, but even the goods in the supermarket are exactly the same as the goods in His Highness the King of Chu's supermarket." The reader questioned, "Is this His Highness the King of Chu joining forces with the Qingha Chui clan?" The merchant again shook his head, spoke more carefully, for fear of angering this reader sitting beside him. "Not really. The day of the opening, I was personally heard Chui's old housekeeper said that Chui's supermarket is and Rui supermarket does not have any relationship. When I left Qingha County, Chui also kept emphasizing this point non-stop." Reader's face color unchanged. "Just some cannot sit." Stood up, toward a few merchants, arched his hand, thanks to a few brothers and sisters pointing out. Little brother suddenly remembered that there are still some things at home. "It will first not bother." The merchants nodded and did not dare to stop this scholar. "Just watch him." After standing up, he took a few steps to the side and sat down at a table further down the lobby. The merchants looked at each other and didn't dare say anything. After the reader was situated at the table, a few others spoke up. "How about it? Is that supermarket in Qingha under His Highness the King of Chu's command? What's the situation?" They asked questions in a chorus of voices, obviously looking concerned about the matter. The reader frowned and shook up his head. "It's really what the rumors are saying. That supermarket, it's not His Highness King Chu's, but rather the Qingha Chui clan's shameless copying of His Highness King Chu. Plagiarism. That's pretty much the word without any moral boundaries. They're the #1 family in the Great Tang Dynasty, but they can actually do something like this?" A man was so dumbfounded that the chopsticks in his hand fell off in shock and snapped to the ground. Reader sighed. "Who would have thought? Looking at it this way, I'm afraid that those supermarkets in Bowling, Fanyang, and Taiyuan are all the same as Qingha, and are all copied from His Highness the King of Chu by those great families." There was some silence at the table. After a long time, a man gritted his teeth and chortled. "Why are they shameless? These great families, one by one, why are they targeting His Highness the King of Chu so much? First Young, now a couple of them. The 7 clans and 5 surnames, with the exception of His Majesty's kinsman, can all be out for His Highness the King of Chu." The reader sneered. "I told you all long ago, these so-called great families are just human and beastly." A man spoke up again. Let's go to Rui supermarket. I remember that His Highness King Chu would visit the supermarket every day. It's very necessary for us to go and remind His Highness King Chu, or else we'll just let others take advantage of His Highness King Chu." "Ditto. I'll go too. We can't let those people bully His Highness King Chu anymore. Say it and do it." These few readers got up, and after settling the bill, they headed for the Rui supermarket. They waited for nearly 2 hours before they saw Lin Shen walking towards the supermarket with a swing. The reader immediately greeted him and bowed respectfully towards Lin Shen. "The student has met His Highness the King of Chu." Lin Shen looked at him and froze slightly. "Hello, what can I do for you?" The reader nodded his head gently and spoke. "Your Highness, King of Chu, the student does indeed have one thing he wishes to say to you." Lin Shen nodded, signaling him to continue. The reader frowned with a serious face. "Your Highness King Chu, do you know that in the territories of those great families in Qingha and Bowling, there are stores that have opened that have copied your Rui supermarket?" Lin Shen froze, watching the reader's face grow odd. How could he not be aware of the petty maneuvers of those worldly families? It just didn't occur to him that someone else would step in to remind him of this. Rather, he was a bit touched. These lovely readers didn't realize at all what kind of monster was hiding underneath Lin Shen's saintly skin. They were simply worried about Lin Shen. Fear of the world's great families would cause even the slightest damage to Lin Shen. Lin Shen held back his laughter, put on a sad look out, and said softly, "This is something that I naturally know about." The reader plucked up his tone a few points. "Your Highness King Chu, are you just going to let them come and copy you? It's obviously the same as your Rui supermarket, but it's under their family's name, which, Before he could even finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Shan. The reader looked up at the honorable king of Chu. Watching that face of his, a sad, helpless look gradually appeared. He was heard to say breathlessly, "The business of merchants. And how can it be called copying? The great Tang allows me to do such a business. Naturally, they are also allowed to do such a business. It's not like they're violating Tang law. It's all fair play. Fair play." The reader's eyes moistened at such words. His Highness King Chu was really too kind. Being bullied so much by the big families of the world and still putting in a good word for them. Chapter 132, we really don't have anything to do with King Chu. Lin Shan's words though, but the sad look on his face was obvious to everyone. Combine this with the fact that some time ago, Rui Supermarket was poached and Lin Shan went on a recruitment spree. They even brainstormed a big show. The King of Chu, the little white flower, how she was bullied by the yin and yang of the world's great families. As the King of Chu, he did not abuse his privileges as a prince at all, and even to this extent, he did not bully people on the basis of his noble status like the other honored great clans. What a good king! The image of Lin Shan as a saint became even more profound in the hearts of these people. Reader didn't say much in front of Lin Shan, even if he was so willing to see Lin Shan again, to be able to use the Chu king's identity to ruthlessly oppress those great families. But he couldn't say anything like that. He couldn't bear to let even one more stain be placed on the Chu king's holy aura. The readers arched their hands and respectfully retired. This message quickly spread throughout Chang'an City. Melons related to Lin Shan are big gossip. From the noble families down to the street vendors and laborers, they all knew about it. Public opinion is beginning to boil over. These worldly families are really something. Ha! Every day, you can do such things as bullying the King of Chu. If you have the ability to do this, you should do a little something else. We have to protect His Highness the King of Chu. I do think that there is no such coincidence under the sky. Maybe it was when they first started, begging King Chu to open Rui Supermarket in their county. And King Chu, being such a good person, foolishly believed their bull As a result, after it was built, these people crossed the river and turned their backs on it. Lin Shan's stance on the matter was not very clear. The people could only begin to speculate by the mere words that were circulating outside. The image of these great families of the world has become worse and worse in the speculations of the people of Chang'an City. This news, finally, reached the ears of those great families a few days later. Xinghe Chui, when the message, across hundreds of miles, landed in Xinghe County, and then began to take root and flourish in the ears of the people of Xinghe County. The common people of Datong are extremely simple. When Chui's supermarket started its business, most of the people in Xinghe County, their hearts did not feel that there was anything wrong with Chui's behavior. On the contrary, they are cheering that Xinghe has finally started to have a Rui supermarket in general. Until the rumors flowed in from Chang'an, it finally made the people of Xinghe calm down, and finally made them realize how inappropriate Chui's behavior was. Chui's home base. Chui Mingan was hugging the account books of the past few days, squinting his eyes and looking at them with a joyful smile. Although it is said that what is sold is not at all profitable, but the fact that he was able to book several thousand taels, or even tens of thousands of taels of silver every day still gave him great satisfaction in his heart, and he was now beginning to understand a little bit why there were still people who chose to be merchants and traders. So much silver is indeed something that can make a person very happy. Right about this time, the door to the study was pushed open and an elder walked in with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" Chui Mingan cleared his throat and casually closed the ledger, looking at the elder who walked in and asked softly. The elder frowned and said, "Recently there have been rumors in the county that I, the Chui clan, was unkind and unrighteous, and copied the Chu king's Rui supermarket." Chui Mingan's face gradually became serious, and he boarded up his face. "This argument, from where did it come out?" The elder spoke. "Chang'an. There are merchants and traders who came back from Chang'an and brought back such sayings, and there are also readers who came from Chang'an on purpose, and after looking at our Chui supermarkets, they began to publicize this kind of thing in tea restaurants and taverns. Someone from Chang'an City even came here on purpose?" Chui Mingan's brows locked a few points tighter as he sighed. "Did King Chu do this?" The elder shook his head. "That's what we thought at first, but no, that bookworm, just a bookworm. He was a bit displeased with my Chui clan's practices, so he purposely ran over here." Chui Mingan let out a cold laugh. "This King of Chu has really won the hearts of the people. That scholar, have you disposed of him?" The elder showed a difficult face. "He didn't violate the Tang law, so it's not good for us to do it. If we let the King of Chu catch a hold of him, then it would be really bad." Chui Mingan fell back and leaned against the backrest, thinking carefully. On the Chu king's side, what's the situation? Is he doing anything right now? Speaking of this, a puzzled look came over the elder's face. "Our scouts in Chang'an City sent word that the King of Chu didn't seem to be doing anything. just going to the supermarket as usual, and the place where he trained his staff even more diligently. There have been many times when the guests in the Rui supermarket, after meeting the King of Chu, have asked the King of Chu what he's going to do to solve the problems of our worldly family supermarkets. But King Chu's answer, every time, has been that they didn't violate Tang laws and that it was normal business competition. Hearing those words, Choi Mingon's frown loosened a little. Is that all? The elder nodded. Choi Mingon laughed softly. Still no resistance at all? In that case, Choi Mingon narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll write a letter later and send it to the Wine clan, the Lu clan, and the Bowling branch, and talk to them about this matter. As for those rumors, there's no need for us Choi to take them to heart, but we can't just let such rumors grow, or else Choi, will easily fall into a passive situation. Since that His Highness, the King of Chu, has given us such a good one to say, let's admit it in a big way, and tell the people in our family to go outside and follow His Highness, the King of Chu's words. Be sure to emphasize again and again that our Choi supermarket has nothing to do with King Chu's Rui supermarket, and then said that we and Chu Wang are just normal business competition. And since it's business competition, what is there to talk about plagiarizing or not plagiarizing? The elder frowned. In that case, I'm afraid our reputation will be ruined. Choi Mingon chided. Short-sighted. What's wrong with a momentary damage to our reputation? As long as we aren't viciously nailed to the pillar of shame by the King of Chu like Zhang was, there's still a chance that we can turn around. As long as the King of Chu dies, and we push a few scapegoats who carry curses, the Chui clan, will still be the clean Chui clan. Now we're going to take this opportunity to promote Chui's supermarket. The elder still frowned. If the people of Qinghe, because of this rumor, do not want to shop at my Chui's supermarket. Chapter 133, The Worried Princesses. The princesses' concerns were not without merit. Now the people of Qinghe vaguely has begun to have the momentum to boycott Chui's supermarket, at least in the mouths of those who came back from Chang'an. Chui's has been portrayed as an unforgivable bad guy. Choi Mingon waved his hand. No harm done. Don't worry about that. Send some men, and let them say among those people, just this, isn't King Chu's Rui supermarket not yet open to Qinghe now, so we'll make do with Chui's supermarket stuff for now, and wait until His Highness the King's supermarket opens to Qinghe. Then it's not too late to support His Highness the King. You must realize that the eyes of that people are foolish. Even those little tricks that Zheng has come up with they can believe in, let alone something like this that concerns their interests. Don't expect them to achieve great things. Choi Mingon's tone was unusually cold, as well as condescending and unapproachable. The elder nodded, quickly withdrawing and arranging for these things. Needless to say, Choi Mingon's tactics were simple, but also exceptionally effective. The people of Qinghe, who should be scolding Chui for not being at all virtuous, are not soft when they themselves spend money in Chui's supermarket. Business at Chui's supermarket hasn't gotten any less in a while. Instead, because of that ploy by Choi Mingon, it caused some people who had previously had a bad conscience and had not come to spend money in Chui's supermarket to begin to sway and eventually follow the crowd and flood into Chui's supermarket. Chui so acted. The Taiyuan Wang clan, the Fanyang Lu clan, and the Bowling Chui clan, who also followed the Qinghe Chui clan, set up so together. The business of these worldly families is sort of grounded up in their local area. The people of Chang'an City, this gnashing of teeth, but so far away from each other. In addition to their verbal abuse, they go to Rui supermarket to ruthlessly consume a wave of money. Used to compensate for Lin Shen, there is nothing else they can do. Chu King's mansion. Lin Shen finished his busy day of official business, took a good shower, flopped down on the bed, and was playing a game to relax. Lin Din knocked on the door and walked in. Master, Princess Changle and the girls are seeking an audience. Lin Shen nodded. Lead them in. Lin De retrieved his database, a little unsure of how to categorize the three girls. It had been a little down, and after several consecutive determinations, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, Master, should we invite them to the study, or just bring them in? Lin Shen returned carelessly. In the future, just let them all come in directly. Lin De nodded. Understood. There were green streams of data flashing in his eyes. In the database of his brain, slowly moved the information of Princess Changle, Princess Changyang and Princess Lanling from Litang royal family to Mistress, suspected. Moved to the entry Mistress, suspected. These are the kind of autonomous judgmental behaviors he should have as an AI. It wasn't long before three little girls came chirping in. Good brother, it's been a long time since I've seen you. As soon as Princess Changle entered the room, she yelled, come and coax me written all over her face. Changyang and Lanling were much more well behaved, walking over to the bed and looking at Lin Shen, observing their good brother and whether there had been any changes during this time. Lin Shen sat upright on the bed, maneuvering the characters while saying softly, haven't I been busy these days? As you know, You have to go to the Ministry of War and take care of your own supermarket. Lan Ling frowned, the worried look on his face unabated. Good brother. Those worldly families copying your supermarket, really don't care to take a look? Father was furious when he heard the news, and scolded those people for a little more than half an hour in front of mother. It's fortunate that no one from Miley clan is involved in this matter, or else I'm afraid father would only be angrier. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow and glanced at Princess Lanling with a smile or not. It's not that Li wasn't involved. It's just that they didn't fish for that opportunity. Saying that, he freed his hand and pinched Princess Lanling's small face. Don't worry, Zheng's making such a big fuss wasn't still cleaned up by me, and now they're just making a small fuss. Princess Lanling was worried. Really? Lin Shen nodded and gently pinched her cheeks again and smiled. Lanling is so good, so heartbroken. But don't worry, it's true. I'm letting them bounce around like this now because I want them to. Lanling blushed a little. Princess Changle looked a little tasteless on the side, said sourly, Humph, just know to praise Lanling. Obviously I am also very worried about you. Before she could finish her words, her eyes were caught by something in Lin Shen's hand, and she let out a light eep. Good brother, what is this thing in your hand? After making sure Lin Shen was okay, the three little girls then weren't so careful about staring at Lin Shen. Instead they relaxed. In the beginning, they had all ignored the game console in his hand because they were too concerned about Lin Shen, and now Princess Changle immediately noticed this novelty. The other two little girls also cast curious glances. Lin Shen squinted his eyes and said with a smile, This thing is called a game machine. A kind of fun thing we researched in our school. Do you want to come and try it? Fun stuff. Hearing these 5 words, Princess Changle's eyes flooded with light and nodded heavily. Yes. Lin Shen poked his head out and reached for his face. Then give me a kiss and I'll teach you how to play. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Princess Changle instantly blushed, the kind of red from forehead to neck, and stammered. No. Lin Shen pretended to be disappointed and asked, Why not? Princess Changle is still stuttering. Mother said that you can't just kiss a male. Especially you. The mother told us to be careful when we get along with you. We mustn't be abducted by you. And she also said that you are not a good person. Lin Shen smiled and said, Then do you think I'm a good person? Princess Changle cocked her head and thought for a moment. Of course a good brother is a good man. Lin Shen asked again. So you kissed me, casually? Princess Changle hesitated, looked at that finger of Lin Shen, and shook her head. Shouldn't be. Lin Shen smiled and said, So are you going to kiss me or not? Princess Changle hesitated again and took a deep breath. Barking, the little chicken pecked at his head and stretched his head over, giving Lin Shen a kiss on his cheeks. And after kissing him, the blush on his face became a few points heavier, just once. Oh. Then he turned his head and said viciously to Lan Ling and Cheng Yang, This matter is not to be told to mother, or I'll fold your lipstick. Chapter 134, None of them can escape. Lan Ling and Cheng Yang looked on in disbelief, as if they were infected by Changle. Their faces were also colored with a blush, and they timidly didn't dare to look up at Lin Shen. It's only a kiss on the cheek, but it's certainly a huge step forward. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, turned his head to Lan Ling and Cheng Yang, and asked in a soft voice, Do you two want to try this thing out as well? Lan Ling and Cheng Yang hesitated, barking. Lan Ling was a very decisive girl and directly stuck her head over and pecked Lin Shen on the cheek. Look at the older sister and the younger sister doing it. Shiroyo's hesitation was instantly dispelled in his mind. Likewise, he stuck his head over and gave a small kiss. Lin Shen feigned surprise and said, I only asked you guys if you wanted to try it. I didn't ask you to kiss me. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yang rounded her eyes, clenched her small pink fists, and gave Lin Shen a light whack on his body. Lin Shen laughed and waved his hand, pulling Changle over as soon as he could, signaling her to sit in front of him. Nagar blushed and hesitated for a while before sitting down. The posture was like sitting in Lin Shen's arms. Come on, I'll teach you. This is the confirmation button. Changle rambles a lot. Lin Shen is like a gentleman who sits on his hands. Instead, he seriously teaches Changle and the two little girls next to him to play the game. The fun of the game is something that never gets old when you put it in any time. The three little girls were soon captivated by the colorful world of the game, clumsily maneuvering the joystick and watching the little people on the screen jump around and end their journey in all sorts of weird and wacky ways, until it was almost dark. After the 1,000 Bulls guards had repeatedly come to urge them several times, it was only then that the three of them reluctantly left the Chu King's mansion, and on the way back to the Imperial City, the three of them were still chattering and discussing about what happened in the game. This made Lin Shen unable to help but feel a little emotional. In the latter days, that would be an internet addict. The game console was found by the three of them, which gave them a good reason. It definitely wasn't to spend more time with Lin Shen. They just want to play the game. With this thought in mind, They almost always made that trip to the Chu King's mansion every day. Eastern Palace. Li Shimin was leaning back in his chair to rest after dealing with nearly a day's worth of political affairs. Empress Changsun rubbed his temples and said softly, "Your Majesty, it's time for you to take care of your 3 daughters." Li Shimin froze and whispered, "Which 3? He has over 20 daughters?" Individually, he said 3, how would he know exactly which 3? Empress Changsun sighed and said in a low voice, "Which 3 more could there be who are close to King Chu?" As soon as King Chu was mentioned, Li Shimin's nerves instantly tightened. Well, what happened? Could it be that King Chu bullied my daughter? Empress Changsun shook her head. That's not true, but the 3 of them have been running to the Chu King's mansion quite diligently lately, going there almost every day, and every time they go there, they have to stay in the Chu King's mansion for a whole day. I had the 1,000 bull guards keep an eye out, and the 3 of them could have been right there with King Chu in his bedroom. Li Shimin's face instantly darkened. Nonsense. A daughter's home. Running to a man's home even if it's not enough, but also stay in the bedroom all the time. What a behavior. This is not disgracing my Li Tang royal family. With that, his aura weakened. He had no complaints about his own daughter dating Lin Shan. It was just that as an emperor, he was naturally a bit resistant to someone like Lin Shan, who was highly prestigious and had real power. The daughter is finally too big to stay. Li Shimin sighed softly. They didn't do anything out of the ordinary, did they? Empress Changsun hesitantly nodded. I had the people of the 1,000 bull guards pay attention to it, and it seems like they didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow, his nerves tensing even more. As if? Empress Changsun used a little bit of strength. Your Majesty, this male is big when it comes to marriage. The female is big when it comes to marriage. The 3 of them are not small, and the King of Chu is also a suitable candidate. Why not find a day to talk about the marriage? Li Shimin went silent and slowly closed his eyes. Empress Changsun stopped talking, after a long time. Only then did Li Shimin slowly open his eyes and opened his mouth. Guanyin maidservant. I am more than a father. I am also an emperor. If my Longxi Li clan was not a royal family, this marriage I would have already gone to talk to the King of Chu. I know the King of Chu is a saint and a good man. I can see that he may not be as holy as the people say he is, but his intention is indeed to want what's best for the whole of Great Tang. But you know what? I cannot feel this person. His eyesight means to make me feel terrible. Tang Zhang, in the Sui dynasty that is to be more than my Longxi Li's huge family, but as a result, what happened to Zhang? Seeking life, seeking death. I can sense that he has a problem with the royal family. Saying that, Li Shimin raised his head and looked at Empress Changsun with some confusion in his eyes. I thought at first that he wanted to be the emperor, and I tried him many times. The person who wants to be an emperor, and the person who doesn't want to be an emperor, are 2 kinds of people. King Chu, he is indeed the one who doesn't want to be an emperor. If he really had the ambition to be an emperor, I wouldn't be so afraid as I am now. I don't know what he wants to do. Right now he and I are not in conflict. Both of us want Datong to become better. No need for me to say it. You can see how much of a change this man's presence has brought to Datong. The great families of the world began to struggle. With the means of the King of Chu, they will not be able to struggle for long. The people are also beginning to gradually be able to eat, and Datong no longer has to pay out of the treasury to build infrastructure. After all this is done, that's when the King of Chu is going to lay his hands on me, on my Li Tang royal family, and just thinking about it makes me sleepless. It's like a knife on my neck, but I can't smash the knife yet. I have to clap my hands and praise how valuable and sharp it is. Empress Changsun didn't say anything, but just tenderly wrapped her arms around Li Shimin's head and hugged it in her own embrace. Li Shimin sighed softly. I dare not consider marrying my own daughter to him now, and even I am wondering if the King of Chu's contact with my daughter is also a part of his scheming. Empress Changsun asked with some concern. Then what should I do? I'll control the 3 of them so that they will no longer come into contact with the King of Chu? Li Shimin shook his head. No, let nature take its course. I still believe that King Chu's character will not do anything to my daughter that is too numerous to mention. Li Shimin pulled his head out of Empress Changsun's arms and looked up at the window. It's a cloudy night and I can't see the moon or the stars. For Li Shimin, he was somewhat unable to see the future clearly. The same is true for some of the downtrodden families and clans. Number 135 Xuerengui's intentions. The 7 clans and 5 surnames are the most notable lineages in the Great Tang, with their centuries-old history, passed down since the Han dynasty. But the great families of the world are not the only 5 of them. It was just that, of all the great families, they were the only 5 families that possessed a transcendent, almost dynastic equivalent status. The Zhang clan, now, has been removed from the 7 clans and 5 surnames. Like in the Mountain West, there are quite a few of them, like Du Rui's Du family, which is one of the 6 major surnames in Guanxi. The Xue family is on par with the Du family. and is one of the 6 major surnames in Guanxi. It's just that the Shui family is far from being as lucky as the Du family. The top pillar of the Du family, Du Rui, although his life was ill-fated and he suffered from consumption, but with Lin Shen around, he barely managed to hang on to his breath and is still bouncing around in good health. But the Shui family, the pillar of their clan, Shui Rail, had passed away long before the founding of the Great Tang. The orphans and widows were left behind, barely surviving on the few acres of ancestral land. Only a few remnants of the locust plague remain under the effect of insecticides. Shui Rengue also rushed to plant the grain before the season, barely, and just finished spreading the insecticide today to make sure that there wasn't a single locust hopping around in the fields before running towards a tea house. In a little more than half a quarter of an hour, the storyteller invited by the tea house will begin his speech. It was one of the few things he did to pass the time. Shui Rengue was thinking as he ran. The story of the 3 kingdoms at the end of the Han dynasty has been told. The story of Chu and Han's struggle for supremacy was also told twice. I don't know if Mr. Storyteller, this time, can come up with new words, or else he can pick up the stories he used to tell, and he himself can memorize those old words. When Shui Rengue arrived at the tea house, he happened to run into Mr. Storyteller shooting the wake wood. Today I will tell you about an incident that happened in this dynasty. Hearing these words, Shui Rengue raised his eyebrows. This dynasty? The things that can be said about this dynasty are those of the current saint, and it is hard to believe that this storyteller is going to say something about the Sui and Tang dynasties? These aren't secrets, but it's okay to talk about them in private. If you put it out in the open, aren't you afraid of being audited by the government? Shui Rengue was instantly intrigued and stared earnestly at the storyteller. What I'm going to say is related to the current living saint, His Highness the King of Chu, a friend of mine in Chang'an. When he visited me some time ago, he told me about this matter. I didn't believe him, thinking he was talking nonsense and exaggerating the truth. But my friend was vouching for his reputation, and what he said was not false at all. And the little old man, after thinking about it for a few days, decided to share this with you. Let's say that after that so-called family clan Zheng set up His Highness the King of Chu, the co-conspirator Ho Junji, things that come out of the mouths of storytellers. It is clear that Lin Shen led 2,000 soldiers and horses, almost no battle losses, frontal attack under Ho Junji 5,000 soldiers and horses. Shui Rengue listened with great interest. By the time the storyteller had finished, the sun was setting. Shui Rengue was surprised and skeptical. The Shui family was originally a family of military generals, and although it had fallen out of favor, the clan's legacy had not been lost. Shui Rengue grew up chewing on military books at his size. Naturally, I know how incredible something like this is. It's okay to win with less, or to overcome the enemy from the front. Shui Rengue, a teenager at heart, stood up directly from the tea table after Mr. Storyteller finished speaking and asked loudly, "Sir, is it true about His Highness, the King of Chu?" Mr. Storyteller nodded heavily. Naturally, it's true. 2,000 soldiers and horses head on to overcome the enemy's 5,000. Is this also true? Shui Rengue was a bit skeptical and asked again. Mr. Storyteller slapped awake. Shui's son, although I am a storyteller, but also dare not in this matter. Non-discussion of a prince. This matter little old me but examined for a long time, to determine that there is no problem at all, only to take out to say, if there is a half mistake, can't wait for a few days. The officials, I'm afraid that they will have to take the little old man to personally meet His Highness the King of Chu to ask for forgiveness. Shui Rengue sat down and nodded thoughtfully. Within him, a subtle thought gradually came out. Just at this time, a tea guest on the side flirted towards Shui Rengue and said, "Shui Jia Dailang, how come you have the leisure to stay here for so long this time? It's a rare thing." Usually Shui Rengue would only sit in the tea house for half an hour, listen to a few stories, and then go home. But today, it was a matter of sitting straight until the storyteller finished. Shui Rengue raised his head to look at the color of the sky outside and screamed in his heart. Oh no! There was no room to drop a word, and he ran straight for home. Wait for him to get home. An oil lamp was lit in the house. Mother Shui sat at the dining table, where the dishes and food and corn had long since become cold. Apparently, Mother Shui had been waiting for Shui Rengue to return. If he doesn't come back, Mother Shui won't have a bite of food. Why did you come back so late today? Mother Shui looked at Shui Rengue and asked in a cold tone. Shui Rengue stood in front of the dining table, lowered his head, and his tone was sincere. My child was wrong. Today at the tea house, I heard what Mr. Henshu said was too wonderful, and for a moment I was a bit engrossed and forgot about the time. Mother Shui nodded and reached out to knock on the table. Sit down and eat quickly. Shui Rengue sat down obediently. Mother Shui added softly, those stories of the storytellers, and listen to them. A man's manhood is to build his own career. Do not indulge in other people's achievements. Shui Rengui nodded and waited until Mother Shui moved her chopsticks before taking a bite of corn. It's just that he's got something on his mind. And even his meals are a little distracted. Do you want to say something to me? After taking a few bites, Mother Shui noticed Shui Rengui's strange behavior and asked softly. Shui Rengui hesitated, nodded his head and said, Mother, there is one thing that my child wants to talk to you about. Mother Shui nodded. Shui Rengui speculated on the wording and carefully opened his mouth. That storyteller today. He was talking about the current king of Chu. I asked him about it, and he swore that everything he said about himself was true. Oh, what kind of things could he be talking about? The ones from the Zhang family against King Chu? Mother Shui frowned and asked softly. Shui Rengui shook his head. Not really, he was talking about His Highness, the king of Chu, who, with 2,000 soldiers and horses, defeated Ho Junji's 5,000 soldiers and horses head-on, and His Highness the king of Chu's army has almost no battle losses. Mother Shui was a bit surprised. She didn't read many books, but after all, she was the main mother of the Shui family, and with her ears and eyes, she knew some of the things that happened in the military, and she knew what an incredible thing this was. Is this true? Mother Shui asked. Shui Rengui nodded heavily. Mr. Storyteller is saying that this matter he guarantees is true, so the child somewhat wants to go to Chang'an and listen to whether this matter is true or not, and if it is true, the child wants to worship His Highness, the king of Chu, as his teacher. Shui Rengui had a dream of being a general in his heart, but he is only 15 this year, has not yet performed the rite of passage, is not considered an adult, so has not been able to join the military. Chapter 136, The Kid Who Sneaked In. Just that there has never been a suitable opportunity. Shui Rengui has never been able to join the army in a proper manner. Only 15 years old though, but Shui Rengui began his study of the art of war at his mother's urging from the time he began to read and write. He was confident that his ability in the Tao of war was not weaker than anyone else in the world, even the military god Li Jing. Shui Rengui also just thought that Li Jing was going to be better than himself for the time being. And the reason it's better than you is because Li Jing has lived longer than you have and has more life experience. As long as one can live to be the age of Li Jing, Shui Rengui thought to himself that his cultivation in the art of war was bound to surpass Li Jing's. Shui Rengui he had this confidence. But, for the battle that the storyteller was talking about, Shui Rengui asked himself, he felt that in his life, he might not be able to do this. 2,000 soldiers beat 5,000 soldiers. Shui Rengui can do it. To overcome the enemy head-on, Shui Rengui thought that he could barely do so, but there was little battle damage. This will never be able to do. Shui Rengui on the way back, the heart of the military maneuver, he thinks he can do the limit, is to pay 1,000 soldiers as the price, to be able to win down miserably. Shui Rengui really wondered how that king of Chu had managed to do this. If true, he wanted to worship and learn this way into his hands. Mother Shui put down her chopsticks, frowned, and sighed. Learn to become a literary and martial art, and sell it to the emperor's royal family. You are also not too young. Think about your age, your Shui family ancestors at your age, but also in the morning on the battlefield, to break out of a hefty reputation. That king of Chu also has a reputation for being thick and benevolent. If you can worship under him, it would also be a great honor to your face. With that in mind, go ahead. Shui Rengui's face showed joy and he nodded heavily. Thank you, Mother. Mother Shui glanced at him and said sternly, but Chang'an is a place of drunkenness, so when you go there, cultivate yourself and don't go to places you shouldn't. Shui Rengui nodded heavily. My son understands. Mother Shui paused for a moment, then continued, although the Shui family has fallen out of favor, it is always still a prestigious family in Guanxi, and a few days ago, the sister of the Lu family had come over to talk about marriage. His daughter, Ji Noa, is also a clear girl, so my mother will settle this marriage for you, and when you are crowned, you will go and finish the marriage. What do you think? Shui Rengui's face flushed, and gently nodded. Child, but listen to mother's arrangements. Mother Shui nodded with satisfaction, picked up her chopsticks again, and began to eat. A week later, after dealing with the many tedious matters at home, Shui Rengui took 3 taels of silver and traveled to Chang'an. More than 500 miles of road, car labor, and horses, and when Shui Rengui arrived in Chang'an, it was already half a month later. Shui Rengui still has a lot of silver in his hand, but he didn't dare to go to a big inn like the Uli Inn. He just looked for a simple inn to stay in, bought a hu cake on the way, and found a tea house to sit down, with a cup of fresh tea and a hu cake. Shui Rengui carefully listened to the tea drinkers on the sidelines and started discussing the big and small gossips in Chang'an City. After going around and around, the topic still landed on Linshan. Shui Rengui listened for a little while. The flip-flopping is to praise how the king of Chu is so benevolent and noble, and how shameless those worldly families are. Not a single person talked about the battle in which Linshan fought Ho Junji. Shui Rungui, with a shy face, came over and said softly, "Several brothers and sisters, that Lord Chu, is he really as good as you say?" One nodded heavily. "Of course, His Highness, the King of Chu, is definitely the first perfect man in the ancient world." This review, making Shui Rungui raise his eyebrows. He was not expecting that Lin Shen's status in the hearts of the people of Chang'an City would be so high. Shui Rungui asked again, "I came from the Hedong roadside, before I heard that His Highness, the King of Chu, with 2,000 soldiers and horses 15,000 soldiers and horses, and did not have many battle losses. Is this true or false?" "Of course it's true." Speaking of this, the teetotaler's eyebrows flew up. "I'm telling you, His Highness, the King of Chu, went over the same day and came back the same day. All of Chang'an knows about this. I tell you, you are not seeing the soldiers in the hands of His Highness the King of Chu. That guy is really too scary. 2,000 people, even walking with the same sound, especially clean. I was there on Jubilee Street, accompanying my mother-in-law out to play, and watched those 2,000 people pass in front of me. You don't know how intimidating His Highness the King of Chu's army is, with its murderous aura, just that kind of aura, weighing me down so heavily that I can't even breathe. Even walking with the same voice? A murderous aura can overwhelm a person? This is too much." Shui Rungui half believed half doubt, followed and echoed a few sentences. After throwing down a few tea money, left this tea house, rushed to other places to explore the news. 3 days later, Shui Rungui sat on the bed in the guest room, frowning, looking at the paper, what he had sorted out, with a look of astonishment on his face. Wherever he is asking for information, those ruffians or ordinary Chang'an people or readers, even some of the lords, he snuck in and asked. Instead, they all said pretty much the same thing about Lin Shen, a holy man. Regarding that previous battle, over the past 3 days, Shui Rungui had heard more than 20 versions of it in bits and pieces, but no matter how much the story changed, the things in it that he cared about the most remained the same. Battle damage is extremely low, 2,000 soldiers, walking with the same footsteps, not even a murmur. If a few or a dozen people say that, forget it. But from the nobility and the scholars, down to the ruffians, these people whose classes are so different that they have never crossed paths in their lives, their accents are so uniform. I'm afraid this is something that just can't be faked. This King of Chu really has it in him. After inquiring for information over the past few days, Shui Rungui finally confirmed this statement is worthy of his own worship. Shui Rungui put the paper away close to him and squinted at the window. In the past few days, he had also inquired about it, and it seemed that this His Highness, the King of Chu, who was being troubled by the unashamed tactics of the great families of the world, would appear in the Rui supermarket every afternoon, at a fixed point in time. This is a great opportunity for direct contact. Shui Rungui hastily packed up his things and headed towards Rui supermarket. He was in a somewhat apprehensive mood. Whether or not you can pay your respects, stay in Chang'an, or go home in disgrace, depends on today. Ministry of War. Lin Shen took care of his official business for the day and slipped all the way to Rui supermarket according to the usual rules. Just before you get to the door of the West Market supermarket, a dark shadow suddenly broke out from the street corner and stood in front of Lin Shen, looking at himself with a heavy face. Before Lin Shen could ask a question, the figure then went straight to his knees. Chapter 137, Why should I take you in? This sudden move startled Lin Shen. Kneeling to yourself? What is this? Student Shui Rungui of the Shui family of the Hedong Road. I implore your highness the King of Chu to accept me as a disciple. This black shadow, naturally, was Shui Rungui. These few days of poking around had convinced him that Lin Shen was a saint. Since it's a saint, Shui Rungui did not intend to take any crooked paths, and directly opened the door to show his intentions. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the child in front of him, who still had a childish look on his face, with a slightly deeper meaning. Shui Rungui. It was a name that was not unfamiliar to him at all. He was a famous military general in the early Tang dynasty. 3 arrows settle Tianshan Mountain and subdue Goguryeo. Sort of the beginning of the Tang dynasty. Since Li Jing, another military godlike figure. Originally, it was to wait until the end of the Jingguan. He will be put into the army of the Great Tang. I did not expect that at this time. Unexpectedly appeared in front of his own, but also want to worship his own as a teacher. Lin Shen was slightly heartened, but he didn't agree right away, and opened his mouth to ask, worship me as a teacher. What do you want to learn? Shui Rungui raised his head and said seriously, the student wants to learn His Highness the King of Chu's method of practicing troops. Just want to learn this? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. Shui Rungui nodded heavily. Look at this childish face. Lin Shen let out a light laugh in his heart. Sure enough, Shui Rungui didn't sincerely want to worship himself as a teacher. This was treating himself as a tool person? Although, Shui Rengui is the future Great Tang military god. But now, after all, it's just a 15-year-old Mongoloid. Lin Shen, on the other hand, is the king of Chu of the Great Tang dynasty, with a high position of power, and can almost be said to be on top of 10,000 people. Even Li Shimen, to a certain extent, has to look at Lin Shen's face. The benefits of Shui Rengui worshipping under Lin Shen could not be too great, not to mention Lin Shen's mastery of, and thousands of hours of practice in the latter days. It is this layer of identity of the Chu king's disciple, even if it is not Shui Rengui, just any person, can let him from then on in the Great Tang officialdom to level the playing field. Lin Shen wouldn't be so kind as to just be that good and give Shui Rengui as a springboard. You're a good learner and have a good eye, knowing what the most precious thing in this king's hand is. Lin Shen nodded his head carelessly, and there were a few hints of appreciation for Shui Rengui hidden between his words. Shui Rengui's face showed joy, blinking his eyes as he looked at Lin Shen. Just a twist of words. Lin Shen laughed coldly and asked drily, "But why should I accept you as a disciple? The people who want to worship under me are countless. Even Li Shi, the current saint, wants his child to learn the art behind me." But this king did not even agree. Shui Rengui's face froze. What is his identity? Barely a son of a family of the world, in the Great Tang, cannot even be counted as a noble class, and compared to the commoners, the only difference is that there is some family learning. The prince failed to even try to become King Chu's disciple. This made Shui Rengui's heart produce out some trepidation. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. The projection wrapped Shui Rengui, giving him a great sense of oppression. The Shui family, it's also considered a lineage, right? Don't you know very well that this king detests you people from the great families of the world the most? On Shui Rengui's countenance, he added an extra dash of difficult color. These things were certainly clear to him. Just a teenager, with the arrogance of a teenager, he boasted that he was the unrivaled talent in the world. He is so kneeling to beg the king of Chu to accept himself as a disciple. Then the king of Chu should find himself gifted, ecstatic to recruit himself under the doors. Lin Shen's reaction was nothing like what he had envisioned. It was only at this time that Shui Rengui realized that he had taken things a bit for granted. The Shui family is not that kind of family. Shui Rengui reluctantly defended. Since my father's death, the Shui family has fallen out of favor and is just some homeschooled, ordinary people of the Great Tang. Lin Shen nodded copiously. Shui Rengui continued. In terms of status, I naturally can't be compared to the crown prince, but the student is extremely gifted in the Tao of soldiering, and by joining your discipleship, I will only be able to carry forward your means of practicing soldiering. Lin Shen waved his hand and snorted. You're a wolf, don't you even cover it up? Shui Rengui froze. Lin Shen continued again. The tone is a bit too big. My school, without you carrying it forward, will be able to stand proudly in the Great Tang. Don't talk as if it's such an honor for me to take you under my tutelage. Shui Rengui gritted his teeth, still wanting to open his mouth to fight for himself a little more. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and said softly, but you have this courage. You are also considered a talent. How many people want to worship under me but don't even dare to say it? You are the first one. The king will give you that chance. Come back to the house with this king. I would like to see you. What kind of talent you have. Shui Rengui's face was delighted as he nodded heavily and rose from the ground. Following behind Lin Shen, he went all the way to the Chu Wang mansion. Lin Shen didn't go back to the supermarket and directly hit the road. Shui Rengui's appearance gave him an unexpected surprise. He doesn't have a lot of talent under him that he can use, especially in the military. The quality of the soldiers under his command was not bad, but not a single one of them could be a general among the 2,000 men, even though they were now reading and literate. So much time had passed that these men, however, had not been able to completely devour even a single book on military theory. Shui Rengui took the initiative to deliver the door. Of course Lin Shen had to take advantage of this opportunity. It's a good knife, but a good knife, you have to hold it in your own hands. Like Shui Rengui's current state of mind, Lin Shen is unlikely to take him as a disciple, fancying his own ability and wanting to use himself as a stepping stone for his advancement, rather than genuinely wanting to worship himself as a master. This mentality is not to be had. Gotta tame him. All the way to the study. From the western city around the western side of the imperial city, nearly 10 miles of foot, spare Shui Rengui all day in the ridge cultivation, practiced a strong body. This time, but also slightly sweating, Shui Rengui looked at Lin Shen in surprise. Some of them didn't quite understand why they were all a bit tired, but Lin Shen looked as if nothing was wrong with him at all, and there wasn't even any sweat on his body. The study. The three princesses were hugging their consoles when they heard movement at the door and looked up. Seeing that it was Lin Shen returning, she let go of the things in her hands and gave a sweet greeting. Good brother, you're back. Why are you so early today? Ha, why are you bringing someone else back? Who is he? Lin Shen smiled. Well, An interesting little kid I ran into on the way here. Brought him over to play some little games. Princess Changle frowned in dissatisfaction. Is the game console going to be given to him? Lin Shen raised his hand and rubbed Princess Changle's head. No, you guys play with yourselves. I'll take him to the side room and get a little something. Princess Changle nodded her head obediently. Chapter 138. How is this possible? Xuerengui was on the sidelines, not looking away. The heart was envious. He also wants to be like Lin Shen. The family to raise 3 girls like flowers and jade. Lin Shen pacified the 3 princesses and led Xuerengui to the side room. The furnishings in this room were simple. There were only 2 chairs and a sandbox. The terrain on the sand disk is the terrain of the mountain where Lin Shen's private soldiers are stationed. He would like to make a Chang'an opinion map of the terrain, but he has just talked about this idea with the people from the Ministry of Works. Those people then cried and begged for Lin Shen not to harm them. A big old man in his 30s and 40s crying like a pussy. Lin Shen hadn't bothered with them and ended up with just a sandbox like this. See the sandbox. Xuerengui's eyes, instantly, flooded with light. Since you said that you're quite talented in the art of war, let's have a martial arts maneuver. Lin Shen looked at Xuerengui with a smile and reached out to point at the sand table. If you can defeat me, I will accept you as my disciple. Hearing these words, Xuerengui perked up and turned his head to look at Lin Shen. Really? Lin Shen nodded his head. Of course, this king is a promise. You and I will each take 5,000 soldiers and horses, and we will use this hill as a boundary, and each of us will use our own means to fight for this hill. What do you think? Xuerengui answered with his mouth full. No problem. He was confident. He had done this kind of thing like performing martial arts by the ridge for I don't know how many times, and he had long been skillful at it. Half an hour later, Xuerengui looked at the sand table with a pale face. The flag representing the pawns in his hand, only one of which was left, was at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by Lin Shen's pieces, all gone. The ending left him somewhat unsuspecting. He lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Lin Shen. He had lost his entire army, but the pawns in Lin Shen's hand had only lost 1, which meant that Lin Shen had only lost 100 pawns. Xue was well aware of it. Lin Shen definitely let himself go. If this was a real war, then the losses he had inflicted on Lin Shen could never have amounted to 100 men, and might not even have been in the double digits. Lin Shen didn't say anything. He just reached out and pulled off the only soldier flag Xuerengui had left and looked at him coldly. Xuerengui clenched his teeth and said viciously, I'm not convinced. Again. Lin Shen nodded and rearranged the soldier flags. This time, without even using another half a time, the soldier flags in Xuerengui's hands, once again, were all wiped out, and this time, he didn't even manage to knock down even one of Lin Shen's soldier flags. Lin Shen silently packed up and opened his mouth to ask softly, still coming? Xuerengui gritted his teeth and nodded. Come. The third return is even shorter. Xuerengui's small face was white, looking at the sand table, and cold sweat beaded down. Under his breath, he muttered, how is it possible? This time, he still hadn't been able to outwit Lin Shen, and he still hadn't been able to knock down even one of the soldier flags in Lin Shen's hands. The whole army was destroyed and the opposite side was virtually unscathed. This result, so that Xuerengui some acceptance. He learned so many years of military books. Do not dare to say the world invincible, but also have confidence that they are the world's first-class masters of the use of military. As a result, in Lin Shen's hands, it was so unbearable. Losing, Xuerengui wasn't afraid, but the loss was so dismal that it didn't even manage to give the other team a little blow. Even how he lost. In these 3 maneuvers, Xuerengui was not able to study a single thing, which caused his entire perception to collapse in this instant. Lin Shen smiled broadly, looked at Xuerengui, and said softly, still coming? Xuerengui shook his head numbly. Lin Shen set aside the soldier's flag in his hand, the means by which he had just bullied. Ah shucks. Taught Xuerengui a lesson was simply summarized in 16 words. If the enemy advances, I retreat. If the enemy is stationed, I disturb. If the enemy is tired, I fight. If the enemy retreats, I pursue. Deep in the essence of guerrilla warfare. With Xuerengui's current means, he could not cope with these 16 words of truth. Often, in the early stage, he lost a lot of troops because of guerrilla warfare, and when Lin Shen was able to form a crush, Lin Shen would converge to put away the guerrilla tactics, and instead surround Xuerengui's pawns and crush them head-on. Lin Shen looked at Xuerengui and gave a shallow laugh. These 3 maneuvers had pretty much polished this young man's heart. It's not good to be so arrogant all the time. Xuerengui is not the kind of person who cannot afford to be frustrated. In a short while, he slowed down, stood up and arched his hand toward Lin Shen, lost in thought and said, many thanks to His Highness the King of Chu for giving advice. It is the student who has been unduly rude. When the students return, they will surely study hard. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Shen. This is ready to go back? Shui Rungui said with a bitter smile. The student hasn't won over His Highness the King of Chu, so if he doesn't go back, is he still dead set on staying here? Lin Shen shook his head and said softly, your words are not false. Indeed, there is still some talent, but for a general, there should never be pride. These 3 maneuvers are considered a lesson for you. To be my disciple, you are indeed still short of some qualifications, but remembering that you have this courage and this talent, I will accept you as a named disciple under my door. What do you think? Shui Rungui froze, a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's so dark and bright. Shui Rungui thought that he had no chance at all and was going to go home in disgrace, but he didn't expect that he would still be accepted as a disciple by Lin Shen. Although it was only a named disciple, that was at least worshipping under Lin Shen's door. There was a thud. Shui Rungui directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully towards Lin Shen. Disciple is willing. It was different from the very beginning when he just wanted to learn the practice techniques from Lin Shen's hands and treat Lin Shen as a toolman. Now Shui Rungui was truly convinced. These 3 maneuvers took him straight to the ground. He didn't feel any resistance at all to worshipping under Lin Shen. Even if he was just being a named disciple now, it made Shui Rungui feel doubly honored. Lin Shen nodded contentedly. But you're just going to be my named disciple, so there won't be any disciple acceptance ceremony, and you shouldn't feel aggrieved. Shui Rungui respectfully said, disciple will not. Lin Shen waved his hand. The things you've learned are quite varied, and your foundation is quite good, but your understanding of soldier is still not on point. Go to the barracks under me first. Start as a big-headed soldier. Know what a soldier should look like, and then think about how to lead a soldier to war. Do you have an opinion? Shui Rungui shook his head. Disciple has no opinion. He really didn't have a problem with it at all. He had always been curious about the private army under Lin Shen, and had long heard word of mouth from the people of Chang'an about how neat and organized it was. But that was only what he had heard. He had always wanted to witness it with his own eyes. But these private soldiers were not in Chang'an City, and none of the intelligence he had inquired about said where these private soldiers were stationed. Chapter 139, Qinghe Chui's beatings. Shui Runggui's matter is settled for the time being. After staying at the Chuwang mansion for the night, Day 2, he then went to the barracks of Lin Shen's private army under Chen San's arrangement and officially began his career in the army. It was a small ripple in Lin Shen's life. Shui Rungui was only 15 years old now after all, and still needed to hone his skills. The top priority in Lin Shen's hands is still the Rui supermarket. The aggressiveness of the great families of the world was even more ferocious than Lin Shen had imagined. Lin Shen's side has just released the news that the training of this group of readers in his hand is almost complete, and the East Market Supermarket and West Market Supermarket, 2 newcomers have just taken up their posts, assisting Chen San and Zhang Liwan, respectively, to deal with the supermarket's miscellaneous chores. The world's great families then did not hesitate to step in, start pulling this group together, only under Lin Profoundly's control. At the very beginning, there were less than 10 people who half-heartedly went from those worldly families. The remaining 200 or so are still very hardy. Even if it was an act, it couldn't cause those great families to become suspicious. Until half a month later, this group of talents seemed as if they couldn't stand it. Lin Shen's harsh treatment of them. One by one, they were attracted by the lucrative rewards promised by the great families of the world and fell back to the camp of the great families of the world. 294. In just a few days, the loss was so great that only 27 people remained. In front of outsiders, Lin Shen looks very grumpy. There are even rumors going around. He said that when he passed by the Chu King's mansion at night, he could still hear Lin Shen inside the Chu King's mansion, tearing his voice and cursing the great families of the world. There are good people who actually run over there specifically. No such curses were heard, though, but such rumors are growing stronger among the people. The readers. This also made the people of Chang'an City more and more hate the big families. This kind of word-of-mouth abuse did not make those great families of the world tighten up. Instead, after getting a taste of the sweetness, they did things even more recklessly. Another half a month passed. Inside the Chu King's residence study, rarely, those 3 princesses didn't come over to disturb Lin Shen. Lin Shen absently toyed with the game console in his hand, while slowly opening his mouth to ask, "What's the situation with those worldly families? How is it now?" A stream of data flashed through Lin Da's eyes as he slowly spoke. Currently within the Great Tang, excluding the Master's 3 supermarkets, there are a total of 58 supermarkets, all within the territory of the great families of the world. Among them, the hands of the Qinghe Chui clan and the Taiyuan Wang clan have reached the south of the river, opening 2 Rui supermarkets in Yangzhou and Hangzhou, and business is booming. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel some emotion. The power of these great families is really strong to the point of being terrifying. Linda was silent. 58 supermarkets in just 1 month. If Lin Shen were to do it himself, he was afraid that it would take a whole year. And now, These great families were helping Lin Shan save too much time. Master, should we close the net now? After a short period of silence, Lin Du opened his mouth and asked, according to my information, these great families have almost reached their limits. If more supermarkets are opened, those big families, they will hurt the foundation. They should not do out this kind of thing. Lin Shan shook his head. Wait a little longer. This is just where it is. 58 supermarkets is still too few, and that's not their limit. I estimate that the silver in the hands of those great families will last another half a year. Let's have Ma Laojiu and the others stimulate the world's great families and open a few more supermarkets. Lin De nodded and began to record it in his database. After recording, Lin De slowly opened his mouth again and said, Master, according to the information passed on by Ma Laojiu, the Qinghe Chui clan is currently preparing for a new supermarket to be opened in the city of Chang'an. Lin Shan was interested. Are they finally going to do this? Lin De asked with an expressionless face. Master, should we make any preparations? Lin Shan waved his hand. No need. If he wants to drive over, then so be it. Just hope they don't regret it is all. Qinghe Chui, as one of the strongest of the world's great families, the one with the most business supermarkets is also them. There are 19 supermarkets under them. $1 million plus silver dollars in overhead for a supermarket. 19 supermarkets. That is more than 20 million taels of silver. Chui Mingan, however, did not panic at all, holding the account book and reading it with great interest. Although the opening of these 19 supermarkets had pretty much invested all the silver and treasure that Chui had accumulated over the years, the returns were also obvious to the naked eye. Especially, after this period of accumulation, the Qinghe Chui clan felt that it was time to formally send out a letter of war to Lin Shan. Ma Laojiu's intelligence is not false. Qinghe Chui is indeed preparing to open Chui's 20th supermarket in Chang'an City. The deeds are all ready. Right across the street from the East Market supermarket. The renovations are now complete and it is ready to open for business. It took a while longer. Chui Mingan put down the accounts in his own hand, looked up at Ma Laojiu standing in front of the table, and said softly, putting you in charge of our Chui supermarket in Chang'an City, do you have any opinions? Ma Laojiu shook his head. Everything is at your lordship's command. Chui Mingan was very satisfied with this answer. My requirements are not high, no matter what kind of means. Make sure to toss those 2 supermarkets of His Highness the King of Chu out of business, not to mention selling it at the price of entry. Even if I slightly lose some copper into it, I, Chui, can accept it. For 91, in Chang'an, we'll sell it for 81. Make sure that the people in Chang'an City, the first choice to buy things is our Chui's supermarket, not Rui's supermarket. Can you do it? Ma Laojiu slowly raised his head, looked at Chui Mingan, and answered, I understand. Everything is at the command of the Lord. I will properly fight a price war with Rui supermarket. Satisfied, Chui Mingan waved his hand, signaling Ma Laojiu to retreat. The people of Chang'an City recently discovered that several stores in the East Market were being renovated with decorative equipment that seemed to be exactly the same as Rui supermarket, but they didn't take this matter to heart. They just thought that His Highness, the King of Chu, had opened a new store. Just a little confused. This time the choice of supermarkets, not in other neighborhoods, but instead still chose to be in the East City, still in the opposite door of their own supermarkets. It was only on the day the new supermarket opened that the people of Chang'an City came to their senses. Where is this the Rui supermarket? It's clearly Trey's supermarket. This store, which relied on copying His Highness the King of Chu, had even opened from Qinghe to Chang'an City, and had even opened across the street from Rui supermarket. It's provocative. The people of Chang'an City were furious. With the laws of the Tang, they didn't dare to tear down Chui's supermarket store, nor did they dare to steal or rob it, and they couldn't even splash dung because of the compulsion of such a special place as the East Market. One can only watch as this supermarket opens its doors to welcome customers. Chapter 140, Eating the Dead. In the beginning, the people of Chang'an City held the thought that they would never patronize the business of Chui's supermarket, but with Ma Laojiu posting a red list at the door, the people of Chang'an City were then slightly shaken. Fish tofu is only 80 cents. Chips are only 80 cents. 2. For example, the goods inside the Italian supermarket are 20 cents cheaper. Just this 20 cents alone made some of the people of Chang'an City fall over themselves, and they would sneak into Chui's supermarket when no one else could notice, and buy the exact same goods at what seemed to be a more affordable price. The average citizen's body is still solid. The amount of traffic that comes and goes from Chui's supermarket every day is not much less than that of a supermarket such as Rui's. In the community, the topic of comparison between Rui's supermarket and Chui's supermarket has also gradually arisen. This is Qinghe Chui's, deliberately provoked. They want, let them people discuss it. Let them not be able to withstand the temptation of these 20 cents. Thus they will fall back to their Chui supermarket in droves. However, the development of things was not quite what Ching Ha-Chui had imagined. In a tea house in East City, a few readers sat at a table by the window on the second floor and began to discuss it. This Chui's supermarket, what do you guys think? These days I always hear comments that praise Chui's supermarket and disparage Rui supermarket. A man sneered. Isn't that what the great families of the world would do? Start spreading rumors again. But the stuff from Chui's supermarket is indeed cheaper than the stuff from Rui's supermarket. Another person let out a sigh of emotion. 20 cents isn't a lot of money. But resisting, they, the readers, were not very restrained in their purchases, buying the same amount of things in Chui's supermarket, than in Rui's supermarket, to save out a few more taels of silver. What's the point of being cheap? Don't you guys think there's something weird about the stuff sold in Chui's supermarket? The man with the sneer, who had nothing good to say, lightly slapped the table and said sternly, something weird? A few people looked at him quizzically. I don't know what weird means. The man broke his fingers and counted them one by one. The things sold in Chui's supermarket are quite complete. But like potato chips, the flavors aren't as rich as those that come from Rui's supermarket. The same goes for the flavors of the drinks, flip-flopping to just 3. Before he could finish breaking up the conversation, his words were interrupted by a man who locked his brows and sighed softly. But to the people of Chang'an City, this is not considered important. 20 cents. For every purchase they make, they save 20 cents. And that's not a small amount for them. To be honest, it's actually kind of heartwarming. It's just that I really don't like trays. Otherwise I would have fallen back on Trey's supermarket, he said, smiling bitterly. Money still moves people. The man who broke it off rolled his eyes and continued. Luckily, you didn't fall back on Chui's supermarket, and I'm telling you guys, if it's just a matter of taste, forget about it. The weirdness is yet to come. I'm ashamed to say that my mother-in-law couldn't hold back yesterday and went to Chui's supermarket to buy some fish tofu and potato chips and came back. But as soon as she ate it, she realized that it was so much worse than the food at Rui's supermarket. The fish tofu sold in Chui's supermarket has a sour odor, far less fresh and fragrant than that sold in Rui's supermarket. And the chips sold in Rui's supermarket are dry and crunchy and have a great texture, but the chips sold in Trey's supermarket are nowhere near as crispy. The table went silent. None of this is really a big deal, and compared to 20 cents, these are insignificant glitches. Brother Lou, you know, for those people, they don't care about these small flaws. A man slowly sighed, shook his head and said, I see that His Highness the King of Chu is really in danger this time. The one who broke it off shook his head, looked around a bit, and after seeing no one around, lowered his voice. No, these little flaws, that's the big problem. The big question? The people at the tea table, looking at him blankly, wondered how such a minor flaw in taste had become a major problem. Haven't you guys ever wondered why the stuff from Trey's supermarket is sold so cheaply? He slowly opened his mouth and threw out a question. What else could it be? It's just that Chui's family is so big and rich that they would rather make less money than crush His Highness the King of Chu's Rui supermarket. No, it's definitely more than that. He shook his head with an air of certainty. Let me put it to you this way. My mother-in-law, she has a habit of roughing it. Last month, she bought fish tofu from Rui's supermarket, unwrapped it, didn't finish it, and left it on the table for 3 days before she remembered there was such a thing. She didn't want to throw it away, so she gave it back to eat, and as a result, she developed dysentery, which she recovered from when she was treated with a new medicine from the old sun immortal. The people at the tea table are still confused. What does your mother-in-law's dysentery have to do with the fact that Trey's supermarket sells things cheap? This oxymoron. With a serious face, the man said earnestly, my mother-in-law told me that the fish tofu she bought at Chui's supermarket tasted similar to the fish tofu she left on the table after 3 days. It's just that sour odor. It's not that noticeable yet. And the potato chips, the ones sold at Trey's, are in about the same state as the ones sold at Rui's 2 or 3 days after they're opened. The people at the tea table, their hearts thumped. Are you saying that the reason things are so cheap at Trey's supermarket is because they sell fake and shoddy stuff? Someone hesitated and gave voice to what was on their mind. The man nodded heavily. Although it's a bit hard to believe, I'm afraid that's the truth. You guys don't think about it. With the nature of His Highness the King of Chu, how much money can he earn from us by selling what he sells? But Trey's supermarket is still able to press down the price so much. If there isn't some weirdness in it, can you believe it? Someone shook his head with an unbelievable face. It can't be. Trey's a big family anyways. Can he do something so classless? The man was about to open his mouth to retort. Outside the window, a sudden cry drifted in. They were busy poking their heads out to take a look. In front of Trey's supermarket, there were several people in mourning on their knees, and a coffin was placed in front of them. Those few people in mourning, lying on the coffin, wept loudly and mournfully. The people in the tea house looked at each other, not sure what play this is again. Ma Laojiu, with a black face, walked out from Chui's supermarket, walked to the woman who was in the lead, and tried to make his voice seem not so fierce. This big sister, what is it that has happened that requires you to cry and mourn at the door of my supermarket?